Transported to this world, I was brimming with anticipation to awaken a powerful weapon spirit, only to hear everyone else reporting trash tier results. When it was my turn, I ended up awakening a silver lure fishing rod. The crowd erupted in mockery. This was leagues away from my goal. Just as I was wallowing in frustration, the system activated, gifting me a mythic Barrett as a starter pack, along with various powerful enchantments. Then my rival, the guy who awakened a violet gold greatsword, showed up to provoke me, demanding I stay away from the school bell. I slapped him twice without hesitation. Judging by his furious reaction, I knew a brutal fight was coming. I've been in this bizarre world for 3 years now. It's a place teeming with weapon spirits, enchantments, and monsters. Centuries ago, a mysterious fog descended, bringing forth all sorts of absurdly massive creatures. Only cultivators with combat-oriented weapon spirits can harm them. At the age of 18, everyone gets a chance to awaken their innate weapon spirit. Awakening a top tier 1 means soaring to the pinnacle of life. Anything less, and you're destined to be trampled underfoot. From the moment I arrived, I vowed to become strong. For 3 years, I studied relentlessly, ranking first in my grade. Teachers and school administrators pinned their hopes on me, expecting me to awaken at least a violet gold tier weapon spirit. Today was the awakening ceremony. Confident and well-versed in power fantasy tropes, I was sure I'd pull off some face-slapping, underdog to overlord move. My best friend, Joe Pai, patted my shoulder and asked, "Bro, what tier are you aiming for?" Without hesitation, I replied, "At least mythic." Joe Pai looked stunned. "Bro, are you joking? Mythic is the absolute peak. You can't even dream that big." I just smiled, thinking, just wait till you see. On the stage, Principal Nejiecha was visibly distressed, shaking his head. "Sigh, each batch is worse than the last. How utterly disheartening." Watching the students awaken one after another, he muttered, "So far, only Zhao Chen's violet gold weapon spirit, the heavenly halberd, is worth a glance. The rest are pure garbage." With every mediocre awakening, his aged face grew more troubled. Finally, it was my turn. Hearing next, Class 1 Senior Year, Liluo, I took a deep breath and stepped toward the awakening array, focusing my mind on the image of a domineering Barrett sniper rifle. My homeroom teacher, Zhao Ling, and my classmates watched expectantly. After all, I was their greatest hope. "The moment of truth has arrived," I murmured, standing calmly in the array, eyes half closed in anticipation. But then, the awakening teacher announced loudly, "Liluo, weapon spirit silver lure fishing rod." The crowd erupted. Liluo, the top student, got a fishing rod? Can he even take the college entrance exam next month? The exam requires reaching level 30. How is he gonna kill monsters with a fishing rod? There's no way he'll make it in a month. So he has already failed before the exam even started? I stood frozen, furious, cursing the heavens. I visualized a Barrett, and you give me a fishing rod? Why? Answer me. Look in my eyes. Tell me why. Dejected, I trudged back to the crowd, too disheartened to even check the fishing rod as stats. My mind was consumed by one question: how the hell do I survive in this dog-eat-dog world? Joe Pai tried to console me. "Bro, fishing is not bad." I snapped back, "Not bad my ass." This was a far cry from the future I'd envisioned. But then, ding! Enchantment system activating, activation complete. Starter pack, Weapon Spirit Mythic Barrett, comes with enchantments, infinite ammo, life drain. The enchantment system shop offers powerful enchantment scrolls. Purchase them with lifespan. Nothing can't be solved with one shot. If there is, then 2, 3, 4, huh? Dual weapon spirits? I was momentarily stunned, then instantly snapped back to reality and immediately checked the Barrett in my mind. Perhaps my path to dominance was just beginning. I examined the Barrett's details: infinite ammo? Lifespan absorption? My mood flipped instantly, and the smirk on my face was harder to suppress than the Barrett's recoil. To think it was a Barrett with infinite ammo, adjustable weight, and no recoil, it was like seeing the world bow at my feet. TSK, Barrett enchantment, everything can be erased. At that moment, I couldn't hear a thing from the outside world. Back in the day, I was a top-tier sniper in CF, mastering quick scoping, jump scoping, and flash scoping. I even single-handedly took on the entire Hall of Fame team with a sniper rifle and emerged victorious. Now, the system had gifted me a Barrett with a spirit. The gears of fate had begun to turn. Suppressing my excitement, I remembered there was also an enchantment system shop and decided to take a look. The shop was filled with all sorts of magical enchantments, each requiring varying amounts of lifespan to exchange. My grin was impossible to hide. Just then, my sidekick Joe Pai saw me grinning like an idiot and slapped my shoulder hard. Boss, don't scare me like that." He thought I'd lost my mind. I snapped out of it and asked, "What do you want?" He scrutinized me. "Boss, you okay now?" I scoffed, "What could possibly be wrong with me?" Joe Pai continued, "Just now, the school beauty Xia Qingyue awakened a legendary spirit weapon, the Moonlight Sword." I raised an eyebrow slightly. "Legendary? Not bad." Joe Pai blinked. "Huh? Not bad?" In his eyes, me, a guy with a silver fishing rod, calling a legendary weapon not bad was just sour grapes. Joe Pai tried to comfort me. Don't worry, boss. Tomorrow, we're heading to the Mystic Dungeon outside the city to level up. I'll definitely take you along to slay monsters, won't leave you behind. I almost spilled the beans about having a system, but the disdainful glances and cold shoulders from our classmates made me hold back. I wanted to see how many would show their true colors. Joe Pai pressed, boss, what were you gonna say? I waved it off casually. Actually, a fishing rod isn't so bad. Just go out and cast a line whenever you feel like it. Joe Pai clapped. That's the spirit. That's the right attitude. Curious, I asked him, hey, Guapi, what spirit weapon did you awaken? Joe Pai grinned. A silver-red tasseled spear. I was mildly surprised. Not bad. Without the system, I wouldn't even measure up to my own sidekick. Thinking of the fishing rod, I checked its details and realized I actually had dual spirit weapons. No wonder I was the chosen one. Joe Pai slapped my shoulder again. Boss, check it out, your rival Wang Yi just awakened a spirit weapon on stage, a violet gold greatsword. What now? I rolled my eyes. What rival? Stop talking nonsense. I knew why Joe Pai said that. 3 years ago, my predecessor died saving Xia Qingyue, and she developed feelings for me, but I couldn't care less. Wang Yi was her obsessive suitor, so in Joe Pai's eyes, he was my rival. Back when my grades were top-notch, Wang Yi didn't dare mess with me openly, and I never paid him any mind. Joe Pai bet, boss, with such a lame spirit weapon, I bet Wang Yi's gonna come after you. I smirked. Who cares? If he dares, I'll use him as fishing bait. Speak of the devil, Wang Yi stopped right in front of me and sneered, I suggest you stay away from Xia Qingyue. You're not worthy of her now. Take the hint. He even taunted, even if you were top of the class before, I bet in a month, you won't even qualify for the college entrance exams. I shot back, Wang Yi, watch your tone when talking to your dad. Wang Yi smirked arrogantly. Tone? Sorry, I don't do polite. Got a problem? Hit me, then. Without hesitation, I slapped him across the face. Since you don't know manners, I'll teach you a thing or two. The sound caught the attention of our homeroom teacher, Zhao Ling. Wang Yi seated, you dare hit me? Do it again if you've got the guts. I didn't hesitate, another slap landed. First time I've ever seen someone make such a ridiculous demand. Wang Yi exploded. You mother. Zhao Ling quickly intervened, what are you all doing? Wang Yi, get back to your class right now. Li Luo, why are you hitting him? I shrugged and spread my hands, he insisted I hit him. What else could I do? My gaze swept around as I asked, right? Did Wang Yi ask Li Luo to hit him? Li Luo nodded confidently, slowly looking around, thinking that so many classmates had witnessed Wang Yi's actions this was irrefutable evidence. But unexpectedly, he had assumed many would nod in agreement, yet they acted contrary to expectations, their eyes darting away. I didn't notice. I didn't see anything just now. I don't know what happened. At that moment, Li Luo realized just how quickly these fair-weather classmates had flipped after Wang Yi awakened the purple gold greatsword. Li Luo's eyes flickered as he sneered inwardly, fine. Today, you ignore me, tomorrow, I'll be out of your reach. Just then, Joe Pai firmly declared, yes, Wang Yi did ask Li Luo to hit him. I can testify. Hearing this, warmth surged in Li Luo's heart, and he silently vowed that Joe Pai's words alone would earn him a meteoric rise. Wang Yi clutched his face, his eyes narrowing like blades as he glared at Joe Pai and growled, what is your name? Joe Pai met his gaze fearlessly. I am Joe Pai. What about it? Wang Yi snorted. Joe Pai, Li Luo, just you wait. Teacher Zhao Ling immediately warned Wang Yi, since you brought this on yourself, don't blame others. Get back to class 2 now. Wang Yi seethed with resentment, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Teacher Zhao, your class 1 isn't much either, not even a single purple gold spirit weapon, huh? Zhao Ling froze, a flicker of embarrassment crossing her face before she snapped, what is it to you, Wang Yi? Get back to class 2. Under Zhao Ling's warning glare, Wang Yi left grudgingly, muttering under his breath as he went, Li Luo, Joe Pai, I guarantee no one will dare team up with you two in the Mystic Dungeon tomorrow. You won't even reach level 30 this month. If I see you in the dungeon. Watching Wang Yi's arrogant display, I looked down at my palm, thinking I should have gone all out earlier and beaten him senseless. Joe Pai asked anxiously, big bro, what do we do? What if no one teams up with us tomorrow? I heard survival rates are higher with a party of 5 or more. I replied calmly, why panic? With me here, there is nothing to fear. Really? Joe Pai was far from convinced, utterly baffled by my confidence. It was as if I'd awakened some supreme divine artifact. Later, I checked my status panel, considering ways to grow stronger, and ultimately decided to exchange for the Everlasting Vitality enchantment scroll. After slaying enough dungeon monsters and plundering sufficient lifespan, I trade for Universal Repulsion. After the awakening ceremony, Principal Mei Jieqiao announced with concern that everyone would be heading to the Mystic Dungeon the next day. The crowd dispersed, and I went to the restroom to use the Everlasting Vitality scroll. Testing its effects, I was thoroughly satisfied. Joe Pai returned dejected, reporting that no one was willing to team up with us. Wang Yi had warned them all. Unfazed, I told him not to bother looking at D, just be the two of us tomorrow, and I did give him a surprise. Joe Pai's eyes lit up, guessing if the school beauty Xiao Qingyue had offered to team up with me. I dismissed the idea, saying I wasn't the type to rely on others. At dawn the next day, Joe Pai and I arrived at the Mystic Dungeon's teleportation gate, where a massive crowd had gathered. I asked Joe Pai if he was ready, and he confirmed he was. Curious about my backup plan, Joe Pai pressed for details. With a mysterious smile, I summoned a black and red, radiantly gleaming Barrett exuding an aura of terror and declared grandly, "No. Call it Barrett annihilation." Chapter 3, please call it Barrett Destruction. Zhao Ling swept her gaze around and. Yes? Did Wang Yi ask Li Luo to beat him up? Of course. Li Luo nodded confidently. He slowly looked around. So many students had seen what Wang Yi had done, ironclad evidence. But the accident happened. He had expected many of his classmates to nod their heads in agreement, but they all went against the grain, their eyes flickering. I wasn't paying attention. I didn't see it just now. I don't know what's going on. The moment. Li Luo finally deeply realized how fast the other Wallflower classmates changed their faces after Wang Yi awakened the purple gold greatsword. His eyes moved slightly. Very well. Today I am the one you love and ignore, tomorrow I will be the one you can't reach. Yes, Wang Yi did tell Li Luo to beat him, I can testify. Zhou Pai firmly said. Hearing this, Li Luo's heart warmed. With Zhou Pai's words, he must be allowed to take off. What's your name? Wang Yi covered his face, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze was so sharp that he stared straight at Zhou Pai like a knife. My name is Zhou Pai, what's wrong? Zhou Pai, Li Luo, you two wait for me. Wang Yi coldly snorted with a threatening intent. Zhao Ling immediately warned that. Wang Yi, since you're looking for trouble yourself, don't blame others, hurry back to your class too. Wang Yi was indignant and conspiratorial, and. Teacher Zhao, your class 1 isn't any good either, you actually don't even have a purple gold artifact spirit, huh? Zhao Ling was stunned, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on her face. A moment later, she chided Wang Yi and said. What's the matter with you, Wang Yi? Hurry back to your class too. Under Zhao Ling's warning look, Wang Yi reluctantly and resentfully left. Before leaving, he whispered. Li Luo, Zhou Pai, I can guarantee that no one will dare to team up with the two of you tomorrow when you practice in the bizarre secret realm. You guys definitely won't reach level 30 this month. The secret realm, don't let me come across it, or else, humph. Seeing Wang Yi's arrogant appearance, Li Luo looked down at his palms. It seems that he didn't hit hard enough just now. I should have known that I would have used my strength to teach him a hard lesson. I would have beaten him so badly that he wouldn't even recognize his mother. Big brother, what to do? Zhou Pai was worried and. What if no one really teams up with us tomorrow? I've heard that it's best to team up with more than 5 people to go in for a higher survival rate. Li Luo calmly batched. Panic what? Don't be vain with me. Yes? Zhou Pai's heart was very bottomless. The key was that he didn't know why Li Luo was so confident. The confidence on Li Luo's face made Zhou Pai feel as if the artifact spirit he had awakened was a super god artifact spirit. If I remember correctly, this seems to be called fanatical confidence? At the moment, Li Luo was checking his information panel. Name, Leroy. Rank, 1 experience, 0.00%. Spirit, 98. Strength, 100. Stamina, 99. Agility, 97. Enchanting, none. Lifespan, 99 years remaining, 81 years. Artifact Spirit, Barrett, Super God, Lua Fishing Rod, Silver. Everyone who awakens an artifact spirit will have this information panel, and will also be able to view the artifact spirit's information panel. And there are 3 ways to become stronger. One was enchantment, including human body enchantment or artifact enchantment, but enchantment scrolls were rare. The second is upgrading, which mainly refers to character leveling up, level 3 for dimensional attributes 3, and 10 for level 10. The third is the fitness of the spirit. The higher the fit with the spirit, the more powerful the spirit will be. Legend has it that there is another way. That was to enhance the quality of the artifact spirit, but this way only existed in the legends, and the exact method was little known. 81 years of life remaining. Leroy suddenly remembered the enchantment mall he had just visited, and there were 2 very suitable enchantments. Born to Live, and All Things Shocked Back. Both of these enchantments had an exchange life of 50 years, so he could only exchange one. From the perspective of survival, the Born to Last tolerance would obviously be higher, and the body would have an extremely strong ability to recover and self-heal. You're it. Li Luo decisively exchanged the Born to Last enchantment scroll. He planned to wait until he killed the bizarre monster and plundered enough lifespan before redeeming that All Things Shocked Back. Because shocking back enemies was also a very good enchantment. It keeps enemies from getting close to him. As for those more powerful enchantment scrolls, they could only be exchanged later when they had enough lifespan. Everything is ready, all we need is the east wind. Li Luo was already a bit impatient to hunt the weird monsters and plunder their lifespan. He knew that actually legendary great attunements were very rare. Most of the enchantment scrolls on the market were below gold, and they were thievishly expensive. His enchantment mall, on the other hand, started out at the legendary level. Of course the cost is not low, it requires kryptonite. Li Luo Flies rubbed his hands together. Why isn't this awakening ceremony over yet? It's so tempting to fling 2 snipes. After a long time, finally, the current artifact spirit awakening ceremony of the Magic City 3rd Middle School ended. The principal, Mei Jiechao, was holding the microphone, worried and.
Students, this year, our Academy's Artifact Spirit Awakening is not too satisfactory. There is only 1 legendary grade and 2 purple gold grades, 7 gold grades, and the rest of the artifact spirits are just average.
Tomorrow, please ask the students who have awakened their artifact spirits to team up on their own and head to the weird secret realm outside the east gate of the city to practice for a month. I hope that you will reach level 30 within this month, and then you can take the college entrance exams and get into a good university, which has top-notch combat skills, high-level enchantment scrolls, information on powerful bizarre monsters, and so on. Remember to report your levels to your homeroom teacher every day.
All present and dismissed.
Cokes. Everyone dispersed in a flurry, as if they had long been impatient to leave and go prepare for the upcoming battle tomorrow. Li Luo was no exception. He ran to the restroom and took out the Born to Last scroll from the system space and immediately used it on himself. In order to test the effect of Born to Last, he purposely made a wound on his hand, and it turned out that the wound was actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the body would surge with green light.
In less than 10 seconds, that wound surprisingly healed as before.
Beautiful.
Li Luo was glowing and overjoyed. A secret leveling realm in the district, isn't this a handful?
He shook his eyes and realized that Joe Pai was nowhere to be seen.
Upon inquiry, he learned that Chuppy was actually struggling to find his teammates. Soon, Chuppy came running back with his head hanging down, worried and,
"Big brother, it's over, really no one wants to team up with us, they all said they were warned by Wang Yi."
Li Luo didn't care.
"No matter, those wallflowers don't have much of a future, don't look for other people to team up with, just the 2 of us will go tomorrow, I'll give you a huge surprise."
"Really, big brother, you have a backhand?" Joe Pai's eyes were glowing.
"Of course I do.
It wouldn't be asking Xia Qingyue to take you, would it?" Joe Pai asked.
"She did send a message saying she wanted to take me, but I ignored her."
"Doesn't it smell good when the schoolgirl takes you? Do I look like a soft eater to you?"
Early the next morning, Li Luo and Joe Pai arrived as promised and appeared outside the east city gate of the magic capital, where the weird secret realm teleportation portal was located. This was the public secret realm, and it was also the secret realm where all the seniors in Magic City who had awakened their artifact spirits practiced. As such, it was crowded with people today. In addition to the Magic City 3rd Middle School, there are also Magic City 1st Middle School, 2nd Middle School, 4th Middle School, 5th Middle School, 9th Middle School, and 10th Middle School. Each school has close to 300 people, totaling about 3,000. The other close to half of the ordinary people who hadn't awakened their artifact spirits had completely parted ways with them. They could only go live the lives of ordinary people after graduation. At the weird secret portal.
"Guapi, are you ready?" Li Luo asked Guapi.
"Big brother, ready.
Go, enter the secret realm."
"But big brother, what exactly is your backhand?" Li Luo smiled mysteriously and moved his thoughts, then a black and red Barrett appeared in his hand with a brilliant light.
Low-key, domineering.
Barrett surges with haunting terror. Joe Pai was stunned and,
"Barrett. Cannon?"
"No, please call it Barrett Destruction."
Passers-by. Chapter 4 Gold Stoner, Big Brother Run.
"Big brother, this is the backhand you're talking about?"
Joe Pai blinked in confusion. Leroy nodded, "That's right."
Joe Pai hung his head in shame. "Woes, that's finished. Many years ago, this hot weapon did not do much damage to weird monsters. This Barrett of yours is indeed handsome, but there is no use in being handsome.
Pa. Li Luo slapped Joe Pai on the head and waved his Barrett. "Guapi, look carefully, this is my artifact spirit, do you understand the goods?"
"What?
Spirit? Barrett spirit?" Chuppy was quite energized. "What quality?"
"You'll know what quality when you kill the monsters later." Li Luo didn't mean to sell out. He knew that if he said that this was a super god artifact spirit, he would probably have to struggle to explain for another half day. Joe Pai would definitely not believe it either. TSK, it's the first time I've seen an artifact spirit that's a hot weapon, everyone's cold." Joe Pai's eyes glowed. Go, big brother, hurry into the secret realm and try how powerful this is." It was at this time. Not far from them came the jeering of,
"Yo, isn't this Li Luo, the number 1 in our grade?
Where's your spirit fishing rod? Why do you want to carry a Barrett to kill monsters?"
Li Luo sniffed and looked over. Surprisingly, it was the arrogant and domineering Wang Yi from yesterday.
He was followed by 4 or 5 followers with a face of eating melon. He took a big step forward, his eyes observing the Barrett in Li Luo's hand.
Put. Li Luo, it seems like you're really in a hurry, Barrett even, and a whole lot of light effects? Why don't you carry a mortar? The effect might be a bit better, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha.
Wang Yi hilariously laughed, the purple and gold leveled greatsword standing in front of him. The intention of showing off was extraordinarily obvious.
"Wang Yi, we're all alumni, why are you mocking Li Luo?" A low male voice sounded not far away. "Wang Yi, can you sneer at others just because you awakened the purple gold artifact spirit? This behavior is too low." A few people looked over at the sound. "Yo, so it's Zhao Chun, what? You want to speak for Li Luo?" Wang Yi's brows revealed surprise.
If there was Zhao Chen speaking for Li Luo, then his intention to humiliate Li Luo would have to be put aside. This was because Zhao Chen's awakened artifact spirit was the purple gold square sky painted halberd. The combat power was half a caddy compared to him, and the key was that Zhao Chen was a talent with an equally promising future. So he didn't feel the need to make the relationship a stalemate.
Zhao Chen said calmly.
I don't mean to speak up for him, but there are people from other schools here. Don't you think it's a shame for the school to mess up like this?
Wang Yi was slightly stunned. Zhao Chen had a point.
As he looked around, he did see that quite a few people from other schools were starting to pay attention to them. Wang Yi swung the great sword in his hand and, Li Luo, see you in the secret realm. Finished speaking. With a few followers behind him, he took a step into the secret realm teleportation portal and disappeared.
Seeing this,
Zhao Chen slowly came in front of Li Luo and calmly said, Brothers, hot weapons aren't much use. If you two really don't have anyone to team up with, I, Zhao Chen, can take you for a while. After all, they're all alumni. I'm not afraid of Wang Yi.
Li Luo let out a light laugh. Aren't you afraid that we'll drag you down? The corners of Zhao Chen's mouth rose slightly and, hind legs?
My thighs are so thick that ordinary people can't drag them. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it.
Li Luo said thoughtfully.
Curious, why are you willing to take us? Zhao Chen laughed softly. I'm not a chivalrous person, nor am I that noble. It's just that this world is broken, and there's always someone to sew it up. A hint of sobriety appeared between his brows and, as it happens, I, Zhao Chen, can't see the hardships of the world, can't rub sand in my eyes, and am willing to be a tailor.
He turned his head in a breezy manner and, hey, you guys want to team up or not?
I'm just being helpful, not begging for help.
No need. Li Luo waved his hand.
But thank you for your kindness. Good people like you don't come along very often in the world. Hearing Li Luo's refusal, Zhao Chen's expression was stunned. A hint of disbelief appeared on his face. Huh? Rejection? How could he refuse? How could he refuse without hesitation an opportunity that other people would have loved to have?
Weren't they given a hard time by Wang Yi? Zhao Chen couldn't help but reconfirm, you really don't need to?
Really don't need to.
Li Luo nodded his head and,
in addition, Zhao Chen, I kindly remind a sentence, although I admire your temperament, the road of being a good person is not a good one. Zhao Chen carefully experienced these words, then turned around and left. I know, but you guys should worry more about yourselves.
Seeing Zhao Chen lead the people away,
Li Luo beckoned to Zhou Pai, go, enter the secret realm and prepare for a big kill.
After the sky spun around,
Li Luo and Zhou Pai appeared in the middle of the weird secret realm, which was filled with unpleasant smells and the sky was as gray as if they had cried. They were transported to a random location in the middle of the secret realm. The location they were in had a few scattered large trees and sparse bushes, with flying birds occasionally visible. There were just the two of them nearby. Li Luo rubbed the Barrett in his hand and muttered softly, just now, if Zhao Chen hadn't intervened, it's estimated that Wang Yi would be lying on the ground by now.
Big brother, are you serious?
Zhou Pai really didn't quite dare to believe that Li Luo's Barrett could easily put down Wang Yi, who possessed a purple gold artifact spirit. When a cultivator touched an artifact spirit, his body would be strengthened substantially, and how much it was strengthened depended on the fit with the artifact spirit and the quality of the artifact spirit itself. Therefore, cultivators usually hold their artifact spirits at all times.
Try it.
Bang! Li Luo stood in place and shot randomly without even aiming towards the giant tree dozens of meters away.
The low and dominating sound of the gunshot reassured Li Luo's heart. It was that flavor. In an instant,
the tree was struck by the bullet and exploded at the waist, and its branches immediately had the tendency to topple over.
Big brother, don't just waste bullets.
Zhou Pai immediately discouraged it.
Don't waste bullets?
Ha ha, Leroy couldn't help himself.
Bang 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 bang.
He took the Barrett and proceeded to burst at the few large trees around him in a burst of bullets that were simply endless.
Boom. Boom.
There were constantly sky-high trees falling towards the ground, emitting loud bangs and smoke.
Worry. This scene completely dumbfounded Zhou Pai, who was on the side.
Big brother, don't you even need to change the magazines?
Unlimited bullets, what magazines to change?
Li Luo laughed.
Ha? Unlimited bullets?
Zhou Pai was shocked in his heart. How the hell did this happen?
This Barrett has an enchantment, unlimited bullets.
Chupi gulped and,
awesome.
But big brother, you don't even need to aim when you shoot?
Are you playing machine gun or sniper?
Instantaneous sniping, no need to aim.
Instantaneous sniping?
Zhou Pai looked confused, his eyes were perplexed.
But this thing, it's not heavy? Why do I feel like you're holding something like you're not?
It's not heavy, merely 0.1 kilograms. Li Luo deliberately set the weight to 0.1 kilograms. Leaving that much weight was to have a bit of feeling in his hand.
Ha!
Chupi was completely speechless. Li Luo's series of divine maneuvers had shocked him to the point where he couldn't speak at all. He is now very sure that this Barrett is very important. There was only one doubt in his mind at the moment. Wouldn't this thing be just as powerful against weird monsters? Roar! It was at this moment that a loud ringing sound came from behind a mound, like the sound of some kind of monster. Then, a stone man bigger than an elephant unexpectedly rushed out from behind the mound and headed straight for Li Luo and Joe Pai with open teeth and claws. Level 3 Gold Stone Man. Big brother run. Joe Pai's face changed drastically. This thing's body is hard as hell. It's probably the hardest monster of its level. Let's go find a level 1 monster. Li Luo, however, was not shocked and jumped into action. Run? Impossible, today it must die. Phantom ESP of Western Fantasy. Chapter 5 Heartlessness, Secret Love. Stone Man of the district, suffer death. He watched the stone man's running path, his hands resting on his Barrett in an aiming position. It was better to come early than late. This stoner, just in time to test the true power of the enchanted Barrett. Just hitting those big trees was no way to test the damage of the enchanted Barrett against the monster. Only by attacking monsters could you know its true power. But big brother, this stone monster, I'm afraid there's no way for this red tasseled gun of mine to break through the defense. Joe Pai pinched his red tasseled gun and looked flustered. Then watch me perform. Li Luo decisively pressed the trigger after aiming at the opponent's huge head. Bang! A low and domineering gunshot rang out like a thunderclap, resounding all around. Boom! In a flash, the energized magic bullet shot by Barrett hit the stone monster's huge head. It made a loud noise. A third of the stone man's head was instantly blown apart. Stone chips flew all over the sky, and there was even some gray-black liquid flowing out of the wound, like blood. Li Luo was instantly delighted and called out that he was reliable. Not bad, this Barrett is truly indestructible. Only, the stone monster whose head had been blown apart by a third was still able to act normally and was charging towards Li Luo at extreme speed. It seemed like it had been enraged and was wailing in pain. Bang! Bang! Leroy fired 2 consecutive shots and continued to blast the stone man's head. Unsurprisingly, the stone man's head was all blown apart, and the headless stone man finally fell to the ground with a loud thud. Boom! The stone man's body smashed out a huge deep pit as it fell to the ground, while making a loud noise and sending smoke and dust in all directions. Ding, congratulations on gaining 0.3 years of life expectancy. Hearing this voice, Li Luo once again revealed a smile. It was finally open. And luckily, the unit of lifespan was not days but years. In that case, it wouldn't be too long until one redeemed the next enchantment scroll. Big brother, this Barrett of yours is so good. Joe Pai was immediately excited when he saw that the stone man that made his scalp numb was sniped by Li Luo before he even got close. He knew exactly what this meant. A level 3 golden stoner monster would routinely require 3 level 3 golden artifact spirit cultivators to have a chance of defeating it. And now Li Luo was able to solve it alone. This meant that even though there were only 2 of them, as long as they didn't run into top tier monsters, they could walk sideways. Not bad, 10% increase in leveling experience. Li Luo realized that his level experience value had just been raised from 0% to 10%. That only required killing 10 of them, then he would be able to level up by 2. And he realized that after using Barrett just now, Barrett's fit was also raised to LV1 0.3%. Fit, it looks like it can be raised with more use in practice. Li Luo muttered softly. Big brother, let's keep looking for monsters? Joe Pai was excited. Of course, what's the hesitation here? The two continued to feel their way towards the other directions of the secret realm. En route, Joe Pai inquired, Big brother, with this strength, what university are you going to take in the college entrance exam? College entrance exam? Leroy pondered as he walked. He suddenly recalled what Headmaster Mei Jiechao had said, that the university contained top-notch combat techniques, advanced enchantments, information catalogs of powerful monsters, and so on. For him, combat skills might be somewhat useful but not much, since he uses sniping. Advanced enchantments are even less important to him. He didn't believe that the advanced enchantments inside the university were more advanced than the ones in his system mall. The only thing he found useful was the monster information. The information on the distribution of those powerful and bizarre monsters had always been in the hands of the Dixia military and higher academies. Ordinary people had no way of accessing it at all. After all, it was something that countless artifact spirit cultivators had traded their lives for. In addition, since he was an orphan, for 3 years he ate and drank all the food subsidized by the Daxia government, and now that Daxia was in danger, he didn't want to stand by and do nothing. After all, if all of Daxia was invaded by monsters, then he, Li Luo, would have no place to stay. So he still intended to do his part for the safety and security of Great Xia. Li Luo thought for a moment. Any top university will do, I'm not picky. Big brother, I saw the news last night that several masters have appeared in other schools as well, and the difficulty of the top university entrance exams might be a bit high. Li Luo couldn't help himself. Difficulty is their business, it has nothing to do with me. That's true, big brother, let me guess if this artifact spirit of yours is legendary grade? Li Luo spilled a smile, be bold and guess again. Epic. Epic? Guess again. Ha? God. Miss?
Chupi was stunned. Guess again. Chupi's pupils quaked. True. Super God? Guess again. Chupi looked confused. Big brother, you're teasing me. Li Luo seemed to be smiling. Just think of it as epic. He pondered over this issue. He was going to say to the public that Barrett was an epic level artifact first. After all, no one who played cards would first say that they had a double king plus 4 twos. As for the truth, wait until it was powerful enough. Somewhere in the secret world. Big brother Zhao Chun, that Li Luo and Zhou Pai just now, why don't they team up with us? You're the big leg. Zhao Chun led the 4 people behind him to look for monster traces and stopped when he heard the voice. If he thought about it, he said. I don't know, I guess it might be because Leroy has been number 1 in his grade before, and his long-term sense of superiority has made him unable to pull his punches and let someone else lead. But with just the 2 of them entering this secret realm, I'm afraid it's a bit up in the air to even fight against level 1 normal monsters, right? Zhao Chen was non-committal. I don't know, I remember that the artifact spirit in that Zhou Pai's hand seems to be a red tasseled spear. It has a good combat power, so maybe we can fight. Ha, it can be a battle is probably also a bitter battle. Zhao Chen shook his head. Don't worry about that much, let's kill monsters and upgrade properly. I heard that this year, other schools have awakened quite a few purple gold and legendary level weapon spirits, so if you want to get into a good university you have to beat them. Zhao Chen, I think you'll definitely be able to rush into the top 10. Zhao Chen gently swung his square sky-painted halberd. It's too early to talk about this, let's just work hard on killing monsters and refining our combat skills. Okay. Another part of the secret world. A tall girl, holding a green-colored long sword in her hand, her face was a bit depressed. Her name was Xia Qingyue, and she was the school beauty of Magic City 3rd Middle School. She was also the goddess that Wang Yi was avidly pursuing. At this moment, she was followed by several girls, her eyes cautiously observing the surroundings. Xia Qingyue muttered. So annoying, Li Luo actually never returned my Weibo yesterday. The other girls beside her immediately chimed in. Xingyue, if you ask me, just give up on Li Luo, what's so good about him? That's right, Xingyue, your artifact spirit is a legendary grade bright moonsword, that Li Luo's artifact spirit is nothing more than a silver fishing rod, the gap between the 2 of you is too great. Yeah, after the college entrance exam your lives will be worlds apart, so many heavenly pride in the university, not better than Li Luo? Yes Qingyu, you are the school flower of our school, face value, and body a top 1, Li Luo this guy now can't match you. Xia Qingyue looked languid, her eyes tangled. In her heart, she muttered, but you guys don't know. He saved my life 3 years ago. The point is, he also accidentally saw his. Xia Qingyue. Chapter 6 One-Shot Boom Fly Ting Wang Yi? Xia Qingyue blushed slightly at the thought. For 3 years, she had been chasing Li Luo backwards, but how could she have known that Li Luo was a complete Sigma boy? Hasn't been impressed. Yesterday she had wanted to contact Leroy and was going to take him for an upgrade. As a result, this Li Luo had been late in returning her WeChat, and it was read and unread. To say how much she likes Li Luo, but also can't talk about it. But the love of saving her life, coupled with the ignorance of youth, she still had more or less a small love for Li Luo. And for the other fervent suitors. Instead, she didn't care at all, probably true to the old saying, what you can't have is always stirring. Humph. You're such a pushover. Now that you're in the doldrums, are you still so high and mighty? The more you reject, the more I like it. I don't believe I can't get you. Xia Qingyue gently shook her head and. Let's not talk about it, let's go look for monsters. The secret world. Li Luo and Zhou Pai looked around for monsters, hunting them down as they searched. Big brother, there's a level 1 iron armored bear there. Bang. One shot. Big brother, there's a level 1 blackened flathead there. Bang. One shot. Big brother, there seems to be a monster crouching there. Bang. A shot didn't kill, but there was a sudden scream. Ah, who the hell hit me? The furious voice suddenly resounded throughout the wilderness, and a lot of discussion ensued. Wang Yi, what's wrong with you? Aren't you taking a? Wang Yi, are you okay? Is the situation serious? Wang Yi immediately roared in grief and anger. Quickly, I'm going to die, there must be some powerful bizarre monsters here, hurry up and send me out of the secret realm to the hospital. Okay, we'll carry you out. Hearing this anxious and panicked voice, Li Luo's eyes lit up. Good guy, just shot a gun and boomed the out of Wang Yi? What a coincidence. Ha 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 ha. The few people who were with Wang Yi all the way, casually found some weeds to take care of the poop on Wang Yi's buttocks, and then immediately hurriedly carried Wang Yi away. The movements were panicked and hurried. They felt that since Wang Yi had just suspected that there was a powerful bizarre monster, they had to withdraw in a hurry. Even Wang Yi had suffered, so they definitely couldn't beat it. And it looks like Wang Yi was already heavily injured, his face had become extremely pale, and his blood color was fading fast. They didn't associate that with Barrett's voice just now. They were more skeptical that it was the sound of a weird monster's attack. After all, it was impossible for an ordinary Barrett to seriously injure Wang Yi, who possessed a purple gold artifact spirit. The purple gold artifact spirit had no small amount of strengthening for the cultivator's body. And as the fit with the artifact spirit increased, this strengthening would continue to increase. When running away, Wang Yi showed his teeth. Damn, what kind of grass did you guys just get to wipe your ass? Why is it hot? It hurts. The others were dumbfounded. I don't know, random grass. It can't be that coincidental, can it? Could it be nettle grass? Wang Yi, are you sure your pain isn't from the wound in your waist? Black lines rose from Wang Yi's forehead. What do you mean by that? Could it be that I still can't distinguish between back pain and ass pain? I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Wang Yi was annoyed. Not in a hurry? I'm dying of pain, hurry up and get me to the hospital, I feel like dying. Okay, we are looking for a portal to get out. Ha 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 ha. Li Luo and Zhou Pai stood behind a large tree not far away, and when they saw Wang Yi and his group walking away, they immediately hilariously laughed. Guapi, you can't see well, treating people as monsters. Leroy gloated and shook his head. Zhou Pai hemmed and hawed. Big brother, laying out the facts and being reasonable, it is indeed hard to think that it was a person when an ass is suddenly revealed in the grass. He defended himself. Besides, there are all kinds of monsters in this secret realm, who knows if that's a monster or a human ass? Li Luo seemed to be smiling. Next time I still need to look closer myself, so I don't accidentally injure our human cultivators. If you ask me, well played. Zhou Pai danced with his hands and... Anyway, this Wang Yi, it's estimated that it won't be able to recover well without 10 or 8 days, and by then the rank gap will have opened up. Li Luo habitually blew the white smoke from the Barrett's muzzle. I remember this Wang Yi put out a vicious word yesterday that I won't be able to reach level 30 in a month, much less take the college entrance exam. His eyes flashed with a hint of teasing that. Heh, now that I look at it, he's talking about himself. Ah, big brother, don't mind that scum Wang Yi, let's go, let's continue looking for monsters. Zhou Pai was excited. Go. The two of them immediately moved to look for signs of the monster once again. The current Li Luo, with the enchanted Barrett in his hand, was simply like a god descending from the heavens. 1 shot for a level 1 monster, 2 shots for a level 2 monster, and 3 shots for a level 3 monster. None of the monsters could get close to him without any problems. On the contrary, the other students who entered the secret realm to practice. Even with a team of 5 people, when they encountered a level 1 monster, it would take them 3 to 5 minutes to kill it. If they encountered a level 2 monster, it would take at least half an hour. As for level 3 monsters, it would be better to run away first. Time passes slowly. Without realizing it, 10 hours have passed. It was already around 6:30 p.m. As for Li Luo and Zhou Pai, they were constantly hunting monsters around in the secret realm. There were actually a lot of monsters in this secret realm, but since the area of the secret realm was also very large, it appeared to be a bit of a wide area. So there was a need to search for monsters. Big brother, I'm already level 6, what about you? Zhou Pai asked. Me, of course I'm also level 6. Li Luo's intent gaze swept around. He still wanted to hunt monsters. Or he still wants to kill monsters to gain longevity. In those 8+ hours, he reached level 6 36% in experience, and the fit of the weapon spirit Barrett reached LV1 9.8%. The lifespan also managed to increase by 8.8 years. He could feel Barrett's power still rising. When he held the Barrett in his hand, he had Zhou Pai attack him with a red tasseled spear in hand to test his physical strength. However, Zhou Pai's attack could only cause shallow scratches on his body. And within seconds, that scratch would recover. This made Zhou Pai once again exclaim, "What a pervert!" Zhou Pai stared at Li Luo with glowing eyes. Big brother, at this rate of progress, I estimate that in 10 days at most, we'll be able to reach level 30, right? Li Luo nodded his head. Level 30 is definitely small. Although it currently seemed like it would take less than a day to raise 6 levels, in reality, the further back the experience level required, the more. So the further back you go, the slower the upgrade will be. However, none of that was a problem for him, he was only concerned about one thing right now. Where the hell did this monster go? Big brother, take a break? Zhou Pai tried. Okay, monsters are obviously much harder to find now. Li Luo casually sat on a rock under a large tree and said with dissatisfaction. It had just rested not 5 minutes ago. Leroy suddenly heard terrified voices coming from the jungle not far ahead of him. Run, run, the level 10 golden 3-headed snake behind us is catching up. Everyone hurry, if you run slow, you won't be able to survive. That giant snake is too terrifying, it even has 3 heads. Sniff. Leroy's mind was alive and... Run? Don't you know that the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish? Chapter 7, How Dare a Pearl of Rice Shine? Finished muttering. He immediately beckoned towards Zhou Pai. Guapi, go, there seems to be a level 10 golden 3-headed serpent over there, it's time to hunt. He excitedly rushed towards the source of the sound with his Barrett. I'm greedy when others are fearful, and I'm even more greedy when others are greedy. There's the super god Barrett plus the Born to Live enchantment plus his old-fashioned sniping sense. He didn't believe that he couldn't up a level 10 golden triceratops. Alright, big brother. Zhou Pai immediately followed closely behind, excited.
Normally, as a level 6 silver artifact spirit cultivator, he would definitely run as far away as he could when he came across a level 10 gold monster. But now it was clearly unusual. He was hugging a thigh, a very, very thick thigh. Very quickly. Li Luo and Zhou Pai then bumped into 7 or 8 students who fled in panic. Looking at the costumes, they should be students from other schools.
Someone noticed Li Luo and Zhou Pai and kindly reminded them that, "Hey! You two hurry up and run away.
There's a level 10 golden 3-headed serpent chasing after us. If we don't run, we might not make it."
"Huh, why are there only 2 of you? Where are the rest of your teammates? And why are you carrying a sniper rifle? Whatever, hurry up and run. It's important to stay alive."
Li Luo and Zhou Pai looked at each other and smiled when they saw them fleeing in a hurry. These people did seem to be frightened.
"Guapi, hide away." Li Luo reminded Zhou Pai, "Snakes are usually poisonous. You stay away, don't get touched by snake venom."
"Big brother, I've already hid far away." Zhou Pai's voice came from behind a large tree dozens of meters away. Leroy was stunned and turned his head to look. Good guy, but he really knows what's right. 1 second he was on his heels, the next he was hiding tens of meters away.
"Is this a recluse? Don't worry, big brother, I promise I won't be a burden."
Zhou Pai swore and raised his hand in assurance. Leroy shrugged. It didn't matter though, he wasn't expected to contribute in the first place. Li Luo quickly climbed up a 2 to 3 meter high rock and observed the golden 3-headed snake's trail.
Sure enough,
he saw hundreds of meters away, a thick golden giant snake, shaped like a mountain peak over a mountain peak, raising its 3 large heads that constantly gulped their tongues in letters. Just like becoming a spirit, it was rapidly chasing towards this side. Although it didn't have legs, it was extremely fast and looked very weird. He was sure that ordinary people would never be able to run away from it. Li Luo's gaze brightened slightly, and he immediately held the Barrett with both hands to aim at that golden giant snake. Although he was confident in his instantaneous sniping skills. But with a target hundreds of meters away, he still needed to take aim. Mainly because this level 10 golden 3-headed snake wasn't too ordinary a monster to be taken lightly.
He muttered under his breath, "Let's see how many shots you can carry." After aiming, Leroy decisively pressed the trigger. Bang! A low and domineering thunderous explosion instantly resounded all around. In a blink of an eye, one of the heads of the fast-running level 10 golden 3-headed snake was struck by a Barrett bullet. The head was instantly blown in half, turning into meat paste and spilling everywhere. At the same time, the golden 3-headed snake's speed was immediately affected, its figure lurched, and the other 2 snake heads angrily let out miserable screams. Hiss-aw! Though unintelligible. But Leroy could feel anger from the voice. At this,
he had one word for it, the thunderous sound of gunfire, coupled with the screams of the golden 3-headed snake. Immediately, it caused the few people who had just fled to stop in their tracks and look at each other with doubts in their eyes.
Is it the sound of that sniper rifle just now? And the screams of the golden 3-headed snake? It seems like it, but isn't there no way for a hot weapon to cause noticeable damage to a monster? That's strange. Should we go back and take a look? Don't ever. Curiosity killed the cat. Yeah, it can't be because the guy was trying to be brave and then panicked and shot before he died. There's a small hill next to it, let's climb up and take a look. This can be had, no problem.
The group immediately climbed up the small hill next to them and looked out over the area where the shots had just been fired.
Immediately afterward,
they all froze in place, as if they were seeing something incredible.
Some even began to use their cell phones to record a video. At this moment,
Li Luo was calmly holding a Barrett and firing a second shot at that golden 3-headed snake, aiming at the head that had just been half blown off.
Bang!
After a thunderous sound rang out, one of the golden 3-headed serpent's head was completely shattered. And this completely made the golden 3-headed snake completely frantic, desperately running towards Li Luo. It couldn't wait to bite him to death here. As a result, its speed surged by a large margin again. The corners of Li Luo's mouth slightly raised. How dare a pearl of rice shine? You already have a way to die. Bang! 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 4 shots were fired in succession. When the golden 3-headed snake arrived in front of Li Luo's body, all 3 snakeheads were crushed into meat paste and fell to the ground. It was as if it had specifically run over to die.
It stinks.
Li Luo couldn't help but frown slightly when he smelled the fishy odor coming from the golden 3-headed serpent. Ding, congratulations on gaining a lifespan of 1.2 years. Hearing the sound, Li Luo immediately revealed a smile. That's earning 10 years of life expectancy, nice.
At this time, Zhou Pai also ran off from behind the big tree. Big brother, you slaughtered it?
Of course, hand to hand.
Li Luo was smug. Big brother, you really this ah.
Zhou Pai immediately gave a thumbs up. Not far away from the small hill, the few people who had just fled stared with wide eyes, their hearts raising shocking waves.
That Barrett killed a level 10 golden triffid? A total of 6 shots? Shots that hit? Wow, this has completely overturned my view of things. Didn't they say that hot weapons have limited damage? Why is his Barrett so powerful? I just recorded the last 5 shots in full, this can be on the news, only the distance is a bit far, the picture is a bit blurry. I wonder who this sniper playing guy really is. On the other side, Li Luo was circling around the huge golden 3-headed serpent's corpse. TSK 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 TSK. How strange, I don't know where these monsters actually came from, so strange to say the least. Shupi hemmed and hawed. I don't know, but I do know that I just upgraded and have reached level 7. Oh? Li Luo sniffed and immediately checked his level and found that he had also upgraded to level 7, and his attributes and artifact spirit fit had also increased. This level 10 golden triton had a lot of experience bonus. It added about 70% of the experience value, which made Li Luo a little surprised. The future is promising. Li Luo muttered, it's already more than 6 o'clock at night, let's leave the secret realm first and continue to enter the secret realm to hunt monsters early tomorrow morning. Joe Pai immediately nodded his head. Good, big brother listens to you. The two made up their minds and immediately searched for a portal out of the secret realm. Since this was a public secret realm, it could be entered and exited at will. Teleporting in was a random location, while exiting the secret realm also required searching for a random portal. The special secret realm, on the other hand, had restrictions and requirements on the number of people. And it needs to be cleared to get out of the secret realm. About 20 minutes. Li Luo and Joe Pai then searched for a secret exit portal and walked out of the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, it was still crowded with people. After all, they were students from 10 schools, and most people would choose to go out of the secret realm at this time. So crowding was inevitable. Just out of the secret world. Li Luo heard the sound of his cell phone receiving a message and took it out to see that it was a group message sent by the class teacher, Zhao Ling. Please report your grade information in the class group before 12 p.m. every night. Li Luo's eyes moved and saw quite a few people reporting their information. Almost all of them were level 2 or 3, not even level 4. So he replied to the group as well. Leroy, rank 7. And Zhao Ling, who always paid attention to the news, froze on the spot when she saw level 7. Level 7? It can't be. How could Li Luo reach level 7? The highest anyone else can get is only level 3. Chapter 8, damn it, who the hell did this? She looked shocked, her eyes full of confusion. Could it be that this Li Luo was in the way of misrepresenting his grade because he had been number 1 in his grade before? How else could he explain it? He couldn't have upgraded so fast with a single silver fishing rod. Can't it be that there's some expert who's taking him upgrading? But that secret realm didn't allow other non-students to enter this month. Zhao Ling was completely confused. At the same time, the class group also instantly exploded with a lot of discussion. What? Li Luo is at level 7? Is this possible? Our highest is only level 3, how can he reach level 7? He's making false claims, right? I remember correctly that his artifact spirit seems to be a fishing rod? Yeah, it still looks like a teardrop wheel. Could it be that schoolgirl Xia Qingyue is taking him for an upgrade? He's starting to eat soft food? But I heard that Xia Qingyue next door is only level 3. Haha, I wonder what the reaction will be to me declaring myself level 7. Joe Pai smiled and took out his cell phone, also reporting his rank in the group. Joe Pai, rank 7. The class group that was still buzzing immediately fell into dead silence. It was like a nuclear bomb had just been dropped into the water, a little wave but not much. But immediately afterward, the class group was like a nuclear bomb exploding, completely boiling. Even Joe Pai is level 7? What makes him so special? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It seems like no one wants to team up with the two of them, just the two of them entered the secret realm by themselves, how could they be level 7? Are they both misrepresenting themselves? That must be it, or it's a bug. Li Luo and Joe Pai completely ignored these discussions, and after having a simple dinner with Joe Pai, they were ready to go back to the school dormitory to rest. On the way, Joe Pai laughed as he walked. Big brother, look at that group of people in the class, shady, saying we misrepresented ourselves. Li Luo walked slowly towards Mordor 3rd Middle School. Don't mind them, just rats and mice. It just has to slap them in the face, who told them to be so snobbish? Joe Pai gloated. Li Luo smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Suddenly, Li Luo's cell phone rang. He took it out to check and found that he received a private chat message from his class teacher Zhao Ling. Li Luo, is the information you reported true? Li Luo immediately replied. True, Joe Pai's level is also level 7, you don't need to reconfirm. Zhao Ling. Hearing this reply, Zhao Ling was completely shocked. Joe Pai was also level 7? This. During this time, her main task was that she needed to take the students' information and then hand it over to the principal, Mei Jieqiao, on a daily basis. However, the information of Li Luo's grade 7 and Joe Pai's grade 7. She was worried that once she handed it in, Mei Jieqiao would immediately call to repeatedly confirm what was wrong. How should she explain herself?
If one were to say that it was Xia Qingyue, Zhao Chun, or Wang Yi, it wouldn't be too much of a problem to report this rank. After all, their artifact spirits were all relatively advanced. But in Li Luo's case, she couldn't explain it at all. She frowned slightly and sent a message to Li Luo again. Li Luo, tell teacher if your artifact spirit has another mystery? Li Luo didn't reply immediately, but thought about it. He was wondering if he should expose the fact that he had a dual weapon spirit to Zhao Ling now. He actually knew that it would all be exposed eventually. And he had to give a reasonable explanation now. After thinking for a long time, his eyes lit up. Teacher Zhao, you guessed it, I'm actually a dual artifact spirit. The other artifact spirit is an epic Barrett. Li Luo finally answered as he had thought before. To say indeed to say, but not all of it. This made it seem like he was somewhat powerful without being too shocking, and the reason for this was because he didn't feel like he was absolutely invincible right now. It could only be considered stage invincibility. It would cut down on a lot of unknown troubles, and he still needed a growth process. Saw this reply. Zhao Ling's gaze immediately lit up, her face excited. Dual weapon spirits? Epic Barrett? No wonder the upgrade was so fast. In that case, then everything could be explained. Zhao Ling once again sent a message to Li Luo, the Zhou Pai's level was able to reach level 7, it's also because of you, right? Yes. The short answer made all the confusion in Zhao Ling's heart dissipate. Okay Leroy, I understand. After Zhao Ling replied to Li Luo, she immediately dialed the phone to the principal, Mei Jieqiao. This matter had to be reported, this could be considered a surprise. Soon the phone was dialed. Mei Jieqiao's voice came out, Zhao Ling? What is it? Principal Mei, there's a situation with Li Luo in our class. Li Luo? It's that Li Luo who's number 1 in the grade? Yes, that's him. There was a hint of curiosity from Meyer Super, what's his deal? He had always felt very sorry and unfortunate for this Li Luo, who was number 1 in his grade but had awakened his fishing rod in a blowout. Of course there was also great disappointment. Zhao Ling said word for word, just now, Li Luo told me that he leveled up to level 7. Oh, level 7. Mei Jia muttered super casually. Then reacting furiously, he was shocked, what did you say, level 7? Reaching level 7 on the first day? Zhao Ling immediately explained truthfully, yes. He also said that he's a dual artifact spirit, and the other artifact spirit is an epic Barrett. Hearing this, Mei Jieqiao slapped his thighs, epic class Barrett? Good, good, then our academy will have a legendary rank weapon spirit and an epic rank weapon spirit student. He said happily. I'm still worried that this college entrance examination our college just 1 legend level is not enough, that Wang Yi went to the hospital again, and the next school almost all have 2 to 3 legend level occupation students, but I'm worried to death. He secretly sighed in relief. Very well, Zhao Ling, keep a constant eye on Li Luo's situation, if he encounters any trouble speak to me immediately. Zhao Ling immediately agreed. Okay, don't worry, Principal Mei, I'll keep an eye on it. Magic City First Hospital. Wang Yi was lying on the hospital bed and froze when he saw the forensic injury report in his hand. How could it be a gunshot wound? Wasn't it a monster attack? When I recalled carefully, it seemed like I heard a thunderous sound. I thought it was a sound from a monster, but it turned out to be the sound of a gunshot? WOJ. Who was that firing a black gun? Wang Yi was completely nonplussed. He had always thought that he had been attacked by a monster when he was ting in the grass, but it turned out to be a ING gunshot wound? So here's the question. Who dares to shoot himself? And it was well known that hot weapons simply couldn't do much damage to the body of a cultivator holding an artifact spirit. This was because when a cultivator touched an artifact spirit, his body would be greatly strengthened and very hard. Especially since his artifact spirit was still at the purple gold level and he was holding a sword when he took a. It was reasonable to say that an unusual hot weapon wouldn't even be able to hurt him a tiny bit. Suddenly, a ridiculous idea popped into his head. Could it be that some monster's weapon is a gun? He pondered suspiciously. There was no association at all with Leroy, who was carrying the Barrett, because he didn't believe Leroy's Barrett was an artifact spirit at all. Wang Yi touched his wound and grimaced. Hiss, it hurts, damn, who the hell did this? Chapter 9, Fishing Rod Not for Fishing, Used to Catch People? He actually knew a lot about the strength of cultivators' bodies. There were only 2 factors that affected a cultivator's body strength. One was the quality of the artifact spirit and the other was the artifact spirit fit. Body strength equals artifact spirit quality artifact spirit fit. Damn, there's nothing but monsters in there, they're all novice students, it can't be that someone beat me up, right? That's impossible. Wang Yi looked sad. He was also very clear about the damage done by the artifact spirit. It wasn't that a high-quality artifact spirit was absolutely invincible, if the artifact spirit was not of high quality, but if the fit was high, it could likewise exert a decent amount of strength. It was like the relationship between tools and power. If you have enough power, even the palm of your hand can break a boulder, and if you don't have enough power, you can't cut a boulder with a sword. Damn it, repair your body first.
Clueless Wang Yi decided to give up dwelling on it and focus on recuperating his injuries. After all, his level was about to fall behind considerably. He had to hurry up and recuperate his injuries and then go to the secret realm to upgrade. Unlike the sad-faced Wang Yi, Li Luo, on the other hand, slept beautifully, and this night he slept especially soundly and fragrantly. What he didn't know was the video of him being videotaped killing a level 10 golden three-headed serpent was quickly spreading amongst the major universities. Everyone knew that someone had used a sniper rifle to kill the monster. Only not too many people believe it's true, instead many think the video is photoshopped. Hot weapons can kill monsters? Oh, no way. There have been so many times when ordinary people have tried to turn the tables with hot weapons and tried to kill monsters, only to be killed by them all. This is the fact of blood, the experience that countless people have exchanged their lives for. What happened this night was more than that. For example, all the major school forums were posting their academy's master rankings for comparison and bragging rights. For example, a level 4 expert appeared in the Magic City's first high school. Level 4 masters also appear in Mordor too. Of course, as of that night, the current highest ranked student in all the schools was also rank 4. As for Magic City 3rd Middle School, Xiao Qingyue had the highest grade, level 3. This immediately made the students from the other colleges flirt with the fact that the bearer of the Magic City 3rd Middle School was actually a beautiful schoolgirl. What are all the other boys? Softies? And when Leroy and Joe Pai both level 7 information, after it was posted by Li Luo's fellow classmates, it immediately attracted the attention of students from major schools. Everyone exclaimed that it was impossible. People are only level 4 at the highest, and you two are level 7? That's way too far ahead, isn't it? Many people had already begun to pay attention and keep an eye on Li Luo and Joe Pai. Something was clearly not right with these two. But no matter how explosive and powerful the information on the internet was, Li Luo didn't pay attention to it. Early the next morning, Li Luo and Joe Pai appeared again at the weird secret realm teleportation portal outside the east gate of the city. The place was already crowded with people. As a public secret realm that could be entered and exited at any time, there were people around the portal at all times. Some people came to practice before dawn. And some even chose to stay in the secret realm all the time, not going back to rest at all. But in reality, this was dangerous and the spirit was easily exhausted. Because there were monsters in the secret realm, it was hard to get a good night's sleep. Li Luo carried the Barrett and said to Joe Pai behind him, "Guapi, our goal today, breakthrough level 15. The smile on Joe Pai's face blossomed like a flower. Okay big brother, I will definitely work hard to find monsters and strive to break through level 15 today, TSK, our progress is unprecedented." It was at this time Li Luo suddenly received a WeChat message from Xiao Qingyue. "Xiao Qingyue, hey Li Luo, why haven't you been answering my messages before? Do you want me to take you?" Li Luo replied with interest. "What? Take me? What level are you?" "Xiao Qingyue, I'm the highest ranked person in the Magic City, level 3, not qualified to take you?" Li Luo shook his head and replied. "Level 3? Come on, I'm already level 7, let's not talk about practicing." "Xiao Qingyue, 7 level? How can that be?" She didn't pay attention to the news that was already spreading last night, so she didn't realize that Li Luo was already level 7. And at this moment, Li Luo had already put his cell phone into his pocket and carefully observed the situation around him. "Xiao Qingyue, hey, speak up." "Xiao Qingyue, Li Luo. You steal straight man." "Xiao Qingyue, are you playing with me on purpose?" "Xiao Qingyue." Li Luo didn't care about Xiao Qingyue's news. How could he, a man who was about to dictate for the ages, be influenced by a woman? As the saying goes, without a woman in your heart, you can draw your gun like a god. At this moment, he has already stepped into the secret realm with Joe Pai, and the location is a forest. In front of them was a cliff more than 10 meters high, with a river below. The two of them just stood still. Roar! A monster's cry suddenly came from behind him, followed by the sound of a crackling tree branch breaking. Li Luo was immediately alerted and quickly turned around, only to see a huge black saber-toothed tiger quickly pouncing from behind them. Larger than a cow, with that bloody mouth and copper bell eyes, it looked extraordinarily frightening. Obviously, the black saber-toothed tiger monster didn't expect that it would actually stumble upon food here. Joe Pai's face changed, and he immediately exclaimed in alarm. "Level 15 purple gold saber-toothed tiger. Big brother, should we be so unlucky?" Li Luo kicked away Joe Pai and, "This is not called bad luck, this is called good luck, you hide away." Big brother you this." Joe Pai completely did not expect to be kicked violently by Li Luo, and standing unsteadily, he immediately collapsed into the 10-meter high cliff in front of him and fell into the river. Plop! Joe Pai crashed into the water, smashing out a large splash, and he immediately grabbed onto a branch on the shore. This kept from being swept away by the current. Worry, this enigmatic operation of Big Brother. Sure. Leroy had already taken the attachment Barrett and kept shooting at the black saber-toothed tiger while constantly dodging. Bang bang bang.
While he was prancing around, the Barrett in his hand had already fired multiple shots at the black saber-toothed tiger, and the bullets were all hit without fail. Poof! 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 10 or so shots were fired in succession. It was actually only a few breaths of time before the black saber-toothed tiger was killed on the spot. Unlimited bullet bashful board. Seeing that the saber-toothed tiger was killed, Li Luo habitually blew the white smoke from the barrel of the gun, 1.6 years of life expectancy, plus leveling up by 1 level, awesome. At this time, the voice of Joe Pai calling for help came from the river. Brother, what should I do? Li Luo looked at Joe Pai who was struggling in the water, his eyes lit up and he immediately took out his Lua fishing rod. Don't panic, I have a fishing rod. Finished speaking. He picked up the Roadrunner rod and skillfully cast it towards Joe Pai. Seeing the rod, Joe Pai froze. He did not think of the role of the Roadrunner fishing rod, but it is actually used in this way. Fishing rods don't fish, they're used to catch people? But tangled up, Li Luo's maneuvering down, Joe Pai successfully landed. But the outrageous thing is, his first step ashore was a fall, and the point was that there was literally poop on the ground from an unknown monster. Chuppy's face turned red as he wiped it off in a sorry mess. Big brother, please do something. Leroy put away his fishing rod and took out his Barrett. What is it? Chuppy stammers. You mustn't tell anyone about my fall into the poop, dude needs to be ashamed. Li Luo smiled oddly. This you can rest assured, big brother also wants to have a face. Chapter 10. As long as you hang out with me, you'll drink 9 times a day. Chuppy was stunned and filled with confusion. Although it seemed to be the case, it always sounded strange. Pop. Li Luo slapped Joe Pai's shoulder. What are you thinking about? Let's go, keep looking for monsters. Oh, good. Joe Pai replied naively. Time passes slowly. 3 hours later. Under Leroy's enchanted Barrett killing spree, both he and Joe Pai managed to reach level 10, and the two of them unknowingly appeared at the foot of a large mountain. At this moment, they were crouching behind a boulder, secretly watching several students from other schools discussing in front of them. Quickly, let's hurry into the mountain to help. I heard that there is a cave in the mountain with a level 20 purple gold, possessed stone monster. Killing it might pop out a scroll of enchantment. Will the enchanted stone monster really explode an enchanted scroll? That's not necessarily true, but if it's not an enchantment type monster, it definitely won't burst an enchantment scroll. But can we beat it? What do you care? Just help out, there's a couple of schools facing off for monsters right now. Then we have to hurry, we definitely have to help the people from our own school. After saying that, several people hurriedly ran towards the mountains. After the boulder, Leroy carried Barrett in his right hand and rested his chin on his left hand, pondering the conversation he had just had. The enchanted scroll was not something he was very interested in. But he was interested in killing monsters, and there were kinda a lot of monsters in the cave. That would be very appropriate. Big brother, grab a monster. Do you want the enchantment scroll? Joe Pai was excited. The enchantment scroll is not estimated to be great, but the monsters are definitely up for grabs. The corner of Li Luo's mouth hooked into a bad smile. Joe Pai's eyes widened. Big brother, think it over before you say it. Enchantment scrolls are rare goods anymore, they're worth a lot of money. He gulped. Big brother, if you don't see the enchantment scroll, give it to me. Li Luo's eyes lit up and he seemed to be thinking. You've reminded me, enchantment scrolls do seem to be able to be sold for money, and they can be sold for quite a lot of money. Making money was a good thing. For the past 3 years he had been able to feed and clothe himself, but he had not been in a position to eat and drink. Right now there was finally an opportunity to make money, so he definitely had to earn some money. Not to mention in this secret realm at the moment. With his strength, who dares to call himself number 1 when he says he's number 2? He shouldered his Barrett and waved at Joe Pai. Let's go, grab the monsters and get the money. Okay big brother, I knew you would go. Joe Pai hemmed and hawed, as if he had already anticipated Li Luo's behavior. The two of them had been short of money for a long time. Leroy recalls. Guapi, remember what I told you before? As long as you hang out with me, you'll drink 9 times a day. Chuppy deflated. Yeah, drink 9 times a day of northwest wind. Li Luo, go, you blindly say what the big truth, believe me, in the future you can definitely want to drink what you want to drink. Good then I sit and wait for the coin. Go, do something big. Li Luo decisively set off. The two of them immediately followed the route of those students just now. About 10 minutes later, Li Luo and Joe Pai finally stopped and hid behind a nearby tree, observing the front. Ahead was a basin surrounded by mountains on all sides. To the north of the basin, there was a huge cave, pitch black and exuding an unknown fear. On the flat ground outside the cave, several groups of people had already gathered, each wave from a different school, with obvious differences in uniforms. Pa! Chuppy taps Leroy on the shoulder. Big brother, don't you see that's Xiao Chun from our school? Looks like there's also Xia Qingyue? Li Luo looked in the direction known to Joe Pai. Sure enough, one of the waves of people were students from Magic City 3rd Middle School, Li Luo's alumni, totaling about 15 people.
They were all led by Xia Qingyue, and Zhao Qin stood behind Xia Qingyue. Each of them looked serious and did not smile. The other two waves were in this similar formation. I, Zhang Yang of Mordor First High School, put my words here today. Today this cave, I, Mordor First High School, have bagged it. I advise you to hurry and stay away. The leader among the students of Mordor First Middle School said arrogantly. Li Luo looked curiously. The other party was imposing and his eyes were full of confidence. His body revealed an unrivaled temperament. Zhang Yang, do you know what you are saying? Where do you put my Mordor Second Middle School? At this moment. Immediately, someone in the other wave of the crowd voiced a rebuttal that. I, Zhao Bin, being the bearer of the Second Middle School of Mordor, can't I give up just because of one word from you, Zhang Yan? Zhang Yang heard the voice and immediately turned his head to look. Yo, Zhao Bin, the bearer of the Second Middle School? The corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile. I heard that the artifact spirit you awakened, Zhao Bin, is a legendary grade long whip? Not bad. Zhao Bin faced Zhang Yang, his aura hadn't weakened in the slightest. If you, Zhang Yang, want to eat alone, I'm afraid you'll have to ask if the long whip in my Zhao Bin's hand agrees. As the leader of Mordor's Second Middle School, there was no way he would give in easily. This is not only about his own gains and losses, but also about the school's face, so he has to fight for it. Finished. Zhao Bin violently swung the long green whip in his hand. Splat. A crisp, piercing sound, caught off guard, startled everyone. Zhang Yang laughed out loud and, TSK, the legendary grade long whip is really something, but not much. I don't think you can beat my legendary grade artifact spirit shooting moon bow. Finished speaking. Zhang Yang shook the strangely shaped green-colored recurve bow in his hand. Cyan light surged and flowed. By the way, I almost forgot to mention that my cyan-colored curved bow also has a gold grade, wound-breaking wind, enchantment, and I myself also have a gold grade, illusory step, enchantment. He looked at Zhao Bin playfully and, I don't know if my moonshot bow, coupled with the flexible illusory steps, Zhao Bin, will you be able to withstand it? Hearing Zhang Yang say that he had 2 gold-level attachments, all the others were a bit surprised. This included Zhao Bin and Xia Qingyue. Gold-level enchantment. One can be sold for at least 2 million summer dollars on the market. 2 gold-level enchantments, that would equal 4 million summer coins. It's not something that an ordinary person can get, and the rich second generation would have to make connections to get it. Obviously. Zhang Yang is the second generation of the rich and has connections. Zhao Bin's face changed slightly and, what a surprise to me, Zhang Yang, you actually have 2 major enchantments. But I'm sorry, if you want to monopolize this cave's enchanted stone monster, you'll have to see the real thing in your hands. With a meaningful smile on his face. Who doesn't have an enchantment? I also have a gold level, light spirit step, enchantment. My stance is definitely not weaker than yours. Wow. The crowd was in an uproar. Surprisingly, there was another person with a gold level enchantment, and it had only been 2 days since everyone had awakened their artifact spirits. From this, it could be seen that the rich and powerful had already won at the starting line. Gold grade, light spirit step, enchantment? Hearing Zhao Bin say this, even the incomparable Zhang Yang could not help but frown. He had originally wanted to borrow the kite technique to easily suppress Zhao Bin, but now that Zhao Bin also had a gold-level body technique attached to him, then there was no way for him to completely suppress it. Thinking for a moment, Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and, Zhao Bin, since you also have a gold-level attunement, then I think your Mordor No. 2 middle school can get a piece of the pie as well. His gaze couldn't help but look at Xia Qingyue and the others from Mordor 3rd Middle School. In a questioning tone, he asked, what about you guys, the people from the Magic City 3rd Middle School, what makes you want a piece of the pie? Xia Qingyue lightly hummed. Zhang Yang, I've long since grown tired of seeing you, public resources, what gives you the right to dictate here? Zhang Yang snorted. Based on what? Of course it's based on strength. If you have the strength, you can also point your finger. He gazed at the people behind Xia Qingyue, teasingly saying, funny, you guys rely on one girl in Magic City 3rd Middle School? Xia Qingyue. Chapter 11, Hua Pai, go, follow me to pretend to be a pussy. What's wrong with girls? You look down on girls? Xia Qingyue waved the green bright moon sword in her hand, pointing it straight at the unstoppable Zhang Yang. It seemed to have a great tendency to fight at the drop of a hat. Zhang Yang, however, laughed conspiratorially and said, in the hall of Magic City 3rd Middle School, the bearer is actually a girl, it's really laughable. He looked up and down at Xia Qingyue's concave and convex figure. Don't say it's quite material, do you have a boyfriend? Xia Qingyue disdained, what's it to you? Zhang Yang seemed to be smiling, nothing, just asking, I am curious what kind of boy you will look for if you are such a strong girl? Xia Qingyue said in disgust. My matter has nothing to do with you, I, Xia Qingyue, put my words here, the monsters in this cave, we, the 3rd Middle School of Magic City, must have a share. Zhang Yang snorted. Xia Qingyue, I know you, but you can speak from strength here, not just by saying words. At this time, Zhao Chen suddenly spoke out. Zhang Yang, I advise you not to flaunt it, you're just so, don't ever pretend to be a bully, beware of being struck by lightning. Zhang Yang heard a boy from Mordor 3rd Middle School talking and immediately observed curiously. Yo, you guys finally have boys in Mordor 3rd Middle School who dare to speak. Zhang Yang held the moonshot bow in his hand, his feet stepped on the illusory steps, and his gaze was provocative as he looked at Zhao Chen. If any of you can equal me in strength, you'll have your share of the monsters in this cave. He twisted his head to look at Zhao Bin from Mordor 2. Zhao Bin, what do you think? Zhao Bin laughed and, of course it's recognized, don't you guys know why this secret realm has only allowed the current year's students to enter since yesterday? The purpose is to hone our fighting strength and survival ability. He narrowed his eyes slightly. This is a world of the weak and the strong, and if you want anything, you naturally have to show strength. His gaze landed on the square heavenly painted halberd in Zhao Chen's hand. You guys should know that as long as you don't kill anyone inside this secret realm, you don't even have to be responsible. With these words, the meaning of warning was extremely strong. Zhao Chen naturally also heard Zhao Bin's words, wanting to fight over the monsters in the cave. That meant that they had to do a fight. Xia Qingyue next to him also heard the implication. She swung her sword and said angrily that, "Ha! Isn't it just a fight? Come on." Zhang Yang immediately reminded Xia Qingyue. He spoke eloquently, I know that the Xia family behind you is not small, but you can't use your family's power to oppress people in this small fight in the secret realm of practicing. Xia Qingyue sneered and, fighting is fighting, I won't let my family meddle in school matters. Zhang Yang laughed. That's good, then let me learn what you can do. Finished speaking. He then stepped on the illusory steps, holding the moonshot bow, and launched an attack towards Xia Qingyue. Xia Qingyue was not afraid of the danger and waved her bright moon sword to calmly counterattack. For a moment, there was a lot of clanking and clanking. When Zhao Chen saw that Xia Qingyue was actually fighting with Zhang Yang, he immediately tensed his nerves and watched the battle carefully. After all, this Zhang Yang could have 2 major gold level attachments. However, what he didn't know was that Xia Qingyue relied on her family to similarly obtain 2 major gold attachments, only that she was too lazy to say so. She was now very tired of seeing Zhang Yang's flamboyant appearance. In the distance, immediately, Zhou Pai tapped Leroy sharply on the shoulder and, Big brother, sister-in-law is being bullied, why don't you do something? What sister-in-law? Don't talk nonsense. Li Luo was unimpressed with Zhou Pai's words. Zhou Pai's gaze twitched, Big brother, in other words, our alumni are being bullied, and Zhao Chen tried to help us before, do we have to step in? Leroy mused. There's nothing wrong with that, originally I was going to attack the cave straight away, but with this group of people blocking the entrance to the cave, it looks like it's not going to be possible without making a move. He stood up and carried Barrett down the road in no hurry. Like he was on a tour. He teased. They don't weigh it up either, with that strength of theirs, can they kill that enchanted stone monster? It's still divided up. That's right, the enchanted stone monster must have its own enchantment ability, it's very strong. Guapi, let's go, follow me to pretend. Okay. Zhou Pai bumbled after him, waving his red tasseled spear and chopping up all the weeds on the roadside. Soon, Li Luo roamed to the flat ground and saw Xia Qingyue and Zhang Yang fighting back and forth. He could not help but watch the good fight. The more Zhang Yang fought, the more surprised he was. Xia Qingyue, do you have a stance enchantment too? Why is your figure so erratic? Xia Qingyue snorted coldly, a mere body attunement, spoken as if who doesn't have it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang instantly felt not very good. This was because Xia Qingyue's strength was no less than his, and it could be said that it was a tie. So he planned to stop this cave monster. Xia Qingyue definitely had to have a part in it as well. At this time, Zhou Pai suddenly shouted, all ing stop, don't you know who is the big and small king here? The voice that caught him off guard froze Li Luo for a moment. When the crowd heard the voice, they immediately turned their heads to look at Li Luo and Zhou Pai, and their eyes immediately revealed contempt. Who is it? What's wrong with you? Don't you know that the 2 schools' masters are having a PK competition? When Zhang Yang heard the voice, he immediately stopped and took the opportunity to get off the stage. Stop, who is it? Who the hell is disturbing my PK? Zhou Pai immediately pointed at Li Luo and replied arrogantly that, this is my big brother, Li Luo, the bearer of Magic City's 3rd middle school, now he's going to kill monsters in the cave, all of you get out of the way. Zhang Yang was stunned, Li Luo? The leader of the 3rd middle school in Magic City? Isn't Xia Qingyue the school beauty? His gaze swept over Zhou Pai and landed on Li Luo who was carrying Barrett. Ha ha ha, Barrett? Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yang hilariously laughed. It seemed as if he had seen something incredibly hilarious. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Bin and the others from the nearby Mordor 2nd middle school couldn't help but laugh when they saw the Barrett on Li Luo's shoulder. Carrying a hot weapon to kill monsters? I can't say it's ineffective, I can only say it's not very useful. We are here to fight and fight, so you carry a sniper to grab it? Really funny, how many levels are you guys? Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yang's face showed full ridicule. Several levels? How many levels are you guys? Joe Pai asked rhetorically. You're asking me? Not high, just a mere level 5.
Zhang Yang said smugly, without any modesty at all.
Level 5.
In this secret realm, at this point in time, it definitely belonged to the group of people with the highest level. He was confident that there wasn't a single student present whose level was higher than level 5. Even most of the students were at level 2-4.
Li Luo raised his eyebrows slightly. Level 5? That's really trashy.
Seeing that Zhang Yang did not respect himself at all, Li Luo also thoroughly mocked the other party's level.
What, level 5 is still trash? The smile on Zhang Yang's face froze as if he was electrocuted. He laughed in exasperation. Fine, level 5 trash, then I'd like to hear, what level are you guys? Shupi couldn't wait to grab the conversation.
We don't have a high level, a mere level 10.
The smugness on his face was unmistakable.
He had long wanted to punch someone in the face with his far ahead rank, and this was just the right time.
These words came out. Everyone present was stunned. Level 10? Nima has reached level 10 now? Zhang Yang froze for 3 seconds before suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha, level 10? Who wouldn't know how to lie? Seeing Zhang Yang was gloomy,
Li Luo decisively shot at the moonshot bow in Zhang Yang's hand.
Bang!
A thunderous sound instantly rang out, shocking everyone present.
Poof!
Zhang Yang, who was holding the moonshot bow, was immediately knocked out by the tremendous impact of Leroy Barrett. Like a broken kite, he spat out blood from his mouth at the same time. Seeing this, Zhao Bin from Mordor Second Middle School immediately changed color and...
Chapter 12. So many people, why did you hit me? What kind of people are these? A fight at the drop of a hat?
The point is, the damage is too horrible. A single shot can make Zhang Yang, who is not bad in strength, lie on the ground dying. Zhang Yang, that was a legendary great artifact spirit moonshot bow, which strengthened his body quite a bit more than the average artifact spirit. Zhao Bin looked at Li Luo as if he was looking at the devil.
It was obvious that if he was hit himself he would definitely end up like this. Suddenly,
he remembered the guy who had been rumored on the internet last night, the guy who had killed the level 10 golden trilobite with a sniper rifle.
It couldn't be, was it him?
He immediately lowered his stance and questioned Leroy.
Did you kill a level 10 golden 3-headed snake yesterday with one sniper by yourself? Li Luo was instead a bit surprised. Yo, you know?
This matter is estimated to be known to all but the ones who fled for their lives, and no one else should know about it. He looked at Zhao Bin with a puzzled gaze, as if inquiring.
Is it really you?
When Zhao Bin heard this, he was immediately sure that this Li Luo was the sniper playing expert in the video. He originally thought that it was a PS video, but it turned out that he had seen it with his own eyes.
He now had no doubts at all about Li Luo's claim of reaching level 10.
Zhao Bin immediately replied. Of course I know, the video of you killing the golden 3-headed serpent has been spreading in several colleges and universities. You were level 7 yesterday, weren't you?
Li Luo nodded. Yes, that's right. There was nothing to hide this kind of thing, it didn't matter if you knew it.
Moreover, he knew that the news that he had a dual weapon spirit would soon be known by all.
On the side,
Zhang Yang, who had collapsed on the ground, heard this conversation and immediately widened his eyes. The surprise in his eyes knew no bounds.
He originally thought that the Barrett that Li Luo resisted was an ordinary thermal weapon that didn't have much use. But it was actually able to kill a level 10 golden 3-headed serpent?
Level 10 golden 3-headed serpent, he could be sure that he was completely unable to beat it alone, and he had to call a few more people together to surround himself with it. As a result, the other party took it out with one person and one sniper? And he was proud of his level 5, but it turned out that he was level 7 yesterday.
One is so damn like a clown.
But he was still disconcerted.
Li Luo, why did you hit me with so many people? Zhang Yang asked in dissatisfaction. Li Luo sneered and, yes, you have to find the reason from yourself. So many people. Why I hit you? Zhang Yang was speechless.
I know with my toes that you've messed with the wrong person.
Joe Pai reminded in a friendly manner. Someone you shouldn't have messed with? Zhang Yang looked at Xia Qingyue in disbelief. Could it be that she was one of his people?
He immediately shouted to the person next to him that, quickly, get me out of here, I'm going to the ING hospital. He didn't want to stay here at all now. There was always a feeling of being on the back of his head, like a fish in his throat, like sitting on a needle. He just wanted to get away from this Barrett carrying guy, the farther away the better.
Okay, boss, we'll carry you out now.
A few people beside him immediately took action and hastily carried the wretched Zhang Yang away.
At this moment, Zhang Yang could no longer be ostentatious. He was like a grandson.
As Zhao Bin said, there's no need to be responsible for grinding in here as long as you don't kill anyone. Moreover, all people were not allowed to intervene with the help of family forces, so he could only resign himself to his fate. Seeing Zhang Yang being carried away, Li Luo waved his big hand and, listen everyone, I, Li Luo, have chartered this cave, you can all leave. Hearing this,
Xiaobin asked with a hesitant expression. Li Luo, aren't you worried that you won't be able to take the level 20 purple gold enchanted stone monster inside? Li Luo asked back. What? You can take it if I can't?
Xiaobin was stunned, afraid of offending Li Luo. His face was full of smiles and, it's not that, the strength of this level 10 gold trident and level 20 purple gold enchanted stone monster can be worlds apart. He voiced his thoughts that, what I mean is that it's only when everyone surrounds together that there's a chance of a kill.
At this time, Zhou Pai laughed out loud. Xiaobin, can you talk? My big brother is this.
As he spoke, he gave a thumbs up.
How can there be a monster in this secret realm that he can't take?
You can doubt me, don't doubt my big brother.
I'm not doubting, I'm just worried.
Chupi was stunned. Does it make a difference?
Xiaobin immediately nodded his head and,
of course there is. How about this? I won't fight for the monsters in this cave, but I'll stay nearby. If you can't take the monsters, then we'll combine our efforts to kill and share the fruits. That's always fine, right? Hearing Xiaobin's little idea of retreating to the next best thing,
Li Luo smiled slightly and,
it doesn't matter if you guys want to watch the show, but if you dare to rob the monster, don't blame me for being inhumane.
Alright, I understand. Xiaobin wisely chose to watch from the sidelines.
Although he said that he knew that Li Luo had killed the level 10 golden 3-headed snake yesterday with one person and one sniper. But the level 20 purple gold enchanted stone monster was completely different. The strength would definitely be much stronger than a level 10 gold triton. In his opinion, it was impossible to kill the enchanted stone monster in this cave without shaking people together to surround it.
At that moment,
Xia Qingyue saw that Li Luo had finally finished communicating and immediately ran up happily. Her dimpled body was visible in front of Li Luo's eyes. Her eyes were making secret glances at Li Luo.
Yo, Li Luo, it's usually difficult to meet you, but now you're willing to take the initiative to show up?
Li Luo shrugged his shoulders and carried Barrett.
Get out of the way, I'm going to kill monsters, you guys duck.
Xia Qingyue stretched out her hand to stop Li Luo.
Hey, Li Luo, I, Xia Qingyu, have always treated you well, right?
How to say that I also often ask people to send snacks to your desk drawer. How come you don't care about me?
Li Luo moved his gaze away from the cave in front of him and landed on Xia Qingyue's face.
It's not like I can talk about love and care, it's just that my priority is to improve my strength, that's all. He beckoned to Chupi, who was next to him.
Guapi, go, kill the monsters.
Seeing that Li Luo was ready to leave, Xia Qingyue once again stepped forward to stop Li Luo and,
hey, Li Luo, that's a level 20 purple gold enchanted stone monster, can you do it alone? Li Luo laughed calmly. It's not something you should bother with. Wait, Leroy, later on, if there's a good enchantment scroll, how about selling it to me as a priority?
Xia Qingyue spoke her own little idea. If the price is right, of course.
Li Luo didn't care. Selling who is not selling Who's gonna mess with money?
Xia Qingyue took the opportunity to say, Li Luo, if you can't top it later, call me for help, I will absolutely help you unconditionally. Li Luo showed a surprised face. It seems that you still keep in mind what happened 3 years ago.
Xia Qingyue's complexion moved, and she said meaningfully,
of course, that thing I will remember for the rest of my life.
There's really no need. Leroy said faintly.
Li Luo felt that the reason Xia Qingyue was like this was merely because she had never seen a more attractive person. It wouldn't be long before her perception changed. He shook his head and carried Barrett towards the huge cave in front of him, saying, without looking back, as he did so, I advise you guys to stay away, you will be in great danger later on if the monster runs out.
Xia Qingyue's complexion moved. I can understand that you are concerned about me? You're overthinking it.
Li Luo stopped talking nonsense and walked to the entrance of the cave 100 meters away, so he shot directly towards the inside.
Bang, bang, bang.
A loud ringing sound resounded at the entrance of the cave, while at the same time the cave was blasted with quite a few craters by Leroy's Barrett.
Stones fell and smashed out loud noises. For a moment,
the cave was sparse and the commotion was thievish. Li Luo's gaze was like a torch, quietly waiting for the appearance of the monster. He believed that this movement just now should be able to attract out the monster.
Sure enough, a few seconds later,
a hoarse, muffled voice came from within the cavern and, Jia 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 Jia.
Another mole cricket to seek death? Chapter 13, a weak question, are you still short of little brothers? The words just fell. 3 monolithic monsters with golden mist surging all over their bodies unexpectedly rushed out one after another from the cave entrance. The appearance of grimacing teeth was very oozing. Generally speaking, the distinguishing feature between possessed monsters and other ordinary monsters was the mist that would surge from their bodies. As for the color of the mist, it was not always the case. If the enchanted monster had a purple and gold enchantment, a purple mist would surge around it, while a gold enchantment would surge a golden mist. Obviously,
the golden mist surging from these 3 huge-sized, enchanted stone monsters in front of them represented that they had gold-level enchantments, and their strength was not to be underestimated.
Holy, big brother, there are actually 3 monsters? And they're all golden mist? Zhou Pai was instantly stunned and panicked in his heart.
He had thought that there was only one enchanted stone monster, but it turned out that 3 suddenly appeared. I'm afraid this is going to be difficult. Big brother, want to get tough? He panicked and turned his head to Li Luo, only to find that Li Luo wasn't the least bit panicked. The Barrett in his hand was already aiming at the possessed stone monster. Li Luo calmly smiled, of course it's hard. Far away. Whoa, 3? Awesome. Zhao Bin, who was watching the battle, looked delighted at the situation. If there were 3 enchanted stone monsters, then this Li Luo would definitely flee. This might give them a chance to cooperate and kill them together. With an unveiled smile on his face, he said to the man behind him that, "Hey, you guys hurry up and take your cell phones to record a video. I want to see how Li Luo looks like he's fleeing in distress, hee. Okay." Xia Qingyue and Zhao Chen, who were also watching, were also stunned by the 3 enchanted stone monsters. These 3 monsters, they asked themselves that they couldn't deal with them at all. So far, Xia Qingyue was level 5, Zhao Chen was level 4, while the 3 monsters were all level 20 and had gold level attachments. There was no doubt that once the battle started they would all have to play through. Unless pull more people to come. Xia Qingyue's gaze fell on Li Luo, and her heart secretly asked, I don't know my male god, is he good or not? Otherwise, I'll come to the rescue of a handsome man by a beautiful woman later? Thinking about it, she crisply shouted, Li Luo, if you see that the situation is not right you escape towards me, I have a gold level stance enchantment, I'll pack you to escape. Hearing this, Li Luo couldn't help but glance at Xia Qingyue, I use you? Then he withdrew his gaze and decisively pressed the trigger. Bang 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 bang. A succession of thunderous sniper shots resounded through this basin. Everyone was shocked by the sound. Everyone stared nervously at the battle scene, not daring to breathe. Only to see the 3 enchanted stone monsters being blitzed. Within a few seconds, they all burped on their way to Li Luo. The death is extremely tragic. 2 of the enchanted stone monsters also burst out golden scrolls. Li Luo's eyes lit up and immediately rushed forward to pocket the 2 major scrolls, which were definitely gold-level enchantment scrolls. It's a great deal of money. Ding, congratulations on gaining 2 years of life expectancy. Ding, congratulations on your 2-year life expectancy. Ding, congratulations on your 2-year life expectancy. Hearing this pleasant sound, Leroy smiled happily. The cumulative lifespan had already gained 17.6 years, and with the remaining 31 years from before it was 48.6 years. At this moment, there was a sigh of relief from the crowd watching the battle. This. Whether it was Xia Qingyue or Zhao Bin or Zhao Chen and the others, they all looked at this in disbelief. This was too bloody and violent, right? Please. These are 3 level 20 purple gold, enchanted stone monsters. This Li Luo unexpectedly resolved them all so gently, without changing his face or his heart. It was as easy as eating and drinking. If this bullet hits a person, Zhao Bin didn't quite dare to imagine if he was shot, if he would immediately die in place. He immediately waved to his teammates behind him and, come on, let's sneak away from this pervert. Finished speaking. He hurriedly left this place with his teammates from Mordor Second Middle School, not daring to turn his head back, fearing that he would provoke Li Luo and then be blitzed for a while. Big brother, my level directly increased by 2 levels to level 12. Zhou Pai said with his hands in the air. Li Luo came back from the joy of obtaining 2 major enchantment scrolls. Sure enough, his own level had also managed to increase to level 12, and at the same time, his attributes had also increased by 12 times. Barrett's fit, on the other hand, also reached LV 119%. He suspected that this was directly related to the fact that he had something to do and nothing to do but take Barrett and blitz. At this point, Xia Qingyue immediately ran up and asked curiously, Li Luo, what are those 2 scrolls you just arrived at? The ones I haven't read yet. Then hurry up and take a look. Xia Qingyue couldn't wait. Li Luo's movements lurched, you're teaching me things? He then took out 2 golden scrolls from his pocket without hurrying to view them. Stunning Cloud Step, gold level enchantment, used to enchant living creatures. After enchanting, you walk like a stunning, graceful as a swimming dragon. Human Gun Unity, gold level enchantment, enchantment for lance type artifacts. After enchanting, you will be able to use the lance as you wish, and the power will be greatly increased. It's really nothing more than that. Leroy was a little bit slightly disappointed. These were just 2 tiny gold level enchantments, not even purple gold enchantments. One should know that his Barrett could have 2 ultra divine attachments on it, and a legendary great attachment on his body. Gold level attachments really didn't feel great. However, the shocking cloud steps suited him well, and he would be able to be more skillful when dodging and moving around in the future. And the other one, Human Gun Unity. He couldn't use it at all, so perhaps the only way to use it was to sell it or give it to Zhou Pai. Seeing Li Luo's disappointed look, Xia Qingyue inquired that. What? Are these 2 enchantment scrolls ordinary? Li Luo said indifferently. Very average, a gold level, amazing cloud steps, stance enchantment, and a gold level, human gun unity, lance type weapon spirit enchantment. While speaking, He immediately used off the amazing cloud steps for himself. As for the gold level human gun unity, he directly handed it to Joe Pai. Here, Guapi, this is for you. Seeing Li Luo dispose of the 2 enchantment scrolls so casually, Xiao Qingyue was more or less surprised. This is still average? This gold level enchantment can be worth a lot of money, $2 million to hit the bottom, but to give it to Joe Pai just like that? Joe Pai was obviously a bit flattered. Ha! Big brother, this is a gold level enchantment, you're just going to give it to me? That's right, for you, don't get excited, this will be the norm in the future. At this point, Zhao Chen, who was next to him, suddenly spoke. Li Luo, can you sell me this gold grade, human gun unity, enchantment scroll? I'm willing to offer $3 million. He heard that there was a lance-specific enchantment scroll and was instantly motivated. His artifact spirit was a Fengtian painted halberd, so surely he could use it as well. 3 million? SSSH. Who's this rich bastard with such a big mouth? Li Luo's gaze towards Zhao Chen changed. However, he had already given Man Gun Unity to Joe Pai now, it was impossible for him to suddenly back out now. He said to Joe Pai, Guapi, someone wants to buy this enchantment scroll of yours, $3 million, are you selling it? Joe Pai took the scroll 1 second and got the order the next. He was dumbfounded. What? $3 million? Yes, 3 million, that's much higher than 2 million. Zhao Chen reminded. Joe Pai turned his head to Li Luo. Big brother, what do you think? Li Luo rambled on. It's up to you, anyway, you'll have enough for any random enchantment scrolls I throw at you later. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. Li Luo, a weak question, do you still lack little brothers? Chapter 14, these days, is it still fashionable to rob the big brother? The crowd all froze. Hey! 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 Joe Pai was immediately unhappy. I've heard of robbing male and female friends, but how come you're still in the business of robbing big brothers? He stared at Zhao Chen in a depressed manner. Zhao Chen, is this appropriate? He tilted his head slightly and seemed to be looking at people through his nostrils. At this moment, Xiao Qingyue also froze and looked at Zhao Chen behind her, normally such a proud person, but to ask such words? To tell the truth, when this came out of Zhao Chen's mouth, she felt more or less unbelievable. Zhao Chen's purple gold artifact spirit, the Fengtian painted halberd, wasn't simple, and once it grew up, it would definitely be a character in the future as well. Seeing that odd look on the faces of all of you, Zhao Chen was stunned. What are they all staring at me for? I think I can do this kind of job as a little brother, is there a problem? By recognizing a big brother, there could be a lot of high-level attachments in the future. Isn't this deal a good deal? Leroy laughed with interest. Surui Zhao Chen, I don't lack minions, only money, seeing as you're so sincere, next time there's a good enchantment I can sell it to you. Zhao Chen's disappointed eyes immediately brightened up and, Fine, Li Luo, you have a deal on this, if you have any good enchantments, keep them for me. Li Luo was full of unconcern. No problem. Hey! Li Luo, is this appropriate for you? Xia Qingyue spat out unhappily. You have a good enchantment and you're not even willing to keep it for me? She puffed out her chest and, I could have paid for it too, you can't forget your friends. Zhao Chen, Joe Pai, Leroy, others, seeing friends and forgetting colors? They've only heard of forgetting one's friends at the sight of sex, how come it's the other way around? Xia Qingyue said to herself, Li Luo, I hope you can still emphasize color over friends sometimes, okay? Li Luo shrugged his shoulders. Well, rich kids, I'm treating everyone the same, and when the time comes, whichever one of you bids the highest will get to buy it, and for alumni's sake, I'll let you know first. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with them anymore. Then he turned his head to Joe Pai and, Guapi, are you selling the gold attachment or not? People are waiting for Zhao Chen, decide for yourself. At those words, a hesitant look appeared on Joe Pai's face. To be honest, $3 million was really astronomical to him. After thinking for a moment, he finally shook his head and, of course I won't sell it, this thing is something that can enhance strength. Joe Pai immediately used off the gold level enchantment, and in an instant, the red tasseled spear in his hand gradually emitted a faint hint of gold color. It feels very good. Ha, big brother, I feel like the red tasseled spear in my hand is practically growing on my hand, and I can dance as much as I want. He kept waving it up and down in place. Big brother, let me get on when we run into monsters later, I feel like I can do it. Joe Pai was overjoyed and excitedly danced his lance. Gold level enchantment. It's a gold level enchantment worth $3 million. As an orphan, with no power and no money, he was able to get his hands on a gold level enchantment. Joe Pai was now very excited within his heart. This is all thanks to Li Luo, but also because 3 years ago he recognized a big brother in confusion. Now this big brother's thighs have suddenly grown thicker. He was still more or less like a dream, and his gratitude to Li Luo deepened a lot in his heart. And on the side, Zhao Chen's face showed thick envy and disappointment. Almost. It was so close that human gun unity was his, but alas, it was so close. He had previously entrusted his family's connections to try and buy a gold enchantment, but there had been no suitable one. So although the price of gold attachments on the market was 2 million plus. But if you want to buy a really suitable one, 2 million might not really be enough, more or less, you have to raise the price. Let's go, kill monsters and upgrade. Li Luo beckoned to Zhou Pai, who was wielding a red tasseled spear. Suddenly, Zhao Chen reached out and stopped Li Luo. Wait, Li Luo, I actually know information about a powerful enchanted monster, do you want to know? Li Luo stopped in his tracks as he heard this. Oh? Enchanted monsters? Expand on that. Zhao Chen immediately opened his mouth and said. It's like this, when we entered the secret realm yesterday, we happened to appear in the middle of a canyon, where a very thick stone python was actually lying. It should be a level 30 legendary monster. And that python was also emitting purple mist. It should be an enchanted monster, and its strength should be a bit terrifying as well, so we immediately slipped away at that time. Originally, I didn't want to mention this monster for the time being, but I see that you were just able to kill the level 20 purple gold enchanted stone monster, so I wonder if you can kill that stone python. Level 30 legendary stone python? Leroy pondered thoughtfully. The legendary grade stone python also had a purple gold grade enchantment. It sounded like the strength should be very strong. I'm afraid it would still be a bit dangerous to try to kill it. Level 30 monsters should be the ceiling in this secret realm. Sort of the ultimate boss, but there should be more than one. As for the other higher level monsters, they should have all been intentionally disposed of by other Xia experts before. The purpose was to allow newcomers to grind inside. After thinking for a moment, Li Luo looked at Zhao Chen curiously and, I can try, it's just that when you tell me this news, what do you want? He knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch under the sun, and it was only right that people must be asking for something when they told him about the monster's information. Otherwise, they were not doing anything good. Zhao Chen's gaze moved slightly and, if there's a suitable enchantment for me, I'll prioritize buying it, if not, then you'll take me to upgrade for one day? He saw Zhou Pai following Li Luo to upgrade like a rocket. His heart was really envious. This condition was not a loss for him in any way. Li Luo rested his chin and looked at the people behind Zhao Chen and, just you? Zhao Chen nodded, yes, I'm alone, and I'll go back later to bring my teammates upgrades. Upon hearing this, Li Luo was a bit impressed. Take one person to upgrade for a day in exchange for level 30 information on legendary ranked enchanted monsters, as well as a possible purple golden enchantment scroll. This deal was actually quite cost-effective. Whether it was in the secret realm or outside of it, information about monsters was extraordinarily important. Otherwise, one would just be blinded by two eyes and grasping at straws. Li Luo finally nodded, okay, Zhao Chen, you lead the way. Suddenly, Xia Qingyue beside her pouted, Li Luo, you also take me to upgrade for one day, I'm willing to give 2 million. Li Luo was stunned, 2 million? That's really not a small amount. Did this ninny really want to upgrade, or was she trying to buy herself off? But there was one thing to say, I'm afraid I'll regret it even in my sleep if I don't earn this $2 million. After all, it also only takes one day to bring her upgrades. Li Luo curiously looked behind Xia Qingyue and, what about your teammates? Xia Qingyue looked at her teammates behind her and, if they are, I'll bring them along later to upgrade. Like this? Li Luo pretended to be calm. Xia Qingyue smiled mysteriously, lightly approached Li Luo's ear, and said in a low, inaudible voice, saying, Li Luo, in fact, I also know a monster lair. There are about 30 to 40 level 15 packs of flame wolves. It's definitely an excellent place to practice leveling. It's just that we don't have enough levels, but you definitely can. 30 or 40 level 15 packs of flame wolves? That would be estimated to gain at least a decade or so of lifespan, which would be enough to redeem the second legendary ranked enchantment. Everything shocked back. Hearing this news, Li Luo no longer hesitated, okay, $2 million first. Xia Qingyue. Chapter 15 Ultra Long Range, 123 kilometers. Yo, so you're a fortune hunter. Xia Qingyue let out a light laugh, then took out her cell phone and prepared to transfer the payment. Suddenly, she paused in her movements and said, helplessly, Li Luo, but there's no internet in this secret realm, hey. Then transfer the money to me the first time after you get out of the secret realm. Li Luo said after thinking for a moment. Money was definitely to be earned. He believed that Xia Qingyue shouldn't go back on her word. After all, the second generation of the Xia family is certainly not poor in money. Okay, no problem. Xia Qingyue stood up her chest to guarantee. She looked at Li Luo with a gaze that was discharging at all times, while Li Luo was oblivious, completely treating her like air. Xia Qingyue muttered in her heart without showing any traces, the man that I, Xia Qingyue, look at, sooner or later has to be my person. Under a communication confirmation, Li Luo, Zhou Pai, Zhao Chen and Xia Qingyue, the four of them immediately set off for that level 30 legendary level Stone Python Canyon. The others temporarily teamed up to hunt low-level monsters. Although Li Luo only had 4 people, these 4 people's strength could be too much higher than the others. At this moment, Zhao Chen was leading the way ahead, heading towards that Stone Python Canyon from yesterday. He had left the directions to the Stone Python Canyon yesterday,
so it was easier to find it. Among the four, Li Luo and Xia Qingyue were the fastest.
Because both of them had gold-level stance attachments, they walked relatively lightly and fluttered, while Zhao Chen and Zhou Pai, because they didn't have stance attachments, were relatively slow. Zhou Pai had a high level, so his speed was even faster than Zhao Chen.
Time passes slowly.
On the way, the four of them occasionally encountered a few ordinary monsters, but they were easily sniped by Li Luo remotely. As a result, he also gained 1 year of life expectancy, with a life expectancy remaining of 49.6 years. As for the two of them, Xia Qingyue and Zhao Chen, they were delighted in their hearts. According to this kind of efficiency in killing monsters, the level mustn't click up? The happiest person was Zhao Chen, because those monsters just now were completely rubbing off on his experience. If they had dabbled a bit more, they would have had to upgrade.
This is so much faster than fighting monsters yourself. Leroy, is this Barrett of yours an artifact spirit? Zhao Chen inquired curiously.
That's right, it's an artifact spirit.
Li Luo didn't hide it.
This news he had also told his class teacher Zhao Ling last night, so there was nothing to hide. Sooner or later everyone else knew.
Then the problem comes. Zhao Chen queried, I'm curious as to why everyone's artifact spirit is a cold weapon, and yours would be the odd Barrett? What I meditate on is Barrett.
Li Luo said perfunctorily.
Xia Qingyue exclaimed from the side, Li Luo, so you're a dual weapon spirit, a fishing rod and a Barrett? Obvious, how fresh. Li Luo shrugged.
Hearing this reply, Xia Qingyue looked at Li Luo with a brighter gaze and,
it's really worthy of being my preferred man, my vision is really good, then my family will definitely approve of you as well, hee. Zhou Pai. Leroy. Zhao Chen.
There was a long silence.
Zhao Chen once again inquired curiously, Li Luo, what quality is this Barrett artifact spirit of yours?
Epic grade.
Zhou Pai snatched the answer.
Hiss. Hearing this answer, Zhao Chen and Xia Qingyue both sucked in a breath of cool air.
Surprisingly, it was an epic level artifact spirit, it was too rare.
The number of people who had awakened an epic level artifact spirit in the history of the Magic City's 3rd middle school was only 5 fingers. And the Li Luo in front of them was actually a heavenly pride with an epic level artifact spirit.
And it was still a dual weapon spirit.
Zhao Chen's Fall Tian painted halberd was purple gold grade, while Xia Qingyue's bright moonsword was legendary grade, and epic grade was 1 level higher than legendary grade.
It was a quality that was enough to go down in history. Everyone rushes along while reacquainting themselves with Leroy.
Xia Qingyue secretly rejoiced in her heart. Fortunately she didn't listen to those sisters who said something about Li Luo and herself being 1 heaven and 1 earth.
They are really short-sighted.
Xia Qingyue muttered happily in her heart.
About an hour later.
Zhao Chen suddenly stopped. We're almost there, let's stop and get it together. Li Luo also stopped with him and looked around. It was a lush forest, and in front of it was a deep and wide Grand Canyon. The 4 of them immediately let their eyes look into the distance.
Sure enough,
in the middle of that deep Grand Canyon several kilometers away, there was actually a huge stone python with purple mist surging through its body lying there. It was about 50 to 60 meters long and about 2 meters thick. The entire python was also covered with palm-sized thick stone-like scales, and the large body invariably emitted a huge pressure.
At the moment, it seemed to be sleeping soundly and comfortably. Not moving a muscle, just like a giant dragon.
Hiss. The moment they saw the giant python, Li Luo, Zhou Pai, and Xia Qingyue sucked in a breath of cool air.
How come it's so big?
Zhou Pai looked nervous. He estimated that he would be bitten to death in 1 bite if he went up there.
Zhao Chen and Xia Qingyue also looked grave.
From the size of this stone python monster alone, it wasn't an easy one to deal with.
Can this Leroy be killed? If he could really kill it, then there was probably no monster in this secret realm that Li Luo couldn't kill. All 3 of them couldn't help but look at Li Luo.
The nervous Zhou Pai inquired about the calm Li Luo.
Big brother, what should we do? This giant python is estimated to be afraid of not being able to die even with 10 or 8 shots, right? Li Luo's eyes turned.
It's true that it's a bit of a challenge, but only challenging monsters will pop out good stuff. A legendary level enchantment monster should be able to pop out a purple gold level enchantment 1 level lower. He muttered softly. Purple gold level enchantments were more than 10 times more expensive than gold level enchantments on the market.
That means it can be sold for more than $20 million anyways. If it happened to be a hot enchantment, it would be worth even more.
Of course. To Leroy, money was important, but not very important. What he valued more was how much longevity the stone python could give him.
Initial estimates were more than 3 years and less than 5 years. Big brother? How are you going to kill this stone python?
Zhou Pai was rubbing his hands on the side.
Although he recognized Li Luo's strength, this super stone python wasn't exactly a softie.
If it wasn't handled well, a few people would have to be accounted for here. Li Luo's eyes scrutinized the surroundings for a while, and finally rested on a boulder on one side of the canyon's edge.
How to kill? With a sniper rifle, of course. He walked unhurriedly towards the boulder he was looking at. The view from that boulder was excellent, raised on one side of the canyon rim, and it was possible to see within about 5 or 6 kilometers to the left and right of the canyon. It was a very good sniping position. Seeing this, Zhou Pai, Zhao Chen and Xia Qingyue immediately followed Li Luo's footsteps. Soon, the four of them arrived on top of the boulder. Zhou Pai, after carefully observing it, worried that, "Big brother, this python is estimated to be 4 or 5 kilometers away from us, at such a long distance, can you shoot this Barrett?" He knew that the effective range of the Barrett was generally within 2 kilometers. 4 or 5 kilometers would be a mystery. Li Luo's gaze was like a torch, carefully observing the distance between himself and the python. Indeed. The straight line distance from the canyon above to the rock python below the canyon would have to be 4 or 5 kilometers. Don't even think about it if it's a normal Barrett range. But his super god Barrett, if he remembered correctly, had a starting range of 100,000 meters, or 100 kilometers. He immediately checked his Barrett's range. 123,000 meters. Chapter 16, Crazy Exciting Battle, Legendary Grade Stone Python. He checked Barrett's artifact spirit fit once again. LV1 23%. This shows that the 23% fit of LV1 is able to increase the range by 23,000 meters. A total range of 123,000 meters would be equal to 123 kilometers. Seeing this, Leroy couldn't help but grin. Worrying about such a long distance was a big deal, and since this Barrett was indestructible, it would definitely be able to do damage. It's just a matter of whether the damage is powerful enough. Or to put it another way, it's nothing more than how many guns it takes. And the key to successfully killing a stone python is whether or not you pull back far enough to do enough damage. Must pull away. Just in case. Leroy immediately searched for a new place to shoot. Although the boulder just now had a good view, he was worried that the distance wasn't quite enough. In case this stone python was extremely resistant to damage and extremely fast. After firing the gun and not doing enough damage, then the python would madly rush over and one would be in danger. "Let's go, let's change positions," Li Luo said to Zhou Pai's trio. He was going to stretch the distance far enough. If only I had the everything shocked back enchantment. He was now longing for the legendary great enchantment of everything shocking back. If he had it, he wouldn't have to pull away now. He would just shoot straight and do it. The stone python should be repulsed by the bullets and unable to get close to itself. Beside him, Zhou Pai heatedly smiled and, "Big brother, I said that this position may not be enough shooting distance, we have to change a closer position." Words just finished. He then saw Li Luo leading them in the opposite direction. He froze in place with a confused look on his face and, "Hey, no big brother, why are you taking us farther and farther away? Aren't we supposed to be close enough to shoot?" Li Luo smiled mysteriously. "Who told you to shoot close?" he said as he walked without looking back, as if he had a plan. Chupi squinted oddly. "No big brother, so do you have enough range on your Barrett?" "Of course it's enough, if it's not, why would I run far away?" Li Luo replied while turning back to observe the stone python under the canyon. The distance was getting farther and farther. Li Luo brought Zhao Chen, Zhou Pai and Xia Qingyue towards the edge of the canyon and continued walking. The more Zhou Pai walked, the more he wondered. "Big brother, it's this far away and you're still walking? This is estimated to be a distance of 7 or 8 kilometers, and it's almost impossible to see that stone python." Li Luo looked back. Indeed, that stone python was now like an earthworm in their eyes. "Almost there, this is it." Leroy finally stopped. Now he thought that his downfall was his vision. As long as he could see, he could attack. 123 kilometers is no joke, even the eye can't see that far. Except for the moon and stars, of course. "All of you stay away from me, and hide." Li Luo lifted his Barrett and aimed at the stone python in the middle of that canyon, and barked at Zhou Pai's trio. Zhou Pai nodded his head repeatedly. Okay, big brother, let's hide on the side." Bang! Li Luo finally pressed the trigger decisively. Instantly, a black stream of light shot out at a speed invisible to the naked eye, sharply cutting through the air and shooting towards the stone python. A whistling and ear-piercing sound was emitted. Immediately after, through Barrett's high magnification lens, Li Luo saw that the sleeping stone python's forehead was hit by a black stream of light and instantly exploded. Boom! The moment of contact, there was a loud bang that even Li Luo, who was so far away, could vaguely hear. The bullet exploded a not-so-small bloody hole in the stone python's body. But it didn't seem to be very fatal to the huge stone python. Hiss-ho! The stone python felt severe pain from the attack and immediately opened those basketball-like eyes angrily, looking towards the source of the sound. It seemed to be searching for who exactly was laying a hand on it. The three Zhou Pai, who were not far from Li Luo, saw this scene and called out perverted in their hearts. So far away this Barrett can hit. That's a distance of 7 or 8 kilometers. They knew that the current long-range attack artifact spirits were usually bows or arrows, and the longest distance was only within 1,000 meters. But Li Luo, this range is simply too heavenly. Big brother, this strength, too perverse. Joe Pai exclaimed. Worry, this is the first time I've seen an artifact spirit that attacks from such a long distance. Zhao Chen couldn't help but lament as well. Xia Qingyue, however, half-jokingly said. Wow, Li Luo can really shoot. Choppy. Zhao Chen. This schoolgirl, so cheerful? The two of them suspected that Xia Qingyue was suspected of driving, but had no evidence. Bang. Leroy pressed the trigger again. There was a black stream of light that made a piercing cracking sound, hitting the python once again blowing a not-so-small bloody hole. Roar! This time the stone python finally realized which direction the murderer who attacked him was in. It immediately swung up its body and ran in Li Luo's direction. Li Luo's face changed slightly, but he didn't stay idle. Immediately speeding up the frequency of pressing the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Shot after shot, a steady stream of black streams of light continued to shoot towards the stone python. One after another bloody hole exploded violently on the stone python's body. Li Luo could clearly see that as more and more blood holes were made in that stone python's body, the state of the stone python was getting worse and worse. Next to him, Zhao Chen was very surprised that. Zhou Pai, doesn't Leroy have to change the magazines on this Barrett? Zhou Pai hemmed and hawed. Change the deal. Do you know what an epic weapon spirit is? This Barrett of his has enchantments and unlimited bullets. Ha? Barrett with unlimited bullets? Zhao Chen opened his mouth wide and stared with eyes full of disbelief. This was too explosive, right? He's in a state of shock and disbelief. Why do I still feel like his Barrett has little recoil or weight? When Zhou Pai saw Zhao Chen's shocked and puzzled look, he immediately remembered his own shocked look at that time. He laughed oddly. How fresh, my big brother's Barrett that can be an unusual Barrett. He spoke with arrogance in his tone. As if he himself owned this perverted Barrett, the smugness on his face was undisguised. Zhao Chen swallowed his saliva and, Zhou Pai, I'm so envious of you, actually recognizing such a perverted big brother, this thigh is too thick. Zhou Pai laughed out loud. Thinking back then, I was still fooled by him to recognize my big brother. I didn't think that my big brother had really become a big brother. He celebrated. I'm sort of, one for all. Zhao Chen was stunned. See how you say that, so are you a chicken or a dog? Zhou Pai froze for 2 seconds. Don't worry about those details, none of them matter, okay? At this very moment, the Barrett in Li Luo's hand had already shot more than 30 shots in succession, and the thumping sound was endless. And after the giant python had been shot more than 30 times in a row, it was surprisingly still rapidly charging towards Li Luo. The head was already a bit broken. But it was so fast that it seemed unaffected. This stone python, so damn resistant to being beaten. Li Luo frowned, fixed his eyes and looked. Just more than 10 seconds that stone python had already finished running a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers. It was still devastatingly running towards Li Luo's direction. Not quite right. Li Luo felt more or less tricky, and suddenly, his eyes lit up and, as the saying goes, hit the snake 7 inches, this python shouldn't be the same, right? He immediately shot towards the underside of the stone python's snake head. Quickly and continuously, he pressed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A black stream of light kept landing on the body of the stone python. Chapter 17. What class? Dare to rob Big Brother? Seeing this crazy scene, Zhao Chen couldn't even help but take out his cell phone and film it. This was too crazy. I have to document it and post a friend post or something when the time comes. Finally, Li Luo realized that when the bullet hit the stone python about 70 inches below its head, the speed of the stone python was obviously affected. Sure enough, Li Luo's heart rejoiced as he continued to aim at the python's weak spot and shot frantically. Bang, bang, bang. The incessant sound of gunshots drifted through this canyon, making it particularly harsh. And the agonizing hiss of the stone python similarly resounded through the canyon. It's dying. Li Luo clearly felt that the stone python that was running towards him was not as fast as before. The stone python, which was covered in wounds, was still swimming frantically. It seemed that even if it died, it would still kill the murderer who fired the black gun. But obviously it didn't last until that time, Li Luo after firing more than 20 shots in a row. The stone python was finally dying and didn't move a muscle. At this time, the stone python corpse was about 1 kilometer away from where Li Luo shot. Luckily the position is pulled far enough away. Li Luo was secretly happy in his heart. Ding, congratulations on gaining a lifespan of 5.4 years. The voice that suddenly rang in his head convinced Li Luo that the stone python had indeed died. Surprisingly, it had a lifespan of 5.4 years? 5.4 years of lifespan plus the 49.6 years of lifespan remaining from before equals a total of 55 years, which should be able to be exchanged for the everything shocked back enchantment. Li Luo was calculating in his mind. He originally thought that killing the stone python would only gain him 5 years of life, but it turned out to be a little bit of a small surprise. It seems like a purple gold enchantment scroll was popped out. Li Luo had just seen a purple gold scroll drop from the head position of the stone python through the high magnification lens when he was killing it.
Unsurprisingly, that should be the purple gold enchantment. He immediately stepped on the shocking cloud steps and headed to the canyon, ready to pick up the purple gold enchantment scroll. That was at least 20 million. When Joe Pai's trio saw the scene, they also immediately ran out in a hurry. They were very curious as to what kind of enchantment scrolls such a powerful stone python would explode. En route. Zhao Chen exclaimed, "My goodness, I almost didn't notice, my level has actually increased by 2 levels to level 6. Hearing this, Zhou Pai and Xia Qingyue also immediately checked their level information. I leveled up by 1 level. Zhou Pai said calmly. I leveled up by 2 levels as well. Xia Qingyue was very happy, her level unexpectedly came to level 7. It seems that the experience value of this stone python is very rich. Zhou Pai finished muttering and excitedly followed Li Luo's pace. Big brother, wait for us. The three hurriedly ran forward, but none of them could keep up with Li Luo's pace. Only Xia Qingyue was able to keep up very reluctantly. Although Xia Qingyue also had a gold level stance enchantment, Li Luo was much higher leveled, having reached level 13. The attributes were also a whole lot stronger, so there was a clear gap. Soon, Li Luo appeared in the canyon, but with a surprised face. This was because the canyon unexpectedly had people who had gotten here first, and there were surprisingly a full 8 people. The point is, Li Luo realized that the purple gold enchantment scroll that the stone python had exploded was actually being held in the hands of one of them. Li Luo narrowed his eyes slightly and, "Who are you people? How dare you rob me?" Just now, he was killing the stone python the entire time, and didn't even notice that someone beside him actually dared to sit on it. This was simply inverting the Big Dipper. In the face of Li Luo's questioning, the other party wasn't afraid in the slightest. Humph. Isn't it common to rob things like this? This is a purple gold enchantment, who wouldn't be jealous? I declare that this purple gold enchantment scroll belongs to me, Wu Hao. The other party's tone was justified and overbearing. It seems to have been used to doing this kind of thing for a long time. At this point, Xia Qingyue and Zhao Chen and Zhou Pai also caught up and saw the scene, and they were all very surprised. Surprisingly, someone had gotten there first? How dare you rob Li Luo? How impatient are you? He can kill a level 30 legendary stone python, how dare you? Are you all so greedy that you've gotten this far? At this time, Li Luo rubbed his ears and, "What did you just say? Say it again?" Wu Hao snorted coldly, "I said that this purple gold enchanted scroll belongs to me, Wu Hao." The words were not finished. Bang! Leroy didn't bother with nonsense and directly boomed a shot into the other's chest. A thunderous sound instantly exploded. The guy who called himself Wu Hao was instantly sent flying out by the bullet, spitting blood from his mouth, and a large hole was blasted out of his chest. The internal organs seemed to be visible. Then, Li Luo took a big step forward and picked up the purple gold enchantment scroll that had fallen on the ground back into his hand. Disdainfully, he said, "If you want to rob my Li Luo, you don't weigh whether you have that ability." Hiss. The other 7 people sucked in a breath of cool air and were stunned at the same time when they saw that Wu Hao had been lightly and seriously injured by the other party. This was Wu Hao. Wu Hao, the leader of the 4th grade. Wu Hao who awakened the legendary great weapon spirit Round Moon Blade. Surprisingly, he couldn't resist a shot from the other side? Their horrified gazes fell on the Barrett in Li Luo's hand, their hearts were amazed. Isn't this a hot weapon? How could it have so much killing power? While everyone was fuming, Li Luo swept his gaze over the other 7 people like a torch, with an extremely strong sense of oppression in his gaze. He coldly grunted. "Any of you who want to step up, hurry up and come out, I'm in a hurry." He pointed around toward the 7 men one by one with the Barrett in his hand. However, the 7 people were all trembling, not daring to look at Li Luo squarely. Who dares to take the lead here? It's always been Wu Hao leading them around to bully others, they don't have that ability. Now that even Wu Hao was put down with a single shot, they definitely didn't dare to mess around. People aren't stupid or foolish. Knowing that this person can't be messed with, if you have to go and mess with it, that's just looking for death. At this time, Zhou Pai stood out with a big grin and mocked, "What class are you guys? To actually dare to rob my big brother's things, living out of patience." After saying that, he turned his head to look at Li Luo and, "Big brother, let's go, we still have to go and practice, don't be so familiar with them." He patted Li Luo's shoulder and advised. He was worried that these people would piss Li Luo off, and by then all of them would have to lie here, with no one to send to the hospital. If someone died, it wouldn't be too easy to deal with. Li Luo turned around and left without looking back, saying, "I'm Li Luo from the Magic City 3rd Middle School, if you guys want to get back, just let your horses come over." Finished speaking. He took a big stride and left in style. And Xia Qingyue, Zhao Chen, and Zhou Pai immediately left with him. However, before leaving, they also gave their names. Me, Xia Qingyue from Magic City 3rd Middle School. I, Zhao Chen from Mordor 3rd Middle School. Me, Zhou Pai from Mordor 3rd Middle School. Wu Hao, who was lying on the ground, trembled with excitement when he heard these names, spitting blood out of his mouth and moaning in pain. Quickly!
Send me to the hospital, I'm dying. The moment.
Wu Hao truly felt the shadow of death, and truly feared that guy with a Barrett in his hand from the bottom of his heart.
Suddenly,
he muttered, as if remembering something,
could it be that the person who sniped and killed the level 10 golden three-headed serpent one by one earlier, was him?
He twisted his head to look at his nervous teammates beside him and,
what are you waiting for? Get me to the hospital now. Chapter 18, Legendary Enchantment, All Things Shocked Back. Alright, we'll carry you out.
Wu Hao's teammates acted with their hands and feet. They couldn't help but feel their scalps numb as they looked at the shocking wound on Wu Hao's chest.
This was too scary.
One must know that cultivators with artifact spirits had a significantly different ability to resist a punch than normal people. If an ordinary person were to receive such a shot, he would surely die on the spot, and it would be impossible for him to survive. Wang Yi and Wu Hao, who have the spirit of the weapon. Also including Zhang Yang from Mordor First High School, all three of them had taken a shot from Li Luo, but all of them were seriously injured, not to the point of death. But if Li Luo was aiming at their heads, the result would have been different, 100% perished on the spot.
With Li Luo's current strength, I'm afraid that only cultivators of a higher rank would be able to resist.
It was well known. Cultivator body hardness equals artifact spirit quality artifact spirit fit. At this moment, Wu Hao regretted. Damn it, old me is really lusting for profit, greed overcomes reason. Knowing that this guy can kill a level 30 legendary stone python, I'm damn well going to pick up the slack.
Grass. I'm such a retard. Right now, my level is only 5.
With this injury, I guess I'll have to recuperate for 3 to 5 days, and my level is probably going to fall behind considerably.
Regret was written all over his face. All around him his teammates were talking. Brother Hao, this Barrett in Li Luo's hand should be an artifact spirit, right? Isn't he the guy who killed the level 10 gold three-headed snake in the previous video?
The odds are that it's him. We can't even kill a level 10 three-headed snake right now, yet he's already killed a level 30 legendary stone python. What a pervert.
This kind of person really can't be messed with. Brother Hao, we all warned you. Black lines rose from Wu Hao's forehead. Shut up.
Beyond the canyon. Li Luo suddenly stopped and took out the purple gold-colored enchantment scroll to check it out. Zhou Pai and the others stopped their steps with it.
Whoa, purple gold enchantment scroll, so rare.
Xiao Qingyue on the side jumped and crossed her eyes, very interested in the enchantment scroll in Li Luo's hand.
Zhao Chen next to him also had a fiery gaze.
Because he had said before that those who had the qualification for priority purchase, if it wasn't suitable for him, then it would be a different story.
All three of them stared at Li Luo with unblinking eyes. While Li Luo's face showed surprise.
Gun out like a dragon, purple and gold level enchantment, used for long spear type weapon spirit enchantment. After the enchantment, a little cold aura arrives first, then the gun comes out like a dragon, sweeping across the land and greatly increasing its power. He twisted his head to look at Zhao Chen, who had a fiery gaze on him. I have to say, Zhao Chen, your luck thief pulls well. This is a purple gold level enchantment suitable for lance type artifact spirits. Your Fong Tian painted halberd should be able to use it. Zhao Chen immediately became excited at the words.
Really?
His eyes widened, and great joy filled his eyes. He had been searching for a suitable gold-ranked enchantment for a long time and had never found one, but now he had actually found a purple gold-ranked enchantment.
This was too lucky, wasn't it? He couldn't help but ask, Leroy, can I see it?
Sure. Li Luo handed the purple gold enchantment scroll to Zhao Chen. There was no worry that Zhao Chen would take the scroll directly. Because everyone had just seen what happened to the one called Wu Hao, currently in this secret realm, he believed that he was the battle ceiling. At this time, he himself began to check out the System Mall's legendary great enchantment, everything shocked back. Now that he had 55 years of life expectancy, he could completely exchange 50 years of life expectancy for the legendary grade, all things shock retreat. The main reason was that the effect of this enchantment was just too useful to him. If he had this, everything shocked back, enchantment before, he wouldn't have had to pull away too far, and would have been done with the stone python.
Redemption.
Li Luo did not hesitate to redeem the everything shocked back legendary great enchantment scroll. Immediately afterward, he turned around and quietly used up this enchantment scroll.
The next second,
there began to be a vague surge of light above his Barrett again, but it didn't seem too noticeable. Seeing that he still had 5 years of life left, Leroy couldn't help but wonder. It seems that he has to speed up the acquisition of lifespan, otherwise it won't be enough. With the everything shocked back enchantment, he was completely unafraid of those sudden monsters getting close. Because they had absolutely no chance to get close. He raised the corners of his mouth in an unobtrusive manner and turned his head to the others. He found that at this moment, Xiao Qingyue and Zhou Pai were all gathered around Zhao Chen carefully examining the guns out like dragons enchantment scroll. The three of them had shock in their eyes. After all, gold-level enchantments on the market were precious enough. Now that he saw a purple gold-level enchantment with his own eyes, he definitely had to take a good look at it.
Zhao Chen swallowed nervously and, Li Luo, how much do you plan to sell this purple gold enchantment scroll for? Li Luo held his chin in thought. This purple gold grade enchantment scroll on the market was at least from 20 million, the auction was estimated to go higher. Maybe it can reach 25-30 million. Just as he was hesitating, Zhao Qin took the initiative to speak. Li Luo, let me make a direct offer, a single price of 30 million, what do you think? Alright, cool guy, transfer the money to me when you leave the secret realm. Li Luo also agreed dryly. The auction might have a chance to go higher, but it was also going to get eaten up with a big wave of fees, and it didn't really seem like it would go much higher. And it was promised before that Zhao Chen would have first dibs on the purchase. Not to mention that people didn't press the price. It would be a bit unkind not to sell to him. Seeing that business was close, Zhao Chen couldn't wait to say to Li Luo, then I can use this enchanting scroll? Suit yourself. Li Luo was full of concern. Zhao Chen was delighted at his words and immediately used off the purple gold enchantment scroll. In an instant, the purple gold square heavenly halberd in his hand immediately began to surge with purple gold light. Nice! 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 Zhao Chen muttered in delight. At the same time, he waved the domineering purple gold-colored Fengtian paint halberd in his hand with a tiger-like appearance. A faint purple golden dragon shadow surged and wandered on the surface of the square heavenly painted halberd, and a slight sound of a dragon's roar could be faintly heard. It could be seen from the suppressed smile on Zhao Chen's face. He was very satisfied with this purple gold enchantment scroll. Seeing the envious Zhou Pai on the side, Li Luo patted him on the shoulder and, Guapi, what are you looking at with a straight face? You'll have an endless supply of enchantment scrolls in the future. Right, big brother is right. Zhou Pai immediately came back to his senses. In his opinion, Li Luo was now a walking warehouse of enchantment scrolls, and in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about enchantment scrolls at all. The only one who was a bit unhappy was Xia Qingyue. She stared at Li Luo with regret on her face and, it's a shame I can't use this enchantment scroll. Li Luo, next time if I find a high-level monster, will you help me too? The price is negotiable. As long as the price is good, anything can be messed with. Leroy said absently. Is there any need to think about things like killing monsters? Killing monsters could gain longevity, and as long as he was told the address, he himself would take the initiative to kill monsters. Especially now. After his enchanted Barrett had the everything shocked back enchantment, common monsters couldn't threaten him at all. Thinking about this, with a twinkle in his eye, he fired suddenly towards a large tree not far away. Bang! A low and domineering sound rang out. In an instant, that big tree was then blown apart at the waist, and at the same time, it was also shaken back by a mysterious shockwave that was several meters away. Hiss! Li Luo sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This shocking repulsion effect was awesome. Chapter 19, 80,000 words in the world, only the word love hurts the most. Li Luo was secretly happy in his heart. Ha! Big brother, this Barrett of yours seems to have become powerful again and again? Zhou Pai saw the large tree being shaken back by the mysterious shockwave and stared at the Barrett in Li Luo's hand in surprise. There was a flash of wisdom in his eyes. Just kidding, do you know what epic is? Li Luo smiled mysteriously. No idea. Zhou Pai shook his head nervously. He was indeed a bit puzzled by Li Luo's Barrett artifact spirit that opened with an enchantment. And he had also been puzzled as to why Leroy's Barrett came with the infinite bullet attachment, which should be very advanced. He guessed if this was a characteristic of a hot weapons artifact spirit. Xia Qingyue, who was next to him, also looked at Li Luo with surprise. Li Luo, don't waste your time, I'll take you to hunt that level 15 flame wolf, there are about 30 to 40 of them, you can handle it, right? Piece of cake, lead the way. Leroy gently rubbed the Barrett in his hand as if he was caressing a beloved toy. There were only 30 to 40 flaming wolves in the area, so a burst was all that was needed. Zhao Chen, who was next to him, suddenly opened his mouth. Inside A. My purpose has been achieved, so I won't rub experience anymore, I'm going to find my teammates now. He looked at Li Luo seriously and said, don't worry, I'll transfer money to you immediately when I leave the secret realm at night. Li Luo nodded, okay. Xia Qingyue was 2 million, Zhao Chen was 30 million, which totaled to 32 million. It was too easy for him to make money now. Right now he's not short on money, only on life, with only 5 years left to live, but that's not a hard problem to solve. After a brief communication, Zhao Chen left the team and went in search of his teammates. Although he still wanted to dabble in experience, he didn't want to dabble in experience because he had his own considerations. He needed to fight, he needed to grind, he needed to grow on his own, and he knew that strong people came out of killing. He was already happy to have just been able to dabble in level 2 experience. That meant he was further ahead of the starting line than anyone else. Let's go, Leroy. Xia Qingyue waved to Li Luo and, that flame wolf's lair is in the southwest direction of the secret realm, in a small valley, we saw it from afar on the valley before. Finished speaking. She then accelerated her steps and walked lightly in a southwestern direction. The agile and fluttering figure was like a dancing elf, with black hair like a waterfall, slender and elegant, delicate and moving. Li Luo and Zhou Pai followed closely behind. Joe Pai whispered to Li Luo as they walked. Big brother, look at Xia Qingyue who has a face value, a figure, and a family history, why don't you accept her? Li Luo raised his eyebrows slightly, meaningfully. There are 80,000 words in the world, only the word love hurts the most, Guapi, I hope you don't understand this. A trace of inexplicable melancholy flashed through Li Luo's gaze. Between the words, he couldn't help but reminisce. The love in his last life was pure campus love, but campus love was too fragile. Once there was not enough material foundation to support it. Innocent love is like a castle in the air, as well as the moon and the mirror flowers in the water. Simply cannot withstand the wind and rain, a touch on the broken. Seeing Li Luo's thoughtful expression, Joe Pai wondered, big brother, you get it again? Li Luo came back to his senses. Of course I understand, the novels I read are all written like this. My personal experience that can still be false? These words resounded in Leroy's heart. TSK, fiction is fiction, reality is reality, you can't mix them up. Instead, Joe Pai acted as if he knew it well. He continued. That love in the novels I read, the sugar sprinkled can sweeten a person to death. You should know that fairy tales are all lies. Leroy admonished. Joe Pai, however, was not amused. I don't believe in it, I just believe that there is pure love in the world, and I want to have a piece of it. Xia Qingyue, who was in front of her, suddenly stopped in her tracks and, what are you two muttering behind? Joe Pai immediately explained, nothing, you continue to lead the way. Xia Qingyue half convinced, is that so? How come I seem to have heard you guys say something about pure love? Joe Pai stammered. Well, I'd say I'm a pure love warrior myself. Put. Xia Qingyue didn't hold back her proof of laughter. You? Still a pure love warrior? Then do you want me to introduce you to one? Shupi's eyes immediately lit up and, really? Really? Xia Qingyue waved her small hand, of course it's true, I have a lot of resources around me. That's a good feeling. Joe Pai Fly rubbed his hands together. Sighed. Li Luo reminded meaningfully, Guapi, it's not that I'm hitting you, you have to think about what makes people like you. Is it that you're tall? Is it your wealth? Or are you handsome? A sentence directly gave Joe Pai dry clueless in place. Joe Pai touched his head to think for half a day, hard to think out even one reason, immediately emo. Hey, Li Luo. Xia Qingyue's gaze lingered on Li Luo's face and retorted, everyone always has his flashpoint, you can't hit people like that. What blow? Leroy rambled, I just thought recognizing reality would lessen the damage done. Xia Qingyue said, unimpressed. Che, what recognize reality is not realistic, love is love, hate is hate, which so much consideration. Hearing this sentence, Li Luo's gaze moved slightly and he fell silent. Let's not talk about this, you two hurry up and follow me, upgrading is important now. Xia Qingyue beckoned to the two. Li Luo, who was in deep thought, carefully experienced the words Xia Qingyue just said while walking. To love is to love, to hate is to hate, where's the consideration? Seems like. Makes some sense? Time passes slowly. 1 hour later. Li Luo's trio finally arrived on a small valley. Li Luo looked around. There were indeed 34 huge wolves with fiery red color all over their body in the middle of the valley, with a huge size comparable to an adult buffalo. The reason they were called bizarre monsters was because of the bizarre mutations that had occurred. The body is as hard as steel, and it is difficult to be injured by ordinary knives and guns. Even ordinary bombs and hot weapons are just tickling to them. While Leroy was observing, Xia Qingyue approached Li Luo's side and asked, in a low voice, Li Luo, this group of dwelling monsters involves the whole body, are you sure? Li Luo smiled mysteriously and didn't answer. He directly raised the Barrett that emitted a terrifying aura and shot at the flaming wolves in the valley. Bang 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 bang. A thunderous explosion instantly resounded throughout the valley. Black streams of bullets continuously exploded on the flame wolf that was caught off guard. As the bullets exploded, the mysterious shockwave fired again, causing great damage once again. The flaming wolf that was hit perished instantly. The damage exploded, almost one shot at a time. Ow, ow, ow. The other flame wolves that reacted immediately showed their teeth and rushed towards the direction where Li Luo was. There was intense anger in the fiery red eyes. Seeing 1 or 20 flame wolves madly rushing out. Xia Qingyue and Joe Pai were slightly flustered, both of them took out their weapons and stood on guard. Joe Pai was both nervous and excited. Damn, come on, I just messed up the gold enchantment, I haven't tried the power yet. He gulped and swung the red tassel in his hand violently. His mouth was arrogant, but his body was trembling. Xia Qingyue was not idle either and stood staunchly on Li Luo's side, holding the bright moon sword in a poised position, preparing to fight the approaching flame wolf. However, they were both disappointed. Any flaming wolves that were about to lean forward were all shaken back by Li Luo's black flowing bullets and killed one by one. Not a single flame wolf could run to them. Joe Pai gave a strange laugh and, Rub. Big brother, you're not giving me a chance to perform. Chapter 20. Knowing that there is a tiger in the mountain, not going to know that the mountain. A chance to perform? Good, I'll save it for you next time. Leroy habitually blew the faint white smoke from the Barrett's muzzle. Okay, big brother. Joe Pye hemmed and hawed, ouch, big brother, I don't know that I've reached level 15. He excitedly shook the red tasseled spear in his hand, happy as a 200-pound child. Oh? Li Luo sniffed and immediately checked his leveling situation. Without a doubt, his level had also reached level 15. The wave of flame wolves he had just killed totaled 41, and he gained a lifespan of 16.4 years. A level 15 normal flame wolf gains 0.4 years of lifespan. Together with the few monsters he had just killed on his way to catch up, he had gained a lifespan of 17.5 years. His remaining lifespan amounted to 22.5 years. On the contrary, Barrett's artifact Spirit's Fit, LV 132% has grown by the same amount. Next to her, Xiao Qingyue looked at Li Luo with a smile on her face. Li Luo, great, my level directly reached level 10 from level 7. She blinked her crescent moon eyes and, that means I've gone from level 5 to level 10 in less than 3 hours since I've been with you. Such a fast upgrading speed made Xiao Qingyue very surprised. Li Luo rippled and reminded that, cherish it, you paid $2 million for it, it's not for nothing. He took out his cell phone to check the time and, it's 3 p.m. There are 3 hours left, and I'll be off at 6 o'clock sharp. Xiao Qingyue was stunned. Is this appropriate for you? I spent $2 million to buy your time for 1 day, and it turns out to be just 6 hours from 12 to 6? Leroy laughed lightly. Didn't you rub off on the experience of that stone python as well? Consider it an offset. Xiao Qingyue raised her eyebrows and, well, that's true. It was while several people were talking. The sky suddenly became cloudy. The three of them immediately looked up, and a giant bird with fiery red flapping wings appeared in the sky. Joe Pye was the first to exclaim, big brother, there's a giant monster bird in the sky, this mustn't be bigger than an elephant? Xiao Qingyue's face changed slightly and, this seems to be a level 30 legendary red flame bird, let's quickly hide, this strange bird eats people one bite at a time, and its claws are sharp as hell. Finished speaking. Xiao Qingyue began to look for cover to prepare to hide, and Joe Pye was similarly looking for cover. Red flame bird, legendary level monster. Li Luo remembered that there was information about it in his high school textbook. Body like an elephant, reddish red, body as hard as steel, has a purple and gold enchantment, body as light as a swallow, ordinary artifact spirit cultivators are hard to fight against. Its maneuverability coupled with the fact that it can fly. It caused countless cultivators to have an extreme headache, and even bow-type artifact cultivators had a headache because it was too difficult to hit the vitals and to kill. Once the red flame bird went on a rampage, it would launch a high-altitude dive and attack frantically. Its sharp claws could easily tear apart ordinary artifact spirit cultivators. The most effective way to deal with it at the moment was to hide. So after Joe Pye and Xiao Qingyue saw the red flame bird, they instinctively tried to hide. Joe Pye urged once again that, big brother, quickly hide, it will be troublesome if you are discovered. I say, can you two be a little out of your depth? Li Luo teased with a smile, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Qingyue and Joe Pye who had a nervous face. With a calm expression, he directly lifted the Barrett and aimed at the red flame bird that was thousands of meters above in the sky. On this guy's body, there's a purple gold level enchantment. Joe Pye had a stunned look on his face. Big brother, this red flame bird can be far too flexible than that bulky stone python, are you sure you want to mess with it? I'm afraid this is the most formidable monster in this secret realm. He carefully analyzed the red flame bird's fearsomeness. Bang! Leroy didn't say anything, but answered with practical actions. A low and dominating thunderous sound rang out, followed by a black streaming bullet breaking through the air. It was only an instant. The red flame bird at a height of 1,000 meters was successfully hit, and the Barrett bullets instantly exploded. The bird was hit by a mysterious shockwave and suddenly stumbled. It almost lost control and fell. A sharp and ear-piercing chirp immediately came out from high in the sky. Although Li Luo couldn't understand the bird's call, he could sense that the sound seemed extremely angry. Li Luo was unimpressed. What's the use of dry screaming? He once again calmly raised his Barrett to aim at the red flame bird in the air. Off to the side, Chupi was emboldened and, that red flame bird seems to have found us, big brother, are you sure? Xiao Qingyue was also slightly nervous. She spent $2 million to buy Li Luo 1 day to take her upgrading, but how did she know that Li Luo would dare to go on any monster? This flame bird is definitely considered an airborne overlord in this secret realm. If you are not careful, you are afraid that you are going to suffer from old age. Bang! Li Luo did not hesitate to press the second shot, the third shot, the fourth shot. Bang 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 bang! The red flame bird high in the air was completely frenzied by the attack and immediately swooped over towards Li Luo's position at breakneck speed. The sound was loud and unrelenting. The body was like a stream of light, frightening. No, big brother, this red flame bird is too strong, I have to avoid it for now. The heart-stricken Joe Pye immediately instinctively ducked behind the big tree next to him. This red flame bird rushing down like this, its destructive power must be unrivaled. Li Luo despised and laughed. Guapi, didn't you just say that you weren't given the chance to perform? Now that the opportunity is given to you, you're also useless. Zhou Pai immediately shook his head and, Big brother, don't joke. What I want is not this opportunity. I will run out right now properly. Will karma here. What kind of joke is this? It's not a wimp to know what's going on. If you know that there is a tiger on the mountain, then you don't go to the mountain knowing it. And Xia Qingyue, who was standing beside Li Luo in a nervous state, looked like she was going to hide or not. Li Luo calmly said, Don't try to be strong, you also go and hide. This red flame bird is given to me. After all, I still have credibility when it comes to receiving money. Xia Qingyue immediately nodded her head in a docile manner. Then you must be careful, don't be careless. She immediately ducked behind a nearby boulder, keeping her gaze nervously fixed on the red flame bird in the air. She couldn't help but shout that. Li Luo, pay attention, that red flame bird is about to rush down. Li Luo stared intently at the red flame bird that was swooping down at high speed, the corner of his mouth slightly raised with confidence. He muttered softly. I wonder if the shocking retreat of everything, coupled with this high-speed dive of yours, will kill you on the spot? Seeing the red flame bird that was getting faster and faster, Li Luo lifted his Barrett and seriously aimed at the rapidly swooping red flame bird. When the red flame bird was still only 100 meters away from Li Luo. It's time. Leroy finished muttering softly and decisively took the trigger. Bang! Barrett's low, dominating shot rang out. The black streaming bullet and the red flame bird's body that was like red streaming light instantly collided together. Boom! The bullet instantly exploded, and the body of the high-speed swooping red flame bird unexpectedly stopped instantly, and also shook back several meters. Li Luo clearly saw the red flame bird's chest instantly melting into flesh. Its scarlet blood immediately poured down, blood staining the sky. The red flame bird's body seemed to have lost control as its elephant-like body fell from the sky. Ding, congratulations on gaining a lifespan of 5.8 years. Hearing the sound, Li Luo confirmed that the red flame bird was dead. Suddenly, his gaze lit up, and he actually saw a purple golden scroll fall down from the red flame bird's body. It can't be a flight-type enchantment scroll, can it? Chapter 21 Purple Gold Enchantment, Tranquil Jump. Hurry up and take a look. Li Luo ran forward with a lively mind and took that purple gold enchantment scroll in his hands, examining it carefully. Ha! It seems to be not bad. Tranquil Jump, Purple Gold Enchantment, used to enchant living creatures. The enchanted person will have the ability to jump in a very strong manner, and their body balance will be greatly improved. Li Luo was a little disappointed, yet a little thankful. Although this wasn't a flying type enchantment scroll, jumping and prancing was also a very good stance enchantment. Especially for him. Flexible jumping and dodging can drastically increase his survivability. It was indeed unlikely that a purple gold level enchantment would want to gain the ability to fly, and all flight type enchantments had to be at least epic level or higher. Jumping sniper, great achievement. Leroy couldn't help but mutter softly. Li Luo, what kind of enchantment scroll is that? Can I use it? Xia Qingyue, who was full of curiosity on the side, immediately ran forward. Can I use it, but I don't intend to sell it. Li Luo decisively decided to use it himself. As long as it boosted his life preservation ability, he would definitely choose to prioritize using it himself. Ha! You're using it yourself? Xia Qingyue was a little disappointed in her tone. Don't the price is negotiable This is really not for sale. Li Luo was firm. Xia Qingyue raised her eyebrows. Then can I know what kind of enchantment it is? Are you so attached to it? Tensile jumping enchantment, it can improve dodging ability. Li Luo told him truthfully. Oh, that belongs to being a stance-type enchantment. Okay, I already have a stance-type enchantment, so I don't value it that much. Xia Qingyue's heart balanced a bit. Then, she cried out in surprise, wow, without realizing it I've actually reached level 12. The happiness on her face was unconcealed. This leveling up was too fast, wasn't it? She was already very satisfied with her current level. She was only level 5 when she entered the secret realm in the morning, and now she was actually level 12. The upgrade speed was simply terrifying as hell. I leveled up to level 16. Zhou Pai said smilingly from the side. As a pendant, he was satisfied. Now Leroy's place in his heart was in 2 words. Righteous father. And Li Luo checked his level and reached level 16. He knew that Xia Qingyue was able to level up 2 levels, and that was because the level was lower, and they only leveled up 1 level, and that was because the higher their level was slightly, the higher the experience requirement was as well. And the later the level requirements would get higher and higher. Li Luo checked his remaining lifespan, 28.3 years. Very good. He's happy with the current rate of life gain. Not too long ago there were only 5 years of remaining life left, but so soon he'll be at 28.3 years. The artifact spirit Barrett fit also reached LV1, 34%. Inventory finished. He used up the tensile jump, purple gold enchantment scroll. Then with a gentle leap, he unexpectedly jumped directly to 4 or 5 meters in the air, as if his body's gravity was substantially weakened. And when he landed on the ground was also flat and stable, light as the wind. Joe Pai immediately exclaimed, "Big brother, is this the legendary jump of 3 feet high?" Li Luo showed a smile on his face but didn't answer. Then he made a violent leap, and his body was surprisingly able to take off 10 meters in the air, and his body was very smooth. At the same time, he also casually fired a shot in the air, handsome as a batch. As his body fell, it remained smooth as usual. Leroy was overjoyed. "Very good, next time get a flying enchantment." Hiss. Even Xia Qingyue, who was beside him, sucked in a mouthful of cool air when she saw the tawdry maneuver that Li Luo had just taken to the air. She vaguely regretted a bit in her heart. Regretting why she hadn't convinced Li Luo to sell her the Tensile Jump scroll. The effect of this enchantment was really good, too. "Big brother, did you just say you want to engage in flying enchantment? But is that thing something you can just say you're going to get?" Joe Pai's face showed surprise. "I heard that there aren't many experts in the entire Grand Xia who have flying attachments. This thing seems to be at least an epic level attachment. Dreams still need to be had. What if we see a ghost?" Li Luo finished. Immediately checking his system mall, there was indeed a flight enchantment scroll. Angel's Wings, mythic grade enchantment, used for enchanting living creatures. After enchanting you will have a pair of golden angel's wings, able to spread your wings and fly. Redemption life, 5,000 years. Powerful is true, but so is kryptonite. Leroy's heart sighed with emotion. It seemed that he had to acquire more lifespan before he could do so. Beside him, Joe Peaching pointed to the bodies all over the ground and, "Big brother, now that there are no more monsters here, what do we do next?" Li Luo turned his head to look at Xia Qingyue and, "Xia Qingyue, do you know any other practicing locations?" Xia Qingyue thought for a moment and, "It seems like last night I saw a post that said that there is a large gathering place of slimes in the center of the secret realm, but there are also a particularly large number of people who go there to practice leveling." She looked hesitant. "In other words, there are a lot of people there, and it's easy to get into a conflict with other people about grabbing monsters." "Robbing monsters? Who can rob Big brother?" Joe Pai stood aside and laughed. Li Luo's complexion shifted and, "There's this place you said earlier, take us there." Xia Qingyue showed concern. "I'm just worried that there are too many people and too much trouble, and the slimes there aren't high leveled, only level 6. "Only level 6? Seems a bit low." Li Luo showed hesitation. The experience bonus of monsters at this level should be low. "But the number of monsters is as high as 4 to 5,000. Xia Qingyue reminded. 4 or 5,000? That many? Hearing these words, Li Luo's gaze instantly lit up frighteningly. The level was a bit lower, but it couldn't help the amount. Go clear the field." Li Luo immediately decided. Good, ha ha, big brother, clear the field to go." Joe Pai was excited at the side. He had a fiery gaze and, "When the time comes, I'll go and fight some level 6 slimes as well, or else my fit for this artifact spirit will improve very slowly." In fact, he had always wanted to find an opportunity to hone his combat skills. But there simply wasn't that opportunity. The monsters that he encountered were either level 30 legendary level stone pythons, level 30 legendary level red flame birds, or 40 to 50 flame wolves. There wasn't a single one that he could deal with. Occasionally, he encountered a few monsters that were suitable for him to fight, and before he even got close, he was lightly shot by Li Luo. Not a single chance was given. Now going to a level 6 slime gathering ground, that just happened to be the perfect place for him to hone his combat skills. With so many monsters, it was always possible to get a few to kill, right? The gold enchantment, Human Gun Unity, hadn't even gone on a rampage yet. After a brief communication, the three of them hit it off and immediately headed to the slime gathering place in the center of the secret realm. Leroy thought simply that experience wasn't that important. He cared more about gaining longevity. Even if a level 6 slime could only gain 0.1 years of lifespan, 10 would be 1 year, 100 would be 10 years, and 1000 would be 100 years. So 4000 would be 400 years. Ho 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 ho. Leroy couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xia Qingyue turned around in surprise and stared at Li Luo with interest. "Hello? Li Luo, what are you laughing at?" Li Luo turned back to his senses, his eyes turning slightly and, "Nothing, I'm just thinking that I'll be a little happy to receive a huge $32 million when I'll be out of the secret realm." "Big brother, does that mean we can go to a restaurant? You can add 5 eggs to eat noodles?" Joe Pai said longingly. Leroy's face shows contempt. "No interest, I'll take you to a seafood buffet at night." Chapter 22. Everyone here, I don't put them in my eyes. Holy, a seafood buffet? Joe Pai immediately jumped up and down in excitement. To him, this could have been a legendary food that he had never eaten. You know, the seafood buffet in this world was thievingly expensive. Because of the monster's descent hundreds of years ago, all transportation systems were completely paralyzed. The logistics and transportation between cities required quite a few powerful artifact spirit cultivators to escort them all the way to the city. Otherwise, they could easily be intercepted by monsters.
So not to mention seafood deliveries to coastal cities that are a long way away, that's even more of a struggle. That's why this seafood buffet is also expensive as hell, at $2,000 per person per unit. It's hard to afford to eat if you're not rich or expensive.
Yo, still eating seafood buffet?
Xia Qingyue smiled meaningfully from the side. She was a little surprised but not surprised. As a rich second generation, she would often eat seafood buffet. It's just that before she invited Li Luo to eat there, but he didn't give her this face.
Remember what he said at that time? A gentleman doesn't eat food handed out in contempt?
It was also Li Luo's this kind of mesmerizing persistence that made Xia Qingyue feel that there was an invisible charm emanating from this man.
Throughout history, those who could become great had backbone. So she was very optimistic about Li Luo's prospects.
Xia Qingyue playfully blinked her crescent moon eyes and,
Li Luo, I invited you to eat your seafood buffet before and you didn't give face to it. Can you treat me now? Li Luo gently shook his head.
Come on, forget about the people you eat regularly. It's not easy for me to make money.
You?
Xia Qingyue was slightly stunned. Just you still earn money is not easy. You just earned more than $30 million.
That's too stingy, isn't it? Xia Qingyue was a bit speechless to the penny-pinching Li Luo. Li Luo is as calm as water.
That's all from my hard work. It's pretty hard.
Ha? It wasn't easy?
Xia Qingyue looked at Li Luo in surprise. How could he say this?
Didn't you just take a sniper and blitz, and that was the end of it? It's not that easy. Then what was it called for those other artifact spirit cultivators who needed to fight desperately in close combat? Easy? Chupi pulled Leroy's arm and whispered.
Big brother, I'm still counting on people to introduce me to someone. Can you speak a little more politely?
Leroy swept a glance at Chupi in surprise and didn't say anything.
In his heart, he said,
Good boy, it looks like you really want to suffer in love.
Okay,
then you'll know what it means to have your heart broken.
Just don't cry your eyes out.
Time flies. Half an hour later.
The three of them finally appeared at the large gathering place of slimes at the central location of the secret realm.
Finally, we're here, let's take a look first.
Li Luo stood on a small hill and looked out. In front of him was a huge plain, with bushes almost everywhere, and countless light blue slime monsters roaming around. The size was roughly the size of an adult buffalo.
Densely packed and countless.
Li Luo also saw many students, who were in a frantic and fierce battle with the slimes at the edge.
Ha!
Li Luo found a detail. Judging from the students' uniforms, it seemed that people from every school would gather in the same area to practice. I wonder if there were any unspoken rules. And the location that the three of them were in right now was not where the students of their Magic City 3rd Middle School were located. It looked more like the gathering area of the students of the 5th Middle School of Magic City. While he was wondering, a chortling voice came from the,
Hey, what are you guys doing?
This is our Magic City 5th Middle School's practicing area. You guys hurry up and leave. Hearing the voice, Li Luo immediately turned his head to look. A figure quickly approached, and when he fixed his eyes on it, the other party was big and strong, and a golden wolf toothstick in his hand was vaguely surging with light. His threatening gaze swept warningly over the three Li Luo people. Suddenly, a hint of fire surged from his gaze towards Xia Qingyue.
Yo!
This chick is good looking. If you become my girlfriend, I, Gao Qiu, can make the decision to let you stay here with us to practice.
Hearing these words,
Zhou Pai, who was standing at the end of the trio, instantly stared at the fat man who called himself Gao Qiu with wide eyes in disbelief. In his heart, he said, Wow! This dude has eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts, hasn't he? How can you even mess with this girl? His eyes darted around and he unconsciously looked at Li Luo, realizing that he was surprisingly calm as water.
Really wondering, Big Brother is not angry?
Zhou Pai again turned his head to look at Xia Qingyue, only to see Xia Qingyue in the hands of the bright moon sword gently waved, expressionless, and,
Do you have the guts to say it again?
Gao Qiu looked at Xia Qingyue in surprise and,
Yo!
Still a little wildcat with a temper, then I like it even more. He chuckled. I mean, if you were my girlfriend.
The words hadn't even finished.
Xia Qingyue's exquisite face instantly and rapidly enlarged in Gao Qiu's pupils.
It was indeed stunningly beautiful.
But he also saw that the mighty sword in her hand seemed shockingly sharp as well.
He immediately subconsciously raised his wolfsbane to block.
However, the accident happened.
Ding!
Put! After a short exchange, Gao Qiu was stabbed in the thigh by Xia Qingyue's sword, and at the same time, he was kicked out by her fiercely, smashing heavily on the ground. With a condescending face, she said,
Humph!
Want to take advantage of my Xia Qingyue? Don't even look at what kind of goods you are? She stood in front of Gao Qiu, condescending, swinging her sword straight at her opponent's throat.
No strength, no looks, what makes you so confident?
Cough. Cough. Gao Qiu coughed lightly twice, lying on the ground looking at the blood flowing out of his thighs, his pupils instantly quaking.
He himself was actually knocked down by a girl in one round? And such a pretty one at that? He immediately couldn't hang on to his face and was furious.
Grass. So you guys are here to pick a fight?
He immediately turned his head and shouted, "Brothers from the 5th Middle School of Magic City, come quickly, someone is bullying our people here." Hearing the voice, those students of the Magic City's 5th High School who were in a fierce battle with the monster immediately stopped their movements and hurried this way. What? Someone else dares to cause trouble? Let's see which ungrateful person dares to come to our 5th Middle School's practicing area to look for trouble. Go go go, don't practice, we have to go and fight them off. Soon, 34 people quickly surrounded the 5th Middle School of Magic City, their gazes coldly gazing at Li Luo's 3 people. Among the crowd, suddenly a boy with a gloomy face stepped out. He held a tang sword with a surge of light in his hand, and his gaze slowly swept over Li Luo, Zhou Pai, and finally landed on the sword dripping blood in Xia Qingyue's hand. 3 bits? Why did you injure the people from my Magic City's 5th High School? In his tone, there was a clear hint of questioning and chiding. Li Luo slowly swept over the 30 to 40 people in front of him, his face as calm as water, without speaking. These people he didn't place in his eyes at all. But he wanted to see how Xia Qingyue would handle this. Xia Qingyue stared at the other party unhappily and coldly snorted, "Humph. What business is it of yours?" The eyes of the boy with the tang sword in his hand narrowed slightly. My name is Zhou Yuya, I am a student of the 5th Middle School of Magic City. You can also understand that I am one of the bearers of the 5th Middle School. He stared meaningfully at Xia Qingyue and, "This is the practicing area of the 5th Middle School of Magic City. I won't allow someone to bully our 5th Middle School of Magic City and still not give a statement." Xia Qingyue stared at Zhou Yuya with interest, saying, "Simple, this fatty took advantage of me with his mouth, so I taught him a lesson." Zhou also immediately looked at Gao Qiu with a questioning gaze. Gao Ko weaseled his way out of the situation. "I didn't say that, she's making it up, she just looks at me and then outright attacks me." Xia Qingyue, however, did not care about Gao Qiu's cunning defense, slowly walked to Li Luo's side and, "Li Luo, this person is to blame, let's go." Zhou also immediately waved his tang sword and said in a deep voice that, "Wait. The 3 of you want to leave before you've made it clear? You don't think too little of me, do you?" Li Luo backhandedly raised his Barrett and pointed it straight at Zhou Yuya. "That's right, I do not put you in my eyes, don't get me wrong, I'm not targeting you." He calmly scanned the circle of, "I mean all of you present, I don't give a damn." Chapter 23. Can I report it? Odd was killed by him. Yoo-hoo! You've got some guts. Zhou Yuya stared at Li Luo, who had a domineering tone in surprise, as if he had heard some kind of joke, and, "You mean that the 34 of us are for show?" Li Luo's gaze was calm and, "I don't know whether to pose or not, but none of you can stop me if I want to go. If you don't believe me, you can try." After saying that, he looked sideways at Zhou Pai and Xia Qingyu. "Let's go, time is precious," said the man. He then waved to Xia Qingyue and Zhou Pai, and the 3 of them immediately headed towards the uninhabited area where the slimes had gathered. Grass. Get on. Him. Seeing that the other party was actually so arrogant, Zhou also immediately beckoned to the people next to him. At once, 5 students, with artifacts in their hands, leapt forward and pounced towards Li Luo's trio. The angry gazes seemed to drown the Li Luo trio. Just as the 2 of them, Xia Qingyue and Zhou Pai, were preparing to meet the battle. Bang 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 bang. Li Luo turned around and was instantly shot out with 5 consecutive shots. Those 5 Magic City 5th High School students who were jumping in the air were instantly hit like a heavy blow. Their figures flew backwards. Spitting out blood from his mouth, he slammed heavily on the ground and groaned in pain. At this moment, all the students surrounding Li Luo's trio were all stunned in place. With their mouths wide open and eyes wide open, they looked at each other with unbelief in their eyes. This is too perverted, right? Some people came back to their senses and murmured in shock. "Ah, wash it. What the hell? Is that a Barrett? A hot weapon? Or an artifact? Is it the sniper playing guy who killed the level 10 golden trident yesterday? Ahem. Grass. Is his sniper so fierce?" Seeing this scene, Zhou also instantly froze in place, and his heart couldn't help but turn over in shocking waves. How was this sniper playing guy so strong? He instantly shot 5 bullets, and they were bulletproof, and what made him feel even more bizarre was that all 5 bullets even hit the 5 people's artifact spirits. But even so, it shocked the 5 into spitting blood from their mouths and flying out backwards. Then if the bullet hits the body, it's probably going to be a serious injury to start with anymore. Cold sweat began to break out on Zhou's palms as he gripped the tang blade. This person seemed to be someone not to be messed with. He scrutinized Li Luo's trio with suspicion. Judging from the trio's attire, they should be from the Magic City 3rd Middle School. The name Xia Qingyue, he had a bit of an impression of it, as if it was the bearer of the 3rd Middle School of Magic City. And this person with a Barrett in his hand, he also had a little impression, as if he was the expert who killed the level 10 golden 3-headed snake in last night's video. It was while Zhou was also entangled. Li Luo's trio swaggered away without any stops at all. "Zhou Yuya, should we leave the 3 of them behind?" the student next to him inquired. Zhou didn't look too good, either. "Stay? What are you going to keep?" Didn't you see that guy's Barrett damage explosion? I don't think I can handle it. So we're just going to have to suffer? Joe also said in a bad mood, or what? If you're good, you go? Others. Joe also looked at the 6 students lying on the ground. Hurry up and send these 6 to the hospital. Gao Joe grumbled, Brother Joe, just let it go? Fight back yourself if you're capable, I can't fight anyway. Joe also looked deeply at flustered Gao Qiu. Then he moved his gaze away to look at the rapidly departing Li Luo trio and fell into thought. He understood that strength was reason in this world. You can't even obey it. He wasn't going to be so stupid as to know he wasn't going to be outmatched and have to mindlessly jump out and mess around and then get slapped in the face. Wouldn't that be retarded? And it's not like this has much to do with him, it's all a ing mess caused by Gao Ko. Who knows if what Gao Qiu said is true or not? He would only choose to take a chance if it involved his Zhouya's own personal interests. The other side. Big brother, those 5 shots of yours just now, they're too handsome, right? Zhou Pai gave a thumbs up and, curious big brother, how did you manage to shoot 5 shots so quickly and still hit the target with all of them? Li Luo rambled. Nah, this is called talent. Zhou Pai shrugged his eyebrows in surprise. The way big brother said this, it's more or less a bit of a pretense. Li Luo lightly laughed and stopped talking. Beside, Xia Qingyue's eyes were getting more and more burning as she looked at Li Luo, a deer in the headlights in her heart. The truth is not concealed. She had just been teased by Li Luo's handsome maneuver. The adoration sprouting in the bottom of her heart unknowingly grew more and more. Unconsciously, the 3 of them soon appeared in an uninhabited fringe area, with only densely packed slimes hanging around. Slimes with sticky meat were ordinary monsters. Their active aggressiveness wasn't strong, but once they were provoked, they were rather manic. How can I put it? It's the same as Pinto's temper, he won't stop until he fights back. At the moment, Leroy's fiery gaze looked toward the group of slimes waiting to be slaughtered. The corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted up at the corners of his mouth and, attention, I'm going to start the slaughter. Xia Qingyue and Zhou Pai immediately nodded their heads, indicating that they were ready to rocket upwards. Suddenly, Zhou Pai greeted, Big brother, I'll also practice my red tasseled spear, so pay attention and don't hurt me by mistake. Don't worry. After Leroy finished speaking, he lifted the Barrett and started a burst. A level 6 normal slime, he only needed 2 shots to kill it. While it was true that the experience value gained wasn't quite enough, it was true that he gained 0.1 years of life for each monster he killed. This made Li Luo excited. Looking at the densely packed slimes, he was energized. Beside, Xia Qingyue and Zhou Pai also took their own artifacts and started fighting the slimes. Without comparing, it was a shock. Zhou Pai wielded his red tasseled gun and fought a level 6 slime, taking about 3 minutes before he could kill it. And Xia Qingyue's damage was going to be much higher. It took about a minute or so to kill a level 6 slime. But the two felt a deep sense of frustration after comparing Li Luo's terrifying speed of almost 1 slime per second. People are so angry compared to people. Time passes slowly. Time passes for the better part of an hour. Li Luo was like a killing machine, slaughtering slimes everywhere. Low and domineering gunshots rang out continuously. It attracted many students practicing nearby to come and watch, all wanting to see what was going on. When they saw Li Luo's crazy and merciless slaughter of slimes with his Barrett, all of them froze in place. I said what sounded so loud. So someone's playing Barrett? Pervert. Is this Barrett an artifact spirit? How can it do so much damage to a slime? If I'm not mistaken, it seems like he's 2 shots for 1? Damn, can you report it? At this rate, won't all the slimes in this neighborhood be killed by them? Then why are we still practicing? That's true, but which one of you can stand up to 2 shots from him? Do you dare to go and reason with him? That indeed is also not dare. When the time came to 6 o'clock in the evening, the sky was darkening. The vast majority of slimes near this leveling ground were all raided by Li Luo. The remaining slimes were all fighting with others. He didn't go to grab the meat in their mouths. But the meat in the pot was all snatched up by him. Chapter 24, So many complaints? What did he do? It seems like it's still a bit unfulfilled. Leroy looked towards the slimes that were fighting the people, and eventually moved his gaze away fondly. So far, he had reached level 25. That's right, level 25. Before and after, he killed about over 4,000 slimes. Although each slime's experience wasn't enough for him, it couldn't be helped by the sheer volume. In total, it allowed him to raise 9 whole levels. The total lifespan gained was 401.7 years, plus the 28.3 left over from before, just under 430 years. The artifact spirit fit also reached LV 176%. At the same time, Zhou Pai's level also increased by 9 levels to 25, while Xia Qingyue's level increased by 10 levels to 22. Great! Xia Qingyue was happy. She never dreamed that she would reach level 22 on the second day of the practicing period. This had never been done before in the history of the Magic City 3rd Middle School. This is a complete broken record. That's money well spent today. Some people are happy and some people are sad.
When Li Luo's trio left the place with a big grin, the other students practicing all became indignant.
One after another, they clamored to complain about Li Luo of the Magic City 3rd Middle School's openness.
They had all inquired very clearly.
The bearer of the Magic City's 3rd Middle School was not the school beauty Xia Qingyue at all, but rather Li Luo, who possessed the Barrett's artifact spirit. But what made them feel angry was Li Luo actually carried Barrett and cleared all the monsters from such a huge slime practicing site. This made it impossible for the others to play. Many people were extremely unbalanced.
Even if you are strong, you are still robbing our resources. Isn't this a bit too much?
This matter is a big deal.
Very quickly, the presidents of all the major colleges and universities were informed about it. Many of the principals called the principal of the Magic City 3rd grade school, Mei Jiechao, overnight.
Hello? Old Mei, can you control Li Luo from your school? He's a bit excessive.
Old Mei, our 6th middle school students have filed a collective complaint against your school's Li Luo.
Can this matter be dealt with or not? Old Mei, what's wrong with Li Luo at your school? It's affecting the balance? Old Mei, you have to give a statement here. Mordor 3rd Middle School, Principal's Office.
Mei Jiechao sat in his chair with a dismayed face as he kept following up the calls from the principals. It was really a case of people sitting at home and misfortune coming from the sky.
Why are they all complaining about Li Luo? What did he do to make people angry?
He immediately called the class teacher Zhao Ling to ask about the situation, but Zhao Ling said she did not know anything. He only vaguely knew that it was because of the matter of robbing monsters.
Robbing monsters?
Meyer shrugged his shoulders, super helplessly.
Whatever.
Li Luo is a dual weapon spirit, possesses an epic weapon spirit Barrett, and is the pride of my Magic City 3rd Middle School. No one can tell him what to do.
He blew his beard and muttered. Who said you can't rob monsters? You can't do this and you're still playing complaints? Coward. As long as no one died, then he doesn't have any problems.
Li San Renluo had just stepped out of the secret realm when Xia Qingyue immediately transferred money to him.
2 million Xia coins.
Xia Qingyue said with a smile.
Li Luo, keep your word, I'll transfer the money to you. You guys go eat seafood buffet, I'll go back first.
After saying that, she slipped away in a puff of smoke. As she walked away, she was full of excitement.
She had to go back to her family now to report that this distant rank was not ordinary.
As the saying goes, every family has a hard lesson to learn.
Even as a rich second generation, Xia Qingyue's family also has a difficult scripture to read.
Because her Xia family was a large family, many of her cousins had already achieved success. Not only were the awakened artifact spirits strong, but the enchantments they had gotten were also strong, and they were making a good living. The status in the family has also risen. Among the younger generation, it had great power of speech. As for her, Xia Qingyue, although the awakened artifact spirit was of the legendary level, it was far from enough, and if she wanted to have a voice in the Xia family, she had to become stronger. For example, getting a more top-tier enchantment and leveling up faster. Make your combat power stronger. The prerequisite for the continuation of a large family was that there had to be a constant stream of young people with great potential.
If there weren't enough strong people in the family, then the resources would naturally be coveted. If there is not enough beauty and not enough words,
then it is quite natural to be used for marriage, which also consolidates the strength of the family in disguise.
Xia Qingyue didn't want to go that far. Leroy and Chuppy sought out a luxury seafood buffet restaurant with a 5-star rating.
The beautiful waitress was passionate and,
"Welcome, what do you two handsome guys want to eat?" Leroy's eyes rested on the restaurant's billboard.
It's not that the 9,999 Imperial package is unaffordable, but the 2,999 Deluxe package is more cost-effective.
He raised his eyebrows slightly.
What's the difference between the 99.99 Imperial package and the 29.99 Deluxe package? The beautiful waitress enthusiastically explained that. The 99.99 package is not only eating seafood buffet, but also massage, chess, swimming, fitness, internet cafe, bar and other one-stop free services.
She reminded.
This package comes with a one-day package, so if you have plenty of time, consider the 99.99 package for full enjoyment.
Plenty of time? Doesn't seem like a lot of time.
Li Luo turned his head to Zhou Pai. "Guapi, my treat, which one do you want to choose?" Zhou Pai was flattered.
"Ha? Brother, is this something I can choose?" "It can." Li Luo didn't care at all. "Remember, dude is not bad." Choppy looked hesitant. "The 29.99 one then?" "No problem." Li Luo decisively agreed. This was actually what he was thinking of, as there wasn't enough time and purchasing other items was actually quite a waste. He was going to get a good night's rest and continue the fight tomorrow. For him, strength alone was everything. Still, he decided to leave that choice to Chuppy. After all, after 3 years of being his own little brother, it was only now that he began to have the opportunity to enjoy his blessings. Before that, Zhou Pai hadn't given him Li Luo a lot of support.
Even when he awakened the fishing rod spirit 2 days ago, Joe Pai also supported him to the end, even going so far as to offend Wang Yi for it. This friendship was still worth cherishing. After making sure, Li Luo turned his head towards the waiter and, "Give us 2,999 set menus, please." "Okay." Led by the waiter, Li Luo and Zhou Pei quickly familiarized themselves with the environment. Then the two of them started to eat a lot. What reserve? What elegance? None of it. High-end ingredients often require only the most rustic of eating styles. What the two don't realize is this. At this moment, the video of Li Luo killing the enchanted stone monster and enchanted stone python, as well as slaughtering the slimes, was spreading wildly among the major universities. This once again caused a great deal of attention from all the students. No one in the 10 middle schools in Magic City knew the name Li Luo already. The news of Li Luo's dual weapon spirit also spread around as if it had wings. After all, this was a dual weapon spirit. A rarity in the world. This year, there were so many people awakened in the 10 schools in Magic City, but only 2 people awakened dual weapon spirits. One was Li Luo. The other is called Zhao Xian, the bearer of Mordor's 9th middle school. His awakened dual artifact spirits were very strong. One artifact spirit was the legendary Great Golden Wisp Armor with strong defense, and the other artifact spirit was the legendary Great Green Dragon Crescent Blade with strong offense. Obviously, he was a heavenly pride who had gathered great fortune. Unsurprisingly, he would have the first choice of spouse among the major universities. At the moment, he silently looked at the video of Li Luo killing the enchanted stone python on his cell phone, and a strong shock appeared in his eyes. There really is something, no wonder Xia Qingyue favors him. Chapter 25, Giving Up on Guaranteed Transportation, Deciding to Take the College Entrance Exam. He slowly turned off his cell phone and eyed the distance. Xia Qingyue, since the last time I happened to see you, I fell in love with you at first sight. What can we do about this? Though I've heard that the person you're favoring is Leroy. But I, Zhao Xian, am not one to give up lightly. Then, play fair. Night. He looked up into the mists high in the sky with a deep gaze. Ding dong. Li Luo, who was eating seafood, suddenly heard the sound of his cell phone ringing, so he stopped moving and slowly took out his phone to check. TCH, Mr. Zhao is reminding to report the grade again. The message came from the class WeChat group, a reminder to report grades sent out by class teacher Zhao Ling. Many students began to report their grades. There were 5s, 6s, 7s, and 8s. But not a single one was seen at level 9 and above. Li Luo and Zhou Pai ate and drank their fill, smiled at each other, and reported their leveling information. Li Luo, level 25. Zhou Pai, rank 25. Once the message was sent, the class group, which had begun to fall silent, began to boil. Countless people quoted Li Luo's message that, "Is this true? It's all 25 levels? We're only at level 7 or 8, you're really going against the grain, I'm afraid you're crazy. Big brother, please take me, I've been good all the way." "Haha, big brother, someone asked you to take them." Zhou Pai laughed as he ate. "Oh, no way." Leroy shook his eyes and scanned through the class group messages, ignoring them. He remembered that when he clashed with Wang Yi before, these wallflowers fell very quickly. As I said before, yesterday I was the one you loved and ignored, today I am the one you can't reach. It's impossible to bring, even if you give money. Nowadays he has to score points for earning money. Not any money he will go to earn, lest he earn money to earn disgusting people. Suddenly, Leroy's cell phone rang. He curiously picked up his cell phone to check it, but it was the class teacher Zhao Ling's call. He immediately connected it, and Zhao Ling's voice came from the phone and, "Li Luo, Principal May asked me to ask you what exactly you did in the secret realm of practicing, it caused a lot of complaints." Li Luo was slightly stunned. Complaints? His eyes slowly turned, recalling what he had done in the secret realm. After organizing them, he informed Zhao Ling of all of them one by one. Zhao Ling, who had learned the details, was astonished. "That is to say, you injured Zhang Yang from Mordor 1st Middle School, Wu Hao from Mordor 4th Middle School, Wang Yi from our school, and 5 people from Mordor 5th Middle School? And killed over 4,000 slimes?" Li Luo calmly replied, "That's right." Zhao Ling froze for a few seconds and came back to her senses and, "It's fine, as long as no one dies it's all good. Principal May asked me to tell you that if there's any trouble you can talk to him." "Okay." Li Luo replied casually. Zhao Ling thought for a moment and suggested that, "Li Luo, according to this current rate of growth in your strength, teacher suggests that you can consider applying for a guaranteed admission to Mordor University so that you don't have to take the college entrance exam." "Oh? Guaranteed admission to Mordor University?" Li Luo was surprised. He knew about Mordor University. Ranked second only to the Imperial Capital University, it was the second highest ranked top university in Daxia, just southwest of the Magic City. The campus of the Magic Capital University was beautiful, and there were top-notch cultivators who served as actual combat teachers, teaching top-notch combat techniques. In addition, The school also has a lot of high-level enchantment scrolls, which are alternative scholarships. As long as one can successfully graduate from Mordor University, all of them are successful and famous. So Mordor University is the university that countless people dream of hoping to get into? It was only that before, Li Luo had not carefully studied the ways of guaranteed enrollment other than the college entrance exam.
Zhao Ling explained.
Right, bailing out is a way to advance to higher education without taking the college entrance exam. The advantage is that you don't have to worry about the college entrance exam making a mistake. The disadvantage is that there will be many fewer rewards. Li Luo immediately realized the crux of the problem.
Many fewer rewards? Like what?
Zhao Ling continued to patiently explain that. For example, there will be less of a sizable bonus, there will also be less of some high-level enchantment scroll rewards, and of course, there will be less of a chance to enter the secret realm of the entrance exam to hone your skills.
Li Luo immediately understood.
It didn't matter to him if it was less bonus.
Less advanced enchantment scrolls he could accept.
But less of a chance to enter the secret realm of the gauntlet to grind and kill monsters was not quite acceptable to him. What he valued most right now was hunting monsters. This was because he wanted to gain longevity and then exchange it from the system mall for more powerful enchanting scrolls.
As far as he knew,
the monsters in the secret realm of the college entrance examination all started out as level 30 monsters, with the highest level monsters having level 60. And the monster quality ranged from ordinary monsters to epic monsters.
He thought it was a good transition stage.
Teacher, forget about bailing out, I'm still willing to take the college entrance exam. After thinking for a moment, Li Luo decided to take the college entrance exam.
Why? Zhao Ling didn't quite understand.
Teacher Zhao, I think the college entrance exam is a good opportunity to sharpen my combat skills. I don't want to miss this opportunity, plus those rewards I don't want to give up.
Li Luo said as if he had something to say.
Of course he wasn't doing it for those rewards, saying so just gave him a better reason to refuse the bailout. Alright, Leroy, to be honest, your decision makes me feel a bit surprised. Usually when there is a chance to bail out you will choose to do so.
Zhao Ling said unexpectedly. Maybe I think differently. Li Luo laughed lightly. Is there anything else Ms. Zhao wants? No, you take care of your rest. Zhao Ling reminded. After hanging up the phone, Leroy tapped his fingers lightly on the table.
Regarding the matter of hunting monsters, he had actually thought about it carefully. He had thought about going to hunt monsters in the mists outside the city, but the monsters in the mists were weak and strong. It was possible to encounter a level 1 normal monster. There is also the possibility of encountering level 200 epic monsters. It's impossible to say. A level 200 epic monster was exceptionally powerful, and he felt that his current self should have a hard time dealing with it. Moreover, in the mist, the restricted vision was also a big trouble.
So he didn't want to take too many risks at the moment.
Big brother, were you just talking to Mr. Zhao on the phone? Zhou Pai held 2 crab thighs and stared curiously at Li Luo.
Yeah, Mr. Zhao suggested that I bail out of Mordor University. Li Luo's gaze fell on the crab legs in Zhou Pai's hands. It's rare to eat seafood, you eat more.
Good. Zhou Pai said as he ate, but big brother, I just heard you say that you're going to give up bailing out?
Yes, give up bailing out and take the college entrance exam.
Zhou Pai smiled. Also, to big brother you the strength, but also bailing what?
Directly kill all the way up on the finish. I think so too. Li Luo laughed.
Big brother, you eat too, we have to eat back.
Zhou Pai reminded as he ate.
Li Luo was full of concern. Don't worry, you can't eat back, just eat enough, there will be many opportunities in the future.
At this time,
Li Luo saw his cell phone screen suddenly light up, and it seemed that someone had added him to WeChat. He immediately checked the other person's note, Zhao Chen.
Yo, it's the god of fortune coming. Li Luo's complexion moved and immediately agreed. Just after adding friends, Zhao Chen sent a message to confirm. It's Li Luo, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'll transfer the money to you right away.
Soon. A huge sum of $30 million was transferred to Li Luo's account. Then, Zhao Chen sent out a message that
Li Luo, Shin Mingyue, the schoolgirl of Magic City No. 2 Middle School, wants to pay to find you to take her to upgrade. Do you want to take the order? Chapter 26, Legendary Great Enchantment, Eye of True Vision. Leroy pondered.
Pay to take her upgrades?
How much is she willing to pay? $1 million a day. And does she have any monster gathering spots or information on enchanted monsters?
Zhao Chen was quiet for a few seconds before replying, no. Then I'm sorry, I won't accept anything less than 2 million. Li Luo decisively refused. Now that he wanted to find him to take him to upgrade, money was a small matter, whether or not there was monster information was more crucial. If the other party had any monster gathering point information, or information on high-level enchanted monsters, even if the price is less, then it can be considered. After all, it's out of the way and you can pick and choose. Zhao Chen, okay, I'll reply to her then. Li Luo put his phone to rest and then looked at Zhou Pai who was gorging himself. Guapi, what's your dream?
Dream?
Chuppy motioned, his eyes glowing with longing.
I'm an orphan, what dream? The only dream is to buy him a 2-room hall in Magic City, and then marry a beautiful daughter-in-law, wife, and children hotbed. Shazy. Li Luo pondered. As far as I know, a 2-room apartment in this Magic City costs about $12 million. Yeah. Joe Pai laughed nervously. It's still pretty hard to realize, but take your time. Li Luo quickly picked up his cell phone and gave it a go. Guapi, I can realize half of your dream, just transferred you 15 million, enough for you to go buy a house. As for marrying a daughter-in-law, only you can toss it. What? You transfer me 15 million? Joe Pai stared at Li Luo in shock. Big brother, is this appropriate? What's inappropriate? Li Luo didn't care. Big brother, I'm officially taking off now. Making money is already a piece of cake for me. Joe Pai was agitated and his face was red. Big brother. Oh no, righteous father, then I will not be polite with you. Li Luo lightly laughed. You're still polite with me. He looked at the seafood on Joe Pai's plate. You hurry up and eat, I'm full. Just as Joe Pai was eating the seafood, Leroy leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed, checking out the enchantment scrolls in his system. Now that he had 430 years of life remaining, he was perfectly capable of exchanging other enchantment scrolls. It's a pity that epic-level enchantments all require 500 years of lifespan. A lot of the enchantments are attractive. But for now, it's still only possible to look at legendary enchantments. He checked it out as he picked it out. Suddenly, his eyes rested on an enchanted scroll. Eye of True Sight, legendary enchantment, used to enchant living creatures. After enchanting, the eyes will possess extremely perverse eyesight, capable of piercing through the general fog. Exchangeable life, 50 years. Seeing this enchantment, Li Luo pressed down the joy in his heart and secretly said, wouldn't this be super suitable for me? He now has a super sick long-range attack distance. The difference is in his eyesight. If he had perverted eyesight, wouldn't this be like adding wings to a tiger? The key is that this Eye of True Sight can also break through the general fog? Wait a minute. General Misty? Is there a different kind of fog? Leroy keenly captured this detail, pondering the meaning behind the words. Upon further association with the mists that shrouded the world, a bold idea popped up in his mind. Could it be that this mist was even divided into 3, 6, 9 classes? His eyes moved slightly as he thought carefully. There was no such statement in the information he had learned before, and nothing about the mists had been publicized. Only the Dacia government and military knew about it. Ordinary people only knew that the mists were dangerous, but they didn't know exactly how. Whatever. Leroy put those thoughts behind him and, you're it. He decisively exchanged the legendary great enchantment, Eye of True Sight, and looking at the enchantment scroll lying quietly in the system space, he slowly opened his eyes. Guapi, I'm going to the restroom. After saying that, he got up and headed for the restroom. After using off the Eye of True Vision in the toilet, in an instant, Li Luo felt that his vision was surprisingly good. The entire world was completely different. The details of everything unfolded to Leroy's eyes. He could see, in the mirror, his eyes faintly flowing with blue light. He walked to the second-floor window and looked out into the distance. Discovering that even a beautiful woman several kilometers away, the spots on her face he could see clearly, the same as the effect of bringing his own high-definition binoculars. Even better. This is too detailed, isn't it? Li Luo couldn't help but smack his lips. Moreover, he also realized that the mists in the sky seemed to be significantly lighter in his own eyes as well, and his vision was much clearer. Li Luo curiously peered up at the window. Every passerby, he could clearly see the subtle expressions on the other's face, pimples, freckles, blackheads. Li Luo frowned slightly and, the vision is clearer, but the world seems to be less beautiful as well. It seems that distance produces beauty is true. A few minutes later, he returned to his table, by which time Chupi seemed to have eaten and drunk enough and was waiting for him. Big brother, I'm full, let's go. Go back and rest. Li Luo waved to Joe Pai. As he walked, he was thinking about a question, whether or not to exchange legendary great enchantments for Joe Pai to use. Because 50 years of lifespan in exchange for a legendary great enchantment wasn't too big a price to pay. That's a life he can still afford to be kryptonite. But after thinking about it, he gave up on the idea for now. Because the legendary great enchantment was already an extremely precious enchantment, if Joe Pai couldn't keep his mouth shut, it might put the two of them in danger. And for the time being, Leroy didn't think he was strong enough to definitely cover it. Let's wait until I have strong strength. Li Luo secretly decided in his heart. Soon, the two of them returned to their dormitory to rest up. Leroy was bored and swiped through the news on his cell phone. Recently, the Law Enforcement Bureau has detected abnormal fluctuations in the mists around Mordor, and it is suspected that there will be some powerful monsters infesting the area, so please pay attention to the safety of the general public. Today, students from major universities, while practicing in the weird secret realm, a student named Li Luo was subjected to a collective complaint. In the process of protecting arable land and water sources, the Dacia military was attacked by a 100-level epic flying mantis, suffering heavy losses. Congratulations, this year in the major colleges, there are 2 people awakening dual weapon spirits, one is called Zhao Xayan, the other is called Li Luo. The Xiao military is in urgent need of fresh blood, otherwise the future will be difficult. Early the next morning, Li Luo and Zhou Pai once again appeared at the east city gate of the magic capital, ready to head to the weird secret realm to practice. Li Luo was carrying Barrett as usual. Chupi, on the other hand, was carrying a red rifle as always. The 2 of them stood at the east city gate of Mordor, quietly looking at the dense crowd in front of them. There was a lot of talk in the crowd. What's going on? Why are the gates closed today? Is it possible that there are monsters out there? The key is that the weird secret realm is outside the city gates. How can we go leveling after the gates are closed? That's right, we can't afford the delay. Big brother, it seems like there's something wrong today? Zhou Pai stood on a piece of step and looked out at the east city gate. Big brother, it seems like the east city gate is really closed? Li Luo's eyes moved slightly. Let's go up and ask about the situation. It was at this time. A clear female voice suddenly came from beside the. Hey, are you the legendary Li Luo? Shan Mingyue. Chapter 27, A Strange Change Happens. Flying Bat. Li Luo turned his head to look at the sound. What met his eyes was actually a beautiful woman with white skin and delicate face, who looked like she should be a student of a certain school. She was followed by several slender girls with similar clothing. At a glance, Leroy immediately felt a sense of relief. This was similar to how he felt when he saw Xiao Qingyue and a few of her teammates earlier. It seemed that pretty girls liked to bunch up with pretty girls. Leroy looked puzzled. My name is indeed Li Luo, and you are? My name is Shin Mingyue. I'm a student of Magic City Second Middle School. I asked Zhao Chen to communicate with you last night so that you could take me to upgrade, but you rejected me. It's you. Li Luo was a bit surprised. He didn't expect to be bumped into by this Shin Mingyue. There is one thing to say, this Shin Mingyue's face value is indeed also considered very good, and Xiao Qingyue has a spell. Only in Li Luo's eyes, the tiny pores on her face were seen clearly. More or less, it was still a bit of a scene stealer. Shin Mingyue stared meaningfully at Li Luo and, it's me, Li Luo, you really surprised me. I'm at least considered the school beauty of Magic City Second Middle School. There are actually boys who can refuse to take me for an upgrade? She carefully sized up Li Luo. I don't even give a chance when other boys want to take me, besides, I'm willing to pay for it. Li Luo looked calm and, I'm sorry, I'm a small businessman, the price for bringing people is not less than 2 million one day. If you know information about monster lairs or enchanted monsters, I'll consider it. This is still small business? It doesn't move a few million. Shin Mingyue teased. Then she muttered. Monster lair or enchanted monster info? She seemed to recall it carefully. After a moment, she shook her head helplessly. I don't really have this 1.5 million to consider? Sorry, no consideration. Li Luo shook his head and politely refused the other party. The current him wasn't that interested in money anymore. He was only interested in monsters. He beckoned to Zhou Pai. Huapi, let's go see what's up ahead. Shen Mingyue's gaze moved slightly and, Li Luo, are you wondering why the East City Gate is closed? Li Luo stepping away suddenly stopped and looked at Shin Mingyue. What? You know this situation? Shin Mingyue laughed. I just came over after asking for information. Anyway, everyone won't be practicing today. There was a hint of helplessness and annoyance in her tone. Zhou Pai asked in disbelief, huh? For what? Shin Mingyue pointed to the crowd and, according to those enforcers, a few powerful monsters appeared near the outside of this city last night, and they haven't been wiped out yet, so they need to be closed for defense. Zhou Pai had a stunned look on his face. How long does that have to be locked up? Shin Mingyue gently shrugged her shoulders. I heard that it has to be closed until the elimination of those monsters. I don't know how long it will be closed. There will definitely be quite a number of people who will be delayed in practicing leveling, affecting the college entrance exam. Her tone carried a hint of worry. Sometimes it's just one grade away from being able to take the entrance exam. Leroy sniffed and fell into deep thought. Unable to go to the secret realm to practice? Then wouldn't this time be wasted? I've been going up and down hundreds of thousands of dollars a minute. It seems like a bit of an egghead any way you put it. Li Luo frowned slightly, his gaze looking towards the 100-meter-high city wall. Big brother, what should we do? Zhou Pai inquired in confusion from the sidelines. Leroy shook his head and, how? How should I know? It's impossible to climb over the wall, hundreds of meters of bare wall, you can't even climb over it. It was at this time. Boom! A loud bang suddenly came from the sky, like the sound of a violent collision rang out. Then the voice of an angry, middle-aged man came out of the sky and, sinful animal, how dare you make waves? A voice was heard. The crowd immediately looked up, but realized they saw nothing. At once, the crowd began to murmur. What's the commotion? Is it fighting? Who knows? Probably a monster? We can't see much at all of what's happening in the mists hundreds of meters away. For a moment, the crowd began to panic and agitate.
Only Li Luo surprisingly saw a human figure fighting an unknown monster with black fleshy wings and a huge size in that mist high in the sky. The monster looked like a giant bat. And the battle situation is not good. The silhouette was clearly being suppressed and losing ground. It wasn't hard to guess that the sound from high in the air just now was obviously from him as well. But it seemed to be saying the toughest words and getting the toughest beatings. The figure had already been sent flying several times by the flying monster's claws, and blood began to spill from the corners of his mouth. That monster, on the other hand, was still intact. Leroy was considering whether or not to immediately shoot for support. But at that moment, the sound of a loud horn suddenly came from among the crowd on the ground. Law enforcement team notification, all unrelated people in the vicinity immediately take cover and hide, immediately, never show your head, let alone trespassing to influence our actions. The words fell. Everyone immediately began to flee and look for a hidden place to hide. Li Luo, who was originally prepared to shoot, was no exception, and he and Joe Pai hurriedly hid in a nearby alley. After all, the law enforcement team had just had a greeting not to trespass. So he planned to wait and see what happened. Big brother, looking at this situation, it seems like there's some kind of monster? Li Luo was still observing the battle in the middle of the high sky. There's definitely a monster, and I'm guessing it's a bit powerful. He was witnessing the figure being knocked out by the monster's claws once again, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. At this time, the sound of a horn sounded again on the ground. Attention everyone in the law enforcement team, that flying monster in the sky is about to be lured to a distance of less than 100 meters by Wu Chao. At that time, all long-range attacks of the law enforcement team will concentrate their firepower. The words just fell. Poof. A miserable scream rang out from the air, followed by a silhouette falling down quickly. There was also some blood spraying down in the air. The horn sounded immediately. Not good, Wu Chao can't hold it anymore, everyone prepare to catch him. Damn, it looks like this flying bat is stronger than expected. That monster is swooping downward to chase after Wu Chao. All long-range attacks from the enforcement team, attack immediately. We must stop its dive, otherwise Wu Chao will definitely be torn apart and eaten alive by it. Commands were heard one after another. Regardless of whether it was the people from the law enforcement team or the nearby students who were preparing to practice, all of them tensed their nerves. This was too damn much to make one's blood gush. It wasn't hard to hear that there were powerful flying monsters trying to break into the city right now, and the people from the law enforcement team were desperately trying to stop them. At this very moment, several people from the law enforcement team were holding bows and arrows or flying daggers or giant crossbows that were surging with light, and were staring at the fast swooping monster in the high sky. It looked like. That is indeed an enlarged version of a black flying bat. Exactly how big it was, its size was comparable to a large truck, its eyes were blood red, and it showed its teeth, which was extraordinarily oozing. Quickly attack! 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 The order came out of the loudspeaker, which was directing the enforcement team to launch a fierce attack to stop the dive of the giant flying bats. A stream of arrows, flying daggers, and javelins all flew into the air, shooting towards the giant flying bat. Ding! 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 The arrow landed on the giant flying bat and surprisingly did not pierce its skin. Much less did it cause any hindrance to the giant flying bat's dive. Grr, your attacks can't break defense. Wu Chao! Wu Chao! Can you hear me? It's over, Wu Chao is unconscious. Still only 20 meters away, he's going to be finished, who else can do it? The crowd of the law enforcement team was at their wits' end. Bang! A low and domineering voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 28 He, a student, kills the flying bat? At the moment the voice rang out, the giant flying bat in the air that swooped down at high speed was about to catch the unconscious falling Wu Chao. A black stream of light instantly struck its black fleshy wings. Put! Black streams of light exploded a fist-sized bloody hole in its wing, spilling black blood into the air. Moreover, the mysterious shockwave that suddenly appeared caused it to stall and jolt back several meters. Wu Chao, who was unconscious and fell down, was thus free from the clutches of the flying bat. Ha! Immediately, a voice came out of the enforcement team's loudspeaker. Who launched the attack just now? It's having an effect. Keep attacking. The others rushed to the ground where Wu Chao fell to catch him. Hurry up! Take action. At this point, the people in the law enforcement team were all dumbfounded. Strange, when did anyone in the law enforcement team become capable of delivering this kind of attack? How come it doesn't seem to ring a bell? The crowd looked at each other in puzzlement. Who sent out the attack then? How come I didn't notice it before? Who else is hiding a hand? I don't know, it's true that I haven't seen this kind of attack on the team before. It's just amazing. That seems like gunfire? A thermal weapon? I don't know, it's just confusing. It sounds like it's coming from that alley over there. It's not one of ours? That's really weird. The crowd was skeptical. Some of the enforcers hurriedly ran to the location where Wu Chao had fallen, ready to catch his body. It was at this time. Quack! The giant flying bat high in the sky immediately became angry because of the attack it had suffered. With scarlet eyes, it swung its wings once again and swooped down.
How can you let the meat in your mouth fly?
It was injured, but the impact was minimal. A fist-sized wound was just a small wound to the truck-sized it.
And so,
its athletic figure once again pounced on Wu Chao, who was about to fall to the ground, at an unimaginably fast speed.
Grass! It's rushing down again. Everyone, stay safe. Damn, this monster is so resistant.
The crowd of the ground enforcement team was shocked at the sight. At that moment the horn sounded again, "Attention all enforcers, prepare for close combat."
Hearing the sound,
everyone in the law enforcement team looked tense and on guard. It seemed like they were ready to fight hard.
Bang!
The low, domineering voice sounded again.
Immediately after that, bang, 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 bang. Successive concussive bursts of sound came out from the middle of the alley not far away.
At the same time, the flying bats swooping in the air were struck by a black stream of light and flew backwards in shock. The crowd of the law enforcement team all looked shocked when they saw this.
My hair! How does this weird attack still have such a strong knockback effect? It's a flying bat the size of a truck and it can be repelled?
The crowd looked towards the alley where the sound came from.
Who the hell was attacking?
While the crowd was curious, Leroy in the alley was shooting while walking out of the alley. Because of the limited vision in the alley, it wasn't convenient for sniping.
So he had to come to a place with an open view.
He walked quickly while holding the Barrett steady and kept shooting at the flying bats in the air that seemed to have gotten a little out of control.
Bang! 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 The low, jarring sound of Barrett gunfire resounded all around. It's Leroy! It's Leroy's gunshot!
In a narrow corner, Xiao Qingyuan muttered in surprise,
What a surprise, he actually shot!
She knew approximately that giant flying bats were high-level legendary-level monsters that were extremely difficult to deal with.
Luckily, it was daytime. If it were night, the bats would be much harder to deal with. And in the other corner,
the nervous-looking Zhao Chen was also muttering to himself,
that sound is familiar to me, it must be Leroy's Barrett gunshot. An unexpected look appeared on his face. I didn't expect that Li Luo would step in for a monster that even the enforcement team couldn't do anything about. He looked through the gap.
It was found that the flying bat was actually restrained to death.
He marveled, this Li Luo is too strong, isn't he?
The rest of the students who were hiding around were also very surprised. Many students exchanged surprised words.
Gunshots? Is that the sound of that Leroy's Barrett on the news? Sounds like it, probably is. Holy, this is too much, isn't it? How dare he disobeys the enforcers and shoots without authorization? Do you think he'll be punished? At this moment,
the law enforcement team crowd finally saw Li Luo, who had walked out of the alley and immediately stared with wide eyes.
This, surprisingly, a student? He's actually holding a Barrett?
They had an incredulous look on their faces, as if they didn't quite dare to believe this.
It was hard to believe that his artifact spirit was Barrett. It seems
that recently there was that one student who rumored that the were spirit was Barrett, and the news was spreading.
And at this time Li Luo
was launching a frantic attack on the giant flying bats that had gotten out of control in the air.
The bullets all landed on the opponent's wings. Bang, bang, poof, put.
The sound was incessant and resounded in all directions. Everyone in the vicinity heard the low, domineering gunshot. Soon, many bloody wounds appeared on the black fleshy wings of the giant flying bat in the air. As the number of blood holes increased, that flying bat's wings completely lost control and its body fell down towards the ground.
Boom!
The flying bat crashed to the ground with a loud bang. It stood up with red eyes, staring dead at Li Luo, who was still attacking at it continuously.
A glint of wisdom seemed to flash in its eyes. Then,
without hesitation, it ran up, dragging its injured wings, and quickly lunged towards Li Luo. It seemed that although its wings had been injured, it still seemed to have fighting strength itself.
At this time,
once again, the trumpets of the law enforcement team commanding the "Listen up everyone in the law enforcement team, immediately launch an attack on the flying bats, draw fire, and don't let the flying bats rush towards that young man." All the people of the law enforcement team rushed forward to stop the flying bat.
"There's no need for that. Dodge them all," Li Luo shouted loudly. "Ha? A great deal?"
The enforcer crowd froze and hesitated.
Was he planning to take out the flying bats himself? They looked at Leroy in disbelief.
However, they found that his face was full of confidence, as if he was completely sure of taking down this flying bat.
Li Luo raised the corners of his mouth and muttered to himself,
"What a coincidence, everything shocked back, enchantment is just right for this situation." He calmly looked at the flying bats that were running towards him. A mere monster, a complete piece of cake.
Bang! 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 Black streaming bullets kept landing on the flying bats' heads, necks, and legs. Soon, in the midst of the crowd's astonishment,
The flying bat fell to its death by Li Luo's steady stream of bullets, but until it died, it couldn't even get close to Li Luo. Ding, congratulations on gaining 16.8 years of life expectancy. Hearing the voice, Li Luo looked happy. This lifespan was really quite a lot. Seeing the flying bat die, the crowd of law enforcers were stunned. A student of his, killing the flying bat? Is this world so crazy? At this time, immediately, someone from the law enforcement team ran up and, "Young man, my name is Fong Gang. I am the captain of the 128th Law Enforcement Team. May I ask what your name is? Which school are you from?" Li Luo turned his head to look. The other party had thick eyebrows, a square face, a strong face, and dark skin. In his hand was a large silver horn. Apparently all those commanding voices just now came from him. "My name is Li Luo. I'm a student of Magic City 3rd Middle School. Chapter 29, Should I Say No? His face value threatens me." Fong Gang raised his eyebrows in surprise and, "Magic City 3rd Middle School? Li Luo? It seems that Mordor 3rd Middle School is full of talent this year. Is this Barrett your artifact?" Li Luo nodded, obviously. Fong Gang scrutinized the Barrett in Li Luo's hand. TSK, this is the first time I've seen a Barrett artifact spirit, so strong. After marveling at it, he stared at Li Luo earnestly and, "Li Luo, don't worry, I will definitely report the matter of you supporting our law enforcement team and get you a bonus at that time." Li Luo's expression twitched. "Oh? A bonus?" This was an unexpected pleasure. Curious, he asked, about how much of a bonus? Fong Gang was slightly stunned and pondered. "This is something I'm not too sure about, but there should be quite a few. After all, this matter has a significant impact, and all the students in Magic City are now delayed from practicing because of it." Li Luo took the opportunity to ask, "May I ask when the East City Gate can be opened?" Fong Gang's face was grave. "We'll have to wait for the notification. There are still powerful monsters infesting outside the city right now." Li Luo's eyes lit up. "What level monsters are they?" Fong Gang hesitantly said, "I heard that it's 200 level legendary monsters, a tsunami wolf and a hill hedgehog." Li Luo's eyes lit up and his mind came alive. 200 level legendary monsters, how much lifespan could be gained from killing them? Li Luo took the opportunity to pursue the question. "So roughly when will you be able to kill it?" Fong Gang shook his head and, "I'm not too sure. Last night during the night, the enforcers guarding near the teleportation gate of that practice secret realm were attacked, and 18 people were killed or injured at that time. Then experts were immediately dispatched to look for hunting monsters. A total of 3 monsters were found: the whistling wolf, the hill hedgehog, and the flying bat. Although this flying bat is only level 80 at its weakest, it can fly and is very troublesome. It's a good thing that it has just been killed by you and the other 2 monsters are still in pursuit." While speaking, Fong Gang's gaze once again looked in surprise at the Barrett with light surging in Li Luo's hand. The muzzle of the gun seemed to emit a haunting aura. He was curious as to what class this weapon spirit was. Surprisingly, it could deal damage to an 80 legendary flying bat, and although the damage wasn't too great, it was able to break defense. Curious, he asked Leroy about it. "What quality is this artifact spirit of yours?" Li Luo's eyes turned, "Epic grade." Fong Gang's face showed shock. "What? Epic level? No wonder it was able to break through the defense of the legendary flying bat." Surprised, a hint of envy appeared on his face. His own artifact spirit Round Moon Blade was only gold grade, but even so he could be a captain in the law enforcement team. He didn't dare to imagine Li Luo who had an epic level Barrett's artifact spirit. What position could he sit in the future? But it was certainly not something he could easily access, and it was probably already his greatest good fortune to be able to access it now. At this moment, the flying bats were successfully killed, and the scene was finally quiet. Those students who were hiding and concealed poked their heads out to look around. All wanted to see the owner of the deafening gunfire that had just occurred. When they saw Li Luo, who was similar to their age, they were certain in their hearts that this should be Li Luo, who possessed the Barrett's artifact spirit. "He's Li Luo? The guy who carries Barrett? Seems to be him. I saw the video last night. Time to say no, he has threatened my face value." Everyone didn't expect that Li Luo not only had outstanding strength, but his face value was actually quite online. Envy a crowd of boys. At the same time there were countless Mu Chang's girls with fiery eyes staring straight at Li Luo who was carrying Barrett. Secretly giving eyebrows. Li Luo is actually this powerful? The crowd. Shin Minghua stared at Li Luo in amazement. No wonder he dared to ask for so much as 2 million one day for bringing people to upgrade. With this powerful strength, are there still monsters in the secret realm that can threaten him? The answer was probably no. It is being done. The intercom hanging on Fong Gang's chest suddenly rang. "Fong Gang, this is Fu Jiang. I've just found a trace of the tsunami wolf, but it's too nimble for me to fight against. I need manpower support." Fong Gang immediately replied when he heard the voice. "Fu Jiang, this is Fong Gang, message received, I'll make arrangements." After saying that, he turned his head to Li Luo and said, "Li Luo, I still have things to take care of, so I won't talk to you for now. I'll go arrange for manpower to support my teammates outside the city." After he finished speaking, he headed towards the team of enforcers. At the same time, his voice came out over the loudspeaker and, "All enforcers assemble." The order was given. All the law enforcers who had just dispersed immediately gathered together in a hurry. Seeing these enforcers in front of him, Fang Gang frowned slightly. Their strength, he knew very well. For the 100-level tsunami wolves, they are not too useful. Just now they couldn't even break the defense of that level 80 legendary flying bat, and now I'm afraid they can't break the defense even more. How to support it? What a headache. Fang Gang rubbed his forehead in embarrassment. He could be sure that even if he went out himself, it wouldn't do much good. He himself was only a little over level 80. Moreover, the artifact spirit was only gold ranked, and although there were 2 gold ranked attachments, it simply wasn't enough to face the level 100 legendary ranked tsunami wolf. Or else we should ask the headquarters to send some experts over? While Fang Gang was hesitating, the intercom on his chest rang again. Fang Gang, this is Fu Jiang. I estimate that I'll be circling around for 3 minutes tops. I'm now near the secret portal of this student practicing realm. Hurry up and send someone out. Hurry up. Can't afford to wait. Fu Jiang's panting voice came out amongst the voices. And there were also some battle sounds mixed in. Fang Gang frowned slightly and immediately asked Fu Jiang about it. Fu Jiang, there are 3 of you in total. Wu Chao is already unconscious. And where is Xia Dan? Xia Dan? She's gone to look for the hedgehog on the hill. I understand. I'll be right with you. Fang Gang looked towards the assembled enforcers and shouted. Brothers, everyone get ready. We are about to leave the city to support Fu Jiang. He can't hold out much longer. Everyone must prepare for the worst. Fu Jiang is the expert group in our enforcement bureau, and the fact that even he couldn't hold out is enough to show how perverse the monster's strength is. He looked at the determined-eyed enforcers in front of him. In a firm tone of voice, But there's no way around it. It's our duty. We have to top it. I hope that all the law enforcers now go out alive and come back alive. Brothers, depart. Wait. Leroy shouted aloud as he took a big step forward and, Captain Fang, why don't you let me go out and try as well? These words came out. Fang Gang was stunned, his eyes staring at Li Luo in surprise. What did you say? You want to leave the city? Li Luo nodded his head. Yes, I should be able to assist. The enforcement team members were in an uproar. What? He's going out? That's a lot of guts. Even though he just killed the flying bat, there's a level 100 legendary tsunami wolf outside the city. Yeah, that tsunami wolf has great agility, much better than the flying bat's ability to dodge. Why is he going out? Could it be that he still wants to make a splash? If I were him, I definitely wouldn't take this risk and develop obscenely. Courageous, but too young. Fang Gang looked hesitant. How many levels are you now? 25, oh no, it's already level 26. Chapter 30. How many levels is this, Li Luo? What artifact spirit? Li Luo checked his level. He found that after he had just killed the flying bat, his level had risen by more than 1 whole level. He guessed that the nearby Zhou Pai should have upgraded as well. If he was the only one, he estimated that he would have to go up 2 levels. Level 26? Fang Gang looked at Li Luo in shock. If he remembered correctly, this was only the 3rd day of practicing, right? And this is level 26? This upgrading speed is too terrifying, isn't it? He remembered that he was only at level 7 or 8 on the 3rd day of leveling. His gaze fell on the flying bat that had just been killed. Indeed, all of them were able to kill this thing. Their strength must not be bad. Those monsters in the secret realm of practice, what could pose a threat to him? I guess a burst of mutations would be the end of it. Fang Gang thought it over. Alright, I'll take the liberty of letting you tag along. Leroy Barrett's bullets were able to shock back the monsters, and Fang Gang naturally knew that this could potentially be the key to reversing the battle. He wouldn't have considered taking Li Luo if he didn't take the initiative. Because taking a student with great potential to destroy monsters without authorization was a heavy responsibility on his part. But it was different when Li Luo took the initiative. Although it will also take the blame, but the nature is completely different, belongs to the initiative to see justice. Fang Gang turned his head towards an enforcer and, Zhang Knight, you stay and liaise with the enforcement bureau. We're preparing to leave the city to support Fu Jiang. Life and death are hard to predict. Tell the bureau to send more experts. It's a matter of great importance. Right, I'll take Li Luo out with me. If the top is harsh, I'll take the responsibility. Let's go. As soon as the words fell, Fang Gang immediately led the team out of the city, and the group was in a flurry of wind. Li Luo carried Barrett right behind him. Big brother, should I go? Not far away, Zhou Pai asked. Guapi, just stay here. Leroy didn't look back. The huge East City gate was opened a crack, and the team passed through the crack with great speed and disappeared from the view of all the students. The enforcer who stayed behind, Zhang Yi, then immediately contacted the headquarters to inform them of the matter. After all, it was still unknown what the outcome of their support out of the city would be. If the battle was bad, the Law Enforcement Bureau would definitely need to send another expert to deal with it before they could do so. Magic City East Law Enforcement.
Inside the office, Director Lian was very shocked after learning what Zhang Yi had told him. On the phone, he sounded surprised that, "What? Fang Gang brought a student with great potential to destroy monsters outside the city? Does he know that he'll be held responsible?" Zhang Yi answered truthfully, "Director Li, Fang Gang said he was willing to take the blame. But aren't those 3 monsters all advanced legendary level monsters? What's the point of him taking a student?" Zhang Yi explained. "Yes, but that level 80 legendary flying bat has already been wiped out, and it was wiped out by that student named Li Luo." "What? It was the student Li Luo who wiped it out?" Lian immediately jumped up from his chair and exclaimed. He immediately pursued the question that, "How many levels is this Li Luo? What artifact spirit?" Zhang Yi answered truthfully. "It seems like he's level 26, and the artifact spirit is strange, not an unusual cold weapon but a rare Barrett." "Weapon spirit? Barrett?" Liam fell silent. How could there be such an artifact spirit? In all these years, he had never seen an artifact spirit that was a hot weapon. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke again. "But even if that's the case, it shouldn't be possible for him to be a match for a level 80 legendary monster, right? He should have only awakened his artifact spirit no more than 5 days ago, right?" Zhang Yi explained. "But according to my observation, Li Luo's Barrett bullets surprisingly carry a shock return effect that can constantly repel the monster, which is why he managed to kill it, otherwise it was also hanging by a thread." "This way Lian pondered thoughtfully. "Good, then back to the topic, they are now going out of the city for support, right? Still need to send more manpower?" "Yes, Bureau Li, they just left the city. Fang just said that just in case, it's best to send some more experts to handle it." Lian immediately agreed that. "Alright, then I'll find some more experts to come over, and I'll also come over personally to see the situation. After all, it involves all the students practicing, and it'll be troublesome if it drags on for a long time." Inside the East City gate of the Magic City, shadows of other students began to come out from their hiding places one after another. One after another, they gathered around the dead flying bats to curiously gawk at them. TSK, such a powerful monster was killed by Li Luo, who is in the same class as us. It's really a bit unbelievable. Envious, he won at the starting line. What winning at the starting line? People Li Luo belongs now is lying at the finish line watching us play. That's awesome, it really can't be compared. The crowd was talking and talking. Joe Pai held his red tasseled spear and looked out at the East City gate. Big brother is so powerful, there shouldn't be any problems. While he was showing worry on his face. Next to him, Xia Qingyue suddenly appeared in front of Joe Pai with her teammates. She asked, "Hey, Joe Pai, Li Luo went out with the law enforcement team?" Joe Pai nodded, "Yes, went out." Xia Qingyue curiously asked, "Then aren't you worried that your big brother is in danger?" Chupi shrugged his shoulders and, "Big brother has to go, what can I do, and he's so strong, I don't think there's much of a problem." "That's true." Xia Qingyue beckoned to Joe Pai and whispered, "Come over here for a moment, I have something to discuss with you." Joe Pai touched his head, "What is it?" Xia Qingyue brought Joe Pai to a small corner. "Hey, Joe Pai, do you want me to introduce you to someone?" Joe Pai's eyes lit up and immediately nodded his head. "That would naturally be best," Xia Qingyue said mysteriously. "So how about this, let's make a deal, I'll introduce you to someone, but I need you to say good things about me in front of your big brother to set us up, how about that?" Joe Pai was stunned, his face showing hesitation. He did not expect Xia Qingyue to actually make such a request. This would have been a very easy thing to do. After all, Xia Qingyue was a beauty with a combination of face, body, strength, and family history. Which boy wouldn't it be as simple as eating and drinking for her to chase after? But Li Luo was really an exception. Big brother, what virtue he knows very well, seems to have never been in love with anything, but is just wary of women. It's like he's been hurt by some scummy girl. He guessed that Li Luo had probably read too many novels and gotten into the scene. "Hey, do you promise or not?" Xia Qingyue inquired the frothing Joe Pai. "Well, this is fine, but I can't guarantee the results," Joe Pai said with further hesitation. Xia Qingyue pondered. "Okay, in addition, promise me another small request." What other request do you have?" Chupi asked warily. Xia Qingyue seemed to smile. "If Li Luo has recently dealt with or come into contact with any girl, you tell me." Joe Pai immediately widened his eyes. "This can't be done, that's big brother's privacy, how can I say it?" Xia Qingyue was serious. "Hey, Joe Pai, you don't want your big brother to be abducted by a scum girl, right? Besides, I'm not asking you to inform me for free, I'll give you a sum of money every time you give me information. How much depends on the situation, 10,000 to start." Joe Pai hemmed and hawed. "It doesn't matter if it's money or not, the main thing is that I think you're still weirdly nice." He analyzed carefully. "The bottom line is that you don't seem like a scum girl to me." Xia Qingyue confidently raised the corners of her mouth and, "That's natural, let me ask you, has he been in contact with any other girls recently?" Joe Pai nodded, "Yes." "Who?" Xia Qingyue immediately pursued.
Joe Pai hesitantly said, the school beauty of Magic City's second middle school, Shin Mingyue.
Chapter 31. He actually doesn't need to change the magazine? The school beauty of Mordor's second middle school? Shan Mingyue? Xia Qingyue thoughtfully held her chin. What does she mean by the Shin Mingyue? I Xia Qingyue fancy people, she still wanna steal home not? She stared earnestly at Joe Pai. Tell me, what is this Shin Mingyue looking for Li Luo for? Didn't you just say that you are paid to get information? Xia Qingyue urged. Hurry up and say it, don't worry, it won't be less for you. Joe Pai laughed nervously. It's nothing, it's just that she said she's willing to pay to find her big brother to bring her upgrades, and there's nothing else. You call this nothing else? If you're not careful, you could get your home stolen. Xia Qingyue immediately regarded Shin Mingyue as a love rival and was wary. Shin Mingyue ah Shin Mingyue.
They're all school girls.
It's no fun if you play like that. She was concerned. How much did Shin Mingyue offer? Did Li Luo agree?
She was willing to offer 1.5 million a day, but Big Brother didn't agree.
Joe Pai shook his head. Xia Qingyue continued to pursue. What was the reason for the refusal?
Big Brother said to bring no less than 2 million one day, unless there is information on enchanted monsters or information on monster lairs, he will make an exception and consider it.
Hearing this explanation, Xia Qingyue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good.
She pondered in her mind that. It seems like we have to find an opportunity to declare the sovereignty issue, otherwise there will definitely be other beautiful women to hook up with Li Luo. She turned away as if nothing had happened.
No, what about the page you just said? Chupi was flabbergasted. Xia Qingyue quaintly laughed, keep the account first and end it monthly. Ah?
Joe Pai looked at Xia Qingyue's departing back in surprise, completely not expecting that this was even getting into a long-term business. He couldn't help but ask himself, is this appropriate? It should be. Not so much because of the money. After all, Xia Qingyue is not bad in every aspect, and the family background is still thieves strong. Big Brother does not suffer at all.
The key is, Big Brother, this disease must be cured. How can something as beautiful as love be seen as poison?
He was simply poisoned by fiction.
While Chupi was mulling it over. Bang! A low and dominating gunshot suddenly rang out from outside the city.
Then, the gunshots continued to ring out.
Bang, 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 bang. Ha! It's Big Brother making a move. Joe Pai muttered excitedly. At the same time,
the other students in the city heard the sound of gunfire and instantly realized that it must be the sound made by Leroy's artifact Barrett, who was on fire. They had just listened to it for a while, and it was too familiar to be true. So there was a lot of talk.
This Li Luo is so good. It's shooting again. Which school is he from? What quality of weapon spirit?
It seems like it's from Magic City 3rd Middle School. It's rumored to be a dual weapon spirit, an epic Barrett and a silver fishing rod. I guess the principal has to wake up laughing in his sleep. However, I also heard that there's a person named Zhao Xian who also has a dual weapon spirit, a legendary grade gold wisp armor and a legendary grade green dragon crescent blade? Yes, I heard that he's strong as hell as well. It would be great if they piked each other.
Outside the East City Gate. Bang, 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 bang. Leroy was continuously firing at the agile tsunami wolf in the distance. In his opinion, this tsunami wolf was not a wolf at all.
Instead of saying that it was a wolf, it was better to say that it was a giant saber-toothed tiger, with a size that was too damn heaven-defying.
More than 3 meters tall and 5 meters long.
The limbs were thicker than his thighs, and his body was unusually hard. The key was that it was also flexible. It was no wonder that Fu Jiang, who was over level 90, couldn't maneuver a few times at all. Just now, Li Luo had just left the city and saw the precarious Fu Jiang, who was almost bitten off by the tsunami wolf.
Luckily, he fired a shot in time and shook that tsunami wolf back. Fu Jiang was shocked and immediately stepped back.
He looked suspiciously at the crowd of people who had left the city to support him, and was extraordinarily surprised by the sound of the gunshot just now. But he had no time to ask questions, and shouted. Just that attack just now, continue. Don't stop. Although he was wondering when the enforcement team had such an outrageous attack, he knew that that attack was very effective. Simply maintaining the attack was enough to alleviate his predicament.
Leroy didn't have any nonsense either. It had been shooting fiercely at that tsunami wolf's thighs.
After about a dozen shots,
a number of ping-pong ball-sized blood holes appeared in the tsunami wolf's thighs, and the tsunami wolf's flexibility was greatly reduced. Seeing this,
Captain Fong Gang looked happy and said in his heart, great. His own decision was truly brilliant.
If he hadn't gone AWOL and brought Li Luo out of the city, it was estimated that his group would have to be accounted for here. But now, this 100-leveled legend-ranked tsunami wolf had one of its thighs injured so quickly.
This had severely affected its speed and agility. The key was that the whistling wolf had no way of charging over to pounce on Li Luo, as it kept getting shaken back by Barrett's bullets.
He was also shocked by Li Luo's marksmanship. Why did it feel like his marksmanship was so divine? It seemed like he was hitting wherever he pointed. How many years had this been practiced? The more he thought about it, the more he wondered. He didn't dare to breathe and looked nervously at Leroy. Li-Luo, should we get on as well? Unconsciously, as the captain, he had unconsciously tried to solicit Li-Luo's opinion. Li-Luo said in a loud voice. It's not necessary, leave this tsunami wolf to me, you tell that whoever to dodge, it's a bit of a hindrance. Fong Gang was stunned. Are you saying that you told Fu Jian to avoid it, and that you think he's in the way? Li-Luo nodded, yes, that's him. If it wasn't for him, Li-Luo would have been completely able to shoot more recklessly. Let this tsunami wolf know. What is called fire coverage? Fong Gang's gaze flashed with a hint of surprise. Good fellow. Fu Jiang of the high-level group was actually disliked by a student. This was still really a bit humiliating. The expert group was the people with higher combat power in the law enforcement team, and each law enforcement team's expert group had so many 2 or 3 people. But I didn't expect even this to be disliked by Li-Luo. He gently shook his head, then shouted. Fu Jiang, you quickly retreat, this tsunami wolf is given to sniper Li-Luo. Fu Jiang was surprised to hear that. What? Are you sure you want me to stand down? Fong Gang nodded, yes, you're not needed for now, so hurry up and back off, our snipers can handle it. Snipers? Fu Jiang carried a purple golden open sword and hastily backed away while carefully recalling the members of his team. When had snipers been added to the team? How come he didn't know? At the same time, he quickly retreated towards the crowd, and after hearing the sound of gunshots, he carefully observed Leroy, who was continuously firing. Ha! Why is he so young? No, why is he still wearing his student uniform? Fu Jiang gasped and returned to the group, eyeballing Li-Luo. It was really strange. After Fu Jiang exited the battlefield. Bang, 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 bang. Leroy Barrett's dominating shots kept ringing out, and without scruples, he completely made Tsunami Wolf feel what fire coverage was. The bullets that rained down madly fell on Tsunami Wolf. Put, put, put. Almost every shot exploded a ping-pong ball-sized bloody hole in the Tsunami Wolf's body. Seeing this scene, the crowd was stunned. Was this a Barrett or a submachine gun? How come there's no recoil? It's like a game. And is it surprising that he doesn't have to change magazines? Chapter 32, just get the bonus hire for the pilgrimage. The crowd's brains were confused. Whether it was Fong Gang or Fu Jiang, or the other law enforcers, they were all wondering at the moment how the bullets managed to keep coming. This is too damn outrageous. I wasn't paying attention just now, but now I realize he doesn't actually change the magazines? Even if the spirit is a Barrett, it actually has unlimited bullets? There's also a ing shock return effect, this is completely unreasonable. Bang, 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 bang. Leroy's shooting continued, and Barrett didn't let up for a moment. Ow! A high-pitched scream rang out. In the gawking expressions of the crowd, the whistling wolf, who had been suppressed throughout, was finally killed by Li-Luo. It was exactly the same as what happened to the flying bat. Until it died, it wasn't even able to get close to Li-Luo. However, their hearts that longed to eat Li-Luo were all incredibly determined, and anyone who was attacked like this would be infuriated. Seeing that the tsunami wolf was successfully killed by himself, Li-Luo was secretly happy in his heart. This, all things shocked back, enchantment was also too damn powerful. Any more powerful monsters, as long as there weren't too many of them, then he would be able to handle them completely. Though right now, Barrett's damage wasn't explosive enough. But theoretically, no matter what monster was attacked, Barrett would be able to deal damage, it was just a difference in the size of the damage. After all, the super god quality means that this weapon spirit is the most important. Penetration is also the strongest and indestructible. Ding, congratulations on gaining 23.2 years of lifespan. Hear the sound. Leroy checks his remaining lifespan, 420 years. Not a little more, not a little less, just enough to make up the difference. He also realized that his level had risen directly from 26 to 28. Barrett Fit also reached LV 192%. Leroy muttered in his mind. I wonder if there will be a significant increase in power when the Fit reaches LV 2. A few moments of anticipation arose in his heart. Snapping. Fong Gang immediately applauded excitedly and Li-Luo, well done, actually killed this monster so easily again without losing a single soldier, this Barrett of yours is too strong. Pa pa pa. The other enforcers clapped along. They couldn't help but be convinced that Li-Luo's strength was too strong, and the whole time it was just a burst of surges and it was over. This was much safer than them playing with cold weapons. There used to be a lot of people who dreamed of awakening machine guns, sniper rifles, cannons, and other artifacts. But without exception, none of them succeeded. Gradually, almost no one meditated on machine guns, cannons, and the like anymore, and no one succeeded in awakening hot weapons as artifacts. Leroy's Barrett falls into the category of being a scorpion's poop. The one and only Fong Gang? Who is he? So powerful. Fu Jiang, who was covered in injuries, stared at Li Luo in surprise and asked in a wolfish manner. Fang Gang slowly smiled and, "Oh, his name is Li Luo, a student of Magic City 3rd Middle School, and also a student who just awakened his artifact spirit this year. Just now in the city, he shot and saved the unconscious Wu Chao, and then managed to kill the flying bats, so I took the liberty of bringing him out." He pointed at Fu Jiang and said to Li Luo, "His name is Fu Jiang, his artifact spirit is a purple gold leveled open mountain blade, level 92, and he belongs to our team's expert group." Fu Jiang looked at the Barrett in Li Luo's hand in surprise. "Li Luo? So your artifact spirit is Barrett?" Leroy nodded slightly and didn't say anything. This was a question he didn't want to explain. Wasn't it the obvious thing to do? If it was a regular Barrett. Not to mention dealing damage to legendary monsters, it would be difficult to deal damage even to black iron monsters. Awesome. Awesome. Fu Jiang still observed Li Luo with a curious gaze. Fang Gang said to Fu Jiang, "Fu Jiang, let's talk about the compliments later. Back to the topic, where's Xia Dan?" Fu Jiang frowned and shook his head. "She seems to have entered the secret realm." He recalled carefully that, "We split up last night to look for monsters, and made occasional contact halfway through, but then she said she saw the hill hedgehog go into the secret area, and she had to follow him in." Fang Gang frowned deeply and, "Secret realm? Is it running into the secret realm of this student's practice?" Fu Jiang shook his head. "Who knows, she only said it's a secret realm. The only way to be specific is to go in and search, but it's a large area inside, it's hard to finish searching without 3-5 days. And also need to send a large force to go in to do so. After all, that hill hedgehog will also be active." Fang Gang instantly covered his forehead and, "Damn, this is troublesome, what to do? With so many students practicing, there can't be a delay of 3-5 days, this can't be delayed." While he was fretting, drip 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 his phone rings suddenly. It's a call from Bureau Li. He muttered softly, then immediately picked up. The voice of Lian, the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, came out and, Fang Gang answered the phone? "Good, being able to answer the phone means it's fine. What's the situation outside now? I've brought a wave of people, do you still need support?" Fang Gang reported. "Outside is relatively safe now. That tsunami wolf was killed by Li Luo, but the trouble now is that Xia Dan is missing, and there's no signal from the walkie-talkie or cell phone." Lian's voice was slightly surprised that, "What? Killed by Li Luo again?" Fang Gang confirmed. "Yes, the most troublesome thing right now is that the hill hedgehog is nowhere to be seen, Bureau Li, or else you come out and let's discuss this together?" "Okay, we'll come out right away." It wasn't long. Lian led 3 middle-aged men with powerful auras out of the East City Gate and met up with Fang Gang and the others. Just met up. Lian couldn't wait to scan the crowd behind Fang Gang. Suddenly, with a glance, he landed on Leroy, who was carrying Barrett, and guessed that he's Li Luo, right? The artifact spirit Barrett? Fang Gang laughed. "That's right, he is Li Luo." Lian took a big step forward and looked at Li Luo with excitement and, well, I didn't expect that the young man who helped us with the 2 tricky monsters would be you. What a hero." Li Luo said indifferently. "Nothing, it's just a smooth thing, just get a higher bonus when the time comes." It's quite straightforward." Lian was first stunned, then reacted with a laugh. "There aren't many young people who are so frank." Fang Gang interjected. "Bureau Li, there's a problem now, that hill hedgehog has entered the secret realm." Lian was stunned. "Secret realm? Which secret realm?" Xia Dan didn't make it clear, but this is the only student practicing secret realm in this neighborhood. Fang Gang pointed at the secret realm portal not far away. Lian stared at the secret realm portal. This student practicing secret realm, it seems like it's the secret realm where all the students in Magic City have to practice? Fang Gang nodded, yes. Lian immediately covered his forehead. "That's a big trouble. Do we need to send people in to search?" Fang Gang nodded. "I've also thought about it, but this secret realm is very large. I don't think we can search without sending a large amount of manpower to spend several days, which will definitely delay so many students practicing, and the consequences will be very serious." Lian Dun's head was as big as a bucket. "Yes, this delay of half a day can still be explained, but a delay of several days is not good. The Education Bureau side will definitely give pressure." He turned his head to Fang Gang with a worried expression. "Are there still students in this secret realm?" Fang Gang shook his head. "There shouldn't be any or very, very few. The probability of running into a monster is not high." "That's good." Liam was worried, his brain working fast. "But what about the hill hedgehog? What should I do?" "What?" He frowned deeply, agitated. Fang Gang mused that. "Bureau Li, we have a small helicopter in the bureau, why don't we get it in? That way the search speed will be very fast." Chapter 33. Do you think that the Barrett in my hand is just for show? A small helicopter? Liam's eyes flickered rapidly and, this is a feasible option, except that the helicopter will be easily torn apart when it encounters a flying monster. And the small helicopter can only take 2 people, the pilot takes up 1, who else would be more appropriate? He turned to look at the 3 masters behind him and, do any of you have the confidence that you can kill a 100-level legendary ranked hill hedgehog on your own? The 3 of them looked at each other and shook their heads one after another. Although they were all experts in the purple gold artifact spirit and their levels had all reached level 100. But a level 100 purple gold cultivator and a level 100 legendary monster. One-on-one, they could at most maneuver for a few minutes. Thank goodness you don't get killed. Against 100-level legendary monsters, they usually surrounded them for a long time before they had a chance to kill the monster. Usually, few level 100 legend-level monsters appeared at the edge of the city. This hill hedgehog wasn't too ordinary. The spikes around its body could shoot out and attack people, and those in melee combat often suffered great losses. At this time, the corner of Li Luo's mouth slightly raised. Isn't the opportunity here again? He smiled without showing his face. Then he volunteered to. Inside. I think I'll give it a go. Lian heard the voice and immediately turned his head to look at Li Luo, unexpected and at the same time, joy flowed on his face. Good, worthy of the family clan, so supportive of me. Li Luo, however, had a calm face and didn't say anything. In his heart, he said, how am I supporting you? It's just because I happen to want to kill monsters, and a monster has a lifespan of several decades. Lian continued. But Li Luo, the spines on this hill hedgehog's body can shoot out and attack people. The attack distance is roughly 2 kilometers, it's exceptionally terrifying. And this hill hedgehog has a legendary great enchantment, the thorns have a tetanus effect, it's really quite dangerous. Otherwise, would you reconsider? Hearing that said hill hedgehog still had enchantments, Li Luo's eyes lit up. Wouldn't it mean that killing the hill hedgehog would explode the scroll of enchantment? And possibly a legendary one? He said without hesitation that. There is no need to think about it. Do you have a better idea now? Fong Gang held his chin. On the contrary, there is indeed a better way, and that is to ask the ranking masters with flight attunement to make a move, but these people often go out of sight, so it's not good to look for them. Lian's brows were furrowed like a chuan. Come on, those people. 1, they are hard to find, and 2, they are hard to satisfy, they often ask for a lot of money, and it's hard for us to satisfy them. Unless it's the mayor of Mordor, Chen Qinghe, who personally intervenes. But this matter can't be stabbed to the mayor yet, or else I'll look too incompetent. He looked sad and worried. Leroy carried Barrett and. Hey, I say you guys stop dawdling and call someone to bring the helicopter over, I'll go no problem. He thought carefully. He had excellent eyesight now, and the Barrett had a superb range. And there was also the, everything shocked back, legendary great enchantment in hand. A mere hill hedgehog was not a concern at all, it was just that it needed to be attacked for a while longer. Finding the monster by helicopter should be fast. Lian looked at Fu Jiang and Fong Gang. What do you two think? Fong Gang had a serious look on his face. Just now, Li Luo's performance was simply perfect. Not only is Barrett strong, but I found that his sniping skills are also very skillful, so I don't think it's a problem. Fu Jiang rubbed his open sword and raised his eyebrows slightly. I don't think he has a problem either. I have to say that his strength far exceeds that of an ordinary student, and even surpasses me to a certain extent. Well then, I'll call for a helicopter from the station immediately. Hearing what Fong Gang and Fu Jiang said, Lian decided decisively. The reason why he asked Fong Gang and Fu Jiang's advice again was because he himself hadn't seen Li Luo strike with his own eyes. There wasn't much in his heart. But Fong Gang and Fu Jiang had definitely seen it. If both of them said there was no problem, then 9 times out of 10, there really wasn't anything wrong. After about 7-8 minutes. Chugging. The roar of a helicopter in the air came out, followed by a quick landing on the ground. Li Luo, you come with me. Lian personally led Li Luo towards the helicopter that was parked flat and steady. The helicopter was actually rarely used. There are quite a few airborne monsters in this mist-shrouded world. In front of those flying monsters, helicopters were as brittle as paper mache, so it would be dangerous for helicopters to fly in the air. Lian explained, as he walked. Li Luo, this helicopter pilot is a beautiful sister named Zhang Qishue, huh? Don't get distracted when you're flying. Li Luo lightly laughed, don't worry, won't. After communicating with Zhang Qishue, Lian let Li Luo sit in the passenger seat. Qishue, Li Luo, you guys talk it over after entering the secret realm. The objective is simple, find the hill hedgehog and kill it. Always be safe, especially you, Leroy. Leroy gently nodded, got it. He sat in the co-pilot of the helicopter, the Barrett in his hand casually laid out. The pilot on his side was, indeed, a beautiful young lady. Looking at her age, she should be 24 or 25 years old, lean, beautiful, elegant, and temperamental. Brother Li Luo, my name is Zhang Qishue, you can sit tight. I'm already sitting tight. Zhang Qishue immediately started the helicopter and flew towards the blue portal not far away. The moment the helicopter touched the portal, Li Luo felt a blackness before his eyes, and then he appeared in the middle of the secret copy of the practicing world. Brother Li Luo, how high do you think it's better to fly to seek out monsters? Jiang Qishue asked while piloting the helicopter.
Li Luo blinked and scrutinized the ground environment, which was very clear, even a little too clear.
He could even see ant legs on the ground. He suggested, "I think it could be raised a little bit more." Jiang Qishue nodded her head and, "It is now 200 meters from the ground, how much is appropriate to ascend?" Li Luo spoke without surprise. "Then let's go up to 5,000 meters. Ha?" Jiang Qishue froze for a moment and, 5,000 meters in the air? Are you sure you can see the monsters on the ground? Leroy slightly raised the corner of his mouth and, "It should be fine, if not I'll ask you to lower it some more." "Okay." Jiang Qishue quickly raised the altitude of the helicopter to about 5,000 meters. "How about it, Li Luo, can you see it?" "It's okay, I can see it." Leroy nodded. Where was it that it could be seen? He could still see ants, flies, and even fleas on the ground now. Jiang Qishue, on the other hand, half-heartedly twisted her head to look at Li Luo. The heart was very puzzled. As a helicopter pilot with excellent eyesight, she couldn't even see the ground anymore. "You say you can see?" Jiang Qishue was now a bit skeptical that Li Luo was talking big. "Fancy." An odd chirping sound suddenly came out from high in the sky. Hearing this sound, Jiang Qishue instantly turned pale and, "Not good, we have to land quickly, there are flying monsters nearby." She was all too familiar with this sound, and her greatest fear was that she would encounter flying monsters while piloting an airplane. Those pilots who had encountered flying monsters in the past had ended badly. "Don't land, I can handle it." Through the mist, Li Luo saw a red flame bird flying rapidly towards the helicopter several kilometers away. Jiang Qishue gulped nervously and, "Li Luo, can you really deal with it?" Li Luo smiled confidently and, "Of course, do you think Barrett in my hand is for show?" Chapter 34, Killing the Red Flame Bird, Chance Encounter with the Seriously Injured Shiden. "Honestly, I'm still a bit flustered." Jiang Qishue had no bottom in her heart, and her delicate face revealed a hint of panic. She actually didn't quite believe that Li Luo could deal with flying monsters because those helicopters in the past also had powerful artifact spirit cultivators sitting on them. Yet there was no way to deal with those flying monsters. Almost all of them were destroyed and only the cultivators were able to survive after crashing high into the sky. Not to mention that Li Luo was still just a student little brother. In Jiang Qishue's nervous expression, "Don't panic, watch it." Leroy raised the Barrett with one hand and shot at the distant red flame bird. Bang, 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 bang. Low and domineering gunshots rang out continuously. Newt. The wails that continuously resounded indicated that the red flame bird was suffering from an attack that made it feel unusually pained. Li Luo clearly felt that the Barrett's power had greatly increased nowadays. It was only about a dozen shots. That red flame bird was then completely killed and crashed down towards the ground. Ding, congratulations on gaining a lifespan of 5.8 years. Hearing the sound, Li Luo confirmed that the red flame bird was killed. Ha! There's still an enchanted scroll? Li Luo clearly saw that a purple golden scroll fell out of that red flame bird's body when it died. He immediately said to Jiang Qishue that, "Please land at the place where that red flame bird fell, there's an enchantment scroll, quick." Jiang Qishue was stunned. He actually killed the flying monster in the air? That's just too cool, isn't it? Jiang Qishue's eyes were suddenly filled with admiration as she looked sideways at Li Luo. She cheered and, Okay, I'll land right away." Jiang Qishue immediately piloted the helicopter to the place where the red flame bird crashed. It had to be said. Jiang Qishue's piloting skills were skillful, and she soon landed smoothly on the flat ground near where the red flame bird had crashed. Li Luo jumped off the helicopter with a gentle leap. After a brief search, he picked up the purple and gold-colored enchantment scroll. He immediately checked the information of the enchantment scroll. Tranquil Jump, purple gold level enchantment, used to enchant living creatures. The enchanted person will have an extremely strong ability to tranquil jump, and the balance of the body will be greatly improved. Seeing this already owned enchantment scroll, a small hint of disappointment appeared on Li Luo's face. This he already had, this was either given to Joe Pai or taken to sell for money. In addition, he also realized that his level had risen one level again, reaching level 29. This upgrade speed is so fast that you can't stop. Barrett Fit also reaches LV 195%. At this point, curious Jiang Qishue sat in the driver's seat and didn't come down. "Li Luo, how is it? Did you pick up anything?" Li Luo nodded, picked it up. Jiang Qishue suggested, "Let's continue searching for monsters then?" "Good." Li Luo turned around and prepared to leave. Suddenly, ding! Leroy heard a sound of metal clashing against stone ringing out nearby. Ha! He looked around suspiciously, but didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, and he looked at Jiang Qishue and, "Sister Shui, did you hear anything just now?" "Ha!" Jiang Qishue shook her head and, "I didn't notice, my wearing a helmet might have affected my hearing a little." "Could it be phantom hearing?" Leroy held his chin, his eyes rolling. It was at this moment. Ding!
Once again, a sound of metal hitting stone rang out.
Nope.
Leroy finally determined that the sound did exist, and that there was definitely something going on in the neighborhood.
Ding! Here we go again.
Liluo followed the sound and immediately ran towards the source of the sound not far away.
It was just over 10 meters away. Help! Help me! A weak female voice suddenly sounded.
Leroy clearly heard the location where the voice rang out, and with Barrett in hand, he cautiously walked forward.
Soon,
he stopped at the edge of a mud pit, his eyes scrutinizing it. There was a lot of thatch on this mud pit, and the thatch covered it so tightly that it was impossible to find out if there was anything underneath. But Liluo was sure that the sound just now came from within this mud pit.
He spoke. Is there anyone at the bottom?
Yes, save.
Save me, my name is Xia. Xia Dan. Weak voice, broken.
But Leroy heard it clearly.
Shaddam.
As if Fang Gang said in his mouth, their law enforcement team has a master group, the total 3 people, Wu Chao, Fu Jiang, and the last person is called Xia Dan. He guessed that this person should be that Xia Dan.
Are you Xia Dan from the Fang Gang enforcement team?
Yes, but
you? How do you know?
The weak woman's voice broke off.
Sure enough, it was her.
Liluo completely did not expect that this Xia Dan was actually lying in a mud pit in the middle of this wilderness.
It was also too bleak, right?
His eyes swiveled, puzzled, and, "Why are you lying in this pit, and covered tightly with thatch?"
Xia Dan weakly said.
I found the hiding place of the hill hedgehog, but I was posed by it and escaped here with serious injuries.
Originally I thought
I was going to hang up, but I didn't expect to actually run into someone. I was just woken up by a loud gunshot, so
I'm much more conscious. That's why I endeavored to make a sound and ask you
for help. Leroy raised his eyebrows slightly.
Swung by a hill hedgehog? I guess the hedgehog knows a little trickery, huh?
After he briefly picks it apart. A wretched woman covered in bloodstains appeared in Leroy's field of vision. The delicate face was stained with mud, dust, and blood. Breathing weakly, a huge wound in the abdomen, the blood near which seemed to have dried. There was also a small dagger in his hand and a small stone next to it.
Obviously.
Just now, Shuden should have just used the dagger in his hand to knock on the stone to make the sound. After Liluo carried her out of the mud pit, he shouted towards Jiang Qishue that, "Sister Shui, come and help." Hearing the voice, Jiang Qishue immediately took off her helmet, jumped off the helicopter and quickly walked up to her.
"Ha? Xia Dan? Why are you seriously injured?"
She looked surprised.
It was obvious that Jiang Qishue knew Shedun.
After all, both of them were from the Law Enforcement Bureau. And Shadon knew Jiang Qishue, as she weakly said.
7 Snow? You've come?
I was ambushed by a hill hedgehog, so I suffered serious injuries.
Understood, wait a moment.
Jiang Qishue immediately ran towards the helicopter and,
I'll get the medical kit and treat you immediately.
Time passed slowly, unconsciously half an hour passed.
Under Jiang Qishue's professional handling,
the wound on Xia Dan's abdomen was finally cleaned and also sterilized and bandaged well.
She looked at Liluo and Jiang Qishue gratefully. Thank you all very much. Little things. Leroy rested his chin. Sure then, my name is Liluo. To make a long story short, Sister Shui and I entered the secret realm to look for that hill hedgehog and to destroy it. Did you just say that you found the hiding place of the hill hedgehog? Is it far from here?
Shuden was stunned at his words, his face full of disbelief.
What? You guys are going to destroy the hill hedgehogs?
She swept her gaze over Seven Snow and Liluo with a stunned expression.
Who had the strength to destroy the hill hedgehog?
She knew that Jiang Qishue, purely a helicopter pilot, simply did not possess the formidable combat power of a cultivator. It was impossible to have the strength to destroy the hill hedgehog.
Then there is only one answer. The main force that eliminated the hill hedgehog was this faceless Leroy. But he is wearing a student uniform. It looks like he should still be a student, right?
Her weak gaze slowly looked over to Barrett at Leroy's shoulder and immediately paused.
Ha? Light surging through Barrett? Leroy noticed Shudden's puzzled gaze fall on his Barrett and took the initiative to explain that
That's right, I'm a student, and I was commissioned by Liam to come in. My artifact spirit is Barrett, and the killing power is okay.
It shouldn't be a problem to deal with a hill hedgehog.
All you need to do now is tell me where the hill hedgehog is hiding, and I'll go and eliminate it.
Other than that, you don't need to worry about it.
Liluo gave a flurry of explanations. Xia Dan immediately understood, but was still very surprised in his heart.
This was the first time she had seen someone whose artifact spirit was a thermal weapon.
She snapped back to her senses and pointed to a huge cave at the base of a mountain several kilometers away. Weakly, she said, I was at that cave when I found the trail of the hill hedgehog, and I was about to explore the cave, but then the hedgehog spike suddenly flew out and seriously injured me, and I fled.
Liluo followed Xia Dan's gaze. Sure enough,
there was a huge cave there, at least 10 meters square in size.
It actually knew to run into the cave?
Leroy muttered darkly. Luckily, I encountered Xiaodan, otherwise I'm afraid it would be hard to find this hill hedgehog.
Chapter 35 Or else you hold me? Squeeze a little? Thinking for a moment, Leroy directly carried Barrett towards the small hill next to him. Are you going to destroy the hill hedgehog? Shodan nervously inquired of Leroy. Yes. Li Luo left in style without looking back.
Xiaodan hastily reminded that. Then you take care of your safety, that hedgehog's spines can attack at a distance of about 2 kilometers.
Understood, you guys hide well.
Leroy walked while observing the cave in the distance.
Considering that a hill hedgehog's spines can shoot out 2 kilometers. So he was going to pull away.
And he's also going to shift his position so that he doesn't draw fire to this helicopter side. Lest he take the hill hedgehog and run to attack Jiang Qixue and Xiaodan at that time. Although the bullets had a shock return effect, but try to avoid some accidents if you can. It can reduce unnecessary trouble. Seeing Li Luo preparing to eliminate the hill hedgehog, Jiang Qixue immediately assisted Xiaodan and hid in a boulder crevice not far away. This might be safer. Even safer than staying in a helicopter. Oh, tremble, little hedgehog. Leroy quickly appeared on another small hill, and he directly lifted his Barrett and fired into that cave.
Bang! A low and domineering gunshot sounded instantly.
He believed that the monsters in the cave would definitely be angered by this provocative attack before their anger washed over them again. Then it would run out again and try to stomp itself to death.
Bang, 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 bang. Constant gunshots rang out as black streams of bullets exploded in the middle of the cave. It sent out a burst of echoes. Finally, there was a sudden odd cry from the cavern uhu. Like the cry of a child. But part of it sounded like the sound of an old man coughing heavily, which is hard to describe. Then, a giant hedgehog of large size and covered in thorns sprang out of the cave. It was 5 meters tall and 7 or 8 meters long. The moment Li Luo saw it, he couldn't help but be stunned. Such a big hedgehog, this world is too crazy. As expected of a hill hedgehog, it's the size of a small hill. Li Luo returned to his senses and immediately shot at the hill hedgehog. Bang, 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 bang. Low, dominating gunshots kept coming from Barrett. A black stream of light like bullets continuously landed on the hill hedgehog, exploding a fist-sized bloody hole. The hedgehog instantly became furious. Immediately, it rushed towards the hill where Li Luo was, where the gunshots rang out. The location where Leroy had fired was roughly 4 kilometers from the cave. As long as he maintained his firing frequency, this hedgehog would definitely not be able to rush over. Unsurprisingly, that hill hedgehog was quaked back by Leroy's rain of bullets again and again. And there were more and more bloody holes in his body. The wolf was in a sorry state. At this point, Xiaodan and Jiang Qixue, who were hiding in the cracks of the boulders and peeking, both of them stared with wide eyes. Xiaodan was shocked and, Seven Snow, is this Li Luo so fierce? What's his origin? Jiang Qixue's eyes were thoughtful. I don't know, I also just met him not even an hour ago, and he just managed to kill a red flame bird on the helicopter. She recalled. That's right, before, Director Lian also said that this Li Luo had also killed the flying bat and the tsunami wolf. What? Xiaodan exclaimed in shock. He killed these 2 monsters as well? What about Wu Chao and Fu Jiang? Xiaodan asked curiously. It seems like Wu Chao is seriously injured and unconscious, and Fu Jiang is also covered in injuries. Jiang Qixue said uncertainly. Xiaodan was speechless. The 3 people in the high-level group, are they all this miserable? One student to save them from the fire? At this very moment, Xiaodan felt a bit of fire on his face, because this was indeed a bit humiliating. She was silent, carefully observing the battle between Li Luo and the hill hedgehog. The more she watched, the more amazing she felt. Leroy didn't break a bullet the entire time. And the bullets even had a shocking retreat effect on that hill hedgehog. The hill hedgehog was suppressed throughout the battle. Even though the hill hedgehog unwillingly released spikes to attack Li Luo, it simply couldn't reach the distance. She could feel that this hill hedgehog would have to suffocate to death without being killed. About a few minutes later, finally, that 100-level legendary Great Hill Hedgehog collapsed with a loud bang, smashing a large mud pit in the ground. Smoke and dust flew in all directions. Ding, congratulations on gaining a lifespan of 24.2 years. Hearing the voice, Li Luo's heart was delighted. He immediately checked the remaining lifespan. No more, no less, 450 years. And he had reached level 31, having completed the requirements for the entrance exam. It was only the morning of the 3rd day of practicing leveling. Suddenly, his gaze lit up, and surprisingly, he realized that the fit of his Barrett artifact spirit had actually increased to LV23%. Try it. He immediately shot at the hill hedgehog's corpse, and with this shot, he was able to explode basketball-sized blood holes in the hill hedgehog's body. The fist-sized blood hole turned into a basketball-sized blood hole. That's a lot of damage indeed. He immediately stamped his feet on the stunning cloud steps and hurriedly ran around the hill hedgehog in search of it. Ha! Sure enough, there's a legendary great enchantment scroll.
He saw that there was an enchantment scroll on the ground right in the middle of the floor that was flickering with tricolor light, the colors of a legendary great enchantment scroll. The legendary great enchantment scroll flickered with 3 colors. Epic grade is 5 colors, mythic grade is 7 colors, and super god grade is 9 colors. Li Luo picked up the enchantment scroll and immediately checked the information. Tetanus, legendary level enchantment, used for enchanting an artifact spirit. After enchanting, the attack of the artifact spirit will have a tetanus bleeding effect. The greater the target's movement, the better the wound bleeding effect. Seeing this enchantment scroll, Li Luo was instantly happy. Barrett, which was already perverse enough, plus tetanus? Isn't that the icing on the cake? Make the perverts even more perverted? He didn't hesitate to directly use the tetanus enchantment on his Barrett. Poof! He couldn't really help but laugh out loud. He felt like he was going further and further down the road to invincibility. Now that he was only around level 30, he was able to kill level 100 legendary monsters, and he even felt like he could kill stronger monsters. But only if it wasn't a very powerful group monster. If there were 10 or 20 flying bats swarming at the same time, he felt that he might still have a hard time coping with them. Still have to take it easy. Li Luo muttered to himself. The system mall had very powerful other attachments. When armed to the teeth, it would be completely invincible. Try the tetanus effect. He stood still in front of the hedgehog's corpse and fired 2 shots into it. Bang bang. The bullet instantly blew out 2 basketball-sized blood holes, and scarlet blood immediately flowed out, significantly faster than the other blood holes. The effect is very good. After the experiment was completed, Li Luo carried the Barrett and walked straight to the location of Xia Dan and Jiang Qixue. Looking at Li Luo, who effortlessly killed the hill hedgehog, Xia then muttered enviously that AI, it's really people who are more angry than people. 7 Snow, look at this Li Luo, killing such a powerful monster is actually effortless. All it takes is a burst of blitzes with a Barrett and it's done. It's pretty safe, I'm really envious. Jiang Qixue was envious, too. Xia Dan, just be content, you are at least a purple gold artifact spirit, I don't even have an artifact spirit. Seeing Jiang Qixue's depressed expression, Xia Dan's heart immediately balanced much more. It's also true that I'm kind of better than the top, than the bottom. Unhurriedly, he came to the 2 men. Li Luo calmly said, "Alright you two, the hill hedgehogs have been eliminated by me, you can go out and resume your duties." Jiang Qixue froze, "Us? What about you?" Li Luo pointed to the helicopter. "That helicopter will only have 2 seats, Xia then seems to need the helicopter more, I'll take my time to find the portal." Jiang Qixue immediately shook her head and, "That won't do, what if we encounter flying monsters in the air?" Jiang Qixue was now most worried about this. Because Li Luo had just successfully killed flying monsters on the airplane, she very much wanted Li Luo to travel with her. It would be safer that way. Leroy shrugged, "But there are only 2 seats. Jiang Qixue was slightly stunned, "But yes, what about only 2 seats? She looked at Xia Dan with a hesitant face. At this moment, Xia Dan was also frowning in thought. She needed assistance to walk now, and was simply unable to move on her own. After a few moments of silence, finally, Xia Dan blushed slightly and, "Then why don't you hold me, Li Luo? Squeeze a little?" Chapter 36, Li Luo, is he worthy? I, Zhao Xan, am not convinced. Ha? Leroy raised his eyebrows in surprise. He turned his head to look at Xia Dan, who had made the shocking statement, and realized that she was blushing slightly. He raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" He hadn't been trying to take advantage of anyone at all, but it was a matter of rushing things. Right. It was totally unexpected. Xia Dan nodded and, "Otherwise, do you guys have any better ideas?" Jiang Qixue shook her head, "I don't have any other good methods." Li Luo also shook his head, "It seems like there really isn't." Xia Dan took out his cell phone to check the time, urging that. "Then hurry up, it's past 10 a.m. Those students should still be waiting to practice, right? I guess it can't be delayed for too long." Jiang Qixue immediately got up and, "Alright then, let's hurry up. I didn't expect the matter of seeking and destroying the hill hedgehogs to be completed so quickly." After the 3 agreed, they immediately took action. Jiang Qixue undoubtedly sat in the main driver's seat, while the passenger seat was occupied by Li Luo, while Xia Dan could only sit on Li Luo's left leg. The back was leaning against Li Luo's left arm. A slightly ambiguous posture was naturally formed. "Sit still, don't move," Li Luo reminded. In his right hand, he was holding the Barrett and observing the flying monsters that were likely to appear in the surroundings. Xia then blushed slightly and whispered, "I didn't move around, it's this airplane that's moving. That's all." The helicopter carries the trio in search of any random portal in the secret world. Outside the East City gate of Magic City, Lian and Fanggang looked at the secret realm teleportation gate with unblinking eyes. Their faces all looked a bit anxious. More than 1 hour had passed and they didn't know what was going on in this secret realm. If something went wrong, Lian knew that it would be very troublesome. Including everyone who carried out this mission, I'm afraid that all of them could hardly be blamed.
You're my little apple. Lian's cell phone suddenly rang.
He immediately pulled out his cell phone to check it, and his face immediately looked a little flustered. Then, he looked at Fong Gang stonily and, "Trouble is coming, Director Chiu Rui of the Education Bureau is calling. I guess he's here to apply pressure."
Fong Gang shook his head helplessly. "No way, just tell it like it is. What else?" Lian immediately picked up the phone and, "Hey, Bureau Chiu, what's up?" Chiu Rui's voice came out from the phone. "Bureau Li, how is the practicing secret area outside the East City Gate now? It was being dealt with last night, is it still not dealt with yet?" Lian let out a bitter smile, then immediately explained that.
"Bureau Chiu, we've already killed 2 powerful monsters, there's still 1 monster left and it's being hunted down, soon. Chiu Rui spoke in a grave tone.
"Li Bureau, also trouble you quickly deal with all the students are delayed, this makes a big mess I cannot deliver Lian immediately replied.
Yes, I can understand, and I hope you understand too, the monsters are indeed very difficult to deal with, and we are doing our best."
Chiu Rui was silent for a few seconds and continued to say that.
"Bureau Li, of course I can understand, it's just that dragging it out like this is not a solution. You give me a time point, when it doesn't work I'll have to report it, I can't afford to take the blame."
Hearing the time node,
Lian Xinzhong immediately panicked a little. What he was most afraid of was some kind of time node. Because there was really no way to predict this kind of thing. But there was no way, at this time, he had to give the time node and it was better to buy a little more time to do so.
He hesitated.
"Bureau Chiu, how about this, by 6 o'clock tonight?"
Chiu Rui immediately returned and, "No way."
"Bureau Li, 6 o'clock in the afternoon today means that all of our students in Magic City will have a whole day less time to practice than others, this can't be done."
A moment later, Chiu Rui hesitantly said that.
At most, by 12 noon. Li was shocked. 12 o'clock? It would be 10:30 now, and there was still 1.5 hours left to try to search for the hill hedgehog and kill it.
How the hell is that even possible? Unless it's a stroke of luck.
Lian showed a difficult face. "Bureau Chiu, is 3 p.m. okay?" Chiu Rui firmly said, "No, I don't dare to extend it for half a minute."
Finished speaking.
Chiu Rui then immediately hung up the phone, not giving Lian any further opportunity or time to discuss. Beep. Liam froze in place, his brow furrowing deeply as he mentally cursed the passionate kiss. Fong Gang saw Lian's sad face and guessed that.
"Bureau Li, is it the pressure coming?"
"More than that, Chiu Rui restricted me to give a reply before 12 o'clock, or else I'll directly stab it up, there's no room for negotiation at all."
Lian was worried.
When he thought about it, it did have his responsibility, he should have sent a few more teams in the first place. And he should have sent a few more teams from the expert group. The main thing is that this monster appeared too much of an anomaly, before the neighborhood would not have advanced legendary level monsters at all.
Director Chiu's request is understandable,
Fong Gang said slowly. I guess he is also worried about a big basket case.
Yes. Liam sighed deeply. Time passed by minute.
The hearts of Lian and Fong Gang and the others were now as apprehensive as if they were suffering.
Inside the East City Gate. At this time, the scene was completely in an uproar.
But it was not because of the delay in practicing leveling that it fell out. Xia Qingyue stood on a high stone pier, holding the bright moon sword in her hand, her gaze sweeping domineeringly over the crowd.
"Everyone listen to me.
My name is Xia Qingyue, I'm a student of Magic City 3rd Middle School, Li Luo is my boyfriend. I won't allow any of you girls, in any form, for any reason, to touch him, or I'll get you in trouble. Such as asking him to bring upgrades, buying his enchantment scrolls, none of it will be allowed.
You guys have to remember that." Hearing this, everyone else stared at her in surprise, staggering in their hearts. No matter if they were students of the Magic City's 3rd Middle School or students of people outside of the 3rd Middle School, all of them stared with wide eyes and astonished faces. Although they knew that this was a declaration of sovereignty issue. But this is too overbearing, isn't it?
In the crowd, there was an immediate murmur.
Is this Xia Qingyue the school beauty of Magic City 3rd Middle School? Yes, and the Xia family is still a big family. It's so unexpected. Is this Xia Qingyue's personality actually so warm and spirited? It's rare that a girl would do this, she's going out on a limb. Whoa, I wish I was Leroy. The crowd envied the unsuspecting Li Luo, calling out that he had literally saved the galaxy in his previous life. Suddenly, a questioning voice rang out from the crowd and, "Hey, Xia Qingyue, what makes you say that? As far as I know, this Li Luo doesn't have a girlfriend, so how come it's not okay for me to pay for him to take me upgrading? Don't think that just because you have the Xia family behind you, you can do whatever you want. I, Shin Mingyue, am the first to disobey." The one who spoke was no one else. It was none other than Shin Mingyue, the school beauty of Mordor 2nd Middle School. She wasn't interested in Li Luo, just according to what Xia Qingyue said. She was originally still considering the idea of spending $2 million to find Li Luo to bring her upgrades, that would have to go out the window. It wasn't in her interest. So she unconsciously choked with Xia Qingyue, "Why should you be the only one who can get him to take you upgrading and others can't?
The crowd immediately sighed when they heard this fiery skepticism. In their hearts, they have been calling out. There must be hundreds of people here at least. In broad daylight, clear sky, the two school flowers actually choked up on the spot. And the reason for choking, even because Li Luo? Seeing someone questioning himself. Xia Qingyue made a lifelong leap and jumped into the crowd, slowly walking towards Shen Mingyue step by step. All eyes slowly moved with Xia Qingyue. They could see the strong smell of gunpowder in the eyes of both Xia Qingyue and Shen Mingyue as they confronted each other. It was as if pinpoints were facing each other. Coming to Shen Mingyue's front, Xia Qingyue's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness and, "Shen Mingyue, you're not convinced?" Shen Mingyue looked flatly at Xia Qingyue without the slightest bit of cowardice. "That's right, I'm not convinced." Xia Qingyue gently waved the bright moon sword in her hand and, "It's good to say no, then let's compare. How do you think you want to compare? Compare battle power? Or financial strength? I, Xia Qingyue, will accompany you to the end." Shen Mingyue's gaze moved, and she was about to argue with reason. At this time, an imposing young man suddenly stepped out of the crowd. There are actually two major school beauties fighting over Li Luo? He was holding a green dragon crescent blade in his hand and raised an eyebrow. Li Luo, is he worthy? I, Zhao Xian, am not convinced. Chapter 37, Legendary Great Enchantment, Blade Power Like Rainbow. What? Can you say that? Hearing this voice, the crowd turned their heads to look. Many of them immediately covered their mouths and exclaimed in shock. It's Zhao Xian who awakened the double legendary level artifact spirit, the bearer of the Magic City's 9th middle school. Is the dual weapon spirit the legendary Great Golden Wisp Armor and the legendary Great Green Dragon Crescent Blade? Isn't it? I've heard that the principal of Magic City's 9th middle school could wake up laughing in his sleep. I've heard that he's reached a terrifying level 15, super perverted. Funny, a mere level 15, doesn't he know that someone in our Magic City 3rd middle school is already level 25? These words came out. The crowd turned their heads to look at the person who spoke, their faces full of surprise. What the hell, level 25? What kind of level is that? It's only the 3rd day of practicing, should it be so perverted? When the crowd was talking, Zhao Xian was wearing a legendary Great Golden Wisp Armor and holding a legendary Great Green Dragon Crescent Blade, the corners of his mouth raised high. An invisible air of superiority permeated out, causing the people around him to take a few steps back. His domineering gaze slowly swept through the crowd, eventually landing on Xia Qingyue. With a smile on his face, "Xia Qingyue, still remember me?" At this time, an unceremonious voice suddenly rang out and, "What the hell, Zhao Xian? Is my big brother something you can talk about?" Hearing someone scorn his big brother, Zhou Pai immediately stood out with his red tasseled spear in hand, and unceremoniously disliked Zhao Xian angrily. The eyes that looked at Zhao Xian were also filled with hostility. Many people at the scene knew that Li Luo wasn't here at the moment, and that was because he had gone to help the Law Enforcement Bureau with their troubles. Once the trouble was resolved, no one would delay practicing. This would have been a heavenly good thing. But now there were actually people who were so ungrateful that they were actually talking behind his back. As Li Luo's brother, he really couldn't bear it. Zhao Xian was slightly stunned when he saw someone angrily disliking him, and seemed to be a bit unresponsive. Immediately afterward, he laughed in exasperation, staring at Zhou Pai and, "Who the hell are you? Dare to talk to me like that?" As the pride of the 9th middle school of the Magic Capital, he was destined to be a powerful party in the future from the moment he awakened his dual weapon spirits. Everyone in the Magic Capital 9 middle schools were all courteous to him, including the principal and so many school leaders. But someone just had the audacity to call themselves a dog's ass? That's like inverting the Big Dipper. The newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, I'm afraid that's what it says. He looked at Zhou Pai with a hint of coldness in his eyes. It seemed that he needed to be taught a lesson. Zhou Pai said with a big grin, "My name is Zhou Pai, I'm Li Luo's brother. Anything about him, it's not your turn to be shady. Okay?" The performance of the big brother just now was obvious to everyone. Who couldn't give him a thumbs up? As Li Luo's brother, when he saw someone being shady, of course he had to stand up for his face at the critical moment. Not only did he have to stand out, but he also had to speak for him in a dignified manner. You can't lose your big brother's face. Zhou Pai? Since you're so skinny, I'll just loosen your skin. The words were finished. Zhao Xian snorted coldly, the green dragon crescent moon blade in his hand instantly swung, and a 3-meter-long astonishing blade chi burst out and flew out in an instant. The mighty white blade chi went straight for Zhou Pai's face. The moment they saw the blade chi, everyone was stunned. Blade chi. Surprisingly, it's blade chi. This type of blade and sword chi type of enchantment was very rare. All of them were at least legendary level or higher enchantments, and were precious beyond measure. This kind of enchantment not only had a power bonus, but it also made the attack distance much longer. It was one of the enchantments that everyone dreamed of. Zhou Pai's complexion flinched at the sight, and he gave a cry in his heart. This mother Zhao Xian actually dared to make a move on himself?
Moreover, it looked like this Zhao Xian's attacks were much stronger than those of an average cultivator. He immediately dodged to the side, while wielding his red tasseled spear to fight to block and counterattack. In his heart, he secretly said, "It's true that you're fierce, but I've leveled up to 26 and I'm not a vegetarian." A higher level meant that the spirit, strength, stamina, and agility were all higher than the opponent. Even though there was a difference in artifact spirits and enchantments, the actual battle power difference might not be that great. He confidently swung his red tasseled spear to counter the blade chi. Ding! Poof! The moment the red tasseled spear came into contact with the blade chi, it made a crisp sound of metal clashing. It was immediately followed by. The blade chi swept past the red tasseled spear and mercilessly landed on Zhou Pai's thigh, and a not too deep but not too shallow wound was instantly reflected in everyone's eyes. Blood slowly flowed out. Zhou Pai gritted his teeth heavily in pain. Hiss! When the crowd saw this, they couldn't help but take in a deep breath of cool air. Wow! Is this Zhao Xian's blade chi so fierce? It's too outrageous, isn't it? The most shocked one was actually Zhou Pai, who hadn't expected his level to be 10 levels higher, but because of the gap between the artifact spirit and the enchantment, the actual battle power would still have such a large gap. It was mainly this legendary blade chi that was too domineering. There was simply no good way to block or counterattack, there was only dodging, but the speed of the blade chi was too fast for him to completely dodge away. Zhao Xian let out a cold smile and, "Still thought you were so powerful? You can't even block a single move, you disappoint me too much. This is a legendary great enchantment, blade power like rainbow, of mine. I guess you'll never get the chance to know how powerful a blade energy is, ha ha." Zhou Pai grimaced as his left hand gently pressed the bleeding wound on his thigh. Irritated, he said, "Good you Zhao Xian, today's shame will be avenged in the future." Zhao Xian raised his eyebrows in disdain and, "Oh? You're still thinking about revenge? Looks like your skin isn't loose enough." Finished speaking. He once again swung the green dragon crescent blade in his hand violently, and a 3-meter-long white blade chi once again chopped towards Zhou Pai. Since this man was Li Luo's brother, it would be better to take him and warn Li Luo. In this world, Li Luo wasn't the only one who was strong. In fact, he had just come here a few minutes ago, and he hadn't realized that Li Luo had just had the matter of shooting the flying bat. He only knew that Li Luo had left with the law enforcement team and didn't ask in detail. Then he heard the uproar here and ran to join in the fun. After discovering Xia Qingyue, he immediately decided to make a spectacle of himself and show off in front of Xia Qingyue's eyes. Right now, he felt that he was doing very well. On the contrary, choppy. His eyes narrowed slightly and he cursed in his heart, "Damn it! He actually came. This bastard Zhao Xian, it seems he's determined to make a fool of himself here? The big brother is not here yet, and he is not strong enough." He's not strong enough? As he was dodging again and swinging his red tasseled spear in panic to block, suddenly, a figure jumped out of the crowd, followed by a slight sound of a dragon's roar. At the same time, a violent shout rang out and, "Zhao Xian, you're being a bit too deceitful." A purple gold square sky painting halberd with a faint purple gold dragon shadow instantly surged forward and blocked in front of Zhou Pai's body. Ding! Put! This 3-meter-long blade chi was blocked by the purple and gold-colored dragon shadow for the most part, but there was still a small amount of the remaining blade chi that was unabated in its power. Surprisingly, it landed on the abdomen of the person holding the square sky painting halberd. A thumb-sized wound instantly appeared, and blood slowly oozed out. Zhou Pai fixed his eyes on it, and it was Zhao Chen. He was surprised. "Zhao Chen, why did you make a move? You didn't have to get into this mess." Zhao Chen was calm and collected. "Zhou Pai, you should know that I'm a person who can't rub sand in my eyes, and I love to pull out my sword when I see injustice on the road." Chapter 38. As long as you don't kill anyone, I'll definitely turn a blind eye. Zhao Chen winked at Zhou Pai and laughed softly, saying, "Not to mention we're still alumni. And your big brother helped me, so naturally I can't sit idly by while someone bullies you. Besides, this Zhao Xian is really too much, I really can't stand to watch." Zhou Pai's gaze revealed a hint of gratitude as he arched his hand and said, "Thank you, I have to say, there is not the slightest fault in your character. That's natural." Zhao Chen turned his head to Zhao Xian and angrily, "Hey, Zhao Xian, bullying others is never a strong person's behavior, you're falling too far. Although I've heard that you've awakened a dual weapon spirit, your character makes me feel sick. I feel very ashamed that the huge Zhao family has an unreasonable person like you." Zhao Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, anger rising in his heart. He sneered back and, "Heh, who are you? Is it your turn to say anything about the Zhao family? Who are you? Strength is honored in this world, so don't kidnap me with morals. What do you know? Fist is the hardest truth. Since you guys don't understand enough about strength being honored, then it might as well be that I'll let you have a deep understanding of what it means to be honored by strength." Having said that, he once again swung two blades violently and continuously, and two 3-meter-long white blade chi chopped at Zhou Pai and Zhao Chen respectively. The aura was like a rainbow. A headlong rush. Grass. Again? Shupi said in annoyance. Zhao Chen also angrily rebuked, it's just a villainous act. Zhou Pai and Zhao Chen immediately tensed up and picked up their weapons, ready to dodge and counterattack when they saw the raging blade Qi. It was at this time. Xia Qingyue suddenly moved. Her feet stepped on mysterious steps and floated. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Zhou Pai and Zhao Chen, and the legendary Great Bright Moon sword in her hand immediately greeted Zhao Xian's blade Qi. Several swords were swung in a row in the blink of an eye. Ding 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 ding. Very unexpected. Zhao Xian's two-blade Qi were unexpectedly blocked by all of Xia Qingyue's several sword attacks. All of them collapsed and disappeared. Xia Qingyue indifferently looked at Zhao Xian and, Zhao Xian, I have to say that your strength is really good, but you always make me feel inexplicably annoyed. I advise you to stay away from me. And don't try to get my attention. I, Xia Qingyue, know in my heart what kind of person is someone I admire. Moreover, now you've invited big trouble. I may not be able to beat you, but you certainly won't be a match for Leroy. I advise you to hide with your tail between your legs, otherwise you'll be in trouble. Hearing these words, Zhao Xian's entire body froze, and a color of resentment quickly covered his face. What? Telling me to keep my tail between my legs? For what? Why don't I deserve your admiration? I awakened a double legend level weapon spirit, the pride of the 9th middle school of the magic capital, even the pride of the entire magic capital. You, Xia Qingyue, want to deny me with a single sentence? Grass. You vase, with your long hair and short-sightedness, you're not destined to go far. His gloomy face seemed like it could drip water. The atmosphere around him also fell into an eerie dead silence. The crowd couldn't help but take a few steps back once again. They felt that this Zhao Xian might be about to go berserk. They all said something bad in their hearts. Zhao Xian's face was chilled and, telling me Zhao Xian to keep my tail between my legs? I have to say, Xia Qingyue, you have successfully broken my Dao heart. You're the first person who dares to speak to me like that. Since you look down on me so much, why don't you let me see where your strength comes from to dare to humiliate me like this? The words fell instantly. He held the radiantly surging green dragon crescent sword in his right hand and wore a flowing golden wisp armor. With a sudden leap, he fell towards the center of the field. It was dominating and powerful. With a hint of shade hanging from the corner of his eyes, he contemptuously said that, you three make your moves, use your strength to crush me, or else today I will make you deeply realize what strength is honored. Swoosh. The green dragon crescent blade he swung in his hand made an ear-piercing air-breaking sound. Xia Qingyue frowned slightly. Turning sideways to look at Zhao Chen and Zhou Pai, a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Zhao Xian, who possessed dual legendary great artifact spirits, she had known before. It is the male son of the Zhao family in Magic City, and before that, he also specifically came to the Xia family also planned the relationship, such as marriage. But without a doubt was rejected by Xia Qingyue. She always had an unreliable impression of Zhao Xian as a person. So even though Zhao Xian had awakened his dual weapon spirits, he was still unattractive in Xia Qingyue's eyes. But it was undeniable that his strength was there. Once they fought, I'm afraid that none of the three would be his opponent. What to do? Xia Qingyue's brain was running fast. Could she ask for help from the law enforcers not far away? But the fight had not yet been fought before seeking help from the law enforcers. That's pretty lame, isn't it? Zhao Chen and Zhou Pai looked at each other, their faces a bit grim. Zhou Pai whispered, Zhao Chen, what should we do? Zhao Chen's eyes were firm, it's nothing more than a battle. Him. Here and now. Outside the East City gate of the magic capital. The director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Lian, and the captain, Fang Gang, were restless and praying in their hearts. Praying that Li Luo would be able to successfully eliminate the hill hedgehog. Liam took out his cell phone and counted the time passing minute by minute, muttering, 3,897 seconds have passed, damn it's too torturous. God give me a break. Otherwise I may not be able to keep my black hat. Fang Gang also prayed secretly from the side, damn, it seems like he's going to suffer from old age this time too. While Lian and Fang Gang were anxious. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter suddenly rang out, and the helicopter they had been waiting for appeared in their field of vision. They were shocked? Defeated? Or a success? It's only been over an hour. It can't be over so soon, can it? They immediately hurried up, even though the helicopter hadn't landed yet. Liam couldn't wait to open his mouth and ask aloud, the 7 Snow? Li Luo? What's the situation? Jiang Qishue stretched out her left hand from the driver's window and made an okay gesture. And the passenger seat? Leroy, on the other hand, was holding Shaddam in one hand and Barrett in the other, his expression as calm as water. It was simply sitting still. This is also due to the spirit of his Sigma man. Seeing the okay gesture that Jiang Qishue made, Lian turned his head to look at Fang Gang and, Fang Gang, is this a done deal? Fang Gang also guessed, looking at 7 Snow's expression, it seems like it? Wait for the helicopter to land.
Lian immediately came to the co-pilot seat and looked at Li Luo with Xia Dan sitting in his arms and immediately stared with wide eyes. This. He was so hard and surprised that he didn't utter a word. Xia Dan, the always high and cold beauty of the Law Enforcement Bureau, even blushed slightly and sat in Li Luo's arms. This is not a blurred eye, right? Not only Lian, but Fang Gang and the other law enforcers next to him were all stunned. This? What's the big deal? Leroy looked calmly at Lian and Fang Gang. She was seriously injured, so squeeze a bit, besides that Hill Hedgehog was destroyed by me. Sniff. Lian and Fang Gang looked stunned, and then they were thrilled. Lian immediately clapped his hands and, well, great. Li Luo, you surprised me too much, I must treat you to a big meal, when are you free? Li Luo raised his eyebrows. Why don't you guys pick up Shad Dam first instead? Lian immediately shouted at Fang Gang, why don't you hurry up and pick up Xia Dan? Good. Fang Gang immediately hurried forward. When Xia Dan was picked up from the helicopter by Fang Gang, Lian was about to praise Leroy again. Suddenly, Fang Gang's walkie-talkie suddenly rang and, Fang Gang, this is Zhang Knight, there's a student fight inside the East City Gate, the situation is very bad, hurry to deal with it. Fang Gang immediately inquired. Who is it? Is the situation bad? Zhao Chun, Zhou Pai, Xiao Qingyue, and a Zhao Xayan, now it's Zhao Xayan who injured all three and won't stop. Hearing this, Li Luo's eyes narrowed slightly and, Chief Lian, Captain Fang Gang, the three people who were injured are my friends, I'm going to do something later, you guys turn a blind eye, okay? Lian immediately understood. Don't worry Li Luo, as long as you don't kill anyone, I'll definitely turn a blind eye. Chapter 39, My Li Luo's brother, how dare you touch him? I have a measure. Li Luo carried Barrett, who was as light as a feather, and quickly walked towards the East City Gate step by step. His face was deeply sullen. How dare someone touch my people? That's just living out of patience. Lian's eyes turned, and immediately Fang Gang said, Fang Gang, go, have the enforcers open a doorway, you and Li Luo go in together, remember to keep one eye open and one eye closed. Understood. Fang Gang immediately understood. The two Jianghu veterans naturally understood what Li Luo wanted to do next. They were now secretly worried for the man called Zhao Xin. Hopefully he wouldn't be beaten up too badly. Seeing Li Luo and Fang Gang walking quickly towards the East City Gate, Lian stood still, the corner of his right eye picking up slightly as he couldn't help but rub the corner of his eye. Muttering worriedly, Li Luo, I owe you a favor, but don't make it too big, or I won't be able to step down inside the East City Gate. The scene has gone completely crazy. Because of the strife between Xia Qingyue's trio and Zhao Xian, it led to a full-blown confrontation between the people from the Magic City's 3rd Middle School and the Magic City's 9th Middle School. That's right. Full confrontation. Even the nearby enforcers should be overwhelmed. Xia Qingyue, Zhao Chen, and Zhou Pai had all been seriously injured and were in a sorry state, being assisted. Among them, not only was Zhou Pai severely injured, but even his red tasseled spear had developed hidden cracks. A damaged artifact spirit was needed to repair the artifact spirit. This was already a very serious situation, and damage to the artifact spirit was usually caused by the artifact spirit suffering multiple consecutive attacks from high-quality artifact spirits. Zhao Chen and Xia Qingyue were a little bit better, their artifact spirits were not damaged, but they both had colors on their bodies. A trace of blood spilled from the corners of their mouths more or less. The many students of Magic City 3rd Middle School saw that their school's school flower and bearer was actually bullied by other schools' experts. Immediately, they united and threatened to settle the score with Zhao Xian. On the other hand, the many students from the 9th Middle School of Magic City rallied to Zhao Xian's defense against the students of the 3rd Middle School. Is 3rd Middle School terrific? Wasn't the bearer beaten down? The quality of the 9th Middle School students is so trashy, it's disgusting. Anyone in 3rd Middle School not convinced? Send someone out to fight? Don't be cocky, 9th Middle School chicks, when Li Luo comes back later, you'll be absolutely miserable. You're all over each other. The crowd. Zhao Xian, still shouting loudly, snickered, and, I thought your strength was as tough as your mouth, but it's nothing more than that. What's the point of having a high rank? It's useless if the spirit doesn't work. Purple and gold square heavenly halberd? It's nothing more than that. The legendary grade bright moon sword is also unable to pierce through the golden wisp armor to inflict damage on me. Temper is one bigger than the other, but strength is one more than the other. Pulling crotch, where do you guys get the nerve to despise me? He gently waved his green dragon crescent blade and slowly paced. His domineering gaze slowly swept over the three, and he laughed scornfully, saying, Tell me, with your kind of strength, what makes you despise me? Why do you despise me? Zhou Pai endured the severe pain, braced himself against the red tasseled spear, and, My strength is inferior to yours, but so what? It doesn't affect me despising you, I'll put my words here, I, Zhou Pai, am despising you, what can you do? Cough. 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 Chuppy coughed lightly as he spoke.
The entire scene fell into a dead silence as everyone stared nervously at Zhao Xian. All of them also couldn't help but sweat for Zhou Pai. This Zhou Pai is also really skinny, don't know to soften a little? Your weapon spirit has suffered damage and then suffered an attack on the weapon spirit is expected to be seriously injured. A heavily damaged artifact spirit can be very troublesome to repair. Facing Zhou Pai's verbal spiritual attack, Zhao Xian, whose moral heart had collapsed, was once again enraged, and a cold light appeared in his eyes as he once again swung the green dragon crescent blade in his hand. The dead duck with a stiff upper lip. It seems like I still need to loosen your skin. Obviously strength is honored. What are you guys still dead stubborn for? Are you waiting for that so-called Li Luo? Telling him to defeat me with the fishing rod spirit? Or to defeat me with the so-called Barrett? Don't you guys know that within 7 steps? The words were not yet finished. Bang! A low and domineering gunshot suddenly rang out from the east city gate. In an instant, Zhao Xian, who was screaming, was instantly struck by a black, streaming bullet. Caught off guard. There is no way to avoid it. Boom! Zhao Xian's proud golden wisp armor was hit by the bullet with a loud roar. His entire body was also sent flying backwards by the huge explosion. Put! He spat out blood, and his face instantly became as pale as a sheet of white paper. Hiss! The crowd was shocked at the sight and sucked in a breath of cool air. This was too terrifying. Zhao Xian, who was unbeatable just a moment ago and was wearing the legendary grade golden wisp armor, was beaten and spat out blood in the blink of an eye? But just now, he deliberately ate many swords from Xia Qingyue's bright moon sword in order to show off how resistant his golden wisp armor was to beatings. It couldn't be said that it didn't hurt, it could only be said that it didn't hurt at all. This was also something that made Xia Qingyue feel a great headache. But now it was instantly knocked down? The crowd could not help but look in the direction of the sound of the gunshot, and many people knew what the sound of the gunshot meant. It must be that Li Luo, who had just killed the flying bat, had returned, so there would be a good show to watch. Upon hearing this low and domineering clear gunshot, Xia Qingyue, Zhou Pai, and Zhao Chen's gazes immediately brightened. He came! The mighty he is back! Zhou Pai looked agitated and Big Brother has finally come. Zhao Chen and Xia Qingyue Knight also both had happy faces. Facing the insurmountable Zhao Xian, they had already tried to beat their opponent, but there was absolutely no way to accomplish it. It had to be said. The great gulf in the quality of the artifact spirits still remained. At this time, Xia Qingyue, Zhou Pai, and Zhao Chen immediately turned their heads to look in the direction of the East City Gate. A silhouette was quickly running swiftly from the East City Gate, holding a red and black Barrett in his hand. It was none other than Li Luo. As he walked, he kept shooting at Zhao Xian, who was flying in the air. Bang, 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 bang. Continuous gunshots rang out one after another, and the crowd felt a rush of scalp numbness. Even Fang Gang, the captain of the law enforcement bureau who had followed Li Luo in, couldn't help but smack his lips secretly. Zhao Xian, on the other hand, was constantly being thrown in the air. What shocked everyone was the black streams of light surprisingly all hit the same place on Zhao Xian's body where the golden wisp armor was the abdomen. Very precise. The crowds have exclaimed in amazement that, "Whoa, is his marksmanship so godlike? How can he hit the same spot on a moving target? When did he practice his sniping skills, simply blowing up the sky? It won't penetrate, right? The artifact spirit itself is very hard." However, several shots later, put! A fist-sized hole was blasted out of the golden wisp armor on Zhao Xian's body, and a bloody hole about the same size was blasted out of his abdomen. After breaking through the protection of Zhao Xian's legendary grade golden wisp armor, Zhao Xian's body simply couldn't withstand the damage from the Barrett bullets, and blood from the wounds instantly sprayed into the air. The body then fell down like a kite with broken strings. After a few jumps, Li Luo stood in front of Zhao Xian, his eyes chillingly cold. My Li Luo's brother also dares to move? Are you tired of living? Chapter 40. Within 7 paces, the gun is fast and accurate. How? Zhao Xian, who had fallen to the ground, was currently convulsing all over. The expression on his face was extremely complicated. There was panic, doubt, unwillingness, despair, and fear. The pale face was bloodless. How is this possible? His own golden wisp armor was actually pierced by his opponent? A look of disbelief appeared in his eyes as he lowered his head to check the blood-soaked wound on his abdomen. I'm actually this unbearable? Zhao Xian muttered, his eyes lost in thought. This made no sense at all. The most powerful thing about an artifact spirit was its own hardness. Although the higher the cultivators fit with the artifact spirit, the higher the strength of the body that reinforces itself with the help of the artifact spirit itself is very strong. An artifact spirit of the same level of quality could not be pierced through at all. Even an attacking artifact spirit that was 1 or 2 levels higher in quality would have a hard time breaking his golden wisp armor in a short period of time. Zhao Xian held back the severe pain and inquired, "How on earth did you do that?" Li Luo stared indifferently at the wretched Zhao Xian without speaking. A silent and austere atmosphere continued to spread out in the surroundings. The crowd retreated, not daring to approach. No one knew if it was possible for Li Luo's Barrett to go off and accidentally injure others. Facing the pitch-black muzzle of the Barrett, Zhao Xian's heart couldn't help but pound rapidly, and nervousness spread rapidly across his face. His head was not protected by the golden wisp armor. If he took a shot, he would definitely have to account for it. I can't. We have to call for help. Immediately after his eyes turned, he shouted, in a loud voice, that Enforcer! Enforcer! I need help! A loud voice was heard asking for help. The surrounding law enforcers who were maintaining order couldn't help but look at Captain Fong Gang, who had his back to the crowd in the distance. Seeing that he did not give any instructions, the surrounding enforcers did not move either. Zhang Yi quickly walked towards Fong Gang at this moment and asked in a low voice that, Team Fong, someone is asking for help. Fang Gang rubbed his ears. What? I just went outside the city to fight that tsunami wolf. I have a bit of tinnitus, I can't hear much. Zhang Yi's gaze turned and he instantly understood Fong Gang's thoughts. He also stood still and turned his back to the crowd just like Fong Gang. The other few veteran enforcers immediately understood Fong Gang's thoughts and all pretended to be busy. Scene. Zhou Pai lumbered over to Leroy, holding out his own silver and red tasseled spear in his hand. Big brother, my artifact spirit red tasseled gun has been broken by this son of a Zhao Xian. I'm afraid I need to find a way to repair the artifact spirit. Li Luo slowly turned his head sideways and looked at the red tasseled gun with a few cracks in Zhou Pai's hand. Then an eye for an eye must be returned. His already morose face grew a few degrees more morose. When Zhao Xian, who was lying on the ground, saw this scene, he secretly said that it was not good in his heart. He suddenly leapt up, pressed down the gushing pain coming from his body, swung the green dragon crescent blade in his hand, and chopped violently towards Li Luo, who was close at hand. With a shout from his mouth. A gun is quick at 7 paces, but within 7 paces. Bang! The Barrett in Li Luo's hand instantly resounded with a low and dominating sound. Zhao Xian, who was originally preparing to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack, was sent flying out with a shot and was sent flying backward several meters. As if he was watching a joke, Li Luo snorted and laughed. Within 7 steps. The gun is fast and accurate. What sniping level is he? He was nicknamed the CF Sniper God. Jumping sniper, flash sniper, instantaneous sniper, blind sniper are all proficient, once day and night, practicing is a fast, accurate, and ruthless. What's more, the weight of the Barrett in his hand was simply negligible. It was even more agile than the game. Flutter. Zhao Xian, who had been shot again, slammed heavily into the ground once more in a sorry state. Smoke rose from the ground, and blood floated in the air. Bang, 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 bang. Li Luo slowly walked up to him, and there was a burst at the green dragon crescent blade in his hand. Overbearing sounds rang out continuously. After about a few shots, the green dragon crescent blade was surprisingly broken by Li Luo's Barrett as well. You. At this moment, Zhao Xian was all out of resistance and flukes. The pride in his heart was gone as he looked at his golden wisp armor that had been blasted through and his badly damaged green dragon crescent sword. He felt that his sky had collapsed. He knew very well how troublesome it was to repair an artifact spirit, and it required precious and incomparable artifact spirit essence gold to do so. And weapon spirit essence gold is very rare, non-family big power simply do not have this thing. It was impossible to buy it, and the only way to exchange it was to exchange it for an extremely precious enchantment, which other people weren't necessarily willing to do. At this moment, Zhao Xian felt like his entire body was in a daze. The brain was blank, like a lost soul. Seeing Zhao Xian wilting, Li Luo coldly said, Since you destroyed my brother's artifact spirit, I'll destroy yours as well, so let's settle this matter. But this account of you injuring them is still not settled. 3 people will be 3 shots. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots blasted into Zhao Xian's already blood-soaked abdominal wound. Ah! Painful screams once again resounded all around, causing the crowd to feel their scalps go numb. At this time, Fong Gang knew it was almost time, and immediately turned around and shouted, Hey, what are you guys doing? Spread out all of you, don't gather a crowd to fight. I did just hear someone yell for help, didn't I? Everyone hurry up and go practicing, it's all safe now that all the monsters in the vicinity have been killed. He shouted, holding his loudspeaker. Brothers guarding the gates, open the gates at once. The voice fell. The East City gate immediately opened slowly, and many students swarmed out, running towards the secret realm of leveling practice. They had long wanted to go leveling. Soon, most of the students who had gathered around were gone. Only a small number of students from the 3rd and 9th middle schools, as well as a few people from the fights and brawls stayed at the scene. Fong Gang pretended to be uninformed and cross-examined. After a brief inquiry, he came straight to the point, everyone is responsible for this conflict, take the consequences, and those who are injured hurry to the hospital to receive treatment. Subsequently, Fong Gang turned to Li Luo and whispered, Li Luo, are you free to go to the law enforcement bureau together? Xia Qingyue on the side was full of concern and, Do we need Li Luo to go to the law enforcement bureau?
She gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, walked over to Fong Gang, and whispered.
Enforcer, can you not let Li Luo go to the law enforcement bureau? The Xia Dan of the law enforcement bureau of the Inner Eastern District is my cousin, can you see if you can do a favor? Fong Gang unexpectedly raised his eyebrows and, Xia Dan is your cousin? You're a member of the great Xia family? Xia Qingyue immediately nodded, yes. Fong Gang was puzzled.
Don't worry, we're not looking for trouble with Li Luo, on the contrary, Director Lian has to treat him to a big meal.
His gaze swept over both Xia Qingyue and Li Luo.
It eventually landed on Xia Qingyue's face, and looking at her concerned look, he secretly said in his heart that,
TSK, this little girl is so concerned about Li Luo? What's their relationship? It's not like they're in a doggy relationship, is it? And Xia Qingyue was slightly stunned, what the hell? She turned her head to look at the breezy Li Luo, the director of the Eastern District Law Enforcement Bureau, Lian, and was actually going to treat him to a big meal? This. Should he be treated so well? Which knows that Li Luo directly refused, eating a big meal is even better, I don't like to socialize, so that's it. Then, he slowly swept his gaze over the seriously injured Zhou Pai, Zhao Chen and Xia Qingyue, and said meaningfully that, you few can really mess things up. Xia Qingyue commiserated. Li Luo, hurry up and help send us to the hospital, otherwise if this goes on, how can we still practice? Li Luo inquired, unmoved. I'm curious, who made all this happen? Xia Qingyue quaintly shook her head and, not me. Choppy was stunned, then it certainly wasn't me either. The three of them slowly turned their gazes towards Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen froze, what do you mean? Blame me? Chapter 41 Transfer me 200 million for each of you. Zhao Chen's eyes showed innocence and, fine, so play it right. He instantly reacted, this Xia Qingyue and Zhou Pai were clearly trying to avoid responsibility. Although he knew they couldn't hide. But he didn't want to be the great injustice seed. This thing has nothing to do with him, no pot to take the blame is not his style. He immediately said to Li Luo. Then I'll be blunt, the cause was messed up by Xia Qingyue, the fire was started by Zhou Pai, and as for me, I'm totally just pulling out my sword when I see the road. Finished speaking. Zhao Chen looked at the flustered Xia Qingyue and Zhou Pai with a smug expression. That expression seemed to say, little boy, you dare to bring trouble to me, then I'm sorry, I'll just have to lift the table. Li Luo's gaze fell on Xia Qingyue's eyes and, I'll just say red-faced Scourge, tell me, Scourge what have you done? Xia Qingyue's eyes turned and she stammered and, what Scourge? Don't talk nonsense, I'm just pursuing my own happiness. A few minutes later, Leroy understood the circumstances of the matter, looked at the seriously injured trio, shrugged his shoulders breathlessly and, let's go, to the hospital. Then he added, carelessly, anyway, I've met the requirements of the entrance exam, and it's none of my business if your grades are affected. Zhou Pai was shocked, how many levels are you, big brother? Level 31. Li Luo turned his head and spat at Xia Qingyue again. Also, those words of yours kind of cut off my financial path, how am I going to earn money in the future? Xia Qingyue saw that Li Luo didn't really get angry, and smiled playfully and, don't worry, I have plenty of money, if you are short of money, just tell me, I will give you as much as you want. What? As much as you want? Why wasn't this good in my last life? Now that I can eat on merit, it's a case of give as much as you want? Li Luo raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Am I someone who needs to eat soft food? I eat based on my strength, okay? He re-emphasized. I mean, in the future, who dares to pay for me to bring upgrades and also share monster information with me, and who will I sell my enchantment scrolls to? The corner of Xia Qingyue's mouth lifted up in a smile. Yes, you eat with strength, how about this, I'll go buy monster information to share with you, I'll take all your attachments, just take me to upgrade. Zhao Chen and Zhou Pai looked at each other from the side. Good guy. Is this the kind of thing a schoolgirl can do? How is this different from bagging? What an envy. Thinking of this, the two couldn't help but snicker enviously, but because of their serious injuries, the two felt their entire bodies ache as they laughed. Hiss. The two couldn't help but let out a hiss of pain. Leroy breathlessly swept over the trio and, all seriously injured and still have the nerve to laugh, deserve the pain. After saying that, his gaze slowly swept around. At this moment, the severely injured Zhao Xian had already been urgently dragged to the First People's Hospital of Magic City by his friend. The other students had also all left, including Xia Qingyue's teammates and Zhao Chen's teammates. And Fong Gang and the other enforcers were all cleaning up the mess, such as disposing of the corpse of that flying bat and the corpse of the tsunami wolf outside the city. Li Luo said meaningfully to the three of them. You three. Forget it, the hospital will not go with me to that corner. Li Luo said and walked towards a dark corner not far away. Seeing this, Xia Qingyue, Zhou Pai, and Zhao Chen looked at each other, all wondering in their hearts. What's the situation? Why don't you take us to the hospital when all three of us are seriously injured? To some remote corner? You're not going to teach anyone a lesson, are you?
Xia Qingyue, Zhao Chen, and Zhou Pai, the three of them suspiciously dragged their heavily injured bodies and slowly walked towards the corner.
Coming into the corner,
Leroy held his chin and said, mysteriously, I have to say, you guys are very lucky. Scourge, Zhao Chun, the two of you transfer me $200 million each, and I'll give you a good thing.
What? 200 million?
Zhao Chen and Xia Qingyue were stunned, and Zhou Pai beside them was also stunned.
$200 million is not a small amount of money, and this is said to be transferred? Robbery? An acquaintance?
Xia Qingyue weakly asked.
Li Luo, what good thing is worth $200 million? Li Luo calmly said, of course it's a legendary great enchantment, do you guys want it? What? Pass. Legendary great enchantment?
Zhao Chen's gaze surged with fervor.
He knew very well that legendary great attunements could be old and precious.
Purple gold enchantments were around $30 million, and legendary enchantments were at least $300 million.
Now Li Luo is saying that he can give them legendary enchantment for $200 million? That's too much of a price discount, isn't it?
At this moment, Xia Qingyue's eyes were also filled with thick shock. Until now, she had only gotten 2 gold-level attachments. One was the stance attachment, traveling clouds and flowing water, and the other was the attack attachment, 3 talents sword art. The 3-talented sword technique allowed her to launch 3 attacks at the same time when attacking. There's no need to say how powerful it is. But she felt it wasn't enough. After all, anyone would want to be stronger. Zhou Pai, not to mention, had long been dumbfounded. The legendary great enchantment was truly a legend to him.
Fine, I'll transfer the money immediately.
Xia Qingyue knew that she was actually taking advantage of the situation, plus she knew Li Luo well, so she didn't hesitate to choose to transfer money.
Zhao Chen also didn't hesitate and immediately chose to transfer money.
Only he transferred it with a credit card. He didn't have as much cash as Xia Qingyue.
After receiving $400 million,
Li Luo turned his back to the trio and pretended that he was pulling something out of his pocket. A few seconds later,
he took out 3 legendary great enchantments, born to last, and handed them to each of the 3.
1,000 times, he said. You guys are really lucky, hurry up and use it up, don't ever tell anyone else, I just had a hard time killing that top-tier monster to pop it out.
Seeing the enchantment effect of, born to last,
Xia Qingyue, Zhao Chen, and Zhou Pai's eyes were all a bit drawn.
Surprisingly, it was possible for the body to have an extremely strong recovery and self-healing ability? This is also too strong, right?
The 3 of them decisively used up the Born to Live enchantment scroll. Just after the enchantment was completed, the wounds on their bodies began to recover quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Whoa! So powerful?
Zhou Pai directly exclaimed in shock. Zhao Chen and Xia Qingyue were also extremely shocked, and the colors that were hanging on their bodies were all rapidly healing. The shock on the 3 people's faces was beyond words.
With this, Born to Live enchantment, wouldn't injuries be a complete non-issue in the future?
They were beaming with excitement. Xia Qingyue could clearly feel her body recovering as before, and her condition was even better than before.
She stared at Li Luo with a smile on her face and, tell me, Li Luo, you sold me at such a favorable price, are you interested in me?
Li Luo moved his gaze away from Xia Qingyue's face and slowly looked in the direction of the East City Gate. You're overthinking it. Xia Qingyue still smiled as she looked at Li Luo.
Zhao Chen spoke without surprise. Xia Qingyue, according to what you said, could Li Luo be interested in me as well?
Xia Qingyue glanced at Zhao Chen breathlessly. If you can't speak, you better hold your tongue.
At this time, next to him, Shupi asked with concern that,
Big brother, you shared this with us, what about yourself?
Li Luo shrugged indifferently and, me? There's no way the enemy can even get close to me. Chapter 42 Underground Ring Match? Artifact Spirit Essence Gold?
The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Although he had long had, born to last, he didn't say so, or else these 3 would definitely think that he was engaging in wholesale enchantment scrolls. They would also think that legendary great enchantment scrolls came easily.
But it really wasn't that hard for him either.
It was just a matter of killing more monsters.
And there was a reason why he was willing to exchange, born to last, for them. Overall,
Zhou Pai is because Zhou Xian said bad things about him, Li Luo, which is why he spoke out to dislike suffered waves. And Zhao Chen was completely chivalrous. And although Xia Qingyue was a bit overbearing, she didn't drop the ball at critical moments, and the main responsibility was definitely Zhao Xian. That's why Li Luo decided so.
Xia Qingyue curiously asked, Li Luo, are there any more enchantment scrolls for sale? Li Luo raised his eyebrows. Are you crazy? Is an enchantment scroll a cabbage?
Suddenly, his gaze lurched, and it seemed that there was indeed a purple gold enchantment, Tensile Jump. It belonged to was a stance skill. But he wasn't going to sell it because Zhou Pai didn't have a stance enchantment yet, and this one he was going to give to Zhou Pai. After all, he wasn't short of money. Just arrived at 4 small goals and can't spend it all, not at all. Li Luo pulled out the Tranquil Jump enchantment and handed it to Zhou Pai. Guapi, this is the stance enchantment scroll, take it easy in the future, don't be reckless. Zhou Pai's gaze fell on the purple gold enchantment scroll in Li Luo's hand and he was surprised. Big brother, you just gave me a legendary great enchantment, and this gives me another one, I'm ashamed to receive it. Li Luo. Less pretense, don't want it then I'll sell it. Don't big brother, oh righteous father, I want it, of course I want it. Zhou Pai gratefully accepted the purple and gold scroll. Big brother, don't worry, one day. Shut up. Li Luo seemed to have guessed what Zhou Pai was preparing to say, nothing more than words of gratitude, such words were better not to listen to them, they sounded old and hypocritical. What he needs is a critical moment, you can support me, snow in the charcoal, not icing on the cake. Chupi's previous behavior and performance did that. So he could give Zhou Pai a lot of things, even a legendary level enchantment worth 300 million. Okay. Chupi immediately shut up and used up the prancing jump enchantment scroll, followed by a showy bounce. It made Xia Qingyue and Zhao Chen envious. Xia Qingyue wondered. Li Luo, the enchantments you took out, why do I feel that all of them are good? Zhou Pai snatched the answer. Just kidding, big brother's product will be fine. Li Luo raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything. His gaze fell on the red tasseled spear in Zhou Pai's hand. Guapi, what are you going to do with this weapon spirit? Upon hearing the voice, the excited Zhou Pai immediately shook his head in frustration like a deflated ball of skin. Big brother, I don't know what to do, I guess I have to find the weapon spirit essence gold. Artifact spirit essence gold? How do you plan to find it? Leroy knew that this kind of thing was hard to get, even harder than an enchantment scroll. There were 3 ways to get the artifact spirit essence gold. The first is to directly find and kill the alchemy fire essence gold monster to burst out the weapon spirit essence gold. The difficulty is that firstly, the monster information is rare, and secondly, the alchemy fire essence gold monster is very difficult to kill. Second, go to the auction to find the opportunity. The difficulty is that the price is high, the chance of appearing is slim. Third, go to the underground ring match to win bets. There are many rare things in the bets. The artifact spirit essence gold will occasionally appear. The difficulty is that the ring match is not good. There is also another kind, that is, the big families and big powers will have a collection of artifact spirit essence gold. It is also a guarantee that is kept for the important people of their families and powers. Big brother, I actually don't know how to find it, it should be hard to find. Zhou Pai showed worry on his face. He looked uneasy. If the artifact spirit wasn't repaired in time, the college entrance exam in most of the month would be in big trouble. The college entrance exam was to see individuals break through. The progress and time of breaking in is an important factor in ranking places and cannot be relied on by others. Li Luo patted Zhou Pai's shoulder. Guapai, you don't have to worry too much, even if it's hard to find the artifact spirit essence gold, there should be a way to find it, let's look for it, just in case we see a ghost. He seriously thought about the several ways. He was most tempted to pick the first way, where he could kill monsters to gain longevity and also obtain artifact spirit essence gold. But he didn't have any information on the fire refining essence gold monsters. It was while he was seriously thinking about it. Xia Qingyue suddenly spoke excitedly. Li Luo, this thing, artifact spirit essence gold, my Xia family has a collection. Li Luo slightly raised his eyebrows. Your family has it? Xia Qingyue nodded her head affirmatively and, that's right, our family has it, only that this weapon spirit essence gold can only be applied for use by people within our family. Li Luo was speechless. Then why are you talking about this? It's better not to say it. Xia Qingyue smiled cheekily and, the solution is always more than the difficulty. If you admit to be my boyfriend, then even if it is a family, I can take the opportunity to go to apply with the inside of the clan to apply for the artifact spirit essence gold. It may be able to become. Li Luo raised his eyebrows in surprise. I have to say, this brain circuit of yours is really clear. Everyone on the street heard this abacus sound. Zhou Pai was face to face with embarrassment. Big brother, not so much as to sell yourself for the sake of obtaining artifact spirit essence gold, which I can't afford. Xia Qingyue's calculations made his scalp numb. To have his big brother sacrifice his freedom and get himself the weapon spirit essence gold, he really didn't dare to think about it. This matter is also really not happy to do so. Xia Qingyue deflated her mouth. Li Luo, you don't refuse so quickly, think about it. Li Luo shook his head. I won't consider it until I'm not strong enough. Zhao Chen suddenly spoke. Li Luo, I know of a way to obtain artifact spirit essence gold. Oh? Expand on that. Li Luo's face showed anticipation. Although he didn't have much contact with this person, Zhao Chen, he felt that he was very reliable after these few days of simple contact. Zhao Chen recalled for a moment. I have a cousin uncle, before also hunting monsters, the results of the monster is too strong, resulting in his artifact spirit is seriously damaged. This period of time everywhere looking for news of the artifact spirit essence gold, looking for, he said that he only found that the underground ring tournament bets have. Underground ring tournament? Li Luo's gaze brightened slightly. Only. Zhao Chen reminded. All the participants in this underground ring tournament are almost all battle-hardened outlaws, practicing all killing techniques, so it's even more dangerous than hunting monsters. Zhao Chen's gaze toward Li Luo was filled with worry.
Li Luo's eyes moved slightly as he pondered.
The underground ring tournament, he knew something about it. Many people went to participate in the underground ring tournament to become stronger or for some kind of resources.
Moreover, in order for the underground tournament to gain enough profit to attract experts to participate, the prizes were often very precious.
He was confident that he should have a chance with his fighting prowess. Seeing Leroy thinking very seriously,
Zhou Pai immediately discouraged that.
"Big brother, forget about it. I heard that the water in the underground ring tournament is very deep. Don't get involved because of me. Those people are murderous."
On the side,
Xia Qingyue also looked at Li Luo with a worried expression on her face and,
"Yeah, Li Luo, it's better to find another way. The underground ring tournament is super dangerous," she said thoughtfully.
"Li Luo, why don't I go back to my family and apply for it? If I can apply for the artifact spirit essence gold, then you don't have to go and take any risks." Li Luo looked at Xia Qingyue with surprise.
"What? You go inside the clan to apply? Is there a high probability of success in applying?"
Xia Qingyue pondered. "It may not be too big, but there is a probability. You give me half a day, I'll go and fight for it. Is that okay?" Li Luo's eyes moved slightly and, "Yes, if you can really get your hands on the weapon spirit essence gold, I'll give you a little surprise." He looked at the legendary level enchantment in the system mall, Little Imperial Sword Art, and said mysteriously,
Chapter 43, Danger? I am Danger Ben Danger. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Xia Qingyue winked. "Then I'll go home and apply for it now. It's around 11 o'clock now, 3 hours at the latest, wait for me." After saying that, Xia Qingyue hurriedly left. Li Luo moved his gaze away from Xia Qingyue's back and slowly looked at Zhao Chun. "When will the underground ring match you mentioned about the weapon spirit essence gold wager start?"
Zhao Chen recalled.
"I'm not sure, I need to ask to find out. All I know is that the organizer is the Death God Underground Tournament in the East District of Magic City."
He looked at Leroy suspiciously.
"Li Luo, do you still have to go?
Don't you want to wait for news from Xia Qingyue?"
Li Luo held his chin. "But that doesn't stop one more plan B from being considered. After all, it's easy to lose all your eggs in one basket."
Zhao Chen guessed. "So you mean to ask?"
"That's right." Li Luo said to Zhao Chun, "Thank you for the news, go practice and go. Zhou Pai and I will go to the Death Ring tournament organizer to ask about the situation."
Zhao Chen hesitated for a moment. "Do you need me to come along?"
Li Luo waved his hand. "It's not necessary, you're still not at a high level. Hurry up and practice, don't delay." "Okay, you guys pay attention to safety." Zhao Chen turned around and walked towards the East City Gate after saying that. He did need to practice, he was only at level 8 now and was about to level up to 9. Li Luo, Zhou Pai and Xia Qingyue were different. They were level 31, 26, and 22 respectively. He was too far behind. He actually thought about paying Leroy to take him upgrading, but he still held on to an inner thought. Strong people definitely killed their way up. Now that he had the Born to Last enchantment, he was even more confident in dealing with monsters. He believed that even if he didn't group up, he had a way to fight the monsters in a protracted battle and wear out the opponent. The other side. Li Luo took Zhou Pai and quickly searched for the location of the Death Underground Tournament. Zhou Pai looked uneasy and, "Big brother, you're really going? But it's very dangerous, it's likely to be life-threatening." Li Luo didn't look back. "Danger? What danger? I'm the danger." Chupi was grateful. "Big brother, a great favor is not appreciated." Li Luo rambled, "Cut the crap and keep looking." After saying that, the two of them continued to look for the location of the Death Underground Tournament. This kind of place was usually hidden and not very easy to find. This was because an event like the Underground Ring Tournament, which was too violent and bloody, wasn't allowed to make a big deal out of it. Summer's house, living room. Xia Qingyue stood panting in the living room and said seriously to her father, Xia Yuntian, "Dad, I want to apply for the Artifact Spirit Essence Gold." Xia Yuntian looked at Xia Qingyue in surprise. "What? Artifact Spirit Essence Gold?" "Yes, Artifact Spirit Essence Gold." Xia Qingyue was certain. Xia Yuntian asked with concern, "Your artifact spirit is damaged?" Xia Qingyue nodded, "Yes." "When was it? Hurry up and brighten it up for me to take a look." Xia Yuntian was concerned. It was surprising that he didn't know about such a big matter. He stared at Xia Qingyue worriedly. Xia Qingyue's movements gave a start, her eyes turning slightly. "The damage is too severe, you should not look at it." Xia Yuntian's gaze was like a torch. It was as if he could tell something from the unnatural expression on Xia Qingyue's face. He said solemnly, "Qingyue, don't try to lie and muddle through. The Patriarch and the others need to scrutinize the artifact spirit. It's not good for anyone to talk." A trace of worry appeared on his face. And it's best for you to calm down at this time. Only yesterday, the Yi family, which is one of the strongest in Kyoto, sent someone to come and communicate with our Xia family about the marriage, so don't run into a gun."
If you raise the conditions now, you are likely to be stared at by the matriarch. In case you are asked to go for the marriage union, what will you do? Xingyue, tell me honestly, is your artifact spirit damaged or not?
Xia Qingyue looked uncertain and eventually shook her head and,
my artifact spirit is not damaged,
but I have a friend who is in great need of artifact spirit essence gold, so I want to.
Xia Yuntian immediately shook his head and, Xingyue, don't think about anything at this time, just practice well. Only when you get stronger can you have the right to speak and decide how you live. Big families have the benefits of big families, but there are also invisible constraints. Xia Qingyue is not willing to. Dad, but there are so many girls in the clan, the patriarch shouldn't let me go. Xia Yuntian looked at Xia Qingyue stonily and, Xingyue, you also said that it should be, so what if it really stares you in the face when you go to apply for the artifact spirit essence gold? You should know that marriages in big families, even parents and myself, oftentimes have no say in the matter. Xia Qingyue froze in place. She knew that her father was right. Once she was chosen by the clan as a pawn for the marriage, as long as the majority of the clan agreed, then it was a nail in the coffin. For girls, there are just two ways to get out of it. The first is that they are stronger than the other person and are still able to beat them head on. This is the only way to rightfully reject the other party. The second is that the person who is truly favored has even more amazing potential and can bring even greater contributions to the family. However, the family generally takes these issues into account when scouting for marriage pawns, so once chosen, it is generally difficult to escape the union ending. The light in her eyes dimmed for a few moments, and she slowly took out her cell phone, sending a message to Li Luo. Li Luo, the spirit essence gold isn't very good. Soon after, Leroy replied, it's okay, we're also looking for the location of the Reaper Underground Tournament. Xia Qingyue was surprised that, the Death God Underground Tournament? Did he know he wouldn't make it? Is that why he went on to find the underground ring location?
But the underground ring is also too dangerous.
That's not good.
She sent the message again, Leroy, I'll try again, wait a little longer. She slowly sat on the chair next to her. Dad, what quality of artifact spirit is that ye family person?
How is the strength? Xia Yuntian froze, why are you asking this?
Xia Qingyue was deep in thought and, I want to inquire about the other party, and if in case I'm really targeted, I'll see if I can defeat them.
Xia Yuntian's gaze flashed with a hint of a different color. Xingyu, so you are planning to risk losing your freedom for that friend of yours, are you? Is this friend important to you? Important? Xia Qingyue asked herself, of course it was important. She had fantasized countless times about walking hand in hand with him in public and getting everyone's blessing, and countless times about watching the morning sun with him, and countless times about facing the sea and blossoming in spring with him. So, the result is obvious. It's important. Xia Yuntian said meaningfully. His name is Yi Xian, he's in the same class as you, he possesses an epic grade combat artifact Spirit Cold Moon Blade, a legend grade attack attachment, Blade Light like the moon, and a purple gold grade body attachment, Phantom Misty, he's one of the Yi family's pride. He quietly observed Xia Qingyue's expression. One could clearly see that she was very torn inside. Time passes 1 minute by 1 second.
In the quiet living room, a pin drop could be heard, and Xia Qingyue was also doing a drastic mental game.
Suddenly,
Xia Qingyue's gaze lit up, as if she remembered something, and pondered in her mind that,
as if, he said he would give me a surprise, curious what it would be? Chapter 44, you're a student, sure you want to fight? Thinking about it. Xia Qingyue's gaze gradually became firm. Dad, I must try. Xia Yuntian let out a long sigh. Qingyu. He was about to speak and finally asked, what is the name of that friend of yours? Li Luo. Xia Qingyue said greatly. Li Luo?
Xia Yuntian carefully recalled this name, it always felt a bit familiar. He immediately pursued the question.
What is your relationship? Xia Qingyue rambled, friends. She put her hands behind her back with a relaxed face. A friend? I'm afraid it's not that simple. Xia Yuntian was silent as he pondered. Is this kid Li Luo so outstanding? Surprisingly, he stole the heart of Laozi's precious daughter? Ryoko. He shook his head helplessly. Xingyue, I want to persuade you, but I also know that you never listen to persuasion, so I won't bother, it's just that you must be mentally prepared. Dad, I know. The other side. Li Luo had finally found the location of the Magic City East Region Death Rumble, and he had already inquired about it. The tournament with the Weapon Spirit Essence Gold reward started on May 5th. That is the day after tomorrow. The entry fee for the competition is $100 million, and in order to get the Artifact Essence Gold, you need to become challenged to become the ringmaster and also defeat 10 other ring challengers. Li Luo looked at the time and muttered softly. It's already 5 p.m, Xia Qingyue's side is probably hopeless, we still have to rely on ourselves, sign up and go. Zhou Pai pulled Li Luo. Big brother, look at the row of small letters, once enrolled, no refunds. Li Luo followed the direction of Zhou Pai's finger and took a closer look, and sure enough there was a row of small letters on the enrollment instructions. It was really a no-frills business.
Enrollment cannot be refunded, you at least write a little bigger this group of black-hearted business and ing play tricks. May your business fail and you go into debt. Li Luo stared at a few small words and said in his heart. Although he saw this overbearing clause, he realized that there was nothing he could do about it, but he could still only go and enroll. So he continued toward the enrollment office. Chupi, on the other hand, followed close behind. As he walked, Li Luo's eyes looked around and realized that the people who came to enroll were all people with sharp and ruthless eyes, and they were all in their 30s and 40s. They all looked resolute and decisive. Li Luo came to the ring enrollment office and seriously said to the beautiful waitress in front of him, "Beauty, I want to sign up for the set of ring matches that have weapon spirit essence gold rewards." The moment the beautiful waitress's gaze landed on Li Luo's face, she was slightly disoriented. You? She curiously surveyed the school uniform on Li Luo. "You're a student, are you sure you want to sign up for the ring?" Li Luo nodded affirmatively, sure about signing up. The beautiful waitress raised her eyebrows. "Alright, just scan the code to pay, right? What do you want to call your code name?" Code name? Leroy hesitated for a moment. "Just Bad Handsome." The beautiful waitress raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Huh? Are you sure it's called Bad Handsome?" "Okay." Leroy swept the code while perfecting his information. The beautiful waitress continued to ask, "Do you have any amazing ring battles? If so, you can tell us about them. In that case, when you come out, our host can introduce them in more detail." Li Luo shook his head. "No, a newcomer. Who's a good guy with nothing to do in the ring? Can't you see that I'm just an 18-year-old high school graduate?" "Okay." The pretty waitress nodded understandingly. Soon, she took an entry number plate and handed it to Li Luo, explaining, "The ring you're participating in is the Artifact Spirit Essence Gold Contest. The order of appearance is the 3rd place. The time is May 5th starting at 9 p.m. If you don't go to the ring by then, you'll be considered to have given up." "Understood." Li Luo received the entry number plate. A large number 3 was engraved on the top of the number plate, and the font was red, making it particularly conspicuous. Joe Pai looked like he had never seen the world. "Big brother? This 100 million, this is gone? Or else?" Li Luo shrugged indifferently. 100 million wasn't a lot for him right now. With his horrible money-making speed, he could get it in minutes, so right now he wasn't interested in money at all. Li Luo patted Joe Pai on the shoulder. "Guapi, today's time is almost up. Tomorrow I'll bring you to level 30 again. The day after tomorrow I'll get the Artifact Spirit Essence Gold to repair the Artifact Spirit, and before the college entrance exams you'll just hone your skills a little more on your own." "Okay, big brother." Joe Pai obeyed on his word. He wasn't worried about the leveling issue, he was more worried about the Artifact Spirit repair issue. If he didn't repair the Artifact Spirit as soon as possible, then his college entrance exam would be absolutely hopeless. Li Luo checked the time again, 5:10. He celebrated, "It's a good thing we didn't completely pin it on Xia Qingyue, it looks like she didn't make it." Joe Pai said casually. "Big brother, do you think it's possible that we just paid the enrollment fee and she succeeded?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Li Luo's eyes were thoughtful. "She said 3 hours at the latest, and now it's been 6 hours. Ding dong." The sound of Leroy's cell phone message suddenly rang. Li Luo lurched, his eyes couldn't help but look at Joe Pai. It couldn't be that he was right? Joe Pai stared at Li Luo's cell phone with interest. "Big brother, is it a message from Xia Qingyue?" Li Luo immediately took out his cell phone and unlocked it to check. Sure enough, it came from Xia Qingyue. "Li Luo, I made it, where are you?" Leroy was stunned. "Holy! She succeeded?" He replied, with mixed emotions. "I just finished signing up for the ring, 100 million, can't get a refund." "That's really a bit of a waste, Li Luo. Tell me your location and I'll bring you the Weapon Spirit Essence Gold." Li Luo looked around. 98 Dawn Street, there's a Corner Meets Love cafe next to it, we'll wait for you inside." "Okay, you guys wait for me." Li Luo and Joe Pai ordered 2 hard lattes at the cafe, which tasted pretty bad. Li Luo straight up spit. "Grass, is this stuff for people to drink?" Chupi shook his head. "I don't know, I don't think it's as good as nutritional fast food anyway." The two made small talk. Xia Qingyue quickly came to the cafe and sat opposite Li Luo, staring at Li Luo with a complicated gaze for a long time. Seeing this, Joe Pai felt that the atmosphere seemed a bit off and immediately took the opportunity to go to the restroom. With his rich experience in detecting words and colors, if nothing else, there should be an accident. Seeing Joe Pai leaving, Xia Qingyue took out a fist-sized object wrapped in a pink handkerchief and handed it to Li Luo. Li Luo, inside this is the Artifact Spirit Essence Gold, here you go, 3 pounds should be enough." Li Luo handed Xia Qingyue an opaque document bag with his left hand while receiving the Artifact Spirit Essence Gold. "Here, inside is the surprise I promised you." Xia Qingyue received Li Luo's file bag with a happy expression, but immediately afterward a trace of reluctance surged in her eyes. She stared at Li Luo's face with a complex expression. "Li Luo, I really want to ask you a question." "Ask." Li Luo casually took a sip of coffee. "Do you kind of resent me?" Li Luo's movements were stuttered, slowly raising his eyes to look at Xia Qingyue. "Dislike?"
That's not so bad. Honestly, he believed that any man would be moved by the sight of her upside-down face. It was just that he felt that when strength wasn't strong enough, everything else was just floating clouds. Before being invincible, I won't think about children's love. Li Luo said seriously. Yeah? Xia Qingyue picked up the document bag and laughed in a pretense of ease. Well, Li Luo, lately I shouldn't even bother you, you can be quiet for a while. She smiled slightly and turned to leave. Li Luo raised his eyebrows slightly, something in his words? Chapter 45, Legendary Enchantment, Little Imperial Sword Art. Li Luo's puzzled gaze fell on Xia Qingyue's slowly departing back, pondering. He guessed that Xia Qingyue's words just now had a deep meaning. But he didn't bother to ponder it carefully. He still insisted that improving his strength was the way to go. He withdrew his gaze to look at the weapon Spirit Essence Gold. Perhaps with this weapon Spirit Essence Gold, she paid some price, but the legendary Great Enchantment, Small Imperial Sword Technique, in exchange for 3 pounds of weapon Spirit Essence Gold shouldn't even be a loss. Li Luo muttered softly. This, Small Imperial Sword Technique, exchange life expectancy requirement is 50 years, his current life expectancy coincidentally has 250 years left. Big brother, is she gone? Zhou Pai slowly slipped back, surprised and asked. Gone. Li Luo nodded. He handed Zhou Pai the Artifact Spirit Essence Gold. Here, Artifact Spirit Essence Gold, hurry up and take it to repair your Artifact Spirit. Half a day is enough time to recover the Artifact Spirit and continue hunting monsters tomorrow. Thank you, big brother, thank you, righteous father. Zhou Pai excitedly received the Artifact Spirit Essence Gold, his face flushed red. This thing didn't come easy. Equivalent to big brother Li Luo owes Xia Qingyue a favor, and also do not know what price Xia Qingyue paid to get. Li Luo waved his hand without caring. Cut the crap, you should know how to repair the Artifact Spirit. Zhou Pai nodded his head. I know. By touching the Artifact Spirit with the Artifact Spirit Essence Gold, the Artifact Spirit will actively draw on the Artifact Spirit Essence from the Artifact Spirit Essence Gold and then gradually recover. Good to know. Big brother, you don't have to go to the ring then, do you? Li Luo pondered. Since there's no need to fight in the ring, then I won't fight in the ring, and the time will smell better to be used for killing monsters and upgrading. Go back. The two of them walked towards the school dormitory. Since it was quite late today, Li Luo decided to go back to the secret realm tomorrow to kill monsters. Today, he would leave time for Zhou Pai to repair the Artifact Spirit. One night is enough time to repair it. It was a night of total internet madness. Li Luo's name had already been rumored, and then after helping the Enforcement Bureau kill monsters and scrapping Zhao Xayan's dual legendary level Artifact Spirit, the two events fueled it. His name directly became a hot search on the entire internet. Countless people, both bright and dark, were keeping an eye out for this dark horse young man who possessed the Barrett Artifact Spirit. He was a high school student, but he was able to make so many things happen. Where exactly was the upper limit of his strength? And where is the upper limit of potential? There were even some people from the big powers who began to keep an eye out to see if they could recruit him under their command. Late night. Summer's house, living room. Xia Yuntian looked at Xia Qingyue with annoyance. Qingyue, you're too rash to agree to the matriarch's request for a marriage with Yi Xian to his face because of the Artifact Spirit Essence Gold. How could you do that? Xia Qingyue said in deep thought. Dad, it's nothing, don't worry, I will definitely defeat this guy called Yi Xian and regain my freedom. Xia Yuntian was worried. Qingyue, you are also too naive. Yi Xian's strength is higher than yours in all aspects. What do you think makes you able to defeat him? Xia Qingyue's eyes turned. It's all in the eye of the beholder. She winked in a pretense of relaxation. Dad, this Li Luo is not an ordinary person. He's very, very strong. If I can't defeat Yi Xian, then I'll let Li Luo defeat Yi Xian. Black lines rose on Xia Yuntian's forehead. Qingyue, do you know what you are saying? No matter how strong Li Luo is, can he be stronger than a family as big as the Yi family? He questioned out loud. Besides, in what name is he fighting Yi Xian? You said he's your friend, but a friend isn't qualified to fight for you, unless he's your object and has so much potential that even our Xia family has to pay 3 points of attention to it. Ask yourself, does he have this potential and strength? Also, is he your object? Xia Qingyue stomped her foot in aggravation and, Dad, you actually yelled at me? Xia Yuntian's mouth twitched. What's wrong with yelling at you? Shouldn't I yell at you? No longer care about you, you're going to turn over. Humph. Xia Qingyue immediately ran back to her bedroom. Bang. The heavy slamming of the door made Xia Yuntian very helpless. Bedroom. Xia Qingyue annoyingly threw the file bag in her hand on the dresser mirror table, then sat down on the chair in a huff, sulking with Xia Yuntian. She was incredulous that her dad, Xia Yuntian, was yelling at her. In all these years, he had never yelled at her like that. Suddenly, her unintentional gaze to the file bag lit up. Leroy said something about surprising me. What could this be? She immediately took the file bag back into her hands. Then she picked up the small scissors next to her and carefully cut open the file bag seal. She slowly took out the contents. The book-sized, shimmering 3-colored enchantment scroll caught her eye. Xia Qingyue's gaze lit up. This is surprisingly another legendary grade enchantment scroll? She muttered in surprise. How did he get it?
She immediately checked the information on this enchanted scroll. Small Imperial Sword Technique, Legendary Grade Enchantment, used for sword-type artifact spirit enchantment. After enchantment, one can flexibly use the sword to kill the enemy remotely, with greatly increased damage, and the range of attack is within a 100-meter radius.
Minor Imperial Sword Art? Xia Qingyue couldn't help but exclaim.
The Imperial Sword Technique enchantment was one of the strongest enchantments for sword-type artifact spirits, and although there was a small word in front of this Imperial Sword Technique, the words remote attack were no joke. She had heard that the topmost royal sword art attunement could not only kill enemies with a sword, but also carry people in flight with a sword, and even open the sky with a sword. With this little Imperial sword art, I immediately shifted from melee combat to long-distance offense, and with my nimble stance and superb body recovery ability, I may not be unable to defeat this Yi Xian.
Xia Qingyue looked excited. Li Luo, how did he get it? It's also too cool, right? Excited.
She excitedly used this small Imperial sword art enchantment on her own artifact spirit, the Bright Moon Sword.
In an instant,
she could clearly feel a mysterious perception and manipulation ability between herself and the Bright Moon Sword.
I'll try.
With a thought, the Bright Moon Sword flew out of her hand and magically hung in the air.
Go!
As she let out a dainty cry, the Bright Moon Sword was like streams of light rapidly flying towards the direction of her finger.
Boom!
As the sound rang out, the Bright Moon Sword easily pierced a sword hole through the bedroom wall.
The loud commotion startled Xia Yuntian in the living room. Qingyue, what are you up to again?
Then, Xia Qingyue did not answer him.
Early the next morning,
Li Luo and Zhou Pai once again appeared at the teleportation gate of the secret realm of practicing.
Guapi, is the artifact spirit fixed?
Zhou Pai nodded. Fixed. There is still half a kilogram of artifact spirit essence gold left that can't be used. Big brother, you keep it. Li Luo took the ping-pong ball-sized artifact spirit and put it into his pocket, but in reality, he put it into the system space.
He waved to Zhou Pai. Go, enter the secret realm. It was at this time
I dreamed of walking the earth with a sword. His cell phone rang suddenly.
Strange phone call? Is it an advertisement or a sales pitch?
Leroy raised his eyebrows and playfully picked up the phone.
A low voice came from the other end of the phone. Is this Li Luo? It's me, who is it? My name is Xia Yuntian, I'm Xia Qingyue's father. Li Luo, did Xia Qingyue give you a piece of artifact spirit essence gold yesterday? Li Luo was surprised while answering, yes. He didn't expect Xia Qingyue's father to actually call him.
Li Luo, uncle begs you for something. Li Luo's eyes moved slightly. I'm sorry for my words, you say. I would like to ask you to return the artifact spirit essence gold. I am willing to give you enough monetary compensation, because Xia Qingyue lost her precious freedom in order to apply for this piece of artifact spirit essence gold.
Chapter 46, I'm the contestant, he's the agent. Losing your freedom?
There was a slight surprise in Leroy's heart.
How could Xia Qingyue lose her freedom because of this?
No wonder her words yesterday seemed a bit off. Xia Yuntian explained, because she applied for this weapon spirit essence gold, she promised the Xia clan chief that she would marry someone she didn't really like, and although she said herself that she would defeat the other party to get out of this predicament, it's difficult, and until she breaks this pact, she has to abide by the clan's rules and keep her distance from the other boys.
Xia Yuntian's tone was extremely sincere and,
you are Xia Qingyue's friend, and I don't think you're willing to see her lose her freedom either, so I want to return the artifact spirit essence gold and talk to the matriarch to break off this agreement.
Hearing this,
Li Luo finally understood what Xia Qingyue really meant last night when she said that she wouldn't bother herself lately. It turned out that it was because she had paid a certain degree of freedom price to apply for the artifact spirit essence gold.
That's kind of silly. It's so silly it's kind of stupid. Life is precious, love is more expensive. If for the sake of freedom, both can be thrown away, does not she understand this truth?
Li Luo's gaze is leisurely, pondering.
Secret realm teleportation entrance. The figures of people coming and going and the clamor of voices didn't affect Li Luo in the slightest as he quietly looked at the ground.
There was no way for him to agree to this request made by Xia Yuntian because the artifact spirit essence gold had already been used up by Zhou Pai for a large portion of it.
Li Luo thought about it for a while.
Uncle Xia, it's not that I don't want to promise you, but the artifact spirit essence gold has already been used up for the most part, and there's no way to return it back in one piece.
Hey, I looked around for your contact number, but I didn't expect to be late after all.
Xia Yuntian's regretful and sad voice rang out. After a long time, he sighed lightly and hung up the phone.
Should we go to the ring tomorrow?
Li Luo pondered for a moment, his eyes looked at Zhou Pai on his side. Go, Guapi, go into the secret realm to kill the monsters.
After a moment of heavenly rotation,
Li Luo and Zhou Pai reappeared in the secret realm, searching for monsters and frantically slaughtering them along the way.
In the secret realm, no monster could withstand Li Luo's perverted Barrett. Bang bang bang. Overbearing gunshots rang out everywhere, and wherever he went, monsters didn't grow an inch.
Big brother, why do I feel like you're off today? Joe Pai realized that today's Li Luo, his state was obviously a bit off, hunting monsters with too much blood and violence, not giving the monsters any chance to catch their breath at all. And he clearly said that he would leave 2 monsters for him to practice. As a result, they were all raided by Li Luo without paying attention.
Me? Nothing. Li Luo shook his head.
Underneath his calm exterior, his mind was always thinking about Xia Qingyue.
He really didn't expect Xia Qingyue to do this.
This caused a trace of apology to grow in his heart.
Joe Pai could see that Li Luo seemed to have something on his mind, but he didn't ask in detail. Time passes slowly. Without realizing it, the day passes in a flash.
When the time came to 6 p.m., Li Luo's level increased from level 31 to 33, while Joe Pai's level increased from 26 to 30. After level 30, the leveling experience requirement was significantly higher. While Joe Pai leveled up by 4, he could only level up by 2.
And he now had 308 years of life remaining. 6 p.m.
Leroy and Joe Pai walked out of the secret realm. The vicinity of the teleportation gate was still crowded with people coming and going, and the sounds of discussion and laughter were endless. But to the very beginning, Li Luo was preoccupied. He turned to look at Joe Pai behind him and mused, "Guapi, tomorrow, I plan to go to the ring tournament."
"Ha? Why?" Joe Pai asked in surprise. "Big brother, isn't it not necessary to engage in weapon spirit essence gold?" "It's needed," Li Luo said seriously. "For what?" Joe Pai didn't understand.
Li Luo thought deeply. "Xia Qingyue gave me that piece of weapon spirit essence gold, which she gave up her freedom in exchange for, although I did give her a legendary great enchantment scroll that is worth about the same as the weapon spirit essence gold, but freedom is priceless." His gaze was languid and, had I known that she was exchanging it in this way, I definitely wouldn't have taken her artifact spirit essence gold. I have to say that she's really a bit stupid, actually sacrificing her freedom in exchange for artifact spirit essence gold. Although he said this on his lips, he knew it clearly in his heart. A big reason why Xia Qingyue would do this was because she didn't want him, Li Luo, to fight desperately in the ring. So this matter was directly related to him. He told Joe Pai exactly what Xia Yintian had said. "Now you understand why I'm going to the ring match, right?" Joe Pai slammed his thighs and, "Grass, it's all because of me. I really can't make things happen. Let big brother you and Xia Qingyue are so passive. I'm really a waste." After saying that, he slapped his face and huffed at his own face. Li Luo immediately pulled Joe Pai's hand and, "It's not your problem, the root cause is still because of me, so I'll solve this problem." Leroy carried Barrett and said, as he walked away, "It's a good thing I signed up and the race hasn't started yet. It doesn't start until 9 o'clock tomorrow." He stated his plans for the, "I plan to win the ring match, win the artifact spirit essence gold, and then sell it to Xia Yintian. I don't want to owe someone such a big favor and mess up my Dao." Joe Pai nodded, then inquired, "Big brother, then what can I do?" You improve your combat strength. You don't need to worry about leveling up right now. Level 30 already fulfills the requirements for the entrance exam. You need to hone your combat skills more now." "Big brother, I'll go with you tomorrow." Joe Pai's tone was firm. "You don't go, you go to the secret leveling realm to fight monsters." Li Luo shook his head. "No, big brother, I'm going with you. After all, there are more people with more eyes, and there's a chance that I'll learn combat skills from watching you guys fight." Joe Pai insisted. "All right." Li Luo was too lazy to persuade Joe Pai anymore. Ding dong. Leroy heard a message on his cell phone. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was class teacher Zhao Ling reminding everyone to report their grade notifications. He immediately replied in the class group that, "Leroy, level 33. The message was sent out, and the group unsurprisingly boiled over. There were outcries of outrageousness. "Level 33? It's only the 4th day, big brother." "Yeah, it's too sick, we're only at the beginning of level 10. I mean, it's been much harder to find monsters lately. Isn't it just that Li Luo takes out a lot of monsters?" "Yeah, it seems to be affecting the balance a bit. Can this work without having to apply for additional monsters in advance?" "That makes sense, let's go apply for it." The next morning, 8 o'clock. Li Luo and Joe Pai, instead of heading to the secret realm of practicing as usual, turned around and headed to the Reaper Underground tournament. The Artifact Spirit Essence Gold contest started at 9 o'clock this morning. As far as he knew, there were a total of 100 participants in this group of ring contenders. He, on the other hand, was the 3rd participant to appear. According to the rules, in order to get the Artifact Essence Gold, you need to challenge to become the ringmaster and defeat 10 consecutive contestants in the ring. If more than one contestant in this group of challengers reached the conditions, they would eventually be required to PK for the final championship. Soon, Li Luo and Joe Pai appeared at the underground ring scene. There were quite a few people who saw the 2 students in school uniforms come here, and they called out, "What a great guy. Students don't go to school properly, what's the point of fooling around?" See Li Luo and Joe Pai. The staff immediately reached out to stop them. "Sorry both of you, this is the contestant entrance, not the spectator entrance. The spectator entrance is on the side." Li Luo slowly took out the number 3 contestant card and, "I am the contestant, and he, my manager."
Chapter 47 Students in the Ring? Crazy, right? Ha! You're a contestant? The staff member half-heartedly looked at the school uniforms on the two with disbelief. The students all dared to come to the ring match? That's a bit too big of a nerve, isn't it? In all his time on the job, this was the first time he had seen such an outrageous situation. Which one of the other contestants is not fierce in the eyes and full of flesh, but this person in front of him was simply like a meek little sheep. After confirming his eyes and the entry card, the staff finally confirmed Li Luo's identity as a participant. He was surprised and said, "Okay, identity has been confirmed, please enter." Li Luo and Zhou Pai strutted into the contestants' area, the two of them looking completely out of place with the others around them due to their age and the school uniforms they were wearing. There were constantly questioning voices ringing out from all around. What's the situation? Students fighting in the ring? Crazy, right? Where does he come from? He's got too much money, doesn't he? Is he a rich kid looking for excitement? After all, the entry fee isn't cheap. Hell knows, I guess he'll be taken down in one move. Guess there's something wrong with his brain. 7 voices rang out, almost all of them questioning Li Luo's strength and intelligence. Li Luo, however, did not care. He was scrutinizing the prizes for this group's ring match. How much the artifact spirit essence gold weighed? Don't be in trouble if you don't have enough. Tisk, there's actually 10 pounds, that's enough. Li Luo clasped his hands on his chest and stared at the 10 pounds of artifact spirit essence gold on the pictorial with satisfaction. It was as if it was already in his pocket. It's no wonder the entry fee is so expensive. The other participants were all observing Li Luo's demeanor with disdain. Mainly because he was too otherworldly. So otherworldly that people couldn't take their eyes off his face, too young, too handsome, and too calm. Li Luo's gaze slowly moved away from the prize artifact spirit essence gold and looked around. The huge ring was shrouded in 2-meter thick special glass that looked indestructible. Outside the ring, surrounded by a sea of spectators, the seats were filled to capacity, with cheers, screams, and whistles. On the big screen, there were also many media broadcasting live. The sound was loud and the scene was shocking. In the contestants' area, almost all of the 100 contestants were carefully analyzing the strength of their opponents. Only Li Luo was so calm that it was frightening. "Big brother, are you nervous?" Zhou Pai inquired. "A little but not much." Choppy wondered, "Why?" Li Luo raised his eyebrows. "The first time I fought in front of so many people, I'm a bit not quite used to it." "Then are you confident?" "Just kidding, of course I do." Leroy was confident. He believed that no one could get close to his Barrett with unlimited bullets, not to mention the shock retreat attachment. Who wouldn't be hit with 2 more blasts and be done with it? The point is, his own sniping skills are sneaky, and getting in close will only allow him to shoot fast and accurately. Finally, the time came to 9 o'clock. In the ring, a beautiful host slowly steps forward. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the host Zhang Yun. Our ring match is about to begin. Our rule is that there are no rules. As long as there is a party of people who admit defeat, then it means that the match is divided into winners and losers on the spot, and the match will end and move on to the next round. There are a total of 100 contestants. The first one to come out is by default the ringmaster. The ones behind all belong to our challengers. Defeat the ringmaster to become the new ringmaster. Defeat 10 people in a row and you can choose to become a prospective champion to rest and wait for the final PK with other prospective champions, or you can choose to fight to the end. Please welcome the first contestant Zhao Wuji, codenamed Immovable King, 10 years of ring experience, 133 quasi-championships, 3 championships, and great fame." The words fell. Li Luo saw among the contestants a middle-aged scarred man who was not angry and imposing, holding a long spear in his hand, dominating the stage. Countless people in the crowd were screaming and cheering. "Zhao Wuji! Zhao Wuji! Zhao Wuji! Fudo Mingwan, you're the best, I'm betting all on you, go for it. Immovable King will win." Li Luo could tell that this Zhao Wuji was extremely famous and popular, and many people were betting on him. After the mountainous cheers, the presenter continued with enthusiasm, saying that, "Please welcome our second contestant Teng Qingshan, codename Equality of All Beings, 6 years of ring experience, 18 quasi-championships, for championships, rising star." The words fell. Another mountain of voices rang out. Among the contestants, an inch-haired muscular man walked onto the ring unhurriedly with a tang sword in his hand. In the ring, Zhao Wuji and Teng Qingshan were looking at each other without any words, but there was a lot of gunpowder in their eyes, and the bearish intent to fight was burning in their eyes. When the audience saw this scene, their enthusiasm instantly exploded. The host Zhang Yun was overjoyed. She understood the audience's psychology. They just liked this kind of atmosphere of tearing each other apart at the drop of a hat. The thicker the battle, the higher their passion. I announced the start of the match. As soon as Zhang Yun's words fell, the old and calm Zhao Wuji and the calm and collected Teng Qingshan did not make their first move. Their gazes were still full of gunpowder. The two of them held their artifact spirits in their hands and their gazes were like torches, as if they were two supreme experts, their auras climbing dramatically. Zhao Wuji narrowed his eyes slightly and
Tang Qingshan, as far as I know, your rank is 102 while my rank is 115, your strength, agility, and stamina including spirit are all inferior to me. Challenging me you can be considered to have encountered a line of tough opponents.
Tang Qingshan laughed heartily.
Hehe, there is a gap in attributes, but those basic attributes are just surface data. Combat skills and artifact spirits and attachments are the key to determining the outcome of the match, and rank is the most useless reference.
He knew a truth deep down. Strong attributes only meant that one's reaction was faster, stronger, and more durable. But combat is comprehensive.
Attributes are only a very small part of the factors affecting the battle skills, the perfect coordination of the artifact spirit and the enchantment, and even the guts and courage, are the real key to the victory or defeat.
Zhao Wuji sneered. Since that's the case, let's fight. Swoosh. Zhao Wuji leapt forward, holding a long spear and stabbing violently towards Tang Qingshan. Good timing.
Tang Qingshan was not shocked but delighted, swinging his tang blade to meet Zhao Wuji's attack. A clanking and incessant battle sound rang out, and the battle between Zhao Wuji and Tang Qingshan soon entered white heat. The moves were vicious and venomous, going straight for the door. The ring has no rules, only one side to admit defeat and do not admit defeat to be killed or possible.
A good fight makes one's blood run cold.
The spectators around the ring hissed at the top of their lungs, clapping and cheering as if they were fighting themselves. After a bitter battle, under a sudden and unexpected horseback shot from Zhao Wuji, Tang Qingshan was stabbed in the abdomen. Blood gurgled. Tang Qingshan, however, did not cry out to admit defeat as Zhao Wuji smiled sinisterly and immediately turned his spear. Ah! Tang Qingshan's face turned pale and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth as he screamed miserably, then immediately shouted that, "I admit defeat." The host, Zhang Yun, immediately spoke up and, "First match, Zhao Wuji wins, continue to the next match in 30 minutes, please prepare for number 3 undesirable handsome Li Luo."
Chapter 48 110? Do you care if someone is hanging? Audience. There was a lot of talk, and it went on and on and on. Li Luo? Who is Li Luo? How come I've never heard of it? I don't know, guess it's a newcomer. A newbie? Then I guess he can last 1 minute at most.
Quick, place your bets, place a fierce bet on Zhao Wuji.
Necessary, laborers want to pokies. Contestant area. Shupi pats Leroy on the shoulder. Big brother, you're next. I know. Li Luo's gaze fell on the unrivaled Zhao Wuji in the ring.
It had to be said that Zhao Wuji's combat experience was very rich. Tang Qingshan and Zhao Wuji were originally 50-50 in terms of strength, but it was obvious that Zhao Wuji was more mindful and had a lot of underhanded tactics, which was why he won with difficulty. Li Luo had seen all of his opponent's moves and stances clearly, and could be said to know them like the back of his hand. But whether it was Zhao Wuji or Tang Qingshan, he was certain that neither of them was his opponent. I'm afraid that they didn't even have a chance to get close. Suddenly, Li Luo's eyes lit up. "Guapi, hurry up and pokies bet on me to win, odds of 1 to 10, you can easily double 10 times.
Ah? Big brother? Zhou Pai was a bit confused. Place a bet?
What are you waiting for? Now is the right time to place a bet. Every game you press me to win, you lie to make money." The corner of Li Luo's mouth lifted up in an unveiled smile.
"Okay big brother, I'll place my bets here." Zhou Pai immediately nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice.
Then he hurriedly ran to the side machine to place his bets. Naturally, it was pokies, and it was betting on Li Luo to win. Originally Zhou Pai was wondering when he would be able to be wealthy and free, but he did not expect the opportunity to come this way, if this wave wins.
This is not directly take off? No one knew Li Luo's strength better than him.
This was surely a surefire deal. Li Luo gently raised his eyebrows and looked around, realizing that quite a few contestants were also placing bets, but without exception, all of them were betting on Zhao Wuji to win. Li Luo also slowly walked over to the betting machine and placed all 300 million plus summer dollars on himself. More than 300 million doubled 10 times, that's more than 3 billion, he. After Li Luo bought it, the corner of his mouth unconsciously raised a smile that was hard to suppress.
This money was too easy to earn. The clock is ticking.
Regarding the unknown Li Luo, many people were inquiring about him. However, when the people inquired clearly that Li Luo was actually a student, they were all dumbfounded.
What the hell? A student? Thought they were spectators, but they're ING contestants? Scratch that. Is the threshold of the ring so low now? Any cat or dog can compete? It's really a big injustice that people are stupid and have a lot of money. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so you have to pike it. Getting rich depends on this wave.
The audience who had just placed their bets immediately increased the amount of their bets, and those who hadn't placed any bets were also moved to bet. Of course, they all bet on Zhao Wuji.
Without realizing it, 30 minutes had passed.
The host, Zhang Yun, immediately took the stage. "Audience members, the second match is about to begin. Please welcome ringmaster Zhao Wuji to the stage."
The voice fell. A mountain of screams came from the audience. "Immovable king, you are the king. Go for it. Go, you're the strongest. Go, you're the best. Be strong, Zhao Wuji, I'm all in on you." If you win, I'll take off where I left off. If you lose, I'll lose my family. The sound of a mountain of voices rang out for up to 30 seconds before subsiding. The host, Jung Yun, spoke again. Now, please welcome our challenger number 3 Lee Luo, codename Bad Handsome. He is a newcomer. What you don't know is that he is still just a student and his level is only at the beginning of level 30. The words fell. An even more terrifying mountainous roar of voices actually came from the audience, and the sound actually surpassed Zhao Wuji. Go Lee Luo, try to hold on for 1 minute. Zhao Wuji, go easy on him, don't be too cruel. Zhao Wuji, be gentle. Lee Luo, this is a righteous act. Lee Luo has great courage. Thank you for giving me the chance to get rich. I hope you don't cry when you lose. Lee Luo, when I get rich this time, I will definitely thank you heavily. Brotherly justice. Holy. Lee Luo's originally calm state of mind was made very depressed by this mountain of sound. What the hell is this all about? Carrying a Barrett, he slowly walked towards the middle of the ring, his eyes sweeping around to the incredibly enthusiastic crowd. He didn't realize that almost all of those spectators were gloating and cheering. Just plain speechless. Gradually, a voice of astonishment came from the audience that, wait, you guys pay attention, it's actually a Barrett on his shoulder? Is this an artifact or a normal heat weapon? No way. How dare a normal heat weapon be used to fight in the ring? This can't even cause damage to someone with an artifact spirit, right? What is he up to? This young man is so otherworldly, he's also too upside down, a student, more than 30 levels, and he's holding a Barrett? I'm curious, is he over 18? Of course, no one under 18 is allowed to fight in the ring. Lee Luo completely ignored these sounds of curiosity and skepticism as he walked up to the ring without haste, calm and collected. His right shoulder was carrying a light as air Barrett, domineering, and his bangs in front of his forehead were windless. The gazes of the other participants behind him who looked at Lee Luo all revealed a playful smile. Some even exchanged a few words. Looks like it's time to straighten up the ring circle, even students can come, don't we old geezers want to lose face? That's right, I hope this Zhao Wuji isn't too cruel. It's not that I'm bragging, I feel like I can fight 10 of them like him without much effort. Haha, I'm betting on Zhao Wuji this time anyway. Heroes see the same thing, I never bet on anything, and I can't even help but bet on Zhao Wuji this time. Hearing these voices, Shupi couldn't help but cover his mouth and snicker. Good, good, good. Big Brother's wave of fish frying could certainly blow through the pond. Sister, now time is too tight to get a loan, or I'll take out a loan to get on it. Joe Pai secretly patted his thigh. Grass, how the hell did I not think of it earlier? Finally. Lee Luo stood quietly in the ring, calmly observing Zhao Wuji whose eyes were full of contempt. Zhao Wuji couldn't help but shake his head and, kid, you're really making it difficult for me. If I let you stay on stage for 2 more seconds, it will make me lose face. If I knock you down with one move, it's a bit too much for my heart, it's a headache. Lee Luo let out a light laugh. Hee, coincidentally, you make me also very entangled it. If I am a shot to kill you, and 2 not to give you face, if it is not a shot to kill you, you will suffer the old crime, really entangled Hearing the two choking each other, host Zhang Yun's eyebrows fluttered. Good, that's the effect to have. She exclaimed, excitedly. I declare the game open. As soon as the words fell, everyone stared at the ring with full attention, fearing that they would miss something good. Zhao Wuji pointed his long spear straight at Lee Luo and snorted. Kid, do it, lest you say I'm bullying you. Heh, what a lot of nonsense. After Lee Luo spat, he directly aimed his Barrett at Zhao Wuji and decisively pressed the trigger. Bang! A low, domineering gunshot resounded all around. Immediately after, Zhao Wuji was hit by a black stream of light, and his abdomen was instantly blown out with a fist-sized bloody hole, and his body was also knocked back several meters, almost stumbling. Pooh! Zhao Wuji spat out blood in a large mouth. Hiss! This scene shocked everyone at the scene and couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. What the hell? It just started and it's ing over? Hello, 911? Do you care if someone's hanging? Chapter 49. Hey, you can't punch through my Aoyama Kai. This is too unreasonable. A student, with a Barrett one shot to the long-established old geezer to the direct dry seriously injured? They didn't want to believe it. But the facts before them compelled them to believe it. The countless spectators and contestants who had bet on Zhao Wuji all thumped in their hearts. Damn, I just made a bet. It's all gone down the drain, isn't it? It's my hard-earned money. The host, Jung Yun, who was not far from the side, was still stunned when she saw this scene, even though she was trained in emotional management. She had not expected it at all either. The reversal of the situation came so quickly that I'm afraid it wasn't even 5 seconds before Zhao Wuji was seriously injured. This is an old man with a long reputation. While the crowd was staring in disbelief. Bang! The low, domineering gunshot sounded again, and Zhao Wuji, who hadn't yet stabilized himself, was shot again in the thigh. Plop! Ah! Zhao Wuji let out a painful moan. His body was once again shaken back and flew out, this time in an even more wretched state, directly smashing heavily on the ground. Zhao Wuji's face showed panic, staring fearfully at Lee Luo whose face was as calm as water. What kind of devil is this? How the hell did we meet such a pervert? At this moment, the audience all covered their mouths and sighed, calling it outrageous. Someone shouted, "Zhao Wuji, go for it, I'm betting my entire fortune on you." "Zhao Wuji, you don't want to see me go bankrupt, do you? Get up, Zhao Wuji, my money." "Zhao Wuji, as long as you're not dead, do it to death." Countless people who had bet on Zhao Wuji were shouting furiously, telling Zhao Wuji to fight desperately. At this moment, Zhao Wuji emoed. "Really, everyone else cares about whether you fly high or not, only your mom cares about whether you are tired of flying." When he saw Li Luo preparing to fire the third shot, he immediately panicked and shouted, "I concede! I concede!" At these words, the entire room boiled over. "Grass! My money is just gone? I took out a loan to bet on you, Zhao Wuji, with high leverage, what now? Zhao Wuji, you return my money." "Damn hair, Zhao Wuji, this hot chicken, how do you have the face to call yourself an old geezer?" "Zhao Wuji, I'll never share the same fate as you." When Li Luo heard Zhao Wuji admit defeat, he immediately stopped shooting and looked sideways at Zhang Yun with interest. "Host, you can have the next match." "Ha? Oh." Zhang Yun immediately came back to his senses, and holding the microphone, he said loudly, "The second match, Li Luo wins. For the next match, please have participant number 4, Zhang Shan, prepare." With the announcement of the host, Zhang Yun, the seriously injured Zhao Wuji was immediately carried down and sent into the nearby infirmary. As for Li Luo, he calmly returned to the rest area and immediately walked over to the betting machine, presenting the more than 3 billion summer dollars he had won. Tisk, more than 3 billion, this money came too fast. Li Luo let out a sigh. This scene made the other participants beside him envious, with their eyes glazed over, itching to snatch it right away. "Big brother, I just raised $150 million. Zhou Pai said excitedly to Li Luo. As he said this, he checked his balance, 1, 2, 3, 9 digits, it's really more than $150 million. Ha ha ha, how can I spend this money? It simply can't be spent. I'll also bet on Big Brother to win next hand." Zhou Pai was excited. But Li Luo shook his head, "Don't play the next hand, other people are certainly not stupid, this thing can only rely on surprise and make a difference in information." "Oh, okay, Big Brother." Zhou Pai nodded. Audience. Some people stomped their feet in anger, some people fidgeted, some people hung their heads in shame, and some people were secretly happy. Finally, someone searched through the internet and found Li Luo's information. Barrett organ spirit, Li Luo? Is that him? He's the student Li Luo who helped the Enforcement Bureau kill the monster before scrapping Zhao Xin? He's been rumored all over the internet lately. Damn, I heard he's kind of awesome grass. Thought he was delivering food, but he came to fry fish? Hurry up, and find this Li Luo's contact information, I want to recruit him, he's simply a genius. This strength, this age, this face value, we must pull him in, no matter the cost. During this break, no one dared to bet on Li Luo to lose, instead, everyone cleared their bets that Li Luo would win. However, because no one bet on Li Luo to lose, this time the bet did not take effect. Without realizing it, 30 minutes passed. The host, Zhang Yun, is on stage again. Please welcome our new ringmaster, Li Luo, to the stage. Hearing the voice, a mountain of cheers, screams as well as whistles came from the audience. The reason they were so enthusiastic. It was because Li Luo, the dark horse, was too strange, and that crushing Barrett was too dominant. They liked the feeling of crushing everything too much. It was nothing but awesome. They couldn't wait to see him fight the others. Although there were countless people spouting off about Li Luo shattering their dreams of getting rich, but so what? It didn't affect Li Luo's status as a perverted ringmaster rising star in their hearts in the slightest. At this moment, Li Luo carried Barrett on his right shoulder and walked onto the stage calmly, oblivious to the enthusiasm of the audience. He gradually adapted to this kind of scene. Those people he treated as emotionless carrots. Seeing Li Luo in position, the host, Zhang Yun, continued. Please welcome our challenger number 4, Zhang Shan, codenamed Mountain God, with 8 years of rich ring experience, 30 quasi-championships and 4 championships, let's stay tuned. The voice fell. Once again there was loud applause and cheering. Zhang Shan, nicknamed the Mountain God because of his overbearing legendary great artifact spirit, the Green Mountain Armor. With superb defense, he was one of the few cultivators among the contestants who were known for their defense. There was a lot of talk in the crowd. The strongest attack against the strongest defense, this is too much to watch, isn't it? If Zhang Shan can't even manage to fight against Li Luo, then is there anyone else among these contestants who can win against him? It's probably hard, I guess Li Luo will be the champion of this ring. No way, there can be long-range attack contestants behind, it may not be impossible to defeat him. Makes sense, long-range attacks against long-range attacks, then he won't have much of an advantage. Zhang Shan walked onto the stage to the cheers of the audience. He looked at Li Luo with a grave expression on his face. Kid, my Aoya Makai is a legendary grade, I've been practicing hard for many years, and my artifact spirit fit has reached LV18, very few people can break through my defense. Li Luo was not amused. Usually people who say that get punched in the face. See the situation. With a big smile on her face, the host, Zhang Yun, next to her. I announced the start of the match. The words just fell. Hiss. Zhang Shan grabbed his jacket with both hands and violently yanked it, directly tearing that jacket to shreds in a domineering manner. His body was covered with a tight and strange armor, with green light flowing, looking indestructible. I'm curious, would ripping off your jacket increase your combat power other than wasting your clothes? Leroy laughed playfully. He took the Barrett and aimed it at Zhang Shan and pressed the trigger. Bang! The low, domineering gunshot sounded once more. Hearing this thunderous sound, countless spectators were excited, staring at the battle in the ring with unblinking eyes. In a flash, Zhang Shan was hit in the chest by Li Luo's shot while being shaken back several meters away. Hiss! Zhang Shan sucked in a breath of cool air, so domineering power. He immediately looked down at his chest nervously, then revealed a strange smile that. He. You can't penetrate my Aoyama Kai. Chapter 50, I, of course, choose to fight to the end. The smile on Zhang Shan's face gradually let loose. The fact that Li Luo didn't penetrate his Qing Shan Kai meant that he had a chance to counterattack. He believed that as long as he could carry the attack, then the victory would belong to him, Zhang Shan, sooner or later. He excitedly said. Gee, you're still too young. Li Luo's eyes moved slightly, don't speak too soon. He saw that the opponent's Aoyama Kai had cracks in the first shot because he had the Eye of True Sight enchantment. It was very inconspicuous, yet he could see it. But if a few more shots were fired, Aoyama Kai would surely break. He gracefully took the Barrett and pressed the trigger again towards Zhang Shan, again and again. Bang bang bang. The thunderous sound of gunshots continued to ring out. A black stream of bullets kept hitting the Qingshan Kai on Zhang Shan's body, shocking him to keep retreating backward. However, due to the fact that the Green Mountain Kai was of legendary grade quality, just 3 or 2 shots did not completely pierce through the opponent's Green Mountain Kai. Even so, Zhang Shan, however, was forced by the bullets to stick to the 2-meter-thick transparent glass, unable to move. What the hell is this? Why is the shock retreat effect so strong? Zhang Shan's face changed drastically. About 7 or 8 shots later. Poof! Zhang Shan felt a sharp pain coming from his chest. His proud Aoyama Kai was completely pierced by the Leroy Barrett bullet, with a fist-sized hole appearing, and his body, which had been strengthened by the artifact spirit, could not withstand a single blow. How did this happen? Zhang Shan looked at the gurgling blood in his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. Grass! Just pin me to the wall and I can't move. And you pierced my Aoyama Kai? Who the hell else can deal with him? Zhang Shan's heart turned over a wave of shock, and he looked at Li Luo as if he was looking at a devil. He asked himself about his Qingshan Kai. After so many years of crisscrossing the ring, not many people had beaten through it, much less in such a short period of time. Damn, this young man was too terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Li Luo continued to shoot at the passive Zhang Shan. A black stream of bullets accurately penetrated through the hole in Qingshan Kai's chest and landed on Zhang Shan's body, blowing out a bloody hole. Ah! Zhang Shan let out an agonizing scream, hysterical. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Zhang Shan spat out blood and shouted loudly to admit defeat. After all, if he didn't admit defeat again, he suspected that he was going to be directly killed by this unreasonable Li Luo. He didn't want to die like this, he hadn't lived long enough. Hearing his opponent admit defeat, Li Luo shook his head with lack of interest and TSK, I haven't had a good fight yet. More and more, he felt that his Barrett's artifact spirit was simply like a descending blow. The Kid was still super god quality, perverted as hell, and completely belonged to the T0 echelon of long-range attacks. Seeing Zhang Shan admit defeat. Once again, a mountain of voices came out from the audience, applauding and cheering for Li Luo. Li Luo, you're the best. I love you. Kong Busy North knows, I want to give you a monkey. Leroy, from today on, you're my favorite ring ceiling, you're YYDS. Li Luo, you are the undying legend, the king of all races. Host Zhang Ryan, on the other hand, was noticeably more muted. She was already well aware that Li Luo was very perverted, so she was mentally prepared for Li Luo to win. She said aloud. Third match, Li Luo wins, 30 minutes rest, please have challenger number 5 Zhouyan get ready. The words fell. In the ring, the seriously injured Zhang Shan was hurriedly carried down by the medics. Li Luo, on the other hand, stood in the ring without moving. He raises his hand and looks to the host, Zhang Ryan. The inner. Half an hour of rest per game is too slow, can you continue to play? I cannot rest. Ah, no rest? Zhang Yun looked at Li Luo in shock. This is a break that was set up considering that the ringmaster would be overwhelmed by the constant will battles. She knew that every match would use up a lot of energy and stamina of both the ringmaster and the challenger. So there was actually a great need for an intermission. There's never been much talk of not wanting a halftime break before, and Li Luo was still the groundbreaking first. So she felt very incredible. Yes, I can skip the break, let the others come straight in. Li Luo said confidently and dominantly.
Zhang Yun froze for 2 seconds, then looked at the contestants' area. Then, she looked uncertainly at the ring organizer next to her for their opinion.
Eventually, Zhang Ryan loudly announced that,
"Ladies and gentlemen, since the ringmaster Li Luo himself proposed that he doesn't need to take a break, and the organizers have agreed to the proposal, so our match will continue. And now we have contestant number 5, Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun is not a simple man."
After the brief introduction, the match started straight away. Bang bang bang. I concede. I concede.
Please welcome contestant number 6 to the stage.
Bang bang bang. I concede. I concede.
Please welcome contestant number 7 to the stage.
Bang bang bang. I concede. Overtime.
Almost every contestant was knocked out before their match lasted longer than the host's introductory time. They lost just too quickly. So fast that they thought they were going to receive the death penalty. They'd go up and get shot at, then the next one would go up and get shot at, and they wouldn't be able to fight back.
Unconsciously,
Li Luo consecutively defeated 10 contestants. Without exception, all of them were seriously injured. Whether it was the other contestants or the audience, everyone had been shocked by Li Luo's crushing strength. Right now in their minds, Li Luo was insurmountable. It was mainly the Barrett in his hands that was insurmountable. Leroy didn't have to use much physical strength and energy at all to fight, and even after defeating 10 challengers in a row he still didn't breathe a word.
In the audience, everyone was like playing chicken blood.
There was a lot of talk and discussion. Holy, he's already defeated 10 challengers and has the option to become a prospective champion and sit back and watch the others compete. That's right, it's possible that there isn't a single quasi-champion behind him, so he'll just turn into the champion. Terrific, terrific, the first time he fights in the ring he's likely to take a championship, too bullish. Strong strength even if it's not enough, but also so young even if it's not enough, but also so handsome. People are more angry than people. Please be quiet. The host, Zhang Yun, voiced out to signal everyone to be quiet. The murmurs in the audience gradually subsided. Zhang Yun held the microphone and looked at Li Luo with a big smile. "Li Luo, you've defeated 10 contestants consecutively, now you have a very crucial choice to make. Is it to choose to become a quasi-champion and wait for the others to continue piking, and eventually PK with any other quasi-champions that may arise, or is it to directly choose to fight to the end?" After saying that, Zhang Yun looked at Li Luo expectantly. The other contestants and spectators were also all eagerly waiting for Li Luo's answer. There were speculations on what choice he would make. Curious if he dares to choose a fight to the end? One fight to the end? Crazy, no one has ever succeeded. Defeat 10 people is not too difficult, but the difficulty of a battle in the end is absolutely full. There are still 80 or 90 people behind. If he dares to choose, I will live broadcast to eat Xiang. But to be honest, I really want to see him fight to the end. Don't dream about it, he's strong, but he shouldn't be stupid. Leroy looked at the crowd in the contestants' area. Waiting for them to slowly PK, how long would it take? Thinking for a moment, he said in a loud voice that I, of course, choose to fight to the end. Chapter 51, The 5 Hegemons of Spring and Autumn? Are they the bullies? Wow! Li Luo's reply was like an atomic bomb thrown into a calm lake, instantly setting off an uproar as the crowd was in an uproar. Did I hear it right? A battle to the end? Those who dare to choose like this have never succeeded. Isn't he floating a bit? Don't talk about those useless things. Where's the one who just said he's eating Xiang live? I want to watch. That's right, if you don't keep your word, I'll throw you out. Where is he? Where is he? In the crowd, a passerby armor shivered, secretly, just a casual remark, more serious is too much On the ring. The host, Zhang Yun, is all smiles and it's too shocking, after so many years of the ring tournament being organized, we finally have a one-fight ringmaster, Li Luo. Even if you don't succeed, your name is still worth remembering. Leroy waved his hand as if it were his own. Cut the small talk, quickly call someone on, I'm in a hurry. Zhang Yun was stunned. In a hurry? Is it appropriate for you to say that? How does that make the other contestants feel? But after all, she had been trained, and as surprised as she was, she reacted quickly and then it's time for the next challenger to come on stage. Bang bang bang. I concede. Next please. Bang bang bang. I concede. This lopsided situation caused the audience to sigh and worry for the challengers who were on the court. There were also quite a few people who expressed their own insights. Why do I have the illusion as if these people are going to be executed? Am I the only one who feels this way? No, I have that feeling too. Boy, how does the ring play out like a torture chamber? I have to say, the ring has been played out by Li Luo. Time passes by. One seriously injured contestant after another was carried out, and the medics were having a bit of trouble handling them. After all, there were usually at most 10 or so injured people a day. But today is just too abnormal. Big dozens of seriously injured patients. If it wasn't for the fact that they were all artifact spirit cultivators, they would probably have been GG long ago. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer people in the contestant area, and Li Luo almost solved one contestant in 1 minute without exception. when there were still more than 10 challengers in the contestant area. Zhang Yun called them on, but they abstained.
I abstain. I also abstain. I'll ing abstain too. What's the point of having a ing ring?
Forfeit. This caused a burst of astonished voices to emanate from the audience, and even the crowd of ring organizers were shocked. One by one, they were dumbfounded. Strange things happen every day, but today there are especially many.
Finally,
the host, Zhang Yun, came on stage and announced in a loud voice that,
audience members, I announce that the winner of this ring match is the bad handsome Li Luo. The voice fell. A mountain of loud noises and cheers came from the audience, applauding Li Luo.
They were so excited that their faces turned red, even more excited than the person in question, Li Luo. After all, finally meeting the person who had succeeded in fighting to the end of the battle.
Excitement. It's not an exaggeration to say that this could blow over for 10 years. The ring.
Zhang Yun continues to speak up. Friends of the audience, since Li Luo is the only ringmaster in our Reaper Ring tournament who has successfully fought to the end, we will present him with the highest honorary award, the Ringmaster's Ceiling. In addition, Li Luo receives the award for this match 10 pounds of weapon spirit essence gold. As the words fell, soon there was a beautiful ceremonial young lady coming up to the stage in style, bringing the golden trophy and the weapon spirit essence gold to the ring. The trophy was exquisite, but Li Luo was more interested in the spirit essence gold. His eyes scrutinized the artifact spirit essence gold. Yes, it was indeed artifact spirit essence gold, similar to the artifact spirit essence gold that Xia Qingyue had given him. It was covered in light green light. As for the ring sealing trophy, who cares? You. Li Luo received the weapon spirit essence gold and put it into his pocket, but actually put it into his system space. As for the trophy, although he also took it, he felt that it didn't have any use, so maybe it was good to sell it for scrap. He casually carried the trophy like it was a miscellaneous item, and after completing the organizer's photoshoot, he took the trophy and quickly left with Zhou Pai.
With the departure of the champion Li Luo.
At the ring site, the spectators in the auditorium also left one after another, and the discussion was loud and clear. I have to send a friend circle today, who would have known that a student could actually manage to fight to the end and still get the championship.
That's right, this kid is so slick. I guess it's going to be a big deal on the internet, right?
That's for sure. I don't know how many family forces will recruit this Li Luo. But at the same time, I don't know how many people will be eyeing the artifact spirit essence gold in his hands. Li Luo walked out of the arena not far before he threw the trophy to Zhou Pai. He himself held the Barrett in one hand while he got out his cell phone to dial Xia Yuntian's number.
The call was quickly connected. Hello, who is it?
Xia Yuntian's low voice had a few moments of depression.
Hello Uncle Xia, I'm Li Luo. I've gotten a piece of weapon spirit essence gold in my hand right now. I can sell it to you. The location is right in front of the Corner Meets Love coffee shop.
What?
Artifact spirit essence gold? Li Luo?
Xia Yuntian's rather excited voice came out. He had been looking around for the artifact spirit essence gold since yesterday morning when he learned that it had been used up in Li Luo's hands, hoping to return it before it was too late. But helplessly. It's the kind of thing that's hard to find when you want it, and feels easy to seek out when you don't need it. It's like life is playing tricks on you. So as of now, he hadn't found a single piece of artifact spirit essence gold, even with the added money.
Li Luo, well, I'll be right there.
After Xia Yuntian's excited voice came out, a crackling packing sound could be heard coming from the phone.
Okay, I'll wait for you.
Li Luo hung up the phone after saying that.
Let's go, Guapi, coffee shop sit. Still carrying Barrett, he led Guapi Zhou to stride towards the corner Encounter Love Cafe.
It was at this moment. Suddenly appeared 5 big and thick men striding forward, reaching out to stop Li Luo. The 5 of them held various weapons in their hands, such as knives, guns, sticks and swords.
Slow down.
The 5 people gradually gathered around, looking wistfully at the large trophy on Zhou Pei's shoulder.
The stuff stays, you guys can go.
The black-clothed scarred man at the head of them said arrogantly.
Oh?
Li Luo raised his eyebrows slightly, his unexpected gaze looking at the 5 people who had suddenly appeared.
Could this be the legendary? Robbery?
Li Luo did not rush to take out his cell phone to check the time.
TSK, 1 p.m. in public, what are you guys doing?
The black-robed scarred man said angrily. Less ing nonsense, knowingly asking isn't it? My spring and autumn 5 hegemony is not a vain name. I advise you to be sensible. The trophy stays, I can let you roll.
If you are not sensible, we will let you know what cruelty is.
The black-clothed scarred man looked at Li Luo and Zhou Pai with a threateningly menacing gaze. In his heart, he said. The 2 students in the district, intimidating them and grabbing things, there was no need for the 5 of them to do it themselves. Li Luo did not panic in the slightest, and asked with interest.
The 5 bullies of spring and autumn? Are they the bullies? Chapter 52, if he dares to jump, I dare to destroy him. Nonsense.
The black-clad scarred man waved his long knife threateningly, then gently gestured with his hand on his neck. Kid, since you understand, then hurry up and hand over the stuff, or else you'll be in for it. His ferocious light showed, as if he would start a fight at the drop of a hat.
At this moment, there are quite a few people around who are eating melon not far away.
They whispered and stretched their fingers to point at Li Luo and the black-clothed scarred man. In the face of the black-clothed scarred man's threats, Li Luo was not the least bit afraid, calmly pointing at the golden trophy on Zhou Pai's shoulder.
Do you want this? Nonsense, what else would I want? Want you?
The black-clothed scarred man said impatiently.
ING retard, asking about something so obvious? If you don't know what you're talking about, you'll get it.
You want this you said earlier, I can sell it to you, 10 billion. Li Luo said playfully.
What? Ha ha ha, sell?
The black-clothed scarred man looked as if he had heard some kind of joke. He shook his head contemptuously and,
sorry, we never pay for what we want, understand? He swept his gaze over Li Luo and Zhou Pai.
These two pussy students are so laborious, why don't they get on the road half the time?
Can't you see what's going on here? Do you have to give them a little color?
It's also true that many students owe society a beating. It's good to teach them a lesson in advance now, so next time he'll know what it means to keep his money to himself. Li Shen's tone gradually increased.
Wanting something without paying for it? That's robbery?
Or else what do you think?
The black-clad scarab laughed out loud. Or do you think I want to do business with you?
They sighed. More and more people were stopping to watch, talking and, look, this Wang Ba, one of the 5 bullies of the spring and autumn period, is bullying people here again on the grounds that his brother-in-law is an enforcer. These two lads are in big trouble. That's right, even if someone wants to take the lead, they don't dare to take the lead. This guy holds a grudge. We can only pray that this young man has power and background. Let's hurry and go farther away, don't get caught in the wave. Big brother, what should we do? Zhou Pai said nervously. He definitely couldn't beat these 5 bullies right now. These people looked like people who fought a lot. But he knew that Li Luo cleaned them up like a game. It was at this time. The black-clothed scarred man sank his face and swung his knife, pointing it straight at Li Luo.
I am called Wang Ba.
I'll say one last thing, if you guys don't know how to behave.
He hadn't finished his sentence. Bang! A low, domineering gunshot rang out abruptly.
Li Luo fired. Only a black stream of light was seen, emitting a piercing air-breaking sound, then instantly hitting the long knife in Wang Ba's hand.
Ding!
The long knife made a crisp, piercing sound as it was impacted by a Barrett bullet. Then, Wang Ba flew backwards because of the huge mysterious shockwave that came from the long knife. Instantly, he spat out blood from his mouth. Wang Ba was shocked in his heart and stared with wide eyes that,
You actually dared to make a move on me?
My brother-in-law Qishan is the captain of the law enforcement team. He felt a stabbing pain coming from his hands as if they were needles due to the overwhelming impact he had suffered. At this time, someone among the 5 suddenly spoke up and, not to mention that Wang Ba, his brother-in-law, is the captain of the enforcers. It's my Li Ba's brother Li Dao, that's also an enforcer on staff. Messing with us, you guys are out of luck.
Ha 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 ha. Li Ba laughed triumphantly. Hearing another Li Ba appear, Li Luo smiled. That's a sketchy name, isn't it? He took his gun and aimed it directly at Wang Ba's head. Bang! After a gunshot, Wang Ba's brain instantly exploded. In the blink of an eye,
Wang Ba's entire head was moved from his body. Blood was dripping and broken flesh was all over the place. Without a doubt, Wang Ba was dead. All the surrounding crowds of onlookers were stunned.
What the hell? Killed someone? With one ING shot? How dare this student?
This person is called Wang Ba. His brother-in-law Qishan is a law enforcement captain with some power.
Wouldn't this student have stirred up a big mess?
Some were shocked, but others were puzzled.
It's not right. How could he be so strong for a student?
Artifact spirit fits all grow slowly, there's no reason for him to be so strong.
Murphy, which big family's heavenly pride is this?
Just as the crowd was suspicious. The other 4 hegemons of the 5 hegemons of spring and autumn immediately looked at each other with indignant faces.
Damn it, actually killing our boss? Him.
The words fell. The remaining 4 bullies from the 4 directions immediately charged quickly towards Li Luo, preparing for a close combat. Although they were surprised to see that Li Luo's artifact spirit was a Barrett, and also saw that the Barrett was incredibly powerful. But they have often heard that the gun is fast beyond 7 paces, but within 7 paces, it can be the world of melee combat. As long as they get close, everything will be under their control. Li Luo saw this and composed himself. He slightly raised the corner of his mouth and smiled mysteriously. Then, he quickly turned around, took aim, and then decisively pressed the trigger and bang, 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 bang. After 4 low gunshots rang out, the remaining 4 bullies were all shot in the head without exception. Their brains were blown up to the point where only remnants remained, scattering all over the ground. Blood gurgled from the blasted neck, quickly soaking the ground. It was shocking to the eyes. Li Luo sneered, "This trophy is something I've worked hard to shoot out shot by shot, is it that easy to rob?" Hiss. When the crowd saw this, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air.
This spring and autumn 5 hegemony that often went around doing wrong was just killed off? What's outrageous is that they were killed by a student?
The crowd was shocked and talking.
Well done, but I'm afraid this student is in big trouble, right?
Yes, indeed he did a good job, but he accidentally got into trouble.
AI, it's true that good people don't live long. Should we notify the law enforcers about this or not?
The spring and autumn 5 barons have eyes everywhere, so I guess someone has already been notified.
If it's Chi-shan coming, this lad will definitely be finished. Li Luo didn't feel any burden or discomfort after 5 consecutive headshots.
There was even an unprecedented sense of pain.
It didn't feel too different from killing monsters. Big brother? Should we leave? Go? Leroy shook his head and said to Chuppy that.
No, we have to still wait for someone. Guapi, go buy 2 cups of coffee, no lattes, anything else.
Big brother, what time is it? Still drink coffee. Li Luo calmly said, if you're told to go, you go. Oh good.
Joe Pai immediately ran towards the coffee shop.
Li Luo carried Barrett and slowly walked towards the chair outside the coffee shop not far away, his face as calm as water. As if all of this just now had nothing to do with him. He didn't intend to leave, he still had to wait for Xia Yuntian and sell him a portion of the weapon spirit essence gold, and this matter would be settled. As for the rest, he didn't have the heart to care much. Soon, Joe Pai walked out with 2 cups of cappuccino and handed one to Li Luo. Big brother, the coffee is here. Li Luo took the coffee and sat on the chair to take a light sip. The flavor is good. Soon, there was a commotion in the crowd that. Not good, it seems like Chi-shan from the law enforcement team has brought someone. Joe Pai's face was slightly tense as he warned. Big brother, the law enforcement team is coming, shall we? Li Luo didn't panic. Even the director of the Eastern District Law Enforcement Bureau, Lian, owes me a favor, and this little law enforcement captain. If he dares to jump, I'll dare to destroy him. Chapter 53, sorry, I can't walk a bit. What? Exterminate the law enforcers? Joe Pai stared at Li Luo in surprise, looking a bit nervous. After all, the status of the enforcers was not ordinary. The consequences of killing someone were already a bit serious, and if he killed an enforcer, then the consequences would definitely be even more serious. But he believed that Li Luo should be able to handle it. Li Luo calmly sipped his coffee, his gaze slowly sweeping over the surrounding eaters, rippling and. Right. He wasn't the least bit worried about the enforcers pursuing him. He was confident that with his current strength, very few people would be able to do anything to him, even the enforcers. Besides, he was only fighting back, so what was the problem? Calling a stag a horse, turning black and white upside down? Received a report of a disturbance? A voice suddenly came from the crowd. Then, 7 or 8 enforcers quickly rushed out, their faces serious as they observed the surroundings. Hiss. Seeing the 5 people get their heads blown off, each of the 7 or 8 enforcers sucked in a breath of cool air. Surprisingly, it was such a big scene? Who's got the guts? After briefly understanding the situation with the people around them, a group of law enforcers came before the calm Li Luo and. I am Enforcer Chi-shan, both of you, please come with us. A middle-aged man with an inch head, staring at Li Luo and Joe Pai with a torch-like gaze, said seriously. Underneath his calm tone, there was hidden anger. The people around him immediately sighed at the sight. I told you that this student is finished, and it's true. Hey, even though he's doing the people a favor, but they have a backstage, do you think it's infuriating? It's a pity that this young man is still so young. Vigor, guts, strength, but it's a pity there's no backstage. Just as the crowd felt sorry for Leroy. Li Luo, however, shook his head decisively and. Chi-shan? Sorry, I can't walk a bit. He stared calmly at the law enforcer who called himself Chi-shan, rejecting the other party without a care in the world. As soon as you come, you want me to go with you? Who do you think you are? And the surrounding melon eaters were surprised to hear this. How dare he refuse the demands of the enforcers? That's too much guts, isn't it? Chi-shan stared straight at Li Luo and said in annoyance, then I'd like to ask you, did you kill the people? Li Luo nodded, yes. Then come with us. Chi-shan's tone intensified, you are suspected of intentional homicide. Li Luo still shook his head, you're not going to ask about the color? Just take me away? Chi-shan's face sank and said with a different meaning, indiscriminate? We will take you back to ask slowly. No need, just ask here. Li Luo refused again. Come with us, I don't want to say it a third time. Chi-shan's tone carried a commanding tone. Suddenly, his gaze narrowed slightly and he looked at the golden trophy beside Li Luo, which was Ringmaster Sealing? That's something he knows, it's not good enough. Even though he didn't go to the ring, he knew this stuff well because he was in constant contact with the people involved in the ring. Only the ringmaster of a battle to the end had that honor of being able to receive this trophy. It's hard not to believe that this student in front of you succeeded in a battle to the end? But how was that possible? He hadn't heard of anyone succeeding in recent years. But what was with the trophy? He observed Li Luo and Joe Pai, as well as the suspicious trophy, in disbelief, then looked at the two's artifact spirits. Ha! Barrett? Upon seeing Barrett on Leroy's shoulder, Shishan's face changed dramatically. Could it be him? Previously, the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Leon, had urged that when encountering a young man whose artifact spirit was a Barrett, he must not be messed with, and that anything must be reported, or else he would get into trouble. And he also knew that person's name Li Luo. Shishan's face shifted as he tentatively asked, "Excuse me, is your name Li Luo? HM? You know me?" Li Luo was surprised. How did this Shishan know his name? Could it be that he had spread the word on the internet? You've become an internet sensation? Shishan suddenly looked nervous. Know a little, do you? No, Director Leon? Yes, met. Li Luo did not hide it. Sniff. Shishan's heart secretly said that it was not good. Grass. Wang Ba, this guy, how did he provoke this pervert? This guy has killed the flying bat, the tsunami wolf and the hill hedgehog. He's a pervert to the core. But how did he run to the ring? And come back with a trophy? For fun? At this moment, Shishan has begun to tremble deep inside. This person in front of him is not to be messed with. And he couldn't afford to mess with him. He was no better than a flying bat, and he dared to conclude that he would be a corpse by now if he dared to lose his temper. He immediately became respectful. All right, then I will briefly understand the situation here with you. He gulped, his tone gentle and, may I ask, did you kill all 5? Yes. May I ask, for what reason? Because 5 of them tried to steal my trophy. Understand, they made the first move on you, didn't they? It was me first. It's okay, it's because they were in the wrong and you fought back against them, which led to their unfortunate deaths, and the crowd feedback was that the 5 of them were originally bullies, so you're doing the people a favor. Shishan's sense of survival was strong. The surrounding melon eaters were completely stunned. Crap. They originally thought that this Shishan would be furious when he saw his brother-in-law killed and indiscriminately clicked and dealt with. As a result, this farce? How did this Shishan become so good at talking? Likewise, the crowd of enforcers behind Shishan were also dumbfounded. What's the situation here? This is not the captain's style. They just heard Shishan say that his brother-in-law had been killed and was coming to be dealt with seriously. Just this? Serious? Isn't that funny? Okay, the matter is understood, the responsibility lies with the 5 of them, and we'll report it for review, and if there are any problems, we'll contact you again. After Shishan respectfully finished speaking, he said to the people behind him, you guys hurry up and get rid of the corpses here, then we'll go back and close the case. Ha? Captain? Someone was puzzled. When did closing cases become so haphazard? 1 question and 1 answer and that's it? How about a multiple choice question next time? Shishan's face sank. Hurry up and do as I say, cut the crap. Oh, good. The crowd of enforcers began sweeping the floor. After all, their brains were not as bright as Shishan's, and when Leon emphasized before, they also went in the left ear and out the right ear, and didn't even associate the young man in front of them with that man. Shishan turned his head to look at Li Luo. Li Luo, you guys can leave, we'll just clean up here. Li Luo raised his eyebrows and, I'll wait for someone here, you guys go about your business. Shishan let out a soft "oh" and immediately turned around to supervise the others to deal with the scene. The subordinate beside him asked quietly, Team Chi, your state is not quite right today. Shishan broke out in a cold sweat and covered his mouth as he whispered, what do you know, I almost hiccuped just now. No way Team Chi, how does that sound? Shishan, with a look of contempt, whispered, I told you guys to study hard but you didn't listen, this person is called Li Luo, not only has he killed flying bats, tsunami wolves and hill hedgehogs, he can't be messed with at all, okay? He said proudly. Brother, the Jianghu is not about fighting and killing, it's about human feelings, so take your time to realize it. Chapter 54, Mother, Living, Preferably Human. The subordinate beside him seemed to be thinking. Pa. Shishan patted the shoulder of the subordinate next to him, don't froze, hurry up and sweep the floor. Okay, Team Chi. Soon. The scene was cleaned up and Shishan left with his men. And the incident of Li Luo's extermination of the 5 spring and autumn hegemony was unsurprisingly exposed. The water friends on the internet have been screaming. The law enforcement captain Shishan has become respectful from the seriousness and indifference at the beginning, which also makes the netizens sigh. There were speculations that Li Luo really had a background. It was truly absolute. Young, handsome, strong, and with a background, this is simply the girl of countless girls' dreams. With the fermentation of the incident, he is on the verge of becoming a love bean. But Leroy knew nothing about it. At this moment, he was thinking about something else. That was how to hunt more advanced monsters without having to be so risky. He knew that apart from the leveling secret realm and the Gao Gao secret realm, it was actually left to the mists. Or, the secret world of the mists. Only some of those monsters in the mists could be very powerful and terrifying, such as swarms of flying monsters, giant octopuses, etc., which could pose a great threat to him as long as they were able to launch a lot of attacks on him at the same time. So if he were to break through the mists, it's best to have a map of monster distribution.
But this was in addition to the top academies in the Grand Xia military having maps of the misty monsters drawn, the others simply didn't have any. And the reason why they didn't show it was because they were worried that someone would go out and mess around and deliberately provoke powerful monsters, leading to disaster. And even if there was a misty monster distribution map, it might not be accurate because the monsters were active. It seems that something has to be done. Li Luo frowned slightly. He was now at level 33 with high experience requirements, and the leveling secret realm was no longer very suitable for him. Although it was also possible to kill monsters to loot lifespans. But the monsters in the secret realm of practicing leveling, to be honest, he hadn't quite looked at them anymore. After all, he had never found a large gathering of monsters similar to the slime kind again. While he was thinking about it, Pa! Zhou Pai tapped Li Luo's shoulder. Big brother, look. Li Luo looked back. He only saw a middle-aged man with a stalwart face and unassuming temperament, standing quietly in front of the two of them. With a smile on his face, he politely asked, "Excuse me, do any of you have the name Li Luo?" Li Luo immediately raised his hand and, "I'm Leroy, and you are?" Xia Yuntian's gaze lit up. "Oh, I am Xia Qingyue's father, Xia Yuntian." He carefully observed Li Luo. He was really good-looking and talented. No wonder that girl Qingyu was willing to pay so much for him. But is it really worth it? Xia Yuntian sighed in his heart. What a silly girl. Please sit down. Li Luo waved to Xia Yuntian. Xia Yuntian was not polite. He sat down and opened the door. Li Luo, I'm here to buy weapon spirit essence gold. Yes. Li Luo took out the piece of weapon spirit essence gold and placed it on the ground, and said to Zhou Pai, "Guapi, use your red tasseled spear to give it a shot and split it into 3 pieces. Okay, big brother." Zhou Pai nodded and immediately took action. Although he wasn't strong enough to fight monsters, it wasn't a piece of cake to deal with such a rock. Hey! He swung his red tasseled spear and stabbed down towards the weapon spirit essence gold. Ding ding! The artifact spirit essence gold was indeed successfully divided into 3 pieces. Zhou Pai picked up the artifact spirit essence gold and handed it to Li Luo. Big brother, it's ready. Li Luo collected the 2 pieces of artifact spirit essence gold, leaving one on the table, and took out the remaining half a kilogram of artifact spirit essence gold. To Xia Yuntian, he said, "This piece should be around 3 gene, there is still half a gene here. 3 gene is definitely enough, make your offer." Xia Yuntian hesitated for a moment. "It's better for you to make an offer." Li Luo's gaze turned slightly. "Then I'll be blunt, before Xia Qingyue gave me artifact spirit essence gold, I gave her an attachment of equal value in exchange. It's worth at least 300 million plus. 3 pounds of artifact spirit essence gold should be worth 300 million plus as well. I'm not bad at it, I don't want you to have more than that, it's just 300 million. Xia Yuntian pondered for a moment. Good, cool. He immediately took out his cell phone to transfer the money before collecting the 2 pieces of artifact spirit essence gold, and looked at Li Luo's eyes with an admiring gaze. He whirled around and got up. Li Luo, thanks. Li Luo gently waved his hand and didn't say anything. Xia Yuntian let out a long breath, then left in large strides. He was now going to take this weapon spirit essence gold to unlock the shackles of the marriage union for his daughter Xia Qingyue, and although he didn't think it would necessarily work out, he hoped it would. Seeing Xia Yuntian leave, Li Luo said to Zhou Pai, "Guapi, now you can go to the leveling secret realm to practice. You need to hone your combat skills more. You saw it in the ring, a high level doesn't mean anything." "Okay big brother, what about you?" "Me? I have other things to take care of." Leroy mused. "Okay look big brother." Zhou Pai carried his red tasseled spear towards the East City Gate. He was now ready to go to the secret realm to kill a lot of people and hone his combat skills. Although rocketing upgrades was cool before, the lack of combat experience was also really annoying. If you don't hone it, your guns will rust. Ding dong. Zhou Pai found his cell phone message sound suddenly ringing, and he immediately took out his cell phone to check it. Ha! It's a message from Xia Qingyue? Curious, he unlocked his phone and tapped on the message that. Xia Qingyue, Zhou Pai, has your big brother contacted any members of the opposite sex recently? Zhou Pai, no. Xia Qingyue, huh? No? Then what is he doing? Not practicing? Chupi didn't go practicing, big brother, he went to beat the dead god tournament. Xia Qingyue, what the hell? Didn't I give him weapon spirit essence gold? What else is he going to fight for? Then isn't this a waste of money for me? Zhou Pai, big brother, he said he didn't want to owe you this favor, that's why he went to the ring. Xia Qingyue, huh? Then is he still alive? Zhou Pai, now he managed to win the championship and take the Ringmaster's Sealing Trophy, and the artifact Spirit Essence Gold is in his hands, and your father also bought the artifact Spirit Essence Gold from him. Xia Qingyue? What the hell? My dad? He's met Li Luo? Choppy, yeah, I know you're panicking, but don't panic yet, those two seem to be having a nice chat. Xia Qingyue, really drunk. Zhou Pai, no, don't get drunk first, what about your promise to introduce me to someone? Where did the introduction go? Xia Qingyue, what type do you want? I can find one for you.
Joe Pai, sexy, hot, imperial, lowly, voluptuous, black silk, white socks. Xia Qingyue, to make a wish go to the temple. Joe Pai, female, alive, preferably human. Xia Qingyue, that's more like it. Joe Pai, hard work, sister-in-law. Xia Qingyue, TSK, you're quite good at talking, in that case, I'll try to introduce you to a pretty one. Joe Pai, sister-in-law's great favor, I'll never forget it. Xia Qingyue, then try to find a sexy one on top of a pretty one. Joe Pai, sister-in-law, I've always felt that you and Big Brother are simply a match made in heaven, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Xia Qingyue, beautiful, sexy basis, most then add a black silk, cannot be more. Chapter 55, if this is not slaughtered, it's too godless. Joe Pai, Agu I go, thank you so much, so when will you be out of the woods, sister-in-law? Xia Qingyue, huh? You guys know about my situation? Joe Pai, yes, your father said so. Xia Qingyue, okay, if you know, I pay so much, your big brother has not a little touched? Joe Pai secretly called bad, how to answer this? Big brother this Sigma man, as if not touched. But one can't possibly reply like that, can one? This mustn't offend Xia Qingyue? Just negotiated conditions that will not be all gone? This cannot be He racked his brain, and finally his eyes lit up. Chuppy, well, he's all desperate for a fight, sister-in-law, what do you think? Xia Qingyue, count him as a bit conscientious, I'm practicing my sword writing skills, I'm going to challenge that guy recently, I'll be able to get out of my predicament if I beat him. Joe Pai, good, I'm going to hone my combat skills as well. Joe Pai immediately put away his cell phone and secretly sighed in relief. So close. Almost couldn't answer. Whirling around, he hemmed and hawed. Who would have thought that he'd be getting a date soon? Or a beautiful, sexy one, in black silk. His face was smiling at the thought. Li Luo put the Ringmaster Sealing Trophy into the system space in an inconspicuous corner. Then as if nothing had happened, he walked towards the East City Gate. Originally, he wanted to find a way to see if he could go hunting monsters in the mists. But after thinking about it for a while, he finally decided not to risk hunting monsters in the mists just yet. Although his current strength was respectable, but after all, he had the system mall, so it was better not to take any risks if he could. There was an old saying that if you want to go fast, you can't go fast. In case a group of powerful flying monsters appeared in the mists, it was expected that he wouldn't be able to eat them. Don't start a business before it's halfway through. The system is all for nothing. It's better to go to the secret realm of practicing to kill monsters, slow but steady. After all, the monsters in the secret realm had all been screened, so it wouldn't be too dangerous anyways. Li Luo held his chin, and you can also ask if anyone has found a monster gathering place. If the number of monsters is high, the lifespan gained is still quite considerable. As for the Misty World, how about getting an epic level enchantment before entering the mists? As Li Luo walked, he took stock of his enchantments. Born to Live, main recovery, everything shocked back, main control, tetanus, main damage, tranquil leap, main stance, shocking cloud steps, also main stance. In the end, it's still not enough killing power, it's best to get a fire of karma, it seems pretty powerful. Li Luo had been thinking about this fire of karma. He also wondered if the damage of this epic level enchantment that required 500 years of life was explosive. Unknown. He once again appeared at the East City Gate. It was still crowded with people and traffic. Where there were lots of people, that meant there would be lots of information, and he was just rather short of information right now. His eyes flickered and, you can get a billboard and acquire monster information. After all, money makes the devil go away. After Li Luo muttered, he bought a small blackboard at the nearby grocery store and wrote a few words that, buy monster information at high prices. He idly walked to the side of the East City Gate and put up a small blackboard for advertisement. He was even thinking that it wouldn't matter even if he took the other party to level up a bit as long as they had information about monster strongholds in large numbers. Lifespan acquisition was what he valued most anyway. Soon, an unfamiliar student came up curiously, bro, what kind of monster information are you buying? Li Luo calmly said, any monster will do, the more the number and the stronger the monster, the better. What are you buying this kind of information for? That's out of your hands. Leroy shook his head. Mysterious, I'll ask in the class group, money for nothing. The student ran to the side and inquired. Gradually, more and more people took pictures of Leroy and the billboard and sent them to their class groups. Those class groups soon boiled over and, isn't this person Li Luo from Magic City 3rd Middle School? Acquiring monster information? Is the monster not enough for him to kill? Boy, this is the first time I've come across someone acquiring monster information. That's right, we kill a few monsters a day and that's it, how can we buy monster information? In the face of other people's photographic publicity, Leroy did not take it to heart. After all, the advertisement is just to be sent out. Soon, a crowd gathered in front of his stall. Li Luo, on the other hand, waited for an unexpected customer, the schoolgirl of Magic City No. 2 High School Shin Mingyue. Although Shin Mingyue was wearing a school uniform, her bumpy and proud body was still extremely impactful.
Her exquisite face coupled with her beloved body instantly made people feel like they were in the spring breeze. She stood silently in front of Li Luo and,
"Hi Leroy, long time no see." Li Luo deflated, "Shin Mingyue? How come it's you again?"
Shin Mingyue smiled faintly and,
"It's definitely me, and it has to be me." She pointed to the advertisement on the small chalkboard. "I've been gathering information on monsters since last time. You want it, I have it." Leroy was surprised. "Oh." Shin Mingyue continued.
"Originally, I wanted to find you, but wasn't it Xia Qingyue who declared her sovereignty in a high profile before?"
I then hesitated. "But, as far as I know, it seems that she was chosen by the Xia family to join them in marriage? Then she shouldn't be able to find you, so here I am."
Li Luo raised his eyebrows slightly, a little surprised.
She was actually so well informed? She even knows about Xia Qingyue? He couldn't help but guess Shin Mingyue's background. It seemed that her family background should be very strong as well.
Shin Mingyue looked at Li Luo with a smile on her face. "I have 2 monster information here, one with a monster count of 500 plus and one with a monster count of 800 plus. Do you want it?"
Li Luo nodded. "Of course I want it. How much?" "I'm willing to pay 2 million one day."
Shin Mingyue blinked and said softly,
"You're offering money?"
Li Luo raised his eyebrows.
Shin Mingyue nodded. "Yes, I'll pay for it and you take me to upgrade."
Li Luo instantly understood Shin Mingyue's thoughts. It turned out that her main purpose was to find herself to take her to upgrade.
He raised his eyebrows. "Are you sure?"
Originally, he was prepared to acquire monster information, but he didn't know that this Shin Mingyue actually wanted to bring capital into the group.
It would be heavenly if this wasn't slaughtered. Li Luo nodded. "Yes, don't for nothing."
Shin Mingyue immediately took out her cell phone and quickly transferred 2 million to Li Luo.
She looked at Li Luo expectantly and, "The money has been transferred, and I have the monster information. Can you take me to upgrade now?" "Wait, I'll do a magic trick."
Li Luo picked up the small blackboard, then moved behind him, and in the blink of an eye, the small blackboard disappeared. Shin Mingyue stared blankly with wide eyes and,
"No, you're."
Leroy said calmly. "Magic trick, go, enter the secret realm."
Shin Mingyue froze and followed behind Li Luo. "Magic trick? But how does this magic trick look so real?"
Li Luo's urging voice came from the front.
"Hey, what are you thinking about?
$2 million a day isn't cheap. It's after 1 o'clock now, you only have half a day left."
Shin Mingyue was stunned. "Ah, half a day? Is it appropriate for you to do business like this?"
Li Luo was as calm as water.
"It's not too late to return the money."
Shin Mingyue hesitated for a moment and,
Okay, half a day is half a day, I'll admit it." Chapter 56, Social Matters, Less Inquisitive. Shin Mingyue immediately followed Li Luo's pace, lest they fall behind. Leroy's walking speed was a bit fast enough for her. As she walked, she curiously blinked those soulful eyes, scrutinizing Li Luo. What was his charm? Could he make Xia Qingyue so dead set in her heart? Going so far as to make a high-profile declaration of sovereignty in public? Is it because of his strength? Or is it because of his face? Or both? Thinking of this, Shin Mingyue's curiosity about Li Luo soared rapidly in her heart. She couldn't help but ask that. "Li Luo, I'm curious, why does Xia Qingyue like you so much?" Li Luo glanced at, less prying into social matters. Shin Mingyue was stunned. "Ah? Is it necessary to be so secretive? What's so rare? Then don't ask." Li Luo gently raised his eyebrows.
Shin Mingyue was a little speechless.
This was too much of a steel-straight man, wasn't it? Does he even know how to nag?
A little bit of a problem with him, but considering he needs him to lead the upgrade.
She was also quite sensible and didn't ask any more questions.
What the two of them didn't know was this. Just as the two of them were leaving, there were many melon-eating students who took out their cell phones to take a shot at the two of them. Then they sent it to various gossip groups to make waves. The headlines were explosive. The strongest dark horse, Li Luo, rejects schoolgirl Xia Qingyue and gets together with another schoolgirl, Shin Mingyue. This headline plus the photo instantly triggered the entire network. And not surprisingly, Xia Qingyue also saw it.
Xia family.
Xia Qingyue took her cell phone and was furious when she saw the photos of Li Luo and Shin Mingyue communicating.
"Could you, Shin Mingyue, dare to take advantage of the situation? When I defeat that Yi Xian, I'll come and give you a good upper strength." "But Li Luo, don't I know that? There's no way he, this Sigma man, could ever get involved with you." "I'm not worried at all."
"So say the words." But Xia Qingyue still has no bottom in her heart, just in case. What if this Li Luo and Shin Mingyue are just wongbangs looking at green beans? What if they see eye to eye?
Wouldn't her 3 years of hard work be in vain? Xia family villa complex. In the hall, Xia Yintian took out more than 3 pounds of artifact spirit essence gold and stood respectfully at the bottom in front of Xia Shan, the head of the Xia family. He had an uneasy look on his face. "Patriarch, Qingyu, this girl doesn't know any better. I'll return this weapon spirit essence gold to you, with half a catty more. Can you see if you can revoke Qingyu's decision of this union?"
Xia Shan was surprised and looked at the artifact spirit essence gold in Xia Yuntian's hand.
Ha? This doesn't seem to be the piece I took out?
Xia Yuntian nodded. Yes, matriarch, this is the one I went through a lot of trouble to find, so you see. Xia Shan gently shook his head and, Yuntian, it's not that I don't want to revoke it, but I've already spoken to the head of the Yi family about this decision yesterday. Their family's Yi Xian will be arriving in Mordor tonight to meet with Qingyue. We still have to make arrangements.
Xia Yuntian was stunned and his heart thumped. The meeting would come tonight? That's too soon, isn't it? Xia Yuntian's complexion was a bit ugly. Patriarch, do you think you can think of another way? Xia Shan shook his head. What's the solution? Do I tell them to call home? Tell me yourself how that looks.
Xia Yuntian looked at Xia Shan with a sad face. Of course he knew that this was unlike words. After all, as a large family, the Xia family certainly could not go back on their words, otherwise the Xia family's credibility would be greatly affected. But Xia Qingyue is his daughter. He didn't want Xia Qingyue to be reduced to a pawn in the marriage just like that.
AI. Xia Yuntian sighed heavily.
Yuntian, I've heard that this Yi Xian has quite a bit of potential, good-looking and talented, and he also possesses an epic-level artifact spirit. Xia Shan slowly got up and patted Xia Yuntian on the shoulder. In fact, this is not bad for Qingyue, and the Yi family is powerful. This marriage is a powerful combination.
Xia Yuntian worriedly said. But matriarch, I don't think Qingyue is willing to.
Xia Shan's tone turned heavy and, Yuntian, family marriage involves family interests. Personal will must not be higher than the family's will. If everyone in the family doesn't listen to the family's arrangement, how can the family still work together to develop?
Besides, if Qingyue doesn't want to, why would she agree? Xia Yuntian hesitated and, that was a stupid thing she did because of a friend.
Xia Shan immediately interrupted Xia Yuntian and, Yuntian, don't pull that useless crap with me. The situation is the way it is right now. The matter is the way it is. I'm clearly telling you that I have no way to undo it. He righteously said. If you still want to insist on canceling this marriage pact, why don't you let Xia Qingyue work a little harder and take advantage of Yi Xian's visit to the meeting today to take advantage of the opportunity to defeat him?
Xia Shan slowly got up and,
as long as Qingyue can defeat Yi Xian, then I can take the opportunity to make an offer to withdraw. After all, if the male partner is not as strong as the female partner, it's normal to refuse.
But that's unlikely then.
Xia Yuntian's frown deepened when he heard these words. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it and had carefully analyzed it. Xia Qingyue's current level was not bad, reaching more than 20 levels, but a legendary level artifact spirit against an epic level artifact spirit had a very low chance of winning. Not to mention that Yi Xian's level wasn't much lower. The key was that Yi Xian had the legendary Great Enchantment, Blade Light Like the Moon, and the purple gold Great Body Technique, Phantom Mystery.
On the contrary, Xia Qingyue.
Currently, it seemed like there were only 2 gold level attachments, completely not on the same level.
He didn't really know.
Xia Qingyue had already obtained the legendary Great Enchantment, Born to Last, and the legendary Great Enchantment, Small Imperial Sword Technique, through Li Luo.
As he pondered, Xia Shan once again patted Xia Yuntian's shoulder to comfort. Yuntian, I've heard that this Yi Xian is really quite good. You should feel fortunate. He looked up at the sky and, Yuntian, it's almost 2 p.m. now. A few more hours and I guess they'll be arriving soon. Without further ado, you tell Qingyu to prepare for the meeting. After saying that, he left with large strides. Xia Yuntian stood frozen in place, not knowing what to do.
After sighing, he returned home with a troubled look. He saw the living room sofa, where Xia Qingyue was puffing and sulking, and was immediately concerned. Qingyue, what's wrong with you?
Nothing. Xia Qingyue huffed and puffed.
Xia Yuntian could tell at a glance that Xia Qingyue was not in the right mood.
Still saying there's nothing, you're obviously angry, say it, who provoked you? I said nothing. Xia Qingyue was still sullen. Xia Yuntian's gaze twitched and, Qingyue, it's hard to believe that you already know that Yi Xian is coming to meet you today? Hearing these words, the sullen Xia Qingyue's eyes instantly lit up. Dad, are you saying that Yi Xian is coming to meet me today? Xia Yuntian sighed lightly and, yes Qingyu, I know that you are not happy in your heart. I have already pleaded with the patriarch to revoke the marriage pact, but he has no way to revoke the pact. He looked worried. He also said that if you want to revoke the agreement, it would be best if you defeat Yi Xian yourself, but how is that possible? He slowly raised his eyes to look at Xia Qingyue and found that she was actually showing a happy face. The corners of her mouth even raised an odd smile. Why did she become happy instead of hearing that Yi Xian was coming? Could it be that she really volunteered for the marriage? Xia Yuntian was puzzled and, Qingyue, tell Dad, did you volunteer for the union? Xia Qingyue spat. A ghost would be willing to volunteer for a marriage. Then why do I see you're still a little happy? I'm in the middle of a pissing match, and I've got one to take it out on me, so how can I not be happy? Chapter 57 Purple Gold Enchantment, Magic Arrow. Xia Qingyue slightly raised the corners of her mouth and, this Yi Xian bumped into me at this time, he's kind of bumped into a gun. Xia Yuntian looked surprised. No, Chengyu, Dad didn't quite understand what you meant. Are you trying to take it out on Yixian? That's right.
Xia Qingyue nodded her head affirmatively, as if she had a plan. Xia Yuntian was slightly stunned. Qingyue, but with your strength, how could you possibly be his opponent?
He didn't understand why Xia Qingyue was angry just now. What's more, he didn't understand why she was so confident that she could take it out on Yixian, one of the Yi family's pride. It wasn't like people were some kind of punching bag. Is that anyone who can take it out on him? If you want to take it out on him, you've got to be able to beat him at least, otherwise what? By pampering him? But as far as he knows, he knew very well what kind of virtue his own baby girl had, and had never pampered anyone at all. The thought of her being pampered was unimaginable. Xia Qingyue smiled oddly and, Dad, don't worry about that. Today I will definitely make a date with Yixian. Not only will I defeat him, but I will also defeat him in a crushing manner. Really? Xia Yuntian looked delighted. If Xia Qingyue could defeat Yixian, then the matter of the marriage alliance could be terminated. She would also be able to regain her freedom. Xia Yuntian asked seriously. Qingyue, are you telling the truth?
Xia Qingyue smiled mysteriously, of course.
Time passes slowly. In the secret realm of practicing,
Li Luo and Shin Mingyue finally found the monster stronghold that Shin Mingyue had mentioned after some searching. Right in front of him was a hidden cave. If he hadn't been deliberately looking for it, it would have been hard to realize that there was a cave here just by passing by. Inside the cave, all of them were level 8 normal kobolds, but the good thing was that there were indeed quite a lot of them, densely packed, and I heard that the number was about 500 plus. Li Luo blocked the entrance of the cave, took the Barrett and started to burst. Bang, 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 bang. The low, domineering Barrett gunshots kept ringing out. And the kobolds inside moved at the sound. Immediately, they roared to rush out of the cave, screaming that they would kill the men outside and get the women to be the cave master's wife. Behind Li Luo, Shin Mingyue was tense and uncertain when she heard the kobold say that she wanted to get herself into the cave as the cave master's wife. She took out her artifact spirit bow and arrow, and nervously gulped and, Li Luo, you have to keep it. I don't want to be the cave master's wife, I'd rather be your wife. Li Luo did not look back. Don't worry, small business, honesty first. The district is just a goblin, what's so difficult about it? He totally just shot one, and sometimes maybe 2 or 3. This is because kobolds are physically thinner and aren't as resistant to being punched as many giant monsters. But what made them terrifying was their sheer numbers. But they also have an Achilles heel. That is that they live in a cave. As soon as the entrance to the cave is covered by powerful fire, then they are completely finished. Like right now. Li Luo took the open Barrett and blocked the entrance of the goblin cave, completely belonging to the state of being a one-trick pony. This is even easier than imagined. Leroy muttered as he eliminated the goblins. For every kobold he killed, he gained 0.2 years of life expectancy. He couldn't help but estimate that if he killed 500 kobolds, he would gain about 100 years of lifespan. And his current lifespan remaining was 308 years. It's just that the experience of the monsters is really small, almost like killing 20 of them to grow by 1%. It can be seen. The higher the character level, the higher the experience requirement. While he was thinking about it, Leroy, look. Shin Mingyue pointed at the large thatched pile more than 10 meters away from the cave. Li Luo followed the direction of Shin Mingyue's finger. That thatch pile unexpectedly moved strangely, and immediately afterward, a kobold ran out from it. Leroy's eyes were quick. Bang! He killed the red-faced kobold with a single shot. But immediately after that, another kobold ran out of that thatch pile, followed by a number of kobolds one after another. Yo! Is this the second exit for kobolds? Leroy was a bit surprised. Shen Mingyue nervously asked. Li Luo, what should we do? Now it's 2 holes running kobolds out, can you hold it? Leroy didn't think so. Small point, don't worry, there won't be any kobolds running to you, but don't be stupid and freeze, mind your own business. Okay. Shen Mingyue immediately nodded her head obediently like a chicken pecking at rice. Facing the risk of being captured by the kobolds to be the cave master's wife, Shin Mingyue did not dare to slack off in the slightest. While looking around, she also held the purple and gold artifact spirit, the meteor bow, in her hand, launching an attack on the kobolds that tried to approach. Leroy inadvertently noticed a detail. Shen Mingyue's bow, surprisingly, had no arrows. He couldn't help but be curious and ask. Kind of interesting, you don't use arrows with this bow? Shen Mingyue explained. Yeah, my family found me a purple gold level enchantment, magic arrow, which doesn't require a real arrow to launch an attack, it's just that the power of the magic arrow isn't quite enough. She was mildly smug that. But even so, I kept my level at an upper middle level through magic arrows, and when I entered the mystery realm, I was already at level 10. That's not too bad. Li Luo's eyes moved slightly as he said thoughtfully. Put it this way. This Shin Mingyue's meteor bow also belonged to the category of unlimited arrows. It was just a pity that it wasn't very powerful. Li Luo was shooting one, or even two or three at a time, but Shin Mingyue had to take at least 10 arrows to kill one. It was not a great at all. But if you can strengthen the power of the meteor bow and get an enchantment like everything shocked back, then it would be a good little scraping master. As he pondered, Shin Mingyue said to him, mysteriously, Li Luo, you seem to have crippled the Zhao Xin double legendary level artifact spirit before? Yes, why? Li Luo asked back. Shin Mingyue kept snapping her string and drawing her bow, launching attacks on the pouncing kobolds, and her body dodged nimbly. At the same time, her mouth said, I've heard that Zhao Xian's uncle is an important person in the education bureau, so I reckon you'll run into some trouble. Li Luo raised his eyebrows slightly. Zhao Xian's uncle is an important person in the education bureau? He carefully analyzed this information. This was something he hadn't thought of. What was Shin Mingyue doing telling herself this information? Is it hard to believe that there would be someone else who would give him small shoes? Shin Mingyue nodded her head. Yes, you crippled Zhao Xian's double legendary level artifact spirit. I guess he'll probably find his uncle to put pressure on you. Li Luo smiled calmly. Pressure? What pressure? Shin Mingyue meant to say that I don't know, but if you encounter any problems later, you can think along this direction. Okay. Li Luo's gaze twitched. Thanks for the reminder. Shin Mingyue smiled cheekily. You're welcome. One goblin after another was killed by Li Luo in a crisp manner, and Shin Mingyue's level clicked up. When all the goblins in this cave were wiped out, Shin Mingyue's level reached level 17, while Li Luo's level experience value, however, only managed to go up 2 levels to level 35. From this, it could be seen. The experience of a cultivator killing monsters of too low a level would also be greatly reduced. It's a good thing that the remaining lifespan reaches 412 years, so when the next monster stronghold is wiped out, it should be able to exceed 500 years of lifespan. Epic enchantments await me, huh? Chapter 58, it's simple, I want to fight him. Leroy checks Barrett's fit. It has reached LV to 17%. He could literally feel the Barrett's power getting progressively more powerful, and the range was also increasing. The body strengthening brought about by the artifact spirit was also more powerful. Harder. The body got noticeably harder. Not far beside him, Shin Mingyue looked at the uncountable kobold corpses around the cave entrance and secretly breathed a sigh of relief that these monsters had finally been eliminated. The entire process had been thrilling. It was true that Leroy didn't let any of the kobolds get close to her. This made her feel very secure. She unconsciously created an illusion in her mind, as if as long as Li Luo was around, she didn't have to worry about her safety at all. The key to the whole process was no more than half an hour. This $2 million is quite worth spending. She smiled at Li Luo. That's natural. Li Luo waved at Shin Mingyue. Let's go, great fortune, next location. Good. Shin Mingyue immediately led the way to find the next monster stronghold. Li Luo, on the other hand, walked while browsing through the epic level attachments in the attachment system mall. He wanted to look for enchantment scrolls with greater power bonuses. Karmic Fire was one of them. But he also wanted to see if there was a more suitable one. After all, what about all those enchantment scrolls? What if there were? Magic City First Hospital. Intensive Care Unit. Zhao Xian's body was wrapped in gauze, and his whole body looked like a mummy. In front of his bed was standing a middle-aged man with a grave expression. Zhao Xian endured the pain and said, Uncle, you have to help me make a decision. My dual legendary level artifact spirits, all of them were crippled by Li Luo from the 3rd middle school of Magic City. The middle-aged man's face sank like water. Li Luo from Magic City 3rd middle school? That's really too much, Xian. Don't worry, Uncle, I will definitely let him know what people he shouldn't mess with. Zhao Xian felt a lot of pain in his heart all of a sudden. Uncle, can you find cultivators with healing-type enchantments or artifact spirits so that this body of mine can recover faster? The middle-aged man nodded and, I've already found it, Ruyan Lu, Epic Artifact Spirit Tree of Life. She's right outside the door, but I'm paying a very high price. It cost me 1 billion to ask her to make a move once. Zhao Xian immediately grinned and, thank you, Uncle, for your help. Thanks for what? Be competitive and do better for me in the college entrance exams. Zhao Xian immediately nodded his head and, okay, hiss. The nodding motion made his whole body feel as if it was being cut by a knife, sending a sharp pain through it. Seeing this, the middle-aged man immediately shouted towards the door and, Ruyan Lu, please come in. The words fell. A slender beauty dressed in green slowly entered the room. Her high and cold gaze and cool temperament always made people feel like there was a galaxy between them and her. She looked around and her gaze fell on Zhao Xian's mummified body. The one who needs accelerated recovery, is he the one? The middle-aged man nodded, that's right, it's him. Lu Ruyan drifted off. No problem, hurry up, I've got a few more businesses over here. Finished. A half-meter-long sapling appeared in her white hand, tender and green like spring grass, emitting a faint fragrance. Her lips moved slightly and, hold the sapling lightly in both hands and don't let go. Zhao Xian immediately followed what the other party said and gently held the sapling with both hands. Gradually, the sapling was surrounded by green rays of light that were particularly conspicuous, and those green rays of light gradually surged towards Zhao Xian's hands that were holding the sapling. Immediately afterward, Zhao Xian felt that the wounds on his body unexpectedly began to gradually heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhao Xian's expression was delighted. "Uncle, did you help me find the artifact spirit essence gold?" "Of course, that cost more, you recover your body first." "Thank you, uncle." Time passes slowly. Unconsciously, the time came to 6 p.m. Xia Family Villa Complex. In the welcoming hall, there were a few old and relaxed middle-aged people sitting on one side, as well as an imposing young man. It was no one else. It was none other than several heavyweights and the heavenly pride Yi Xian of the Kyoto Yi family. In addition to that, on the other side of the hall sat Xia Yuntian, Xia Qingyue, and several important figures from the Xia family. Patriarch Xia Shan smiled and said, "All of you friends from the Yi family have traveled a long way. It's really hard work." "It's not hard work, it's mainly because the matter of the marriage is very important. We all attach great importance to it. Once it is facilitated, both the Yi family and the Xia family will have great benefits." Xia Shan laughed. "Indeed, we take it seriously as well." He gazed at the only imposing young man from the Yi family and inquired, "He should be Yi Xian, right?" Yi Xian, with his starry eyebrows and sword eyes, immediately replied respectfully, "Yes, Senior Xia, I am Yi Xian." Xia Shan laughed. "Good, Yi Xian, it's true that he's as good as his name, he's got a good temperament." He continued to ask, "Yi Xian, I've heard that your artifact spirit is an epic level cold moonblade?" Yi Xian nodded his head. "Yes. In addition, I also have the legendary grade attachment, Blade Light Like the Moon, as well as the purple gold grade body technique, Phantom Mist. Among the students in this class of Kyoto, my strength should be able to squeeze into the top 5. Natsuyama nodded with satisfaction. "Very good." He pointed at Xia Qingyue on the other side and, "Yi Xian, let me introduce, she is Xia Qingyue, combining beauty and strength." Yi Xian's gaze followed the direction of Xia Shan's finger. When his gaze landed on Xia Qingyue's face, he was slightly stunned and somewhat lost in thought. She was indeed very beautiful. Exquisite features, proud figure, valiant temperament, completely different from the usual delicate beauties. What made his heart flutter the most was the kind of vigor and vitality in her. "Hey, are you polite? Seen enough?" Xia Qingyue frowned slightly and said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian immediately came back to his senses. "Sorry." Natsuyama immediately rounded off the. "Qingyue, speak properly, Yi Xian is just a little bit unable to help himself because he saw you for the first time." Xia Qingyue deflated her mouth. "Patriarch, although this Yi Xian said that his strength can squeeze into the top 5 in Kyoto, I'm a bit unconvinced." Xia Shan raised his eyebrows slightly. "Oh? Qingyue, then what do you mean?" Xia Qingyue. "My point is simple, I want to fight him." Yi Xian was slightly stunned. "What the hell? A fight? What kind of hospitality is that? I've just arrived and I'm about to have a fight after just a couple of glances. Do you want to play like that?" Xia Shan knowingly asked. "Ha? Qingyue, you want to fight Yi Xian? Why?" Xia Qingyue reasoned. "I, Xia Qingyue, am at least the bearer of Magic City 3rd Middle School and a recognized schoolflower. I only appreciate boys who are stronger than me, and if you can't even beat me, then you have no qualifications at all to talk about marriage with me." This remark came out. Whether it was someone from the Xia family or the Yi family present, they all froze for a moment. Only Xia Shan and Xia Yuntian had expected it. But soon everyone understood what Xia Qingyue meant. Xia Qingyue was questioning Yi Xian's strength. Yi Xian, as the person involved, naturally understood it well. His gaze moved slightly and, "Xia Qingyue, you're not kidding, right? I've heard that your artifact spirit is of the legendary level." Xia Qingyue. "What's wrong with legendary level? Who said that a legendary level artifact spirit can't beat an epic level artifact spirit?" The corner of Yi Xian's mouth lifted into a confident smile. "Xia Qingyue, since you want to convince people with your martial arts, then I will only be respectful." Xia Qingyue looked at the time and, "Less nagging, hurry up, I'm in a hurry." Xia Qingyue. Chapter 59. My sword is as good looking as I am, no other characteristics. Natsuyama confirmed that. "Qingyue, do you really want to fight Yi Xian?" He really did not expect Xia Qingyue to challenge Yi Xian so soon. Although he had previously known through Xia Yuntian's explanation that Xia Qingyue might challenge Yi Xian, it shouldn't be now. Well, at least you wait until the time is right before challenging. He's just arrived, his ass isn't even warm yet and you're going to challenge him, so it's okay if you win. If you lose, isn't that a slap in the face? Xia Qingyue nodded. Of course it's true. Qingyue, you this. Xia Qingyue's unexpected appointment made Xia Shan a little unsure of how to answer. At this time, next to him, the vice patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Wentian, laughed and said, Elder Xia, since Qingyue wants to meet Yi Xian's strength, might as well let them have some fun. It's normal for people practicing martial arts to spar with each other.
Xiaoshan thought about it again and again.
Since that's the case, there is a martial arts practicing ground right next to it. Why don't you all move over there, so we can also take a look at the young pride's elegance?
Good. The crowd nodded and got up to go.
The Yi family members were all confident. They were well aware of Yi Xian's strength. The epic level Cold Moon Blade coupled with the legendary level Blade Light Like the Moon were frighteningly strong for their age. They certainly had no worries. The only concern was the fear that Yi Xian would accidentally hurt Xia Qingyue. That wouldn't be too good. Yi Wendian, the vice patriarch of the Yi family, admonished Yi Xian. Yi Xian, later on you must be careful, don't accidentally hurt Xia Qingyue, you are a boy after all. Yi Xian confidently said back, I will try to pay attention. On the contrary, the Xia family members, except for Xia Qingyue, who had a face that was eager to try, everyone else's complexion was a bit less than pretty. Because to challenge someone just after arriving, this was more like a dismount. However, it was a good thing that all of the Yi family members were very confident, and it looked as if they were interested in letting Yi Xian show off his strength. Each and every one of them looked forward to it with great confidence. Xia Shan secretly muttered in his heart that, why is Qingyue so impulsive? Have you considered it? Xia Yuntian was also very apprehensive in his heart. If Xia Qingyue failed the challenge, then the next challenge opportunity would not be easy to find. Because this kind of challenge must have both elders present. And there's an unspoken rule about such things. Good things do not come in threes, that is, the general maximum of 3 challenges, and then more challenges that is a naked provocation. Not only will affect the relationship between men and women, but also affect the harmony of the two families. After all, even the best-tempered people get angry. Xia Yuntian's face showed worry, and he secretly said, let's hope that Qingyue really has a bottom card. Soon, the crowd all moved to the martial arts practicing ground next to them. This was a large-scale martial arts training ground that was specially built within the Xia family villa area, about the size of 2 or 3 soccer fields. It was the usual place for the Xia family to train and spar. As it was close to dinner time, there were very few people training in the martial arts arena right now, and under Xia Yuntian's arrangement, all the unrelated people in the martial arts arena left. Xia Qingyue and Yi Xian walked into the large martial arts training ground. The others watched the field with curiosity. Yi Xian arched his hand and said, Xia Qingyue, swords have no eyes, please don't blame me if I accidentally hurt you later. Xia Qingyue indifferently said, don't worry, you can't hurt me. Yi Xian sniffed. There was a hint of hidden uneasiness in his heart. Why was she so confident? Although it was known that her rank would be higher. But again, that doesn't mean anything. After all, as far as he understood, she had been upgraded up by someone else. It wasn't like she had killed her way up with a single sword. It was hard to believe that she had some powerful enchantment. Hey, what are you waiting for? Draw your sword. Xia Qingyue held the bright moon sword in her hand and shouted at Yi Xian. Yi Xian returned to his senses, and a long silver-white sword with a cold light surging through it immediately appeared in his hand, and a hint of cold air seemed to be bubbling from the blade. There was also a curved moon inscribed on it, magical and bizarre. It was none other than the epic artifact Spirit Cold Moon Blade. Yi Xian explained, Xia Qingyue, this is my epic level artifact Spirit Cold Moon Blade. The blade comes with a cold aura, and when it is cut, a cold aura will enter the body, affecting the body's flexibility and speed. Xia Qingyue was not amused. Do it. Yi Xian was stunned. Aren't you going to introduce your artifact spirit? Xia Qingyue. What's there to introduce? This legendary great bright moon sword of mine doesn't have many other features other than being as good looking as I am. Yi Xian was stunned. Xia Qingyue's words were really interesting. In his heart, he unconsciously felt a few more points of goodwill towards the straight-talking Xia Qingyue. He politely said, in that case, you go first. How abrasive, if I do it, I'll do it. Finished. Xia Qingyue's eyebrows slightly raised, and with a thought, the bright moon sword in her hand instantly detached from her hand. Swoosh. With a flick of her finger, the bright moon sword immediately turned into a stream of light and flew towards Yi Xian, who was not far away. Ah, this sword art? Yi Xian was appalled when he saw this scene. She actually has royal sword art attachment? This kind of enchantment was either epic or at least legendary, and due to the special nature of this kind of enchantment, the combat power it brought was definitely at the top of the list. Seeing the flying swords coming, Yi Xian immediately dodged with his feet on the arcane pace. As a result, just after dodging, the flying sword came again. He had to dodge again, narrowly. This left Yi Xian in a sorry state. Not being able to care about getting close to Xia Qingyue and counterattacking at all, he now completely belonged to the passive defense state throughout. At this moment, the crowd watching the battle was also completely stunned. Xia Yuntian was the first to react. Imperial sword art? When did Qingyue get this kind of enchantment? Why didn't you tell me about it? This little girl, she even hid it from her own father. It's really getting out of hand. I'll have to go back and talk to you. Not only him, even the patriarch Xia Shan froze. He scrutinized the way Xia Qingyue fought in the scene, his mouth wide open and full of surprise. Legendary great enchantments were already rare. And it was even harder to get one of the most powerful enchantments like the sword art. But where did Xia Qingyue get it? This kind of thing, go to the auction, is estimated to be the finale appearance, not hemorrhage simply cannot get. Doubts filled his heart. He had to ask her about it when he came down. In contrast to their shock, the Yi family members were all on edge at this time. Imperial sword art? They were still in a confident state just now. But after seeing Xia Qingyue's sword royal art, they immediately became worried. It was likely that Yi Xian would not be able to defeat Xia Qingyue. Although Yi Xian was an epic ranked artifact spirit Cold Moon Blade and a legendary ranked enchantment, Blade Light like the moon, that dealt tremendous damage, so what? The key was that he couldn't get close to Xia Qingyue right now. That flexible flying sword made him completely powerless to fight. His Blade Light like the moon belonged to was a powerful blade sheath that was 5 meters long and could increase the distance of his attacks. But it wasn't much use. Xia Qingyue had already stood more than 10 meters away, not giving him any chance. Ding ding ding. Xia Qingyue's bright moon sword nimbly attacked Yi Xian, making a crisp ringing sound as Yi Xian's cold moon blade blocked it. As for Yi Xian himself, he was in a sorry state. Finally. Poof. Under the constant attack of the bright moon sword, it finally stabbed Yi Xian's arm and made a wound. Blood slowly flowed out. Xia Qingyue waved her hands and retrieved her flying sword. I won, you go back to practicing again. Chapter 60, off is one word, I'll say it again. Finish speaking. Xia Qingyue then turned around and left, arriving in front of Patriarch Xia Shan. Vigorously saying, Matriarch, I only appreciate people who are stronger than me, he can't even beat me, I think this marriage union thing should be forgotten. She turned around in a dashing manner and left the martial arts practicing ground. She was secretly relieved in her heart, fortunately she had the royal sword technique, otherwise she probably had no way to defeat this guy Yi Xian. She couldn't help but think of Li Luo who had given him the small sword royal art scroll. Could it be that he had expected it? Or was it just a coincidence? On the contrary, Yi Xian. He froze in place, his eyes wide and mouth open, his eyes filled with incredulity. His gaze fell on the wound in his arm, transfixed. Defeat. I can't believe I'm defeated. Defeated without even touching the corner of the other party's coat. Swordsmanship? How did she get the royal sword art? If she didn't have the royal sword technique, she would definitely be no match for herself. Yi Xian reluctantly clenched his fists, it was too humiliating. Simply too damn humiliating. He couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Aside. Xia Shan came back from his shock and looked at Xia Qingyue's back as she left, then turned to look at Yi Wendian and the others. Gentlemen. The situation is a bit unexpected. He shook his head helplessly and, since Yi Xian has lost, and Xia Qingyue has clearly refused, then the matter of the marriage alliance will end here. Yi Wendian showed embarrassment on his face. Indeed a bit unexpected, I did not expect that this girl Xia Qingyue would be able to defend the sword, this is also really surprising to me, it's just that Yi Xian's own strength is still very good. Xia old man, do you want you guys to persuade Xia Qingyue again? Who knows that Yi Xian immediately opened his mouth. None of you need to persuade her, I'm not as strong as her, I admit when I lose, I'm clear that a strong twisted melon is not sweet. Finished. Yi Xian covered his wounds and immediately walked towards the Xia family's gate. This marriage union matter is over, when my strength increases greatly in other days, I will come back to fight for it. Black lines rose on Yi Wendian's forehead, and he immediately arched his hand and, then, Elder Xia, I'm sorry to bother you today, we won't stay, we'll come back to meet again next time we have the chance. Xia Shan was surprised and advised. Everyone, why don't you have dinner before you leave? Yi Wendian waved his hand awkwardly, no, things are messed up, we have to go back to deliver, let's have dinner next time. Finished speaking. He led a group of Yi family members to follow Yi Xian's steps and left forlornly. Their expressions at this moment were wonderful, as if they couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Originally, they thought that this was a sure thing. As a result, they failed to pass even a small test, what a shame. I still don't know how to go back and deliver. This. Xia Shan looked at the departing Yi family members and wanted to speak. Running away without even eating dinner, this is too much of a rush, right? He gently shook his head and watched the Yi family leave. When the Yi family members disappeared from view, he turned his head to look at Xia Yuntian. Yuntian, where did Qingyue get that sword royal art from? It would be great if one could also get a similarly powerful enchantment. It would certainly strengthen the Xia clan group. Xia Yuntian was dumbfounded. Where did you get it? I'd like to know too, this girl even hid it from her own father, who the hell knows? He shook his head in confusion and, Matriarch, to be honest, I only just realized that she actually has the royal sword technique enchantment, and I don't know where she got it. Xia Shan questioned, frowning slightly. Really, even you don't know? That's not. Xia Yuntian spread his hands helplessly, she's hiding a lot of things from me right now, and I'm also being kept in the dark.
Xia Shan mused.
Then you find her later and ask her what channel she got it through, see if you can still get a good enchantment, we are willing to pay a heavy amount of money for it.
Okay, matriarch.
At this time, Xia Qingyue had already left the Xia family and headed to the East City Gate. She planned to go find trouble with Xin Mingyue. This person actually dared to take advantage of people's danger, taking advantage of the fact that she was inconveniently meeting with Li Luo, and this turned into a hookup.
What's wrong with that?
As she walked, she took out her cell phone to contact Li Luo.
The result was no reply at all. Could it be that it's still in the secret realm?
She immediately contacted Zhou Pai again, resulting in no reply either. She looked at the time and, it's almost 6 o'clock or so, Li Luo should be leaving the secret realm, then I'll wait at the exit of the secret realm portal. She stood quietly near the portal. Her proud figure and unique temperament were particularly eye-catching. Soon there were insensitive boys who came to hit on her.
Pretty girl, do you want to tweet me? Xia Qingyue was nonchalant, scram. Hey, I say, your sister looks so pretty, how can you talk so impulsively? Roll is one word, I'll say it again.
A dangerous glint appeared in Xia Qingyue's eyes.
Even if you don't add WeChat? And tell me to roll, I won't roll, see what you can do to me? Pa!
A big slap from Xia Qingyue directly called out on the boy's face, and reddish palm prints quickly surfaced.
Can you roll now? Xia Qingyue said unhappily.
Who knows that the boy was not angry, but happy.
Ouch, hit me? Hot girl? I like it. Slap.
2 big slaps were once again called out on the man's face. Hiss.
The opponent finally sucked in a breath of cool air and groaned in pain. Then hurriedly ran away in a hurry. No!
This hottie's huge, and he can only eat mildly spicy food. Seeing the other party fleeing away in panic, Xia Qingyue grunted in dissatisfaction, dabbling with the grass, deserves to be beaten up.
At this time. Ha! Qingyue, why are you here? A woman's voice suddenly rang out. Xia Qingyue raised her eyes and looked,
Surprisingly, it was her cousin Xia Dan, a relative and friend she had played with since childhood. The two of them were quite close.
She looked surprised. Sister Dan, why are you here? I heard that you were seriously injured?
Xia Dan shrugged her shoulders and, I paid that Ryu Ruyan to speed up my recovery, so it's just fine.
Ruyan Lu?
Xia Qingyue's face showed surprise. She had heard of this person, the cost of inviting her out was not low. I heard that it was $1 billion to start.
Xia Qingyue laughed. Sister Dan, then you're really willing to spend money.
Xia Dan shrugged her shoulders and,
it can't be helped, I have an important mission. By the way, what are you doing here? Xia Qingyue, nothing much, I'm waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Waiting for who? Li Luo, you wouldn't know even if you said it. Xia Qingyue said casually. Xia Dan raised his eyebrows. You're waiting for Li Luo too? Xia Qingyue was stunned. Wait. Also? What do you mean? Is Shad Dan waiting for Leroy too? How did she know about Leroy? Murphy.
She looked at Shidan with a faint hint of confusion and amazement.
Why, Sister Dan, could it be that you are also waiting for Li Luo? Xia Dan nodded. Yeah, I'm also waiting for Li Luo. I wonder if we're waiting for the same person.
Xia Qingyue had a hesitant look on her face.
The Li Luo I'm waiting for, his weapon spirit is Barrett. Shidan raised an eyebrow.
That's right then, we're all waiting for the same person. Xia Qingyue's complexion moved, and her gaze couldn't help but fall on Xia Dan's equally proud and slender figure. There were a few moments of puzzlement in her heart.
She has always been cold, what is she looking for Li Luo for?
After pondering for a moment, Xia Qingyue couldn't help but ask a follow-up question.
Not Sister Dan, what are you waiting for Li Luo for?
Xia Dan looked at Xia Qingyue mysteriously and,
I need him. Qingyue, I'm sorry I can't tell you about this matter. Chapter 61 Epic Enchantment, Fire of Karma. Xia Qingyue's gaze instantly became odd. What the hell? You need him? And you can't tell me why? And what exactly is the need for that?
Xia Qingyue stared at Xia Dan seriously and, Sister Dan, although we've been good friends for many years, Li Luo is already my intended. I won't agree if you have ideas.
Lover of your choice?
Xia Dan looked at Xia Qingyue's serious expression and bared her teeth, and, Qingyue, you're overthinking it. I do need him to help me accomplish a very important task. This task is secret and not convenient to talk about. Xia Qingyue suddenly realized that.
So it's like this.
Xia Dan winked and laughed. Qingyu, you're still the same as always. If you like it, you're brave enough to fight for it, and if you don't like it, you don't settle for it in the slightest.
That's for sure. Xia Qingyue proudly nodded her head.
Xia Dan suddenly seemed to remember something and,
right, Qingyue, I heard that you weren't chosen to marry whoever from the Yi family? You're supposed to keep your distance from the other boys, right? Xia Qingyue laughed in a breezy manner and said,
there is such a thing, but that person has just been defeated by me, and this matter is considered terminated. Xia Dan looked at Xia Qingyue in surprise and,
you're so powerful?
As far as she knew, very few people were free of this constraint after being chosen for the union.
Xia Qingyue said smugly, he, a piece of cake. Congratulations. Xia Dan congratulated. By the way, so what are you waiting for Leroy for? Me? I have a relationship I need to talk to him about. Put. Shad Dam laughed. Practicing in the secret world. On a hill, Li Luo said to Shin Mingyue. Great wealthy master, it's time to get off work, you go first. Shan Mingyue. Ha? I'll go first, what about you? That's out of your hands, I have some other things to take care of. Leroy said thoughtfully. He sat on a rock and gently rubbed Barrett. Shen Mingyue nodded happily and, well, Li Luo, thank you very much, because of you today, my level has increased to 22. Li Luo was not amused. You're welcome, you paid $2 million for it. Shin Mingyue blinked, but I'd better say thank you, after all, it's not often you see someone as powerful as you. Finished speaking. She turned away and left a message that, Li Luo, I actually think Xia Qingyue's pattern isn't big enough, for someone as outstanding as you, how can you say that you can't have just one pretty lady? Leroy shrugged breathlessly and didn't reply. It had to be said that girls really did especially like to gossip. He himself hadn't even thought carefully about this issue, this Shin Mingyue was thinking for him instead. Why? What's going on? What's that got to do with you? Right now, he's not even in the mood for some bull love story. Having lived 2 lives, he knew one thing very well. The road is slippery in the dark, human nature is complicated, and the faith that is now believed to be true is likely to collapse in the twinkling of an eye. In other words, what you think is what you think it is, but the next moment it may well not be what you think it is. The only thing that is reliable is your own great strength. Seeing Shin Mingyue leave, Li Luo began to take stock of his harvest. This time, he had also reaped a very large harvest by ending 2 monster dens one after another. Leveled up to 38, Barrett fit LV to 33%, remaining lifespan of 520 years. Finally made it to over 500 years. He muttered excitedly. Then he immediately checked the epic grade enchantment, Karmic Fire, in the enchantment mall. Flame of Karma, epic grade enchantment, used to enchant an artifact spirit, attacking the target will burn the flame of karma, heavily damaging the target. Redemption life, 500 years. TSK, Flame of Karma, it's not simple once you hear it. The killing power bonus of this enchantment should be considerable. You're it, redeem it. Li Luo immediately chose to redeem, Fire of Karma, and then took out the epic grade enchantment scroll from the system space that was flickering with multicolored light. Looking at it carefully, an epic level enchantment scroll, it looks extraordinary. Hurry up and enchant it and try it out. After enchanting Barrett, Leroy immediately carried Barrett and shot towards a huge rock in the distance. Bang! After a low and domineering sound rang out, a black and red stream of light instantly shot out from the Barrett's muzzle. It trailed a long flaming tail in the air. Immediately afterward, it struck the huge stone. Boom! The boulder instantly exploded. Immediately afterward, a bizarre scene occurred. The boulder actually burned a red flame, that's right, the stone actually burned and burned for almost half a minute. Li Luo stared in amazement. The fire seems a bit powerful. Can it even burn a ing rock? Is that scientific? It's all crossed over, surely we can't talk about science, I just don't know how much damage it does to monsters. I'll try it when I run into a monster. Finished muttering. He was a frantic burst at the distant hill. Thump 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 thump. After a low and dominating gunshot rang out, Leroy finally stopped the test. Why? That little hill is actually burning up, fortunately, there's no law in here, and there's no arson offense. Li Luo raised the corner of his mouth and nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to look for a portal to leave the secret realm. Big brother! Big brother! Joe Pai's abrupt voice rang out from the wilderness bushes not far away. Leroy looked over at the sound of, "Ha? What's Chuppy doing here?" He saw Joe Pai running towards his side with a bounce. Living like a zombie who has attained Taoism, he jumped 3 feet high. It is also like a master of light kung fu, jumping forward like a dragonfly pointing at the water. Of course Leroy knew that. Joe Pai was able to do this because he possessed the purple gold great enchantment, Tensile Jump. After meeting up, Joe Pai immediately said excitedly that, "Big brother, I just accidentally found a monster nest when I was killing monsters alone, and was worried about what to do when I happened to hear your gunshot, and then I ran over." Li Luo's gaze brightened frighteningly at once. Monster den? Where? Hurry up and take me there. Joe Pai nodded excitedly and, go, big brother follow me. He didn't ask Li Luo why he was here or why he had just kept shooting. He excitedly led the way in front. Li Luo immediately followed Joe Pai as he headed to the monster's nest he had described. Monster dens and whatnot, he could love it too much. It didn't matter if the monsters were high level or low level, as long as they were dens, that was his cup of tea. Because a lot of longevity could be gained. Instead, one by one, he had little interest in monsters instead, unless they were the very special kind of enchanted monsters, or powerful monsters of a very high level. Soon, Li Luo and Zhou Pai appeared in an ancient ruin. Zhou Pai stopped and smiled mysteriously. Li Luo was surprised to observe the surroundings, broken walls, a depression. He couldn't help but frown and ask that. Guapi? You don't mean here, do you? Shupi nodded affirmatively. Yes, this is the place. How the hell did I not even see a single monster? And a monster nest? Zhou Pai took his red tasseled gun and pointed at a corner of the ruins. Big brother, what do you see there? Li Luo looked in the direction Zhou Pai was pointing and thought he could find something odd, but it turned out to be a pile of decaying thatch. He couldn't help but deflate his mouth and. Isn't that just a haystack? What? What's inside? Zhou Pai immediately nodded his head and. Of course, there's an underground passage in there, and there are many monsters in the depths. I almost planted myself inside. Oh? Li Luo raised his eyebrows and his gaze became brighter. Chapter 62 Gnome Labyrinth, Artifact Spirit Divine Gold? Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and lead the way. Li Luo carried Barrett and couldn't wait to say. He was just in time to try out the power of the karmic fire attachment and wondered if it would blow up. Okay, big brother, come with me. Zhou Pai dryly used his red tasseled spear to pick apart the pile of grass. Sure enough, a dimly lit cave opening underneath appeared, with a broken stone staircase slowly extending downward in the opening. I don't know what is at the end of the stone stairs. Leroy asked, curiously. Guapi, how did you find this hole? Shupi smiled nervously and. When I was pooping next to this thatch pile, the red tasseled gun poked the pile of grass for fun, and I realized that I couldn't get to the bottom, so I realized that something was wrong. Leroy sweated, holy. He felt was a bit of a vaguely wrong smell around him. Shupi went on to explain that. I was pooping and then I was still ready to wipe my ass, but I realized that I didn't have any paper, so I thought I would take some thatch to make do. You shut up. He couldn't help but cover his nose. Hurry up and lead the way. Why did he feel that the stench was getting worse? Shupi stops explaining immediately after realizing that the pooping details are a bit of a big deal. Okay, big brother, follow me. He took the lead and stepped into the stone stairs toward the bottom. Leroy gripped Barrett tightly and followed closely behind. As he walked, he inquired, Guapi, did you get a good look at what kind of monsters are down there? Zhou Pai carefully recalled that. It's kind of like a goblin, but not quite the same. I feel like a legendary goblin monster. Goblins? Leroy had read about this kind of monster from his textbook before, a very rare monster. The appearance of a gnome often meant that a treasure had appeared. But as for what kind of treasure? Those textbooks never go into detail, so it shouldn't be bad anyway. What the hell, just do it. Li Luo carried Barrett and followed Zhou Pai towards the depths of the cave. Although the cave was gloomy, there were some glowing stones placed on both sides of the stone stairs, and the view was fair. Li Luo suspected that this might be the so-called night pearl? But he didn't care. Because for him who possessed the eye of true vision, he could see everything in the cave very clearly. This underground palace was like it was artificially constructed. The walk takes about 3 minutes. Shupi stops dead in his tracks. Big brother, I encountered a monster infestation right here before, then I fled in a hurry, so I need to start paying attention. Understood. Li Luo cautiously observed the surroundings. The words just fell. Angry voices suddenly rang out from both sides of the passageway. The foolish and weak humans, and dared to break into our great goblin's palace, quick, kill them. As this voice fell, a rustling sound began to come from the cavern, as if something of great quantity had run out. Leroy's gaze was as bright as a torch, and he had an excited look on his face. The Barrett in his hand was already ready. The muzzle of the gun was facing the unknown monster that was about to appear in front of the stone stairs. Sure enough, it's a gnome. I wonder what kind of treasure it has. He heard the key information from that voice just now. The monster in this dungeon was really a gnome. It was just that he didn't know what kind of treasures were inside. Just finished muttering. Whoa! He saw a dense crowd of humanoid monsters surprisingly pouring out in front of the stone staircase, with pointed ears, about 1.5 meters tall, wearing all kinds of traditional equipment and weapons. Immediately after that, among those goblin monsters, there were actually some archers who were ready to launch shots at Li Luo and the others. Bring it on you! Bang, bang, bang! Li Luo immediately took the lead in firing towards those archers. Put! 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 The moment those goblins were shot, red flames burned on their bodies, and their bodies were sent flying backwards, completely disrupting the goblin formation in the rear. It didn't take more than a few seconds. A group of archers were slaughtered cleanly by Li Luo's first. Not only that. Because of the fire of karma, those goblin archer corpses also burned up and splashed with fire, causing a great obstacle to those goblins. The goblins were furious and, damn, how is this human so strong? Aren't humans weak? Is he still human? Whether he is a human or not I don't know, but his juggling attack is true dog-off. And Leroy doesn't care. After quickly eliminating those goblin archers, he shot at the goblin warriors who rushed forward. Bang, 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 bang. These goblins were complete living targets for Leroy. one shot at a time without the slightest bit of procrastination.
Most of these goblins were at level 20-30 and were still black iron quality monsters. But nowadays, the Barrett with its increased power could basically do a one-shot kill.
Bang, 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 bang. Constantly resounding gunshots exploded in this underground palace. It was deafening and intimidating.
The hordes of goblins were gradually cleared out by Leroy with Barrett.
Around 10 minutes or so. Finally,
Leroy didn't see a single living goblin, all of them were burning goblin corpses.
Joe Pye said in surprise that,
"Big brother, I've reached level 34, how about you?"
Li Luo said after checking his level. Level 41. Big brother is big brother after all, the level is so high?
Li Luo shook his head absently, then checked his Barrett fit, LV 251%. And the lifespan he now had remaining reached another 162 years from 20 years.
A full 142 years of life gained.
Li Luo unconsciously raised the corner of his mouth. "It's still the monster nest that smells good. I actually terminated 3 of them today, the future is promising."
He looked around and waved to Joe Pye.
"Guapi, go, look for the treasure."
"Baby?" Chopi's eyes flashed clear and confused. It was as if he didn't know anything.
Leroy said as he jumped over the piles of goblin corpses.
"Telling you to usually study hard, you don't study, you actually don't even know about this matter of having a treasure."
Joe Pye's eyes turned, and he said indistinctly,
"Oh, I remember, it seems like wherever there are gnomes appearing, there are some kind of treasures, right?" Leroy despised.
"You finally remembered. If it wasn't for me, I guess you'd have to miss this chance."
Chopi deflated and, "Big brother, how can I compare to you? Your cultural achievement is the first in your grade, I can't compare a bit. Cut the crap, treasure hunting."
Li Luo led Joe Pye and searched deeper into the underground palace.
After several minutes of searching,
Li Luo and Joe Pye stopped at a very hidden room. This room was unusual. There was a stone table in the center of the room, and on top of the stone table there was actually an ancient wooden box. The wooden box was not small, the length, width and height were all about 1 meter.
There was also a strong-looking iron lock hanging from it.
While observing it, Joe Pye pondered that.
"Big brother, it looks like this wooden box is a treasure inside?"
Li Luo's eyes moved slightly and,
"Use your red tasseled gun to take out the lock, open it and see if you don't know." Ding!
Joe Pye took the red tasseled spear and slammed it towards the iron lock with a crisp sound. Immediately afterward, the iron lock bounced down to the ground.
Joe Pye excitedly lifted the lid of the wooden box with his red rifle. "What the hell is it?" Li Luo went up to take a look.
Inside was surprisingly a stone about the size of a basketball shimmering with a 3-colored light.
Just as Li Luo pondered what it was,
Joe Pye touched the 3-colored stone with his red tasseled spear, and a bizarre scene happened. That 3-colored stone unexpectedly had a mysterious energy pouring into the red tasseled gun, a scene that was similar to the state of the weapon spirit essence gold when it repaired the weapon spirit.
Li Luo was slightly stunned. Could this be the ancient rumor of the artifact spirit divine gold?
Joe Pye was flabbergasted.
"Big brother, what is artifact spirit divine gold?"
Li Luo's face showed joy, and he immediately took out his Barrett and fishing rod to touch the 3-colored stone.
Rumor has it that the artifact spirit divine gold can enhance the quality of the artifact spirit.
Chapter 63 Silver rises to legend, dual advanced artifact spirit. Immediately, Joe Pye's pupils quake and,
"This thing can enhance the quality of the artifact spirit?"
Shock quickly covered his face. Enhancing the quality of the artifact spirit had always been just a legend.
If Li Luo hadn't brought it up, he wouldn't have thought of it at all. This was something that everyone dreamed of.
He, Joe Pye, was certainly no exception. "Just kidding, I can have read many hidden ancient books in the library these 3 years and seen the relevant information."
Li Luo smiled smugly.
The reason why the method of upgrading the quality of the artifact spirit had not been widely publicized.
It was because artifact spirit divine gold was too rare.
Many people didn't want the world to know about it, so that those who knew about it would have a higher chance of finding artifact spirit divine gold to upgrade the quality of their artifact spirits.
This could be interpreted as monopolizing information.
However, this kind of information cannot be completely monopolized. There will always be more or less. Some ancient books will be mentioned a little bit. It is difficult to know without going through a lot of information.
And those who do know will just keep it secret. As it happened, Leroy had seen it. "Big brother, it seems that reading is still useful."
Joe Pye laughed nervously. "Of course, Guapi, this is something you have to keep secret. The fewer people who know about it, the better."
Li Luo admonished.
"It would be fun if there was a chance to upgrade the quality of the fishing rod to super god level in the future. So he also hoped that the fewer people who knew about it, the better."
"Don't worry, big brother." Joe Pye nodded. Leroy mused.
"Guapi, this weapon spirit divine gold is unattainable. It's very lucky to get it. This is the information you provide, the firepower I provide, we're half each."
Joe Pye sniffed a beat.
"Such an important thing, big brother actually thought of giving himself half of it."
"This is the artifact spirit divine gold." Definitely something much, much more valuable than enchantments. The sudden surprise left him with mixed feelings in his heart. But immediately afterward, his fiery gaze moved away from that artifact spirit divine gold, and a look of struggle and hesitation appeared on his face. In the end, with a resolute expression on his face, he decisively took the red-tasseled spear away from the weapon spirit divine gold and, "Big brother, this piece of artifact spirit divine gold is still all yours to use." Leroy stared at Choppy in surprise. "Why?" Joe Pye pondered. "Big brother, you gave me so many high-level enchantments before, and I don't have much to repay you. This time when I have the chance to stumble upon this artifact spirit divine gold, let's consider it as a return." Li Luo looked at Joe Pye in surprise. I didn't expect him to actually have this in his mind. Underneath his naive appearance, he still hid this delicate mind. Li Luo made a movement, then moved the fishing rod and Barrett away from the artifact spirit god gold. He looked at Joe Pye with an old-fashioned sense of humor and, "Cut the bull, let's wait until you get stronger before we talk about the reward. Let's split the credit half and half, and let's split the artifact spirit divine gold equally." This artifact spirit divine gold has 3 colors, it should be legendary grade, and with a sufficient amount, the artifact spirit should be able to be upgraded to legendary grade as well. It's just that I don't know what quality this basketball-sized piece of artifact spirit divine gold can raise the artifact spirit to. My Barrett doesn't absorb this artifact spirit god gold. Li Luo had just discovered that this 3-colored artifact spirit god gold was only useful for fishing rods. It was completely useless against Barrett. He also understood in his heart that Barrett was, after all, of super god quality, and definitely wouldn't draw on low-quality artifact spirit divine gold. Joe Pye insisted. "Big brother, my half is for you to use. If you can raise the fishing rod to legendary level, together with the epic level Barrett, with the dual high-level artifact spirits added, your body strength will definitely explode and become even more invincible, so it's better for you to use it." Li Luo was indeed moved. Dual advanced artifact spirits added to his body, bringing about a body strength that was definitely quite a bit stronger than what he had now. Li Luo's eyes turned and, "Guapi, are you sure? You have to know that the chances of bumping into this artifact spirit divine gold aren't many, and it's possible that it's only once in a lifetime." Hearing these words, Joe Pye's entire body was stunned, and his gaze once again revealed hesitation. In the end, he relented and insisted that the road that, "Big brother, I'm sure, you use it. In that case, I'll trade for this." Li Luo thought for a moment and exchanged a legendary grade enchantment, Dragon Soul Buster Gun, on the spot and handed it to Joe Pye. Joe Pye was surprised. "Big brother, you're enchanting me again?" Li Luo was puzzled. "The artifact spirit god gold is worth much more than the enchantment scroll. I'll give you a legendary grade enchantment, I've earned it, and I'll spare you from getting nothing." This. Joe Pye hesitated. "Hesitate a hair, then." Li Luo directly threw the Dragon Soul Buster Gun enchantment scroll to Joe Pye. Joe Pye reflexively caught the enchantment scroll and gratefully said, "Thank you, big brother." Looking at the enchantment scroll in his hand that was flickering with a 3-colored light, he knew that this was another legendary grade enchantment. He was a bit curious in his heart. Why does Big Brother have so many enchantment scrolls? Does his family do wholesale enchantment scrolls? Let's see what quality it can be upgraded to. Li Luo carried Barrett on his right shoulder, while his left hand held a fishing rod to touch the weapon spirit divine gold. In a flash, a mysterious colored energy continuously surged towards Li Luo's fishing rod from the artifact spirit divine gold. The 3-colored light was incomparably bright. Li Luo stared unblinkingly at the basketball-sized artifact spirit divine gold in the wooden box with joy. He was looking forward to seeing if it could be promoted to legendary quality. Soon, he realized that this fishing rod had actually upgraded into a gold-grade quality fishing rod. And the momentum was more than that. The fishing rod surprisingly continues to change. Time passes by minute. Aside, Joe Pye was checking the information on the Dragon Soul Buster Gun. Dragon Soul Buster Lance, legendary grade enchantment, used for lance-type weapon spirit enchantment. After enchantment, the lance comes with the power of the Dragon Soul, domineering and powerful, with the effect of shocking the heart. See here. The smile on Joe Pye's face simply could not be restrained. The power of the Dragon Soul? Although he didn't know exactly how it was, he felt that it should be very strong. He immediately put the Dragon Soul Buster Gun enchantment scroll on the red-tasseled gun. In a split second, he realized that the red-tasseled spear had a kind of golden dragon shadow around it, which was indeed shocking. Hanging. Joe Pye was overjoyed and waved his red-tasseled spear. The air vaguely seemed to have dragon shadows traveling around, domineering. At this moment he feels like he can fight 10. Oh no. 100 of them. Suddenly, Leroy's voice rang out beside. Surprisingly, it's reached the purple gold level. He was always observing the state of this fishing rod. After reaching the gold level, it quickly reached the purple gold level again, and it was still changing. What surprised him even more was That basketball-sized artifact spirit divine gold still seemed to glow very brightly, as if that mysterious energy was still abundant. Could it be that it can really reach the legendary level? Li Luo muttered.
Joe Pai had a hint of envy in his eyes and, "Big brother, I don't think there's any problem at all. Looking at the state of the artifact spirit divine gold, your fishing rod will definitely be able to reach the legendary level."
Let's hope. I wonder how much more time it will take. Li Luo had an expectant look on his face.
Just now, the fishing rod quality reached gold from silver in just 2 minutes, while reaching purple gold from gold took almost 20 minutes.
When an hour had passed. Finally. Li Luo looked delighted and couldn't help but say, "Very good, finally reaching the legendary level." Chapter 64, Those who reach the level can help the world at the same time. Ah. Congratulations, big brother. Joe Pai applauded excitedly from the sidelines. Nice, said Leroy, raising the corners of his mouth. He saw that his legendary great fishing rod had stopped drawing the mysterious energy from that weapon spirit god gold. Obviously, fishing rods promoted to the legendary level were already the limit. This 3-colored artifact spirit divine gold should belong to the legendary grade, so the limit of the artifact spirit's promotion should only reach the legendary grade as well. If one wanted to advance to a higher quality, one would definitely need a high-quality artifact spirit god gold. He looked at what seemed to be leftover artifact spirit divine gold. Turning his head to Joe Pai, he said, "Surprisingly, I thought I would use up all of this artifact spirit divine gold, but I didn't, so I'll give you some of the rest to use." I can't use any more. It was the first time he had seen artifact spirit divine gold, and he indeed didn't know that a basketball-sized piece of artifact spirit divine gold could have so much energy. After upgrading a silver artifact spirit to a legendary artifact spirit, it was surprising that there was still some left over. The rest was just enough for Joe Pai to use. Joe Pai immediately stared with wide eyes and, "There's such a good thing? But big brother, you've just given me the enchanted scroll and I even used it up." "It doesn't matter, I don't care at all." Leroy was in a good mood. Enchanting scrolls were the last thing that mattered to him, and as for money, he couldn't spend it all anymore. He immediately checked his fishing rod information. Artifact Spirit, Roadrunner Fishing Rod, exclusive to Li Luo. Quality, Legendary. Enchantment, None. Attributes, overall length 1.68 meters, teardrop wheel, ML tuning. Fishing weight, 10,000 kilograms, increasing with the fit. Self-weight, 66 g. Fit, LV1 0.01%. Remarks, never blow up the line, fishing with peace of mind. Tisk, TSK, 10,000 kilograms and still boosting? What kind of material is this fishing line made of? Li Luo couldn't help but sigh. This is too outrageous, isn't it? Wouldn't this be able to tow a couple of small cars? That seems like a bit of a big use. Isn't it possible to hang your enemies up and beat them? Beside, Joe Pai pressed down the excitement in his heart. Big brother, then I can use this remaining artifact spirit divine gold? He could be too excited. Because his artifact spirit was expected to advance. He believed that any artifact spirit cultivator would not be able to remain calm at this moment. Even Li Luo just now was very excited. As Leroy said just now, it was likely that he would only have this one chance in his life to be able to encounter the artifact spirit divine gold. The next time was probably far away. You use it, it's not like I can use it. Leroy was still playing with his fishing rod, and he suddenly felt as if he could find the time to throw a couple of rods. Because he had been using Barrett before. So the fit of the fishing rod spirit has barely improved yet, and the only time he still threw it out to catch Chuppy back from the river. So he sought out what time to go out and throw a couple rods. After double-checking, Joe Pai excitedly took the red tassel gun and carefully touched the artifact spirit divine gold, and likewise, the mysterious energy of the 3-colored glow surged into the red tassel gun. The red tasseled gun gradually began to change. Soon, the red tasseled gun then quickly reached the gold level. That wasn't all. After about 20 minutes, the red tasseled gun surprisingly managed to reach the purple gold grade again. Just as Joe Pai was pondering if there was any hope for the red tasseled gun to reach the legendary grade, the aura of that artifact spirit god's golden light quickly dimmed. It was like an ordinary transparent glass ball. Joe Pai lightly touched it with his red tasseled spear, and the remnants of that artifact spirit divine gold turned into powder, like dust. Purple gold level, I'm already satisfied. Joe Pai laughed, the corners of his mouth grinning out in an astonishing arc. He was so happy right now. There were only 2 people in the entire Magic City 3rd Middle School, Wang Yi and Zhao Chun, who were purple gold ranked artifact spirits. Who would have thought that his artifact spirit would also be able to reach the purple gold level now? It was also considered a talent. Not only that. In addition to the red tasseled gun being successfully upgraded to purple gold quality, he had also obtained a legendary great enchantment, Dragon Soul Buster Gun, by mistake. In addition, it also possesses the legendary great enchantment, Born to Last, and the purple gold great enchantment, Tendering Jump. Taken together, he was confident that his strength was stronger than Zhao Chen, and Wang Yi would only be stronger. Big brother, I feel like I can fight 10 now, he said confidently. Even, I think I can solo the Zhao Xin. Then I'm afraid I can't yet. Li Luo toyed with the fishing rod in his hand and laughed. Zhao Xin can have dual legendary grade weapon spirits, and one of them is also a golden wisp armor, so ordinary people are no match. He turned his words around. But it's pretty good too, you got too lucky with this monster nest information you found this time. Not only has my artifact spirit upgraded, but your artifact spirit has upgraded as well. Although your artifact spirit is still only at the purple gold level, it's not bad. Definitely more than 90%. Next time if I find a suitable artifact spirit divine gold, I'll save some for you. Zhou Pai smiled nervously. Okay, thank you big brother, oh no. Righteous father. Li Luo raised his eyebrows and took out his cell phone to check the time. It's already 7:30, time to go out. Zhou Pai excitedly waved his red tasseled gun and. Let's go then big brother. Outside the east city gate of the magic capital, at the secret realm teleportation gate. Xia Qingyue took out her cell phone and looked at the time several times, depressed. What's wrong with Li Luo? How come he hasn't left the secret realm yet? She sent Li Luo a few messages and didn't reply. She messaged Zhou Pai a few more times and didn't reply. She knew that Leroy wasn't replying to the messages, possibly because he was guilty of Sigma Man again. But if Zhou Pai didn't reply to the message, then it only meant that they were still in the secret realm. She believed that Zhou Pai wouldn't see a message and not return it. He wouldn't dare. Because she hadn't introduced him to anyone and owed him money. Chupi has been taken to task by her. He definitely wouldn't defend himself easily. Just an hour ago, she saw Shin Mingyue, the schoolgirl of Magic City's second middle school, walk out of the secret realm, so she directly and domineeringly went up to stop the other party. And once again, she warned her to keep her distance from Li Luo. And Shin Mingyue wasn't the least bit cowed. She said in her original words very justifiably. Didn't I hear that you, Xia Qingyue, went to the marriage? What else is there to say when you've gone to a marriage? You have the patience to keep getting bored with Li Luo. That way I won't go looking for him to take me upgrading. And can you open up your pattern a bit? How can you have such a good boy like Li Luo all to yourself? The one who reaches out can help the world at the same time. This made Xia Qingyue depressed enough. But she wasn't silent about Shin Mingyue's rebuttal either. You keep out of my business. I did go for a marriage union, but I had also made this decision because of Li Luo. And I've already defeated that guy to regain my freedom. I'm telling you Shin Mingyue, if you don't get wise, I won't spoil you next time, but don't say something about why are girls so hard on girls then. Unless you are stronger than me in every aspect, then I have nothing to say. Otherwise you'd better tighten up. Humph. 2 flaming conversations. Let the melon-eating crowd around at that time shocked and dumbfounded. They were surprised how it was Li Luo again, how it was the schoolgirl quarreling again. Cannot stop hello? Xia Dan was also standing at the side waiting for Li Luo at that time, and when he saw Xia Qingyue's overbearing attitude, he couldn't help but feel a few moments of astonishment in his heart. Qingyue, this is also too daring, right? You're going all out because of a boy? Right now. Just as Xia Dan and Xia Qingyue looked around. Finally, Li Luo and Zhou Pai came out of the portal. Xia Qingyue saw Li Luo with Barrett on his shoulder at a glance, so conspicuous in the crowd. She gave a quirky smile and, finally out, thought I'd been abducted. Chapter 65 Military Bounty, Mysterious Mission. Xia Dan followed Xia Qingyue's gaze and indeed found Li Luo. The domineering Barrett on his shoulder was particularly conspicuous. Xia Dan flirted and laughed and, Noi, Qingyue, your intended has appeared, why don't you go quickly? Of course I'm going. Xia Qingyue delicately hummed. After waiting for him for an hour and a half, my legs are a little numb. Is this a normal leg? These are the schoolgirl's legs. Long, white, straight legs. He's still in the middle of a blessing and doesn't know it. Finally meeting Li Luo, she naturally wanted to talk to him. They both quickly went forward and stood in front of Li Luo. Eyes complex and meaningful, they stared at Li Luo. When Leroy saw the 2 men flashing their long legs and blocking his way, he immediately stopped and looked at them thoughtfully. Xia Dan? Xia Qingyue? What's up? There's someone to greet you now that you're out of the secret realm? Xia Qingyue said to Xia Dan that. Sister Dan, for the sake of us being on such good terms, you can talk to Li Luo about business first, I'll talk to him later. Good. Xia Dan nodded. She turned her head to Leroy and smiled. Hi there Leroy, remember me? Leroy nodded his head and, of course I remember, Shaddam, what's wrong? Hearing that, Xia Qingyue's face got a bit odd. When did Li Luo know Xia Dan? Could it be that it was the last time he helped the law enforcement bureau kill monsters? Seems like that's the only time it's possible to make contact, right? With a puzzled look on her face, she paid close attention to the conversation between the two. But the next second, Shaddam approached Leroy mysteriously and, Li Luo, I've come with an important mission to ask for your help. Is it convenient to lend a hand? Important mission?
Looking at Xiaodun's serious and mysterious expression, a few points of interest grew in Li Luo's heart. His gaze moved slightly, and he moved a few steps towards the empty space next to him.
Right here, go ahead. Xiaodun whispered mysteriously, seeing no one nearby.
Li Luo, it's like this: the protection force of the Mordor military stationed at the Tianshan Reservoir on the east side of Mordor suffered a frantic attack from a group of bizarre monsters today, and many water conservancy equipment was damaged as a result, resulting in the water usage of the residents in the east side of Mordor being affected.
The key problem is that these monsters can not only fly, but also hide in water.
This gave the military a huge headache, so they asked the Law Enforcement Bureau to cooperate in issuing a bounty to find artifact spirit cultivators who can attack remotely. The farther away the attack range, the better. The first thing Director Lian did when he found out about this was to ask me to come and invite you in person, and wanted you to travel together to support the military in destroying the monster. If you can solve the monster, the military will have a considerable reward.
Reservoir? Monsters?
The corners of Leroy's mouth lifted into an imperceptible smile. He didn't think it mattered what the reward was,
but monsters and stuff were his favorite. And with the reservoir, wouldn't this be a good way to dump 2 shots?
It would also improve the fit of the fishing rod's spirit.
Thinking about it, he asked curiously, are there many monsters? What levels are they all of? Xiaodun nodded his head.
There are a lot of monsters, about thousands of them. The level isn't too high, level 50-60 silver monsters, but they can both fly and dive, so it's hard to eliminate them, and there might be big cargo.
Li Luo's gaze brightened slightly.
TSK, thousands of level 50 or 60 silver monsters, there could still be a big shipment.
I wonder how many lifespans I can acquire. Seeing Leroy fall into thought, Xiaodun immediately said,
Li Luo, don't worry, we will do our best to protect your safety. If you can make a great achievement, the military reward will definitely satisfy you.
Li Luo shrugged his shoulders. Let's talk about rewards and whatnot. I still haven't been given the reward from the Law Enforcement Bureau last time.
Xiaodun smiled awkwardly and, before I came, Director Lian mentioned it, saying that there are at most 3 more days before your reward comes down.
That's more like it. Leroy was calm as water. When are we going to that reservoir? The sooner the better. Xiaodun suddenly seemed to remember something. Right, Li Luo, what level are you now?
Li Luo replied, level 41.
What? It's all level 41? Xiaodun's face was shocked. It's only been a few days? She continued.
That's good, your level over 30 has already reached the requirements for the college entrance exam, so this won't delay your college entrance exam. If you don't have anything else, the sooner the better.
Li Luo asked. Are there any other long-range attacking cultivators that you have searched for?
Xiaodun nodded his head and, of course, there's the search to find some of the community's idol rankings of long-range attack masters, and you're the only student. She looked at Leroy expectantly and, Li Luo, if you're sure you're willing to go, let's leave from here tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, and there will be people from the military and some of the law enforcers along with us.
No problem. Li Luo nodded his head.
Xiaodun suddenly remembered, right Li Luo, you have to prepare a little something to wear because this operation may last for several days.
Li Luo frowned, several days?
Xiaodun nodded and, right, because those monsters, I'm afraid it's not that easy to solve them all at once, and I heard that there are other swarms of monsters infesting around there.
Other swarms of monsters?
Leroy's gaze lit up. If monsters interested him, then swarming monsters interested him even more. All it took was a burst and it was over. The other side. Xia Qingyue saw that Li Luo and Xiaodun were communicating quietly, so she unknowingly came in front of Zhou Pai. With a rather accountable tone. Hey, Zhou Pai, didn't you say this afternoon that your big brother didn't have any contact with other girls? But how did he take Shen Mingyue's order? Are you lying to me?
Zhou Pai was dumbfounded. Shen Mingyue's list?
Xia Qingyue stared at Zhou Pai suspiciously and, what ghost?
You would not know?
Yeah, I really don't know. In the afternoon, Big Brother asked me to go to the secret realm to sharpen my combat skills. He said he had other things to deal with. Then I went into the secret realm, and I only met Big Brother again in the secret realm at night after almost 6 o'clock off. Zhou Pai said in his serious manner. After all, this can involve his major interests, must give a clear explanation. Otherwise, don't find the object at that time. The other party owes the debt is not given.
So
Xia Qingyue slightly rested her chin in thought.
Immediately afterward,
she put on a smile. It's a good thing you made it clear, or I almost misjudged you.
This is all trivial, sister-in-law. Where's the key to the person you found for me?
Zhou Pai opened the door. Xia Qingyue thoughtfully, your object.
I will find an opportunity for you to meet tomorrow. What? Zhou Pai nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice.
Okay, thank you, sister-in-law. A mouthful of sister-in-law, called Xia Qingyue in a very pleasant mood. She said to Zhou Pai. Hey, Chuppy, did you put in a good word for me in front of your brother?
Zhou Pai was stunned and immediately said.
Of course he did, but I don't know if he listened. Xia Qingyue nodded with satisfaction and, That's more or less the same. Tomorrow you have to remember to prepare some small gifts. Girls like small surprises, of course big surprises are better.
Shupi smiled and nodded his head. No problem, I'll go buy it later.
Things with emotional value, well, I understand, it's all written in the novels. Xia Qingyue raised her eyebrows.
Yo, you are quite knowledgeable. Zhou Pai laughed nervously. All learned from novels, hey.
Xia Qingyue nodded her head and said to Zhou Pai, okay, then you can leave now.
Zhou Pai was stunned. Go? Go where? Anywhere, just don't be a light bulb. Chapter 66. What? Could it be that you're jealous? A light bulb?
Zhou Pai swept his gaze over Li Luo and Xia Qingyue and said indistinctly.
Oh. Then I go? Finished. He didn't even say hello and immediately left in big strides. After all, the affairs of his big brother and sister-in-law couldn't be delayed. He thought of simply taking this opportunity to pick out a gift.
And then clean himself up a bit. Get a pulled together haircut and pick out a dapper outfit or something.
After all, Buddha relies on gold, people rely on clothes. Tomorrow, he will meet with the sexy, beautiful, black silk wearing object that Xia Qingyue introduced to him. He.
His heart blossomed at the thought. At this moment, it felt like the entire world was filled with vigor and vitality, and even the mists in the sky turned into an alternative romance.
After Zhou Pai left,
Xia Qingyue stood at the side in a pavilion, her gaze unconsciously falling on Li Luo's side face.
Softly muttering. What are those two talking about? What's taking so long? Finally,
Xia Dan turned around and walked towards Xia Qingyue. Qingyue, I'm done, I have things to do so I'll leave first, you guys take your time to chat.
Finished speaking.
She smiled meaningfully, a hint of a watchful expression on her face, and then left in stride.
Sister Dan, take your time. Xia Qingyue slowly walked over to Li Luo's side after she watched Xia Dan leave.
Looking Li Luo up and down with a complicated gaze. Li Luo, long time no see. Leroy rubbed his nose, it hasn't been that long.
Xia Qingyue joked, we haven't seen each other for almost 6 years, is this still not long? How could it be? What are you kidding? Leroy was stunned. It was clear that he had only met 2 days ago. How come it's been 6 years? What kind of magic math is this?
Xia Qingyue smiled and said, 1 day does not see like 3 autumns, 2 days do not see that is 6 autumns 6 autumns is not 6 years.
Li Luo is a bit speechless. Cut the crap and tell me, what's up? Xia Qingyue seemed to be smiling, not laughing. Li Luo, how does it feel to kill monsters with Shin Mingyue? Li Luo rubbed his nose, what? You're curious? A little. It feels average. Xia Qingyue, she slowly approached Li Luo, is that so? Li Luo, are you short of money recently? Lack of money you tell me, tube enough.
Li Luo shook his head, not short of it, nor do I need it. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Xia Qingyue, wondering in his heart. He had more than $3 billion lying in his account, how could he be short of money?
Isn't this a joke?
Finished, he also took out his cell phone to check the balance, whether it has been stolen.
It was not stolen and brushed, full of security. Xia Qingyue asked in disbelief that. Then why did you take Shin Mingyue's order? Leroy was puzzled. What? Could it be that you're jealous?
Xia Qingyue bared her teeth.
Eating vinegar? What's so good about vinegar? I don't like to eat vinegar. She stared at Li Luo with a smile, not a laugh. Who do you think looks better, Shin Mingyue or I? Li Luo showed a difference in his face. Are you serious? Casually asking. Xia Qingyue laughed with a relaxed face.
Li Luo's gaze moved slightly and, objectively speaking, they all look good, just the styles are a bit different.
You?
Xia Qingyue was suddenly speechless. She immediately held her head high, smoothed out her bangs, revealing her delicate face, and then she flashed her 1 meter 2 long legs.
Hey, take a good look, there must be a high and low.
The eyes swept over Xia Qingyue's proud figure.
Li Luo shrugged his shoulders and compromised. Okay, you look good. He guessed that if he didn't say that, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to leave today. That's more like it.
Xia Qingyue nodded with satisfaction. In the future, tell me whatever you need, I can fulfill you.
Leroy fell silent. Why did it feel like there was something in the words? Then he asked. So do you have any information on monster dens and such? Xia Qingyue gave a beat. So, you took Shin Mingyue's order because she has information on monster dens? Then what else? Li Luo asked back. The smile on Xia Qingyue's face blossomed like a lotus flower.
In that case, that's good to say, I don't have it yet, but I'll find someone to collect it right away, you wait for my good news.
Somehow, hearing that Li Luo only took Shin Mingyue's order because of the monster message,
she immediately became happy in her heart.
Leroy gently shook his head and, no need for now, tomorrow I'm going on a mission in the mists, I won't be going to the secret realm.
Xia Qingyue suddenly realized that.
Is it because of the mission that Xia Dan just told you about? Yeah. Well then, be safe.
Xia Qingyue said with concern. She turned her words around and laughed.
It's just as well, tomorrow I'll introduce a date to Chupi, so the two of them can meet. Li Luo raised an eyebrow. There's more to this? That's for sure. Look at your brother Joe Pai. He knows that finding a date smells good. And look at you, you really don't know what you're in for. Xia Qingyue spat at Li Luo. Li Luo was silent. This kid. Looks like it's time to suffer in love for once after all. Also, after all, too young and immature and in need of settling down. Xia Qingyue smiled and stared at Li Luo. Li Luo, which university are you planning to enroll in? Li Luo said casually. Not thinking about it, maybe Mordor University? Xia Qingyue's gaze twitched. Then I'll apply for Magic City University as well. Li Luo wanted to speak. He understood what Xia Qingyue meant when she said this, and he also knew Xia Qingyue's intention. This was nothing more than Xia Qingyue giving him a signal. She wanted to follow in his Li Luo's footsteps all the time. But for him, enhancing his strength was his top priority. Ding dong! Leroy suddenly heard the sound of a message ringing on his cell phone. He immediately took out his phone to check it and found that it was a message from his class teacher, Zhao Ling. Notice, between the fact that there already exist students whose level exceeds 30, so the registration channel for the college entrance exam is open synchronously, students whose level reaches 30 can click on the link to log in and sign up. He immediately clicked the link in and prepared to enroll. But then he realized a problem. It was impossible to log in. A pop-up prompted that his information could not be retrieved. He immediately asked Zhao Ling in the group, Ms. Zhao, why can't I log in my information? Ms. Zhao Ling, is that Li Luo? It shouldn't be. All students should be able to log in. This is the information recorded in advance by the Education Bureau side. If you can't log in, then you have to find the Education Bureau side to deal with it. I'll ask for you on the school side as well. Education Bureau? Leroy frowned and muttered softly. What's wrong? Leroy? Xia Qingyue saw Li Luo frowning and couldn't help but ask. Li Luo shook his head. I can't log in for the college entrance exam. Can you log in? Xia Qingyue immediately clicked the link to log in and I can log in, it's just that I'm not level 30 yet, so I can't sign up. Leroy was puzzled. You can log in? But I can't log in? Leroy muttered, holding his chin. Is it a mistake by the Education Bureau? Or is there another reason? Suddenly, he remembered the information that Shin Mingyue had inadvertently revealed to him, that Zhao Xian's uncle was an important figure in the Education Bureau, so if he ran into trouble, think in that direction. Li Luo's gaze moved slightly. Could it be him? Xia Qingyue wondered. Li Luo, who are you talking about? Leroy's eyes were thoughtful. I heard that Zhao Xian's uncle is an important person in the Education Bureau. I wonder if I can't log in. Is it a mistake or is it because he's messing with me? I'll go and ask tomorrow. Oh no, tomorrow I still have to go on a mission to go. Li Luo covered his forehead with a headache. Xia Qingyue patted her chest and, don't worry Li Luo, I'll help you deal with this matter. If his uncle really dares to mess around, I'll make them step down immediately. Li Luo was surprised. You? Let them step down? Xia Qingyue arrogantly said. Of course, don't forget, behind me is the Xia family. How about it? Do you want to eat soft rice? Chapter 67. I'm a person who loves freedom. Soft food? Leroy let out a light laugh. Did he himself need to eat soft food? Of course he didn't need to. He looked at the expectant Xia Qingyue and shook his head. Eating soft rice, although it does smell good, it will always give people a feeling of being under a roof, so it's better to forget about it. I, for one, am licentious and love freedom. He rubbed Barrett's. By the way, Scourge, I can't land this, so don't get involved, I'm going to take care of it myself. I don't want to owe you any more favors or anything. If I do find out that someone is screwing up, I'm going to do more than just tell him to step down. He said calmly, word for word. I'll send him straight to heaven. Xia Qingyue looked surprised and, directly let him go up to the sky? But you might bring some risks by doing so. Li Luo laughed in disbelief. It doesn't matter. Xia Qingyue's gaze turned, her face showing worry. Well, without further ado, I need to go prepare the supplies for the mission tomorrow. After saying that, Li Luo was ready to step away. Hey wait! Xia Qingyue reached out and blocked Li Luo with a playful smile. Li Luo, the little sword art you gave me, I like it very much. Without it I might not have been able to defeat that guy. That was an exchange, not a gift. Leroy corrected. He calmly looked at Xia Qingyue and, then, congratulations on regaining your freedom. After saying that, Leroy carried Barrett and left with great strides. Looking at the fading away Li Luo, Xia Qingyue muttered in a low, inaudible voice, fighting for me in a ring match and giving me the little imperial sword technique. Don't think that I don't know your little mind. Humph. But don't know how to invite me to dinner. It's so insensitive. Her gaze still involuntarily looked at Li Luo, who disappeared into the crowd, slightly mesmerized. At this point, another good-looking boy suddenly sprang up beside him, pretending to be elegant and, pretty girl, are you going out? Xia Qingyue was nonchalant. Get lost. Yo! Hot girl? I like. Snap, snap. Two slaps landed on each other's face, as if Xia Qingyue had found an outlet. Her mood was suddenly much better. She didn't have the good sense to say, still like it? Like, oh no. The other party left a sentence and fled. It was getting late. After learning that Chuppy went to pick out a gift, Li Luo simply ate a roadside stall and then went to the supermarket to purchase some supplies before returning to the dormitory. But rather unexpectedly, bottled water was not good to buy. He ran to several supermarkets and found the water sold out. Upon inquiry, he realized that it was because there was a problem with the water supply in the area and people were buying bottled water for home use. Leroy knew the reason for this. He had no choice but to run further away to buy bottled water. Not only did he buy water, clothes, and food, he also bought barbecue grills, seasonings, smokeless charcoal and other barbecue essentials. He planned to catch a few fish for dinner by the reservoir in the next few days. Kill monsters while fishing. Hey, it's just fun. After everything is ready, he lay in bed bored and swiped through the news. Shocked. The Ringmaster Sealing Trophy was actually taken by a student whose real name is Li Luo. Part of the residents of the East District of Mordor suspended water due to failure. The specific recovery time need to wait for the notice. Please related residents to get ready. The annual senior high school exams will begin soon, and the registration channels for the exams have been opened today. In the secret realm of senior high school practice, I heard that a student from Mordor 3rd Middle School held a stick and fought against 6 people from Mordor 9th Middle School, but those 6 people even fled in a mess. Accident. Willow Royan, who is known as a medical miracle and possesses an epic spirit, the Tree of Life, has recently appeared in Mordor, and it is understood that she is free to come back to recuperate because the border war has calmed down. Rumor has it that the marriage between the Xia family in Mordor and the Yi family in Kyoto was unexpectedly suspended. Experts speculate that it was due to the fact that the parties involved in the marriage didn't like each other. Kyoto University, Mordor University, and other top universities began to potential students throwing olive branches. As long as you can get in, will be able to get the purple and gold spirit attachment rewards. At the request of students, the senior high school leveling secret realm is transporting in a batch of level 30 monsters for the second time, for students' leveling needs. Li Luo looked at the news and gently shook his head. It seemed like several of the news in this information had something to do with him. He exhaled softly and, go to sleep. Tomorrow we'll go to Tianshan Reservoir to hunt monsters. Time passes slowly. Early the next morning, the sky was slightly light. After Li Luo greeted Zhou Pai, he got up alone and headed to the East City Gate of Magic City. Because the Tianshan Reservoir was located in the eastern direction of Mordor, it was about 100 kilometers away from the East City Gate. So the most suitable starting point is the East City Gate. As a matter of fact, nowadays, Leroy's Barrett could reach a range of more than 250 kilometers, so theoretically he could snipe the monsters in the Tianshan Reservoir just by standing here at the East City Gate. But his eyesight couldn't reach that far. Eye of True Sight is only a legendary level enchantment. He had tested it, and it only allowed him to clearly see things within about 20 kilometers, and he couldn't see clearly any farther. And if he sniped blindly, he was likely to accidentally injure friendly forces. Soon, Li Luo appeared outside the East City gates of the magic capital, not far from the secret realm of practicing teleportation gate. It had to be said. Many students were very desperate, and when he appeared nearby, there were already many early risers teaming up to head to the secret realm to practice one after another. Seeing these scrappy students, he couldn't help but think of his own past 3 years of chilling out, learning about various artifact spirit cultivators, as well as trying to train hard in meditation methods. As a result, he awakened a fishing rod. Obviously, it's totally not enough to work hard to get ahead. Leroy, you're here? A clear female voice suddenly rang out. Li Luo sniffed and looked. It was actually Xia Dan. I didn't expect her to come so early. He also saw that there were already some people gathered over there, waiting quietly. Among them were also Fu Jiang and Wu Chao, who he had met before. Of course, Wu Chao was unconscious at the time. He had seen Wu Chao, but Wu Chao had not seen him. Leroy took out his cell phone to check the time. It was only 7:20, and there was still some time left before the agreed upon 8 o'clock. Leroy curiously asked, Shudhan, why are you here so early? Xia Dan laughed softly and, Director Lian specifically told me to come early to avoid you not being able to find any acquaintances when you came, so I came early. That's so, Li Luo dawned on him. This Lian was quite attentive. It is at this time. Fu Jiang and that Wu Chao from the team hurriedly ran up. Fu Jiang waved his hand in greeting and smiled, saying, Hi Li Luo, hello again. Leroy nodded, what a coincidence. Next to him, Wu Chao scrutinized Li Luo, you are Li Luo? The Li Luo who shot and saved my life last time? Surprise and curiosity filled his gaze. After carefully looking up and down on Li Luo's body, he finally landed on the Barrett that Li Luo was carrying on his shoulder. Of course it's him. Shudhan affirmed to Wu Chao, Speaking of which, not only did he save you, I'm also alive because of him. Sniff. Wu Chao immediately arched his hand at Li Luo, admiringly saying, Li Luo, last time I was in a coma, I didn't have time to thank you for saving my life. Here to say thank you. In the future, if there's anything I can be used for, just say something to me," he said to Li Luo with a serious face. Li Luo could tell that Wu Chao was thanking him from the bottom of his heart. So he waved his hand and, "It's a small thing, I'm just along for the ride." Chapter 68 Medical Miracle Royan Lu. Wu Chao hurriedly waved his hand and, No, this is a small matter to you, but to me it's a matter of life and death, a big matter." He looked at Li Luo with a smile on his face. "Li Luo, why don't I treat you to a meal and a massage to relax and unwind when we come back from this mission?" "Dinner? Another massage?" Leroy waved his hand and refused. "That's not necessary, I'm a bit pressed for time these days." He wasn't inclined to have a meal, let alone a massage, with someone he didn't know very well, nothing more than simply feeling uncomfortable. In his last life he couldn't help it, he needed to socialize. But in this life, he didn't want to do what he didn't want to do. He also had every intention of refusing it. "Alright then, I'll treat you later when you have time," Wu Chao said wisely. As an old geezer, Wu Chao guessed that Li Luo was either really pressed for time or simply politely refused. He didn't care though. He just needed to express himself. Leroy was able to not go, but he couldn't not be invited. This is the human condition. Not to mention that a young man as outstanding as Li Luo, with great potential and a promising future, it was absolutely right to make a good relationship. Xia Dan reminded from the side. "Li Luo, let's go back to the team. That team ahead is the people we are going to the Tianshan Reservoir this time. Some of them are folk cultivators, and all of them are also long-range attack experts on the folk expert list. The ones with more uniform clothing and red 5-pointed star logos printed on their chests are the military's artifact spirit cultivators. And the other ones with the same clothing as us, with the sword and shield logo printed on their chests, are those from the Law Enforcement Bureau." Counting up, there are actually 3 waves of people in there. Only if you pay a little attention, the folkmasters are all a bit bratty in temper, and they speak more aggressively. The one leading the team is the military's 2nd Lieutenant Zhang Kong. We all follow his orders for now. Hearing Xia Dan's explanation, Li Luo nodded, his eyes carefully observed the group of folk experts. There were about 20 to 30 of them, and indeed each of them had a unique temperament. All of them seemed to look at each other a little bit unfavorably. The artifacts in their hands were basically using bows and arrows, heavy crossbows, or throwing spears. And the front of the line. There was a middle-aged man who was not angry. He was the military 2nd lieutenant leading the team this time, Zhang Kong. He had a cigarette in his mouth, gulping down clouds. His eyes were sharp and his face was rigid. At the moment, he was curiously observing Li Luo. Leroy returned to the group with the 3 Xia Dan people within a few seconds. Those folk cultivators were curiously sizing up the Barrett that Li Luo was carrying on his shoulder. Their eyes widened in surprise. "Ha? Is that a Barrett sniper rifle on his shoulder? I think I saw a guy mentioned on the news with a Barrett as his weapon spirit. Could it be him? Rumor has it that 2 days ago, someone in this neighborhood used a Barrett to shoot a level 80 legendary flying bat. It couldn't be him, could it? No way, a level 80 legendary flying bat? I can't even do it, can he? But he looks too young. Is it reliable to invite him to this?" While they were gossiping, Zhang Kong slowly walked towards Li Luo's side and inquired with a smile that, "Xia Dan, could this be the young man that Director Lian highly recommended, Li Luo?" Xia Dan nodded his head. "Yes, Ensign Zhang Kong, Li Luo's artifact spirit is a Barrett. Not only does it do very high damage, but it also has a very long range. I've seen it with my own eyes." Xia Dan mentioned Li Luo's Barrett with a palpitating heart. She couldn't help but recall the scene where Li Luo was in the secret realm of practicing and killing that hill hedgehog in her mind. That was too terrifying. That perverted fire coverage is completely one-sided and absolutely crushing. "Oh? Is that so?" Hearing that the damage was high again and the range was also very long, Zhang Kong couldn't help but brighten his gaze. Their biggest headache right now. It was the lack of range for the long-range attacking artifact spirit cultivators. The attack range of a normal bow or throwing gun was in the hundreds of meters, or at most 1,000 meters, which was a very small threat to monsters. "Leroy, want one?" Zhang Kong slowly handed over a cigarette and curiously asked Li Luo. This scene. It surprised all the other folkmaster cultivators. Ensign Zhang Kong actually gave him cigarettes personally? This was not an ordinary signal, it showed that Zhang Kong thought very highly of this young man called Li Luo. From this, it could be seen that this young man should have something. Who knew that a scene that surprised them happened? "No, smoking is bad for your health." Li Luo gently waved his hand in refusal. Zhang Kong was stunned, as if he suddenly remembered something. He smiled awkwardly and, "Oh yeah, like you're still a student, it's good to not smoke." He looked at Leroy with a smile on his face. "Leroy, how far is the range of this Barrett of yours?" Leroy's eyes twitched and his face was thoughtful. How far was the range? 251 kilometers. But I'm afraid I'll scare you to death saying it. After much thought, he lied and said, "It's not far. It's just over 10 kilometers. A range of over 10 kilometers should be enough.
The limit of his current vision was also within 20 kilometers, which would just cover the range of this lie.
Li Luo thought so in his mind.
Who knew that when these words came out, it completely stunned the crowd.
Not only were those folk cultivators amazed, even Xia Dan, Fu Jiang, and Wu Chao were dumbstruck. What the hell? A range of more than 10 kilometers? You're telling me that's not far? Is the range of an epic Barrett that sick?
Shuden and the others had carefully checked Li Luo's information before, and it seemed like his artifact Barrett was epic level. Though the Barrett artifact spirit is special. But a range of over 10 kilometers is too sick, right?
No.
A normal Barrett has a range of 6 or 7 kilometers at most. It doesn't matter if it's people from the law enforcement bureau, the military, or those civilian experts and practitioners.
All of them cast envious gazes at Li Luo. Zhang Kong came back to his senses and couldn't help but exclaim that. More than 10 kilometers is too damn far.
A relieved expression appeared on his face, and in his heart, he said that there was finally some hope.
He was under a lot of pressure right now.
He has been asked from above to solve the water problem at a rapid pace, or he will be in trouble. That's why he's been worried for the past 2 days.
Aside,
some of the folkmasters are conspiratorial, saying that
more than 10 kilometers? That's a good range, but I wonder how accurate it is?
Yeah, it's not much use if you can't hit it with such a long range. Right. I've been practicing my heavy crossbow for many years, and I can almost hit 10 shots, even if it's a moving target, I can hit 9 out of 10.
And his Barrett has so much recoil, how many shots can he hit?
Yeah, I don't know if he has enough bullets to hit yet.
Hear the skepticism.
Zhang Kang's heart, which had just been put down, couldn't help but hang in the air again. What they said did seem to be a problem.
While Li Luo smiled when he heard the questioning voice. He didn't bother to explain or argue.
Let him be. The doubts will be broken by him one by one, and then we'll see if it's true or not.
He took out his cell phone to check the time, and surprisingly, he didn't realize that it was almost 8 o'clock. Beside, Shaddam inquired about Zhang Kong. The ensign Zhang Kong, is everyone here? When do we leave?
Zhang Kong patiently explained. I'm still waiting for the last key heavyweight. If she doesn't come, then we can't leave.
Shuden looked surprised and curious. Waiting for who?
Zhang Kong said mysteriously.
Medical miracle Ruyan Lu. Ruyan Lu in red.
Chapter 69, This little cotton coat leaks too much wind.
Ruyan Lu? Hearing the 3 words Lu Ruyan,
almost everyone's face showed surprise, and they were amazed that the military was able to invite this great god here this time. This man was something special.
She's a big name that everyone looks up to.
It wasn't because of how strong her combat power was, but because she possessed a powerful healing recovery ability. Her epic artifact spirit, the Tree of Life. With an extremely perverse healing ability, as long as the opponent wasn't dead, she was able to quickly restore them to a healthy state. In the border wars of the past few years, she has repeatedly built up her skills,
pulling many senior officers and top experts back from the brink of death.
Was the savior of countless high-powered big shots. In the middle of Daxia, her connections were almost unsurpassed, and even those great families had to be polite to her.
Ruyan Lu?
Li Luo was equally a bit surprised. Regarding this amazing character that existed in the legend, he had only seen it mentioned on the news, and had never seen him in person. In his heart, he was quite curious.
Shaddam was surprised when he said, amazing, to be able to invite Ruyan Lu to come along on a mission. This mission is guaranteed.
The others were also talking about it. Great, this way even if you get seriously injured, you won't have to worry about it. This mission, it looks like we need everyone to fight for their lives. That's not true, this large area of residential water is a big deal, it definitely needs to be resolved as soon as possible. As the crowd murmured.
Finally,
a slender beauty in green attire appeared in the crowd's field of vision with surprising speed. The steps under her feet were very arcane. It looked like there should be a more advanced stance enchantment. Her white right hand held a half-meter-long crystal clear green sapling. With her high and cold gaze and cool temperament, she gave people a feeling of being uninviting. She swept her gaze calmly over the crowd and,
I am Lu Ruyan, who is Zhang Kong.
Zhang Kong immediately stepped forward and arched his hand respectfully.
Good day, sir, I am Ensign Zhang Kong. Hearing Zhang Kong address Ruyan Lu as sir, the crowd looked at each other in confusion. Sir? What? Does Ruyan have a rank? And it's even higher than Zhang Kang's rank?
While the crowd was being surprised, Ruyan Lu's calm gaze landed on Zhang Kong, then she nodded and, Zhang Kong, although my rank is Major General, I'm relatively free and not in charge of command or combat. I'm only responsible for healing and assisting, and until the end of this mission, it's all up to you. Finished speaking. Her gaze swept across the faces of the team's crowd, pausing slightly at the sight of Li Luo's Sha. She didn't realize that such a young lad was going on a mission too, like a student. Eventually, she looked at Zhang Kong again. You understand, right? Zhang Kong immediately nodded his head and,
Understood, sir, we will definitely protect your safety. The civilian cultivators were talking about it. She's actually a major general? Oh my god? This is too powerful for her, isn't it? It's also true, after all, after hanging out at the border for several years and having made so many achievements, it's only normal to have a high military rank. But the rank of Major General is indeed a bit too high. In the midst of the crowd's surprised discussion, Zhang Kong said in a loud voice that, "Everyone, the team has arrived this time, we are departing for Tianshan Reservoir, the whole journey will be about 100 kilometers or so. It will take about half a day, everyone should be mentally prepared. On the way, we may encounter monster attacks, everyone should be prepared to deal with them, but remember to make sure not to actively provoke the monsters. Our first priority is to reach the Tianshan Reservoir. The second is to protect the Water Conservancy workers to repair the Water Conservancy equipment." That said, he then arranged for the crowd to sit in a clear military big truck. There were 8 in all, totaling about 80 people or so. Zhang Kong asked everyone to take out their artifacts and prepare to fight at any time, as the mists were dangerous. Finally, we're off. Li Luo sat on the big military truck, his eyes looking curiously at the mist outside the vehicle. This was the first time he had broken into the mists outside the city. So he was curious about the misty world. The big trucks are slow because the mist affects the view. Ordinary people could only see about 10 meters with their naked eyes. The driver must scan with the help of ultrasonic radar, but even then the car basically only maintains a speed of about 30 kilometers per hour. For Li Luo, who possessed the eye of true vision, these mists were not a problem at all. In the middle of the field of vision he could see very clearly. Even the legs of a fly, the mouth of a mosquito. Time passes slowly. The Xia family. Dum 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 dum. Early in the morning, Xia Qingyue knocked on her father Xia Yuntian's bedroom door. "Dad, why do you need to sleep for a long time when you're alive? Hurry up, I have something to find you." What? What? You're going to sleep after you die, aren't you? Xia Yuntian walked out of the bedroom with a dumbfounded look on his face, and without any good sense of humor, he said. "What's wrong, Chengyu?" Xia Qingyue proudly maneuvered the bright moon sword in flight. Dad, I'm going to go to the secret realm to practice later, so find someone to help me look into one thing." "Check something? Check what matter?" Xia Yuntian's forehead sprouted silk black lines, his displeasure all written on his face. Anyone who was woken up early in the morning and was put on a mission would be unhappy. Not to mention a leaky little cotton paddler who loves to get into trouble. Xia Qingyue shook Xia Yuntian's arm and, "Dad, you find someone to help me check why Li Luo couldn't log in when he enrolled for the college entrance exam, mainly check if the Education Bureau's college entrance exam enrollment system has entered his information." Hearing the word Li Luo, Xia Yuntian was a bit surprised. "Li Luo? Is he the one who asked you to do him a favor and check the situation?" Xia Qingyue shook her head. "Of course there is no law, he instead told me not to care, but I prefer to care, I just want him to owe me a favor." "Where is Li Luo?" "Seems like he went out on a mission with Sister Xia Dan, otherwise he would have taken care of it on his own, and I haven't had a chance to meddle in the matter." Xia Yuntian deflated his mouth. "That's not it, people are telling you not to care, why do you care so much?" Xia Qingyue reveals a look of you know what that. "Dad, you don't understand, Li Luo is different, he's a potential stock, I have to have a good relationship with him." "Yeah? You understand the end, you are the king of understanding?" Xia Yuntian deflated his mouth and, "By the way, Qingyu, the clan leader asked me to ask you where you got that imperial sword technique enchantment? Is it still possible to get it?" Xia Qingyue's eyes flashed with a glimmer as she heard that. "Nah, Dad, if you help me get this matter right, I'll tell you where the imperial sword art attunement came from." Xia Yuntian was half convinced. "Really?" Xia Qingyue nodded her head affirmatively and, "Of course it's true, hurry up and go, I need to know the results of the investigation when I come back at night." Xia Yuntian, for the sake of it. "Do you know that I have to find a lot of connections and owe a lot of favors before I can go check it out?" Xia Qingyue spat out her tongue and, "Then I don't care, the Xia family is such a big family, don't the uncles and aunts have someone in the education bureau? You ask, there must be." She walked to the door and changed into a pair of white sports AJs. "Without further ado, Dad, I'm going out to practice." Boom. She closed the door and left in style. Xia Yuntian rolled his eyes and looked at the closed door of the room, depressed. What a light-hearted way of saying it. "Don't you know how much trouble it is to check the Education Bureau's high school registration system?" Xia Yuntian muttered softly. "Hey, this little cotton jacket, it leaks too much." Xia Qingyue. Chapter 70. Everyone is ready to fight, you fish? After Xia Qingyue left her home, she went straight to the East City Gate of Magic City. She didn't forget to take out her cell phone to immediately send a message to Joe Pai. Not only did she send messages to Joe Pai, but she also sent messages to a girl named Clove. Clove. It's the one she's going to introduce to Chuppy. Sweet face, a little sexy, and usually loves to wear black silk. The artifact spirit is a still okay silver level clear windsword. It's just that she doesn't have a great family history.
An alcoholic dad, a gambling mom, a broken home and a lonely her.
So Lilac doesn't have high aspirations.
As long as someone could save her from the fire, she was content.
Only.
Xia Qingyue's way is simpler and rougher. Directly in the name of Zhou Belt Clove upgrading, let the two go to the secret realm while practicing and communicating. Zhou Pai was happy to do so, and Clove was also happy to do so.
Zhou Pai and Clove entered the secret realm and began to communicate from shallow to deep.
In the secret realm directly two people world of adventure. Of course, they're both 18 years old. Xia Qingyue, on the other hand, went into the secret realm with her good sisters and started practicing like crazy.
Thanks to the little imperial sword technique.
Coupled with the legendary quality Bright Moon Sword, Xia Qingyue's efficiency and combat power in killing monsters was greatly increased.
In the secret realm of leveling practice, it was an instant hit.
The perverted Xia Qingyue with her strength made her sisters look dumbfounded. One after another, they asked her how she managed to get such a powerful enchantment. Xia Qingyue just smiled mysteriously and,
"You guys, slowly guess."
She said in her mind, it's a good thing she didn't listen to you guys before. Otherwise, where would I get this little imperial sword technique enchantment?
Coincidence. When Leroy and Shiden and the others traveled to the Tianshan Reservoir on a mission.
All of those various heavenly pride who had been injured by him had all made a comeback. Wang Yi, Zhao Xian, Zhang Yang, Wu Hao and others. It was because they had been in the Magic City First Hospital for the past 2 days and had paid a high price to have Ri and Lu treat their injuries. That's why they were able to recover so quickly. Lying in the hospital in the past few days they were not idle, cell phone news brush non-stop. They originally intended to come out to find Li Luo to settle the score once they recovered from their injuries, but they saw Li Luo's overwhelming news.
There are also all sorts of amazing operations that make people call out straight away.
This made them all have the good sense not to say a word about it. They also know very well in their hearts.
Accounting? What accounts?
You can settle scores with someone who is weaker than you, and you can settle scores with someone who is almost as strong.
Even someone who is slightly stronger than you can still settle accounts with him. But what kind of math are you looking for in a power ceiling? Is this a way to smash yourself to death? And among these few people, the one who was most shocked was Zhao Xian.
He clearly remembered that he had seriously injured Zhao Chun, Zhou Pai, and Xia Qingyue. But his eyewitness friend told him. These 3 people were actually all healthy and bouncing around inside the secret realm these days.
This made him very puzzled. It didn't make sense at all. They don't even seem to have been in a hospital? Is it hard to believe that the injuries they suffered were only superficial? That's impossible. Zhao Xian was so depressed.
He hadn't been stupid enough to look around for Leroy to get back after his comeback.
He already knew that Leroy was out of his league. As for settling scores,
he felt it needed to be handled in a different, more subtle way.
Time passes slowly. When the time came to 12 noon,
under the leadership of Zhang Kong,
the entire team that Li Luo was with arrived at the Tianshan Reservoir without any danger, and the people were secretly relieved.
Of course. This was also thanks to the fact that the military had previously spent a lot of time and effort to scout out this relatively safe route. If they had just trespassed, they would probably have encountered those powerful wild monsters in the mists.
"Everyone, we're here, get off." Zhang Kong saw the barracks ahead and a reassuring smile appeared on his face. He exhaled a long breath. He had been worried that he would encounter a tough guy along the way. Luckily he didn't. After all, the heavyweight Lu Ruyan was in this team. He had to be careful. Ruyan Lu was no less important than repairing this water conservancy equipment. In the car, the crowd heard Zhang Kang's voice and got out of the car. Li Luo got out of the car and slowly looked around with his eyes. The barracks were located on both sides of the dam of the Tianshan Reservoir, and he could clearly see the military cultivators patrolling through the mist. "Li Luo, what are you looking at?" Xia Dan asked curiously from the side. Li Luo nodded, observed the surroundings. "Can you see clearly?" "I see it's all misty. It's blurry, can't see it at all." Shuden was a bit surprised. Li Luo was dazed. They didn't have an enchantment like Eye of True Vision, it was normal that they couldn't see. He said, as if nothing had happened. "I have slightly better billion eyesight, I can see just fine." In fact, he could see clearly, minute by minute. Shaddam raised his eyebrows and laughed. "Oh, then you do have better eyesight than I do." At this point, Zhang Kong saw the crowd getting out of the car and said to them, "Everyone, it is now 12 o'clock out, please go to the logistics army tent next to us to get food. After we eat, we need to go to the dam to cover our water conservancy engineers to repair the water conservancy equipment." The people in the civilian masters group nodded their heads in response. "It's no big deal, my bow and arrows hit 100 times. No problem, I've been practicing my heavy crossbow for almost 10 years, it's powerful. Don't worry, it's not that I'm bragging, my archery skills can't even run away from a mosquito." Seeing the crowd's high morale and confidence,
Zhang Kong secretly breathed a sigh of relief as he gazed towards Lu Ruyan in the crowd and respectfully said, "Sir, please also move to the medical military tent first, there are many wounded there that need your help to be treated." Lu Ruyan nodded her head calmly and, "Okay, you hurry up and take me there." Finished speaking. Lu Ruyan then followed Zhang Kong to the medical Grand Army tent. After everyone had a simple lunch, Zhang Kong began to line up his troops. He told all the people who came to support him to do only one thing. It was to thwart the attack of the monster that could both fly and dive on the reservoir dam. There are no tactics, it's all free play. Because those flying monsters were too flexible and changeable, there were no tactics that could be effective. At the same time, those water engineers, on the other hand, need to take advantage of the opportunity to repair the water equipment that has been damaged. This will ensure the normal flow of tap water for drinking. Gentlemen, the first wave may require you to hold out for the entire afternoon. Take your positions and get moving. Zhang Kong shouted. Li Luo was joined by Xia Dan, Fu Zhang, and Wu Chao. Headed to the reservoir dam. The current staffing ratio was basically one long-range attacking cultivator with 3 to 4 melee cultivators by his side, thus protecting their safety. And Li Luo happened to be surrounded by 3 acquaintances, Xia Dan, Fu Zhang, and Wu Chao. Coming to the dam. Wu Chao patted his chest and assured Li Luo that, "Li Luo, don't worry, as long as I'm here, those monsters will never be able to get close to you." Li Luo was non-committal, "I hope so." Everyone stood on the dam in a tight formation, ready to block the monster attack from the depths of the reservoir at any time. But after waiting for half an hour, there was no movement. Li Luo really felt a bit bored. So, he pulled out that legendary level Roadrunner fishing rod and threw it into the reservoir. This made the people next to him all freeze. Everyone is tense and ready to block the monsters, but you're damn well fishing? No, do you want to play so fancy, hey? Some folk cultivators have raised their voices in question. Hey, young man, everyone is preparing to fight, but you're fishing? Li Luo acted as if nothing had happened. So what? Xia Qingyue. Chapter 71. This young man? Li Luo looked at the bearded man who raised the question. The bearded man swallowed and, "What else? What if you startle the monster?" Leroy laughed. "Look at what you're saying, aren't we here to destroy monsters?" At this time, not far away, when Zhang Kong saw something, he immediately came forward with great strides and, "What's going on? What are you guys arguing about?" The bearded man said immediately. "Ensign Zhang Kong, we were all preparing to fight for our lives, but I ended up seeing him actually fishing. Do you think that's appropriate?" He wasn't afraid of startling the monsters either. The person who saw the fishing was Li Luo. Zhang Kong waved his hand indifferently with a smile on his face and, "It doesn't matter, you can fish, this bit of commotion won't attract those monsters." He explained. "Those monsters are very alert, actively making noise, they're cautious instead, there's absolutely no pattern to whether they come out or not." His eyes fell on the delicate fishing rod in Li Luo's hand. "Just how come I don't seem to have seen this fishing rod of yours just now?" Leroy explained. "Oh, I'm a dual weapon spirit, a fishing rod and a Barrett." "Ha? A dual weapon spirit?" Zhang Kong said in surprise, waves once again rippling in his heart. This time, with the temporary emergency recruitment of manpower, because of the time constraints, he simply did not have the time to understand each and every one of their artifact spirits in detail. As long as they were recommended by trustworthy people, he accepted them all. And dual weapon spirits were rare indeed. His gaze landed on Li Luo's fishing rod. The fish in this reservoir can be big stuff. I'm worried that you won't be able to catch them with this fishing rod. 100-pound giants are everywhere. If we can catch them, we can eat fish at night. You should be able to increase the artifact spirit fit by fishing as well, so feel free to fish as much as you want, if you can. Ha, cheers. After Zhang Kong finished speaking, he went to the side to inspect. With Zhang Kang's promise, Li Luo became even more reckless. He took the fishing rod and kept casting it out, retrieving it, casting it out, retrieving it. As for Zhang Kong questioning whether or not he could fish this issue, it was not a problem at all. It was important to realize that his legendary fishing rod weighed as much as 10,000 kilograms. What kind of fish can't you catch? Anyone can catch a warbler. Plus he has the American-style plunge net, the Barrett. Rub. I should have known I'd bring a fishing rod too. The bearded man saw Leroy casting and retrieving, and was envious. He was also a cool fishing guy. While he was envious. Why? Li Luo's felt the fishing rod in his hand sink violently, and his heart was secretly happy. He hit it. The fishing line cut through the water with a titillating sound, causing several people nearby to all perk up. Is it a giant? Is it 50 pounds? Probably at least 80 pounds up? But don't cut the line, Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Amidst the sighs and murmurs of the crowd, Leroy chose to pull the giant thing hard and kept reeling the line back. Finally. Poof. Poof. An almost 2-meter-long mackerel surfaced and struggled, estimated to be around 100 pounds. This young man.
This technique is okay, catching such a big one right away?
It's so big and struggling so fiercely, the plunge net is useless, let's see how he can get it up.
It would be a shame if it ran away.
The crowd was worried. Instead, Leroy locked the Roadrunner pole in his left hand, and Barrett instantly appeared in his right hand.
Then,
he shot directly at the huge mackerel that was exposed on the surface of the water with a bang.
Boom! Almost instantly.
The black and red streaming bullet exploded on the cyprinid's body, blowing out a basketball-sized hole, and the cyprinid was instantly dying.
This plunge net is awesome. Holy crap, is this how you fish? I just want to say awesome. And to everyone's further surprise,
that green fish body actually began to burn up, even when encountering water did not extinguish. It only burned partially, not as a whole. The flame burns for about half a minute or so.
It's fascinating.
There is actually gradually a native roasted fish fragrance wafting out.
Even Li Luo was a bit surprised. This fire of karma could still be used like this?
He immediately reeled in the line with force and pulled the fish back.
This mustn't be pulled back in a hurry and seasoned while it's hot? And then eat it while it's hot?
After a fierce operation, the mackerel was finally landed and laid on the ground. That karmic fire burned for about half a minute and then went out. It is really burnt on the outside and smells good. Li Luo immediately felt towards his pants pocket, but in reality, he felt out various seasonings from the system space and sprinkled them towards that fish.
The moment the cumin was sprinkled on,
the pure barbecue flavor went straight into everyone's nostrils. Li Luo even took out a pair of chopsticks and directly picked up the fish and put it in his mouth.
Comfort! Leroy smiled happily, it tasted so good.
The others were all dumbfounded.
Crap! This is the first time I've ever met a fish that was not even landed before it started to grill. Seasoning on the land and start eating. This efficiency is simply no one.
Zhang Kong applauded in surprise and surprise. Li Luo, you're simply spending this play on the sky off.
He suggested. Why don't we leave the rest of the fish to the back room and you keep fishing? Li Luo nodded, no problem.
Zhang Kong directly called for people to carry the fish away, and even called for people to get some of that baked and roasted fish for Lu Ruyan to serve and taste.
Although Lu Ruyan doesn't care about anything.
But her rank is the boss here. Zhang Kong, as an old geezer, must have taken extra care of Ruyan Lu. When Zhang Kong brought the grilled fish to the medical army tent and Lu Ruyan's table, she blinked her big eyes and wondered.
Ha!
Where did you get this roasted fish?
You guys are still in the mood for grilled fish at this hour? Zhang Kong laughed.
It's not that we intentionally got a grilled fish, but there was a young man, Li Luo, who just fished on the reservoir dam, caught a fish and then gave it a shot with a Barrett, and then cooked part of the fish, and he even took out the seasoning and sprinkled it on. So I served it up for you to try, I thought it tasted good.
Zhang Kong was quite satisfied with the flavor of the grilled fish. Lu Ruyan drifted off. Young Leroy? Barrett?
Zhang Kong nodded and, yes, he is a dual weapon spirit. Besides the Barrett, he also has a fishing rod. I heard that his Barrett is very strong in combat, and its range can reach more than 10 kilometers.
What? The range is so far? Lu Ruyan was surprised. Hearing this news,
she couldn't help but think of how much of an advantage those artifact spirit cultivators with the range advantage had during the border war.
That was a nightmare for the enemy. Ruyan Lu's gaze turned. Zhang Kong, I want Li Luo's details.
Zhang Kong was stunned, then his eyes turned and, alright, I'll call Director Lian, he should have more complete information there.
Reservoir dams.
Amidst the awe and envy of the crowd, Li Luo continued to fish up at ease. He realized that the fit of the Roadrunner fishing rod was slowly rising, and that when the middle fish was caught, it would make the fishing rod's fit increase even faster.
Time passes slowly. Water engineers are scrambling to fix water equipment. When Leroy had just caught his fourth giant fish,
he saw a sudden ripple in the middle of the water several kilometers away from the reservoir, followed by adult-sized monsters flying out of the water one after another. One after another, resembling fish and birds. The shape is very strange, with 6 eyes, looks a little oozing. Li Luo's eyes lit up and he immediately shouted,
"Gentlemen, get ready for battle, they're coming." Chapter 72. Here, it's not a place for idle people to come to. Coming? What's coming?
Next to him, Shadun stared at Li Luo in confusion. Li Luo affirmed, of course it's a monster. He had seen the pictures of monsters that Zhang Kong had shown them not long ago, so he recognized those monsters right away. Zhang Kong said that this kind of monster was called the 6-eyed flying fish monster.
It is agile and kills like a man.
The reason the others hadn't seen the monster yet was because their eyesight was far inferior to his. They could only see about 1 to 20 meters away, and they couldn't see anything at all further into the mist.
Hearing Li Luo's loud warning,
Zhang Kong hurriedly ran here, looking nervous and,
Li Luo, you saw them?
Yes, I saw them.
How did you see them? With such good eyesight? Because I got a special enchantment before, so my eyesight will be a little better. Excellent, so how's the monster situation? Dense and numerous. Li Luo looked serious, I'm ready to fire.
Zhang Kong gruffly nodded his head in agreement that,
Fine, fine, if you can shoot the monster then fire immediately. Then,
he turned his head and shouted to the others that, attention all, prepare for battle, water equipment maintenance crews, first hurry and take cover in the next safe house. The words fell. All the artifact spirit cultivators who had come to provide support, as well as the artifact spirit cultivators before the military, were all standing by.
Every single one of them held their breath, not daring to breathe. Suddenly, bang, 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 bang.
Li Luo decisively pressed the trigger and fired at the fish and bird monsters several kilometers away. The low and domineering sound of the gunshot resounded all around like thunder. The black and red streaming bullets were as dense as rain, flying out in an instant and hitting those six-eyed flying fish monsters.
Poof! Put! Put!
The bullets exploded on the bodies of those monsters, and a basketball-sized blood hole was fatal enough for the six-eyed flying fish monsters. Basically, 2 shots could kill a monster. Li Luo realized that it seemed that the larger the monster object's size, the more resistant it was, and the smaller its size, the less resistant it was. Ding, congratulations on gaining 1 year of life expectancy. Ding, congratulations on your 1 year life expectancy.
Ding, congratulations on.
Hearing this cold mechanical voice, Li Luo was happy.
A monster giving 1 year of life, too nice. Wouldn't 1,000 monsters be 1,000 years of life? Holy! Hurry up and get some more monsters, I'll take them all.
He excitedly took the Barrett and shot hard at the monsters, as if he was afraid that the monsters would run away.
At this moment, the others all stared blankly at Li Luo's performance. Because they didn't see the monster's figure, they could only hear some of the monster's screams and Barrett's shocking gunshots.
Of course. They soon realized something was wrong and,
no, he's got unlimited bullets for his Barrett? And a ING burst? And doesn't he have to aim?
Aim my ass, there are enough monsters, just hit them directly, aiming is a waste of time. This Barrett of his is so fierce, the monsters are screaming so badly. Those monsters are level 560, but looking at how easily he kills them, they shouldn't be too kill.
Seems like I've seen his news on my cell phone.
Various murmurs rose up.
And at this moment,
Zhang Kong, however, opened his mouth wide and looked at Li Luo with eyes filled with incredulity. How difficult a monster like the six-eyed flying fish was, only those who had experienced the battle knew, and he happened to have experienced it. He was well aware of the scales on that monster's body, which had a certain defensive effect. It was obviously quite a bit stronger than the defense of other monsters of the same level. Moreover, they were flexible in flight, so they were quite difficult to deal with. But seeing this performance of Li Luo, he was very puzzled in his heart. How could it be so simple? It was so simple that it was a bit unlike killing monsters. It's like hitting a clay target. Here and now. Lu Ruyan, who was sitting in the medical army tent, looked at the detailed intelligence about Li Luo that Zhang Kong had collected not long ago and fell into deep thought.
This Li Luo's strength was too terrifying. He was actually able to kill a level 100 legendary level Tsunami Wolf and Hill Hedgehog at just over level 30. Even managed to kill a level 80 legendary Flying Bat? This Barrett artifact spirit was too strong, wasn't it? And he's got the Ringmaster's Sealing Trophy? What has he done as a student?
She was surprised. She suddenly heard the low, overbearing sound of gunfire outside the military tent, and her eyes lit up.
This gunshot, it should be him, right?
After Lu Ruyan muttered, she got up and lightly walked out of the military tent, ready to observe the place where the gunshot sounded. However, since the military tent was hundreds of meters away from the reservoir dam, she couldn't exactly see the situation clearly.
And so,
she stepped on her arcane steps and quickly walked towards that reservoir dam. She wanted to carefully observe Li Luo's performance. If possible, she had the idea of taking him to the border battlefield. This kind of super long-range shooting could be too strong on the battlefield.
Definitely a great way to capture a thief,
she said to herself. Or even if it's strong enough, take him to the misty abyss and explore the source of the monsters and find a way to break the mist.
Let's go and take a look first. Come to the reservoir dam.
She stood not far away and saw that Leroy was fiercely firing at the mist above this reservoir. In the mist, the screams of the monsters rose and fell. It seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and wailed in agony. But after all, Li Luo was only one person, and eventually those monster hordes rushed over. Everyone heard a dense fluttering of wings, the sound getting closer and closer.
Finally, those six-eyed flying fish monsters rushed into everyone's view.
With their sharp claws, 6 bizarre eyes, and that weird bird beak, they looked menacing. Zhang Kang's urgent voice came from the
quickly! Attack!
Don't hold anything back, hurry up and destroy them while you can.
Hold on tight and watch out for dodging, they do a lot of damage. Zhang Kong looked grave and kept reminding the crowd. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Sir, why are you out here? Go back to your tent and hide.
He looked at the Lu Ruyan whose temperament was very different from the norm not far away, and his face changed greatly. If this Lu Ruyan had a short or long life, he would definitely not have a good life. He immediately covered over. Quickly, you hurry back to the army tent. If you have a slip up, I'll be in big trouble. Hearing the voice, Li Luo couldn't help but take a distracted glance. It was discovered that it was actually that heavyweight, Ruyan Lu. Ruyan Lu said with a calm expression. There's no harm in it, I have a legendary grade body attunement, it's hard for monsters to attack me. Her eyes scrutinized Li Luo's body for several seconds. Li Luo, you're pretty good. After saying that, she decisively turned around and left with a very agile stance. Suddenly, Zhang Kong shouted, not good, you quickly dodge away, there are 5 six-eyed flying fish pouncing towards you. Lu Ruyan smiled faintly, don't worry, I can dodge away. Sure enough. She was agile, narrowly dodging the 5 six-eyed flying fish that pounced on her. Just when she was secretly relieved. Boom boom boom. Violent explosions rang out 2 meters from her ears, and the monster's scarlet blood splashed onto her delicate face. She could even smell the foul odor of blood. She blushed furiously, this. Li Luo calmly said. The 6th monster is very cunning and is hiding behind the other one, so you'd better hide far away. Here, it's not for idle people to come. Black silk for hyping, okay? Even better with a reward. Chapter 73, It's not easy to shoot through, Granny Bear. What? Waiters? Lu Ruyan gently wiped the blood on her face, stared at Li Luo with wide, meaningful eyes, and, Li Luo, I've sort of memorized your words. Finished speaking. She quickly stepped on her arcane stance to leave this place, and she also knew that it was not advisable to stay here for a long time. Li Luo, anyway, thanks. Ruyan Lu's light voice came out. At this moment, she had a few odd feelings in her heart. She was the savior of so many people, but today, she owed herself a life-saving favor. Though she was sure the creature couldn't kill her. But it was more than a little funny to owe someone a favor without noticing. The point is that she's a major general, but he says she's an idler? No one had dared to say that before. When he gets hurt and needs to seek treatment from himself, then he can choke back the original words. Small sample. When the time comes, don't say I won't give you face. Aside. Zhang Kong said to Li Luo with palpitations. Good job Li Luo, otherwise I'd be in big trouble if she made a mistake. It's just that what you just said, never mind, said it all. And with that, he hurriedly left to cover Ruyan Lu's safe evacuation from here. On the reservoir dam, everyone was fighting fiercely against the 6-eyed flying fish monster. Those 6-eyed flying fish were like crazy when they saw people, and they launched ferocious attacks. They were indeed flexible and hard to deal with. Quite a few people who had just spoken big words were all singing in their hearts at the moment in a bird-like manner. Crap Why is this 6-eyed flying fish monster so hard? Key, that scale is a bit hard, not too easy to shoot through Grandma Bear. But how did that Barrett kill so easily just now? I don't know, just kill it hard and desperately. Obviously looking at Li Luo killing so easily. But they themselves felt that the kill was so thrilling that they felt like they would be torn apart in the next second. However, due to the fact that there were more people from the Law Enforcement Bureau's expert group that came to support them this time. Under their cover, these long-range attacking cultivators were still relatively well protected, and very few were seriously injured. And once seriously injured, they, on the other hand, would immediately be brought to the medical military tent by the protecting cultivator, allowing Ruyan Lu to treat them. After they were done, they would continue to come back to fight. The whole process was seamless, with no breaks at all. Bang, 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 bang. Leroy's Barrett continued to make big kills, and his lifespan and experience value were rubbing off on him. To him, these 6-eyed flying fish weren't much of a threat. The most thrilling one. It was also when many 6-eyed flying fish surrounded him on all sides, preventing him from dodging completely and suffering some minor injuries. But because of, born to last, his wounds quickly healed themselves. It didn't affect his fighting strength in the slightest. When the 3 of them, Xia Dan, saw that Li Luo was injured, their hearts were in their throats. They hurriedly asked Li Luo if he wanted to receive treatment. In the hearts of the 3 of them, Li Luo's position was just as important as Lu Ruyan in Zhang Kang's eyes. After all, he was their savior. They'd rather get hurt themselves than Leroy, and Leroy's answer was that. Not at all. When the 3 of them saw that Li Luo's wounds unexpectedly healed themselves quickly, they were instantly quite relieved. At the same time, they were wondering in their hearts. Where did this guy get so many powerful attachments? Time passes quickly, minute by minute. Finally, with the joint efforts of the crowd, all the incoming 6-eyed flying fish were all cut down. Corpses and broken limbs were everywhere. And the cultivators who came to support them still died 6 times. They didn't even have a chance to receive treatment, because either their heads were directly cut off or their heads were directly crushed. In this situation, even Lu Ruyan could do nothing. Who? Everyone gasped for air, their hearts palpitating as they looked at the monster corpses all over the ground. After the vicious battle, almost everyone was hung up. It was only then that they realized how strong Leroy's Barrett was. 9 times out of 10, these monsters were killed by Li Luo alone, and they only killed at most 1 or 2 tenths of them.
The point is, many people in times of crisis.
All of them had been shot by Leroy to support them. In other words, Leroy had unintentionally saved them many times. Otherwise, it was estimated that several of them would not have survived. The casualty rate has at least tripled. The name Li Luo was also deeply memorized by everyone present, and Barrett had become synonymous with him.
Leroy, thank you.
That big man with a beard who had questioned Li Luo's fishing in the beginning had been saved by Li Luo no less than 3 times during the battle. He walked up to Li Luo, arched his hand respectfully and said, "My name is Hu Hanshan. If there's anything you need me for in the future, just have a word with me."
Li Luo waved his hand indifferently and, "It's nothing, just a show of hands."
He rubbed the Barrett in his hand, his eyes looking off into the misty reservoir in the distance, as if everything had calmed down.
Pity, how come there weren't more monsters anymore? He felt like he could still keep killing them.
At his side, Hu Hanshan's gaze moved and,
"Good, then you have a good rest, I won't bother you."
"Aha!" Li Luo gave a light hum. After responding, he began to take stock of his harvest. A total of 628 six-eyed flying fish monsters had been killed, and his lifespan had increased by 628 years, with a current remaining lifespan of 740 years. And his level also increased from level 41 to level 52.
A whole 11 levels up.
The Barrett artifact spirit's fit is also raised to LV3 7%. After Barrett's degree of fit exceeded LV3, he realized that he could kill a six-eyed flying fish monster with a single shot. Previously, it took 2 shots to kill it.
Is anyone else seriously injured? Hurry up and get treated. Zhang Kang's voice rang out from the reservoir dam.
Seeing that no one answered, he walked next to Li Luo and gave a thumbs up that, "Li Luo, you've gotten too much credit this time."
Xia Dan, who was next to him, laughed and, "Ensign Zhang Kong, how is it? Isn't the person our director Lian recommended very impressive?"
Zhang Kong immediately nodded his head and,
"Indeed powerful, simply too powerful."
He gazed up and down Li Luo's body as if he was looking for something. Then doubt appeared in his eyes. In his heart, he muttered, "How come it seems like he's not hurt? Just now, Ruyan Lu called me to come and see if Li Luo is injured. If he is injured, hurry up and bring it to her. She has something to say to Li Luo."
But this is not injured that cannot be brought over.
His eyes looked toward the 3 Xia Dan, sighing that, "I have to say, the 3 of you did a great job of security, and Li Luo surprisingly didn't even suffer a single injury." Xia Dan immediately waved his hand and,
"Ensign Zhang Kong is too kind. It's only because Li Luo has a self-healing recovery class advanced enchantment that he doesn't need to be treated."
Hearing this, Zhang Kong unexpectedly raised his eyebrows and was once again surprised in his heart. This kid has quite a few tricks up his sleeve.
He nodded thoughtfully and looked at Li Luo with admiration. Then said, "That's excellent, you guys have a good rest then."
After saying that, he hurriedly headed towards the medical military tent.
In the medical tent,
after Zhang Kong had told Lu Ruyan that Li Luo had a self-healing enchantment, she was slightly stunned.
"Good brat. He has a self-healing recovery enchantment? So he won't seek my healing even if he's injured? Doesn't that mean there's no way for me to pin him down?" Chapter 74. You cut the crap.
The sword comes. Lu Ruyan frowned slightly, then said to Zhang Kong that, "You go and take care of other things first."
"Okay."
After Zhang Kong replied, he walked out of the military tent and once again gathered his men to head to the reservoir dam to clean up the mess.
At the same time,
he also got the water equipment repairmen who were hiding out to come out and keep working.
So far it looks like
those 6-eyed flying fish monsters don't seem to be coming out. They need to hurry up and fix the water conservancy equipment during this gap between monster attacks.
At the moment, Ruyan Lu was sitting in the medical tent, pondering.
"That's just it, don't bother with this little brother, find a chance to communicate with him formally once later, he has a lot of potential." Finished speaking, she took out her cell phone to contact important people in the military. She was prepared to report Li Luo's situation to several bigwigs in the military, which was important.
Time passes slowly. Unconsciously, the time came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. In the middle of the secret realm of practicing,
Xia Qingyue was killing monsters with her 4 female classmates in the secret realm to raise her level. Xia Qingyue because of her long-range super high damage from the royal sword art.
The level had unknowingly reached level 26.
Her friends had also, as a result, leveled up clicking upwards. At the moment, they were resting on a relatively safe hill. There was a lot of talk. "Qingyue, I'm so envious of this sword writing skill of yours. Yes, this is too efficient, and you can kite kill monsters without injury."
"Yeah, the monsters were killed without even touching you," they said enviously.
"That's why the royal sword art is awesome." Xia Qingyue heard her friend's compliments and her face showed her complacency. Whenever she used the royal sword technique, she would think of Li Luo. And as soon as she thought of Li Luo, she was thinking about Li Luo's inability to log into the college entrance examination registration system.
What exactly caused him to be unable to log in? Suddenly, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Isn't this the big school flower Xia Qingyue? Xia Qingyue was slightly stunned and looked over at the voice. Surprisingly, it's Zhao Xin who possesses dual legendary level weapon spirits? Good for you, Zhao Xin. How dare you come out again? How dare you show up in front of me?
Xia Qingyue slowly stood up and stared unhappily at Zhao Xin and the four little friends behind him.
Zhao Xin? You actually dared to appear in front of me? Just now. In her mind, she was still wondering if Zhao Xian's uncle was behind Li Luo's inability to log in to register for the college entrance exam. She was also going to go home at 6 to ask his dad about the results of the query. As a result, she now encountered the flighty Zhao Xin. Isn't this just the right time to confront him face to face? Xia Qingyue, the secret realm is public. It's not your home. Why can't I appear here? Zhao Xin looked at Xia Qingyue in disbelief. He was only afraid of Li Luo right now. Others he didn't put in his eyes at all, so he had nothing to worry about as long as he didn't run into Li Luo. Xia Qingyue questions Zhao Xin. Zhao Xin, I'm asking you, Li Luo couldn't log in to register for the college entrance exams. Was it because your uncle was messing around? Hearing this questioning, Zhao Xian's eyes flickered for a moment, then said as if nothing had happened, "What my uncle is up to?" Xia Qingyue, don't talk nonsense.
Zhao Xian denied and shrugged it off at the same time. Let me tell you, Xia Qingyue, things can be eaten indiscriminately, but don't talk nonsense. I have absolutely no idea about what you just said. Finished speaking. His gaze slowly looked towards the ground, his heart wondering. How did this Xia Qingyue find out so quickly that my uncle is from the Education Bureau? And do not even pretend a bit, asked so bluntly? The point is, how did she associate it with my uncle so quickly? Obviously Leroy offended so many people. But how come he suspects me? Why? Is it possible that I'm an innate bad guy saint? Xia Qingyue had been carefully observing Zhao Xian's expression, and the dodge in Zhao Xian's eyes just now was seen by her.
She immediately had a few moments of certainty in her heart. It was probably really Zhao Xian, this guy's uncle, who was behind this. Is that so?
Her scrutinizing gaze gazed at Zhou Xin and Zhao Xian, I saw you just now with a dodge in your eyes. Hurry up and tell the truth or I'll be impolite.
Finished speaking.
She lit up the bright moon sword in her hand and pointed it straight at Zhao Xian.
You who? Zhao Xian snickered disdainfully and, what? Xia Qingyue, is it hard to believe that you're still prepared to give in to a fight?
He did not hesitate to light up his already repaired green dragon crescent moon blade and golden wisp armor. With a face full of confidence, he said, if you dare to take the initiative to make a move against me, I won't be polite, and that Li Luo won't be able to say anything at that time. After saying that, he said to his sidekick that, you guys hurry up and take out your cell phones to record the video. I don't believe that if Xia Qingyue takes the initiative to attack me, and that I passively defend myself to injure Xia Qingyue, he, Li Luo, will still dare to come to find me in trouble. The junior partner beside him immediately took out his cell phone to record the video. It seemed to be afraid of taking it slowly and missing something.
Injure me? Ridiculous.
Xia Qingyue laughed lightly with disdain. If she didn't have the royal sword technique,
it's probably true that she couldn't beat Zhao Xian, but where in the world are the ifs?
Now her combat power has soared a whole lot.
She was completely confident in cleaning up this Zhao Xian.
She stared earnestly at Zhao Xian and,
Zhao Xian, I'm going to ask you one last time, Li Luo couldn't log in to enroll in the college entrance exams. Was it you who told your uncle to mess up or not? Zhao Xian shook his head decisively, of course, no. Just kidding, there was a video recording.
How dare he say yes? Even if he didn't videotape it, there was no way he would admit to the incident because it was something they had done very covertly.
It should be hard to be discovered. Since you don't eat the toast, you'll eat the penalty.
Xia Qingyue violently swung her bright moon sword. Hearing this, Zhao Xian also caught fire and,
what's wrong? Xia Qingyue, if you have the ability, you hit me you hit me.
He arrogantly patted his face, as if he was deliberately provoking Xia Qingyue.
Well, I'll satisfy you here.
After Xia Qingyue finished speaking, her thoughts moved, and the bright moon sword flew out in a matter of moments, flying towards Zhao Xian, who had owed a beating written on his face. The flying sword was like a stream of light, and instantly, Zhao Xian looked dumbfounded.
Is this the royal sword art?
Hiss.
Zhao Xian sucked in a mouthful of cool air, instantly feeling that the situation was a little less than favorable. After not seeing her for a few days, how did she get the royal sword technique attunement? Doesn't this kind of high-class goods require a lot of hard work and a lot of time and energy before it's possible to get it? Is her Xia family so powerful?
Surprised to be surprised. When Zhao Xian saw the flying sword flying towards him at great speed, he immediately jumped upwards in a hurry. The flying sword instantly pierced the golden wisp armor on that body.
Ding!
A crisp sword sound rang out. Then the flying sword was bounced off by the golden wisp armor and returned without any success.
Humph. Again.
Xiao Qingyue didn't want to let Zhao Xian off so easily, still controlling the flying sword to keep flying towards Zhao Xian.
And once again, she launched a fierce attack. How can it hurt me that easily?
Zhao Xian, who possessed the legendary grade golden wisp armor, was more relaxed when dealing with flying swords than Yi Xian, who possessed the single epic grade cold moon blade.
This was because Zhao Xian only needed to ensure that he was not attacked above his neck. But even that left him in a bit of a mess. Grr, annoying. Zhao Xian couldn't help but spit out.
This was because there was absolutely no way for him to comfortably launch an attack on the distant Xiao Qingyue. And the blade potential like rainbow that he was proud of before was now also unable to touch Xiao Qingyue at all.
Xiao Qingyue. Zhao Xian said woefully. You paid so much because of this Li Luo and he turned a blind eye, are you worth it?
Xiao Qingyue was stunned, then she coldly snorted and,
You cut the crap. Sword come. I'll give you a picture, so click on it. Thank you. Chapter 75, He treats you like grass, I treat you like treasure. With Xiao Qingyue letting out a dainty cry.
The bright moon sword quickly flew back into her hand like streams of light, then with a thought, the bright moon sword once again flew towards Zhao Xian who was preparing to counterattack.
Again? Zhao Xian spat out with a woeful look on his face. As he defended, he said.
Xiao Qingyue, what's so good about that Li Luo? My potential isn't smaller than his, why don't you stay with me? I'll definitely treat you as a treasure.
Ridiculous. Hearing this almost ridiculous flowery language.
Xiao Qingyue had an indifferent face and paid no attention to it. This Zhao Xian does have potential, but is flighty and unruly, and cannot be used. You'd only pick him if you were out of your mind. The bright moon sword in her hand kept flying out to attack Zhao Xian, who only cared about defense and was very defeated. But it can't be helped, his sword can't be thrown out. As time passed, Zhao Xian's stamina gradually ran out. With not much difference in strength, the rank advantage came out. Xiao Qingyue's level was higher, her four-dimensional attributes were also higher, and her battle durability would be stronger.
Zhao Xian said, unconvincingly.
Xiao Qingyue, really, if you stay with me, I will only treat you well.
Xiao Qingyue remained unmoved. Cut the crap, look at the sword.
Black lines rose from Zhao Xian's forehead, and with a defiant face.
Xiao Qingyue, do you want to be so headstrong? Li Luo treats you like grass while I treat you like a treasure, which one treats you well you don't know?
If you stay with me, I can immediately give you a legendary great enchantment scroll.
Xiao Qingyue is not happy, who cares? Damn, really convinced, retreat.
Zhao Xian finished spitting helplessly, and then immediately stepped on his Xian mysterious pace, defending and fleeing at the same time. He had wanted to take the opportunity to dig in, but it turned out that he couldn't dig at all. His little friends saw the situation and fled. Soon, Zhao Xian and the others slipped away without a trace. It was as if they had turned into birds and beasts.
That's it?
Xiao Qingyue said disdainfully when she saw Zhao Xian and the others leave. Her eyes were thoughtful and she didn't chase after them.
It had to be said that Zhao Xian's defense was still very strong.
Although Zhao Xian had no way of launching an attack on her, it was also difficult for her to deal damage to Zhao Xian.
Zhao Xian's pair of legendary great artifact spirits were indeed not bad. It was even harder to deal with than that Yi Xian. Obviously, chasing was of little use. Aside. One of her friends, Yuan, reminded that.
Qingyue, just now that Zhao Xian said that if you stay with him, you can immediately get a precious legendary great enchantment scroll.
Xiao Qingyue said, unimpressed. Legendary level enchantments are indeed precious, but not so much so that they would make me give up my freedom of love. Just kidding.
She now possessed the legendary great enchantment, Born to Live, and the legendary great enchantment, Small Imperial Sword Art.
These two major enchantments were enough to greatly increase her survivability. The other enchantments are purely icing on the cake. Yuan said with an envious look on his face.
That's a legendary great enchantment, something that's hard to buy even in the market, and he said he's going to treat you like a treasure.
Yuan, this is something you don't understand.
Xiao Qingyue raised her eyebrows and, pick boys, never look at the surface, what they say is not important, what they do is important, the better the mouth says the more gullible they can't be.
Yuan didn't understand. Xingyu, but what has that Li Luo ever done for you?
He fought for me in the death ring.
Yuan's eyes showed surprise and, no way, there's still this?
Xiao Qingyue nodded her head and, yes, let's not expand on this, it's almost 6 o'clock, let's go out of the secret realm, it's not good to kill monsters in the dark.
Good. Time passes slowly. Magic City East, Urban Council Office.
Hey, I don't know if the tap water from the Tianshan Reservoir can be supplied today.
The director of the municipal council, Wang Tao, looked sad. As of today, the water has been out for over 1 day on a large portion of the east side of the Magic City. Several other districts are struggling to transport water to the east end for support. But this is certainly a drop in the bucket. They are now under tremendous pressure, with countless ordinary people complaining against them. The mayor of Magic City, Chen Xinghe, was also calling him to apply pressure. However, he didn't really have a good solution and could only hope for the military's Zhang Kong and the others. Jiao Ma. Wang Tao spat helplessly. He felt exhausted and hadn't had a good night's sleep from yesterday until now. The fear of another complaint call is getting on his nerves. Suddenly, "Peace be with you. Peace be with you." His cell phone rang. He was slightly stunned, then immediately took out his cell phone to check it, and it turned out to be none other than Zhang Kong from the military. "It's him?" He didn't hesitate to pick up the phone and, "Ensign Zhang Kong, may I ask what the current situation is?" Zhang Kang's voice came through and, "Director Wang Tao, don't worry, we resisted the monster's attack in the afternoon. The water conservancy equipment has just been repaired, and I'm calling you to inform you of the preparations to turn on the water." Wang Tao's gaze brightened up immediately. Well, that's good. He was thrilled that, "Ensign Zhang Kong, it's really hard on you guys, how are your casualties?" 6 casualties, the rest are fine." Zhang Kang's calm voice came out. Wang Tao's tone carried guilt in it, sacrificing 6 people? AI, that's really a pity. Times have changed, sacrifices are common. Zhang Kang's voice rippled, as if he had long been accustomed to it. His voice continued to come out and, "Alright Chief Wang Tao, without further ado, we've got the water switch on our side, so send someone to check on the tap water situation." Wang Tao immediately answered. Okay, we'll check right away." After checking for errors, Wang Tao inquired, "Ensign Zhang Kong, the water source is through, everything is normal, just will a situation like this happen again?" Zhang Kong said, uncertainly. "Can't guarantee it, we eliminated most of the monsters today, but there's still a small portion, so I guess we need to spend some time to continue squatting." Wang Tao immediately became nervous again. Then, "Ensign Zhang Kong, please put in more effort to destroy all of this monster. Don't worry, it shouldn't be too much of a problem." Thank you very much, be safe." "That's what we should do." "Well, hang on." On the Tian Shan Reservoir Dam, Zhang Kong hung up the phone and looked towards the mist in the middle of the reservoir, his eyes showing worry. Although the water source had been passed, the monsters had not been completely eliminated. It's hard to say that there won't be another accident. This time, it was possible to sacrifice only 6 people because of the perverted strength of Leroy, who deserves a lot of credit. Otherwise, the casualties would have been many times higher. So it was ready to apply for a heavy award for Leroy. This matter was also clear to Ruyan Lu. With her there, the application for a heavy award should be passed easily. After thinking for a moment, he turned his head to look at the crowd on the dam and, "Good news, everyone, the running water is flowing, and everyone present gets credit for it." Hear the words. Everyone else threw up their arms and cheered. But before they could be happy for a few seconds, they heard Zhang Kong continue. "But everyone, there should still be around 306-eyed flying fish, and we still need you to squat here for a while. As long as these 300 monsters are eliminated in a big way, everyone can go back, and the few remaining monsters can be left to us. I hope everyone is mentally prepared." The crowd nodded in recognition. Indeed, if the underlying problem was not addressed, there might be another one later on. It would be better to fix the problem as soon as it is solved. Seeing no objection from the crowd, Zhang Kong swept his gaze over Li Luo and smiled faintly. Then he loudly announced, "Everyone, we're having grilled fish tonight, pure original wild fish." Chapter 76, Epic Enchantment, Frozen Prison. The crowd cheered and, "Great luck, fish tonight." Or the original wild roasted fish, TSK, I wouldn't dare to think of it normally. Cultured fish are expensive, and original ones are even rarer. Eat more tonight, ha ha ha. Zhang Kong was much more at ease when he saw the high atmosphere of the crowd. He slowly walked over to Li Luo and pulled him aside, then patted him on the shoulder. In a quiet voice, he said, "Li Luo, this time you take the credit, is there any reward you want?" "Reward?" Li Luo raised his eyebrows slightly and was surprised, saying that. "What? Is it hard to believe that rewards can still be requested?" A glint flashed in Zhang Kang's eyes and, "Generally speaking, you can't, but just now, Officer Lu Ruyan greeted me, so you can talk to her and she can go ahead and apply for you." Li Luo's gaze brightened. "Really? Of course, you come with me." Zhang Kong waved at Li Luo. Li Luo followed Zhang Kong thoughtfully. Soon, Li Luo followed Zhang Kong and appeared in a relatively hidden military tent, in which there was a person sitting Lu Ruyan. Zhang Kong respectfully said, "Officer Lu Ruyan, Li Luo has brought it." Ruyan Lu raised her eyes slightly to look at Li Luo and smiled softly, saying, "HM? Li Luo is here? Sit." Li Luo swept his gaze around, his eyes landed on the seat in front of him, and he nonchalantly sat down. Zhang Kong had the sense to say, "I'll go arrange for someone to open up the grilled fish, you guys take your time to chat." Finished speaking, Zhang Kong winked at Li Luo and left. When Zhang Kong left, Lu Ruyan picked up a cup of tea and gently took a sip. Then staring curiously at Li Luo, the Leroy, have some tea. Li Luo gently took a sip. The tea is good. That's for sure, I brought my own tea. Lu Ruyan's gaze towards Li Luo showed appreciation. Li Luo, you have taken the credit this time. I can apply for a heavy reward for you. What kind of reward do you want? Do you have any ideas? Li Luo raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it really possible to make a request? Ruyan Lu patted her plump chest and, of course, don't forget, I'm a major general, okay? Leroy hesitated for a moment. Then is it possible to apply for Artifact Spirit Divine Gold, preferably of epic level or above? Artifact Spirit God Gold? Hearing these 4 words, Lu Ruyan's face changed slightly. This thing could be little known. But he knew? And still wanted an epic level or higher Artifact Spirit God Gold? Although she was surprised, she had seen big waves after all. Her face quickly regained its naturalness. Li Luo, how did you know about the Artifact Spirit God Gold? Li Luo raised his eyebrows. There is a golden house in the book. Lu Ruyan appreciated, worthy of being a heaven's pride, a little something, this weapon Spirit Divine Gold, but a lot of people don't know about it. She then shook her head and said, but it's something I'll tell you categorically that there isn't, not at all, and that the tiny bit of it that I used to collect has long since been used. Leroy, a little disappointed, shrugged his shoulders and, in that case, whatever. Lu Ruyan was surprised, but enchanted scrolls or something, don't you have any ideas? Li Luo's eyes lit up. Are there any flying type enchantment scrolls? Ruyan Lu pondered, no, but there is an epic level gliding type enchantment scroll. Gliding? It's a bit worse than flying, but it's pretty good. Li Luo decided decisively, then it's it. Lu Ruyan was a bit remorseful. Li Luo, you're really a lion, I don't even know if this can be applied to come. Li Luo's eyes moved. But you just said that you're a major general, so it's not like you can't even apply for an epic level enchantment, right? Li Luo's expectant gaze fell on Lu Ruyan's exquisite face. Ruyan Lu was slightly stunned. Are epic enchantment scrolls common? Do you even know how valuable it is? She was kind of regretting talking to him. She shrugged, fine, I'll give it a shot since you saved my ass once. Then she added, but Li Luo, if I succeed in applying for the precious epic level enchantment scrolls for you, and there are major matters in the military that require your assistance later on, I hope that you can support them. Li Luo's eyes moved slightly, no problem. He knew that he would eventually head to the battlefield, and in this world, it was impossible for him to be alone. Walking out of the military tent, Li Luo began to search for the enchantments in the System Enchantment Mall again. Now with his 740-year lifespan, it was perfectly possible to get another epic level enchantment scroll. He looked around, finally looking at an epic enchantment. Frozen Prison, epic grade, used for artifact enchantment. After the enchantment, when the artifact attacks the target, any target will be frozen for 5 seconds and will also inflict a certain degree of frostbite. Redemption life, 500 years. Seeing this epic level enchantment, Li Luo's eyes lit up. Karmic fire, with Frozen Prison? Isn't this ing fire and ice? You're it. The Xia family. Xia Qingyue had just returned home and couldn't wait to ask her father, Xia Yuntian, about the Dad, how's the investigation of Li Luo's matter going? Xia Yuntian sat on the sofa with a complicated look on his face and, checking is checking, but it's a bit troublesome. Xia Qingyue's gaze moved slightly. Dad, how is it troublesome? Expand on it quickly. Xia Yuntian said. It's been found out so far that it was Qindong, the information reviewer of the Education Bureau, who intentionally didn't enter Li Luo's information. What was the reason? Because Qindong said that he received an anonymous letter saying that Li Luo has a murder case on his record, involving intentional homicide, related to some Spring and Autumn 5 hegemony, and that the case hasn't been closed yet. Anonymous letter? A homicide case record? Xia Qingyue was surprised. This anonymous letter was feared to be Zhao Xian's trick. After a brief communication, Xia Qingyue finally understood that the location of this case was at the Corner Meets Love Cafe. The time coincided with the time when his father, Xia Yuntian, went to Li Luo to purchase the weapon Spirit Essence Gold. Xia Qingyue was thoughtful. Then is it possible to enter the information after closing the case? Xia Yuntian nodded. Yes, that's what he said. Xia Qingyue's gaze turned. This kind of case is in the Law Enforcement Bureau, right? Then I'll ask Sister Xia Dan to help speed up the process. After saying that, she immediately took out her cell phone and prepared to contact Xia Dan. However, Xia Yuntian waved his hand in a hurry and, no need, Xia Dan is on a mission. I've already contacted the Deputy Director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Xia Qingsong, also known as your third uncle, and he's paying attention to and advancing this case. Xia Qingyue's face was delighted. That's good. Xia Qingyue had just breathed a sigh of relief when Xia Yuntian poured cold water on her. Good what That Yi family Yi Xian is ready to come again. Xia Qingyue was slightly stunned and, what else is he doing here? Isn't the marriage pact revoked? Xia Yuntian gently shook his head and, this time is different. Yi Xian didn't come to force a marriage, but rather wanted to come and pursue you.
Xia Qingyue raised her eyebrows unexpectedly and,
What? He pursued me? On what basis does he do that? Xia Yuntian gazed at the ground and speculated.
yes, I guess it's because this Yi Xian did have his eye on you after the last time we met, and wasn't ready to give up easily, and even greeted the matriarch. Xia Qingyue picked up her teacup and took a sip.
And then? How is he going to pursue me?
She sat on the sofa and stared curiously at Xia Yuntian as if the matter had nothing to do with her. Xia Yuntian's eyes were thoughtful and, he said that you just make demands, and if Yi Xian can fulfill your demands, you'll give him a chance to pursue you.
Is that so? Xia Qingyue laughed quaintly and,
good, then let him come to the Magic City. If he can defeat all the heavenly pride of the Magic City, I will give him a chance to pursue me. She raised her eyebrows slightly. It was also time to let Li Luo know just how much this girl's charm, which was nowhere to be found, was a rare attraction. People who want to get into the book, leave their names here. Chapter 77, Send a Black Silk for Your Enjoyment. Later that night, the news that Xia Qingyue had told Yi Xian to go to the Devil's capital to challenge all the heavenly pride spread into the ears of the Yi family.
Kyoto, Yi Family Villa Complex. Meeting Hall. Vice Patriarch Yi Wentian fell into deep thought after hearing Yi Xian's report. He stroked his beard and his face was a bit gloomy. Then, he raised his eyes to look at Yi Xian, who had a worried face. Yi Xian, originally I thought that Xia Qingyue would make a request for you to defeat her, so that I should be able to complete it by giving you a legendary grade defense enchantment, Indestructible. But now she's asking you to go to the magic capital and challenge all the heavenly pride. This request is really a bit high. But since her words have already been released, our Yi family has lost face once, so we can't lose face again. Let's do it this way, I'll discuss it with the patriarch, and then give you the epic level stance enchantment, Ling Bo Wei Bu, that the family has kept for many years. Hearing this, Yi Xian's originally worried gaze brightened up. Epic enchantment, Ling Bo Wei Bu, he naturally knew about it. It belonged to the Yi family's heirloom series of enchantments and was very precious. If he had the epic level, Ling Bo Wei Bu, plus his epic level Cold Moonblade, and the legendary level, Unbreakable, he was completely confident in challenging any heavenly pride in the magic capital. He was also confident that he could dodge Xia Qingyue's flying sword. It was like he was dreaming. Matriarch, is this really possible? Yi Wentian nodded his head affirmatively and, of course, for the sake of the Yi family's face, not to mention that Xia family's Xia Qingyue has the royal sword technique, it's definitely not a loss to marry back. Yi Xian gratefully said, thank you, matriarch. Early the next morning, at the east city gate of the magic capital, there was still a sea of people. There was an endless stream of students coming to practice the secret realm. Yesterday, Chupi and Clove spent a fresh and thumping day in the middle of the secret world. After all, both are in love for the first time. Also both belong to the period of the first love, dry fire a little on the spot. So the two soon fell in love. The two also agreed to continue practicing in the secret realm today. Joe Pai, because the artifact Spirit Red Tasseled Lance had reached the purple gold level, coupled with the enchantments, Unending Life, and Tranquil Jump, the monsters in the secret realm rarely had any opponents. That's why he was able to take Clove's level all the way up. The relationship between the two progresses very quickly, and Chupi unintentionally reveals that he's not bad at all. This makes Clove even more delighted. She also felt more agreeable when she looked at the naive Chupi. And at this moment, Xia Qingyue, who was the matchmaker, was a bit depressed. She sat on the sofa at home and frowned gently. Last night, under the urging of her third uncle, Xia Qingsong, Li Luo's case was closed overnight. But the problem now is, the Education Bureau's data reviewer, Chen Dong, took a long vacation today. He said that he had to go back because his mother in his hometown passed away. The key, he actually took the official seal with him. Xia Qingyue looked at his father, Xia Yuntian, in depression. Dad, do you think this Chen Dong is doing it on purpose? Xia Yuntian nodded thoughtfully and, obviously, he is just avoiding this matter, not wanting to give Li Luo information to enter. There must be someone behind him pointing. As an old geezer, Xia Yuntian immediately realized the problem here. Obviously the situation wasn't as simple as Li Luo having a rap sheet involving an unsolved murder, but rather someone was deliberately making things difficult for Li Luo. Xia Qingyue immediately voiced her suspicions that, this I know, the Zhao Xian who was injured by Li Luo before, his uncle is a big shot in the Education Bureau, he must be the one who was up to no good. She inquired. Dad, did you check yesterday who Zhao Xian's uncle is? Xia Yuntian sighed softly. I checked, his uncle is Qiu Rue, the director of the Magic City Education Bureau. Director of Education Bureau? Xia Qingyue's gaze twitched slightly. It really is a very important person. Then it must be him who is up to no good. Xia Yuntian immediately reminded that. Qingyue, these words can't be said indiscriminately. The identity of the Director of Education Bureau is not ordinary, the forces behind it are intricate and complicated, it's not good to be easily offended. Xia Qingyue's tone was firm. No, I must help Li Luo solve the problem before he comes back, otherwise he will kill someone. She sounded worried and,
If he loses his temper and kills that Qiu Rui, then I'm afraid he'll be in even more trouble.
Xia Yuntian said gruffly. Xingyue, this matter, you can't be in charge anymore. You can give the information you find out to Li Luo, but you can't directly intervene, understand?
He said in a deep voice. Otherwise the Xia family might all be in turmoil because of this Qiu Rui. Xia Qingyue's gaze turned, her heart struggling. On one side was the family, and on the other side was the intended victim.
She was indeed a bit torn and hesitant right now.
After struggling for several minutes, she said to Xia Yuntian, "Alright, Dad, I don't care, I'm going to go to the secret realm to practice." After saying that, she got up and left in large strides. Seeing Xia Qingyue leave in a hurry, Xia Yuntian was a little worried in his heart. With his understanding of this leaky little cotton padded jacket, she shouldn't just let it go. She would definitely still mess things up. He immediately took out his cell phone and prepared to call Li Luo.
Nowadays, I'm afraid that the only one who can persuade Xia Qingyue is Li Luo. Tian Shan Reservoir Dam.
Li Luo was holding a fishing rod and continuously casting and retrieving it towards the reservoir, raising the fit of the artifact spirit fishing rod. Just like that, he also caught 3 giant cyprinids.
Suddenly, apt.
His cell phone rings.
He immediately took out his cell phone to check it. Xia Yuntian? Xia Qingyue's father? Why is he calling at this hour?
Just after the phone was connected, Xia Yuntian asked sharply.
Li Luo, busy? Leroy put away his fishing rod. Fine, why? Uncle told you something, Shanyushi. After a moment of detailed explanation, Li Luo finally understood the intent of Xia Yuntian's call.
He was wanting himself to advise Xia Qingyue not to go and make a fool of herself. If she made a fool of herself like last time, she would be in trouble.
Leroy was thinking. I see, I'll talk to her about it. Hanging up the phone, Leroy's eyes moved slightly. Zhao Xian's uncle was Qiu Rui, the director of the Education Bureau of Magic City? Good for you, Qiu Rui. If I find out you have problems, I'll shoot you in the face. Right after that,
Li Luo sent a message to Xia Qingyue. Xia Qingyue, thank you very much for checking the information for me, but don't keep meddling in my affairs, and don't go making a fool of yourself. I'll solve this problem myself in a couple of days. Besides, I know what you're thinking, but I also want to emphasize to you once again that I won't think about love affairs until I'm strong enough. You should care more about yourself. After Leroy sent the message, he fell into deep thought. Of course he knew that Xia Qingyue had paid quite a lot for him, but he had already told her many times. Until he was strong enough, he would not be distracted. After the message was sent, Xia Qingyue did not reply immediately. After about a few minutes of silence, only then did Xia Qingyue reply to the message that, Li Luo, it's none of your business if I, Xia Qingyue, pursue my own happiness. What I want to do, that's my business. You do what you want, I'll do what I want, no one can persuade anyone. And, have you ever heard the saying, I love you but it's none of your business? I'm guessing you're too big and straight to understand. Don't worry about me, get stronger. I'm looking forward to seeing you become strong enough. Finally, I'll send you a black silk photo for your enjoyment. Chapter 78 Bronze Stirrer, but seeking a battle. Leroy stared at the black silk photo unexpectedly. Shouldn't say no, it's still weirdly good looking. After looking at 2 eyes, Li Luo slowly turned off his cell phone. Okay, you're great, you love to do what you do. Just hope you don't do stupid things again. Leroy frowned slightly and continued to play with the fishing rod. Not far from his side, Xia Dan inadvertently saw Li Luo frowning and curiously said, What? Li Luo? Did you run into some trouble? Li Luo turned his head to look at Xia Dan and, What do you think will happen if you kill the head of the Magic City Education Bureau? Xia Dan was stunned. What the hell? Killing the head of the Mordor Education Bureau? But isn't Qiu Rui the head of the Mordor Education Bureau? That's not a small official position, it's a bit higher than the status of Director Lian in the Eastern District. Lian is only the Director of Law Enforcement for the Eastern District. Qiu Rui, on the other hand, that was the Director of Education for the entire Magic City. Xia Dan's gaze turned, and he hurriedly inquired that. Li Luo, but why did you want to kill him? Li Luo didn't hide anything and told his story in full. Finally asked, Do you think he should be killed? Shadhan nodded in understanding. According to you, then indeed he should be killed, but the consequences could be troublesome, and Director Lian couldn't cover it. She said worriedly. At least you have to sit on the evidence and then take the legal route if best. Leroy shook his head. As long as it is found out that he is messing around, a direct shot of boom is, what legal route to take, lazy toss, not to mention the law is estimated to be unable to control him. Xia Dan pondered for a moment, his eyes moved and, if you have to do this, then there's actually a more thoughtful way. Leroy's gaze twitched slightly and, what approach? Shaddam said quietly, pointing in the direction of the army tent. Isn't Officer Lu Ruyan chatting with you? If you have her backing you up, you just need to have the evidence and you can ignore the consequences. She's a major general in the military, she can easily take care of any director or mayor. And she also has a huge network of connections, no one dares to mess with her. Li Luo's gaze moved slightly as he pondered.
Magic City.
After Xia Qingyue left home, she did not go to the secret realm to practice, but instead spent a huge amount of money to find several secret detectives to go ahead and investigate Qingdong.
She wanted to help Li Luo find out the evidence behind this. These secret detectives she's looking for have mysterious backgrounds.
The detective captain is a girl, codenamed Rin Xingyu, who says she can find out anything as long as the price is right.
According to the girls,
what flies in the sky, what runs on the ground, what swims in the water, if they want to find out, they can definitely find out. Thus, Xia Qingyue reached a pleasant cooperation with them.
Xia Qingyue didn't lack money, she only needed evidence. As long as once it was confirmed that Qiu Rui was behind it.
She planned to send this evidence to Li Luo first, and then publish it on the internet to let public opinion drown Qiu Rui.
And then finally send Qiu Rui to jail.
Qiu Rui, Zhao Xian, you're finished.
Xia Qingyue muttered softly as she stood at the East City gate of Magic City.
After arranging all this, she then went to the secret realm to practice. Now that she had reached level 26, she was still only 4 levels short of reaching the requirements for the entrance exam. She planned to rush her leveling today, aiming to reach level 30. That way, for the remaining half of the month, she would be able to organize her time more freely.
Time passes slowly. When the time came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the East City gate of Magic City completely boiled over.
Countless melon eaters gathered here, simply because at the East City gate of this magic capital, someone had actually initiated a Heaven's Pride challenge.
This is not someone else.
It was none other than the Yi family, Yi Xian, who had hurriedly arrived from Kyoto, and with him, there was also his younger brother, Yi Yuan.
Yi Xian set up an adult high challenge sign at the East City gate of Magic City.
The title read, Heaven's Pride Challenge. Below it were a few more lines of large red letters. Yi Xian of the Yi family in Kyoto, here to challenge all the pride of my age. If you can defeat me, you will receive 100 million xia coins, plus a purple gold enchantment scroll.
This bet made many people's eyes glaze over. They took photos and forwarded them, pushing the envelope.
Soon, this matter immediately spread in the circle of friends and also on the internet.
The surrounding crowd began to talk about it. This person seems a bit arrogant. Where is he from? Kyoto? Kyoto's come to challenge Magic City? We have a lot of heavenly prides in Magic City, how can we allow him to go unchecked? That's right, he's simply here to give away money. We have 10 high schools in Magic City, each school has a bearer, he's here to be funny.
Yeah, not to mention anything else, just Li Luo and Zhao Xian alone are enough for him to suffer.
That's right, does he understand the market?
Yi Xian and Yi Yuan, both of their faces were calm as they smiled at each other. Yi Xian held the cold moon blade in his hand, and said aloud. Hey, you guys don't talk about sarcasm. If you have the ability to call that Zhao Xian and Li Luo over, I would like to see if they are as godly as you say. If you guys can find them, I'm willing to pay 10,000 hard-earned dollars.
I, Yi Xian, am true to my word. Pa.
After saying that, he directly pulled out 10,000 xia coins and threw them on the simple little table next to him. When the people around him saw this, their hearts were moved. Immediately, a tall 1-meter-8 thin man jumped out and said, I'll go, my name is Lu Yuhan, Zhao Xian is my friend, you keep this 10,000 for me, I'll call him.
Finished. Lu Yuhan took out his cell phone and dialed Zhao Xian on the spot.
But the result was, sorry, the phone you dial is not in service, please dial later. He smiled awkwardly. Almost forgot, he should be practicing in the middle of the secret realm right now. Yi Xian smiled faintly. It doesn't matter, this 10,000 is still waiting here, still valid. His words fell. A flailing voice came out of the crowd and, Yo, the Heaven's Pride Challenge? Let's see. A silhouette stepped out from the crowd, and the crowd looked over and, it's Zhang Yang, one of the bearers of Mordor First Middle School, is he coming to join the fun? Seems like he's got something, but I heard that he was beaten up a bit by Li Luo before. All shut up and hold your tongue, just watch the show. That's right, no matter what, Zhang Yang also represents the face of Magic City to a certain extent, right? Yi Xian observed Zhang Yang, who stepped out from the crowd. Doubtfully, he inquired. What? You want to challenge me? Zhang Yang laughed lightly and, a challenge? First of all, let's explicitly say that I, Zhang Yang, am not bad with money, and I am not bad with purple gold scrolls, but for you, Kyoto's people to come to Mordor and launch a challenge, that's a bit too much. He said, word for word. Do you realize? You're playing with fire. Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders and, it doesn't matter what you think of me, but if you want a challenge, just report your name directly. Zhang Yang said confidently. Good, I am Zhang Yang, Artifact Spirit Legendary Grade Moonshot Bao, please enlighten me. He shook the green-colored longbow in his hand, and his gaze towards Yi Xian ignited with a burning battle intent. Yi Xian was unperturbed, gently waving the cold moonblade and, my name is Yi Xian, Artifact Spirit Epic Cold Moonblade, please. The word please fell. The crowd hadn't had time to be surprised by Yi Xian's epic artifact spirit. Zhang Yang immediately stepped on the illusory steps and drew his bow and strings to shoot towards Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's figure flickered, leaving residual shadows under his feet, then he suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Yang. The cold moon blade in his hand slammed down and put. A knife slashed at the thigh of Zhang Yang, who could not dodge. With that, he said, go down and sink your teeth into it. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhang Yang was defeated? The crowd was amazed. A voice of defiance suddenly appeared in the crowd and I, Zhang Shuai, artifact spirit bronze stirrer, but seek a battle. Stirrer. Chapter 79, No one dares to challenge? You're such a wimp? Ha? A stirrer? Just now, the crowd was still shocked by Zhang Yang's unforeseen defeat. How did a stirrer come out of nowhere? It's none of your business in the Pride Challenge. Not only were the melon eaters stunned, even the always calm Yi Xian and Yi Yuan froze a bit. Stirring up? There's such a thing as a spirit? Is this for fighting or for disgusting people? Yi Xian opened his mouth slightly and frozen ice fell on Zhang Shuai's face that was filled with defiance written all over it, and then looked at the oddly shaped stick in the other party's hand. With a hint of skepticism in his tone, just this bronze stirrer? How dare you challenge me? Humph. Zhang Shuai snorted lightly. Never look down on life and death, specializing in opposing the heavens. The old heavens gave me a stirring stick, I prefer to use it to smash people. Yi Xian was silent. He slowly looked down at his clothes, then with a hesitant expression, he said, this stick of yours, have you really stirred? He's not afraid of the sky. Just afraid of this, not according to the rules and regulations of the stirrer to play out the flowers. In case it splatters on you, it's a bit too much. That's right. Zhang Shuai said with a smug look on his face. Last time I was 1v6, the ends of the stirrer did dip in, it's just a pity that they escaped too quickly and didn't have a good fight. He turned his words around. But don't worry, the one I dipped in was the cow of the secret realm, and it's already dried up, so it won't splash on your face. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air at the words and took several steps back. Did he actually dip in? They are now very confused. Did this Zhang Shuai take the artifact spirit into his head? If so, does that mean his brain has been filled with? No way? No way? Zhang Shuai stared playfully at Yi Xian, who had a hesitant look on his face. You, an epic-level artifact spirit, wouldn't be afraid of my bronze-level artifact spirit, would you? Yi Xian carefully observed the ends of Zhang Shuai's stirrer. It is true that there are dry and unidentified objects attached. He took a deep breath. Okay, come on. Okay, here comes the stirrer. Zhang Shuai swung his stirring stick and lunged towards Yi Xian, but Yi Xian's strength was far beyond his ability to match. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian then appeared at Zhang Shuai's side with his feet on the arcane pace and slashed Zhang Shuai's churning stick in the wrong direction. It was only by accident that Zhang Shuai's stirrer was shaken by this huge force, and the dried feces at both ends fell off, and even landed on Yi Xian's face a little. Yi Xian instantly changed his face furiously and was disgusted. Simply over the dung. He followed it up with a vicious slash to his opponent's thigh. Put. Zhang Shuai didn't have time to react, and his thigh began to bleed. Yi Xian, on the other hand, quickly retreated to the distance and immediately wiped the unknown object on his face. Then with a depressed face, he said, take it. Vomit, take it. Damn, it's true that in front of absolute strength, all techniques are futile. After Zhang Shuai finished speaking, he was helped to the hospital by his friend. Yi Xian's face was a shade of green and white. There were also mixed feelings in his heart. Although he had won, it seemed like he had lost. It's an insurmountable young. Seeing that Yi Xian's face was not quite right, Yi Yuan immediately comforted, brother, don't care about those details. Yi Xian was stunned, then calmed down. He exhaled lightly and swept his gaze over the other crowds of onlookers and, anyone else of you want to challenge? Hearing the inquiry, everyone all looked hesitant. Although eating melon was fun, they didn't want to be eaten by others. They also saw it just now. Zhang Yang, who was the leader of the Magic City's first middle school, was still a legendary great artifact spirit Moonshot Bao, but he was defeated in one move. So many people were weighing their strength. It was also clear in their hearts that this Yi Xian who had come to challenge them was definitely prepared. If ordinary people went to challenge, they would definitely be cannon fodder. After waiting for a while, there was no one to challenge. Yi Xian couldn't help but spit out. It can't be, in such a big magic city, no one actually dares to challenge? Are you that weak? These words came out. Immediately provoked the anger of the crowd, who spoke out to refute it. Don't be complacent, someone will come to collect you soon. That's right, it's only been a little while, a lot of experts don't know, you'll be in trouble after 6 o'clock. Right, at that time, those Heaven's Pride finished practicing and will definitely come to beat you up. You wait well. Yi Xian also knew that it was just now getting started, and the reason why he said that just now was to pull hate. The purpose was to make those so-called Heavenly Pride come earlier. Time passes slowly. True to form, as the crowd had said, the place was getting busier and busier as the clock reached 6 o'clock. The number of people who challenged Yi Xian also gradually became more and more. But without exception, all of these challenges failed.
Zhao Bin, the head of the Magic City's second middle school, failed in his challenge.
Zhao Chen, the master of Mordor third middle school, has failed in his challenge. Wu Hao, the leader of Mordor middle school 4, failed in his challenge. Zhou Yu, the leader of the 5th high school, has failed in his challenge. Ren Yizi, the leader of the 6th middle school, has failed in his challenge. Dreaming Ruwashi, the leader of the 7th Mordor middle school, lost the challenge. As the challenge match progressed, the matter of Yi Xian challenging the magic capital's heavenly pride in Kyoto became more and more publicized. The number of melon eaters gathered was also increasing. It even drew the attention of people from the nearby law enforcement bureau. At the same time, many other people were using their cell phones to livestream Yi Xian's Heaven's Pride challenge in real time. And the popularity of the livestream was so high that it exploded. The netizens also watched with righteous indignation, and the pop-up screen directly brushed the screen.
No way, he lost again? Is there no one in this class of students in Mordor who can clean him up?
What a disgrace.
Come on, let's teach him how to behave.
I'll put it here, if anyone can beat him, I'd like to swipe 100 carnivals and take him for a free one-stop service.
Where are all the prideful people of Mordor? Whoever beats Yi Xian, I'll give him a Ferrari. Jesus can't stop him, I said so. So far, the worst thing he's done is to get some on his face?
The rich people in the live broadcast room have heavily encouraged everyone to go forward to defeat this Yi Xian.
Yet almost no one dared to challenge anymore.
Because all of those rather strong-seeded players who had challenged before were crushed and defeated.
Who would still want to take a beating?
Yi Xian's heart rejoiced when he saw that things were getting bigger. Because this could make him famous. If he defeated all of these heavenly prides, then he could get the chance to pursue Xia Qingyue openly. At the same time, it would also prove that he had heaven-defying strength and great potential. His gaze slowly swept over the moody crowd around him and then the corners of his mouth lifted unobtrusively and
Xia Qingyue, this time you will definitely be surprised. Yi Yuan stood next to Yi Xian with a happy face. Big brother, it looks like you're close to succeeding.
Yi Xian seemed to be smiling. Just kidding, epic level weapon spirit, epic level stance enchantment, plus legendary level defense enchantment and legendary level blade chi, it's hard for brother me to lose.
Yi Yuan applauded. Then I have to congratulate big brother in advance.
Yi Xian waved his hand.
Hey, what's the rush? Keep waiting to see.
A hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. I've heard them say that Zhao Xian and Li Luo are strong, but I haven't seen them appear yet, and they've already managed to pique my curiosity. Yi Yuan laughed in disbelief, and big brother, the two of them definitely won't be your opponents either.
Yi Xian wasn't overwhelmed by joy. That's not necessarily true, since the moment we talk about Heaven's Pride the crowd mentions the two of them, it definitely won't be bad. He revealed wisdom between his brows. I'm guessing it's going to be a hard fight anyways.
He had just finished muttering. A low male voice suddenly came from the crowd and my name is Zhao Xian, legendary grade artifact spirit green dragon crescent blade, legendary grade artifact spirit golden wisp armor, come to challenge.
Chapter 80, attacking from both sides, I wonder if you can withstand it?
The words fell. The crowd looked over, and immediately afterward, a mountain of cheers immediately erupted from within the crowd.
Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian. Overthrow Yi Xian. Overthrow Yi Xian.
This Yi Xian is too arrogant, hurry up and beat him back to Kyoto.
Zhao Xian double legendary level artifact spirit, he can definitely do it.
Although it was clear to the students of Magic City that the strongest person amongst the current senior class should be Li Luo, Zhao Xian could only be ranked second at best. But Li Luo's figure never appeared.
So now everyone could only hope for Zhao Xian. Hearing the word Zhao Xian,
Yi Xian's originally calm face finally rippled as he slowly raised his eyes to look at the figure walking confidently.
Then he asked aloud, "You, are the Zhao Xian who possesses dual legendary grade artifact spirits?"
"That's right, it's me." Zhao Xian revealed his golden wisp armor, holding the radiantly surging green dragon crescent moon blade in his hand as he slowly walked towards Yi Xian step by step. He appeared confident and calm. After all, he possessed dual legendary grade weapon spirits, and his temperament piece was not inferior to Yi Xian's at all. Even more so. The moment the two of them looked at each other, their bearish battle intent was burning madly. The air seemed to spark with lightning all the way. Right now, all the surrounding clamor had disappeared. Like a dead silence, a pin drop could be heard. Zhao Xian's gaze slowly swept over Yi Xian and finally landed on his epic weapon spirit cold moonblade. He narrowed his eyes slightly and,
"Yi Xian? I heard you're a ruthless man from Kyoto?"
Yi Xian said meaningfully. "I am indeed from Kyoto. I can't say much about whether I am ruthless or not, but so far, no one has been able to defeat me is true."
"Oh? I'm a bit interested when you say that."
Zhao Xian stared at Yi Xian eagerly. "I've heard that this sword of yours is an epic level artifact spirit?" "That's right, epic level artifact spirit cold moonblade." Yi Xian had a smug look on his face. An epic level artifact spirit already belonged to the category of being a very rare artifact spirit. For most schools, there would basically be 1 or 2 legendary ranked artifact spirits appearing. But epic artifact spirits were hard to come by. It could be seen that epic artifact spirits were much rarer and more precious than legendary artifact spirits. Heh, epic ranked artifact spirit. As if recalling something, Zhao Xin. I lost to Li Luo's epic artifact spirit last time, but I don't believe I'll lose to you again this time. His confidence naturally came from his legendary grade golden wisp armor. Although his legendary grade green dragon crescent moonblade was slightly inferior in quality to Yi Xian's epic grade cold moonblade. However, he was sure that Yi Xian's cold moonblade could not easily break through the golden wisp armor on his body and cause substantial damage to him. As for Li Luo's Barrett, it was a complete accident. After all, it was a hot weapon spirit and could not be theorized as normal. In addition, the legendary grade body technique enchantment, traveling clouds and flowing water, that he originally intended to use to please Xia Qingyue, he used it for himself. So his relatively weak stance was also supplemented by him. Coupled with the legendary grade enchantment, blade power like rainbow, he had enough confidence to defeat this Yi Xian who didn't know the heights of heaven. At this moment, Yi Xian's gaze moved slightly and, Zhao Xian, whether or not you lose to me depends on your strength, not when you open your mouth. Zhao Xian's battle spirit rose wildly. Good, let's do it then. He violently swung the green dragon crescent moon blade in his hand, and his flowing stance made him as ghostly as a ghost. With a violent swing of the green dragon crescent blade in his hand, the several meter long Mori white blade chi flew out, carrying a sound of breaking air as it flew towards Yi Xian at breakneck speed. Good timing. Yi Xian's pupils shrunk slightly when he saw the opponent releasing the blade chi, then the battle intent in his eyes surged wildly and he immediately stepped on his feet to Ling Bo Wei Bu to dodge. At the same time, the cold moon blade in his hand also swung violently. The several meter long, moonlight-like, silver white blade chi flew out at great speed towards Zhao Xian in an unstoppable manner. The thrill was incomparable. The crowd saw this scene and called out. These two are simply amazing. I didn't realize that both of them could use blade chi, pinpoint. And both of them are very agile. The guy named Yi Xian's stance seems to be even more agile. But Zhao Xian has the legendary level golden wisp armor, and meat is king, so the final victory definitely belongs to him. I don't think it's easy to say that Yi Xian's body skin seems to be a bit unusual as well. I'm guessing that it has an advanced defense enchantment. The crowd murmured and marveled. And the two of them, Zhao Xian and Yi Xian, fought back and forth, no longer completely one-sided like before. Ding 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 ding. A sharp, crisp sound of metal clashing, unceasingly. The more the crowd watched, the more excited they became, calling out that it was too much. Only the sword chi that flew out from time to time would make the eaters worry that it would slice into them. All the live broadcast rooms all exploded at this moment. This situation is simply too confusing. Yi Xian's stance would be even more erratic because of his epic level stance, Ling Bo Wei Bu. Zhao Xian's attacks would have a hard time attacking Yi Xian. Even if it could, it seemed painless. On the contrary, Zhao Xian, although his stance wasn't as good as Yi Xian's, he was very resistant to being punched. Yi Xian had landed many attacks on Zhao Xian, but he was unharmed. Only then did Yi Xian realize how difficult this Zhao Xian was to deal with. I'm afraid that even in Kyoto, he was considered one of the top few heavenly prides. Likewise, Zhao Xian, who had gone through an intense battle, also realized just how perverse this Yi Xian was. The degree of perversion, I'm afraid, was only second to Li Luo. Time passes slowly. Without realizing it, the battle actually lasted about half an hour. Who? Yi Xian and Zhao Xian had both exhausted themselves a bit by now, and they all stopped. They looked at each other, blushing and breathing heavily. The durability of the battle depended on the four-dimensional attributes, and it so happened that both of them were around level 20. So the two were evenly matched in terms of endurance. This also made all the people who were watching the battle couldn't help but hold their breath and didn't dare to breathe. Fear of missing something wonderful. A break in the rest. Zhao Xian couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, Yi Xian, what exactly do you intend to do when you come to this magic city to challenge us? Yi Xian said with a big smile. I won't hide it from you, I came to challenge you guys because I want to pursue Xia Qingyue of the Xia family. Zhao Xian showed surprise on his face. What? You want to pursue Xia Qingyue? He looked at Yi Xian in disbelief as if he had heard something unbelievable. Yi Xian nodded his head and, that's right, Xia Qingyue said that as long as I can defeat all the heavenly pride of the magic capital, she can give me the chance to pursue her. Ha! Zhao Xian laughed oddly and, that Xia Qingyue didn't give you any chance at all. Yi Xian's expression moved. Oh? Why do you say that? Zhao Xian gasped and said, you'll only be able to fight me to a draw, there's another pervert above me, Li Luo, there's no way you'll be a match for him. What's that supposed to mean? Yi Xian didn't quite believe it as he looked at Zhao Xian.
Although he hadn't defeated Zhao Xian, it was because Zhao Xian had legendary grade golden wisp armor and was very resistant to being beaten. But Li Luo didn't have a defense artifact spirit. With this flexible stance of his, he might not be without a chance. Zhao Xian shook his head affirmatively. I'm serious, Xia Qingyue's intended is Li Luo. You don't have any chance against him, don't be delusional. Then his gaze brightened slightly but if you really want to challenge him, unless we join forces, then perhaps you have a slight chance. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, and in his heart, he said, Li Luo ah Li Luo. You can't have what I can't have. One man can't beat you for sure, but I don't know if you can stand up to our two-sided attack? Sword of the Moon. Chapter 81, Stepping on Snow Without a Trace, Vajra Unbreakable. Why are you helping me? Yi Xian stared at Zhao Xian suspiciously. This Zhao Xian's strength was indeed not bad, but if he didn't ask for clarification, he wouldn't dare to trust him lightly. Who knew if he would trap himself? A few days ago, Li Luo crippled my double legendary artifact spirit. I wonder if this is a good enough reason. Zhao Xian mentioned this matter, and the hatred in his heart was hard to dispel. His right hand, which was holding the green dragon crescent sword, was gently trembling, and his gaze was filled with anger and resentment. Of course there was also Xia Qingyue among them. But he didn't say it, because words were not enough. What? He was able to cripple your double legendary artifact spirit? Yi Xian's eyes widened in surprise. The two of them had fought for half an hour without any damage to either party's artifact spirit, but this Li Luo had managed to cripple Zhao Xian's artifact spirit. What kind of perverted strength was this? But it's not right. Since Leroy's Barrett was epic level, how could it be so easy to cripple a legendary level artifact spirit that was only one level lower in quality? Could it be that hot weapon artifact spirit's power really isn't bad? Thick doubt spread rapidly in Yi Xian's heart. He had never seen a hot weapon artifact spirit and was not in a good position to judge. He did not bother to think that Li Luo's Barrett would be an artifact spirit above the epic level, because that probability was lower than the probability of winning the lottery. If you don't believe me, you can search his video online, and if you want to cooperate, you can find me. Zhao Xian said in a low voice and turned around to leave. As he left, he said loudly in all directions that today is a draw, we will fight again tomorrow. The melon eaters heard the voice and breathed a sigh of dark relief. Fortunately, it's a draw. I really didn't expect that this Yi Xian who came to challenge me was so strong that even Zhao Xian, who has dual legendary grade weapon spirits, could only get a draw. That's right, this is the Heaven's Pride. Losing in one or two moves doesn't make you a heavenly pride. After Zhao Xian left, Yi Xian packed up his things without haste. He didn't deny Zhao Xian's claim of a draw. This was because the two of them indeed did not share a victory. After things were packed up, he shouted to the surrounding area, today's challenge ends here, tomorrow will continue. After saying that, Yi Xian and Yi Yuan quickly left. At this moment, Yi Xian already understood in his heart that Xia Qingyue's request to himself did not need to challenge all the heavenly pride of the magic capital. In fact, it only needed to challenge Li Luo. Li Luo, ah Li Luo, I'm curious, just how strong are you? Yi Xian pondered in his mind as he walked. Yi Yuan asked, Big brother, are you really planning to team up with that Zhao Xian to challenge Li Luo? Yi Xian pondered. If Li Luo's strength is really perverted, I'm afraid it's the only way. Yi Yuan raised his eyebrows and, if you can join forces with that Zhao Xian and attack from both sides, I'm afraid that Li Luo will have to get down in one round. Yi Xian was non-committal, let's hope so. After Yi Xian and Yi Yuan brothers left, the onlookers who were eating the food also withdrew. There were a lot of voices speaking in different ways. I'm really convinced, after watching for 2 to 3 hours, I haven't seen anyone defeat Yi Xian. I just heard it's going to continue tomorrow? I guess only Li Luo can defeat this Yi Xian. Who knows, let's see it tomorrow. Yeah, let's do a live stream tomorrow as well, so we can at least earn some money to get enchanted scrolls. This day, the most important hotspot event was that Yi Xian had come to Magic City to initiate the Heaven's Pride Challenge. Of course, this matter was soon known by Xia Qingyue, who had come out of the secret realm of leveling practice. Only for this matter. She didn't have any other reaction than to say he's got some guts. She wasn't the least bit worried that Yi Xian would be able to fulfill her request. Because in her opinion, Yi Xian simply couldn't be Li Luo's opponent. Moreover, there was no one in this class of freshmen who was Li Luo's opponent. What she was more concerned about now was the results of the investigation of Rin Qingyu's secret detectives. But it was a pity. The secret detectives had not yet given her the results of their investigation, which they had said would be finalized in 3 days at the latest. Xia Qingyue can only wait patiently, but fortunately there is plenty of time. Finally level 30, thanks to the little imperial sword art. She returned home, comfortably took a hot bath, changed into her sexy pajamas and went to rest. Before bed, she also did not forget to take a few selfies of revealing beauty photos and sent them to Li Luo as a benefit. Without realizing it, the time came to 9 p.m. Tianshan Reservoir Dam, surrounded by darkness. Li Luo's eyes swept over the sexy pajama beauty photo sent by Xia Qingyue on her cell phone and directly and quickly rested the screen. Too wild. He felt like if he looked twice, surely he would be mistaken by onlookers as looking at a pornographic picture. Leroy, how's it going? What's the rod fit? Xia Dan, who was surrounding Li Luo at all times to protect him, asked curiously. LV 147%. Li Luo said briefly. It's pretty fast. Xia then raised his eyebrows and laughed. It seems like you caught 11 giant mackerel, 22 big chubs around 30 pounds, 7 grass carp and more than 10 big slabs of crushing carp today. That's awesome. She said while taking stock of the various catches next to her. These could all be purely natural wild fish, and the meat quality was certainly needless to say. It's a rare treat. Leroy said, unimpressed. It's alright, it's a pity that the group of six-eyed flying fish didn't come out today, or else they would have been collected directly. Xia Dan laughed. But it wasn't a wasted day for you, after all, your rod fit has improved. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she. Li Luo, how is your relationship with Qingyue? Xia Qingyue? Li Luo unexpectedly looked at Xia Dan and. Why are you suddenly asking this question? Xia then said with a wry smile. I see that Qingyue seems to care a lot about you. She actually got jealous with me because of you, that is, the night before last. Li Luo's eyes moved slightly without speaking, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing this, Xia Dan immediately changed the topic and. Li Luo, you said this morning that you wanted to kill Qiu Rui. Has there been any progress in this matter? Li Luo gently nodded his head. In the morning, I've already sent a message to my friend Zhou Pai, telling him to ask a detective to check it out, so I guess there will be results soon. That's fine. Xia then nodded and said. In fact, if you talk to Director Lian, he might be able to arrange for someone to look into it for you as well. Leroy shook his head. Forget it, there's still plenty of time, and I don't like owing people favors. So? Don Shaddam. Leroy didn't say anything else after nodding his head. After checking his remaining 240 years of lifespan in his mind, he picked up another enchantment scroll in the system enchantment mall. Before the storm that was about to set in, he intends to arm himself to the teeth. He was still missing two things, advanced stance enchantment and advanced defense enchantment. 240 years of lifespan was more than enough to exchange for two 50-year legendary enchantments. The previous gold enchantment and purple gold enchantment were a bit weak. After a while of picking, he finally locked on to two legendary great enchantments. Treading Snow Without Trace, legendary great enchantment, used for living body enchantment. After the enchantment, the body is as light as the wind, treading snow without a trace and drifting. Redemption life, 50 years. Vajra Unbreakable, legendary enchantment, used to enchant a living body. After enchanting, the body's hardness will be greatly strengthened, making it difficult to be injured by swords. Exchange life, 50 years. Seeing that you two are easy on the eyes, you're it. Xanadin. Chapter 82. Just now, I need to borrow you. Li Luo took advantage of the time he had to go to the restroom and immediately used up these two legendary great scrolls for himself. After attaching the magic, he immediately felt a lot lighter. And he could also feel his body, which had obviously hardened quite a bit. Men, be good to yourself. Li Luo gently raised the corners of his mouth and muttered to himself. If he wasn't because he was thinking of saving up some life expectancy to exchange more epic level enchantments, he would have stacked himself full of attachments a long time ago. 140 years of life left, for now. Now. He possessed the epic level, Fire of Karma, epic level, Frozen Prison, legendary level, Unending Life, legendary level, All Things Shocked Back, legendary level, Treading Snow, legendary level, Vajra Unbreakable, legendary level, Tattering Wind. In addition, he also had the purple gold level, Tingfing Jump, and gold level, Amazing Cloud Steps. The most crucial. It's the super godly, unlimited bullets, and lifespan looting. If these were converted into money, I'm afraid they could buy the entire Magic City. He could now be called a walking money printing machine. Now that his strength had risen greatly, he had a strong bottom line. He was confident that even if Yama came, he would still be able to fight him. It was quiet tonight. The six-eyed flying fish still didn't come out to make trouble, which was a big disappointment to Leroy. He was now waiting to pack up the six-eyed flying fish and return to Magic City to take care of things. After resting for the night. Finally at about 2 o'clock the following afternoon, Leroy, who was on the dam of the reservoir, saw the water of the reservoir several kilometers away boiling once again. Immediately afterward, he saw densely packed six-eyed flying fish flying out of the water. Immediately he shouted excitedly that, "Gentlemen, prepare to fight, the rest of the monsters are coming." Hearing Li Luo's voice, Zhang Kong immediately gave an urgent order that, "Everyone, prepare for battle. Prepare to fight." Everyone else was tense, except Leroy, who smiled happily. This was all life. Hurry up and take the lives. Bang, 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 bang. Li Luo immediately pressed the Barrett's trigger, and lo, domineering gunshots continued to ring out. A bullet mixed with black, red, and white colors flew out like streams of light. It instantly landed on those six-eyed flying fish monsters, blowing out a bloody hole. Without a doubt, one shot at a time. Moreover, after that six-eyed flying fish was shot, its body all condensed with a layer of thumb-thick ice, and its body was stiffened. Cannot move. The weird thing was that there were flames burning again at the bloody hole that had been blown out, ice and fire. Then the body fell straight into the water. Flop! 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 A splash and the sound of entering the water again. This time he didn't ask for permission from Zhang Kong because Zhang Kong had long ago authorized him to attack freely whenever and wherever he wanted. This was also Lu Ruyan's authorization at the same time. Their trust in Li Luo had reached the extreme. Without Li Luo, they would have probably suffered old age when they fought against the monsters on the first afternoon. For Li Luo's heavenly god-like perverted performance, the others were already not surprised. With less than 10 minutes to go, the entire battle was finally drawing to a close. Everything was quiet. The fight was very messy and no one died on the spot. As for Li Luo, he didn't even suffer a slight injury. With the two legendary great attachments of Treading Snow Without Trace and Vajra Unbreakable, he was able to dodge calmly even when he was surrounded by several six-eyed flying fish. This time, Li Luo managed to kill 95% of the monsters while the others only killed 5% of the monsters. The crowd gave Li Luo a thumbs up. Good job, little brother Li Luo. Your strength is as terrifying as this at such a young age. In the future you will definitely soar to the top and the dragon will soar to the 9 heavens. At that time, those monsters will be completely removed from the blue star. Yes, and then disperse this weird mist. We should be able to see the legendary sunlight then, right? In response to everyone's compliments and expectations, Leroy smiled and did not reply. He immediately checked his information. The level had risen from 52 to 58. Artifact Spirit Barrett fit LV 328%. Remaining lifespan changed from 140 years to 505 years. This meant that in that battle just now, he managed to kill 365 monsters. Nice! Leroy smiled happily. Another epic enchantment could be exchanged. Gentlemen! Zhang Kong shouted loudly, after eliminating this wave of monsters, this crisis in Tianshan Reservoir should be considered lifted, and in half an hour, we'll send you all back to Magic City. Leave the rest to us. Thank you very much for your support this time. Don't worry, the honorarium will be paid directly to your account soon. Hearing these words, Li Luo and the others had smiles on their faces. After simply organizing and tidying up, Li Luo, Lu Ruyan, and all the cultivators who had come to support them once again got on the military big truck and prepared to set off back to the Devil's capital. Departure. Return to the Devil's capital. Zhang Kong shouted. However, it was at this time Li Luo inadvertently glanced at it and surprisingly saw a huge flying mantis appearing over the reservoir dam. That's right. The flying mantis. Its size was about as big as a large truck, its wings flapped extremely fast, and its body was flexible. Li Luo immediately said aloud that, "Wait, a flying mantis appeared over the reservoir dam." Hearing this, Zhang Kang's face changed drastically. What? Flying mantis? It actually appeared again, and after paying a heavy price to fight it off last time, it only stopped for a few days and came back? His face darkened instantly. This flying mantis didn't destroy equipment, but it specialized in eating people. Last time, it ate more than 10 people and suffered heavy losses. Moreover, this was a 100-level epic monster. Although it wasn't an enchanted monster, it was equally powerful and extremely difficult to deal with. Zhang Kang's face sank and he arched his hand, and, "Gentlemen, please get off and help again. This flying mantis is a 100-level epic monster that is extremely difficult to deal with. We were unable to eliminate it before and it has been a hidden danger." Li Luo confidently smiled, lightly jumped off the truck and, "None of you move, let me do it." If he could kill this flying mantis, he estimated that he would be able to gain quite a bit of longevity. The preliminary estimate was more than 30 years and less than 40 years. Li Luo took the sniper rifle and aimed at the flying mantis, decisively pressing the trigger. Bang! Unsurprisingly, the bullet easily hit the flying mantis. The originally flexible and incomparable flying mantis was instantly covered in ice and could not move. And the place where the bullet had blown up was still burning with flames. Kill it while it's sick. Bang, 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 bang. Li Luo continued to shoot at it, and after a frantic barrage of Barrett bullets, the flying mantis finally lost its life. Ding, congratulations on gaining 38.8 years of lifespan. It's done. Hearing the voice in his head, Li Luo knew that the flying mantis was completely dead. Li Luo, well done. Lu Ruyan, who had gotten off the bus at an unknown time, applauded and said, her gaze toward Li Luo growing more and more satisfied. On the side, Zhang Kong let out a long breath and, "This is good, the hidden danger is completely removed." He patted Li Luo's shoulder in praise. "It's still you, I really want to keep you here." Lu Ruyan immediately shook her head and, "That won't do, Zhang Kong. I received a very important mission from the military this morning, and I need Li Luo to come along." Zhang Kong was surprised. Ah, is that so? Ruyan Lu nodded affirmatively, that's for sure. Li Luo shrugged breathlessly at Ruyan Lu. No, I haven't even agreed to this yet. Ruyan Lu let out a light laugh. Li Luo, if you have any requests, just mention them. At this time, ding dong, Li Luo's cell phone suddenly rang with a message. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was actually a message from Xia Qingyue. Li Luo, I found a detective to find out clearly, your college entrance examination enrollment is not successful. The person behind the trouble is Zhao Xian and his uncle Chiu Rui. I will send you the evidence. A few moments later, Li Luo said to Ruyan Lu. That's just fine, I need to borrow you. It's not easy to find a picture, so please help me out by clicking on it. Lu Ruyan. Chapter 83 Zhao Xian? Let's start with you to settle the score. The words were met with sideways glances. The expressions on their faces became odd and wonderful, and their gazes couldn't help but look at the sexy and charismatic Lu Ruyan. What the hell? Lend her a hand? How does this work? It's not that one to use, is it? Their curious and expectant gazes fell on Li Luo, as if waiting for him to explain. However, Li Luo did not explain in public. Ruyan Lu, however, laughed. Good Li Luo, come in and elaborate. Ruyan Lu called Li Luo into her private compartment. The crowd didn't know what had happened, and anyway, Li Luo hadn't come out, so they had all kinds of speculations in their minds. Could she have been raided? Even when the brigade departed, Leroy was still in her compartment. And so, gossip about Li Luo and Lu Ruyan spread unknowingly. At the East City gate of Magic City, it was still bustling with activity. Yesterday Yi Xian's Heaven's Pride Challenge hadn't ended yet, and it was still continuing today. That's why countless melon eaters had gathered here to watch the action, and there were even more people here to live stream it in real time. It's a huge mess, even more so than yesterday. But as of now, there still wasn't any pride of the same age that could defeat Yi Xian. The melon-eating crowd all stared at each other in dry anxiety as they looked around for Li Luo. The sharp-eyed people knew that Li Luo had left with the military. But as for what for, no one knew. In the face of the unresolved Yi Xian, the crowd all wore an expression of not being able to look at him but not being able to do anything about it. Those netizens in the live broadcast room also cracked up. In the Hall of Mordor, isn't there a single heavenly pride of the same age that can defeat this Yi Xian? What a ing shame. Where's Zhao Xian? Why isn't Zhao Xian here yet? What they can't understand the most. Zhao Xian, who had originally said that he would continue to fight again today, actually didn't fight Yi Xian again. Instead, he sat not far away with an old spirit, seemingly waiting for something. This makes the crowd straight out. How is it a fat thing? Why doesn't Zhao Xian keep fighting? What's he waiting for? Is it because he didn't get enough rest last night? This seems to be detrimental to the style of the Mordor's pride. Where did they know that Yi Xian had called Zhao Xian during the night after watching the video related to Li Luo? He decided decisively to team up with Zhao Xian to challenge Li Luo. Yi Xian had already seen it. It was impossible for him to win if he challenged Li Luo single-handedly by himself. There was no chance at all. For today's solution, the only way to win is to join forces with Zhao Xian and stand in the two directions before and after Li Luo and attack at the same time. At the same time, he let out a cruel word. Li Luo, you hurry up and come and accept the challenge. Don't shrink your head, fight like a man. This statement immediately stunned the crowd. At the same time, the words were reposted by these melon eaters one after another. Summer's house, living room. Xia Qingyue was planning to not go to the leveling secret realm today because her level had reached 30 yesterday. She went early in the morning to gather information on monster strongholds. She knew that Li Luo cared more about monster nest information. Sure enough, she found it. And it was a special legendary level secret realm that required a successful breakthrough to get out of the secret realm. The key to this secret realm was in the mist, and the danger was great. However, this kind of secret realm would usually have quite a few monsters, and rare treasures would also appear. She was hesitant to tell Li Luo because it was a chimera secret realm. That's right, a chimera secret realm. What if there's a pretty demon in there who's trying to seduce Leroy? Only, the fact that treasures might appear in a legendary level secret realm like this one made her a little bit excited again, in case there really was some high-level legendary level enchantment scroll inside. After all, it was anyone's guess. In the afternoon, just as she was sitting on the couch thinking, Private Investigator Rin Xingyu came with a message saying that she had found out the result of what she wanted to know. After she examined the evidence several times, immediately sent the evidence to Li Luo and asked the cyber sailors to throw this evidence on the internet. The title was striking. Shocking shady. Chiu Rui, the director of the Magic City Education Bureau, instructed his subordinate, Chendong, to intentionally make things difficult for senior high school students. It's too dark. Li Luo, the pride of the city, was secretly set up by Chiu Rui of the Education Bureau for personal revenge. Is there any law? Is there any law? Xiao Rui, the director of the Magic City Education Bureau, even used his power to deliberately make things difficult for Li Luo, the pride of the heavens. Because there is evidence. So this matter immediately caused a furor on the internet. Countless people have been fighting for Li Luo. All of them were also harshly condemning Xiao Rui of the Magic City Education Bureau. Countless complaint calls, and countless complaint letters. In a short time, the entire Magic City knew about it.
And Xia Yuntian, seeing Xia Qingyue busy on her computer at home, couldn't help but say,
Qingyu, don't do anything stupid. Rest well when your rank reaches the standard of the entrance exam. Don't ever get into trouble, be peaceful.
Xia Qingyue said perfunctorily. Got it, Dad, I'll just brush up on some news, trust me.
You better be telling the truth.
Xia Yuntian half-heartedly observed Xia Qingyue for a while, and after confirming that he hadn't messed up, he went out and skipped off. Didn't even realize that this leaky little cotton-padded jacket was causing a public opinion storm. Xia Qingyue saw her dad go out, and smiled quaintly. When this public opinion gets big enough, this Xiao Rui will definitely be in trouble, and it will be simpler for Li Luo to deal with him.
At this moment, Xiao Rui, who is the center of public opinion,
after learning about this on the internet, immediately like ants on a red pot, anxious, he rushed to use the power to send people to urgently block the news.
But once the word spreads on the internet, it's hard to completely block it. Now he was apprehensive. He didn't expect things to be so covert. How could he still be found out? Who's investigating? Is it Li Luo? He was surprised and terrified. What to do?
Thinking about it, since the problem is not easy to solve, the only way to solve it is to solve the parties involved.
Finally, he dialed a mysterious phone. Time passed slowly. When the time came to about 6 p.m., outside the East City gate of the Magic City, there was a commotion. 8 large military trucks were parked not far from the Secret Realm teleportation gate. The vehicles jumped down to quite a few artifact spirit cultivators and enforcers. Of course, Li Luo was among them. At this time, Li Luo.
His face was expressionless, and his eyes couldn't afford a single ripple. There was only one thing he wanted to do now, kill.
Soon, the others in the car dispersed one by one. Xia Dan and the others also went straight back to the Law Enforcement Bureau to resume their duties after exchanging greetings. At this moment,
behind Li Luo stood only the sexy and charismatic Lu Ruyan. She was convinced and agreed to back him up, and she was planning on accompanying him to solve the trouble now. According to her words, as long as you have proof, go ahead and do it. I'll cover for you if anything goes wrong.
How dare they give you a hard time?
She who said that is a major general. This weight is not ordinary heavy, with her there, it is equivalent to carrying the imperial sword. So Li Luo planned to go straight for the kill.
Nearby,
when a student saw Leroy's figure, he immediately recognized him and shouted that the
Hey, Li Luo, there's someone from Kyoto over there who wants to challenge you, hurry up and go. Yes, beat him away and let him know the demeanor of the true heavenly pride of Magic City.
That's right, Zhao Xian is over there but actually won't fight him.
This wimp Zhao Xian, I spit on him once I see him. Hearing all those students' talkative remarks, Li Luo's gaze brightened slightly. Huh? This Zhao Xian was actually there? Good. Since you're here, let's start with you. Li Luo carried Barrett towards the direction those students pointed to. At the same time, he turned his head to look at Ruyan Lu. The good show is about to begin. Ruyan Lu smiled confidently and, go ahead, no one will dare to trouble you. Run, Qingyu. Chapter 84, are you ready? I'm going to shoot. Actually, I'm not afraid of someone coming after me. Li Luo said calmly. He believed that his Barrett would not be able to kill anyone who came not 2 shots. He was afraid that someone might sneak up on him. After all, it's hard to guard against hidden arrows. Oh? Then you're still looking for me? Lu Ruyan was surprised. Anyway, you're in front of me, it's useless to use it, maybe it can reduce some unnecessary trouble. Li Luo said calmly. He carried the domineering Barrett and walked step by step in the direction that the other students were pointing to. A group of students around him followed him, clearing the way for him as they went. Get out of the way, Li Luo is here. The real bearer among our senior students in Magic City. Get out of the way. The show is on. Regardless of whether it was the students of Magic City 3rd Middle School or the students of other high schools, Li Luo had become the hope in their hearts at this moment. It was also the platoon of the senior high school students of Magic City. This is also because the indisputable Zhao Xian actually went off and swung for the fences and did not play. This is tantamount to self-degradation. Trampling the faces of the people of Mordor on the ground and rubbing them hard. So everyone was willing to open the way for Li Luo, hoping that Li Luo could earn this face back. Ruyan Lu followed Li Luo carelessly, seeing the behavior of the surrounding students. Her eyes moved slightly, and there were a few moments of surprise in her heart. Ha! Li Luo, is he so popular? This was something she really hadn't thought of. Soon, Li Luo then appeared in front of Yi Xian, carefully observing the other party.
Yi Xian immediately became alert and inquired.
You, are Li Luo? Dare to come and accept the challenge? He stared at Li Luo with a stern look of uncertainty. Finally meeting the rumored godlike Li Luo, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. His palms couldn't help but break out in a fine sweat. When the surrounding eaters saw Li Luo who was carrying Barrett, they immediately let out a mountainous roar. Look! Li Luo is here, this is a good show. Whoa, if Li Luo can't beat this Yi Xian, then we'll lose face completely. Definitely can beat it, are you kidding? Remember how badly Zhao Xian lost last time? That's true. Only.
After observing Yi Xian for 2 or 3 seconds, Li Luo began to look for Zhao Xian. He didn't put Yi Xian in his eyes and didn't answer his opponent's question. He wasn't interested in challenges or anything in the slightest.
He only wanted to kill now.
There was a lurch of the eyes. He saw Zhao Xian, who was crouching not far away and seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Zhao Xian slowly got up, holding the green dragon crescent blade in a cold voice and said, "Could you Li Luo, finally came, I have been waiting for you for a long time, I thought you were cowering and didn't dare to come out. I lost to you last time because my stance wasn't fast enough. This time, I have a legendary level stance enchantment, it won't be that easy for you to win." Finished speaking. Zhao Xian immediately stepped on his arcane steps and circled around in front of Li Luo, his figure fluttering. Li Luo asked with interest that. Ready? I'm going to shoot. Zhao Xian coldly grunted and. I'm so fast, you can still hit me? At the same time. I'll meet you too. Yi Xian, who was behind Li Luo, suddenly snapped, his feet stepping on Xuanmiao to approach Li Luo in a vain attempt to launch an attack on him. It was also at this time. Whoosh! 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 A number of masked mystics in the crowd suddenly shot arrows at Li Luo, at least a dozen arrows. Almost all of them shot towards Li Luo's head. Obviously this was intended to directly kill Li Luo. Lu Ruyan immediately exclaimed. Li Luo, be careful. She immediately realized that someone was trying to kill Li Luo and her face sank. Someone actually dared to kill a heavenly pride like Li Luo? It's really outrageous. It's a felony to intentionally stifle the pride of heaven. Especially in today's era where the population is getting smaller and smaller. And Leroy had moved long ago. The moment he heard the whooshing sound, he stomped on the ground with both legs and jumped more than 10 meters high. At the highest point in the air. Bang! Leroy fired a shot at Zhao Xian with the Barrett in his hand. The bullet instantly hit the opponent. Zhao Xian's body was instantly covered in a layer of cold ice, and his limbs immediately froze, unable to move, and a flame burned on his golden armor. His originally flexible body immediately looked like a stationary target. Zhao Xian was shocked. How could this happen? Why is the bullet still frozen? And the gold armor is burning? What the hell is this? Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Li Luo immediately continued to shoot at the other party's head. Put! In an instant, Zhao Xian's head was blown to pieces by Barrett bullets, spilling out all over the place and burning with red flames. The unrivaled pride Zhao Xian died on the spot. Although the legendary grade golden wisp armor could protect his body for a moment, his head had little protection. So to Li Luo, it was no different from anyone else. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian, who had originally planned to spar with Li Luo, was instantly frozen. His heart was terrified. How is this? How is this? Didn't we agree to spar? Why did he just kill someone? Is there any law? Is there any law? He immediately stopped his movements and dodged to the side, his eyes looking towards the arrows that were flying in the air. Something was wrong. This wasn't a cut and run, it was a deliberate murder. Someone had set up a situation to try and kill Li Luo, and he, Yi Xian, happened to be used as a decoy. Grass. Being utilized. Yi Xian's face was very ugly. Immediately, some people in the surroundings shouted out in panic and, "Not good. Not good. They're killing people, for real. Go. Get out of here. It's not a good place to stay. Get the out of my way. Get out of my way. Grass. You stepped on my foot." The nearby enforcers originally thought it was an ordinary cut between students and were not worried. Because times have changed, students do need to cut up. This is how they can sharpen their fighting abilities and also fight against the monsters that may invade at any time. But after hearing talk of killing, they felt something was wrong. So immediately they hurriedly approached over, shouting at the same time, and evacuate all uninvolved persons. Evacuate. At the moment. After Li Luo landed on the ground, he continued to leap and jump onto the roof next to him. Condescending to the top. He carefully searched for those who had just shot arrows with his super sick eyesight. He guessed these people should probably be killers or something. The group was recognizable, masked and hooded, and Leroy didn't hesitate to shoot at them. Bang bang bang. Li Luo quickly harvested the 10 or so masked men. Without a doubt, one shot and one headshot. Ultra long range, plus perverted eyesight, being targeted simply cannot escape. The enforcers who ran up saw Li Luo make a big kill. Immediately shouting at him.
Stop. Stop it now. Or we'll do it.
The unknown enforcers finished shouting and prepared to move to stop Li Luo.
It was at this time.
Ruyan Lu quickly stepped forward and spoke out to stop the enforcer. All of you don't move, I'm Major General Lu Ruyan of the military, stay out of this. Although she knew that none of these law enforcers should be Li Luo's opponent, she didn't want Li Luo to kill innocents indiscriminately. So she had to stop this from getting worse in time. This was also the reason why Li Luo brought Ruyan Lu, it would reduce unnecessary trouble. After all, the enforcers had no grudge against him, there was no need to kill them.
Ha! Military Major General Ruyan Lu? She's the legendary Ruyan Lu? Then what to do about this?
Hurry up and call Director Lian.
Those law enforcers finished their discussion and immediately called Lian.
Lian was shocked in his heart when he heard the report and said, how come it's these two fetal gods? One was the military Major General Lu Ruyan, and the other was the perverted strength Li Luo again.
How can I manage? I can't manage a bit.
He's barking at his subordinates.
You guys remember this well. This kind of thing, you guys go as far away as you can.
Don't ever interfere, or I'll dock your salary for half a year.
Chart in front. Chapter 85. You're defeated and weak. Retreat. 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 Lian's almost growling voice was heard on the cell phone.
The many law enforcers looked at each other in disbelief, then immediately retreated backward and quickly slipped out of sight.
They were not stupid.
One look and they can see it's out of their hands. They are not the West Factory, they have to control what they can control, and they have to control what they can't control.
And Lian. He couldn't wait to leave it alone.
From what he had learned about Li Luo before, Li Luo was not a person who was addicted to killing. So he believed that Li Luo killed for a reason. Take a step back, even if something really happened, then there is still Lu Ruyan carrying it. He doesn't want to care, can't care, happy to be idle. The backlash continues. In just 10 seconds or so, those masked men were killed by Li Luo in turn. Li Luo looked around and did not find any living masked men.
Eventually his unkind gaze landed on Yi Xian. Move.
Seeing that the situation was not right, Yi Xian immediately pulled Yi Yuan beside him and prepared to leave.
Bang. A Barrett bullet mixed with black, red, and white landed unexpectedly at Yi Xian's feet.
The ground instantly exploded into a large bucket-like hole. Dirt flew and smoke rose in all directions. Not only was there a ring of flames burning in the entrance of the cave, but there was also a ring of frost covering the surrounding area. Hiss. Startled, Yi Xian immediately moved and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This power was too perverted. He gulped and looked at Li Luo nervously, as if he was a criminal waiting for judgment. His body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Li Luo leaped and jumped not far in front of Yi Xian, lifting his Barrett and aiming it at Yi Xian's head. In a cold voice, he asked, "You are here to fish? Fishing?" Hearing these two words, Yi Xian broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't think that what Li Luo expressed meant really fishing.
It was clearly asking if they were bait. Specialized in setting up assassinations of Leroy.
Yi Xian immediately shook his head nervously and,
"No, I
was utilized by Zhao Xian. I came to Mordor from Kyoto with the intention of challenging the Mordor Celestial Pride, and you are just one of them."
His body trembled slightly and, "If you don't believe me, you can ask others, I've challenged many people." A playful smile appeared on Li Luo's face. "You are trying to challenge me?" "No. Can't, I won't challenge you, I already know now that I'm not your opponent."
Yi Xian immediately shook his head.
This was still a challenge, my ass.
He really wanted to challenge Li Luo before, and that was because he had half a clue about Li Luo's true battle power. And just now, after seeing this dominating battle power of his opponent, he didn't have half a desire to challenge him at all. He didn't know why this Zhao Xian had come up with this bad idea. Even when the two of them surrounded him, they didn't have the slightest chance.
Where did he know?
Zhao Xian also didn't know that Li Luo's strength had skyrocketed, and it was also only today that he suddenly received a call from his uncle Qiu Rui to stay here as fish bait.
The purpose was to attract Li Luo's attention and let the assassin assassinate Li Luo. It just happened to have an unlucky Yi Xian. Li Luo pursued Yi Xian. "Why did you come to Magic City to challenge?"
Yi Xian looked flustered. "It's because Xia Qingyue told me that if I can defeat Mordor Heaven's Pride, I'll be given a chance to pursue her."
"Oh, it's her?"
Li Luo's gaze flashed with a hint of surprise. "This scourge people again." His eyes moved slightly, teasingly.
"Since you've come to challenge, you still need to look like you're challenging. What kind of man is it to run away without a fight?"
He stared at the long silver-white blade in Yi Xian's hand and,
"Come on, I accept your challenge. Make it quick, I'm in a hurry."
Yi Xian was shocked in his heart. Seeing Li Luo's old gaze, he looked a little flustered. But he was, after all, a celestial pride of the Kyoto Yi family. He didn't want to be that much of a wimp at this moment. "Okay, let's fight." He violently swung his cold moon blade, rising up and preparing to launch an attack on Li Luo.
Bang! Li Luo aimed a shot at Yi Xian's cold moonblade. Boom!
Yi Xian's cold moon blade suffered a huge impact and directly smashed backwards onto him, which caused his body to fly backwards as a result. He was seriously injured instantly, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Strangely, the cold moon blade was not only covered in a layer of frost, but also burning a red flame at the same time. What's even more outrageous is that the epic artifact spirit had even burned a small portion of it. Li Luo said carelessly, "You're defeated and weak." Finished speaking. He waved to Ruyan Lu, who was not far away. Let's go to the education bureau now." After the two left in style. Grass. How is he so strong? Yi Xian said remorsefully as he lay on the ground. Yi Yuan immediately went forward to support Yi Xian. "Brother, this person is too perverted, let's still hurry to the hospital." Yi Xian's face was in pain. Aha! Not far around, those bold students saw the scene and shouted with excitement that, "Look at that! Look at that! It's still Leroy, one shot and he's down. That's it, unbeatable. Little brats from Kyoto, go back to your Kyoto. Don't come out to disgrace yourselves." The live broadcasting room on the network was even more violently swiping the screen at this moment, and they were all applauding Li Luo's behavior. "I told you, Li Luo will definitely be able to defeat this Yi Xian. How arrogant Yi Xian was before, now he's in deep. I'll give Leroy a Ferrari and take him for a one-stop service. From now on, Leroy is my idol. I heard he's still single, is it true? Don't be fooled, Xiao Qingyue of the Xia family is chasing him backwards. Are you better than her? I'm not rich or powerful, but I'm a flirt. You're great at this. Also, Li Luo had just killed the masked man and Zhao Xian, and the whole thing was also live-streamed. Countless people were calling out perverts. That stance, that shot, that power. Simply heavenly, god down to earth. I have wood. Xia family. Xia Dan sent a message to Xiao Qingyue on her way back, saying that Li Luo should be going to kill Qiu Rui at this moment. This made Xiao Qingyue immediately sit up and take notice. She was worried that Li Luo would suffer. After all, those people were backed by forces. Xiao Qingyue muttered worriedly, and is he telling the truth, or is he preparing to go kill someone? But the education bureau chief, that's not an ordinary person. Thinking it over again and again. No, I have to go help him with something this important. After Xiao Qingyue muttered, she hurriedly slammed the door. Xia Yuntian, who had just slipped back, saw Xiao Qingyue hurriedly run out. Immediately admonished that, "Qingyue, you don't give me any trouble, I can't take it anymore." "I know, Dad, you talk too much," Xiao Qingyue said perfunctorily. This father is really unconscionable, can't not say two sentences every day. Xiao Qingyue went out and went straight to the education bureau. She guessed that Li Luo should be there to kill Qiu Rui. When the time comes, the little royal sword technique can't help. "Whoever dares to touch Li Luo, then I won't show any mercy," Xiao Qingyue muttered as she trotted. Magic City School District, located in Magic City West. At this moment, Qiu Rui, who had observed the escalation of the incident through the live broadcast, was sitting in his office in an old-fashioned manner. He didn't hide, nor did he flee. His status and his always high face did not allow him to flee. But he didn't sit back and wait. He had made some preparations. At the moment, the dam outside the school board. There were already many law enforcers from the western district of the Magic City standing, all with serious faces, waiting. They had received notification that a terrorist attack was imminent here. They are required to keep a tight security, and the King of Heaven will not be able to come. Qiu Rui stood in front of the window, revealing an old fox-like gaze that, "So many people are here. I don't believe this Li Luo can do anything to me." Chapter 86, What Rules? I am the rule, he said to himself. If it's sending me to jail with my people inside, I'll be out in no time. Ha ha ha. He laughed with sophistication. Although he saw Li Luo shoot Zhao Xian, he didn't believe that Li Luo dared to shoot him directly. After all, he is the director of the Education Bureau of Magic City. His status is extraordinary. Even Tang Xinghe, the director of the City Law Enforcement Bureau of Magic City, couldn't do anything to him. At most, he can only deal with him according to the law. The law, on the other hand, was nothing more than a house game to him. It was just rules used to restrict ordinary people, not him on high. The bottom line is this. The enforcers standing here were all people under the power behind him. He didn't believe that an orphan could easily bring him down. He looked out the window and muttered, "I didn't expect that this assassination would actually fail, and instead I lost Zhao Xian. I had underestimated your guts and strength. It's a pity that my foreign nephew, Zhao Xian, didn't even play a role." With a hint of sadness in his eyes as he thought of this, he, "Humph. Next time, it won't be so lucky." Soon, the two of them, Li Luo and Lu Ruyan, arrived in front of the Education Bureau, on the flat ground the size of a soccer field. Outside, the street was full of traffic, people coming and going. In front of the Education Bureau building, a large number of law enforcers stood at attention. It's actually shaking people. Although Li Luo was a bit surprised, it was expected. After all, Qiu Rui was a person of status. It was normal to be able to call some people Seeing this group of strange law enforcers in front of me, sealing this education bureau building tightly, Li Luo stood still and pondered. Immediately after, he took out his cell phone to look for Chiu Rui's picture. Lu Ruyan stood on his side then and asked curiously, Li Luo? What are you doing? Leroy raised an eyebrow and, I'll take a closer look at Chiu Rui's appearance first and seconds after he shows his head later. After memorizing Chiu Rui's appearance, Li Luo's gaze began to search for Chiu Rui's figure among the enforcers who stopped him, but unfortunately, he didn't find it. With a twitch of his gaze, he stepped forward with his Barrett in hand and, tell Curie to get his ass out here, here comes the man who collected him. Hearing Li Luo's words, among the enforcers, a youth with a stalwart face walked out and carefully sized up Li Luo. With that, he inquired, hello, my name is Su Jiang, captain of the 98th Law Enforcement Team of the West District of Magic City. You should be Li Luo, right? Li Luo stared indifferently at Su Jiang. That's right, I'm Li Luo. Chiu Rui should know that I'm coming for him. Hurry up and tell him to get the hell out or I'll break in. He gently shook the Barrett in his hand. Didn't give the group a second thought. Su Jiang pressed the walkie-talkie in his hand. Bureau Chiu, Li Luo is here, you can speak now. His words fell. A middle-aged man's voice came out of the walkie-talkie in his hand and, Li Luo, this is Chiu Rui. I know you want to trouble me and I know why. How about this? I'll give you $10 billion and 3 more legendary great enchantment scrolls, and this matter will be settled. Otherwise you won't get anything, and you won't see me. This group of enforcers will certainly not let you in. Their superiors gave them a death order. If you dare to break in, these 300 people will fight you to the death. Li Luo, how about it? Think about it? At this time, Ruyan Lu slowly walked over to Li Luo and said to the group of enforcers, all of you get out of the way, I'm Major General Lu Ruyan of the military, you should not interfere in this matter. Su Jiang shook his head. I'm sorry, the order I received was to defend this place to the death. Even if the god of heaven comes, I can't let it. Lu Ruyan frowned slightly and questioned. What? The identity of a military major general doesn't work either? Su Jiang shook his head. I'm sorry, I only recognize orders from my immediate superiors. You? Lu Ruyan was speechless, not expecting this group of enforcers to be so stubborn. Actually, even her Lu Ruyan's major general status did not work. To be reasonable, she was very unhappy right now. Wasn't this typical of a strong dragon not suppressing a snake? She's losing face. At this point, a clear female voice suddenly came from the distance and, then go hard. Hearing this surprising voice, the crowd couldn't help but turn their heads to look, and it was actually a girl with an online face value and wearing a student uniform. Xia Qingyue? Li Luo looked at her with a few surprises. Who told you to come? Xia Qingyue raised her eyebrows and said, no one called me, I came on my own. You shouldn't have come. But I wanted to come. But how did you know I was going to come here? Xia Qingyue blinked and, Sister Xiaodan told me that you might come, so I came, and it doesn't seem like it's too late. She held the bright moon sword and said seriously, Li Luo, as long as you say one word, if you say you want to break in, then I will break in with you. Hearing this, Su Jiang's face sank. Trespassing? We have 15 teams of enforcers here, totaling about 300 people, so you should think carefully. His words fell. All of the enforcers held their artifacts with a look as if they were enemies. Li Luo glanced sideways, at Lu Ruyan, and then at Xia Qingyue. Finally, his gaze fell and swept over Su Jiang and the other law enforcers. Shaking his head, he said, there's nothing to break into. You tell Chiu Rui to pay me $10 billion, and give me the 3 legendary great attunements. I'm leaving. You guys convey it. Su Jiang was surprised, not expecting Li Luo to accept Chiu Bureau's offer of a private settlement. To be honest, he had a few moments of happiness in his heart. Because then there would be no need for conflict. He could know that this Li Luo's fighting strength was amazing. If he went crazy, 300 of them wouldn't necessarily be able to stop him. Su Jiang immediately used the intercom to relay Li Luo's meaning. Soon, Chiu Rui's voice came from the walkie-talkie in Su Jiang's hand. That's right, there's nothing money can't solve. If there is, it's not enough money. Li Luo, you are very on the road. I am very optimistic about you. Don't worry, we checked your account a long time ago. I'll transfer it to you now. As for the legendary great enchanting scroll, it's at Su Jiang's place. Su Jiang, you give it to him. The words fell. Su Jiang took out 3 legendary great enchantment scrolls from the enforcer behind him and handed them to Li Luo. Here, take it. Li Luo received the 3 enchantment scrolls, smiled faintly, and then put them into his pocket, which was actually placed in the system space. At the same time, he also received a text message on his cell phone to transfer $10 billion. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. It was really unexpected that coming to kill someone could actually earn 10 billion plus 3 legendary great enchantment scrolls. Su Jiang said, Li Luo, the money has been transferred and the enchanting scroll has been given. Li Luo, you can go now. Li Luo looked at Su Jiang and the others as if nothing had happened. Go? Go what? Not.
Didn't you just say you'd leave after collecting the money and 3 legendary enchantment scrolls? Su Jiang froze. Could it be that his words didn't count? Leroy raised an eyebrow. Just saying it for fun, you guys actually took it seriously. He could already tell that this group of enforcers should be Chiu Rui's lapdogs. He looked at Su Jiang playfully and, I heard that you guys will fight me to the death. I wonder if it's true. Su Jiang decisively took out his own purple gold great artifact spirit cold star gun and held it across his chest. In a cold voice, he said, Li Luo, looks like you still want to break in? The surrounding atmosphere instantly became dead silent, everyone held their breath, not daring to breathe. Bang! The Barrett in Li Luo's hand shot directly at Su Jiang. Boom! Poof! Su Jiang was blasted out several meters by a shot and flew backwards, smashing heavily on the ground. Cough! Cough! He was spitting blood out of his mouth in large gulps and, Li Luo, you don't talk about rules. Li Luo smiled evilly and, rules? What rules? I am the rule. Xia Qingyue. Chapter 87 Shocking Appearance, Mysterious Heavenly Ranking Expert? Li Luo's domineering gaze coldly swept over the crowd and, whoever dares to stop dies. Bang! A low, domineering voice sounded again as a black, streaming bullet landed on Su Jiang's head. Boom! Su Jiang's head was instantly shattered by a shot, blood and broken flesh scattered all over the place. This crushing blow caused the crowd to tremble. This battle power was too invincible. They looked at each other, not knowing what to do. They were, after all, part-timers, not guilty of playing with their lives. And this Li Luo wasn't a delirious monster and didn't say he was going to go on a killing spree. As long as they didn't stop, they shouldn't die. They were now struggling internally whether to go up or not. Actually, they know in their hearts that an officer's order has the highest priority, higher than that of a bailiff. They should listen to Lu Ruyan rather than their superiors. Su Jiang doesn't recognize that is Su Jiang's problem. He didn't even give feedback to his immediate superiors about the situation and said he was going to die, then that's problematic. They don't want to be cannon fodder. While this is going on, Ruyan Lu said in a loud voice that, all listen, Xiu Rui intentionally making things difficult and stifling Heaven's pride is a felony, and the evidence is overwhelming. You shouldn't be helping the tiger, all of you get out of my way. In the Education Bureau building, an angry voice rang out, the nonsense. The evidence hasn't been checked, how can it be conclusive? Then, a middle-aged shadow that was not angry walked out, glaring angrily at Ruyan Lu. Li Luo first felt joy in his heart, then frowned. He originally thought that this person would be Chiu Rui, so he would just snipe him directly. But the other party was completely different from the Chiu Rui in the photo he had just seen. Only to see the man righteously say, I'm the director of the Magic City Western District Law Enforcement Bureau, Xiu Yi. Now I suspect that Ruyan Lu is a fake. Everyone listen, take them down for me. The director personally ordered. This made those law enforcers who had just hesitated no longer hesitate. Go! They rushed forward with their artifact weapons. Bang! The sound of the domineering Barrett rang out again, and Xiu Yi, the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau who had just walked out, was instantly shot in the head. The body flew directly backwards, like a kite with broken strings. Boom! His body slammed heavily on the ground, which was streaked with blood. Although he had a legendary great artifact spirit to strengthen his body. But Leroy's Barrett's power was not something that could be compared to an ordinary artifact spirit. To know, this Barrett's bullets could easily penetrate the body of a 100-level legendary monster. And the strength of this Qiu Ye's body wasn't even as hard as a 100-level monster's body. So being instantly killed was no surprise. After killing Qiu Yi, Li Luo immediately said to Lu Ruyan and Xia Qingyue, these people are in chaos, you guys withdraw, leave this place to me. Ruyan Lu worriedly said, Li Luo, can you do it? Actually, I can also. Xia Qingyue interrupted Lu Ruyan, Li Luo, let me join you? Li Luo said seriously. Listen to me, hurry up and withdraw, don't hold me back. Finished speaking. He took the Barrett and started an indiscriminate attack on the enforcers who rushed forward. Bang, 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 bang. Barrett's bullets, an endless stream of them, these enforcers basically shot one at a time. It was like playing Resident Evil. Li Luo because of the many legendary great enchantments that were added. These enforcers were almost unable to attack Li Luo no matter if they were attacking from a distance or in melee. Even if they occasionally touched it, it didn't hurt. This shocked the hearts of the crowd of enforcers. And at this moment, the streets not far away had already been congested, and countless pedestrians stopped nearby to eat melon. And there is even no lack of people taking cell phones to record videos and take pictures. To the circle of friends and the network to spread. Once the news was released, it instantly triggered the whole Magic City. Countless people are paying attention to this Li Luo, who comes from a humble background, against Qiu Rui, who is a powerful and noble force. What will be the result? Just 10 seconds or so. As many as 30 to 50 of these enforcers were killed or injured.
This caused those hot-headed enforcers to completely calm down, not daring to come up again.
This is simply sending death, can't fight a little ah. It is at this time. When Li Luo's gaze inadvertently swept over the Education Bureau building, he actually saw Chiu Rui actually showing his head in front of the window to observe the situation. With his super perverted eyesight, he instantly recognized the other party. That must be Chiu Rui without a doubt. His eyes lit up at once, and in his heart he rejoiced that, he still dares to come to the window? He immediately adjusted the direction of the Barrett and fired several shots past where Chiu Rui showed his head. Bang, 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 bang. In a flash. Chiu Rui, who was in front of the window on the Education Bureau building 100 meters away, had his head immediately blown to pieces by a bullet. At the same time, the walls of that house were all blasted out with several large holes. As a result, Chiu Rui's body was also blown out of several large holes, and he could not die anymore. He died not understanding why he was 100 meters apart. He just showed his head for a moment, but he would die. After killing Chiu Rui, Li Luo finally stopped moving. He swept his gaze indifferently over the many law enforcers and, Chiu Rui is dead, if you guys want to arrest me just come. He took the Barrett and said in a domineering manner to the crowd of law enforcers who had already been killed. However, at this moment, the surrounding atmosphere fell into a dead silence. None of the law enforcers dared to make the slightest move, let alone come up to arrest Li Luo. Li Luo let out a cold snort and, in that case, I'll leave. He turned around in a domineering manner and left in large strides, waving his sleeves once without taking away a single cloud. At this time, a cold snort suddenly came from not far behind him and, Go? Go where? Li Luo turned around to look at the sound, and surprisingly, there were two overhead artifact spirit cultivators. That's right, overriding artifact spirit cultivators. A man and a woman. The woman had her feet on a flying sword and the man had his feet on a duster. When Li Luo saw these two cultivators with extraordinary auras, he was a little surprised in his heart. The two of them could actually be airborne. This meant that they should have a very powerful flying or stepping in the air type of enchantment. Li Luo asked in a cold voice, what kind of people? Gui Zimo of the heavenly ranking, artifact spirit Lingyun sword. Heaven ranking He Yanxiang, artifact spirit whisk. The heavenly ranking? Li Luo was slightly stunned. Regarding the heavenly ranking, he had some understanding. That was the Grand Xia's famous master list, and those who could ascend to this master list were none other than dragons and phoenixes among men. Only among these people. Some are good-natured, some are bad-natured, and some are not good-natured enough to move depending on the interests. Aside. Lu Rian's face changed slightly. The fighting power of a heaven-ranking expert was really something. Especially heaven-ranking experts who could fly. They could almost be able to squeeze into the top 10 of the heavenly ranking. At this moment, she couldn't help but look at Li Luo with a hint of worry. But it was only a hint. Li Luo looked at the two living targets in the air and said, unimpressed, that. What? You guys want to stop me? The Barrett in his hand unconsciously lifted, aiming its pitch-black muzzle at the two men. What's wrong with being able to fly? It's just a living target. With one shot from him, these two would probably suffer old age. Gui Zimo gave a glance and crisply said, taking people's money and eliminating people's disasters, I received Chiu Rui's money, so I naturally have to do things for him. He Yanxiang also said in a cold voice. That's right, the two of us were hired by him as bodyguards, and as a result, you just took advantage of our inattention to actually kill him, so we'll definitely have to find trouble with you. Find me trouble? Leroy raised the corners of his mouth and, how did this Chiu Rui hire the two of you as bodyguards? Do you really think that just because you can fly, you can be reckless? He Yanxiang said in a cold voice. I know you're strong, but I may not be without the power to fight. Bang! A bullet interspersed with black, red, and white streams of light flew out at great speed, rapidly enlarging in He Yanxiang's pupils. Chapter 88, Sister, you're still young, I won't talk to you. He Yanxiang's face changed, his heart appalled. Damn it, this even says fight? He knew that Li Luo was a bit scary strong, especially after seeing the powerful damage of Li Luo's Barrett. He knew that he was probably no match. But after all, after taking someone's money you can't show nothing. So he was going to put in a tough word and then find a chance to slip away. As a result, the damn bullet came. At this time, he could only reflexively twist his head to the side. Put. Despite the fact that he had twisted his head at breakneck speed, his left ear was still scraped by the bullet and was directly blown away. At the same time, his body was covered in a layer of frost, and his body was shaken back several meters away, and he fell down towards the ground uncontrollably. He was horrified in his heart. What's with the fertilizer? You dodged a bullet, didn't you? How could it freeze when it only grazed? What kind of weird attack effect is this? Just when his mind was full of doubts. Bang! Another gunshot suddenly rang out, and a bullet flew towards him again. Seeing the bullet flying towards him, he immediately showed despair. The bullet was aimed at his head that could not move. Plop! His entire head was blown to bits by the bullet.
He Yenxiang, the heavenly ranking expert, was dead. And at this time, Chen Zimo had already fled with his sword when he saw the situation was wrong. The employer is gone, and this Li Luo is so difficult to deal with. This matter is still in charge of a fool law. Of course, I chose not to care. She was already flying with her sword high in the misty sky. In her heart, she said. Fortunately, this He Yenxiang attracted the fire, otherwise the one in bad luck would be her. However, when Li Luo saw the escaping Chen Zimo, the corner of his mouth lifted, then he slightly raised his hand, aiming at the Chen Zimo who kept changing his shape. Bang! A dominating gunshot followed. Ah! Her scream came from the air. Immediately after that, her body fell from a high altitude, her body still covered with a layer of cold ice while flames burned on her body. She couldn't understand. Why was it obvious that she was already flying hundreds of meters in the air with her sword and was obscured by the mist? But still could not escape Li Luo's bullets. Why was his marksmanship so good? Is he open? Bang! Li Luo did not forget to add a shot to Chen Zimo who fell into the air. The heavenly ranking? That's it? He whirled around in a domineering manner and turned around, striding away. The numerous law enforcers watched Li Luo leave without daring to go forward to stop him in the slightest. After all, those corpses on the ground were the consequences of blocking. It was just that what everyone didn't expect was that Li Luo would kill the heaven-ranking experts Chen Zimo and He Yenxiang with ease. This news was no less than a nuclear bomb dropped into a calm lake. And then the huge commotion created by the explosion. Of course. The news that Li Luo had killed Xiu Yi, the director of the Western District Law Enforcement Bureau, and Xiu Rui, the director of the Education Bureau, as well as numerous law enforcers. It likewise caused a huge public outcry on the internet. Shocked. Cold family out of the noble son reversal, even just to eradicate the black forces. Who says a noble son can't come from a humble family? Who says the lower class can't rise? As long as the awakened spirit is strong enough, you can change your destiny. Li Luo is a typical example of a noble son from a humble family. Seeing Li Luo return, both Lu Ruyan and Xia Qingyue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Only at this moment, Xia Qingyue's eyes were not very friendly when she looked at Lu Ruyan. Before Li Luo walked to the team, Xia Qingyue's gaze turned and hesitantly asked, "Hey, are you the one? Who asked you to make a move that is $1 billion, Lu Ruyan?" Lu Ruyan turned her head to look at the resourceful Xia Qingyue. "That's right, I am Lu Ruyan." Xia Qingyue's eyes surveyed Lu Ruyan's arrogant figure afterward. Spinning around, she warned that, "I don't care if you're Lu Ruyan, or Lu Ruohuo, anyway, this Li Luo is my Xia Qingyue's sweetheart, don't you dare hit him." Ha! Ruyan Lu couldn't help but laugh when she heard this and, "Don't worry about it, Lu Ruyan, no matter how bad I am, I won't steal a man from other women, okay?" She looked at Xia Qingyue with a smile, not a laugh. "My sister sees that you are still young, so I won't be general with you." Xia Qingyue puffed out her chest and defiantly said, "Small? Where is it small? What are you talking nonsense about? I'm young, where else?" Ruyan Lu shrugged her shoulders slightly and laughed lightly. Xia Qingyue asked, deflating her mouth, "And then why aren't you leaving yet?" Lu Ruyan laughed breezily, "I'll leave after saying hello to Li Luo, so don't be in a hurry." Xia Qingyue stares at Lu Ruyan in disbelief and does not speak again. After Li Luo returned to the team, "Both of you, it's okay, go back to your homes and find your moms," Lu Ruyan said meaningfully. "Li Luo, the thing I told you before, you must remember it, I will contact you when the time comes." "Okay." Li Luo's gaze twitched and he nodded in agreement. He knew what matter Ruyan Lu was referring to. It was the secret military mission, Level 3 Misty Fortress, that Ruyan Lu had spoken to him about in the carriage. It was just that now was not the time to depart. But the mission launches just in the last few days. Lu Ruyan swept her gaze over Xia Qingyue and then slowly swept over Li Luo. "Don't say it, it's quite a match." After saying that, she then gladly turned around and left, quickly disappearing into the sea of people. It was at this time. Forget how it started, maybe it was just for you, there was a feeling. Xia Qingyue's cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. She took out her cell phone and looked at it, followed by a slight frown on her beautiful eyebrows. It's Dad again, this old den, must be meddling in my business again. She picked up the phone, displeased. "What is it, Dad?" Xia Yuntian's anxious voice came out from his cell phone. "What else?" "Qingyue, did you go to the Education Bureau? I saw the news, you went to mess things up too?" Xia Qingyue as if nothing happened. "So what, I didn't do anything, I'm just making a scene, and I didn't do anything." Xia Yuntian's depressed voice came out. "That doesn't work either, not if you show up there, you hurry and come back to me, the matriarch sent word that you will be confined, and also, the matriarch told you to bring Li Luo back with you." "Ah? Bring Li Luo back? Why?" Xia Yuntian explained. "The patriarch said that he would give Li Luo the recent precautions, otherwise I'm afraid that he would encounter some unknown dangers." Xia Qingyue glanced at Li Luo in surprise and, "In that case, then I'll give it a try." Hanging up the phone,
Xia Qingyue looked at Li Luo in a quirky manner. Hey, our patriarch said he wants to see you. Do you want to make a trip? Li Luo's eyes were thoughtful. Your patriarch wants to see me? Why? My father said that our patriarch would give you a heads up on the recent do's and don'ts so that you don't run into unknown dangers. Is that so? Li Luo hesitated. It seemed like it was possible to go or not. Seeing that Li Luo was a bit hesitant, Xia Qingyue thought for a moment and said, by the way, there is a huge fish pond constructed outside our house. You guys can chat while fishing. Li Luo's gaze brightened slightly. A fish pond? This seems like a good opportunity to improve the fit of a fishing rod. Seeing that Li Luo was still thinking, Xia Qingyue continued. If you go, I can also tell you a monster's secret realm information. What monster's secret realm? The legendary Phantom Secret Realm. Phantom ESP of Western Fantasy. Chapter 89. My cat, she can do backflips. Phantom Demon Secret Realm? Whether it was the fish pond or the Phantom Mystery Realm information, it actually made Leroy a little heartbroken. Fishing could accelerate the level of artifact fit. The Phantom Mystery, in turn, allows you to kill quite a few monsters, thus increasing your lifespan. Xia Qingyue smiled and continued. You know what? My cat can also backflip. Ha! Cats do backflips? He looked meaningfully at Xia Qingyue, whose eyes showed anticipation, seemingly thinking. It couldn't be, it's that lousy stunt, right? After thinking for a moment, he said. I'm more interested in the fish in your fish pond than in the fish in your house. Okay, go. Xia Qingyue's face was elated, and joy flashed within her eyes. As for her dad Xia Yuntian's comment just now that Patriarch Xia Shan was going to confine her, she had long since put it behind her. The two of them quickly walked towards the Xia family. While walking, Li Luo said, thank you for giving me the evidence for my investigation. I originally thought it would be Zhou Pai who called the detective to help me find the evidence, but it turned out that you beat me to it. Xia Qingyue covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Him? I'm afraid he's being mushy with Clove right now. Clove? Leroy muttered suspiciously. Yes, Clove, the person I introduced him to. The progress seems to be pretty good. Xia Qingyue said smugly. Then this kid is probably ruined. Li Luo's gaze turned slightly. He was clear as day. People in love have their eyes on everything but each other, and all other relationships take a back seat, and a back seat again. He guessed that Zhou Pai hadn't even paid attention to the fact that he had asked him to hire a detective to look into Chendong. But fortunately, this matter was done for him by Xia Qingyue. What's wrong with people chuppy falling in love? Xia Qingyue said. By the way, Li Luo, today's shady news on the internet about Zhou Rui, it's all made up by me looking for water armies, how's that? Li Luo affirmed, good job. Then, he took out 3 legendary ranked enchantments, spread them out in his hands, and, since you've done me such a big favor, you can choose one of the legendary grade scrolls I just tricked from Zhou Rui. Xia Qingyue was filled with surprise. Legendary grade enchantment scroll? You want to give it to me? She was well aware that legendary grade enchantment scrolls weren't actually good to get. It was hard to buy on the market, and even auctions were rare. But since her close contact with Li Luo, she felt that it was simply not too easy for Li Luo to get a legendary grade enchantment scroll. It was just like opening an enchantment scroll wholesale factory. Take a few out 1 minute, a few out the next. The key to all these enchantment scrolls is pretty good. Let's say it's honorarium. Leroy pondered. Then I'm not polite. Xia Qingyue said with a smile as she picked out a stance enchantment after checking out the 3 legendary grade enchantment scrolls. She immediately used off the enchantment scroll on herself and, now I'm invincible. She was so happy that I now have the recovery class legendary class attachment, Born to Last, the attack class legendary class attachment, Small Imperial Sword Art, and the stance class legendary class attachment, Body as Light as a Swallow. It's insurmountable, and it'll be even more perfect if I have another defense class attachment. Li Luo looked at the other 2 legendary grade enchantment scrolls. Defense class legendary grade enchantment, Infinite Golden Body. Attack class legendary grade enchantment, 1000 Strikes. I didn't realize that the enchantment scrolls this Zhou Rui gave him were all really good. Unfortunately, he had made a mistake in his calculations. Li Luo thought for a moment and handed that Infinite Golden Body to Xia Qingyue, then sell this to you, to make up for the shortcomings. Xia Qingyue's eyes lit up and she wondered. But don't you use it yourself? I already have. So you're not saving it for your brother Choppy? Leroy shook his head slightly and, he didn't help me with this matter, it would be nice to give him the rest. Seriously. He didn't even want to enchant scrolls for Choppy this time. Xia Qingyue happily took the enchantment scroll and, good, then I'll transfer the money to you later. She got the Infinite Golden Body and immediately used it up for herself. In a flash, she saw that her body's skin was actually faintly glowing with golden light, and clearly felt that her body's strength had increased by a large margin. Now she felt like she was the hexagonal warrior. There was attack, stance, recovery, and defense. There are no obvious shortcomings.
Then, she quickly took out her cell phone to transfer 300 million to Li Luo, who saw the text message that the transfer was successful, and his expression rippled. Money, in fact, he no longer cared. As of now, he has upwards of $13 billion on his books, which he can't spend, not at all. The reason why he gave Xia Qingyue these two enchantments was because Xia Qingyue helped him a lot, and secondly because he couldn't use them. He already had Treading Snow Without Trace and Vidra Unbreakable. Enchantments with similar effects only worked on the strongest one, and the effects didn't stack indefinitely. Legendary enchantments, however, all have similar effects. Li Luo, how many levels are you now? Xia Qingyue asked curiously. Level 60, almost 61. The flying mantis that Li Luo killed in the end made him break the level 60 mark. Xia Qingyue immediately covered her mouth and exclaimed in shock. What level 60? What kind of perverted upgrade speed are you doing? Li Luo shrugged his shoulders. You should know my strength. That's true, you're just perverted instincts. It's also good, when the time comes to go to the charmed demon mystic realm, you'll also be more secure. After the two left, there was a mess outside the Education Bureau, and Tang Xinghe, the director of the Magic City Law Enforcement Bureau, who had rushed here afterward, had a grave expression on his face. He looked at the corpses of law enforcers all over the ground with a worried frown. What's gotten into this? After some understanding, he froze in place, because he also did not know how to solve this matter. According to the logic, he should first send people to control the murderer Li Luo. But based on what was just learned, he didn't think they had the ability to be able to control Leroy. Leroy's perverted Barrett's artifact spirit was clearly not something that could be handled by a large number of people. The key to this matter also involved the military Major General Lu Ruyan. He is well aware of the situation of Lu Ruyan. Almost everyone is a guest, cannot be easily messed with to offend. In the end, he had to report the matter. And the message he got back from above was to pacify Leroy and then wait and see what happens. So he can only send people to blockade and clean up the scene first. Tang Xinghe shook his head inside. Xiao Yi, you are truly confused. It's also true, you and Xiao Rui are from the same family, it's normal to become one and the same. It's just that I hope the Xiao family won't do anything stupid again. Soon, Li Luo appeared in the small area of the villa where Xia Qingyue lived. The environment was beautiful, with birdsong and flowers. Li Luo was slightly surprised. Your family lives in a villa? That is. Xia Qingyue raised the corners of her mouth triumphantly. She pointed at the piece of villa in front of her and explained. Our Xia family is a large family. This cluster of villas in front of us are all owned by our Xia family. Inside there is a martial arts practicing ground, a fish pond, and all sorts of recreational facilities. She stared at Li Luo flirtatiously. How about it, do you want a soft meal? No. Leroy shook his head, then asked, curiously. By the way, where is the Phantom Demon's secret realm you mentioned? Xia Qingyue blinked and. Why are you so concerned about this Phantom secret realm? Honestly, do you want to see a chimera? Xia Qingyue carefully observed Li Luo's expression, as if she wanted to see something. But she didn't see anything. Leroy raised an eyebrow. As long as it's a monster, I'm interested. Don't be in a hurry, I'll tell you about the Phantom mystery. Xia Qingyue smiled oddly and. By the way, Li Luo, do you want to see the cat in my house that can only do backflips? Chapter 90, the cat you're talking about, it couldn't be you, could it? Li Luo's gaze twitched as he stared at Xia Qingyue thoughtfully. Was there really a cat in her house that could backflip? Qingyue? You're back? A serious voice sounded not far away. Li Luo turned his head to look, and the person who spoke was Xia Yuntian, who he had met once. That is, Xia Qingyue her father. Only to see him staring at Xia Qingyue with a serious face, his face deepened. Qingyue, are you messing things up for me again? What about pitting your father? Xia Qingyue's eyes flickered as she pulled Li Luo's sleeve, then ducked behind Li Luo and. Dad, what pitfall? There is no such thing. Don't think I don't know. Xia Yuntian's hateful gaze moved away from Xia Qingyue's face and then looked at Li Luo. He was instantly filled with smiles, flipping his face faster than a book. He grinned and said. Li Luo, come quickly, we've prepared a sumptuous table of wine and food, let's eat together. Seeing this scene, Xia Qingyue froze. No, who in the world is his real one? She suspected that she was picked up from the trash can. Li Luo's eyes moved slightly, and he was surprised that. Eating? Yes, come all the way here, just in time for dinner. Coincidentally this is not? Xia Yuntian said while pulling Li Luo towards the banquet hall. Behind Li Luo, Xia Qingyue, on the other hand, deflated her mouth and followed with a displeased face. In her heart, she secretly muttered that. This unconscious father, he didn't call me, I'll go even if you don't call me. She knew that the Xia family's banquet hall, ordinary guests could not enjoy this treatment. Unless they were very important people, they would be invited to the banquet hall. She could see that. Li Luo had been listed as a very important guest by the Xia family. Under the authorization of Patriarch Xia Shan.
Li Luo sat firmly on the VIP seat, side by side with Xia Shan. Xia Shan stared at Li Luo with a smile on his face. Li Luo, it's true that you are a talented person. Li Luo humbly said, I'm flattered. Xia Shan waved his hand, I'm not exaggerating at all, what do you all say? He gazed at the crowd at the banquet table. When his gaze swept over to Xia Qingyue, black lines immediately sprang up on his forehead. In a serious tone, he said, Qingyue, your level has exceeded 30, next until the college entrance exam, you give me half a month of confinement.
Ah?
Half a month of confinement? When Xia Qingyue heard this, her mood was not beautiful. Half a month? Isn't that going to kill her? She still wanted to go to the Phantom's secret realm to see if there were any treasures. That wouldn't do, something had to be done. She looked to her dad, Xia Yuntian, for help, but Xia Yuntian turned his head and ignored it. In her heart, she secretly said, Good the key moment to fall off the chain. What's the point of having a father like that? How can we not screw him over? It seems that in the future, I have to pit him more when I have the chance. There's no help for it. She looked at Li Luo in the VIP seat again, the help in her eyes very obvious. It seemed as if not helping her would be a great offense. Li Luo swept over Xia Qingyue's pleading gaze, his eyes moving slightly. Then he said to Xia Shan, Uncle Xia, I don't think this time it's all Xia Qingyue's problem, she also did it because of me, do you think there's any room for discussion on this matter? Xia Shan unexpectedly looked at Li Luo. He did not expect Li Luo to open his mouth to plead for Xia Qingyue. He gently nodded his head and, Li Luo, since you've spoken for Qingyu, then of course it's negotiable, then Qingyu's confinement will change from half a month to a week. Li Luo's gaze brightened slightly, then looked at Xia Qingyue. However, he saw Xia Qingyue still shaking her head violently. Muff signaled Phantom Mysteries. This caused Leroy to stare. Right. If Xia Qingyue was put in confinement for a week, wouldn't his plan to break into the Phantom Demon Mystic Realm be in vain? If he didn't bring this guy along, would she tell him the information about the Phantom Demon's secret realm? Obviously not, this guy is resourceful. So Leroy spoke again. Uncle Xia, I think that time is very important as we are approaching the college entrance exams. If we use this time to fully upgrade and hone our combat skills, it might be more helpful to Xia Qingyue's college entrance exams, don't you think so? Ha! Xia Shan looked at Li Luo with a stunned expression, then he looked at Xia Qingyue. After thinking for a moment, he then waved his hand and, also, Li Luo is right, Qingyu, then you'll be punished for having to level up to level 40 before the college entrance exams, otherwise you'll still be punished after the entrance exams. Don't worry matriarch, it's a small penalty. Xia Qingyue said with a smile on her brow. The district was only level 10, she was completely confident. If she didn't have the many legendary ranked enchantments to add to it, she wouldn't have much confidence either. But now, this is not a matter of hand-holding? The crowd was eating and chilling. After eating, Li Luo followed Xia Shan and appeared in front of the fish pond built in the center of the Xia family's villa area. The fish pond was quite large, there were 8 acres without 10 acres. Together with Li Luo and Xia Shan, there were of course other important figures of the Xia family accompanying them. Xia Shan smiled at Li Luo and, Leroy, I heard you have a fishing rod in addition to the Barrett? Yes. Leroy nodded. Then why don't we dump a couple rods here? I also like fishing, so let's chat while fishing. Xia Shan inquired. Okay. Li Luo nodded in agreement. After saying that, Li Luo immediately appeared in his hand with a light surging Roadrunner fishing rod, and then threw it directly into the fish pond. Seeing this, Xia Shan also took out his equipment and started fishing. Li Luo, I heard that you are an orphan? Xia Shan inquired while fishing. Yes. So where are you thinking about going in the future? No surprises there, high school, college, military. Leroy pondered slightly. Guarding the city was the main task of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Conquering the monsters in the mists is the main task of the army. And if he wanted to obtain a powerful top-tier enchantment, he had to kill a large number of monsters to build up his lifespan, so the army was definitely the most suitable place for him to go. Beside him, Xia Shan was pondering. I've heard that you've been in contact with people from the military? At the risk of asking, what is your relationship with that Lu Ruyan? Her? Barely a comrade in arms. Li Luo said. So? Natsuyama continued to ask, curiously, as he pondered. Li Luo, I would like to invite you to become a guest secretary of the Xia family, would you be willing? Guest secretary of the Xia family? Leroy muttered softly. He knew that guest ministers had a high status in the big clans and could get a considerable amount of resources. But the disadvantage was that one needed to make certain agreements with the big families. And he doesn't like restraints. Sorry, I'm a loose cannon who loves freedom. Li Luo gently shook his head. So there's no such idea at the moment. So? Natsuyama smiled awkwardly and, it's okay, the trade is not benevolent, let's compare fishing how? Li Luo readily agreed, sure. 1 hour later. Xiaoshan froze in place as he looked at the more than 10-meter-long warbles that Leroy had caught. No, how did he even fish so fiercely? He himself only caught 3, and they were all carp. No matter how he compares, he is not as good as Li Luo. Decades of fishing career, the first time he met his Waterloo. Okay. Leroy put away his fishing rod with satisfaction. I should get going. Xiaoshan came back to his senses and advised. Li Luo, why don't you stay here? There are many houses. Li Luo shook his head. No, not used to it. Okay. Xiaoshan turned his head to look at Xiao Qingyue, then you go see Li Luo off. Good. Xiao Qingyue escorted Li Luo to the front door and asked, quietly. Li Luo, are you sure you don't want to see the cat that can backflip? It's very pretty Leroy rubbed his nose. The cat you're talking about, it wouldn't be you, would it? The cat that does backflips. Chapter 91, Legendary Enchantment, Super Pressure Gravity. Xiao Qingyue blushed slightly and, you actually know about this stunt? How refreshing. Li Luo raised his eyebrows, his gaze falling on Xiao Qingyue's bumpy and proud figure. She dressed up as a cat. Should be quite a sight to see, right? Xiao Qingyue asked Li Luo. Hey, Li Luo, we're going to the Phantom Demon Secret Realm tomorrow, is that okay? How many people is the Phantom Demon Secret Realm? Xiao Qingyue didn't think twice, a 4-person secret realm. Who else? There's also a pair of siblings called Dream Ruwashi and Dream Zhongli. They're the ones who gave me this Phantom Demon Mystery Realm information. They didn't ask for money, but they need to be brought along to upgrade their treasure hunt. Are they students or socialites? Their siblings are students of Mordor 7 Middle School, and it seems that they are still the bearers of Mordor 7 Middle School, with good strength. Xiao Qingyue recalled for a moment and said. Li Luo nodded. Okay, you send me the departure time and location. Back to the dorms. Li Luo checked the time and realized that it was already 10 p.m. But he found that Zhou Pai actually has not come back. He guessed that Zhou Pai is most likely to go with that Ding Xiang to love each other. This guy has fallen in love, I hope he doesn't drown. He muttered softly as he lay on his bed. Meanwhile, his mind pondered what Xiaoshan had said to him. The general meaning was that he was told to be careful of that force behind the Zhou family that might secretly make small moves against him. He didn't really care very much. If they dared to mess up again, then congratulations to them on their happy extinction package. Ding dong. His cell phone suddenly rang with the sound of a received message, and he took it out to check. It was discovered that it was another message from class teacher Zhao Ling to report the grade. Many students began to report their grades. Li Luo shook his eyes and realized that their levels were basically between 10-20. Now 8 days had passed since the opening time of the leveling secret realm. Obviously everyone had leveled up. Leroy, rank 60. After this message was sent out, the class group instantly exploded. Li Luo is already level 60? No dude, I'm only 16 and you're 60? Holy, Leroy the pervert. This college entrance exam, Li Luo is definitely the one who is the furthest ahead. It's hard to say, after all, the National College Entrance Examination, other cities have heard that there are super powerful Dark Horse students that are very strong. But I bet none of them have reached level 60. That's true, Leroy's Barrett is extraordinary after all. Joking aside, he even took out the Secretary of Education. See here. Li Luo suddenly remembered that he hadn't enrolled in the college entrance examination yet. Try it. Curious, he logged into his account. Surprisingly, he could log in. Lo and behold, strength still reigns. This was only a few hours after he had killed Qiu Rue, the director of the Education Bureau. I didn't expect the information to be entered so soon. After simply and roughly clicking on the college entrance examination enrollment, Li Luo exited the college entrance examination enrollment system. Sleep. Overnight. Li Luo became a figure in the limelight because of his strong strike on Qiu Rue, the director of the Education Bureau of Magic City. Before that, his performance was considered outstanding. But this time the performance was definitely considered shocking. No one up and down the Magic City knew about it. And for that reason, there were many forces that were positively throwing out olive branches to Li Luo. For example, the Xia family, the Xin family, the Li family, the Chen family. But there is no doubt. All of them were rejected one by Li Luo. He didn't need to join any private forces, he only needed to enter the army and obtain enough information about the mists and the distribution of monsters in the mists. That would be enough. Also on this night, Lian, the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau of the Eastern District of Magic City, the reward that he had applied for Li Luo had also finally arrived. It was personally delivered by Xia Dan to the dormitory of the 3rd Middle School of Magic City. The reward was a legendary Great Enchantment Scroll, Super Pressure Gravity, and a monetary reward of 300 million. Li Luo was a bit surprised after checking the Super Pressure Gravity. Super Pressure Gravity, legendary Great Enchantment, used for artifact enchantment. After enchantment, when an attack lands on the target will be squeezed by 10 times the gravity for 2 seconds. After seeing this enchantment effect, Li Luo's eyes immediately lit up. Good. This hyper-pressurized gravity works great with Barrett bullets. 10 times the pressure from gravity can be anything but ordinary.
It definitely slows down the target's movements extraordinarily, albeit only for a mere 2 seconds. But he's got a steady stream of bullets.
Again fire, again ice, again shock retreat, again gravity. The key is still unlimited bullets. Leroy could no longer imagine what the monster would be tortured into. Early the next morning, Li Luo carried Barrett towards the east city gate of the magic capital. He wasn't planning to go to the leveling secret realm, but was preparing to go to the phantom secret realm. The starting point of the message sent by Xia Qingyue was here. The appointment was to leave at 8 o'clock. But he wasn't in the habit of being late, so he came early, and it's only just 7:30 now. Ding dong.
Li Luo suddenly received a message. He took out his cell phone and looked at it.
HM? It's actually a message from Ruyan Lu?
Li Luo, I've applied for the epic level enchantment, Ride the Wind and Glide. You wanted, where are you? I'll bring it to you.
Also, another reward? Seems like a good day?
Li Luo was delighted in his heart and immediately replied that.
I'm currently at the east city gate of Magic City, come on. Ruyan Lu immediately replied.
Then wait for me for a few minutes, I'll be right there.
Okay. Leroy replied simply.
He was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Ruyan Lu to get the gliding class epic level enchantment, Ride the Wind and Glide, so quickly.
Other than that,
it would be a huge benefit for him to catch up. Especially when combined with his tensile jump.
Then he can keep jumping and gliding all the time.
While waiting for Lu Ruyan and Xia Qingyue and the others, he carried Barrett and leaned against the city gate, observing the passing pedestrians. Almost all of them were students of the current session.
Suddenly,
a few students stopped, looked at Li Luo, and stammered, and
Li Luo?
Li Luo sniffed and looked over, but it was actually Wang Yi. Several people.
Li Luo's gaze sank. Get lost.
Wang Yi swallowed his saliva and immediately nodded his head and bowed his head.
All right, this is rolling.
Wang Yi immediately led a few of his juniors, rolling and crawling as he rushed out of the city gates in a panic. He disappeared at the teleportation gate of the secret realm of leveling practice.
Wang Yi naturally didn't dare to go against Li Luo. Are you kidding me? Devil's Capital Heaven's Pride Zhao Xian possessed dual legendary grade weapon spirits, yet he was easily killed by Li Luo.
Of course he wouldn't be stupid enough to jump out and seek death. As for the shot he took earlier, he could only be glad that he had not been killed, or his death would have been in vain.
Now in this magic city, how many people still dared to mess with Li Luo? Wang Yi and the others just left.
A clear and somewhat familiar female voice suddenly sounded not far away from Li Luo.
Yo, isn't this Li Luo?
Li Luo was surprised to see that it was Shen Mingyue. Shen Mingyue and her beautiful little friend walked up and stopped in front of Li Luo.
Li Luo, long time no see.
Li Luo raised his eyebrows. What's up, just tell me.
Shen Mingyue smiled and said. Li Luo, I've collected information on another monster den, how about it, interested?
Li Luo shook his head sadly.
Interested, but sorry I already have a date.
Shen Mingyue shrugged her shoulders regretfully and.
Alright, then I'll look for you next time. Chapter 92, Xin? Mixed Elemental Bell? A few people had just left.
The breezy Lu Ruyan appeared in front of Li Luo in a mysterious manner.
Seemingly smiling and not smiling, said. Yo, handsome guy is so popular? That beautiful woman just came to ask you for WeChat?
Li Luo shook his head. No, a friend.
Yes?
Lu Ruyan was holding an enchantment scroll with 5 colors flashing in her hand, slowly handing it to Li Luo, and Li Luo, here, your reward has arrived.
Thanks, hard work. Li Luo took the enchantment scroll in Lu Ruyan's hand and immediately examined it.
Ride the Wind and Glide, epic level enchantment, used for enchanting living creatures. After enchanting, whenever you leap from a high place, you will be able to ride the wind and glide with flexibility. After seeing the effects of this enchantment scroll, Li Luo did not hesitate to use it off for himself. This was gliding, the closest thing to a flying enchantment.
What's the hesitation in that?
After the enchantment, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. With this enchantment, he no longer had to worry about falling from a high place.
He suddenly remembered the activity of skydiving.
He was thinking that if he jumped out of an airplane right now, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to use a parachute.
Ruyan Lu asked curiously. Li Luo, are you here specifically waiting for me? Leroy explained.
Not really, I'm here waiting for my little friend to go to the wild secret world with me.
Lu Ruyan was surprised. What? Wild secret realm? Li Luo calmly nodded. Right. Then I advise you to better not think about it. Ruyan Lu said seriously. Why? Li Luo frowned.
Lu Ruyan's gaze moved slightly as she gently raised her right hand and pointed beyond the city gates. Since last night, the military has begun deploying manpower around the magic capital, stationing them in order at 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 kilometers from the city, deploying a total of 5 lines of defense. A hint of surprise appeared in Li Luo's eyes.
5 lines of defense? That's right. Ruyan Lu nodded. Do you know what that means? Leroy rambled on. Meaning, there are 5 lines of defense? But.
Ruyan Lu covered her mouth and laughed. Crap literature is sort of studied by you. Her face gradually became serious and. This means that there will likely be a large number of powerful unknown monsters in the mists. You want to go into the wild at this time, forget about it, 9 deaths in 1 life. She raised an eyebrow. Besides, the military people shouldn't be letting anyone back into the wild mists. It's all about getting back in and not getting out now. She paced lightly, her face worried. I can feel as if something big is going to happen lately, and from what I understand, other cities have deployed like this.
Other cities have it too? Li Luo frowned and fell into thought. It did seem as if something big was about to happen. Leroy, you're here so early? Xia Qingyue's voice came from not far away. Li Luo raised his eyes to see that she was followed by 2 students wearing the uniforms of Magic City No. 7 Middle School. A male and a female, with a few similarities in looks. He guessed that it should be the 2 of them, Meng Ruoshi and Meng Zhongli. Xia Qingyue brought the 2 of them to Li Luo and was about to communicate with Li Luo about the plan to challenge the Phantom Demon Mystery Realm. Suddenly, her gaze swished to Lu Ruyan next to her. Huh? Ruyan Lu, why are you here? Ruyan Lu laughed lightly. You guess. Xia Qingyue raised her eyebrows. You guess if I guess. I'm too lazy to guess. Ruyan Lu turned her head to Li Luo and admonished. Li Luo, in these 2 days, you keep your phone open, make sure you don't go to the secret realm, and wait for the notification at any time. That mission may start at any time. Li Luo shrugged his shoulders. Alright, it looks like this secret realm can't go. Previously, he had promised Ruyan Lu that he would participate in a Level 3 Misty Fortress quest together. The general content was. A strong special operations team needs to be sent to a tertiary mist fortress in the mists to check out the situation. Because that fortress hasn't returned any messages for a whole day and night. It's so abnormal. It seems like. Has fallen.
You know, the main function of that fortress is to detect the surrounding mist situation and monster changes. Once there was any movement, it would inform the military in time.
But now. It's just not normal to go a whole day without any feedback. So the military needs to send someone to see what's going on and if there are any survivors.
If there are, they need to be rescued if possible. And that fortress is about 50 kilometers or so from Mordor.
Alright, then I'll leave first.
After Lu Ruyan finished speaking, her gaze meaningfully swept over Xia Qingyue before she turned to leave. Seeing Lu Ruyan leaving, Xia Qingyue introduced to Li Luo that. Li Luo, they are the siblings Meng Ruoshi and Meng Zhongli. The news of the Phantom Demon secret realm came from them. Li Luo turned his head to look at Meng Ruoshi and Meng Zhongli. Slightly surprised. The artifact spirit held in Meng Ruoshi's hand was peculiar. It seemed like an ancient zither. And the artifact spirit in Dream Zhongli's hand was also a bit odd. It was actually a golden bell the size of a basketball? Dream Ruoshi introduced herself.
Hello Li Luo, I'm Dream Ruoshi, a student of Magic City's 7th Middle School. My artifact spirit is a legendary Great Shanin Qin, a special sonic attack.
Meng Zhongli introduced herself as well.
Hello Li Luo, my name is Dream Zhongli, I'm Ruoshi's own brother, and my artifact spirit is a legendary grade mixed element clock with extremely strong defense. Hearing the introductions of the 2, Leroy nodded thoughtfully and. Hi guys, my name is Leroy and I.
Li Luo, we all know your situation, so you don't need to introduce yourself.
Meng Ruoshi gazed adoringly at Li Luo.
After all, she could be too clear about Li Luo's strength. Not only did he help the Law Enforcement Bureau kill the Flying Bat, the Tsunami Wolf, and the Hill Hedgehog, he solved the problem of leveling for all the students. It also killed Qiu Rui, Qiu Yi, and numerous enforcers. His reputation has spread far and wide, and no one knows about it. Meng Zhongli smiled at Li Luo. Li Luo, my sister is your hardcore fan and adores you.
Is that so?
Leroy raised an eyebrow in surprise, then shook his head and. But unfortunately, we can't go to the Phantom Secret Realm.
Huh? Can't go? Why? Xia Qingyue looked at Li Luo with a stunned expression.
Li Luo told Xia Qingyue, Meng Ruoshi, and Meng Zhongli the situation one by one.
After listening to Li Luo's explanation,
Xia Qingyue said with a frustrated look on her face.
That means we'll just have to go to the leveling secret realm to mix it up now? Li Luo nodded his head.
The secret leveling teleportation portal, it's about 500 meters outside the East City Gate. There are a large number of enforcers around to protect it. You guys can go to the secret leveling.
Xia Qingyue was puzzled. Then aren't you going? Li Luo thought of his agreement with Lu Ruyan and shook his head, saying, I have a mission, I can't go for now.
Xia Qingyue said helplessly, fine, then I'd better go to the leveling secret realm and mix it up. After a brief communication, the 3 of them left one after another. Li Luo stood at a high place and looked at the 5 lines of defense outside the city. Because of the Eye of True Vision enchantment, his perverted vision could see within 20 kilometers, so he could clearly see the situation of each defense line.
It seemed that everyone was solemn and unsmiling. Suddenly,
his gaze lurched and his face changed slightly.
Something's not right. That dense, Surging in the distance is a monster? Dreamy. Chapter 93 Monster Tide, Magic City Sealed. Li Luo fixed his eyes on it. Sure enough, about 20 kilometers away, he saw that there were actually densely packed monsters raging in the direction of the magic capital. These monsters were of many different kinds. There are apes bigger than a hill, giant rats bigger than a buffalo, and praying mantises bigger than a sedan. Leroy could clearly see the details on these monsters. Sharp teeth, spit flying horizontally. The number is uncountable. Not only that, there were countless flying monsters flying densely all over the sky as well. Their teeth and claws were terrifying. The speed is staggering. Not good, it's a monster wave. Li Luo's complexion was a bit gloomy. Monster Tide, he could be too familiar with it. 3 years ago, the predecessor Li Luo was the one who happened to save Xia Qingyue from the onslaught of the Monster Tide, while he himself unfortunately died. At that time, the Magic City was simply like a hell on earth. But at that time he happened to cross over and hide. That's how he dodged a bullet and lived until now. Monster wave, big trouble. Li Luo frowned slightly and immediately took out his cell phone to contact Ruyan Lu. For today's solution, there was only a way to hurry up and inform the military of the news. Soon, the phone went through. Lu Ruyan was puzzled. Hey, Li Luo, you. Li Luo immediately interrupted Ruyan Lu and. The situation is urgent. To make a long story short, I saw 20 kilometers away, uncountable monsters are running towards the direction of Magic City. Monsters on this scale look like a monster wave. What? A monster wave? Are you sure? Ruyan Lu was surprised. Li Luo affirmed, thousands of monsters, I can't think of any other situation other than a monster wave. Ruyan Lu seemed to react and was surprised, saying, but Li Luo, you can actually see 20 kilometers? It doesn't matter, you hurry up and report the news, evacuate the civilians as early as possible. I estimate that it will only take less than half an hour for these monsters to impact over, and I'm afraid that those flying monsters will only take a few minutes. Okay, I'll report it now. Ruyan Lu was no longer curious as to why Li Luo could see 20 kilometers away. It was because the Monster Tide was definitely the top priority. If it's not good, the entire Magic City will be devastated, blood will be shed, and countless orphans will be born. She immediately reported this matter to the military hierarchy. Less than 3 minutes after the message was delivered, the military hierarchy immediately passed down the order. Magic Capital seal the city. All civilians who are not capable of fighting are hiding in the Doomsday Basement. Thanks to years of planning, Doomsday Vaults have been built in almost every area, and this is to prevent a wave of monsters. The existence of the Doomsday Basement could minimize the loss of life. After all, in this era, the population problem was already serious. Soon, the chiefs or deputy chiefs of the 4 law enforcement bureaus in the east, south, west, and north of the Magic Capital all received orders from the military to close the city gates. Less than 1 minute. All 4 gates of the east, south, west, and north of the Magic City were closed. Only considering that there were still cultivators returning from the wilderness. So all 4 city gates opened a small door, about 1 meter wide and 2 meters high, allowing only one person to enter at the same time. It had been completely forbidden for anyone to leave the city, including students practicing. At the same time, all of the enforcers were standing on the 100-meter-high city wall, standing by. The danger of the Monster Tide was more than clear to them. How clear is it? Let's just say, every one of them has written a suicide note. In the event of death, the suicide note is sent to their families. In the meantime, the military monks deployed at kilometers 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 on the 5 lines of defense. All of them have also been hiding in the trenches dug overnight as instructed. There was no way the monster wave could be hardened. The impact of that steel torrent of the Monster Tide could level everything. It was a good thing that the military had planned ahead for a rainy day, which prevented them from being overwhelmed. At the moment, Lian, the director of the Eastern District Law Enforcement Bureau, his eyebrows twisted into a Chuan character, and he was sitting still for a long time. Zhao Ma. There was one thing he didn't know what to do. That was the students practicing the secret realm. Because it was now close to 8 o'clock in the morning, there were at least hundreds of students that had left the city to enter the secret realm of leveling practice. When will they be back? If the monsters come pouring in, how will they get back? That little door would surely be closed by then. The military order received said that the small gate on the city gate must be closed if the monster was only 1 kilometer away from the Magic Capital. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be big trouble. That's why Lian didn't have a single thought in his head right now. Come to think of it, he felt that he could only report this matter. After all, there were quite a few heavenly prides with great potential among these hundreds of students. It would be a huge loss if they were to be abandoned once. He resolutely dialed the phone of the military Major General, Yang Jun. Yang Jun is the permanent commanding officer of the defense matters of Magic City, and all matters are under his full responsibility. He is a level 158 artifact spirit cultivator, and his artifact spirit is an epic level running thunder bow. sitting on two epic enchantments, Might of Thunder, and gathering thunder into arrows.
To put it in human terms,
His arrows were formed by borrowing the power of lightning.
only there was also a flaw: only one lightning arrow could be condensed in 1 second. This thunderbolt arrow carries the electric paralyzing effect of surprising thunder, and also has great tearing damage.
He was also very successful in battle because of it.
Coupled with his shrewdness, he reached the position of Major General at the age of only 35.
Magic Capital Military Office. Yang Jin picks up Lian's phone. Director Lian? What is it? Major General Yang Jin, we have a very tricky situation in the Eastern District. The senior students practicing Secret Realm is just 500 meters outside the city. Just now when we sealed off the city, there were already about 300 to 400 students who went to the practicing Secret Realm in the middle of the city. If we completely blockade the city gates, then they... Yang Jin didn't say anything after listening to Lian's return.
His eyes looked towards the ground and his fingers tapped lightly on the table as if he was thinking about something. After a few moments of thought, he asked Lian that.
Director Lian, are there any of these students with higher potential? Lian immediately said.
According to the feedback, it's true that several of the school's more top-notch students have already gotten in.
Yang Jin frowned slightly and,
it's really troublesome, and at this time of the year, there's a wave of monsters on the side.
He rubbed his forehead and, Director Liam, do you have any thoughts on this? Major General Yang Jin, I have some thoughts but not many. Yang Jin raised his eyebrows. Oh? Then tell me.
I can think of two options. The first option is to deploy enough experts between the city gates to the Secret Realm teleportation gate to form a safe passage, so that the students can return to the city without any problems when they come back.
Yang Jin immediately shook his head.
This scheme won't work at all. That steel torrent of the monster tide, one round can instantly wash down this so-called 500-meter safe passage with no dregs left. Is there any other scheme? The other is to send people into the secret realm of practicing, grasp to find each secret exit, tell those students not to go out of the secret realm for the time being, and at the same time need to guard the secret realm of practicing teleportation door. Don't let the monsters break into the secret realm.
Yang Jin's eyes lit up slightly.
This option may be feasible, but it requires dead soldiers.
Chapter 94, Saving Suffering Gatling, Great Compassion Barrett. Lian recognized that.
Yes, it will require a few cultivators with strong enough defensive artifact spirits to fight for their lives, and there needs to be enough fire support to do so, or else they will eventually fall.
I know. Yang Jin's gaze was like a torch.
I can find these two types of artifact spirit cultivators. Let's put it this way, Director Lian. I remember that there are only 3 random teleportation exits in this secret realm of practicing. You immediately send a few more people into the secret realm to watch over these secret realm exits, and tell the students not to come out for the time being, and wait for someone to go in to notify them to come out again.
Lian, good. Yang Jin continued.
I'll send a special team over right away, plan to guard the practice secret teleportation portal, at the same time arrange for long-range attacking cultivators to support them. I remember that the city wall is about 500 meters away from the secret teleportation portal. It should be possible to support them remotely from the city wall, at most 5 minutes and they'll be there.
Lian immediately replied, okay. Yang Jin asked, Director Lian, is there anything else?
No, I'm just worried about the students and the practice secret.
After Lian finished speaking, he suddenly looked as if he remembered something. By the way, Major General Yang Jin, do you know this person Li Luo? Yang Jin's eyes twitched.
Of course I know. Ruyan Lu has already told me several times that he is very strong and powerful in long-range attacks, and he is also one of the manpower I intend to arrange for long-range support.
Lian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, I'm fine.
Lian knew Li Luo's terrifying firepower too well.
The ability to shock back targets and unlimited bullets. It's like a walking Gatling.
With Li Luo in his heart, he would have an inexplicable sense of confidence.
Yang Jin nodded and, okay, Director Lian, please carry out your mission as soon as possible. Hanging up the phone, Yang Jin immediately rushed out of the office while contacting various people. Unsurprisingly, Leroy received a call from Ruyan Lu.
The content was that he was told to join the enforcers in exterminating monsters on the walls of the East City Gate of the Magic Capital and support the military cultivators in guarding the secret leveling teleportation portal. Li Luo readily agreed. Although the wave of monsters was terrifying, the more monsters there were the greater his harvest would be. He couldn't wait to fire up and kill the monsters.
This time, he thought maybe he had a chance to get a mythic enchantment or two. It would be a blast then.
Standing on the city wall with Li Luo were old acquaintances such as Xia Dan and Fang Gang.
Not only that, even Lian and even Lu Ruyan had personally come here to prepare for this wave of monsters.
Li Luo gazed at Ruyan Lu.
Curious to ask, is it okay for me to fire now?
Ruyan Lu said, surprised.
Ha? You're firing now? 20 kilometers, can you hit the monster? Leroy's eyes moved slightly and,
those monsters have probably run up to 15 kilometers, and the flying monsters in the sky are less than 10 kilometers away from the skies above Mordor, so I can certainly kill them.
Don't say 20 kilometers. Even if it's 200 kilometers, this Barrett of his can easily attack it.
Nowadays, his Barrett fit was as high as LV 342%. He has a range of 342,000 meters, or 342 kilometers.
His biggest shortcoming at the moment is his eyesight.
But at this moment vision was no longer that important. He believed that the ones flying in the sky were monsters.
All that was needed was to shoot. If you do kill someone out of range, it's just bad luck for the other person. After all, there is still choking to death drinking water. Ruyan Lu thought for a moment.
If you can kill monsters, I'll give you permission to fire and make sure to prioritize the flying monsters in the sky.
Okay. Li Luo said. Bang, 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 bang. Leroy started firing recklessly.
The target of his attack was of course the flying monsters that flew in the sky several kilometers away.
He knew it very well. The biggest threat to the monster tide was these flying monsters.
Because the land monsters were blocked by the city walls, it was difficult for them to enter the city. The thickness of that city wall was almost more than 10 meters, and it was 100 meters high. It was all made of reinforced concrete, indestructible, and even these powerful bizarre monsters would have a hard time destroying it.
This city wall had already experienced dozens of monster waves.
It had never been punched through by monsters, and the most alarming time was only when the doors were destroyed.
At this moment, all the civilians in the Magic City have been evacuated and are hiding in the Doomsday Basement. Always use your cell phone to keep an eye on the news.
The people who were still out there now were almost exclusively law enforcers and military cultivators. But the only person who opened fire was Li Luo. This caused many other uninformed law enforcers and military cultivators to be puzzled. There was a lot of discussion about
No, why is this guy firing without authorization? Yeah, the monster hasn't even been seen yet? Is he resting here shooting? Is he trying to deter those monsters?
This is something you guys don't know. This person is called Li Luo. The spirit of the weapon is the Barrett. It is said to have a very long range. It can reach more than 10 kilometers. And you guys see, does he keep shooting without a break because he has unlimited bullets?
And really, it's not Gatling? Nonsense, this is much more powerful than Gatling. It's really the Gatling that saves suffering and the Barrett that has great mercy.
Leroy was oblivious to all the chatter. Because his ears were full of Barrett's low and dominating gunfire, which was almost uninterrupted.
He suddenly remembered those divine operations of backpack.
He even vaguely felt that he was that big brother.
Shot after shot.
Li Luo distantly killed the monsters that flew in the mists of the sky, densely packed. Those monsters were numerous, but they weren't killable at all. Almost all of them lost control after being shot and fell to the ground one after another. But before they fall, they are killed.
In the meantime,
Ding, congratulations on gaining a lifespan of 13.5 years. Ding, congratulations on your life expectancy of 4.3 years. Ding, congratulations on your life expectancy of 6.8 years.
Ding, congratulations on 11.8 years of life expectancy.
The system voice of lifespan increase kept ringing in Li Luo's head.
He was secretly happy in his heart. If this trend continued, how could he get 2 mythic ranked enchantments?
With a 10,000-year lifespan, I guess it really isn't too much of a problem.
Soon,
Yang Zhen, a major general of the military, arrived at the East City gate of Magic City with a special group of people. He looked at the source of the gunshots ringing out from the city walls in surprise.
There were a few moments of wonder in his mind. Why was someone firing? Listening to the sound, it should be the sound of that Leroy's Barrett? But who told him to fire without authorization? Was it Ruyan Lu?
Although he was surprised in his heart, he didn't say anything more. He held the seal of the army and cried out,
"Open the city's secondary gates, hurry!"
The secondary gate he was talking about was the small gate that only allowed one person to pass through at the same time. He was now going to have 5 top experts with powerful defensive artifact spirits go out of the city to guard the teleportation gate of that secret realm of practice. The enforcers guarding the gate saw the military seal and immediately opened the secondary gate. Yang Zhen's eyes burned as he solemnly said to the 5 people behind him, "5 of you, there are hundreds of students in that secret realm of practicing. You need to guard the portal with your lives. Don't let the monsters break in. Their lives and deaths depend on the 5 of you." Those 5 people looked grave, and they spoke bravely.
Han Zhong, lead the way. Wu Yuyao, lead the way. Li Penghong, lead the way. Zheng Tianming, lead the way. Ho Hoin, lead the way.
Barrett, the Great Mercy.
Chapter 95. It's a big deal, please.
Yang Zhen's face was grave, his eyes slowly swept over the 5 people, and he said, word by word, "Depart, 5, I'll wait for your triumph." The 5 nodded, their faces wide with the determination of a strong man.
Immediately afterward,
they took big strides and left the city with determination.
They didn't know if they could still come back alive.
All 5 had a special status, dead soldiers. So all of them held the heart of certain death to defend that practicing portal to the death. When Yang Zhen saw the 5 of them leaving the city, he waved his hand and ordered decisively, "Close the door." When the word "shut the door" rang in the ears of the 5 dead soldiers, it was like a huge stone pressing on their hearts. They were well aware that it could mean death. But there was no way out. If they didn't fight for their lives, the 300 to 400 students in the secret realm might have to die. Receive the order. The enforcers guarding the gates on both sides immediately maneuvered to close the city gate's secondary gate tightly. Thunk! The moment the door was slammed shut, the 5 people outside the city slightly sidestepped their heads, their afterimages sweeping the city gates behind them. Spinning around, they took large strides forward. A single step forward, as if heading towards the abyss of death. At this moment, the faces of everyone around them were a bit heavy, and they knew very well in their hearts that the 5 dead soldiers who had left the city must be under tremendous pressure in their hearts right now. Because of this wave, it was very likely that they would not be able to return once they were gone. After all, a terrifying wave of monsters was about to arrive outside. Bang, bang, bang. On the city wall, the constant sound of Barrett gunfire brought the crowd back to their senses. Leroy shouted at the top of his lungs that, "Everyone, pay attention, there are too many flying monsters in the sky, the large force will be arriving soon, there are at most 10 seconds left." 10, 9, 8, 3. When Leroy counted to 3. The crowd finally saw the blackened flying monsters in the sky, skimming across the sky at extreme speeds, about to rush inside the magic capital city. This scene caused everyone's faces to change drastically. The monster tide was indeed true. All of you, do it now, without reservation. At the city gates, Yang Jin shouted. This order was issued. All the cultivators, whether they were law enforcers or military cultivators, all began to attack freely. Boom, boom, boom. Those raging flying monsters, after rushing into the magic capital, wreaking havoc everywhere, destroying at will. They look everywhere for signs of humans. As soon as they saw a human, they attacked and devoured them frantically, seeming to treat them completely as food. Luckily, those ordinary people had already hidden in the basement. The people they could see now were all cultivators with the ability to fight. And these artifact spirit cultivators didn't sit back and wait for death, they all rose up to resist. Even if they could only inflict a small wound on the monster. Outside the city, the 5 dead soldiers stood guard at the teleportation gate of the secret realm of leveling practice, their gazes looking towards the flying monsters looming in the air, feeling their scalps tingle. These monsters are not too many, right? And the sky is almost all huge flying monsters, even if the flying bat size in which can only be considered medium. They couldn't help but gulp nervously. When will these monsters be finished killing? Seeing these monsters, everyone was a little panicked in their hearts. Only Li Luo. Not only was he not panicked, but he was also a little bit eager to try. He was pondering how many years of life he could acquire if he could kill all of these monsters. I'm afraid it's at least 10,000 years of lifespan? Thinking of this, the corners of Li Luo's mouth rose slightly, and he couldn't help but work harder. Bang, 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 bang. He shot after shot, without aiming at all. Bullets as dense as rain continued to fall on those flying monsters, blowing out a bloody hole. At the same time, those monsters would lose control as soon as they were hit and fall down towards the ground. Their bodies were not only covered in ice, but also burning with fire. And at the same time it was as if they were being yanked by a mysterious force and slammed violently towards the ground. That's when everyone realized just how perversely Luo's bullet damage and enchantment effects were. Nima, it's simply inhuman. Even though there were so many flying monsters staring at Li Luo, none of the flying monsters, however, could get close to him. They were all repelled by Barrett's bullets and then crashed down to smash into the ground. These monsters were either killed or wounded after being shot. One of the enchantment effects surprised Leroy a bit. That was tetanus. Any monster that gets hit, the more they move, the more they fight back, the faster they lose blood. The benefit of this effect is, even if he couldn't be bothered to kill every monster, those monsters would quickly lose their combat power. For the other artifact spirit cultivators it was a great benefit. This was because the other military cultivators and enforcers, when they saw the monsters falling down, they would immediately step forward to make up for it, giving all the melee cultivators a place to use. Yang Jin, who appeared on the city wall, saw this perverted performance of Li Luo, immediately giving a thumbs up. Leroy, good job, I see you just now you've been shooting, how many monsters did you kill? Leroy pondered slightly. There's probably at least 200 or 300 of them. These monsters, not all of them were legendary grade. Most of the flying monsters were silver ranked, gold ranked, and purple gold ranked. And legendary or even epic level monsters only accounted for about 5% of them. Their levels roughly ranged from 60 to 120. Basically, only those legendary or epic monsters were also above level 100. So it was very easy for Li Luo's Barrett to kill the monsters. But, because of the huge number of monsters, even with his firepower, it was difficult to deal with them alone. So many monsters were still able to run amok. This also led to a sharp increase in casualties among law enforcers and military cultivators. What? 200 or 300 of them? Hearing Li Luo say that he killed at least 200 to 300 flying monsters, Yang Jin was very shocked in his heart. However, he did not spare any compliments. "Awesome, Li Luo, you are truly the most powerful young genius I've ever seen," he asked with concern. "Leroy, when do you think that ground monster will probably arrive?" Li Luo's gaze moved slightly, and he let his eyes look out and... "It is estimated that there are at most 3 minutes left." 3 minutes? Yang Jin saw the 5 dead soldiers outside of the city sticking to the secret leveling portal and showed concern. In other words, only 3 minutes before they would be greeted by an onslaught of ground monsters. He said seriously to Leroy. "Li Luo, those 5 dead soldiers outside the city all possess legendary grade defense artifact spirits, all leveled over 130, experts among experts, very resistant to beatings, so I arranged for them to guard the leveling secret realm teleportation gate to prevent monsters from breaking into the leveling secret realm. But you should also know that the monster tide that Steel Torrent is very dangerous. So later on, I hope you'll support them extraordinarily for a while. It's a big deal, please." Yang Jin finished sincerely and arched his hand at Li Luo. Li Luo's gaze couldn't help but look at the 5 dead soldiers with determined expressions outside the city. "Alright, I'll try my best." He nodded calmly. To be honest, even he didn't dare to say that he could save these 5 people. He could have witnessed the sight of the densely packed monsters running at him. It was too terrifying. He was a little skeptical that the walls would be washed away. Bang, 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 bang. While Li Luo was talking, he didn't forget to kill the flying monsters in the sky. Barrett just kept shooting at the sky anyway. He was surrounded by a few of Shithen's men to keep him safe, which was suggested by Lian and agreed to by Ruyan Lu. "Ding, congratulations on gaining a lifespan of 12.5 years. Ding, congratulations on your life expectancy of 6.8 years. Ding, congratulations on your life expectancy of 19.5 years. Chapter 96, His Barrett Doesn't Redwarm? And No Blowing Up? The sound of increased longevity kept ringing in his head. Li Luo was secretly happy in his heart. It's so addictive. Just a little while ago, you've already accumulated more than 2,600 years of lifespan. At this rate it goes on. He estimated that in a few more minutes, he would be able to trade for a mythic enchantment scroll. What's the point of looking for the phantom's secret realm? Bang, 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 bang. The sound of his Barrett shots had been unbroken, a sound that had been present for several minutes before. A lot of people wondered. Doesn't his Barrett have a red warmer? Doesn't it blow up? But strange as it was, everyone was still fighting desperately against the monsters that had broken into the city. The monsters were falling and the casualties were increasing. Yang Jin's head grew big when he saw one fallen warrior after another. No. This was still in a situation where Li Luo had already killed several hundred flying monsters, and it was surprising that there would still be such a large number of casualties. What worried him even more was, in a little while, the wave of ground monsters was going to impact. Although there was a city wall to stop them, there was no doubt that fire support would be needed to kill the monsters. There would definitely be greater casualties when the time came. But the good thing is, the other 3 walls of Magic City were not found to be infested with monsters. Otherwise, I'm afraid the consequences would be even more unimaginable. But even just the eastern city gate was bad enough. Damn it, fight for your life. Yang Jin took out his own radiantly surging artifact spirit running thunder bow. Constantly drawing the bow and snapping the string, he shot out one silver-white lightning arrow after another. Zira! Zira! The lightning arrows landed on those flying monsters, causing considerable damage. Although his running thunder bow was not as high quality as Li Luo's Barrett. But the fit of his running thunder bow was higher, having reached LV 32-15%, and the power it could exert was greater. At this moment, Ruyan Lu wasn't idle either, as she went around on the ground saving lives. Whenever she saw an injured cultivator, she would find a safe opportunity to go up and treat the other person. It was hard for her to be attacked by monsters because of her legendary level stance. 2 or 3 minutes passed in a flash. Suddenly, knock 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 knock. Everyone moved with a start as they could clearly feel the vibrations starting to come from the ground. In their hearts, they guessed that this should be the movement of the ground's monster tide. 3 years ago. There have been many people who have gone through this once. Yang Jin immediately asked Li Luo, who was not far away. Li Luo, this commotion should be the ground monsters coming, right? Li Luo looked around, then nodded his head affirmatively, and... That's right, 10 seconds at most. 10 seconds? Yang Jin shouted, his face grave. All previously planned distant attackers, pay attention to supporting the 5 people outside the city, immediately. The words fell. The many long-range attacking cultivators on the city walls immediately stopped their attacks. And took their artifact spirits and turned their direction to the area around the secret realm of practicing teleportation gate outside the city walls. Ready to launch an attack at any time. This time, Li Luo's gaze also looked towards that place from time to time, because Yang Jin had just had a special instruction for him. He was needed to support the actions of the 5 dead soldiers outside the city at all times. After all, the Major General had given his word and his attitude was sincere.
This face can still be given. At the moment.
Those 5 dead soldiers outside the city had already revealed their legendary grade defensive artifact spirits, and the 5 dead soldiers' bodies were wrapped in tight armor, which made them look quite resistant to beatings. They looked towards the mists with a grave expression, silently waiting for this crazy and terrifying wave of monster onslaught. Whether they would live or die, they were not sure. Their palms had begun to break out in a cold sweat. As the sound of the ground shaking got closer and closer, the crowd on the city wall who were preparing for support held their breath, not daring to breathe. The monsters in the sky were still continuing to wreak havoc, and the other cultivators were still desperately resisting.
They're coming! Leroy shouted.
He saw the dense, large truck-sized monsters on the ground raging and running, and immediately took the Barrett and turned the gun to shoot at the monsters on the ground. Then he decisively pressed the trigger.
Bang, 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 bang.
The bullets were the first to land on those monsters rushing in the direction of the 5 dead soldiers outside the city, blowing out a bloody hole. Some of the monsters perished on the spot, while others were still able to struggle. After all, not every monster was legendary.
Not every monster was over level 100 either. So many monsters could only withstand 1 or 2 shots from Leroy Barrett before hanging up. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and an idea was born in his mind. That was to kill enough monsters around the 5 dead soldiers to allow the corpses to be barricaded, in which case the pressure on the 5 of them would be greatly reduced. Just do it. He immediately acted on the idea he had just had. The Barrett's bullets in his hand were like money. Brothers! The monsters are coming, hold on.
Someone from the 5 dead soldiers outside the city shouted.
Boom, 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 boom.
The speed of the monster's onslaught was fast, and in a matter of seconds, the monster crashed into the impenetrable city wall with a loud sound. The cement concrete city wall with a thickness of up to 10 meters was actually shaking under the monster's impact.
It was good that the city wall didn't have any major problems. But the problem is,
those 5 dead soldiers outside the city were also instantly overwhelmed by monster corpses. Despite the many long-range fires and support, it was still impossible to completely stop the monster's torrent of steel. Even if Leroy was on fire, there was no way to completely block the onslaught of those monsters. Because even the corpses were being pushed forward by the monsters. Only, because of the cover of the monster corpses, the other monsters just couldn't easily spot the 5 dead soldiers. The 5 of them were now like mushrooms growing in a thick thatch. Existing, but not easy to spot. Seeing this scene, Yang Jin secretly breathed a sigh of relief and looked pleased with himself. Fine, monster corpses as cover, just in time to block that secret realm portal. He turned his head towards Li Luo and excitedly said, Li Luo, it's fortunate that you killed so many monsters ahead of time, just as those monster corpses were impacted and piled up around the 5 of them, or else it would probably be very troublesome.
Li Luo smiled faintly and didn't say anything.
Only he himself knew that that was something he had just done on purpose. He had anticipated that it might have that effect. Apparently, he had analyzed it correctly.
Yang Jin continued.
Li Luo, these ground monsters are temporarily stopped by the city walls. The threat is not too big. Let's prioritize killing the flying monsters in the sky. I don't know how many more there are.
Li Luo raised his eyes to the sky. There are about 700 to 800 flying monsters left. 700 or 800 more?
Yang Jin was astonished. In that case, there were at least thousands of these flying monsters.
His face went green and white for a while.
Then he turned his head to look at the densely packed monsters outside the city walls, and said in his heart, I'm afraid there must be tens of thousands of them under there. Black lines sprang up on his forehead and he worried, saying, the last monster wave, it took almost half a month to clear out these monsters, and so many people were sacrificed. This time I'm afraid.
Hey!
Yang Jin's face was very ugly. He didn't know how many people would have to be sacrificed again this time and how long it would take to completely clear out these monsters.
Li Luo said carelessly, this time I am afraid. It will take 2 or 3 hours.
Yang Jin stared at Li Luo in disbelief and,
what did you say? 2 or 3 hours?
A hero doesn't ask where he comes from, a beautiful woman doesn't ask where she comes from.
Chapter 97, Mythological Enchantment, Angel's Wings. An unbelievable gaze appeared in Yang Jin's eyes.
There was also a slight puzzlement in his heart. When this Li Luo said 2 to 3 hours, it couldn't mean that he could clear out all these monsters, right? You have to know that there are at least tens of thousands of monsters outside the city walls. And there were a ton more flying monsters flying everywhere. He also knew that Leroy's Barrett had unlimited bullets and very high damage, but those flying monsters had already landed everywhere in the middle of the city.
Finding them alone was a troublesome matter. Not to mention the elimination.
And it's not like they're going to gather together for you to kill once they enter the city, wreaking havoc all over the place and needing to be found and killed one by one.
Time-consuming and laborious.
According to his experience, it definitely wouldn't work without 10 days and half a month.
Li Luo stroked his chin.
Yes, to exterminate them all, I estimate that it will take 2 or 3 hours.
Ha? Just 2 or 3 hours?
Yang Jin's eyes revealed great doubt.
But how can this be done? Hold your position outside the city for now and don't move.
Li Luo smiled confidently. Leave the flying monsters inside the city to me. He turned his back to Yang Jin and pulled his left hand out of his pocket. An enchantment scroll with 7 colored light appeared in his hand, then immediately disappeared.
In the blink of an eye, Li Luo's thoughts moved, and a pair of translucent golden wings unexpectedly appeared on his back. That's right. Golden wings. Mythic grade enchantment scroll, Angel's Wings.
He had just redeemed it successfully, with 128 years of life remaining. His level had also unknowingly risen from 60 to 75, and his Barrett fit had risen to LV 575%.
Looking at the pair of translucent golden wings behind Li Luo, Yang Jin's pupils quaked. Not. Leroy He actually has a flying enchantment?
Yang Jin immediately said excitedly.
Well, Li Luo, if you can exterminate these monsters in 2 or 3 hours, I can give you supernumerary special rank, at least captain. Li Luo said indifferently, it doesn't matter.
He never valued false names, he only valued his strength.
Can have today. That's what he's worked so hard to kill monster after monster.
It could be said that it was all due to his personal efforts. Although it was said that the system had opened up for him, if he didn't work hard, then the opening up would be in vain.
It's not like he can get stronger just by lying down. At this moment,
not only was Yang Jin stunned, but Xia Dan and the others beside Li Luo also stared at Li Luo with wide eyes in disbelief.
This can't be Does Leroy have so many tricks up his sleeve? When did he have angel wings? Don't mention it, it's pretty cool.
When Shidan saw the dreamlike translucent golden wings behind Li Luo, his eyes went a little straight. This look was indeed handsome to her. Next to her, Wu Chao reminded that. Hey Shidan, watch your expression management, you're about to drool.
Shay, I need you to say that?
Shaddam wiped the corners of his mouth and shrugged in disbelief.
And at the moment,
Li Luo was oblivious to the shocked gazes of the crowd as he moved his thoughts.
Boom!
The pair of wings behind him gently danced, and his body immediately rose up and rushed into the high sky. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above a height of thousands of meters away. Angel wings slowly flapped, and he was able to hover steadily in the air. Immediately after, he took the palpitating Barrett and began a new round of monster clearing.
Thump, thump, thump.
A low, domineering voice rang out in the mists unseen by the crowd. It was followed by the sounds of monsters screaming miserably, one after another. The crowd on the ground was very puzzled. How come Leroy, who was using Barrett, wasn't on the walls but in the sky? Is he so capable? Can he really go to heaven? Time passes. Leroy kept harvesting the lives of the monsters with his Barrett. The lifespan gained was also clicking up. He flew high in the air looking down at the entire ground, and because of the Eye of True Sight enchantment, his perverted eyesight was able to see the traces of the various monsters within the city. Plus he had a long range. This makes his clearing especially easy. Bang 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 bang. With each gunshot, he was able to seriously injure or kill one of the flying monsters that were rampaging around. Those law enforcers and military cultivators who were fighting the monsters for their lives. From time to time, they found that the monsters they were fighting were suddenly shot and killed. They have wondered about it. Where did this bullet come from? So fierce? Don't make it? It sounded like it came from the sky? It sounds like Barrett's gun. Is it the legendary Leroy? But I haven't heard that he can fly either. Whatever, the monster is dead, just move on to the next one. Because of Li Luo's perverted fire support, the pressure on the law enforcers and military cultivators exterminating the monsters in the city plummeted, and the number of casualties began to decrease drastically. At the same time, Ruyan Lu's treatment of the injured still continued. Her figure darted among the streets and alleys, and whenever she saw the injured, she would go and save them. Many people had a chance to fight again because of her rescue. There are also many people on the verge of death who have been brought back to life because of her. Ruyan Lu searched for her target while muttering. There are quite a lot of injured people. I estimate that no less than 100 people have been saved. The battlefield situation is just like that. She gazed around, her steps light. Suddenly, her figure lurched, and to her surprise, she saw 5 or 6 seriously injured enforcers lying in the middle of the alley next to her. Their faces were so bloodstained that it was difficult to see their faces clearly. Business is coming. Ruyan Lu asked as she quickly walked into the middle of the alley with her feet stepping on the arcane steps. Is there any more gasping for air? There are gasping. One of them cried out wearily. Lu Ruyan immediately stepped forward and took out her artifact spirit, a half-meter long tender green tree of life. Slowly handing it over to the other party, she instructed that hold it gently in both hands while I heal your wounds. Ruyan Lu carefully observed the other party's tired face. Okay, thanks. The other party slowly stretched out his hands and tried to hold the sapling. Just as his hands were about to grip the sapling, a strange change suddenly occurred.
One could only see an exquisite aura flashing in that person's eyes. Immediately, the speed of his hands fiercely accelerated, clamping down on Lu Ruyan's right hand in a deadly grip. Humph! Finally caught you. Ruyan Lu. At the same time, the other few people also stood up intact, holding swords, guns, clubs, and other artifacts in their hands, facing Lu Ruyan with killing intent surging out of their eyes. Obviously, they are not really injured enforcers, but people who want to do something wrong. They were speaking out of turn. Ruyan Lu, we can finally kill you. God's will. That's right, how dare you offend us, you don't know the heights of heaven. Today, she will be our prisoner. I will make her want to die. She's an auxiliary cultivator, her hands are powerless, and now that she's in our hands, and her body is so sexy and hot, how can we not have a good time? That's right, don't panic, one by one. Lu Ruyan's heart sank, and her brows furrowed. What kind of people are you? As she spoke, she tried to shake off the other party's hands, but realized that she couldn't shake them off at all. It was obvious. These few people on the other side had premeditated, deliberately waiting for a rabbit here to capture themselves. Ha ha ha, what people? The strong man at the head of the group laughed and, what kind of people have you offended lately, don't you know in your own heart? Lu Ruyan raised her eyebrows slightly and, in that case, you guys are from the Chiu family? The burly man snorted coldly and, anyway, you are about to die, there is no harm in telling you, yes, we are from the Chiu family, you, Li Luo, and Xia Qingyue are all three going to die. Chiu family? Damn it! Ruyan Lu's gaze gradually turned morose as a long green sword suddenly appeared in her left hand. Seeing this green long sword, those few law enforcers froze. No, how did you? You have a sword-type artifact spirit? Could it be a dual weapon spirit? How come we haven't heard of it? Ruyan Lu said indifferently. Because the people who knew about it, all died. Chapter 98, If I don't care about him, who do I care about? The words fell. The green long sword in her hand came out of her hand, and in an instant, it flew towards the necks of several people. Put. Pooh Baird. Pooh Baird. The flying swords were incomparably sharp, and in the blink of an eye, they sliced off the heads of 6 people. Several people lost their lives before they could even react. Imperial. Sword art? Their eyes were all still open, not closed. It is estimated that until the moment they died, their hearts were still spitting. Damn, what a deep hide. That doesn't look like a good person. Ridiculous. How can you hold me with that much power? After Lu Ruyan wiped the blood off the flying sword, she took the green longsword back into her mind. No one knew that she was a dual weapon spirit. As she said, everyone who knew is dead. This sword was called the Green Shadow Sword, another of her artifacts, with the same epic quality. Moreover, she also had the rare sword art enchantment, the quality of which was also epic grade. Speaking human is. She possessed dual epic level weapon spirits and was powerful, but the only person who knew that she had dual epic level weapon spirits was herself. It was because she could rely on the Tree of Life to mix well. That's why she didn't reveal her real bottom card. Pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger was still pretty cool. Lu Ruyan settled these few Chiu family members and continued to look for the injured to aid. She planned to wait for this wave of monsters to pass, and then go after that Chiu family to settle the score. Chiu family, you'll be in for it when the time comes. Time passes slowly. In the middle of the secret realm of practicing. Somewhere on a hill. After Zhou Pai and Clove killed a dozen or so monsters, Clove was concerned, and, Zhou Pai, are you tired? Do you want to take a break? Zhou Pai huffed and puffed, breathing heavily. Luckily, these monsters aren't much of a challenge and were easily taken by me. Though the words were said like this. But his disheveled breath showed that he wasn't taking it easy, after all, he had to order his face. He's trying to be tough. Everyone knows that. Clove held a hand. Zhou Pai nodded and said, that's good, but I have something to take care of today, so I may need to leave the secret realm early. Zhou Pai was surprised when he said, huh? What are you going to take care of? Clove looked puzzled. It's not very easy to tell you. Zhou Pai patted his chest. What's so bad about that? Out of the ordinary, you just ask. Clove stammered. My mom previously owed gambling debts. Today is the last day, surely someone is going to go to her to ask for debts. I want to go back to see, after all, he is my mother. Her words finished, her eyes revealed worry. Gambling debt? Zhou Pai was slightly stunned. And how much does she owe? Like $300,000 or $400,000. Clove said in a rushed voice. Zhou Pai's eyes lit up as he sniffed. 340,000, well said, I'll pay this debt for her. Tingxian's eyes immediately welled up with gratitude. You return it for her? But you and I haven't even finalized our relationship yet, it's not quite right. Zhou Pai said, full of concern. What's so inappropriate about this? Let's go, I'll help you solve this trouble. Clove originally wanted to refuse. But under Zhou Pai's repeated passionate persuasion, she finally nodded her head and agreed. She secretly said in her heart, this guy is quite real. He is a good person.
Once they agreed, the two searched for a random portal exit. Soon, they found the location of the exit point. But they were both surprised to find that the portal was actually blocked up. And there were people standing all around it. The people who stopped the portal were dressed in enforcer clothes, their expressions grave and serious. He saw that another person had come near the teleportation portal and, shouting in a loud voice, "Listen, I'm Enforcer Hishingrue, there happens to be a monster wave outside right now, it's terrifying, everyone can't go out for the time being, we can only go out when someone comes in and informs us." Clove's face changed when she heard the words monster tide. Surprisingly, it was a monster tide? Of course she knew about the monster tide. 3 years ago, her younger brother Dingshi, who was 5 years younger, was killed in the monster tide. Because of this, his parents were grief-stricken, one alcoholic, the other a gambler. Still haven't woken up from their grief. As soon as they touch anything and everything about their brother, they have an emotional breakdown and find it difficult to compose themselves. I can't believe it's a monster wave? Joe Pai also gulped nervously. The reason why he became an orphan, that was also because his family died in that monster tide 3 years ago. Because there was no good warning at that time. Many people were too late to hide in the middle of the basement, and all regretfully died at the hands of those flying monsters. Joe Pai immediately inquired. "Hello Enforcer, may I ask, did the monsters rush into the city when you came in?" Enforcer Hishingrue shook his head. "The monsters hadn't rushed into the city when we came in, we were receiving orders from Director Lian to enter the secret realm early, and Director Lian said that this early warning message came from Li Luo." Big brother? Joe Pai was surprised in his heart when he heard the 2 words Li Luo. He hurriedly pursued the question. "Then may I ask if Leroy is safe now?" Hishingrue's gaze moved slightly as he curiously said, "Li Luo? What's your relationship with him?" Joe Pai said seriously. "Oh, I'm his iron buddy, I haven't seen him for a few days, I didn't expect a sudden monster wave. Though he's in a relationship right now. But this moment." He was still worried about Li Luo's safety. After all, a lot of the things he had now were given to him by Li Luo. This favor was something he could always keep in mind. It's just that lately, because of his love, he's been a little neglectful of a lot of things. Enforcer Hishingrue mused. "To be honest, I'm not sure about what's going on outside the secret territory, and I'm in 2 minds about it, waiting for news." Hearing this, Joe Pai and Clove were silent after looking at each other face to face. Both seemed to be worried about something. After a few moments, someone asked, "Enforcer, then may I ask when we can leave the secret realm? I want to know about my parents." Hishingrue frowned. "I can't answer you on this question, I only know that you can only go out when someone enters the secret realm and informs us, otherwise you might die if you go out." Once these words were said out, there was a lot of talk about it. "What day? That's a big loss, I booked the $99.99 Imperial Buffet, for nothing off. Damn, I said I'd go on a date with the goddess today, but it's over. I also said to go out to buy enchanted scrolls, buy a day off. I don't know if my love rival is dead or not, it's best if he's dead." Another plane in the secret realm. Xia Qingyue and her sisters were killing monsters to upgrade. Nowadays, in this secret realm, as long as the monsters that Xia Qingyue had her eyes on, basically none of them could escape Xia Qingyue's flying sword. With attack, defense, and stance, pure strength crushes. Her strength was definitely considered T1 echelon in the secret realm. Yuan was suddenly surprised and said, "Qingyue, look, over there seems to be a portal out of the secret realm, why are there so many people standing? It seems like there are more and more people?" After Xia Qingyue killed the monsters, she immediately beckoned and, "It's a bit odd, go and take a look." A few people came near the portal and learned the relevant information. "Monster wave?" Xia Qingyue muttered, as her heart burst with worry. "I also don't know, is Li Luo safe now?" Yuan snickered. "Qingyue, you're not even worried about your dad, instead you're worried about Li Luo, your elbow is too crooked, right?" Xia Qingyue bristled in disbelief. "So what? I didn't see him pleading for me even when I was punished with confinement." She laughed quaintly, and, "Instead, it was Li Luo who begged for me, so if you say I don't rare him, who do I rare? Every single one of them." Chapter 99, The District's Flying Monsters, It's Nothing. Poof. Yuan covered her mouth and laughed. "If you like it, then you like it, why are you looking for so many reasons? It's not like I don't know." "What do you know?" Xia Qingyue blushed slightly, then laughed oddly and said, "Say, Yuan, what kind of boys do you like?" Yuan tilted her head slightly, her eyes showing longing and, "The person I like should be a gaijin, I hope that one day he will come to me with his feet on the 7-colored auspicious clouds." "Put. Still 7-colored auspicious clouds? You can pull it off." Xia Qingyue snickered. She whirled around with a worried face. "I don't know, when will we be able to go out ah?" Yuan flirted. "What? You want to see your little love interest so badly?" Xia Qingyue winked playfully, "You guess." In her heart, however, she secretly said, "I wonder if this guy thought about me." Time passes slowly.
Over the east city gate of the magic capital, the battle had entered white heat. Of course, the main point here was that the flying monsters that had invaded the city were white hot by Leroy Barrett's bullets. The battle was stress-free for Leroy. It was even a bit too easy. He felt like he was playing CF's biochemistry mode on. Open the ultimate perverted hang-up. Where the gun is pointed, not an inch of grass will grow. The monsters were beaten to death and shivered. It was also that they didn't have a high level of intelligence, otherwise it was estimated that they would more or less break out in curses at Li Luo. Can you still be a human being? Just as Li Luo kept clearing out those flying monsters, a sudden change occurred outside the city. Yang Zhen's face darkened and he shouted, "Oh!" Which people were just launching attacks on the monsters outside the city, causing them to discover the 5 stalwarts guarding the secret portal. What up? Bring me all the people who just launched attacks. Immediately, right now. Soon. The 12 enforcers were caught in front of Yang Zhen, their faces panicked and tense. Lian! Lian! Yang Zhen shouted to Lian, who was not far away. Major General Yang Zhen, what's wrong? Lian heard the sound and immediately came running. Yang Zhen huffed and said, "These 12 enforcers disobeyed orders and launched an unauthorized attack on the monsters outside the city, and they also led the monsters to the vicinity of the teleportation gate, and the 5 experts outside the city were discovered by the monsters as a result, and now they are resisting so hard that they can't carry on anymore, damn it." Lian immediately said, after carefully observing the situation. "But these law enforcers are very unfamiliar, they are not people from my subordinates." What? Black lines rose from Yang Zhen's forehead. Not your Lian's people? Then whose people are they? Lian's eyes flickered. Spinning around, he immediately took out his cell phone and opened the face recognition of a special app and swept the face of one of them. Qiu Chen? Lian looked at the other party's message in surprise. You are the Qiu family? Qiu family? A brilliant light flashed in Yang Zhen's eyes, and he hated it. Qiu family? It's that family that's been making a lot of noise lately, Qiu Rui's family, right? How dare they cause trouble here, throw them into the monster swarm outside the city to draw fire. The words fell. These 10 or so law enforcers were then thrown off the city wall, their mouths emitting fearful cries of, "No! Don't ah!" However, it didn't go as they had hoped. They were very decisively left behind by the swarm of monsters outside the city, only to see a number of monsters jumping up and catching them with their bloody mouths open. Put! Put! The monster chews with a crunchy sound. At that moment, from outside the city came the sound of a hard, "Hold on! We must hold on!" He Haoren, one of the masters, shouted. At this moment, the 5 of them had already been discovered by the monster and had begun to launch a frantic attack on them. Luckily, the 5 of them were all legendary grade defense artifact spirits and were not directly killed. Deadly blocked around the portal, desperately blocking it. His face was red and his veins bulged. They fought hard against the monster's furious pouncing attacks over and over again, and it was good that the monster corpses in the vicinity had blocked them. Together with the fact that the monsters weren't moving too easily, it was barely a stalemate. Immediately, Yang Zhen ordered to the other far attacking enforcers and military cultivators that, "Hurry! Fire all the way to support the 5 of them." The order came out. The law enforcers and military cultivators on the city walls were on fire in no time, launching indiscriminate attacks towards the monsters that pounced on the 5 dead soldiers. With the support of the crowd, many of the monsters were immediately attracted to their attention and turned their heads to try to attack the crowd on the city wall. This also allowed these 5 experts outside the city to have a scare. And at this moment, Li Luo had already wiped out all those monsters that had flown into the city, with only a small number of them escaping the net, which were killed by the enforcers and military cultivators. Right now, only but half an hour had passed. TSK, another 6,828 years of life accumulated. He was delighted in his heart. When it was empty, another mythic enchantment could be sought. His wings flapped slightly behind him. Shoo! His body violently flew towards the ground at extreme speed, landing smoothly on top of the city wall. Yang Zhen was originally in the middle of his full output on the monsters outside the city. When he saw Li Luo in his afterglow, he couldn't help but ask that. "Ha? Li Luo? Why did you come down?" Li Luo looked calm and, "Those flying monsters have already been cleared out by me, so I came down." "Ha? It's only been half an hour and you've finished clearing them out?" Yang Zhen was astonished. Even though he had seen great storms, he had never seen this kind of speed. God's speed. A mere flying monster, a small thing. Li Luo gazed at the 5 wretched dead soldiers outside the city and wondered. "Didn't I say to maintain the status quo and not move? How come you opened fire?" Yang Zhen immediately explained that. Just now, it was because a Qiu family member was messing around and intentionally opened fire to attract monsters to the vicinity of the teleportation portal of the secret realm of leveling practice. Li Luo frowned. "The Qiu family?" Yang Zhen nodded. "Yes, the Qiu family. I've already thrown them into the swarm of monsters outside of this city to be eaten by the monsters," he said with hatred.
After this is over, I will definitely find that Chiu family member to settle the score. To dare to cause trouble in this situation, really living out of patience.
Li Luo couldn't help but ponder. What was the Chiu family doing messing around at this time? I'm the one who offended the Chiu family that day, and I'm the one who killed Chiu Rue. Are they trying to make trouble for me? But it's not like that either. On that day, besides me, there was also Xiao Qingyue and Lu Ruyan. Could it be that they were trying to lure monsters into the secret realm to target Xiao Qingyue? Otherwise, what's the point? Whatever, since the Chiu family dares to venture out, let's find a chance to completely end them. Li Luo put the many thoughts behind his head, then lifted up his Barrett and began to eliminate the monsters near the secret portal of the practice realm. Bullets that didn't want money flew out playfully. It landed on the monsters at great speed, causing great damage. If you said that you just killed those flying monsters scattered all over the place, like the biochemical mode, then killing those monsters that were piled up outside the city now was the real challenge mode. Piled up monsters waiting to empty their magazines. Ding, congratulations on gaining a life expectancy of 3.8 years. Ding, congratulations on your life expectancy of 7.6 years. Ding, congratulations on 11.1 years of life expectancy. The voice that kept ringing in his head made Leroy quite satisfied. At this rate of progress, if these tens of thousands of monsters were all killed by him, he felt that he would accumulate a rather terrifying lifespan, perhaps exceeding 50,000 years. At that time, he would then exchange it for a super god level enchantment. He knew better than anyone how fragrant a super god grade enchantment was. Thinking about it, the corners of Li Luo's raised mouth were already a bit suppressed. Chapter 100 The Depths of the Mists. Have a great terror. Bang 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 bang. The low and domineering Barrett gunshots resounded continuously over the east city gate of Magic City. Outside the city, countless monsters died under Leroy's moneyless energized magic bullets. He Howrun's 5 people immediately felt the pressure reduced. The monsters near that portal were surprisingly cleared by Li Luo, and the ground was filled with piles of monster corpses. The only girl, Wu Yuyao, secretly breathed a sigh of relief and, Howrun, what's this Li Luo? Why is he so fierce? Look at his attire, he looks like a student. He Howrun raised his eyes to Li Luo and shook his head. I'm not too sure, but he is indeed very powerful. With this kind of terrifying strength, not going to the battlefield that would indeed be a pity. Wu Yuyao nodded her head. Yes, with this kind of firepower output, the enemy army mustn't be beaten to death? He Howrun laughed wearily. Don't worry, this kid will go to war sooner or later. Now that there are a lot of casualties over the border, there is an urgent need for fresh blood. Yeah. Wu Yuyao's face showed worry. Under Li Luo's crazy fire output, a few people also had time to make small talk. At this moment, Li Luo was like a god descending from the heavens. His damage alone could top 100 people. The damage output of so many long-range attacking cultivators next to him was far less than Li Luo's damage. Even Commanding Officer Yang Zhen's epic grade running Thunder Bow did not do as much as 1/10 of Li Luo's damage. This made Yang Zhen sweat. Sister, this guy is too fierce. According to his horrible strength, it is estimated that if he goes to the battlefield, he will be able to reach the vice commander in a few days, right? It's necessary to make good relations. Maybe he'll become his boss at some point. And at the moment, the other melee military cultivators and enforcers on the city wall were also dumbfounded as they watched Leroy frantically strafe with his Barrett. This included the few people from Xiadan who were protecting Li Luo's safety. Xiadan couldn't help but ask, Li Luo, is your rank clicking up? Li Luo calmly said, yes, my level is in the midst of a crazy rise. At the same time, his lifespan was also in the midst of a crazy increase. He casually glanced at it, and without realizing it, he actually had a lifespan of 12,345 years. The monsters outside the city had only killed 1/6 of them. There are too many corpses, it's not good to kill them in the way. He finished muttering, and his thoughts moved. In an instant, with a gentle flap of the wings behind him, his entire body flew out of the city walls and hovered right above the monster. This way, it seems a little better to kill. He raised the corners of his mouth and continued to burst towards the monster with his Barrett. At this moment, this terrifying wave of monsters seemed to dramatically turn into Li Luo's solo show. Everyone else seemed to be green leaves. Even some of the melee enforcers pulled out their cell phones and started recording and taking pictures. Mainly because this scene was just too rare to see. Lian, the director of the Eastern District Law Enforcement Bureau, exclaimed, this kid, Li Luo, is bound to become something great. Yang Zhen also deeply sighed and, yeah, with this many monsters, according to previous experience it would take at least half a month, but with this crazy firepower of his, it's really possible that he could just get it done in an hour or two. At this moment, Lu Ruyan, who had been going around the city to rescue them, had also returned to the city walls. Seeing Li Luo, who was suspended in the air, was killing monsters with his Barrett, his heart couldn't help but be shocked and, why does this kid have wings? Didn't I just give him the epic level, ride the wind and glide? How is he able to fly? This doesn't make sense. It's impossible to take it by mistake, right?
She frowned slightly, puzzled.
Time passes slowly.
When 2 hours had passed, none of the monsters outside the city were alive, they all turned into corpses and piled up like mountains.
Li Luo carried Barrett and hovered in the air.
After scanning the circle, he shouted to Yang Jin and the others that,
"Okay, everyone, it's safe." Yang Jin was overjoyed and immediately waved at Li Luo.
Well done, Li Luo, don't worry, I will definitely apply for a supernumerary rank of captain for you, as well as pay, and when you officially graduate and join the army, you will start as a direct officer."
Li Luo waved his hand indifferently.
"Those are trivial matters, but I have a request, I don't know if you can fulfill it." Yang Jin was slightly stunned, and then he asked,
"Oh? A request? What request?"
Leroy's eyes flickered. "I'll talk to you later, I'll clean this place up first."
After saying that,
he flew to the East City Gate and took his Barrett and blitzed frantically towards those corpses.
Surprisingly, those corpses were blasted to the point that they kept retreating.
When Yang Jin and Lian and the others saw this, they all looked surprised.
Lian guessed, he doesn't want to flog the monster, does he? Yang Jin shook his head.
Of course not, I think he's clearing a path out, don't you see the road is blocked by monster corpses?
Lian nodded his head indistinctly and,
yes, you are right.
Finished. Yang Jin, Lian and Xiaodan and the others immediately walked quickly toward the city. At the same time,
the Deadly Five outside the city, Wu Yuyao and the others also quickly walked up to Li Luo with grateful faces.
Wu Yuyao took the lead and said,
"Li Luo, my name is Wu Yuyao, thanks a lot this time, if it wasn't for you, I'm afraid it's really hard to say whether we live or die."
The other four also arched their hands in succession and said, "Li Luo, thanks a lot, my name is He Haoran." "Thank you Li Luo, my name is Li Penghong."
"Li Luo, a great favor is not appreciated, if there is any use for my Hanzhong, just say so." "Li Luo, my name is Zheng Tianming, as soon as I saw you, I knew you were going to be a big shot, huh, thanks a lot this time." Li Luo calmly said while cleaning up the monster corpses. "It's a small thing, just a show of hands." When Li Luo finished cleaning up the reasoning, Yang Jin and Lian had also run to Li Luo. Looking at the bloodstained road and the piles of monster corpses,
Yang Jin lamented.
"Li Luo, I don't even know how to praise you now, maybe I can only use stunning."
"Don't wear a high hat."
Li Luo's face was calm as he turned his head to look at Lian. "Director Lian, you should be able to send someone to the secret realm to notify the people of the secret realm."
Lian responded.
Yes, come a few people, go to the secret realm and inform them that the monster tide has been resolved, it's already safe, and the practicing secret realm can be freely entered and exited." Seeing Lian arranging manpower, Yang Jin slowly approached Li Luo and asked, in a low voice, "Li Luo, the small request you just said, what was the request?" Li Luo's eyes moved and he whispered, "I want to know the general distribution of monsters in the mists outside, is that okay?" Yang Jin was slightly stunned, then his face showed a difficult expression. He hesitantly said, "Li Luo, if it's any other request I can still try to fulfill it, but you said that this belongs to as a military secret, I don't have the right to tell you right now, or I will be court-martialed."
"In that case, forget it then." Leroy rubbed his Barrett, a little disappointed.
While he wished he knew what was going on in the mists, it wasn't like he was forcing people to violate military law. The big deal was that he would learn about it slowly later, and he wasn't in too much of a hurry. Yang Jin explained to Li Luo that, "Actually, the top is doing this for everyone's good, maybe when you know the situation later, you'll think so too."
"Aha!"
Leroy raised an eyebrow and nodded thoughtfully.
Yang Jin continued,
"I can only give you one piece of news, there is a hierarchy of mists out there, the mists within hundreds of kilometers that we are seeing now are just primary mists, and there are intermediate and advanced mists in the depths, abyssal mists. And in the depths of that mist there are great terrors."
Wu Yuyo. Chapter 101. What for? To eliminate the Chiu family, of course. Great terror? And I wonder if this so-called great terror, I wonder if there's any open-ended me terror?
Li Luo's gaze moved slightly, pondering in his heart. To be honest, he, who had already obtained angel wings, kind of wanted to break through the mists. He was feeling pretty good about his strength right now. By what he had in mind, he should be able to fight 10,000. Yang Jin lightly patted Li Luo's shoulder and lightly laughed. "Li Luo, don't worry, I believe you'll know soon."
Li Luo inquired, "Then will the 5 lines of defense outside here still be blocked recently?" Yang Jin nodded seriously and,
"Yes, we need to wait until we have redeployed our manpower and eyes in the Misty Fortress to confirm that there are no abnormal conditions within the surrounding 100 kilometers before opening it again, and it would be best for all of us not to go out recently." He specifically instructed Li Luo that, "Although I know that your current strength is already perverted, the unknown terrors in the mists are also perverted, so it's best for you not to go out alone." With a serious face, he, "Especially if you're a genius like you, it's best to go out with someone from the military, at least someone to share or draw fire, it's important that you stay alive." Leroy's gaze was languid and uncomprehending.
Is there any risk if I go out alone?" Yang Jin immediately nodded his head and, of course, there are places in the mists that have poisonous gases, hallucinogenic gases, and corrosive gases, all of which can't be said. Hearing these, Li Luo's original idea of going out to make a break for it alone was temporarily extinguished. The situation in the mists was more complicated than he thought. Strong was one thing, reckless is another. So he was still planning to wait to get more information before going to Misty. Yang Jin was right. Going out with the others, he does get some extra protection. For example, if he came across a weird anomaly, there would always be someone else in the lead. This moment, he suddenly remembered Han Run Run, and it didn't seem impossible to learn from it. After all, being careful was a good thing. Thinking about this, Leroy calmly checked his rank and lifespan situation. Surprisingly, his level had risen from 75 to 99, and his remaining lifespan was as high as 51,234 years. TSK, a lifespan of over 50,000 years. Li Luo staggered. Even many great emperors inside the shadowed sky didn't have this lifespan. He looked at the fit of the artifact spirit Barrett, which had also reached LV 910%. In his heart, he was secretly happy. Beautiful, this time I can redeem a super god level enchantment, and 2 epic level enchantments. Legendary level enchantments would be completely unnecessary. Just as he was about to pick the enchantment scrolls, Yang Jin tapped Li Luo on the shoulder and, Li Luo, this time you've gotten a lot of credit. I'll take the liberty of making the decision. For all the enchantment scrolls on the battlefield, you'll be given priority to pick 5, regardless of quality. Li Luo nodded indistinctly, right. It seemed like some enchantment scrolls did just burst out. Only looking at the color, it didn't seem to be very good. Who cares, let's pick up the pieces first. Although he didn't think there were any too good enchantment scrolls, picking them up to give away was fine. Then I'll make myself at home. After Li Luo finished speaking, he swung his wings and searched for the enchantment scroll. A few minutes passed. Leroy looked around. In the end, he picked up 1 epic level enchantment scroll and 4 legendary level enchantment scrolls. The epic enchantment scroll was the highest quality one in there. And it was the only one. There were 10 or 8 legendary great enchantment scrolls instead. But his vision was too high and he didn't even look at them, so he just picked up 4 at random. This only epic enchantment scroll was a stance enchantment. He was still considering whether or not to use it for himself, since he now had the mythic ranked, angel's wings, and body magic didn't seem to be that important. Yang Jin asked, Li Luo, have you picked it up? Then I can arrange for someone to clean up the battlefield. Can. Yang Jin heard Li Luo reply, so he immediately ordered the others to start cleaning up the battlefield. At the same time, all the people hiding in the basement of Magic City were also informed that they could come out in an orderly manner. This surprised quite a few people. In the past, when they encountered something like a monster tide, it was impossible to come out without 10 or 8 days. But how come it's so fast this time? As time passed, they all gradually realized that the reason they were able to come out so quickly was because of a person named Li Luo. The people who learned about this had applauded and cheered for him online. Many have become his fans. And because of this battle, Li Luo once again became a figure at the tip of the storm in Magic City. Although he was not a netizen and did not open a live broadcast. But he definitely belongs to as the first place in the netizen world. Still, let's look at the super god attachment. Leroy carried Barrett and leaned against the monster corpse, leisurely preparing to pick out an enchantment scroll. Suddenly, after a silhouette ran out from the secret portal, it moved quickly and went straight to Li Luo. Li Luo's gaze couldn't help but fixate on it. Xia Qingyue? Only to see that Xia Qingyue was followed by Yuan and other students who were practicing with her. Xia Qingyue's worried gaze scrutinized Li Luo's body. Finally landing on Li Luo's face, she asked with concern that, Li Luo, are you alright? Leroy gently raised the corners of his mouth and, how could I possibly be in trouble? Let's put it this way, I won't be alright even if Magic City falls. Xia Qingyue raised her eyebrows and, TSK, talking big words here again, boys just like to brag. At this time, Yang Jinruo, who was next to him, said with certainty that, actually, Li Luo was right, even if Magic City falls, he will be fine. Are you kidding me? He's got a flying enchantment. What can anyone do to him? Xia Qingyue was surprised to hear Yang Jin's voice and said, I'm talking to Li Luo, what's your business? Finished. She turned her head to look over, and when she saw Yang Jin's major general rank, she was slightly stunned. Hiss. She instantly sucked in a breath of cold air in her mind. Major general? What's with the major general? Xia Qingyue whirled around and said in a weak tone. That's sorry, have eyes but not recognize him to tie, forgive me. It's okay. Yang Jin shook his head indifferently and looked at Li Luo. Li Luo, is this your girlfriend? So concerned about you? Hearing this question, Xia Qingyue's gaze lit up and she stared at Li Luo with interest, seemingly waiting for his answer with great anticipation. Li Luo shook his head, her? My client.
Hearing this answer, Xia Qingyue's originally hopeful gaze seemed to dim a few points. She whirled around and raised her head and chest, arrogantly saying,
"Even if it's a client, then I'm your biggest client."
Then she continued,
"Hey Leroy, is that charmed demon mystic realm still accessible?" Li Luo shook his head. "Can't go for now, there's a blockade control outside." In fact, if he went alone, he had a great deal of confidence. But if he took 3 people out with him, the difficulty would skyrocket. In case there really was an abnormal situation, he couldn't guarantee the safety of the others. Xia Qingyue asked curiously. "Li Luo, I heard that you just killed many monsters?"
Yang Zhen, beside him, said,
"That's true, if it wasn't for Li Luo's explosive combat power, I guess you guys wouldn't be able to come out right now."
Xia Qingyue looked at Li Luo with a smile on her face.
"Can Li Luo, you're all so powerful, so what are you going to do next?" Li Luo's eyes turned and pondered. "What for?" "Naturally, it's to eliminate the Chiu family that has risen to the top." Chapter 102 Super God Enchantment, Space Bomb. "That's right."
On the side, Yang Zhen nodded his head and, "That's exactly what I'm thinking. This Chiu family is simply bold, almost causing the secret realm to be lost. We must find them to settle the score."
At this time,
next to her, Lu Ruyan slowly walked forward and,
"I heard you guys talking about liquidating the Chiu family?"
"Then it's just as well that I'm going to settle the score with them as well."
Yang Zhen was surprised and said, "What? You're going to?"
Ruyan Lu nodded, her tone firm and, "That's for sure. When we were resisting the monsters within the city, the Chiu family even sent someone who presumptuously tried to assassinate me. How could I just let it go?"
"What? They actually dared to assassinate you?" "Simply ignoring the law of the land, the crime is aggravated."
Yang Zhen immediately beckoned to Lian, who was next to him.
"Lian, pull out the information of all the important figures of the Chiu family and arrest them all.
Anyone who stands in the way will be killed without amnesty, and if anyone asks, tell them that it was an order from my military, Yang Zhen himself. It's time to straighten out the Chiu family, the snake in the ground."
Lian immediately nodded his head and, "Okay, I'll send someone here to take care of it."
On the side, Li Luo was slightly stunned.
That's the way it's done?
He was going to go on a killing spree.
In that case, it seems he won't be needed.
It's also a good idea to save yourself some trouble.
It looks as if I won't be needed.
Leroy spread both hands and shrugged easily.
Yang Zhen waved his hand and,
"Right, there's no use for you at all, just go about your business."
Li Luo gazed at Ruyan Lu. "Then, that, level 3 Misty Fortress quest, do you still need me to participate?"
Ruyan Lu gazed at Yang Zhen, clearly waiting for him to give an answer. Although she was also a major general, but regardless of military plans,
it's still dominated by Yang Zhen here at the moment. Yang Zhen waved his hands.
"It's no longer necessary, it's obviously a problem caused by the emergence of the monster wave. Since the problem of the monster tide had been resolved, there was naturally no more major trouble. In the past 2 days, ever since that level 3 Misty Fortress lost its connection, he had a vague feeling that there might be big trouble, and after thinking about it, that's why he deployed 5 lines of defense overnight just in case. Unexpectedly, it was really expected by him. It was just unexpected that those 5 lines of defense weren't much use. But Li Luo's strong strength made his jaw drop and made a great achievement. Otherwise, I don't know how many more people would have been killed or injured."
Yang Zhen suddenly, as if remembering something. "Li Luo, you shouldn't need to take the college entrance exam with this strength, right? You can be directly bailed out, right?" Li Luo shook his head and said meaningfully. "Bailing out?
No, I still want to go to the secret realm of the high school to sharpen my skills. I'm interested in those monsters."
Sharpening was fake, killing monsters was real.
What he was looking at was of course the monsters in the secret realm of the entrance exam. Although the lowest level monsters were level 30 and the highest level was 60, he had heard that there were a lot of them, so he should be able to get quite a lot of longevity.
"Then with this strength, aren't you going to a fish pond to fry fish?" Yang Zhen teased.
Leroy shrugged, "That's out of my hands." He was going to kill the monster anyway, and he didn't care at all if he blew up the fish or not.
At this time, Xia Qingyue excitedly pulled Li Luo's arm and, "Interested in monsters? Since this is the case, go, you take me to upgrade, 2 million, I'll pack it for 1 day first, I'll renew it for a few more days if I perform well." Li Luo was caught off guard. "Hey, not 3 million a day. It's not the money. 5 million a day. It's really not about the money. I found a wild reservoir in there that you can fish. That'll work." Li Luo was pulled by Xia Qingyue towards the secret realm quickly. Seeing this scene, Yang Zhen couldn't help but laugh and, "Looks like this girl is rich and likes Li Luo." Ruyan Lu smiled and laughed. "More than liking, she actually fought with me because of Li Luo, it's really the first time I've seen it." Yang Zhen was surprised. "Really? There's still this matter?" Ruyan Lu raised her eyebrows slightly. "Yes, but this girl's character I like, no pretense, no beating around the bush, if you like it, you're brave enough to pursue it, courage is commendable." There were orders from the military and intervention from the law enforcement agency. The Chiu family was completely liquidated in just a few days. The important figures of the Chiu family and the forces behind them were all directly disposed of with the death penalty. Assassinating Lu Ruyan, strangling the heavenly pride Li Luo, and interfering with military defense operations. These 3 charges were enough to ruin the Chiu family's reputation. After the story spread on the internet, the people also applauded. And Leroy, on the other hand, with 5 million a day, he was pulled together by Xia Qingyue to kill monsters and upgrade, and in reality, he ran off to fish in the wild reservoir in the secret realm. Only encountered Xia Qingyue to find a nest with many monsters. Only then would he step in to clear out a wave. To him, these monsters were a bit unappealing to him, the experience was too little. It took several days of killing monsters for him to level up from 99 to 100. If it wasn't for the fact that the monsters could more or less gain a bit of longevity, he wouldn't have even made a move. He'd rather spend his time improving the fit of his fishing rod. And with a lifespan of over 50,000 years, he exchanged it for a super god tier attachment, Space Bomb. Space Bomb, super god grade attachment, long-range artifact spirit attachment. When the artifact spirit attacks the target, it will explode a spherical space with a radius of 100 meters. Within that space, everything will be imprisoned for 10 seconds. During the 10 seconds, you can willfully detonate any target. The user is immune. In addition, he also redeems 2 epic enchantments. One is an enhanced version of the recovery class enchantment, Power of Life, which heals itself in 3 seconds after an injury. One is an enchantment that strengthens the hardness of the body, Power of the Flood. The strength of the body is comparable to that of a flooded beast. He also took that epic stance enchantment that Monster Tide had picked up and used it on himself. After all, there was no such thing as too much skill. As for the other legendary grade enchantment scrolls that he couldn't use, he sold them to Zhao Chen and Xia Qingyue. He also threw 2 to Zhou Pai and Choppy. After learning that Li Luo had no safety issues, he ran off to get mushy with Clove again, bringing up a sister while promoting feelings, and at the same time solving all the problems in Lilac's family. This heated up the relationship between the two quickly. Time passed slowly. I don't realize that time is approaching the high school entrance exam. And Li Luo's legendary fishing rod, the fit has reached LV 10-11%. Tomorrow's college entrance exam. Early in the morning, Li Luo lay down in the school dormitory and muttered that, I wonder if those monsters in the secret realm of the college entrance exam add much life expectancy? Don't let me down. He already had little expectation for the experience of the monsters in the Gao Gao secret realm. He was already level 100, and leveling wasn't what he was after. What he was looking for was the longevity of the monsters. After all, longevity was something that was definitely more than enough. Suddenly, apt. Leroy's cell phone rings. Strange number? It's not a telemarketing call, is it? Li Luo glanced at it and hung up the phone. Apt. Immediately after that, his cell phone rang again. This shouldn't be an advertising sales pitch, otherwise it shouldn't have called a second time. What kind of sales psychology is so strong? Curious, he picked up the phone. Hello, who is it? Li Luo, it's me, Principal Mei. Principal Mei Jiechao's voice came from the other end of the phone. Li Luo was puzzled. Principal Mei? What is it? You quickly come to my office. The people from Kyoto University's admissions office are about to fight with the people from Mordor University's admissions office. Li Luo was puzzled. But what's it to me? Do I need to stop them with a Barrett? Bull. Meyer Chao's voice seemed a little sharper. They are just because they all want to rob you. Hurry up and come. The ceiling of my office here is about to be overturned. Sexy photo of Xia Qingyue was knocked back for being too sexy. Wait for my comment to make up for it. Someone said she wasn't good looking enough. She expressed her displeasure. Chapter 103, you say, who is more beautiful, me or her? When Leroy showed up at Meyer Chao's office, he was surprised to see 2 charming beauties having a heated argument. UMO, Li Luo is definitely from our Kyoto University. We'll take this guy. What I said, Jesus can't stop it either. Yidding, I'm telling you, Li Luo is from Mordor and will definitely go to Mordor University. Don't even think about digging in. Ting? UMO? A Kyoto University admissions office? A Mordor University admissions office? Li Luo shrugged his shoulders breathlessly. This can also be robbed? But how can 2 women be one drama? Didn't they say 3 women make a show? He gazed over to the shivering Principal Mei Jiechiao next to him and realized that the other party was standing awkwardly with a smile on his face. There was a look of wanting to say something. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of Leroy appearing in the doorway, and he immediately beckoned to him and, oops my ass. Li Luo, you're finally here, come in. As if he had found a life-saving herb, he hurriedly pulled Li Luo into the house. Then to the quarreling too, he said. Both of you, Li Luo is here, why don't we ask him what he thinks of himself? The bickering continued, however. Our Kyoto University is the #1 ranked university, it's definitely not appropriate for Li Luo not to go to our place. What's so bad about our Magic City University? The campus is beautiful, and there are many beautiful women. Where would he go if he didn't go to Mordor? Plenty of beautiful women? But I don't think you're as beautiful as me either. How can that be? I'm definitely more beautiful than you.
Yi Ting from Kyoto University's admissions office and Umo from Mordor University were still arguing.
Suddenly, they both turned their heads to Meyer Chow, and in unison, who do you think is more beautiful between the two of us?
Mei Jiecho was petrified on the spot, staring daggers at the two. In his heart, he muttered,
Not. Why are we suddenly talking about who's more beautiful? Aren't you here to compete for Leroy? Also, how can he answer such a question?
I'm sure there's no way to answer that. His eyes lit up, then he smiled sardonically and,
Both of you, I'm not afraid of your jokes, I'm face blind, I think you're both beautiful. Falsehood. Empty words. Itami and Hazumo deflated, spitting at Meyer Super. Mei Jiecho smiled awkwardly and, Both of you, aren't you looking for Li Luo? Why don't you ask him what he wants? He's here. Finished speaking. He gloated and pointed at Leroy. Nah, he's Leroy.
The two of them, Yi Ting and Umo, were ready to argue again, but finally stopped the moment they saw Li Luo in their afterglow. The two gazed curiously at Li Luo.
Immediately afterward, Etain asked that. Li Luo, who do you think is more beautiful, me or her? Fei Mo also pursued, yes, take a closer look.
Leroy was slightly stunned. How did he get stumped with this problem?
Shouldn't they be asking me which school to choose?
Leroy thought for a moment, his eyes looking out the window.
I think so, the weather is good today. Feather Mo. Etain. Mei Jiecho.
Etain was the first to react. It's also true that this problem does make it difficult for Li Luo. It's like this, Li Luo, our Kyoto University wants to admit you early. Come with me to Kyoto University.
Fei Mo immediately interjected.
Li Luo, our Magic City University also wants to admit you early. Come with me to Magic City University.
Li Luo was a bit surprised. The results of the college entrance exams haven't even come out. Is it appropriate for you guys to talk about this?
Yi Ting immediately waved her hand and,
High school what? With your strength and rank, aren't you going to fry fish? Go directly to enroll in school, I can do the bonding procedures for you right now. Fei Mo was not willing to show weakness.
Li Luo, if you go to Mordor University, the bonding procedures have all been done in advance, it's just a matter of you nodding your head. As long as you nod your head, you can go and enroll.
Li Luo thought for a moment. Thank you both for your kindness, but I don't want to take the path of bailing out, I want to take the exam the hard way, you guys please go back. Yi Ting immediately put on a smile and, Doda, Li Luo, are you doing this for the high school entrance exams enchanted scroll reward? Don't worry, I can apply for it for you all the same. Fei Mo also said.
Leroy, I can also apply for the highest reward for you.
Li Luo's expression rippled.
The two of you have misunderstood. What I want is to fight and sharpen, not for the enchanted scroll, the secret realm of the high examination I must enter.
Are you kidding me?
He was just trying to figure out how those monsters could live. How could he give it up?
The two of them, Itsuki and Yuma, looked at each other in dismay.
Both were puzzled in their hearts. This young man is a bit hard to handle. Why does he have to go to the secret world and suffer? It's true, all geniuses have a bit of a pet peeve. The two were silent for a moment.
Etain said.
Good, Li Luo, then after you finish the college entrance exam, you must choose Kyoto University. Okay, sister, I will arrange the most powerful teacher for you to teach you combat skills.
Fei Mo was not amused.
Li Luo, after you finish your college entrance exams and come to Magic City University, not only will I arrange for you to have a super strong teacher, but she is also a great beauty.
Li Luo shrugged his shoulders indifferently.
Both of you, actually my artifact spirit is a sniper rifle, it doesn't matter who is the teacher, none of them should be able to teach me.
Fei Mo immediately said.
But Li Luo, I know that you still have a fishing rod organ spirit, that beautiful teacher organ spirit is also a fishing rod, and there is also a huge pond in Magic City.
A huge pond? That's a good deal.
Nothing to do but boost the fishing rod's artifact fit.
Li Luo's gaze toward Fei Mo brightened slightly.
Seeing this, Itsuka felt not too good that.
Li Luo, isn't it just a fish pond?
I'll immediately call back to Kyoto University and ask someone to repair the fish pond.
Li Luo stroked his chin thoughtfully and, I see, both of you, I'll think about it carefully. Eventually, the two of them, Itami and Yuma, returned without any success. Only Umo was a little happy in her heart because when she left, Li Luo seemed to clearly favor Magic City University.
Just because of that fishing rod spirit and fish pond. In her mind, she said, go back and tell the principal to get more fish in, and fix the fish pond environment a little more, Li Luo will definitely come to Magic City University.
In fact, Li Luo's heart was also a bit inclined towards Mordor University.
Because there is a fish pond, and the fishing rod artifact spirit he didn't use it much, the drilling skills and so on are very few.
It might be a good skill to utilize. After the two of them, Itsuki and Yuma, left.
Mei Jiecho left Leroy in his office and spoke at length. Li Luo, it would have been good to bail out. You had to go for the college entrance exam. Since you decided to go for the college entrance exam, I'd better say hello to you.
You say. Li Luo's face was calm. Meyer Chow said.
You know all about the college entrance examination process, the only 100 cities left in the country. The number of people in this college entrance examination totals about 300,000 people. All of them will enter the secret realm of the college entrance examination. Among them, I've heard that there are some cities that also have Heaven's Pride students. Like the previous Yixin kind of Heavenly Pride and Zhao Xian kind of Heavenly Pride, there are still quite a lot of them in the country.
There are no less than 100 people much stronger than them.
I know you're strong, but don't get in the gutter. You should be clear about the situation of the secret realm of the college entrance exam. It is divided into 9 areas, and the difficulty of the monsters gradually escalates. From the starting point to the end point is 270 kilometers. Whoever breaks through to the end point first and kills the most monsters, whoever is the first place.
You can't kill anyone inside, the most you can do is to seriously injure them.
Also, this time, you must make the reputation of Mordor 3rd Middle School known, so that we can apply for more learning resources.
Meyer super blah 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 blah.
Leroy felt afraid that he would go on without interrupting him. He interrupted the other with a shrug of his shoulders and,
"Don't worry, Principal, may I know all of this."
After saying that, he stepped away. Mei Jieqiao repeated his instructions. Remember, Leroy, don't fall in the gutter.
ETA Greek letter ATN. Chapter 104, number 1? Of course it's me.
That's a lot of words. Leroy spat in his heart. Due to the college entrance exam tomorrow, practicing has all but stopped. Almost all of the students who had awakened their artifact spirits in the Magic City's 3rd middle school had already reached the threshold of level 30 through a month of hard work. Even those who had awakened Chopper or Stirrer. Even the students who awakened Iron Rice Bowl spent their energy and time, entrusting someone to take them to upgrade to level 30. Today, it was time for everyone to check their enrollment. If you confirm that there are no errors, you are free to rest. Ding dong. Leroy walked to the playground and looked up at the sky when his cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his cell phone and looked down. It's actually Xia Qingyue's news? Xia Qingyue, Li Luo, which university are you going to apply for? I want to enroll in the same university as you. Li Luo thinks for a moment. I don't know yet, maybe Magic City University or maybe Kyoto University, but I think it's better to follow your own plan. Actually, he was roughly aware of it. At Kyoto University, there would be more teachers with strong combat skills in all areas. Especially teachers of sword-type cultivators, there were many masters. Xia Qingyue was a sword-type cultivator, and could completely enter Kyoto University, which would be more favorable to her own development. There was absolutely no need to join herself. Xia Qingyue. My plan? My plan is to get into the same college as you, how's that? Moved? Leroy. Not really, you know I'm on the path of the strong and won't be easily distracted. Xia Qingyue. But you also know me, you have your pursuit, I have my pursuit, you do not need to persuade me, do not say it, I am ready to go out to go shopping with Yuan, bye-bye. Li Luo. Finished communicating with Xia Qingyue. Li Luo put his phone into his pants pocket and proceeded to ponder. Whether to choose Mordor University or Kyoto University, he really hadn't decided yet, and was prepared to take one step at a time. In fact, he felt that it really didn't matter. With his strength, if it wasn't for the fact that the university had information about the distribution of monsters in the mists, he wouldn't have had to go to the university at all. And the prerequisite for getting into the military, in turn, requires an education in information science inside the university. The military is not going to teach this information slowly. Once you enter the military, that's when the hands-on training begins. That's why most of the information about Misty is done at the University for Science. For example, which areas detect toxicity, which areas have powerful flying monsters, which areas have unknown and bizarre situations, and so on. While he was pondering, not far away, a silhouette slowly walked. Li Luo? How's it going? Which university are you going to take? Li Luo raised his eyes to see that it was Zhao Chen. For Zhao Chen, he was still quite recognized. Just from the fact that he had been disliked by others for not wanting to team up before, and Zhao Chen was willing to team up and take him upgrading, he felt that this person had a good character. But this kind of helpfulness wasn't good. It's easy to roll over in this chaotic world. His eyes moved slightly. Haven't decided yet, have you? Zhao Chen's gaze was firm and, of course it's Kyoto University, after all, the #1 ranked university in Daxia, I've long been longing for it. Li Luo nodded thoughtfully, that's quite good. Zhao Chen asked curiously, Li Luo, where's your buddy Zhou Pai? Li Luo raised his eyebrows. Him? He's fallen into the river of love and can't help himself, getting all mushy with his little girlfriend every day. For the dude who had only small wishes. He had a feeling that after college, he might just part ways with Choppy. After all, his Li Luo's ambition was to walk the path of invincibility, while Zhou Pai's ambition was to have a wife and children. From the beginning, they were not destined to be on the same path.
Zhao Chen laughed.
In that case, Li Luo, I've heard that for this college entrance exam, there are many experts in other cities who also want to take the title of number one in the country, and even though I think that the number one is not yours, I still advise you to pay attention to it.
Li Luo said carelessly.
Don't worry, I'm definitely fine. On the contrary, you are. I suggest you put away your zealotry, or else you'll easily fall on your face.
Zhao Chen laughed in a cloudy manner. But do good deeds and don't ask questions. I always believe that justice will win.
Spinning around, he raised his hand and pointed at the mist in the sky. And I also believe that this mist will eventually be dispersed, and the sun will once again shine on the earth. He looked at Leroy meaningfully. It's not possible to say that the person who dispels the fog in the future will be you. Without further ado, I'll go out again in search of looking for the enchantment scroll.
Li Luo unexpectedly raised his eyebrows, then said in amazement that, don't you have several legendary great enchantment scrolls already?
Zhao Chen shook his head. That's not enough, the road to becoming stronger is never ending.
Li Luo nodded. Okay, go ahead.
He looked at Zhao Chen's distant back, pondering. Zhao Chen's talent wasn't high, but there was one thing to be said for him, his will and 3 views were quite positive.
If it goes well, maybe he'll make a good officer.
The best way to become stronger is to join the army and kill your way to power from a mountain of corpses and blood.
Next morning, 8 a.m.
All the students of Magic City, all gathered in the city center of Magic City, the secret pavilion of the higher education examination. The Secret Realm Pavilion's viewing gallery had already been filled with a sea of spectators. It was a rare day for ordinary people. Because every year on this day, in this secret pavilion of the college entrance examination, you can watch the live broadcast through the lens, and the live broadcast is the wonderful performance of the students in the secret pavilion of the college entrance examination, who are fighting and killing monsters in it. Normally, it was hard for them to see this kind of situation. There are even a lot of people so excited that they are streaming the entrance exam here in real time on their cell phones. 10 teleportation portals existed in the secret pavilion of the college entrance examination. Each of these portals can transport you to a specialized departure point in the Gao Gao Mystery Pavilion.
At this moment, Chen Qinghe, the mayor of Mordor City, is speaking with a microphone.
Everyone, today is very heavy for all the seniors in Magic City,
because today, it's the very important time for the entrance exam.
In previous years, our Magic City's results for this college entrance examination, were not very good.
So this year I hope that each and every one of you students do your best to get good grades and get into a good university.
The rules of the college entrance exams you should have already known.
Finally, I hope that all of you will have a bright future. The time to enter has come. Students, please enter the secret realm. When Chen Qinghe loudly announced to enter the secret realm,
all the students were listed as 10 teams and began to line up to enter the secret realm.
Li Luo slowly approached the secret realm portal along with the crowd.
One after another, the students disappeared from the secret realm portal and then appeared at the departure point in the middle of the secret realm of the college entrance exam.
Li Luo was walking slowly when he did so.
Xia Qingyue's crisp voice came from not far behind her.
Li Luo, do you have the confidence to take first place?
First?
Of course it's not me. Li Luo was confident. Are you kidding me? As an open man, if he can't take first place, who can? It couldn't be easier for him.
Compared to speed, he had angel wings. Compared to killing monsters, he had super god Barrett. How could he lose? He turned his head to Xia Qingyue and reminded that, you'd better take care of yourself.
Hearing this,
Xia Qingyue's gaze brightened slightly. It was really rare. Li Luo actually gave up speaking human words. She instantly had a smile in her eyes, and compared an okay gesture that, yes. When Li Luo appeared in the secret realm, he realized that there was a huge plane under his feet, and many students were already standing around as well. He could see students from various schools in various cities in the distance. It was surprisingly dark when you looked at it out of nowhere. He was suddenly overwhelmed, and raised the corners of his mouth and, curious, I wonder if they'll drop their jaws when my angel wings unfold.
Feather in ink. Chapter 105. Is there something unclean?
TSK, 300,000 people.
Li Luo's gaze swept over the huge group of people not far away, and his heart sighed with emotion. That is, this secret realm was big enough.
Otherwise, it really couldn't accommodate so many people competing at the same time. He carefully observed his surroundings. The scene was quite spectacular. The 3,000 or so students of Mordor City were almost all in the same area, and the ground was also circled by red strips of cloth. There was a large sign stuck in the ground with a few red words printed on it.
Magic City Student Area.
In this area, there are exactly 10 portals.
There will also be a teleport back from here at the end of the high school.
Li Luo could see that many people were eager to try and fight, as if they wanted to become famous and amaze the crowd.
Just as Li Luo was looking around, someone was shouting on a tannoy.
Attention all students, I'm the examiner Qin Shan. All the students who are taking the college entrance exam have already arrived, and the exam is about to begin.
I'll emphasize the rules of the exam once more.
The secret realm is about 300 kilometers in length in total, while the length of the exam area is 270 kilometers, one area every 30 kilometers, a total of 9 areas. The further back the monsters get, the stronger, and there's a timer at the end, which requires everyone to press the button personally. The ranking of the results of the exam depends on 2 data. First, the time to reach the end from the starting point, the faster the better, and second, the number of monsters killed, the more the better. Time is weighted at 3, and the number of monsters killed is weighted at 7.
The number of monsters killed will be automatically counted by the secret probe.
You can save people and beat them up, but you can't kill people or help them kill monsters. You have to do it all on your own.
Violators will be disqualified from the entrance exam. The college entrance exam is 3 days long, and the exam will begin soon. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Hear the countdown.
Li Luo saw that many of the other students were already pumping their fists and seemed ready to start sprinting towards the front.
Big brother, get ready to charge. Chuppy stomped his feet, seemingly warming up. Leroy, however, waved his hand in disbelief. Panic what?
He wasn't panicking at all, nor was he planning to rush.
He had the flight enchantment fully capable of flying straight away. Who had wings and didn't use them to run around on 2 legs?
At this time, outside the secret world, the huge screens in the secret realm pavilions of the college entrance exams in each city were broadcasting the situation in the secret realm of the college entrance exams in real time.
Those Guyanese who were watching the match were all excited.
They all raised their voices and applauded at the top of their lungs.
Come on, come on. Get it up, get it up. Fuel up. Floor oil for me hard. Hurry up and get started, I kind of can't wait.
Wow, so many pretty boys and girls.
The crowd applauded even more, their hands clapping.
Because some of the people were parents, and they wanted very much for their children to do well enough in it.
The same was true in the secret pavilion of the high school examination in Magic City. Not only was the audience enthusiastic,
but also the principals and teachers of each school are highly attentive to the real-time situation of the entrance exams. One of them, Mei Jieqiao, had a smile on his face. Because their school had a dark horse like Li Luo, they were sure to achieve superb results. A few other principals couldn't help but remind Mei Jieqiao when they saw the undisguised smile on his face and were envious. Old Mei, pay attention, your face is about to break into a smile. That's right, you're smiling more or less recklessly.
He's just showing off, nakedly.
That's right, he's more or less overdoing it. On the side, the mayor of Magic City, Chen Xinghe, was also full of anticipation, and his expectations for Li Luo were quite high. It had been a long time since Magic City had produced a particularly powerful genius. He had longed for this for a long time.
In the secret realm, the countdown still continues. The 3, 2, 1, the game begins. The voice fell.
All of the students heard the sound and dashed forward playfully. The sound was unparalleled. When Li Luo saw the scene, his eyebrows slightly raised, and there were a few moments of surprise in his heart. It was like 300,000 troops charging forward at the same time. It was so spectacular that it caused one's scalp to tingle a little.
Big brother, I'll go scout ahead and run ahead.
After Zhou Pai shouted his words, he left behind only a back shadow. Slow down, don't fall on your ass this time, Li Luo said carelessly. Suddenly, his gaze lurched.
Ha! Flight enchantment?
He realized that some of the people in the crowd actually had flight attachments, and they actually flew straight away.
Only.
Their flying speed was obviously not as fast as angel wings.
Sure enough, there's something, but not much.
Li Luo saw the crowd hurriedly rushing towards the front.
It was also a bit idle. I don't know if there are enough monsters to kill.
With a thought, a pair of golden translucent wings suddenly appeared behind him.
Immediately after, with a slight movement of those wings, his entire body surged up into the sky. It was simply handsome.
On the spot, many students from other cities looked dumbfounded, and in their hearts they secretly said,
"Damn, this move is also too damn handsome." Shoo!
The wings stirred once again. Li Luo's body flew violently towards the front, as if a cannonball was shot out. The speed was staggering. Compared to the few other students who possessed the flight enchantment, Leroy's flight was much more handsome. The other students' flying stance was like a bird. But Leroy's flying posture was like an angel.
Fly when you want to fly, stop when you want to stop.
There is clearly a mysterious sense of stagnation, or levitation.
It's almost too flexible to be true. It amazes students who haven't seen it in other cities. Golden wings? That guy is open.
That's right, I broke 2 ing legs running, and he flew past with a flap of his wings. Right, not to speak of martial virtues, and he did that speed than other people flying speed.
Did you see that? He can actually stagger? Woj, I really don't want to talk about it. Seeing Li Luo's descending blow like flying enchantment, many students chimed in.
It also caused a sense of powerlessness to arise in the hearts of so many. Only the students of Magic City understood in their hearts. The person in the sky with golden wings was Li Luo, who won at the starting line.
Oh no!
It's laying down to win at the finish line to wait for their boy god. They can't even compare. Therefore, they were prepared in their hearts and had no mind to be envious and jealous anymore, they just fiercely rushed forward. After all, being able to surpass one was one. This college entrance exam is a competition for rankings, and the higher up you are, the better. At this moment, Li Luo hovered in the middle of the sky above the first area and took out his Barrett to start sniping the monsters. The position he was in happened to be the first area, over the center. Because he had the eye of true vision, his vision just happened to cover the entire area. It was so clear to see that it could be said to be distinguishable. So all he needed to do was hover in the air here and use Barrett to clear the monsters. Originally, he wanted to fly to the end of the line first and then slowly kill them back. But he didn't do that. Because there was no need for that. The first place was definitely his, and no one could take it away from him. In front of absolute strength, all tricks are vanity. Bang, 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 bang. The sky above the first area. Barrett's low, domineering voice kept ringing out. It was like a life sickle, constantly harvesting the monster's life. Every time a gunshot rang out, a monster on the ground would let out a miserable scream, and the sound sounded extraordinarily miserable. It was estimated that these monsters were also confused. I didn't even see anyone. How did I die? Could there be something unclean in the secret realm? Chapter 106 Regulus Sword? Xuanwu Shield? But alas, no one gave them an answer. In this first area, there was no monster that could withstand a single shot from Leroy. After all, he was now as high as level 100, and his Barrett fit had reached LV 1078%. Killing these level 30 monsters was simply not too easy. It was completely one shot at a time. The key bullet explosion also comes with a surrounding space confinement effect, so that the other monsters in a 100-meter radius cannot move at all. They can only wait quietly to be killed by Li Luo. The other students who managed to run over were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This is too damn outrageous, isn't it? They had thought it would be a grueling battle, but instead they saw the monsters being quickly harvested, and the monsters died before they could even run in front of them. Many of the students shouted and, "What's the deal? Hanging walls? Scratch that. Is this guy in the sky here to fry fish? Who is he? Why is he so fierce? He should be Magic City's Li Luo. I've read a bit of news, it seems like his artifact spirit is Barrett, I've heard it's quite powerful. But how can we kill monsters if he's so messed up? That's right, most of the monsters have been killed by him, so we still play a DJ. Just a question, can we call the police?" To this, Li Luo was completely unaware of it and just kept harvesting the monsters' lives. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of Barrett gunshots continuously resounded in the air, shaking the four directions. To his surprise, these monsters, basically each one of them, gave him about 1 year of life. Li Luo was secretly happy in his heart. Well, at this rate, at least 3,000 to 5,000 years of lifespan can be collected here. The corners of his mouth began to gradually lift again. Many students dared to be angry when they saw Li Luo's perverted behavior. No one dared to reason with him either. After all, he was holding the truth in his hands. It was an artifact Barrett, not a regular Barrett. And the damage looks pretty strong. The students of Magic City, on the other hand, had more than one heart in their hearts, and when they saw the scene, they immediately ran towards the second area. What are you doing? This is Leroy, the heroic figure who repelled the wave of monsters in the Magic City. Who dares to mess with him? Crazy? With him here, surely you have to hurry and go farther away and take your chances in other areas. There might even be a chance to pick up some slack. But while they thought so, others did not. After all, the students who participated in this college entrance exam were not the only ones from Magic City. There were also hundreds of thousands of other students from over 100 other cities. There were countless high achievers and countless heavenly prides. Finally, a student jumped out and loudly accused Leroy of, "Hey! That guy in the sky! What are you doing? How are we supposed to play when you're doing this?" Hear that? Li Luo's movements lurched and his gaze swept over the boys shouting on the ground. Only to see that he was actually holding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. His demeanor was elegant and dignified. Only, at this moment, his expression when he looked at Li Luo looked a bit angry, as if he was furious enough. At this moment, some people on the sidelines saw the scene and were up in arms. This person is from the Yi family, I think his name is Yi Lucio, dual weapon spirit. Then the sword in his hand is the Xian Yuan sword? The shield in his hand is the Xuanwu shield? Yes, I've heard that this Regulus sword of his is mythic grade and the Xuanwu shield is epic grade. Is he that fierce? Fierce, yes, but he can't kill monsters now. Do you think he's pissed off? Anyway, if it were me, then I'd definitely be pissed off. These two are both fierce people. If they fight, it's good for us, we can fish in troubled waters and kill monsters. Thousands of meters in the air. Li Luo stood high above the ground and heard the discussion in his heart. Another dual weapon spirit heavenly pride?
It seems like this person wanted to come and fry fish. Li Luo looked at him thoughtfully for a couple of moments before completely treating him like air. Bang, 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 bang. Continuing as if nothing had happened, he used his Barrett to clear the monsters around him. You abomination. Li Luo's behavior made Yi Lucio furious. His face was a shade of green and white. He hadn't expected at all that he, as the bearer of Kyoto No. 1 Middle School, was also the strongest young man of the Yi family. The strength was even stronger than both Yi Xian and Yi Yuan. Surprisingly, he was treated as heir by this guy with a Barrett in his hand, not caring at all if he could stand it or not. This is also too ing do not give face, right? He had wanted to rely on his uncommon strength to make a big splash in the secret realm of the higher education examination. That was also why he had refused the guaranteed qualification. As a result, he hadn't even touched a monster in half a day, so how could he not be angry? His face sank and he immediately shouted to Li Luo in the sky that, "Hey you! If you have the ability to come down to me, fight in a dignified manner." Li Luo still ignored him. Instead, he turned his back to him. Still clearing out the monsters with his Barrett on his own, he didn't want to waste any time on this man at all. Bang, 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 bang. The gunshots were still ringing out, and the monsters were being quickly exterminated. Yi Lucio became even more angry at the situation. He exasperatedly said, "Hey, are you still a man or not? Do you dare to fight with me squarely?" It was at this moment. A clear female voice suddenly rang out from the crowd and, "Hey, who are you? How dare you talk about my Li Luo like that?" Yi Lucio immediately turned his head to look when he heard that someone actually dared to question him. Then his gaze flashed with a hint of surprise. The one who had spoken was actually a beautiful woman, and it was also a beautiful woman with a heroic temperament. Yi Lucio's face sank, and he said with a black face that, "Who are you? Did I talk to you? Me, Magic City 3rd Middle School Xia Qingyue, what are you ghosting about here?" That's right. The one who spoke was none other than the protective Xia Qingyue. She was originally prepared to go to the second area to kill monsters and pick up the slack, but she heard someone ask Li Luo if he was a man. So she immediately couldn't sit still. She knew too well if Li Luo was a man, a proper Sigma man. She has been testing this result for 3 years. Black lines rose on Yi Lucio's forehead. "Don't you think this guy in the sky is a bit excessive? He killed all the monsters, how can we still play?" Xia Qingyue said with a smirk. "Excessive? What's too much? If you have the patience to fight with him in the sky, what are you screaming for? You?" Yi Lucio's gaze instantly stared at Xia Qingyue in displeasure, and then said in annoyance that, "If I can go up, why do I need you to say so?" Xia Qingyue gently shook her head and flirted with the idea that, TSK, then it's you who is not strong enough. Look at your face is suffocating red, really can't, I'll fight for him." Yi Lucio's gaze twitched and he looked uncertain. "What? You're a girl and you dare to fight me?" Xia Qingyue laughed meaningfully, and, "Do you know why Li Luo ignores you? That's because you're not strong enough to have the desire to make him fight." She continued, "But if you want to trouble him, why don't I try your strength for him first, and if you can't even beat me, then you can stop ghosting. Who do you think you are?" Yi Lucio's face sank as he whirled around and swung his Regulus sword, stabbing towards Xia Qingyue. "Ha! I'm naturally the one who came to clean you up." Xia Qingyue smiled mysteriously, then let out a chirp that, "Sword come." Chapter 107, What's wrong? Why can't I move? What about the sword? The others felt a bit puzzled when they heard Xia Qingyue's words. How did the sword come? Is it hard to believe that the sword is voice activated? Just as the crowd was puzzled, they only saw a green flying sword in the sky stabbing down at great speed, stabbing violently towards Yi Lucio's back. Swoosh! The flying sword pierced through the air with a swoosh. "Brother, be careful, there are flying swords behind you." Beside Yi Lucio, a girl with outstanding temperament shouted at him. Her name was Yi Xianer, and she was Yi Lucio's younger sister. It was also a pretty girl who combined face value and strength, positively showing worry at the moment. A flying sword? It's the royal sword technique? Yi Lucio's gaze sank at the words, and his left hand reflexively blocked behind him with his shield. Ding! A clear and piercing sound of metal clashing resounded in the ears of the crowd. Aha! Yi Lucio couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt as he was knocked back 2 steps by the impact of the flying sword. Although he was in a slight mess, he was unharmed. Yi Lucio stood firm and stared at Xia Qingyue in astonishment. Yo, you really do have something, you actually still know the sword royal art? Where did you get it? Xia Qingyue disdainfully said. Talkative. Why don't you ask how you came to this world? You. Yi Lucio was choked speechless. With a sullen face, he stepped on his feet in a mysterious stance and immediately unleashed a blazing attack on Xia Qingyue. With disdain in his mouth, he shouted. Xia Qingyue, that's all you're capable of, isn't it? After saying that, he winded up close to Xia Qingyue. His stance was fast, and he was clearly much stronger than the previous Zhao Xian's combined strength.
His shield was flexible and could block flying swords from all directions. This made Xia Qingyue feel a little bad. Oh no, this guy seems to be even harder to deal with than Zhao Xin. Her face gradually became serious, and in her heart, she said that this Yi Luqiu who possessed dual weapon spirits was indeed very powerful. Not only was his defense very strong, but his stance was also very fast. Definitely counted as the best of this senior class. Even on a national scale, you can say that. It's actually quite normal when you think about it. After all, this leaf-falling autumn, one of the artifacts was the mythic-grade Regulus sword, while the other was the epic-grade Xuanwu shield. There was offense and defense, and the stance wasn't bad. Although she had the royal sword technique, she could only barely maneuver around. This was because there was absolutely no way for her to completely stop Yi Luqiu's approach right now. She believed that as time passed, she was afraid that she would be in trouble. And at this point, Yi Luqiu's face was flushed red, relying on his stance that was obviously slightly faster than Xia Qingyue's, eagerly trying to get closer to her. He was now very angry. Very angry. He was as well known as a heavenly pride in Kyoto, his fame was no less than that of Li Luo in the Magic City. But facing the unknown Xia Qingyue of the Magic City's third middle school, he was unable to take it for a long time. He was a bit embarrassed about his face. On such an occasion, what does the nation's eating public think? What do the students in Kyoto think? And what do the principals and leaders and teachers of Kyoto First High School think? One must hurry to defeat this Xia Qingyue. The two circled around for half a minute. Finally, Yi Luqiu, who was close to Xia Qingyue, yelled out, "It's now!" Shoo! The Xianyuan sword in his hand swung out a blazing sun-like red sword qi, slashing towards Xia Qingyue who was close at hand. The sword qi was like a rainbow, sharp and fast. When Xia Qingyue saw this unavoidable sword qi, her gaze sank and her heart panicked. Not good. If she was struck by this sword qi, she estimated that she would more or less have some color hanging on her body. But there didn't seem to be anything she could do about it now. Just as she was about to harden her sword qi. Bang! A low and domineering gunshot sounded, followed by a black stream of light that instantly hit Yi Luqiu's shield. Boom! Yi Luqiu was shaken back several meters by the shockwave created when the black stream of light exploded. He immediately spat out blood from his mouth and his face turned white. His face was shocked and his pupils quaked. What the hell? He saw that the shield in his hand actually began to attach a layer of frost, yet it was strangely burning with red flames. Even weirder. His body was originally sent flying by a huge force, but it was strangely horizontal in the air and completely unable to move. Not only was his body unable to move, he also realized that the sword qi he had just swung out was strangely stagnant in the air as well. He was horrified in his heart. How is this possible? At this very moment, not only could he, Yi Luqiu, not move, even Xia Qingyue could not move, and even everyone within a 100-meter radius could not move. All of their bodies were like electrocuted, imprisoned by a mysterious force. It was bizarre and strange. What's going on? Why can't I move? Me too, I feel how it feels like I'm being ghosted. Seems like it, but we can't all be in a dream, can we? Is this caused by the fluctuation when the bullet just exploded? I think in all probability it is. Just as the crowd was all horrified and talking in their hearts. Bang! Another low and domineering gunshot rang out, followed by a black light that instantly struck the blade qi that was frozen in the air. Boom! A loud explosion spread out. That blade qi that had materialized was actually completely shattered. This divine operation dazzled the crowd present. Not only now. Even those watching the live broadcast in all the city's high school secret realm pavilions right now were looking dumbfounded. The heart straightly exclaimed, "Does he want to be so? This bullet power is also too strong, right?" At this point, Leroy was suspended in the air, aiming at Yi Luqiu with his Barrett. "Yi Luqiu, right? If you dare to provoke me again, I don't mind making you seriously injured." Finished speaking. He then turned his head and used his Barrett to continue his purge of the other monsters. Thump 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 thump. The sound of Barrett's gunshot resonated throughout the sky once again. Meanwhile, the monster's doom is once again upon us. When roughly 10 seconds had passed, Yi Luqiu's body, which was flying horizontally in the air, slammed heavily on the ground. Grass! What kind of pervert is this? Yi Luqiu couldn't help but spit out as he landed on the ground. He looked at his Xuanwu shield, which was actually slightly damaged, and chills ran down his back. In his heart, he said, "Damn. If this shot had hit his body, he estimated that he would be seriously injured if not dead." And at this time, Xia Qingyue, who had just had a few moments of panic in her heart, saw the scene of Li Luo lightly defeating Yi Luqiu. Her heart was also shocked. His Barrett bullets could actually break down sword qi? This bullet attack effect was too domineering, right? As far as she knew, Li Luo's bullets already had several special effects. What fire, what ice, what knockback, what bleeding. It can no longer be said to be powerful, but only heaven-defying. After marveling, She saw that Li Luo was continuing to kill monsters, so she stopped wasting time and hurriedly ran towards the second area.
She wouldn't be foolish enough to grab monsters with Li Luo.
Beside Yi Luqiu, Yi Xianer, who had just told Yi Luqiu to be careful of the flying sword, hurriedly came forward and assisted Yi Luqiu.
Brother? How are you feeling? Are you alright?
Yi Luqiu shook his head and,
Xianer, my body is not a big problem, just
my Xuanwu shield has a little damage. His head was as big as a bucket as he stared at the shield on his left hand. It had just been surprisingly burned out with a thumb-sized black spot by that weird flame. Yi Xianer was surprised and,
your epic level Xuanwu shield is even damaged? Chapter 108 How is he so strong? A look of disbelief appeared on Yi Xianer's face.
Yi Xianer, was well aware of how difficult Yi Luqiu's Xuanwu shield was to destroy. It was more than enough no matter what monster it was facing.
Let's put it this way.
There was currently no one who could cause damage to her brother Yi Luqiu's Xuanwu shield, and this Li Luo was definitely the first.
Her gaze couldn't help but look at Li Luo in the air.
In her heart, she was very puzzled.
How did he get so strong?
Suddenly, as if remembering something, Right, brother, before Yi Xian said that he went to the magic capital to challenge the heavenly pride, and it seems that he lost to a guy whose artifact spirit is Barrett, so it should be him, right? It should be him. The artifact spirit was broken at that time as well. Yi Luqiu nodded with a grave expression on his face. When he saw Yi Xianer's gaze, he immediately reminded that, Xianer, this Li Luozhan can't be messed with at the moment, let's hurry to the second area to kill monsters, don't get tough with him. He saw Li Luo Barrett's bullets that don't cost money flying out like rain, and couldn't help but feel a burst of scalp numbness. The power of that bullet was too damn strong. Every bullet could take the life of a monster. Just outrageous. He couldn't even do it himself to cut down a level 30 monster with one sword, it would take at least 2 or 3 swords.
Xianer, let's go.
He immediately beckoned to Yi Xianer and ran towards the second area. He had realized that he couldn't grab the monster with this Li Luo. Or rather, he realized that he was not qualified to grab the monster with Leroy. The other students around him who were originally prepared to condemn Li Luo with Yi Luqiu froze in place when they saw Yi Luqiu running away. Not. How could the great Yi Luqiu run away just like that? I was counting on you to come out and condemn the other side, but you slipped away faster than a dog.
What a lack of backbone.
After they froze for a few seconds, they too left in a hurry. Since even Yi Luqiu couldn't withstand a single shot from Li Luo, they knew that they had even less strength to clamor with Li Luo.
If you can't afford to mess with him, can't you afford to hide from him?
There is no place for a man to stay here.
As for backbone and all that, don't bother. They didn't believe that the monsters could all be killed by him even if he ran 10 miles or 8 miles. At this moment,
Li Luo was still using Barrett, frantically harvesting the lives of the monsters within sight. Ding, congratulations on gaining a lifespan of 1.1 years. Ding, congratulations on 1.2 years of life expectancy. Ding, congratulations on 1.3 years of life expectancy. The sound of the increased lifespan kept ringing in his head, making Leroy's heart secretly happy. Just for a little while. He had already collected over 600 years of life expectancy, with a remaining life expectancy of 718 years.
Continue.
Leroy raised the corners of his mouth and focused on taking the life of one monster after another with his Barrett. Just as he was about to change directions to continue killing monsters, his gaze slightly lurched, and he just happened to see Xia Qingyue on the ground who was rapidly flying.
Softly muttering, "I'd rather save it for the monsters on your route," said the man.
He decisively fine-tuned the direction of his shot and continued to burst.
At this moment,
the image of Li Luo levitating in the air and effortlessly exterminating the monster was broadcast out in real time. The viewers in the secret halls of the entrance exams in many cities were astonished. There was much discussion.
Crap! Who is this guy? Playing as a CF game? Do you guys feel that this behavior of his resembles a person? Like a person? Like who? Barrett, unlimited bullets, flying, spinning, ring a bell? Is that him? The legendary CF Big Brother?
You guys are just getting more and more mysterious. This isn't a game, this is a real monster.
They weren't the only ones shocked. There were also mayors, principals, etc. from various cities.
Even the examiner Qin Shan, who saw Li Luo's behavior through the live broadcast screen, was hesitant to call Li Luo off. It was because Li Luo's speed of killing monsters was too outrageous. It had completely affected other people's exams. There used to be extremely strong masters though, crushingly ahead of others. But it had never been this perverse.
Is he still human? Should I call him off? Qin Shan frowned and pondered. But I don't seem to have a reason to call him off. I can't just call him off because he's too strong, right?
That seems unfair to him. Finished. He turned his head to check the data of the secret probe on the instrument next to him. The number of monsters Li Luo has killed has actually reached 618. When he looked again after rubbing his eyes,
Ha!
He saw that the number of 618 had actually changed to 621.
This process was just a blink of an eye. No, he's that fast?
He curiously looked at the second place, but found that the number of monsters killed was only a mere 5.
621 only compared to 5. The difference is simply anticlimactic.
In the previous high school exams, the difference in the number of monsters killed between the first and second place was only 30 or 50 at the maximum. But this time, the gap was surprisingly high at over 600.
I'd better keep looking at the situation before I say anything.
Shin Shan stroked his chin in thought.
Time is like running water, slowly passing.
The group of students who just wanted to run him for 10 miles before preparing to kill the monsters. When they ran to their destination, they were dumbfounded.
Because they realized that the monsters around them were actually
had all been corpses.
No, can this Leroy's Barrett shoot this far? He doesn't seem to be moving. How can he possibly kill the monsters over here? That's right, this is at least 10 kilometers away from that Li Luo. Damn, it's not possible that his Barrett can really shoot up to here, right? To be honest, I'm a little disbelieving. Do you guys think it's possible that these monsters were killed by other people? Just as they were discussing with a gloomy face. Bang! A black, streaming bullet instantly killed a giant iron bone wolf that was 700 or 800 meters away from them in place. Hiss! They couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Grass! Can his Barrett really shoot that far? Even if it has a long range, it can still see clearly? Even if you can see well, you can still aim well? Is he clairvoyant and obedient? They weren't the only ones surprised. When many of the other students realized that the monsters they were looking for were all corpses, they also finally realized that something was wrong. In addition to hearing the sound of gunshots exploding in the sky, they immediately surged towards the second area. In their hearts, they speculated that, damn, this god of killers had probably killed all the monsters in this first area long ago. I'm afraid that the only thing to do now is to rush to the second area to grab the monsters. However, what made them vomit blood was, when they rushed to the second area, ready to look for monsters to kill, they found that in the sky of this area, the overbearing sound of gunfire actually began to ring out again. Familiar gunshots, familiar nightmares. It's caused countless students to start spitting out. WOJ, this person is also too unmartialized, isn't he? He's gone too far with this Barrett. What kind of monsters are we killing here? My mind is blank right now, I don't know what to do. Damn it, I'm going to the back area right now. I don't believe that when he finishes killing the monsters, I won't even be able to drink the soup. At this point in time, I think even drinking soup is a bit up in the air. Cut. If I can't have soup, I'll eat where I am. You say child exemption. P.S. Adjust the effect of Spacebomb. Spacebomb, super god level enchantment, remote artifact spirit enchantment. When the artifact spirit attacks the target, it will explode into a spherical space with a 100-meter radius. Within that space, everything will be imprisoned for 10 seconds. During the 10 seconds, you can intentionally detonate any target. The user is immune. Chapter 109. What is high? Rich? Handsome? As they ran, they cursed and spat at Li Luo for being too unmartial. But spitting is spitting. There was nothing they could do about it. Anyway, they couldn't just get a little hard, so they could only wimp out. As the saying goes, if you can't afford it, then hide. It's always right to avoid this perverted guy. So they hoofed it towards the third area, expecting them to have a little soup before Li Luo reached the third area. The smarter ones, on the other hand, did something else. For example, Xia Qingyue at this moment. A flash of wit flashed in her eyes, and she muttered softly as she ran. Go to the finish line and punch the clock first, then go back and kill the monsters. By then, we can kill a few, and the ranking will definitely not be bad. Those idiots are robbing monsters with Li Luo, isn't this a farce? With Li Luo's pissy nature, I guess they won't even have soup to drink. This girl is really smart. In a hurry. She also didn't forget to use her flying sword to attack the monsters along the way. Although her combat hard power was not as good as Yi Lucio. But her efficiency in killing monsters could be much better than Yi Lucio's because monsters were generally more reckless. Xia Qingyue could kill the monsters without them being able to get close. It was only a delay of a few seconds before she could kill a monster. And she noticed a problem. It seemed that the monsters on her route hadn't been exterminated by Leroy. This made her curious and, could it be that Li Luo he did it on purpose? I know, with this girl's face, body, strength, you must still have a place for me in your heart. I think here. She couldn't help but tilt her head and sweep a glance at Li Luo high in the sky, then she continued to run forward. And at this moment, Li Luo, once again, started the monster harvesting mode. Bang 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 bang. Barrett bullets fell towards the area of the monster mystery, followed by a soft gulp from his mouth that. Blast! Boom 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 boom.
The monsters within the 100-meter square spherical space formed by the bullet explosion were all imprisoned, then instantly detonated. None of them were spared. 2 pages forward, the tail end of the previous chapter had the effect of adjusting the space bomb. Not only could it imprison for 10 seconds, but during the 10-second period, it could also detonate any target through the idea. A voice kept ringing in Li Luo's head, the ding, congratulations on gaining 1.2 years of life expectancy. Ding, congratulations on 1.5 years of life expectancy. He found himself leveling up as well, but not much. After all, he was level 100 with high experience requirements, and this low-level monster would require a large number of kills to upgrade. In the first area just now, he had killed almost 4,000 monsters, but his level barely increased by 3 levels to 103. The experience decay of monsters that were too much lower than his own level was obvious. His remaining lifespan, on the other hand, was a whopping 4,399 years. And his remaining lifespan is still growing rapidly. His harvest of monsters, too, continues. Li Luo's amazing performance had already made the audience outside of the secret territory see it as a surprise. In their minds, this guy with Barrett was completely a hanging wall, and none of these high school candidates in the secret realm of the college entrance exams were even a match for him. He was purely here to fry fish. That loud noise they heard through the screen. But they had actually wronged Li Luo. Li Luo actually just wanted to kill monsters to gain longevity. He didn't even think about frying fish off. What's wrong with him? On the contrary, it was Yi Lucio, who wanted to fry fish, who did not squeak once he fried one. Time passes slowly. Just as Li Luo was fully focused on exterminating the monsters, suddenly, he heard a familiar and loud voice resonating from the ground that, "Get lost. Are we from the 3rd middle school of magic capital at your mercy to be bullied? If you guys want to rob his monster, you have to ask me, Xiao Chen, if I'll agree." Zhao Chen? Hearing the word Zhao Chen, Li Luo couldn't help but look along the sound. He only saw that Zhao Chen was holding a square sky painting halberd in one hand, protecting a male student who was also wearing the uniform of Magic City 3rd Middle School. That boy was holding a stirring stick inside his hand? Due to Li Luo's overly perverted eyesight, he was actually able to make out the residual scum on the ends of that stick. Specific details cannot be named. That's right. This person was none other than Zhang Shuai, who had a stirring stick in his hand. He had managed to find a monster with great difficulty and was about to fight to kill it when he was suddenly cut off by someone else. Luckily, he was seen by alumnus Xiao Chen, who stood up for him. Li Luo's gaze moved slightly as he watched carefully. He only saw the strange, slightly chubby boy who had confronted Zhao Chen disdainfully say, "What kind of Magic City 3rd Middle School? Only that Li Luo is more powerful. As for the others, they're all small dishes. I'll take this monster, you can crawl. Hurry up or don't blame me, Wang Yuxian, for not being polite. My artifact spirit is a legendary grade wolf tooth rod, 1 strike and you may die. If I were you guys, I would have already had the sense to walk away." Finished. Wang Yuxian waved a huge wolf tooth stick with spikes on it in his hand, which looked powerful. The gazes towards Zhao Chen and Zhang Shuai were filled with contempt. As the bearer of Misty City 1st Middle School, he had absolute certainty that he would beat these two down. Actually, he didn't want to. It was really hard to find monsters. He was now having a belly full of fire at that Li Luo from Mordor 3rd Middle School. He was the bearer of Misty City's 1st Middle School, and so far, he hadn't even killed a single monster yet, so it was really humiliating. And all of this was because of that ed-up Li Luo in the sky. It's too damn excessive. So when he saw the people from Mordor 3rd Middle School, he naturally wanted to take the opportunity to vent his anger. Robbing monsters is all a small matter if you don't know what you're doing. He didn't mind letting these two people lie on the ground, anyway, in this secret realm of the high school entrance exam, as long as you don't kill anything. Labor shootout mountain, not roll my bean hands. Wang Yuxian stretched out his left hand, gestured his fingers and 1, 2, 3. Also? Head really iron you guys. As soon as the words fell, Wang Yuxian decisively copied the wolf toothstick and exploded the hammer towards Zhao Chen. Seeing that mighty wolf toothstick, Zhang Shuai swallowed his saliva and, "Zhao Chen, why don't we let this monster go?" "Let's? Why should I?" Zhao Chen's face sank as he immediately swung his square sky painting halberd to meet him. It's nothing more than a battle. It was at this moment. Bang! After the low and domineering gunshot sounded, the movements of the three people all froze, as if they were electrocuted. Then, Leroy's voice came from the sky and, "Hey, don't mess with us from Magic City 3rd Middle School, get out of the way or you might fall to the ground." A domineering voice entered Wang Yuxian's ears. He immediately panicked a batch in his heart. "Mom, yeah. I'm going to rob a monster and I've invited the fetus god?" He immediately said. Fine, I'll roll right away. I'm outta here." He was ready to leave, but realized he couldn't move, and awkwardly said that. "But I can't roll. Now what should I do?" "You need to reflect for 10 seconds, panic a deuce?" Leroy's voice sounded again.
Fine, reflect and introspect. Wang Yuxian agreed with fear and trepidation, and pondered in his heart, I reflect on myself 3 times a day, high, rich, handsome, as if the same are not stained? Chapter 110 Kyoto University, Subterranean Class? Just when he was a bit emo. 10 seconds passed quickly. Wang Yuxian realized that he was finally able to move, so he immediately rolled and crawled and hurriedly left. Wretched and flustered. There was no time to straighten the messy bangs on his forehead. There was only one thought in his mind right now, this place is not suitable to stay for a long time, he has to hurry and slip away. After all, he couldn't afford to mess with Li Luo, the fetal god. Seeing Wang Yuxian leave in a mess, Zhao Chen raised his head to the sky and shouted to Li Luo, arching his hand. Li Luo, thanks. Zhang Shuai followed suit and arched his hand, thanks Li Luo, I'll treat you to dinner when I have time. Li Luo's eyes landed on the other party's stirring ends and immediately shook his head, It's better to forget about eating. I don't know if there's a stench when you're near this handsome one. When the time came to 6 p.m., the high school students in the secret world all reached the end of the secret world and all pressed the timer. However, many of their faces were very unsightly, and many of them hadn't killed the monster. The previous high school exams. There was also a competition to see who killed the highest number of monsters. But this time was obviously different, they were comparing whether or not they had killed monsters. Because this time, 90% of the people didn't kill the monsters, and they didn't kill a single monster. So they are judged only by the arrival time. The earlier the arrival, the higher the ranking. This made the quick-witted Xiao Qingyue unable to help but secretly praise herself for her previous idea. She reached the finish line in time to squeeze into the top 10. And the people who ranked ahead of her were almost all students with flying attachments, or gliding attachments. But she had another advantage. That was that the monsters she had killed were actually as high as 38. That's right. Up to 38 monsters. That's a score that, in the past, would only be considered mediocre. But today it was extraordinarily dazzling. This was because the champion Yi Luqiu, who was favored by countless people in Kyoto, had killed a mere 25 monsters. And Li Luo. The number of monsters killed was surprisingly high at 36,999. The gap between first and second place was like a galaxy apart. The results of this exam made everyone's jaws drop, including the mayors and principals of each city as well as the examiner Qin Shan. The examination that was originally planned to end in 3 days. It turned out to be over in 1 day. When everyone returned to the starting point of the secret realm of the high school, Qin Shan shouted through the trebuchet that, everyone, the college entrance examination officially ends today, and I have to say that I'm very surprised. But it doesn't matter, your exam data will still be weighted and converted normally, and the results of the college entrance exam will come out in 3 days, so you can check through the college entrance exam registration system. Now, I announce the end of the college entrance exam. Please all of you return to the cities you are in. The words fell. One after another, students from various cities returned to their city's secret pavilion of the college entrance examination through the teleportation portal. Magic City, secret pavilion of the college entrance examination. Some people are happy and some are sad. Among them, the happiest person was not Li Luo, but the principal, Mei Jieqiao. He was very satisfied when he saw Li Luo's performance in the secret realm as if he was open. He believed that Li Luo would definitely be the nation's top high school student. And their Magic City 3rd Middle School, too, had already become a hit through the live broadcast, and he saw Mayor Chen Qinghe's face show a very satisfied expression when he saw Li Luo's performance. Obviously, Chen Qinghe was very cognizant of Li Luo's performance. Then the next year. It will certainly be easier for Mordor 3 to apply for educational resources from Mordor City. The smug smile that appeared on Mei Jieqiao's face became more or less a show-off for the several principals next to him. They saw the smile on Mei Jieqiao's face and shook their heads helplessly. In their hearts, they said, "Look at that! Look at that! If this guy had a tail, he'd be up in the air by now. Isn't it just a talent that came out this year? As for looking like a thug?" After Mayor Chen Qinghe complimented Li Luo on his bright performance during the college entrance exam, all the students were dismissed in place. They went back to their own schools to rest. On his way back to school, Leroy took stock of the harvest this time. His level had reached 118, and his Barrett fit had reached LV 12%, increasing his range and power quite a bit more. And his remaining lifespan now, 44,399 years. Well. Soon we'll be able to redeem another super god level enchantment. The future is promising. And as Leroy lay down to rest in his dormitory, ding dong! He suddenly heard his cell phone ringing with the sound of a received message, and took it out to see that the message actually came from the military's Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, how was Li Luo's college entrance exam? Li Luo replies. Unsurprisingly, it should be a distant second. Ryu Ruyan. I guess you should get first place, after all, you have a Barrett and a flying attachment. Leroy. Perhaps, but I don't suppose you're looking for me to make small talk? Ritu Ruyan.
Of course not, the results of your college entrance exams will come out in 3 days and you'll be able to fill out your aspirations. I'd like to ask you which college you're going to fill out?
Li Luo, either Kyoto University or Mordor University. Ruyan Lu immediately suggested. Leroy, you must apply for Kyoto University. Leroy, why? Mordor University doesn't seem too bad. Ruyan Lu.
Li Luo, I see that you want to explore the mists. Kyoto University has a subterranean class. Once you enter the subterranean class, you can apply to go into the mists with the army to carry out the mission. This is a unique right of the students of the subterranean class.
Li Luo was surprised, but at the same time, he was very moved. Really? How come I didn't know?
This information is indeed unknown to him. The Atami who came to rob people yesterday didn't say anything about this. If she had said there was such a thing,
Leroy could have made a snap decision on the spot to go to Kyoto University. Ruyan Lu.
Of course it's true, I'm the one who came out of the subterranean class, so I'm well aware of it, but this information is not generally known.
So it's like this. I can't believe I don't even know Attain from the admissions office?
Li Luo's eyes lit up at once.
That means,
as long as he was able to enter Kyoto University's subterranean dragon class, he didn't have to wait for graduation. He could follow the military and go on explorations as well as missions in the mists.
The key is that can go out and hunt monsters. Be reasonable. He was now very curious about the weird monster in the mists. Just how terrifying a monster existed in the depths of this mist?
It would be kept under strict news control by the military.
Li Luo pondered for a moment. In that case, I'm going to Kyoto University, of course. Ritu Ruyan. That's right, okay, then you rest. Leroy suddenly seems to remember something. Wait, is the fog outside the Magic City clearly detected? Is it still blocked? Ruyan Lu.
It was only yesterday that the detection was almost complete. Within a radius of 100 kilometers, no terror or abnormality was found, and today it has been unsealed. Seeing Ruyan Lu's reply, Li Luo looked happy. He remembered that there was still a phantom demon secret realm that he hadn't gone through yet. There were still 3 days to wait for the results, so it was idle.
I also wonder if Phantom looks good or not.
He immediately replied to Ruyan Lu.
Okay, I got it, thanks. Next.
He immediately sent a message to Xia Qingyue that,
hey, Scourge, there's no more blockade outside the magic capital city. Going to break into the Phantom Demon secret realm tomorrow? Xia Qingyue received a message from Li Luo. Soon after, she replied.
Good, Li Luo, really rare. You actually spare the initiative to send me a message. Good, there is progress.
Li Luo. Chapter 111. This thigh hug is too good, right? Early the next morning. The East City Gate of the magic capital.
Li Luo carried Barrett leisurely to the city gate, but he didn't expect Xia Qingyue and Mang Zhengli and Mang Ruoshi to already be waiting here.
Coming quite early.
Li Luo saw that the three seemed to be communicating something seriously.
Suddenly,
Xia Qingyue saw Li Luo in her afterglow and greeted him happily.
Li Luo, here.
Li Luo walked up unhurriedly and waved to the three of them. Let's go straight to the Phantom Demon's secret realm. The three of them nodded their heads.
Okay. Go.
Without any nonsense, the few people directly left the city to head into the mists.
They were on their way out of the city.
Seeing a notice posted at the city gate, please go out into the mists, do not move more than 100 kilometers, otherwise it is easy to encounter unknown dangers.
For this announcement, everyone has basically taken it for granted. For seniors, there are practicing secret areas for leveling up. But for other cultivators who came from society, the only way to level up was to enter the mists, and they had to enter the mists within the military's designated area. Otherwise the dangers were many, and life and death were hard to predict. There have been many unbelievers before who have ended up not returning. The 100 kilometers was not only the distance that ordinary artifact spirit cultivators could move, but also included water sources and cultivated land for growing food. While walking, Li Luo curiously inquired. This Phantom Demon secret realm, how far is it from here? Mang Zhengli replied, as he walked. About 90 kilometers, in the middle of a cave. Leroy suddenly stopped in his tracks. 90 kilometers? Isn't this distance a bit close to the red line distance? 90 kilometers is not that far from 100 kilometers. It's hard to say that you won't run into some unknown trouble.
He wasn't too worried about his safety. After all, with the mythic flight attachment, even if he encountered trouble, it must be very simple to get out of it. He was only worried about the safety of these three people.
Don't come here well, but then can't go back. Mang Zhengli saw Li Luo stop, so he stopped as well.
A flash of hesitation flashed in his eyes and,
yes, in fact, this is an issue we were just communicating with Xia Qingyue about whether we should go or not.
While speaking, he pointed at Xia Qingyue and, but Xia Qingyue said that if there's no Li Luo, then it's best not to go, but if there's Li Luo along, then it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Hearing this, Li Luo gently raised his eyebrows, his gaze looking towards Xia Qingyue.
Is that right, Scourge?
What makes you think that there's no problem with me? Xia Qingyue laughed quaintly, and,
I don't know, anyway, my sixth sense tells me you can do it. What do you think yourself?
I don't know.
Leroy's eyes swiveled in thought, and, this is a difficult enough distance, so let's say the ugly words up front. If we run into a danger that even I can't handle, then I won't be able to care about you guys.
Xia Qingyue smiled and nodded, no problem. Meng Ruoxi also nodded, okay. Meng Zhongli also recognized that. Yes, definitely keep yourself safe first. As the best of the current student body.
They all had sharp minds and were aware of the risks they might encounter, so they didn't all count on Li Luo.
Alright, let's go then.
Li Luo's gaze was like a torch as he looked into the mists, then he took big strides. Xia Qingyue and the siblings Dream Zhongli and Dream Ruoxi immediately followed.
En route.
Li Luo curiously inquired about Meng Zhongli.
This Phantom Demon's secret realm information, how did you guys know about it? Meng Zhongli explained.
Actually, we got this information by chance. We were in the alleys near the east city gate of the magic capital when we happened to run into a little girl named Meng. She said that she had information about the secret realm and wanted to sell it cheaply, so we picked up the pieces.
Li Luo was surprised. A little girl? Why is she selling information cheaply? Meng Zhongli recalled.
I also asked her this question at that time, and that little girl said that this secret realm information was left to her by her father, and a month ago his father said that he was going to break into the secret realm, and if he couldn't come back within a week, he told her to sell this secret realm information.
So that's how it is. Leroy pondered as he walked.
Although he didn't know if what this little girl said was true or not, he wasn't really too worried in his heart.
Because he was now strong enough. Ordinary monsters couldn't possibly be his opponent, and he was now even itching to meet a stronger monster. A greater number would be better.
In the wild mists, the four of them walked fast. Li Luo walked at the front and deliberately slowed down his speed, with Xia Qingyue following closely behind. Dream Zhongli and Dream Ruoxi were slightly slower. The two of them's stance attachments were only purple gold level, so their speed was no match for Xia Qingyue, not to mention Li Luo.
Especially Li Luo, who was quite high in rank. Without realizing it,
the four of them walked 20 to 30 kilometers, and on the way, Li Luo hunted some small monsters along the way.
However, the level wasn't too high and the experience was low.
The lifespan gained was also very limited, adding up to only 20 or 30 years of lifespan.
Suddenly,
Leroy stops and reaches out, signaling everyone to stop.
Wait, there's something up ahead. Ha!
Xia Qingyue, who was following Li Luo closely, was caught off guard and crashed into a full embrace. She whirled around and stabilized her body, her face slightly red and,
Li Luo, what's the situation in front?
Li Luo carefully observed the front. 7 or 8 wild tsunami wolves seemed to have appeared ahead.
7 or 8 tsunami wolves?
Xia Qingyue's face changed slightly when she heard this and,
is it a level 100 legendary class tsunami wolf? The kind you've killed before? Hearing this,
the faces of Dream Zhongli and Dream Ruoxi behind the two followed suit. This kind of monster was very flexible and extremely difficult to deal with, even for the enforcers. It would take a group of experts to have the strength to fight against it. The two of them looked nervous and stared at each other.
That's right, I've killed.
Li Luo gently nodded his head, his eyes revealed excitement. He remembered this kind of monster, the increased lifespan could be quite a lot.
He raised the corners of his mouth and, don't you all move, let me do it. He gently lifted the Barrett and pressed the trigger at the tsunami wolf hundreds of meters away. Bang! After a low and domineering explosion, that huge-sized tsunami wolf was actually directly blasted out of a tire-sized bloody hole.
The body was burning with flames and covered with frost.
The whistling wolf perished instantly.
Ding, congratulations on gaining a lifespan of 23 years. At the same time, a few nearby tsunami wolves heard the commotion and prepared to turn their heads to pounce in the direction where Li Luo was. However, their bodies couldn't move and they could only dry roar.
Then,
Leroy's mouth softly chanted, explode.
Boom 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 boom. In an instant, the several tsunami wolves in that surrounding area were unexpectedly all blown apart.
Seeing this scene, Xia Qingyue opened her mouth wide in surprise and, Li Luo, I can understand if you killed the first monster in seconds, but how did the last few monsters suddenly explode?
Li Luo mysteriously said. Take your time to guess. Ha!
Xia Qingyue came back to her senses and marveled that.
Li Luo, I seem to have realized that you're getting more and more powerful. It seems that if this girl doesn't hurry up and improve her strength, she won't be worthy of you. Li Luo raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything. Since it was a group of 4, Li Luo didn't level up.
Instead, Xia Qingyue, Dream Zhongli, and Dream Ruoxi's levels increased by 2 or 3 levels. Dream Zhongli and Dream Ruoxi showed delight on their faces. In their hearts, they said, wow, this thigh hug is too good, right?
Chapter 112, this strength, it's simply inappropriate. Just like that.
Li Luo killed monsters while leading Xia Qingyue, Meng Ruoxi, and Meng Zhongli to the Phantom Demon Secret Realm. There were scares along the way.
All the monsters they encountered were all lightly solved by Li Luo. There was no monster that he couldn't solve with a single shot. If there was, then 2 shots. The two of them, Meng Ruoshi and Meng Zhongli, were excited. This was the first time that their siblings had felt Li Luo's astonishing combat power from a close distance. They had also heard that Li Luo was very powerful before, but hadn't felt it up close. So in his heart, he has also been holding some skepticism about this rumor. Is he really as powerful as the legend? However, after feeling it today, the two of them only wanted to say that those rumors were still conservative. Li Luo's combat power was so amazing that it could no longer be said to be powerful. This strength, it was simply inhuman. People fight monsters to the death with weapons. In the end, he was good, holding a Barrett directly a burst finished, and the monster did not have the opportunity to get close to him. The key is, he can actually mysteriously detonate the monster. This is simply mind-boggling. Unknowingly, more than 2 hours have passed. The four finally reached their destination and stopped. At this moment, Xia Qingyue, Dream Ruoshi and Dream Zhongli had all increased their levels, almost having increased by 6 or 7 levels. Xia Qingyue was curious and asked to inquire. Li Luo, how many levels are you now? After checking his level, Li Luo calmly said, level 120. What, level 120? Xia Qingyue visibly froze in place. Her current level was only level 48. Li Luo's leveling up was too fast. A strange look flashed in her eyes. She felt as if she was already far behind Li Luo's footsteps. She couldn't help but lose her heart. Is he really not worthy of him? And his delay in accepting himself is also because he has long predicted that they are not people of the same world? In her heart, she said, Xia Qingyue, you have to work hard and cheer up. Otherwise, what are you going to fight for what you want? Money? But the most worthless thing in this world is money. Face and body? There are not a few girls in this world who have a good face and body online. So who are you? Only strength. Only if you're strong enough to beat the others are you qualified to get what you want. Xia Qingyue gazed at the ground and secretly resolved. Must work hard to improve her strength. Her lost eyes gradually brightened again. The three didn't notice Xia Qingyue's abnormality. Dream Ruoshi and Dream Zhongli were also checking their own levels, one level 42 and one level 43. They were also surprised right now. Li Luo's level was actually as high as 120, this was too outrageous, right? What is the concept of level 120? Yang Zhen, the main head of the Magic City's military, was level 158. The average rank of the Magic City Law Enforcement Bureau's expert group was just 95 to 100. Li Luo's weapon spirit awakening was only a month old, but his level exceeded the growth of others by a few years or even a dozen years. Meng Ruoshi asked in surprise. Li Luo, how did you rank so high? Before Li Luo could answer, Meng Zhongli patted Meng Ruoshi on the shoulder and, Ruoshi, Li Luo's level should also reach this level. Think about it, how many monsters did Li Luo kill in the previous monster tide? The levels of those monsters aren't low. He paused and continued, saying, and in the Gao Gao secret realm, he killed more than 30,000 monsters again, so it's normal to have this rank. Meng Ruoshi nodded her head indistinctly. That's right too. She looked at Leroy with adoration. Li Luo looked around and said to Meng Zhongli, this neighborhood should be the place you guys are talking about, but there doesn't seem to be a cave in sight? Meng Zhongli smiled mysteriously and, if it could be that easy to find, it would have already been shortchanged. Follow me. Finished speaking, Meng Zhongli took the lead towards the foot of the mountain ahead. While walking, he said, according to that little girl, Meng, to find that secret realm, you need to walk to the stone wall next to the mountain spring at the foot of the mountain, where there is a cluster of weeds taller than a person, and you can only see the cave by plucking away the weeds, and the charmed demon secret realm teleportation door is in that cave. Soon, the four searched for the stone wall next to the mountain spring described by the little girl. Surprisingly, there really was a cluster of weeds taller than a man. Xia Qingyue took the bright moon sword and gently plucked the weeds. Sure enough, a pitch-black, 1-meter-high cave appeared in the eyes of several people. And not far inside the cavern, there was an oval-shaped portal that shimmered blue. Seeing this portal, Li Luo and the others had their gazes light up. Xia Qingyue pondered and asked, everyone, should we remove this weed? Li Luo's eyes moved. I don't think there's any need to cover it up, it's a 4-person secret realm anyway, no one will be able to go in after they go in. Finished speaking, he took the Barrett and shot directly at the weed. Bang! After Barrett's low and domineering gunshot rang out, Xia Qingyue, Meng Ruoshi, and Meng Zhongli realized that they couldn't even move their bodies at all. Dream Ruoshi and Dream Zhongli's expressions were a bit flustered. Brother, what's going on? I can't move. Ruoshi, I can't move either. Only Xia Qingyue didn't panic. Because she knew that this was a super sick control effect from Li Luo's bullet explosion. When she fought Yi Luqiu in the secret realm of the high school examination, she had already felt it once. Only Li Luo's mouth could be heard softly chanting, explode. Boom! Not only was the miscellaneous in front of him exploded into flying dust, even the 1-meter-high cave opening exploded 2 meters high.
This astonishing maneuver stunned Meng Ruoshi and Meng Zhongli.
It also included Xia Qingyue. Because she hadn't thought that Li Luo could actually bizarrely detonate weeds and rocks? She thought he could only detonate monsters? She asked, curiously. Leroy, are you also able to detonate us in an instant? Li Luo raised the corners of his mouth and. That's for sure. Not to mention the three of them, he could detonate any target within a 100-meter radius. Even a mosquito, a fly. Xia Qingyue gulped nervously and. Li Luo, don't miss, I'm suddenly a bit scared. Normally, she was not afraid of anything. But at this moment was suddenly a bit scared. She was afraid that if Li Luo accidentally made a mistake in operation, then she would most likely lose her little life. The point is, this kind of heaven-defying means of attack was completely impossible to resist and could only be slaughtered. Don't worry, I'm already very skillful. Li Luo said carelessly. Previously, he had already used it very skillfully when killing monsters in the middle of the secret realm of the entrance exam. It was impossible to miss. Drini asked, nervously. Li Luo, may I ask when I can move? This state of not being able to move at all made her feel insecure. In other words, in this state, if Li Luo wanted to make a move on her, she could only watch. 10 seconds later. Li Luo said. Meng Ruoshi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and. Just 10 seconds? Oh, that's okay. After the effect of the space bomb wore off, the four of them communicated briefly and arrived in front of the Phantom Mystery teleportation gate. Leroy approached the teleportation gate at a distance of 1 meter. A translucent message floated in the air that. Phantom Mystery Realm, Legendary, attention, this mystery realm requires 4 people to enter at the same time, the level of the phantom monsters inside is between 6,100 levels, the number is up to thousands, the difficulty of breaking through is extremely high, those who do not have a strong will must be careful to enter. Chapter 113, Let the Phantom Come Harder. Caution for those who are not strong-willed? Li Luo looked at the prompt after this message and raised the corner of his mouth meaningfully. As a Sigma man, he could be too strong-willed. Think of it. His afterglow couldn't help but glance at Xia Qingyue next to him, there was no way to hold himself in regard to this stunning beauty. Let's go, into the secret realm. Li Luo waved to the Xia Qingyue trio. The 4 of them immediately stepped forward, and when they all stood half a meter from the portal, a blue light surged. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. All 4 silhouettes disappeared in place. After a moment of heavenly rotation, Li Luo's 4 people appeared on a desolate plain. Under the twilight skyline, a black palace stood majestically, like a giant beast in the dark night, exuding an awe-inspiring and mysterious aura. The outer wall of the palace was made of a deep and glossy black stone. The walls glowed with an eerie cold light. Towering like sharp swords piercing the firmament, the towers were studded with unknown dark crystals that occasionally flickered with a treacherous light. It looks like there's something there. Li Luo scrutinized the structure of the palace. A circle of black chains around the palace hung down from the top of the wall, gently swaying with the wind and emitting a low and long echo. The end of the chains. It seemed to be connected to an invisible boundary, isolating the palace from the outside world. The phantom demon should be in this palace, right? Li Luo looked around. Even with his perverted eyesight, he couldn't see any other buildings other than this palace in front of him. The surroundings were filled with a boundless and desolate wilderness. Xia Qingyue, holding the bright moon sword in her hand, said to Li Luo. Li Luo, later on, if there is that kind of revealing chimera, you look less. Li Luo shrugged breathlessly. Who can say for sure about this stuff? Hear this. Meng Ruoshi also said worriedly to his brother, Meng Zhongli, brother, when you go in later, don't mess up your Dao. Meng Zhongli confidently patted his chest and. Don't worry, I have a strong will alright. At this moment, Li Luo didn't say anything. His eyes carefully observed the situation on the walls of the palace, and he saw that there were countless women in front and back, wearing revealing clothes. To what extent were they exposed? If you post the photo on a tomato site, it's sure to be harmonized to the dregs. They have horns on their heads and tails behind them. Who knows how many secrets they have? Pull any one of them out and it's estimated that they can seduce a whole bunch of men. Talking and laughing. Their mouths revealed sharp white teeth that seemed to be incredibly sharp. In their hands, they also held various and strange weapons, including long whips, iron clubs, great swords, lances, long swords, and the list goes on and on. Li Luo couldn't help but secretly say. Every chimera is dressed so revealingly, and you're still saying that you're looking less? How can this be less to look at? Only that these were currently only visible to Li Luo, and Xia Qingyue's trio could not see clearly at all at the moment. Xia Qingyue inquired. Li Luo, shall we go into the palace? Li Luo shook his head decisively and. There's no need to enter for now, this place is about 5 kilometers away from that palace, I'll shoot and kill the monsters first, slowly lure these monsters out and kill them one by one. That palace looked like it was lurking with all sorts of crises. He certainly wouldn't blindly rush into that palace. It wasn't like there wasn't enough range, there was absolutely no need to risk his life even a little bit. Bang, 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 bang. Leroy Barrett's low, dominating shots kept ringing out. The chimera on the walls of that palace died when they were shot. At the same time, Li Luo was still detonating space bombs, setting off one piece of building and monster after another. As the saying goes, if you are poor, you strike with precision. If you are rich, you cover with fire. Li Luo had a constant supply of bullets, so of course he chose fire coverage. However, Li Luo's sudden attack caused the chimera on the city wall to immediately react. They immediately blew their slogans and all of them took their weapons. While staring deathly at Li Luo and the others at the source of the sound, they opened the gate of that palace and rushed out frantically towards the outside. However, these phantoms that rushed out, although they seemed to be imposing, were annihilated by Leroy in an instant. The space bomb was a ranged damage, and as many phantoms came, as many died. There was no way to get close to Li Luo and the others. Xia Qingyue and Mang Ruoshi and Mang Zhongli stood in place, looking at each other. After a moment, Xia Qingyue said, Li Luo, I feel as if I'm a bit over the top if I don't do something? Li Luo said absently while destroying the chimera. You don't like it? If you don't like it, then give me a favor. How simple. Xia Qingyue smiled in a quirky manner. Benefits? What do I have here that you can look at? Otherwise, I'll give my body in return, okay? Come on. Leroy reminded seriously. The three of you take the artifact spirit and get ready for battle. I've heard that phantoms have a lot of fancy work. What if there's a stealthy phantom? Hearing stealth phantom, Dream Zhongli's obvious gaze revealed some surprise. Stealth phantom? There are still such ones? Li Luo shrugged, who knows about that? Mang Zhongli immediately shielded his sister, Mang Ruoshi, behind him and nodded, also, be sure to pay attention. Then let this girl protect you. Xia Qingyue, on the other hand, stood at Li Luo's side with her sword, ready to fight at any time. Is there any mistake? You protect me? Li Luo's gaze swept a glance at Xia Qingyue, but did not speak, and then he retracted his gaze and continued to shoot at the chimera that rushed out. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of Leroy's Barrett shots never stopped from the moment he fired. The intensity of the work was estimated to be no less than 996. It's also a good thing that this is a super god level artifact. There is no such thing as a red temperature blowing up the chamber, or else I don't know how many times it's blown up. Ding, congratulations on gaining a lifespan of 11.2 years. Ding, congratulations on your 9.8 years of life expectancy. Ding, congratulations on your 9.9 years of life expectancy. The sound of increasing lifespan kept ringing in Li Luo's head, making him unable to resist raising the corners of his mouth. Right. That's it. Let the chimera come harder. Leroy was secretly happy in his heart. He didn't even care about experience anymore, but longevity was something he really cared about. According to the current progress, as long as he killed these thousands of phantoms, his remaining lifespan was expected to exceed 50,000 years again. At that time, he would be able to change another super god level enchantment. Time passes slowly. When 10 minutes have passed, all the phantoms that rushed out of the palace gates were all killed on their way, and the phantoms that were closest to Li Luo were all still 2 kilometers away. TSK. Li Luo, you're too strong. Xia Qingyue praised Li Luo with a thumbs up. The two of them, Mang Ruoshi and Mang Zhongli, also applauded to express their shock, and Mang Ruoshi looked at Li Luo with a face of adoration. Although she had already seen part of Li Luo's strength outside the secret land. But his feat of being a one-trick pony still surprised her. Xia Qingyue saw Mang Ruoshi's face full of adoration. In her heart, she said, she wouldn't be mesmerized by Li Luo, right? So she reminded that. Hey, Dream Ruoshi, watch your expression management. Dream Ruoshi came back to her senses and nodded with a red face, oh no, sorry. While several people were muttering. Suddenly, Li Luo saw several hanging chimera appear in the sky above the Black Palace. It was looking in the direction of Li Luo and the others with annoyance. They had a delicate and curvaceous body. Not only did they have horns on their heads, tails behind them, and a pair of fuchsia wings on their backs, but they were also hanging in the air with their long bare legs. To be as seductive as possible. Leroy raised his eyebrows slightly. Huh? A chimera that can fly? What's the point? You're still my target. Phantom.jpg. Chapter 114 Epic, Artifact Spirit Divine Gold. Tiny Phantom, look at the gun. Leroy's eyes flashed. Using the low-profile and domineering Barrett in his hand, he aimed at the chimera over the Black Palace. Bang! A black stream of bullets mixed with red and white instantly struck that airborne chimera. Boom! Ah! The moment the bullet exploded, the chimera let out a mournful scream, but it was surprisingly not completely killed. Then, Li Luo's mouth softly chanted. Explode! Boom! 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 The enchanting chimeras in the air were completely shattered by the space bomb in a matter of moments. Li Luo realized that his level had actually increased by 1 level. The experience requirement is getting higher. But the longevity increase was as usual, and the 4 chimeras allowed him to reap almost 100 years or so of longevity.
The other chimera, numbering almost 1,000, let Leroy increase his lifespan by almost 9,527 years. So his current remaining lifespan had managed to reach 54,680 years. After killing these hanging phantoms, the phantoms in sight were basically slaughtered, and Leroy didn't see any other living phantoms. He beckoned to the Xia Qingyue trio and, Go in and see if there are any treasures. Good. The three nodded. They followed Li Luo in big strides, heading towards the Black Palace. However, the three of them still had shocked expressions on their faces. Because they really didn't expect that the phantom demons in this secret realm would be destroyed so easily by Li Luo. They felt like they were on vacation. They don't have to do anything, they're like invalids. Soon, Li Luo's 4 people appeared at the gate of the Black Palace. Suddenly, Meng Zhongli's expression condensed, pointing at one of the chimera faces on the ground in surprise and said, Wait, something's not right, how does this look like Meng? Meng Ruoshi also fixed her eyes on it, and with the same look of surprise. It seems like it's really her? But why does she have horns on her head? And sharp teeth? Hearing the two men's surprise, Li Luo and Xia Qingyue stopped and carefully observed. It belonged to a typical white young skinny beauty chimera. Meng Zhongli looked uncertain and pondered. Oh, no. Not right. This phantom demon's appearance is very similar to that of Meng, but it shouldn't be her. I remember that Meng has a faint beauty mole at the corner of her mouth. Meng Ruoshi stared at Meng Zhongli in amazement and, No, brother, you remember such details clearly? Meng Zhongli rubbed his head and smiled in embarrassment. Ruoshi, the main thing is that Meng's face is indeed exquisite, and that beauty mole at the corner of her mouth stands out more. Meng Ruoshi said meaningfully. Brother, it's not that I'm talking about you, white young thin aesthetic is not quite appropriate. Meng Zhongli's old face blushed and, Ruoshi, what are you talking nonsense about? There is no such thing. He turned his words around and, Let's just think about why this chimera's face is so similar to that little girl Mo's. Meng Ruoshi guessed. Is it possible that this Meng is the one who went out of this secret realm? Is it a specialized bait? Meng Zhongli stroked his chin and muttered. So what you're saying is that Meng is also a chimera? Meng Ruoshi nodded. It's hard to say, it seems like there are some chimera that just can shapeshift, right? And we didn't see any traces of people breaking through along the way. Meng Zhongli was thoughtful. It seems to be, indeed I didn't see any traces of her father breaking through. Phantom demons eat people and spit out bones, right, even if they are eaten, there should be bones or traces of battle, yet there is nothing. Hearing the speculations and analysis of the two, Li Luo waved his hand and, Alright, let's hunt for treasure first, just go back and check that Meng, the chimera should have a chimera tattoo on it. Xia Qingyue said in surprise. Li Luo, how did you know about the phantom demon tattoo? Li Luo casually pointed his hand. Look, these dead chimeras all have tattoos on their bellies. Xia Qingyue's expression stared, slightly stood on her tiptoes, and blindfolded Li Luo's eyes with her hand. The indecent exposure, don't look. Li Luo took away Xia Qingyue's hand. Don't block my vision, what if there are monsters? He not only looked, but also justified it. Xia Qingyue's eyes turned in. Then look less, if you like to look, I can too. Leroy was so stunned that he was speechless. Next to him, Meng Ruoshi and Meng Zhongli also froze on the spot. Was this something they could listen to? This is not quite appropriate, right? Let's go, treasure hunting. Li Luo waved to the three. After hunting and pressing the remaining phantoms, plus some searching, they finally found the treasure room in the middle of this palace. Inside here, there were surprisingly 8 enchantment scrolls. 2 of them were epic enchantment scrolls and 6 were legendary enchantment scrolls. The point is, Li Luo surprisingly also found a basketball-sized piece of epic artifact Spirit God Gold. That's right. Epic artifact Divine Gold. The artifact Spirit Divine Gold shimmered with 5 colors of light. Seeing this artifact Spirit Divine Gold, Li Luo's gaze revealed some surprise. There was actually artifact Spirit Divine Gold here, it was too unexpected. Moreover, it was still an epic level artifact Spirit Divine Gold. However, he realized that the 3 of them, Xia Qingyue, were looking at the weapon Spirit Divine Gold with gazes that were all curiosity and doubt. Obviously, they didn't know what it was. Looking at the loot this time, Li Luo inquired, these things, how can they be divided? Xia Qingyue, Meng Ruoshi, and Meng Zhongli looked at each other. Meng Zhongli took the lead and said, We siblings don't really have any other requirements, we're already happy that you can take us upgrading. Right now my level has been raised to 55, and my sister is at 54. That was indeed what they had in mind. This whole way over, they had leveled up by almost 20 plus levels because of hugging Li Luo's thigh. This rocket-like upgrade speed had made them very happy already. They had thought that they could only ascend 5 or 6 levels. However, despite saying that, Dream Ruoshi and Dream Zhongli's fiery gazes still landed on top of those few enchantment scrolls. They could see that these enchantment scrolls were all of legendary grade or above. And the highest enchantment that the 2 of them possessed was purple gold level. To say that they weren't moved would definitely be a lie. But it was basically all Li Luo's fault that he was able to find these enchanted scrolls.
So they didn't have any extravagant expectations. As for that artifact spirit divine gold, they didn't have much of a feeling about it because they didn't even know what it was for. Li Luo looked at Xia Qingyue. What about you? What do you think? Xia Qingyue smiled and said, you get the most credit, just say how to distribute it, I'll listen to you. Looking at Xia Qingyue with a good and obedient demeanor, Li Luo had a few obvious surprises. It seems like she's not usually like this. What's going on here? Leroy pondered for a moment.
In that case, I'll be blunt, I'm more interested in this mysterious crystal, the enchantment scrolls I have little interest in instead.
6 legendary great enchantment scrolls for you siblings. 2 epic level enchantment scrolls for Xia Qingyue. Do any of you have any opinions?
Li Luo finished. His eyes carefully observed Meng Zhongli and Meng Ruoshi.
Ha! Is this still for us?
Meng Ruoshi was slightly stunned, then surprise appeared in her eyes. Meng Zhongli was also very surprised. He thought that there was no share for them, but it turned out that he was actually able to share several legendary great enchantment scrolls. This was simply too much of a surprise.
As for epic enchantments, the two of them didn't dare to think about it.
When Xia Qingyue heard this distribution, her eyes also revealed a huge surprise. She was already happy with her leveling up to level 60.
As a result, she was actually able to allocate 2 epic level enchantments?
She was secretly happy in her heart that,
looks like Li Luo still has a place for me in his heart. Chapter 115, I'd like to see, how many shots can you resist?
In the end, under Li Luo's distribution,
he himself obtained the basketball-sized epic artifact Spirit Divine Gold. Xia Qingyue gained 2 epic level enchantments.
One was an attachment that multiplied attacks, breaking the law with force, and the other was an attachment that had a control effect, stasis. She liked the fixation enchantment effect. As long as the artifact spirit attacked the target's body, the opponent would be immobilized for 2 seconds, which was perfect when paired with her flying sword. She was overjoyed. The 2 enchantment scrolls were used up on the spot.
Now,
she was confident that if she fought against the Yi Luqiu one more time, the other party would most likely be no match for her, because she could completely control the other party until death. As for the 2 siblings, Dream Ruoshi and Dream Zhongli, they received 6 legendary great attachments. Almost all of them were stance, defense, and attack enchantments. The 2 of them didn't hesitate and used up the enchantment scrolls that suited them on the spot. Several people were all happy. But there was no doubt that Li Luo was the biggest beneficiary, and the artifact Spirit Divine Gold was definitely the most valuable thing inside. But he didn't use it on the spot. He said to the 3 men who showed surprise across the room that, let's go 3, out of the secret realm. The 4 of them had just exited the secret realm when they smelled a strong odor of blood floating in the air. A huge gully also appeared on the ground. Meng Zhongli was surprised and said, something's wrong, there seems to be a strong smell of blood in the air. Xia Qingyue was shocked, bloody odor? Li Luo also smelled it, that's right, it does smell like blood. Meng Ruoshi guessed. Could it be that in the Phantom Demon's secret realm, the smell of the Phantom Demon's blood is floating out? Not quite. Li Luo frowned slightly and immediately looked around cautiously. Immediately afterward, his pupils shrank and his face changed slightly as he, not good, there's a situation, you guys go. His face was grave as he looked at the giant octopus that was 1,000 meters tall 1,000 meters ahead. That's right. A giant octopus 1,000 meters tall. Leroy was doubting that he was looking at it wrong. But after observing it again and again, he was sure that he hadn't misread it. It was really a giant octopus. Not only was it 1,000 meters tall, but the tentacles on their bodies were actually 1,000 meters long as well.
At this moment,
they were moving over quickly in the direction of Li Luo and the others, devouring plants and even some small monsters along the way. And there was more than one giant octopus, there were 7 of them. So it's you guys. Li Luo had already associated the smell of blood just now. It should be the smell of blood emanating from these 7 giant octopuses that hunted and killed quite a few weak monsters when they pushed across.
At this moment,
Li Luo's heart suddenly gave birth to some absurd thoughts. How on earth did these giant octopuses grow so tall? Also, aren't they very edible? If you go to a buffet, can you get your money's worth? Leroy? What's the situation? Xia Qingyue asked with concern when she saw Li Luo's gloomy expression, and the 2 siblings of the Dream Clan beside her were also filled with concern at this. Their eyesight was obviously not as good as Li Luo's. They couldn't see the mists beyond 1,000 meters at all, and at most they could only see a few dozen meters away. Li Luo gruffly said, a heaven-defying monster has appeared, 7 giant octopuses, 1,000 meters tall, and their tentacles are also 1,000 meters long, you guys run? Just as he was speaking, shoo! 1,000-meter long, 10-meter thick octopus tentacle slapped violently towards the ground from the sky, powerful and unstoppable. Because of its excessive speed, it even emitted air-breaking sounds. The target of the attack was exactly where Li Luo and the others were. Obviously, these 7 octopuses had already smelled the food and started to prey on it. You guys get out of here.
Li Luo urged once again, then he immediately lifted his Barrett and fired towards the octopus tentacles that smashed in with great speed. Bang! After the overbearing gunshot sounded, the black streaming bullet instantly struck that octopus tentacle. Plop! The octopus tentacle was blown out with a basketball-sized bloody hole in a matter of moments. But Li Luo felt that this blood hole was not painful to the octopus. Gotta take out the tentacle to do it. Li Luo's face sank as he immediately chanted, "Explode!" Boom! The octopus tentacles within a 100-meter radius were instantly detonated and blown into inches of debris. At the same time, when the octopus tentacles exploded, there was actually green liquid floating in the sky. It was about to fall on Li Luo in the blink of an eye. This green liquid looked as if it wasn't simple, so green that his heart fluttered. And Xia Qingyue, who was originally ready to retreat, saw this and her heart tightened. Li Luo, be careful. Seeing that the green liquid was about to fall on Li Luo, she immediately leapt forward and blocked most of the green liquid with her back. However, there was still a small amount of green liquid that landed on Li Luo. Zzz. The green liquid landed on Xia Qingyue and Li Luo, surprisingly making a zip 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 sound. Corrosion? Li Luo's face changed slightly, surprisingly seeing his skin corroded by the green liquid with black smoke. And there was also a burst of severe pain. His face changed, he himself felt a sharp pain. What about Xia Qingyue? He immediately looked at Xia Qingyue. It was discovered that the skin on her back had unexpectedly been corroded out in a large area as well. Moreover, her face was rapidly becoming pale. Li Luo immediately asked, "Bane, are you still okay?" Xia Qingyue squeezed out a pale smile and, "It's not bad, there's a recovery enchantment, it shouldn't be able to die." And at this time, Meng Zhongli had already sacrificed the mixed yuan clock he hadn't been using and shouted, "Quickly, hide in my mixed yuan clock." Li Luo turned his head to look. Meng Zhongli and Meng Ruoshi were surprisingly not corrupted by the green liquid because they were hiding in the mixed yuan clock. All of them were blocked out by the translucent mixed yuan clock. Li Luo's eyes lit up. There seems to be something about this mixed yuan clock? Then, he immediately wrapped his arms around Xia Qingyue, whose back was badly corroded, and jumped vertically, releasing Xia Qingyue into the range of the mixed clock. He gazed at Meng Ruoshi and Meng Zhongli. "Please, both of you, take care of her, thank you." Meng Ruoshi immediately nodded her head and, "Li Luo, don't worry, as long as this mixed yuan clock doesn't break, she will designatedly not be harmed again." Meng Zhongli also patted his chest and said, "Don't worry Li Luo, this mixed yuan clock of mine has a very strong defense, and I've just obtained a legendary grade attachment, which is also an attachment that strengthens the defense of the artifact spirit, so the defense is greatly enhanced." Li Luo nodded his head. "That's good, you guys stay here, I'm going to destroy these 7 monsters." Meng Ruoshi worriedly said, "Li Luo, didn't you say 7 giant octopuses? They look so fierce, why don't we just run away? Escape?" Li Luo looked at the pale Xia Qingyue and then to the corroded area on his arm. Decisively shaking his head, he said, "I'm good at escaping, but you guys aren't necessarily able to escape, and Xia Qingyue is still seriously injured, so she can't move very well. The point is, I'm a person who never likes to suffer. From where you fall down, get up from where you are. These 7 octopus monsters, they must die." Meng Zhongli worried, "But you're injured, can you do it?" Li Luo looked at the corrosive wounds on his body and realized that surprisingly, he was recovering very slowly. It wasn't right. Shouldn't it take 3 seconds to recover? It's hard to. This green venom has the effect of seriously injuring or something like that? Guess so. His eyes stared coldly at the giant octopus with its teeth and claws not far away, and he held back the sharp pain and walked out of the hybrid clock with his Barrett. Immediately after that, the golden wings behind him shook, and his body instantly flew 1,000 meters in the air. Barrett quickly aimed at the giant octopus not far away and, he said in a cold voice, "I'd like to see, how many shots can you damn well resist?" Chapter 116, still thinking how powerful, unbeatable. Bang! Barrett's domineering gunshot rang out, and the bullet instantly hit the body of that giant octopus. Put! The bullet explosion blew out a basketball-sized bloody hole, and scarlet blood gurgled. Only, this blood hole was not a big deal to the huge octopus, and it still acted as usual. Li Luo guessed that the quality of this giant octopus should be very high. And the grade should be high as well. Otherwise its body couldn't be so hard, and Barrett's bullets couldn't have only blown out basketball-sized blood holes. Although the bullets didn't do enough damage, he didn't panic in the slightest. He lightly drank, explode. Boom! The huge giant octopus with hundreds of meters of body was instantly detonated. Countless pieces of limbs floated around. The green liquid with corrosive effect was also spilled, but because of the distance, it wasn't much of a threat to Li Luo. No surprises. The giant octopus slowly collapsed to the ground, already dead, and smashed into the ground with a huge commotion. Leroy spat out. "I thought it was so powerful, but it turned out to be unbearable." At the same time, the commotion of Li Luo killing the octopus managed to attract the attention of the other 6 giant octopuses. Shoo!
All of the dozen or so tentacles on their bodies jerked fiercely towards Li Luo. These tentacles were extremely fast, emitting gusts of air-breaking sounds.
It seemed unstoppable. At this very moment.
On the ground, Dream Ruwashi's trio had no way to see the battle because the mists were too thick. All they could hear was movement and loud voices. The hearts were worried. If something went wrong with Li Luo, the three of them would probably go wrong as well. They could only expect Li Luo to kill those giant octopuses.
As for escaping,
it was difficult for them to escape due to their limited field of vision, and panicking and fleeing would make it easier for them to run into other monsters.
You should know that monsters' vision is not limited in the mist.
Not to mention the fact that there was still Xia Qingyue, an injured person. At this moment, Xia Qingyue's breath was very shriveled. However, when she heard the sounds of battle, she still couldn't help but shout out that,
"Li Luo, you be careful."
Her pale face was thick with worry.
"Don't worry, they can't do anything to me."
Li Luo confidently controlled the angel wings and flexibly dodged the attacks of these tentacles. At the same time, the Barrett in his hand directly fired at those 6 giant octopuses.
Bang, bang, bang. He didn't even have to aim.
With a target that big, he was sure he could hit it even with his eyes closed, and once the bullets hit the octopus, he immediately detonated the bodies of those giant octopuses,
not giving the other party the slightest chance to catch their breath. Boom, boom, boom.
One violent explosion after another resounded all around.
But in just a few seconds,
the other 6 octopuses were all detonated by Li Luo with space bombs and died.
After resolving these giant octopuses, Li Luo let out a sigh of relief in his heart and, "This space bomb is fierce."
Li Luo secretly sighed at the power of the space bomb. Even if it was a giant octopus with a height of 1,000 meters, and its body was blown out of a 200-meter hole, it would still have to burp in minutes. Originally he thought that this belonged to a group attack skill, but now it actually became a single skill.
Who would have thought? An octopus monster is a 1,000 meters tall. That's sick. Ha! Leveled up.
He shook his eyes and realized that his level had risen several levels in a row. In just a few seconds, the level had rushed straight to level 130.
I also wonder if this octopus level has a level 200? To view the monster's information, you needed to get close to it to see it. And he hadn't just gotten close enough to view their information.
But he had just heard the sound of increased lifespan in his head, and for each monster, the lifespan brought to him was actually as high as about 100 years.
These 7 monsters gave him almost 700 years of lifespan. He now has a whopping 55,380 years of life remaining. Be aware.
Previously, those level 100 legend-level monsters had only increased their lifespan by 20-40 years. But this octopus could actually increase its lifespan by around 100 years, so it could be imagined that the quality and level of these giant octopuses were definitely not low. But this monster was also really strong. That is, he has long-range counterintuitive damage. Otherwise, if 100 level 100 experts were to come, they wouldn't necessarily be able to kill these 7 giant octopuses. But this made the sense of crisis in Li Luo's heart even stronger.
These giant octopuses would even appear near this borderline, so how difficult were the monsters in the depths of the mists? And how terrifying would it be?
If such a monster rushed into a human city, it would surely be a holocaust, and the living would be devastated.
It's useless to think so much, call it a day.
Li Luo threw these thoughts behind his head, then with a thought, his wings shook and he flew towards the ground at great speed. As the saying goes, soldiers come to the ground.
It's no use worrying blindly. Leroy, the monsters were annihilated?
Meng Ruwashi asked with concern when she saw Li Luo, who suddenly appeared.
Of course. Li Luo nodded his head affirmatively. He quickly stepped inside Dream Zhongli's mixed yuan clock, then carefully observed Xia Qingyue's injuries.
He saw that there was still a large area of her back that was slightly blackened.
It looked shocking.
Li Luo's heart was actually a little too much.
So he inquired, "Bane, are you feeling better now?"
He considered that Xia Qingyue had a recovery-type enchantment, and her injuries would definitely slowly get better, it just might be slower.
But it would definitely not worsen.
He felt like he was slowly recovering from his wounds alone. Although the effect of Xia Qingyue's recovery-type enchantment would be a bit worse, it should gradually recover as well.
If it doesn't work,
he could exchange an enchanted scroll with a stronger recovery effect for her.
To know.
Right now he had a whopping 55,380 lifespan, which could be exchanged for quite a few enchantment scrolls. Only he had other considerations. If Xia Qingyue could hold out, he was going to exchange a super god attachment for himself, and then exchange a mythic grade attachment, Imperial Sword Technique, for Xia Qingyue, a true Imperial Sword Technique, which allowed him to fly with a sword.
As compensation for her fighting to block the venom this time. Any leftover artifact Spirit God Gold could also be considered. The most he could do was this.
Those 2 things should be enough to compensate.
Xia Qingyue gently nodded her head and,
"I can feel the wounds slowly recovering, it shouldn't worsen."
Li Luo nodded, "That's good.
He pondered for a moment, took off his school jacket from his body, and proceeded to put it on Xia Qingyue's back.
Seriously exhorting.
Don't move for a while, we'll leave when you've recovered from your injuries to the point where you can move.
He gazed at Meng Zhengli and Meng Ruoxi.
Right, are you guys in a hurry? If you guys are in a hurry, you can go first. Meng Ruoxi and Meng Zhengli gently shook their heads. Meng Zhengli spoke, we're not in a hurry, since we came out together, let's go back together, besides, there are all kinds of monsters in the mists, we're more at ease with you.
Li Luo's gaze moved slightly and he nodded his head and said, alright, then we'll go back together. After a while, a low male voice suddenly came out of the mists, hey, is there anyone around? Ha? There's actually someone?
Leroy raised his eyebrows in surprise, then looked closely.
In another direction in the mists, 3 people in uniforms unexpectedly appeared, with a red 5-pointed star in front of their chests. It seems to be the military? Meng Zhongli's face showed concern at this time. Li Luo, it seems like there are other people nearby? Li Luo got up and said,
the military, I'll go check it out first, you guys stay here and don't move.
Chapter 117, even if you're beautiful, you still want to be beautiful.
Li Luo carried Barrett and walked out of the range of the mixed clock.
With a slight vibration of his wings, he shot up into the sky. The posture is so handsome. Watching Dream Ruoxi's eyes showed strong admiration. The next second,
Li Luo's figure had already divinely landed hundreds of meters away, in front of those 3 military cultivators.
Who are you?
Seeing Li Luo, who suddenly descended from the sky, those 3 military cultivators' expressions looked shocked.
Gulp. Their shocked gazes fell on the golden wings behind Li Luo and they gulped nervously. This person looked like a human, but those wings behind him, it looks a bit alien. It's not a monster, is it?
In this day and age, there are a lot of strange and weird monsters out there. Last time around, several people ran into chimeras, were seduced and killed, and were found with only bones left.
Think of it.
They nervously held the artifact spirit and cautiously looked at Li Luo, seemingly ready to fight at any time.
Li Luo looked calm and, me? Of course I'm a human being, are you from the military?
Seeing that Li Luo knew the identity of himself and the others, the trio secretly breathed a sigh of relief. One of them, a strong man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, explained. Yes, my name is Wang Bang, the 3 of us are all from the military, we were just in the nearby Misty Fortress, and through our ultrasonic radar we monitored that something wasn't right over here, so we came out to take a look. Just heard a commotion over here, so I felt my way over.
May I ask if you found anything unusual? Misty Fortress?
Li Luo's gaze turned up, then these 3 should belong to the sentinel blowers stationed in this neighborhood. Once they found out anything, they should immediately notify the Magic City's military. He pointed to the mist hundreds of meters away. There is an anomaly, there are 7 giant octopuses over there.
Wang Bang was surprised. What? 7 giant octopuses? His face changed slightly and he immediately pursued, may I ask how big those 7 giant octopuses are?
The body is 1,000 meters tall and the tentacles are 1,000 meters long.
Li Luo explained. Ha? Could it be the devil's poison octopus? Wang Bang was shocked. No way, that's a level 200 epic monster, how did it get here? Should we hurry back to the fortress and hide, then notify the magic capital military to send experts to deal with it?
A young man behind Wang Bang said nervously.
A level 200 devil poison octopus? Or epic?
No wonder that green liquid was intensely corrosive, and no wonder that the experience and lifespan that had just been increased was quite impressive.
Li Luo stroked his chin in a daze. Wait, let's ask first.
Wang Bang was obviously more calm and composed, and said to the young man.
He turned his head and continued to pursue Li Luo. The young man, are you sure it's 7 giant octopuses? Li Luo nodded and calmly said that. Of course I'm sure, they're right over there, won't you guys just go over and take a look? Also, you guys can call me Li Luo. Leroy?
The 3 Wang Bangs looked at each other with worried faces. If it was a real devil poison octopus, they wouldn't dare to lean over to it, it would definitely be a dead end. But if they didn't go, they couldn't confirm the information. The radar detection in their hands did just detect a large moving object nearby. But not sure what it was. Their eyes scrutinized the radar display in their hands, looking for something. But now there was no sign of any moving giants. All that could be smelled was a pungent, thick odor of blood.
Oh, I forgot to mention. Leroy explained, seeing their worried faces.
Those 7 giant octopuses, they are now corpses, you guys don't need to worry.
What? Corpses? Wang Bang stared at Li Luo in surprise. How did you know?
Li Luo said carelessly.
I killed them, can I not know? What? He killed them? Hearing these words, the pupils of Wang Bang's trio quaked with disbelief. He was actually able to kill 7 level 200 epic devil poison octopus? I'm afraid he's not kidding, right? Wait, Leroy? Why does this name feel familiar to me?
Wang Bang suddenly looked like he was recalling something and.
Barrett. Oh, I remember, aren't you the Li Luo who wiped out more than 90% of the monsters with his own strength when a monster wave occurred in Magic City some time ago? He had seen it on his cell phone news before. The man was a thief, and his fighting skills were unbelievable. Unlimited bullets, amazing power. Barrett artifact spirit, with golden wings, a thin body and a clean face, features that match perfectly. Seeing the Wang Bang trio's expectant gaze, Li Luo raised an eyebrow unexpectedly, not expecting that his reputation was so widespread that even this military cultivator stationed in the Misty Fortress knew about it. He rubbed the Barrett in his hand and nodded his head gently. That's right, it's me. So it's really you? Wang Bang's eyes widened as surprise covered his face. He completely did not expect to run into Li Luo here. How did you show up here? This place is almost close to the high-risk mist area. Me? Just wandering around. Li Luo said perfunctorily. Wang Bang nodded thoughtfully and, oh. If it was someone else who said that they had eliminated 7 devil poison octopus, we definitely don't believe it, but if it was you, Li Luo, who said it, we still believe it. He waved to the 2 people behind him. Come on, let's go over there and see what's going on. He then said to Li Luo, you must pay attention to safety, there are many weird monsters in this mist. Good. Li Luo nodded calmly. Seeing the 3 people leave, Li Luo's wings shook slightly, and his body instantly shot up into the sky. The next second, his figure already landed steadily next to Meng Zhongli's mixed yuan clock with an incomparable lightness. At this moment, Li Luo saw that Xia Qingyue's face had become a few shades of red and was instantly quite relieved. This showed that she had recovered well. He checked his corrosive wounds and found that they were healed to a T. He stepped inside the mixed yuan clock and carefully examined Xia Qingyue's wounds and found that they had actually healed by almost a third. Xia Qingyue said, Li Luo, I think I can walk now. Leroy didn't panic. There's no rush, we'll go when you recover some more. Xia Qingyue stared at Li Luo with an ancient spirit. Li Luo, are you worried about me? You're overthinking it. Even if she's good looking, she's thinking too much. Li Luo sat on the grass surface and slightly closed his eyes. Quietly waiting for Xia Qingyue to recover from her injuries, Meng Ruoxi and Meng Zhongli also waited patiently. The other side. Wang Bang and the others walked in the direction that Li Luo pointed out. Without walking for a few minutes, they did find the corpses of those 7 devils poison octopus. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the 3 of them sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. 7 giant octopuses, their bodies were all pierced through a huge bloody hole, shocking to the eyes. The young man behind Wang Bang was surprised. My god, this Li Luo actually managed to kill these 7 devil poison octopus? It's too strong, isn't it? Wang Bang also gulped nervously. Yes, this Li Luo really lives up to his name. This kind of level 200 epic monster, generally speaking, requires the combined efforts of no less than 30 top-level experts to be able to kill it, and it's hard to avoid deaths and injuries. Li Luo actually killed 7 of them by himself. He said with a gloomy face. But then again, this devil's poison octopus usually appears in coastal areas. How did it come here? Or 7 of them? That's 1,000 miles apart. The young man behind him speculated. Could it be that there is some great upheaval in the depths of the mists? Great upheaval? Could it be that more powerful monsters have appeared in those places, causing them to move around? Wang Bang was deep in thought. No, we have to report the situation up quickly. I always feel that it's like the calm before the impending storm now, making people vaguely uneasy. Xia Qingyue student photo. Chapter 118 Going to your home, watching a cat that can do backflips. Magic City, military office. When the news of the appearance of the 7 devils poison octopus reached the hands of the military's Major General Yang Jin, he bounced up from his seat with a shocked look on his face and, Li Luo actually killed 7 devils poison octopus? That fierce? He ate chun pills, right? Shocked. He stared out the window at the misty fog again with a grave expression. Worry hung thick on his face. But the appearance of the devil's poisonous octopus is clearly something wrong. I'm afraid something big will happen. Finished muttering. He mused worriedly about the possible risks. After a moment's thought, he immediately contacted various people by phone. While reporting this matter, he was also arranging for manpower to start blocking off a 10-kilometer radius of Magic City once again. The so-called rainy day. There is certainly nothing wrong with being prepared for protection. Misty. When Li Luo saw that Xia Qingyue had recovered more than half of her injuries, the group began to return to the magic capital. Meng Ruoxi assisted Xia Qingyue to walk in the center. Li Luo, on the other hand, walked in the front, his eyes observing and listening to all directions, nipping potential threats in the bud. Right now, he held the mentality that the yolk of an egg had to be shaken loose. Just say it. Even a passing bird of prey or a hopping grasshopper is hard to escape. Even an ant on the ground has to be stepped on twice. Seeing Li Luo's somewhat excessive behavior, Xia Qingyue was a bit happy in her heart, thinking, he should be worried about me getting hurt, that's why he's doing this, right? Little bastard, I can see it all.
Meng Zhongli, on the other hand, walked at the end, taking out his own hybrid bell, ready to defend at any time. There was no danger along the way. I don't know if it was because Li Luo's aura was too strong, but he basically didn't encounter any death-defying monsters on the way back. They all seemed to be deliberately avoiding Li Luo. Soon, they arrived at the east city gate of the magic capital without incident. After saying goodbye to Li Luo and Xia Qingyue, Meng Ruoxi and Meng Zhongli left to go forward to find information about that little girl, Meng. At the same time, they also informed the enforcers of the information that Meng might be a chimera. Let them intervene in the investigation as well. At this very moment, Xia Qingyue, who was still wearing Li Luo's school uniform tunic, said to Li Luo that, "Li Luo, can you take me home?" "No. But take you home, I still want to see your cat that does backflips." Li Luo was originally ready to refuse, but suddenly changed his mind. He planned to give her an enchantment scroll and the unused artifact spirit divine gold as compensation. Hearing this, Xia Qingyue's eyes all of a sudden lit up and, "Really?" Li Luo looked calm. "Go, what are you waiting for?" "Yes." Xia Qingyue blushed slightly. Xia family, outside the main gate. Li Luo inquired, "Scourge, is there anyone in your house?" Xia Qingyue was slightly stunned, then her eyes flashed with a glint of light. My dad shouldn't be at home, it's 5 p.m. now, he should have gone fishing." "What about your mom?" Xia Qingyue's gaze dimmed a few points. "My mom was also killed in that monster wave 3 years ago." After a moment of silence, Xia Qingyue calmed down and turned her head to Li Luo. "Hey Li Luo, going to my house now?" Leroy nodded and, "Yeah, how else do you look at the cat that does backflips?" "Yeah, go." Xia Qingyue immediately happily tugged on Li Luo's arm and dragged him towards her home. After entering the house, Li Luo looked around the week and realized that there was indeed no one in Xia Qingyue's house, but the house decoration was not bad. A 3-story small villa, open and wide. Worthy of a rich family's house, the decoration are estimated to be enough to buy a house. While Li Luo was looking around, Xia Qingyue smiled as she held out a cat from the bedroom and said to Li Luo, "You play with Dale, I'm going to go change." "Change clothes?" Leroy was slightly stunned. He stopped it immediately and, "Don't change yet, I have something for you, where is it private?" "Private?" Xia Qingyue's gaze twitched, "Then go to my bedroom." Li Luo didn't squirm either. "Okay, quick battle, let's go." "A quickie?" When Xia Qingyue heard these words, her gaze flashed with dissimilarity. "Shouldn't." Coming into the bedroom, she backhanded the door and unlocked it. "Okay, this bedroom of mine is all about privacy, and it's very soundproofed." "Good soundproofing?" Li Luo's gaze swept over Xia Qingyue's slightly red face. What was she thinking? Thinking blindly. He took out a mythic great enchantment, Sword Royalty, and handed it to Xia Qingyue. "Here, this mythical great attunement, Royal Sword Technique, can fly with a sword, and the attack power of the flying sword is very strong, consider it as compensation." Mythic great enchantment? Imperial sword art? Something so precious? Xia Qingyue froze and received the Imperial Sword Technique that was flickering with 7-colored light. Wide-eyed and open-mouthed, her face was full of disbelief. "Compensation?" Xia Qingyue came back to her senses. "Compensation for what?" Li Luo shrugged his shoulders. "Anyway, you took the risk to block part of the venom for me. I'm not a person who loves to owe people favors, so this is considered compensation." Xia Qingyue's gaze was fiery as she stared at the Imperial Sword Art in her hand. The heart was thrilled. Mythic level? Or Royal Sword Art? How did Leroy get such a powerful enchantment scroll? She couldn't help but ask. "Li Luo, where did you get this mythic great Imperial Sword Art?" Li Luo said carelessly. "Ask less, just use it." Xia Qingyue blinked excitedly. "Good." She immediately took out her bright moon sword and used up this mythical grade, Sword Royal Art. In an instant, she realized that her control over the bright moon sword had skyrocketed. She could actually drive the bright moon sword to become longer and wider with her thoughts. Moreover, she could feel that the power of the bright moon sword seemed to have increased tremendously. Xia Qingyue had great love in her heart, and her eyes showed surprise that, "Li Luo, thank you." At this time, Li Luo took out another artifact spirit divine gold that shimmered with 5-colored light and placed it on Xia Qingyue's dressing table. Calmly explaining, "I've already used this one, there's still some left, so I'll give it to you to use, put your sword on it, and after I use it if there's any left I'll take it." Li Luo placed the fishing rod and the artifact spirit divine gold in the system space on the way. His fishing rod had already been promoted to an epic level artifact spirit. However, there was still quite a bit of energy left in the artifact spirit divine gold, which should still allow the artifact spirit to upgrade its quality, and there might even be some left over. Xia Qingyue looked at the artifact spirit god gold in doubt and, "Ha? What is this?" Leroy prodded. "Pry less into the affairs of society, hurry up and put your sword on it, never mind the rest." "Oh." Xia Qingyue nodded her head obediently, then placed the bright moon sword on that artifact spirit divine gold. Immediately after that, She actually saw her bright moon sword, which was drawing some kind of energy from that colored crystal in general. She froze slightly and muttered curiously that, "Ha? Li Luo, what the hell is this?" Li Luo did not answer, but was surveying Xia Qingyue's bedroom, which was elegantly and simply decorated. There was also a faint fragrance inside the room. It was at this time. Dang! The sound of a door slamming was evident from outside the house. Xia Qingyue looked flustered and, "Oops, no good, it should be my dad coming back." Li Luo's eyes moved slightly. "Don't say I'm there. When you're done, I'll leave through the window." "Ha? You're leaving through the window? But this is the third floor." Xia Qingyue's face was full of surprise. How did she feel that this scene seemed like a bit of a thief? Li Luo calmly said, "Don't forget, I can fly." Chapter 119. Do you choose a college? Or the fish pond? At this point. Dum 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 dum. Xia Yuntian's voice suddenly came from outside the house. "Qingyu, you're home?" Xia Qingyue nodded. "Yes, I came back to rest for a while. I brought you some Orleans barbecue wings, will you eat some?" Xia Qingyue replied in a panic. Dad, I'll come out to eat later, don't mind me for now," she said while blushing and looking at Leroy sheepishly with a feeling of being on pins and needles. Key bar. She hadn't called his dad ahead of time, and now Leroy was in her very private bedroom. And her dad cares a lot about her bringing boys home, and if she's found out, she's sure to get a lecture from him. She didn't want to listen to her dad's long-winded lectures. Xia Yuntian's voice rang out again and, "Alright, Qingyu, then you rest, I'll watch some TV." "Good. Phew." Xia Qingyue took a long breath. She turned her head to look at Li Luo and realized that he was looking calm and unperturbed. As if this matter had absolutely nothing to do with him. Xia Qingyue wondered. "Li Luo, aren't you worried about being discovered?" Leroy shrugged. "What's there to worry about? That's true, even if I'm found out, it's still me who gets lectured, so you really don't have to worry about it." Xia Qingyue deflated and muttered. She turned her head to stare carefully at the bright moon sword in her hand and realized that it was still drawing on the mysterious energy of that crystal. Just like that. Time passes by. Finally, Xia Qingyue saw her bright moon sword completely stop drawing that mysterious energy. "Li Luo, is this okay?" Her inquiring gaze went to Leroy. Li Luo nodded and, "Alright, remember to keep it a secret, let's go." Finished. He took the artifact spirit divine gold that was still remaining and put it into his system space. Then he walked to the window and his wings shook. Shoo! The entire person disappeared from Xia Qingyue's field of vision. Just like that? Xia Qingyue blinked in disappointment when she saw that. He actually slipped so fast? Didn't you say to watch a cat that backflips? Cut. She withdrew her gaze to check the bright moon sword information, then froze in place. The entire person was as motionless as if she had been electrocuted. Murmuring. Epic. Epic bright moon sword? How is this possible? The legendary moon sword has been upgraded to epic grade? While shocked, her eyes were filled with great surprise. Not long ago. She was still secretly determined to try to become stronger. As a result, it is now the epic level bright moon sword, plus the mythic level, royal sword technique. This effort seems a bit effortless? She couldn't help but look out the window once again in the direction Li Luo had disappeared in, and the favor she felt for Li Luo in her heart quickly soared. This is too much of a surprise, isn't it? She winked happily. Well, I can already tell from your behavior that your heart isn't ironclad either. She had a happy smile on her face, laying out the facts and reasoning. If Li Luo didn't have her in his heart, would he give her a mythic level enchantment? No way. It would give her the mystic crystal and raise the quality of her bright moon sword from legendary to epic. That was even more unlikely. So she felt that Leroy already cared about her a little. She frowned slightly and, "But everyone says that women chasing men are separated by a veil, but how come you girl is so hard to chase? But it's good that it's not easy to be abducted by other girls." She rested her chin and looked out in the direction Li Luo left. After a few moments, she walked out of the bedroom and took the Orleans roasted wings that Xia Yuntian brought her and ate them. Xia Yuntian moved his gaze from the TV to Xia Qingyue and, "Qingyue, last time I haven't asked you, where did you get your imperial sword technique, scroll?" Xia Qingyue's gaze turned. "Li Luo and I went to the secret realm to kill monsters and popped it out." Xia Yuntian was surprised. "Ah, so lucky?" Xia Qingyue confidently said. "Of course, I'm the daughter of Qi." "Really?" Xia Yuntian was a bit unconvinced. A small disappointment appeared on his face. He thought there was some stable way to get it. Relying on luck would be a very slim hope. "Really?" Xia Qingyue nodded, and although she saw a disappointed expression on her dad's face, she didn't tell the truth. Because she didn't want to get Li Luo into trouble. And just now Li Luo was telling her to keep it a secret. There was no way she would betray Li Luo because of her dad, no way at all. Time rush. 3 days passed in a flash.
Li Luo was originally prepared to give the remaining artifact spirit divine gold to Zhou Pai. As a result, that brat had been getting mushy with that clove, and he hadn't even seen his face. He simply forgot about it and kept it for himself. There didn't seem to be much point in giving it to Zhou Pai to use anyway. After all, his dream was to have a wife and children. As for the ultra-divine attunement, he was still considering what exactly would be more appropriate to replace it with. Early in the morning, the first thing Li Luo did when he woke up was checking the ranking of his college entrance exam results. Without a doubt, first place. The national top prize. Leroy smiled, the first place. In his last life, he was very average in the college entrance examination, barely making it to the third-rate secondary school. The key bar, but also graduated on unemployment. Even trying to be a city cowhorse has to be a bump in the road, it's just a no-brainer. Just as he was lamenting the unpredictability of the world. Tapped. His cell phone rings suddenly. Li Luo curiously picked up the phone. Who? What's up? From the phone came the super urgent voice of the principal, Meyer. Li Luo, you quickly come to my office. Ting from Kyoto University and Umo from Magic City University ran to my office again, saying that they want to compete for you. Li Luo's gaze moved slightly. Alright, then it's just right to make it clear. When he appeared in the office of the principal, Jay Chaomui, he heard the deja vu argument again. Umo, Kyoto University's #1 strength is untouchable. Li Luo will definitely choose our Kyoto University, so hurry up and leave, lest you lose face later. Yiting, how do you know that Li Luo won't choose Mordor University? Besides, you said last time that you went back to call digging a fish pond. Have you dug it yet? Ting was victorious. Of course it's dug. Not only is the fish pond dug, but we've also dug up that fishing rod teacher of your college, Jean Frost. Fei Mo's face looked flustered and... What? How is this possible? How come I didn't get the news? Etain laughed softly, with both hands spread out. As long as the hoe is wielded well, which wall can't be dug down? In fact, we only asked her if she was willing to go, and she ended up saying that she was willing to teach at Kyoto University. She said with a smile. No, this is called strength. Your Magic City University is still a distance away from Kyoto University. Xin Shuang was actually scooped up? Fei Mo had a few bad feelings in his heart. She had originally been prepared to use this as a bargaining chip. Now I'm afraid it's up in the air. However, she still pretended to be calm and... But even if that's the case, then the result isn't certain. The only way to know the result is to ask Li Luo face to face. Just as the two were arguing, Leroy appeared at the door of the office. Good morning, three of you, I'm here. Seeing Li Luo's sudden appearance, Ting and Umo immediately stepped forward with smiles on their faces. Hi Leroy, I assume you'll be going to Kyoto University? Leroy, I assume you'll be going to Mordor University? Li Luo held his chin. I'm curious, whose fish pond is bigger? Hazumo said immediately. Magic City University, there is a 3,000 square meter fish pond. Ting immediately said. Kyoto University has 4,000 square feet of fish ponds, and a fishing rod. Beautiful teacher. Oh, Jin Xuan, very beautiful. Fei Mo immediately spat out. Ting, you've gone too far. Mr. Qin Xuan was poached by you from Magic City University. Ting laughed. Yuma, please note that Qin Xuan is now a beautiful teacher at Kyoto University. Li Luo was full of it. It doesn't matter if it's beautiful or not, the main thing is that the fish pond is big, so I decided to go to Kyoto University. Next to him, the principal, Meyer Super, was flabbergasted. It wasn't. Did you choose a college or a fish pond? Sheen Frost teacher. Chapter 120 Super God Enchantment, Permanent Stealth. Leroy certainly didn't choose Kyoto University because of the large fish pond. It was just an excuse for him. If Kyoto University's fish ponds were smaller, then he'd say he likes them again. All in all, he will definitely choose Kyoto University. This was because Ruyan Lu had specifically reminded him before that Kyoto University had the Subterranean Dragon class. And the students of the Subterranean class, even if they are in school, they have the opportunity to go with the army to explore the depths of the mists. However, students in regular classes need 3 years before they can enter the mists for practical combat and internships. And Li Luo had long wanted to go to the depths of the mists. 3 years? He simply couldn't wait that long, that's why he chose Kyoto University, and he was going to be in the subterranean class. Fei Mo persuaded without giving up. Li Luo, why don't you reconsider? In fact, Magic City University is actually very good, we'll arrange for you whatever you want. Ting immediately interrupted Umo's persuasion. Umo, don't try to persuade, Li Luo has already made up his mind, so don't waste your time and go back. She turned her head again and said to the principal, Mei Jieqiao. Principal Mei, I'll trouble you to deal with Li Luo's formalities as soon as possible. Our side of Kyoto University was prepared long ago, one word and it's done. Mei Jieqiao nodded. Good, I'll ask someone to handle it. Hazumi from Mordor University was heartbroken and left reluctantly. The expression on his face was quite depressed as he walked away.
She also didn't forget to throw Li Luo a sultry look, a look like she had been hurt by a scumbag.
Li Luo could only pretend to be blind to this. I told you that you would choose Kyoto University. Etain happily patted Leroy on the shoulder.
Li Luo, don't worry, those rewards from the college entrance exam, all of them won't be left behind. I'll personally send them to you at that time.
After some communication, Leroy's paperwork was done very quickly.
It was only 10 minutes before and after, and his formalities were all done.
And after finishing the formalities, Ting actually told Li Luo to report to Kyoto University now. This made Li Luo feel a bit surprised.
The college entrance exam in this world was completely different from the previous world. You can choose a university immediately after the results come out, get the results within 3 days, and report to the university within a week. There is no such thing as winter or summer vacation.
Because everyone is struggling to survive, there isn't much time left for dashing around. Summer and winter vacations? That's a vacation for people who have no use for society. Only Leroy thought.
It would be more or less a bit hasty to report for duty now.
Eventually, Li Luo promised that Ting would report to Kyoto University within 3 days, and only then did Ting leave satisfied.
When the news spread that Leroy was the national high school champion, once again, it caused a hot debate on the internet.
And the news about the high school entrance exam is all over the place. No surprise. This year's National Artifact Spirit Cultivator College Entrance Exam top student is Li Luo from Magic City. Yi Luqiu, who was favored by everyone in Kyoto, didn't get the top prize. Shocked. The top scorer of the National College Entrance Examination is the beautiful Li Xinglua from Misty City. Let's guess which university Li Luo of the National College Entrance Examination will choose.
This year's college entrance exam has entered the stage of choosing a university, and this year's top student, Li Luo, has performed simply brilliantly.
At this moment,
Leroy was sitting in a luxurious restaurant off campus.
Ordered a simple breakfast.
He took out his cell phone and swiped through the news, surprisingly finding a lot of it about himself. He asked Chupi on his cell phone which college he was choosing. It turned out that Joe Pai's choice was actually Mordor University. The reason he gave Li Luo was that because Ding Xiang had chosen Mordor University, he was also going to Mordor University. The beautiful name is because of love. At this moment, for some reason, Li Luo suddenly thought of a line.
I love you, mom, selling twist love. Let him be. Let him be.
Li Luo didn't expect much from Joe Pai anymore. The guy seemed to be completely in deep love and couldn't help himself. He believed that sooner or later, Joe Pai would realize that strength was the king.
Ding dong. Leroy's cell phone rang with a message.
He tapped it to see that it was a message from Xia Qingyue.
Hey, Li Luo, which school did you choose? Leroy told me the truth, Kyoto University. Xia Qingyue, Kyoto University? Are you sure about this already?
Li Luo, of course I'm sure.
Xia Qingyue. Good, then I will also apply for Kyoto University. Hehe, I rank 17 in the overall rankings of the college entrance exams. I'm sure I can get in. By the way, when are you going to report to the university? Li Luo didn't hide it. I'll report to the university within 3 days. Xia Qingyue.
Good, then I will also report to work within 3 days.
Li Luo. Let her be. Let her be. Li Luo was already too lazy to persuade Xia Qingyue.
He was already well aware of Xia Qingyue's character. Once she determined her goal, she would not give up easily.
Just let her go. While waiting for breakfast,
Leroy sat quietly in his chair, picking out a new super godly enchantment in his head. Looking at the wide array of super god grade attachments, his heart was moved. Stance type, flight type, attack type, defense type, stealth type, auxiliary type.
He would love to have them all, but his life is not enough kryptonite. In the end,
he hesitated amongst the 3 super godly attachments. One was, Eye of the Heavenly God. Eye of Heavenly God, super god level enchantment. After enchanting, your eyesight will be strengthened to the extreme, allowing you to see through and break through any mists and stealthy units, with a range of up to 1,000 miles. Exchangeable life, 50,000 years.
One is, Absolute Immunity.
Absolute Immunity, super god tier enchantment. After enchanting, you will not be subjected to any negative effects, such as charm, poison, hallucination, mind control, and all other negative interferences.
Redemption life, 50,000 years. One is, Permanent Invisibility.
Permanent stealth, super god level enchantment. After enchanting, you can be controlled by your mind and become permanently invisible. The state of invisibility can only be lifted by you, no one else can break it, and it will not be broken even in combat.
Redemption life, 50,000 years.
Li Luo carefully analyzed the 3 enchantment scrolls.
Eye of the Sky God.
Able to see through, it also allows him to see and shoot far, and is a strong aid to his Barrett attacks.
Absolute Immunity.
It would allow him to be immune to negative influences in any situation, and the chance to counterattack back.
Permanent Invisibility.
It allows him to be an old 6 and change places after one shot, and with angel wings, it's nearly invincible.
He thought about it.
In the end, he chose the last one, Permanent Stealth.
He also wanted to be an old 6.
But if he was a melee artifact spirit, he wouldn't have picked this, and would have definitely picked a defense or attack type enchantment. But his spirit was a Barrett with unlimited bullets, with permanent stealth and angel wings. This old sick Sora came out all of a sudden. Liluo raised the corner of his mouth and used up the redeemed super god tier enchantment, permanent invisibility, without revealing it. Then, he moved his thoughts. His entire person disappeared into thin air, including the clothes he was wearing and the cell phone he was holding in his hand. Well, it's fun to play like that. Chapter 121, what the hell are you guys dragging about? While he was having fun, suddenly a female student walked in, caught off guard and walked over to his table and sat down on her butt. What a coincidence. She happens to be sitting on Leroy's lap. Ah! The female student felt something wrong with her touch and immediately jumped up screaming. Leroy was also a bit surprised. Why did she suddenly sit down? After coming back to his senses, he immediately lifted his invisibility with a thought. Then he said, "Hey, there's someone here, what are you doing?" Liluo's anticlimactic questioning made the girl blush, a little embarrassed. "Sorry, didn't see it, sorry." At the moment, she was also a bit confused in her head. Didn't she see no one just now? How could there suddenly be someone? Could it be that she had blurred her eyes? But how could she be blind at such a young age? It doesn't make sense. She left suspiciously and walked towards a nearby table, her eyes observing Leroy every now and then. Suddenly, her gaze instantly lit up. Eh? Isn't this the school's top student, Liluo? I just sat on his lap? Her heart was in a frenzy. I'm afraid it wouldn't look good if it got out, would it? Then Xia Qingyue won't find me in trouble? No. I can't afford to mess with Xia Qingyue. We have to hurry. Thinking this, she immediately got up and left in a hurry, not seeming to be able to stay a second longer. Seeing the other party leaving in a hurry, Liluo wondered. She shouldn't be treating me like a dead pervert, right? Without realizing it, 2 days passed by in a flash. These 2 days. Within Daxia, senior high school candidates in almost every city had already decided on their ideal university. There have also been students who have begun to report to major universities one after another. There is a great deal of excitement. But people who can get into Kyoto University. But there are just less than 800. The artifact spirits that these people had awakened were at least at the purple gold level or above, and most of them were actually at the legendary level or above. Seeing that there were constantly people traveling to various universities to report, Liluo also plans to report to Kyoto University today. In the middle of these 2 days, he and Joe Pai saw each other hurriedly, but he did not give him the remaining artifact spirit god gold. This was because according to Joe Pai's current state, he couldn't use it at all. Giving it to him would be a waste. Period. Xia Qingyue's dad, Xia Yuntian, privately approached Liluo once and had a long chat. What he mainly wanted to express was, seeing that Xia Qingyue had given so much, he hoped that Liluo would be able to take care of Xia Qingyue a little bit in Kyoto University. For this commission, Leroy didn't agree, but he didn't reject it either. Of course, this matter was unknown to Xia Qingyue herself. In addition, Xia Dan also privately approached Liluo once, also hoping that Liluo would take care of Xia Qingyue in Kyoto University. She knows that Xia Qingyue's heart is all about Liluo. So she hoped that Liluo could take a little bit of Xia Qingyue's feelings into consideration. Liluo of course did not agree. But again, he didn't explicitly refuse. He also got an officer's ID Daxia military captain, which was still the ID that Ruyan Lu had personally sent. It was also something Major General Yang Jin had promised earlier. Although Liluo didn't care much about this thing, after all, something was better than nothing. At this moment, the angel wings behind Liluo gently flapped as his body hovered high in the sky of the Magic City. His eyes looked around, then he muttered softly, "Goodbye Magic City. Kyoto University, here I come." Liluo's wings shook and his figure quickly disappeared. Soon, he appeared in the Devil's Capital teleportation area in the central city of Devil's Capital. This was an important transportation hub of the Magic City, with teleportation portals to Kyoto City and also to some other cities. This portal is currently very rudimentary in its functionality, only allowing things no higher than 2 meters and no wider than 1 meter to be transmitted. Things that are too large cannot be teleported. In other words, this portal is basically just for teleporting people at the moment, and the cost is still very high, 10,000 xia coins for a single person at a single time. Such an expensive price. Ordinary people who were fine would definitely not use it, but this was not a problem at all for Liluo. It was just that it was rush hour and he needed to queue up as well. He didn't rely on the fact that he could fly, so he flew directly from Mordor to Kyoto. The distance was long, not to mention the fact that he couldn't be sure what kind of weird monsters were in the depths of the mists. The devil's poisonous octopus last time had taught him a lesson. So he had to be cautious. Leroy was in line for a long time. Finally, he stepped into the portal. After a moment of heavenly rotation and earthly change, Li Luo appeared in a place similar to the Magic City teleportation area, but the signs around it all said Kyoto.
This is Kyoto?
Li Luo looked around and realized that there were a lot of people in the neighborhood, and the architectural style was slightly different from Magic City.
He took out his cell phone and directly navigated Kyoto University. Just as he was about to leave for Kyoto University. Young man, cab ride or not?
The middle-aged driver who came to pull in the source smiled and inquired.
No need.
Li Luo politely shook his head, then raised the corners of his mouth, and the golden wings behind him shook slightly. Shoo! His body immediately shot up into the sky, then flew in the direction of Kyoto University. When the middle-aged driver saw the scene, he directly froze in place. After a short period of shock, he finally reacted.
This young man. So powerful? Straight to heaven?
Surprised, he sighed helplessly, and,
just outrageous, you can even fly directly, then how can I still do business?
I'll be damned, hey, this crap business is getting worse by the day.
Soon.
Li Luo then suddenly descended from the sky and appeared in front of Kyoto University. The security guards in front of the gate were so scared that they panicked.
They thought some kind of monster had descended. After seeing Li Luo's figure, they were relieved. Freshman check-in channel?
Leroy saw that there was a dedicated freshman check-in lane that was already lined up, so he followed the instructions and lined up as well.
Suddenly,
Leroy heard a female voice coming from the front end.
Li Luo? Is that you?
Li Luo took a closer look and it was actually Xia Qingyue. Behind her stood the two siblings Manhwa and Mang Zhongli, Shin Mingyue, Zhao Chen, and that Zhang Yang who had received a shot from him.
What? Are you guys not in a group?
Li Luo was slightly surprised. When Xia Qingyue saw Li Luo, her eyes immediately brightened up, then she walked to Li Luo's body and tugged Li Luo's arm towards the front.
Go, Li Luo, follow me to the front.
Leroy looked hesitant and
vain. Do what? Card team?
Xia Qingyue said in disbelief, so what?
She rationalized. Li Luo, don't forget, you are the top student of the National College Entrance Examination. You can come to Kyoto University, that's the honor of Kyoto University. What's wrong with getting stuck in a team? She continued. According to me, the admissions office should give you special access, that's the way to honor talent, don't you think? She said while pulling Liloka team.
The other unfamiliar students who had just lined up behind Xia Qingyue, some of them were instantly unhappy.
One after another, they spoke out and spat. Hey! What the? Are you guys trying to jam the team? That's right, don't think you're so powerful. Which one of you here is not a heavenly pride? That's right, if you want to get stuck in a queue, you have to ask the artifact spirit in my hand if it agrees. Hurry up and stop your evil behavior, or you'll be in for it. Leroy burst into flames when he heard it.
He pulled out his Barrett and pointed it directly at the students.
What the are you guys tugging at? Chapter 122, are you ready? I'm going to shoot.
Hiss. The moment they saw Barrett, almost everyone sucked in a breath of cold air.
Barrett? Isn't this the nifty pervert's artifact spirit? The crowd reacted to the fact that this person should be that pervert from Magic City, Li Luo. Can't be messed with. Can't be messed with.
The people shut up, no longer daring to fool around. They had been in the secret realm of the college entrance exam before, but they had always heard his Barrett shots that were like bad news. To this day, they all still had palpitations.
What? No more talking?
Li Luo's gaze was like a torch as he swept over the few people who had just been shady, but he saw that those people were sweating coldly and didn't dare to breathe. Seeing that no one spoke again, Li Luo carelessly said, I'm stuck with this team, Jesus can't stop it, I said so. He strutted next to Xia Qingyue.
Just so blatantly stuck in line.
None of the freshmen in line behind them dared to chime in anymore.
Seeing that Leroy Card's team succeeded. There are people in the back who want to follow suit and are ready to learn from Team Liloka.
However, they overestimated their own strength, and in minutes they were surrounded by the others, beaten up and swollen, and honestly went back to stay.
This made Xia Qingyue and the others cover their mouths and laugh. What they didn't realize was, not far away on the school building, there were quite a few upperclassmen observing this scene. After all, there were new students enrolled. There will definitely be upperclassmen looking around, specializing in looking at beautiful schoolgirls. This is an unchanging law from time immemorial. It's best to see a few pretty beauties and hook up. When they saw Xia Qingyue, Shin Mingyue and Mang Ruoshi next to Li Luo, their eyes immediately lit up. There was a lot of talk. TSK, those three chicks are good looking. Yeah, compared to that beautiful girl named Lai Xing Luo just now, they seem to be about the same. Yeah, that high school runner-up Lai Xing Luo just now is also really beautiful. When are we going to hook up with these elementary school girls? Choose a day, or now, if you're late, you might get hooked up by someone else. Go, hurry up, this time the number is more, how can we pick up one? Soon.
A number of upperclassmen ran to the freshman check-in lanes and skipped around blindly.
Eyes swept over the freshman beauties checking in every now and then.
Their purpose was simple. It was that they wanted to take a closer look at these beautiful schoolgirls and see which one was better to hook up with.
Finally, Schoolgirl? My name is Chin Tian, how about adding a WeChat?
A good-looking junior boy stared at Xia Qingyue with an expectant face.
Chin Tian? Get lost.
Xia Qingyue frowned slightly and said nonchalantly.
Hearing this, Chin Tian's face immediately turned ugly.
Hey, schoolgirl, don't speak so harshly. At least I'm also a top 5 expert in my grade, and I have a legendary level enchantment scroll. If we chat, I can give you that legendary level enchantment scroll.
Legendary grade enchantment scroll?
Who cares? Xia Qingyue said without caring. She really didn't care about legendary grade enchantment scrolls. The enchantments on her body now were already very perverse.
A mythical grade, Imperial Sword Art. 2 epic level, breaking the law with force and fixation. There were also several legendary grade enchantment scrolls for defense, recovery, and stance. Legendary grade enchantments were the next best thing in her eyes. Of course. It's all thanks to Leroy.
Chin Tian's gaze brightened slightly when he heard Xia Qingyue's words.
Who is rare?
As far as he knew, the average girl who said that was actually starting to have her heart set on it. After all, what girls said was usually the opposite.
If you say you don't want it, you want it. If you say you don't want it, then you want it.
After all, the legendary grade enchantment scroll is not an ordinary thing, it is very rare. He had relied on this pie before and fooled several girls.
There's drama again. Another play.
A smile of triumph flashed across his face, then he took out a long sword and continued to hook up, and... Look, schoolgirl, your artifact spirit is a sword. My artifact spirit is also a sword. It just so happens that I've been studying hard for 3 years, so I can teach you some combat skills with a sword. What do you think?
Xia Qingyue once again shook her head and refused. Cut the crap, I advise you to stay away from me. Chin Tian was happy to be there.
Sister, don't be so desperate. I Chin Tian other not to say, cover a few people or no problem, add a WeChat after I cover you.
He asked in hot pursuit. Schoolgirl, may I ask what your name is? Xia Qingyue.
These words were not said by Xia Qingyue, but by Li Luo who was next to her. He saw that this Chin Tian was really struggling, so he couldn't help but speak.
Xia Qingyue? Chin Tian's eyes lit up once again when he heard this name. Good name. Good name. He didn't forget to say to Li Luo, brother, thanks.
Li Luo was as calm as water, you're welcome.
This short conversation.
Not only did it shock Xia Qingyue a bit, but even Dream Ruoshi and Dream Zhangli behind her, as well as Shin Mingyue and Zhao Chen were shocked. They had never expected it. Li Luo actually didn't get angry at all, instead he even took the initiative to say Xia Qingyue's name. Which play is this?
Doubtful is doubtful. They could all be very clear about Xia Qingyue and Li Luo's relationship.
This Chin Tian actually dared to hook up with Xia Qingyue here. This was undoubtedly hitting the iron plate.
Meng Ruoshi and the others were gloating and watching the show.
They just wanted to know when exactly this Chin Tian would get his ass kicked.
Xia Qingyue pulled Li Luo's arm and... Li Luo, why are you saying my name?
Leroy shrugged his shoulders and... I see that this senior Chin Tian is really a bit well-intentioned, so I couldn't help but say it.
Chin Tian looked at Li Luo with a smile on his face and... Bro, thanks a lot, but she seems to know you? What's your relationship, ah? Xia Qingyue's eyes twinkled.
Of course I know him, he's my boyfriend.
What? He's your boyfriend? Chin Tian almost dropped his jaw in shock. He looked up and down at Li Luo with an uncertain expression and inquired, Hey, bro, are you really his boyfriend? Don't you listen to her bragging. Li Luo calmly said, If I were her boyfriend, I would have just punched you a long time ago, do you believe me? That's true. Chin Tian's eyes rolled and his gaze went to Xia Qingyue. Xia Qingyue, oh no, schoolmate Qingyue, did you just want to test me? Xia Qingyue's gaze twitched and she nodded her head and... Yes, I just want to test you. I told you. Chin Tian cheerfully said, Sister Qingyue, tell me straight, how do you want to test me? Don't worry, I definitely won't drop the ball. Good. Xia Qingyue quaintly pointed at Li Luo and... His name is Li Luo, he's actually my bodyguard, as long as you can defeat him, I can consider adding you to WeChat. Chin Tian's eyes lit up when he heard this. He looked at Li Luo with a smile on his face and... Brother, so you're her bodyguard, I said who is it? Then, his face became serious and, since school sister Qingyue had to have me defeat you before she would add me to WeChat, brother, then I have no choice but to be offended, you won't mind, will you? Li Luo shrugged breathlessly. His eyes fell on Xia Qingyue's exquisite face for 2 seconds, then he said to Chin Tian that, Okay, I don't mind, you do it. Li Luo directly held his Barrett against Chin Tian. Are you ready? I'm going to shoot. Lai Sing Lok. Chapter 123, You don't want to take advantage of me. Hiss. Chin Tian sucked in a mouthful of cool air when he saw the Barrett in Li Luo's hand that emitted a palpitating aura. Is this artifact spirit the perverted Barrett of legend? Chin Tian's face turned green and white for a while and gradually became ugly. Recently, he had not trained much though. But he had read a lot of news about this oddball artifact spirit Barrett, and he had seen several Barrett sealing scenes on his cell phone. Unlimited bullets. Mighty explosion. You're either dead or wounded. It's outrageous. He gulped nervously and, Lee Luo, you're the top student Lee Luo on the news? The freshman grade 1 Lee Luo? Lee Luo said carelessly. That's right, it's me. I said, are you going to make a move or not? Why are you squirming? Hiss. When he heard Lee Luo's affirmative answer, he once again sucked in a cool breath, then shook his head nervously, and, don't get me wrong, just kidding, I'm not fighting. He shook his head repeatedly, and as soon as the words fell, he immediately scattered his feet and fled in a hurry. Fight? Fight. There's no chance of winning. What's the point? Isn't this asking for trouble? He's not that stupid. How else can he fool the girls? The lousy figure of him fleeing in haste instantly stared at the crowd, no matter if it was the freshmen or the other students in the upper class. All of them looked at Qin Tian's wretched back with disbelief. Is it a man? What a wimp. What's the point? That's it? You want to add me on WeChat? Dream on. Xia Qingyue spat contemptuously. Li Luo shrugged his shoulders in depression and, Scourge, this kind of thing, in the future please, you'd better go on your own, don't use me as a shield. What kind of cats and dogs challenge me? How can I have that kind of free time? Xia Qingyue blinked. Well, actually, I should be able to easily defeat him as well. Leroy rolled his eyes and, then you're still using me as a shield? Xia Qingyue smiled playfully and, hee, I'm seeing that you're bored and looking for fun for you. Don't worry, if you don't like it, then I won't do it in the future. Leroy, that's more like it. The others nearby were prepared to watch a good show, but ended up watching a lonely one, crying out for pity in their hearts. Because there was Leroy's Barrett deterrent. The other upperclassmen were originally prepared to come and snub the schoolgirls, but they all didn't dare to come forward. They all pretended to leave the place as if nothing had happened. They weren't stupid either. Previously, they had also paid special attention to this number one person among the freshmen, Li Luo, and they all knew that it was not to be messed with. As for the schoolgirls, they only dared to look at them from afar, but did not dare to play with them. After all, there will be plenty of opportunities later, there is no need to rush in a moment. Time passes slowly. Soon, Li Luo successfully reported and was assigned to the first class of the freshman year. The mechanism of class placement was simple, it was according to the ranking of the college entrance exam, 30 people in a class. Among the students in Magic City, there were only 2 who were assigned to Class 1. Li Luo and Xia Qingyue. Others such as Meng Ruoshi, Meng Zhongli, Xin Mingyue, and Zhao Chen were all assigned to the classes in the back. This was because their college entrance examination rankings were a bit further back. The dormitory is also not bad, 2 rooms. It's amazing. The dormitory key that Li Luo got was actually the same room as Zhao Chen's dormitory key. What's even more amazing is that the dormitory key that Xia Qingyue got was actually the same room as the dormitory key that Meng Ruoshi got. Fate, it's just so wonderful. As the saying goes, when an old-timer meets an old-timer, both of them cry. Although they were not so tearful, they were very emotional in their hearts. After all, we were all considered acquaintances. Li Luo, after he and Xia Qingyue had been to the classroom of Class 1. Then they went to their respective dormitories again to briefly familiarize themselves with the situation. After briefly arranging his living supplies, Li Luo then lay on his bed to think about a problem. That is, how to enter the subterranean dragon class. That teacher didn't have any instructions when the class was divided. When Li Luo took the initiative to ask that reporting teacher about the situation of the submerged dragon class, she also said that she was not too clear. It had to be. Li Luo could only take out his cell phone and send a message to Ruyan Lu. Sorry to interrupt, may I ask how can I apply to enter the subterranean dragon class you mentioned? Very quickly. Ruyan Lu replied. Yo, Li Luo, have you gone to Kyoto University so soon already? Leroy. Right, so how can I apply for the subterranean class? Ruyan Lu replied again. Leroy, how is it? The environment of Kyoto University is actually quite good, right? Leroy. It's not too bad. How the hell can I apply for the subterranean class? Ruyan Lu. Don't be in a hurry, just call me Ruyan's senior sister and I'll tell you right away. Leroy felt a bit speechless at once. Why does this woman feel like she's not a good person? He was silent for a few seconds. Hurry up, or next time you want to ask me for a favor or something, there's no way. This sentence seems to have some killing power on Lu Ruyan. She immediately replied. Okay, I'll tell you, don't panic, it's like this. There are actually 2 kinds of classes at Kyoto University. One is the regular class and the other is the subterranean class. Leroy. And then what? Ruyan Lu patiently explained. The future direction of the general class will be in the army. Leroy. What about the subterranean class? Ruyan Lu. The future direction of the submarine class will also enter the military. Leroy rolled his eyes at once. Hey, are you teasing me? I want to know the differences and how I can apply to enter the subterranean dragon class, not what they have in common, okay? Ruyan Lu. Leroy, I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush, listen to me. The dragon class is not an active application, but a passive selection. In the next few days, a special teacher will come to the new students to select the students of the dragon diving class on his own initiative, and they will also go through a secret test. Only those who pass the test can enter the class. At that time, the teacher will ask you to join a challenge. You just need to agree to participate. With your strength, you'll easily pass the test. Leroy deflated speechlessly. What challenge? With my heaven-defying strength, can't I just open a back door? Ruyan Lu explained.
Actually, the challenge is not too difficult, it's just to destroy a group of somewhat difficult monsters in a specified time.
If you really want to open a back door, I'll have the guts to do a favor. Except you'll owe me a favor. If I ask you for a favor, you can't refuse. When Li Luo saw the message that the challenge was to destroy a group of monsters in a group within a specified time, his eyes immediately lit up. He wasn't interested in other tests, but a test like killing monsters, then his interest was quite large. He had just exchanged away a super god level enchantment. It took a full 50,000 years. Now life expectancy is once again back to 380 years. He still wanted more super god level attachments, so naturally he couldn't let go of the opportunity to kill monsters. He raised the corners of his mouth and, "No, I don't like to owe people favors, that's it, thanks anyway." Ruyan Lu. So I told you last time that there was a subterranean class at Kyoto University, does that count as a favor? Leroy replied without hesitation. Of course it doesn't count, don't you dare try to take advantage of me. Chapter 124. This means monsters, which can't be killed. After a bit of communication, Li Luo was finally clear about the situation of the subterranean class. So he no longer dwelled on it in his heart, and prepared to go to class as usual in the next few days. It wasn't that bad of a few days anyway. It was just the right time to take the opportunity to learn some specific information about the mists, or about the distribution of monsters in the mists. Early the next morning, Li Luo and Zhao Chen left the dormitory together and headed to the teaching building of Kyoto University. Li Luo had just arrived at the door of the classroom of Class 1. He heard the chattering voices inside the classroom talking non-stop, and it seemed to be a bit lively. Wow! She's Lai Xinglua? That's too beautiful, isn't it? The girl next to her seat, I think her name is Xia Qingyue, she's gorgeous too, isn't she? Oh my god, which one of them is the flower of our class? It seems like they're neck and neck. But so far, it seems as if both of them are a bit high-strung and not very communicative. Here and now, Li Luo walked into the classroom without haste. Just in time to see Xia Qingyue domineeringly flashing the bright moon sword in her hand. Look, what are you looking at? Don't blame me for not being polite if you look again. These words came out. Wow. The surrounding boys who had gathered around were in an uproar and immediately hurried back to their seats, afraid of being stared at as if by her. They really didn't expect that this beautiful classmate would actually be a hot girl with a great personality. One word was actually ready to make a move. This is too hot, isn't it? Even if she has a hot body, can she have such a hot personality? Xia Qingyue's displeased gaze slowly swept through the crowd, causing the eyes of the many boys to flicker and not dare to look directly at them. Suddenly, when Xia Qingyue saw Li Luo, who had suddenly appeared, she suddenly had a smile in her eyes and, "Ha! Li Luo, you came? Aha!" Leroy nodded with a calm demeanor and searched for the seat with his name printed on it to sit down. Seeing Xia Qingyue's ice and fire attitude, the other boys' livestock were instantly surprised and cast envious and jealous gazes at Li Luo. At the same time, they also murmured in their hearts that this kid is really lucky to have gained the favor of such a great beauty. Really envious of others. Did he save the galaxy in a previous life? How do they know that Li Luo didn't save the Milky Way, but rather his predecessor unintentionally saved Xia Qingyue 3 years ago? Only then did he become Xia Qingyue's intended lover by mistake. At this time, Xia Qingyue next to Li Xingluo's gaze swept over Li Luo without a second thought. Immediately after, she withdrew her gaze again and looked at the neighboring table, Xia Qingyue, with interest, her heart very curious about what kind of relationship he had with her. After all, gossip has always been the focus of girls' attention. Even if she was the nation's runner-up in the college entrance exams, Lai Xinglua there was no exception. Just then, ding bell bell. The class bell suddenly rang. Li Luo saw a charming and beautiful teacher walk up to the podium, a professional short dress, wearing gold glasses, sensible and charming. Holding a thick notebook in his hand, quite old. "Everyone, I'm your homeroom teacher Chen Xin. But all I can teach you is the theoretical knowledge. The combat skills classes are all in the afternoon, and since you have different artifact spirits, you will have different teachers specialized in instruction. Before the lecture, I need to remind everyone here to keep the information I say in class confidential. This information must not be told to the average non-military person, even if they are law enforcement, so as not to cause a huge panic. Leakers will be dealt with seriously, do you all understand?" Seeing the crowd nodding their heads, Chen Xin swept her satisfied gaze over the crowd and, "Without further ado, let's formalize the lesson." She paused and continued.
According to history, hundreds of years ago, the misty cage suddenly covered the world, the sky was dark, the sun and the moon had no light, the entire sky was in a gray state like now, and all sorts of powerful and bizarre monsters were surprised in the mist, and later countless seniors sacrificed themselves to go into the mist to find the cause, and they finally found some traces of the mist's descent. That is the abyssal mist. The various cities where we humans now live belong to are the areas where the mists are the thinnest, known as low-risk mist areas. We categorize the mists into 4 levels. They are low-risk mist area, medium-risk mist area, high-risk mist area, and abyssal mist area. And the weird monsters all come from the abyssal mist region.
Chen Xin spoke here.
A clear boy's voice suddenly rang out.
Teacher Chen, does that mean that all we need to do is destroy the monsters in the abyssal mist and we'll be able to see the light of day again? Chen Xin's gaze immediately looked towards the boy who spoke. This student? What is your name?
Hello Teacher Chen, my name is Yi Luqiu.
Hearing the 3 words Yi Luqiu, Li Luo couldn't help but look sideways in curiosity that it would be this guy.
Last time in the secret realm of the college entrance exam, Li Luo almost crippled him with a single shot.
He didn't expect this guy to be so interruptive. Chen Xin said indistinctly. Oh, you're Yi Luqiu who possesses a dual weapon spirit? The pride of Kyoto #1 middle school? A smug smile appeared on Yi Luqiu's face.
Teacher Chen is overpraising. Heaven's pride can't be called a pride, but I do have dual weapon spirits, the mythic Great Regulus Sword and the epic Great Xuanwu Shield respectively.
Speaking of which,
his haughty gaze slowly swept over the other students in an old man's worldly manner. The eyes seemed to be saying, yes, I am Heaven's pride Ben Pride.
Suddenly,
his gaze lurched, and then his expression froze unnaturally, as if he had been electrocuted.
What a coincidence.
He happened to see Li Luo staring at him meaningfully, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. In his heart, he said, how could I forget about this guy? Don't you dare target me again, although I have a double weapon spirit, but I can't withstand a ing shot from you at all.
He even gulped nervously. At this point, Chen Xin quipped that.
Very good, Yi Luqiu, I've heard of your name before, you're definitely one of the strongest in our class. Yi Luqiu glanced nervously at Li Luo and,
Mr. Chen is overpraising.
He was rather self-aware that counting 1 was impossible. Not in this lifetime, I'm afraid. He'll be second at best. The first one that definitely belonged to that ultimate pervert Li Luo. I didn't expect you to be quite humble.
Chen Xin smiled at Yi Luqiu and continued.
But Yi Luqiu, the idea you just had was too simple. I'm afraid you don't know how powerful the monsters in the abyssal mist are.
Just say it.
Any random monster in there can easily destroy a city. Epic and mythological monsters abound, and I'm afraid there are even super god-level monsters.
Moreover, those martyr predecessors revealed a shocking discovery.
There is a huge and bizarre teleportation formation in the abyssal mist, from which powerful monsters are constantly teleporting out.
Yi Luqiu, do you know what this means?
Yi Luqiu's eyes twinkled.
Meaning there are countless monsters? Chen Xin shook her head and. No, it means monsters that can't be killed. Chen Xin classroom teacher. Chapter 125 Sober, handsome, very much to my taste. Hearing Chen Xin say that monsters can't be killed.
Hiss. Almost all of the students sucked in a breath of cool air, their faces were covered in concentration, and their hearts were worried about the survival of the human race.
What then? So many monsters? In case of a monster outbreak, then aren't we completely barbecue? I hope it's better not to explode.
Then we have to hurry up and get stronger to have a chance of survival.
Only Leroy.
Not only did he not worry too much, but he even raised the corners of his mouth high.
Endless monsters to kill? And such a good thing? Doesn't that mean he'll be able to get an endless lifespan? Doesn't that mean he'll be able to get a whole bunch of super god-level enchantments?
It was as if he could see himself covered in super god-level attachments and killing people.
Podium. Chen Xin continued to talk about the secrets of the mists.
Li Luo listened carefully and was also analyzing the situation in the mists carefully, preparing for his recent preparations to enter the mists.
Finally, the morning session came to an end.
Li Luo drew very much useful information from the information Chen Xin had taught. For example, there are some areas in the mists that are very specific and dangerous, such as white fog, green fog, purple fog, red fog, black fog, etc.
Each special mist represents a special danger. Poison domain, illusion domain, hypergravity domain, fire domain, ice domain, death domain.
These regions are said to be 9 deaths if one mistakenly enters them.
Hearing these special areas that represent various dangers, Li Luo couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Fortunately, he didn't blindly and recklessly go into the mists before. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even he would most likely run into a snub. In addition,
he also heard quite a few monsters that were a bit of a threat to even him, as well as the do's and don'ts of dealing with them, as it pertained to his safety. So he kept all the information about those monsters that could potentially pose a threat to him in his heart.
After a simple lunch,
After resting for half an hour, Li Luo followed the course schedule and searched for his fishing pole teacher Qin Shuang. The afternoon course was all about the techniques of using artifact spirits. According to Yi Ting's explanation, this Qin Shuang was specially poached by Kyoto University from Mordor University to give Li Luo lessons. And it was also a beautiful teacher. But beautiful or not, Leroy actually didn't care at all. What he cared about was how skillful this Qin Shuang was in using a fishing rod. Could it actually bring him some inspiration? If all she really did was fish, then there wasn't much for him to learn. Does he even need to learn how to fish? 100-pound giants to catch at will, and with an American-style plunge net. As for the beautiful teacher, that was no reason for him to stay in the hall. Hadn't he seen enough beautiful women? The ones he encountered along the way were all schoolgirl-level beauties, but he still managed to pass through the flowers without touching a single leaf. After all, Sigma Man has long been locked heart burial love. Finally, Li Luo came to the edge of a brand new fish pond at Kyoto University. The pond was quite large, I'm afraid it was 3,000 to 4,000 square feet. At 666 square feet per acre, that would be almost 6-7 acres. The pond is sparkling and has a variety of fish hanging around in it as far as the naked eye can see. With their mouths wide open, as if they were about to jump up and bite. Li Luo looked around and saw that the big-head carp had the biggest mouth among these fish, and would not accept a rebuttal. He withdrew his gaze to look around and saw a beautiful woman fishing by the pond. So uncomfortable. Only to see her sitting on an ancient wooden fishing chair, her figure seemingly blending in with the natural surroundings, wearing a light blue cotton linen dress, the hem of which swayed gently in the wind. Her long, silky hair was casually tied up into a low ponytail, with a few strands of crushed hair gently falling down in front of her forehead. In her right hand she held a delicate lua fishing rod. Serene and focused. She must be Qin Shuang, right? She's the only one in this neighborhood. Li Luo muttered softly. Immediately afterward, the translucent golden wings behind him shook slightly, and his body immediately shot up into the sky. The next second, he then appeared beside the beautiful angler, watching her carefully. Excuse me, are you Miss Qin Shuang? Li Luo saw that the beautiful woman surprisingly didn't notice him, so he took the initiative to ask. Ha? The other party was slightly stunned and immediately looked sideways at Li Luo. When did you come? I just came. I'm here to find teacher Qin Shuang to learn the techniques of using artifact spirits. Li Luo calmly said. His eyes glanced carefully at the fishing rod in his pair of hands and realized that it was actually a Roadrunner fishing rod as well, and his heart was instantly interested in a few things. Curious about how good her fishing skills were. Leroy went on to explain. I saw that you were the only one fishing in the vicinity, so I asked if you were Mr. Qin Shuang. That's right, I'm Qin Shuang, you're Li Luo, right? Qin Frost inquired while nodding her head. Yes, I'm Li Luo, you know me? Li Luo didn't expect that the other party seemed to know his information in advance. There were a few surprises. Although he knew that he had been famous for a long time. But so what? It doesn't even matter to the fishing guys, they are only concerned about whether there is a bite and then what the catch is like. Oh, so you are Li Luo. Qin Shuang stared at Li Luo with a smile, looking up and down. Not bad, clean cut, handsome, very much to my liking. Very much to your liking? Li Luo was slightly stunned. What is to your liking? You'd better say it clearly. Qin Shuang looked at Li Luo with a smile on her face and, you know what? I got the chance to come to Kyoto University because of you, and it's no exaggeration to say that it's you who made me who I am, so that's why I've taken extra time to pay attention to you. Li Luo was astonished. He didn't expect at all that this kind of absurdity would actually catch up with him. It was not the teacher who made the student, but the student who made the teacher. He touched his nose. Wouldn't you be out of a job without me? Qin Shuang laughed meaningfully and, that's right, I've been hanging out at Magic City University for several years. There haven't been many students, I fish every day, so idle that I'm about to lose my job. Li Luo was stunned. Fishing every day? And you get to be a ING teacher, that's a great job. Leroy asked curiously. You? Shouldn't be a relation to get in, right? Qin Shuang smiled cheekily and, relationship? Of course not, I was the best of the control system artifact spirits before, a hand control, use of pure perfection, but unfortunately the fishing rod artifact spirit is too rare, I have no one to learn this skill. Li Luo's interest immediately increased. All in one skill? Then how about you demonstrate it for me first? Qin Shuang took the Roadrunner fishing rod in his hand and winked. Fine, but what about you show me your Roadrunner rod first? Her gaze fell on Li Luo's hands, only to find that he was empty. Good. A silver-white Roadrunner fishing rod instantly appeared in Li Luo's hand, with a faint white light surging from it. Qin Shuang carefully observed the fishing rod in Li Luo's hand. Then, she frowned slightly and, that's not right, I heard that your fishing rod is silver quality? But how come your fishing rod looks a lot better than silver quality? She rubbed her fishing rod and, even my legendary Roadrunner rod seems to look inferior to yours? Leroy shrugged his shoulders. None of that matters, it's the skill of using it that matters. Xin Shuang nodded in recognition and, "You're right, it's the skill of using it that's important, so now I'll demonstrate it to you."